Traversing the realm of immortal cultivation, I found myself deceived and reduced to a consort in a distinguished family of cultivators after failing to enter the sect. Fortunately, Zhou Luo, relegated to the status of a toolmaker, awakened the Blessings of Progeny system. Ding! Your partner is pregnant. You have earned a chance to draw. Ding! Your partner has given birth. You've gained an additional 20 years of lifespan. The ability to conjure life grants opportunities for rewards, and each child born augments my existence. My offspring, endowed with exceptional talents, can even enhance my own spiritual roots. The more children I have, the stronger I become. Unbeknownst to me, my descendants have spread across the entire cultivation world, and I, Zhou Luo, now wield immense power within the immortal realm. Chapter 1. The Lin Family Consort. The discipleship ceremony has concluded. Those who have not entered the sect must leave immediately. A middle-aged man clad in a flowing blue robe proclaimed with an indifferent expression. Before him, hundreds of young men and women bore expressions of bitterness, casting resentful glances towards the group of peers standing proudly behind him. From this moment forth, a chasm had formed between the two groups, one ascending to the heavens, and the other plummeting into the mortal realm. Disciples of the Changsheng sect advanced to usher the dejected crowd away from the mountain gate. The atmosphere was heavy with desolation and sorrow, as they realized that without joining the immortal gate, even with spiritual roots, their lives would likely resemble those of ordinary mortals. Amidst the throng, one individual stood apart, his pallor evident, yet he remained composed. This was a young man of 17 or 18, dressed in simple attire, his eyes remarkably clear, silently exiting the mountain gate without a backward glance. His name was Zhou Luo. Like most present, he too was a fortunate possessor of spiritual roots. However, his distinction lay in the fact that he was a transmigrant. Merely days prior, he had inexplicably arrived in this world of immortal cultivation and had been unwittingly selected to participate in the sect's recruitment ceremony. Unfortunately, unlike the protagonists of the novels of his former life, he did not shine brightly. Instead, he was eliminated due to the lowly rank of his spiritual root, classified as 9 rank. Before long, Zhou Luo found himself at the base of the mountain. To his surprise, he noticed that the previously departing disciples had not scattered, rather, they congregated in a specific area. There, a banner proclaiming generous rewards for talents fluttered, drawing a multitude of recently eliminated youths. If one could not join the immortal gate, selecting a respectable cultivation force was still a worthy pursuit. In the realm of cultivation, wealth, companionship, law, and territory are paramount. Who would prefer to drift aimlessly as an independent cultivator if others could provide these essentials? Thus, Zhou Luo approached the gathering. Upon drawing near, he observed a middle-aged man, evidently in charge, passionately promoting the opportunity. Everyone, hesitate no longer. Join the Lin family and enjoy the blessings of spiritual veins and access to cultivation secrets. The Lin family, affiliated with the Changsheng sect, governed the city of Maple Leaf and was a prominent lineage of longevity. Backed by the sect and holding sway over a region, the Lin family's strength was beyond question at this moment. Under the fervent exhortation of that man, numerous disciples were stirred, unhesitatingly inscribing their names upon the registration scroll. What puzzled Zhou Luo was the fact that they were only accepting males. Nevertheless, Zhou Luo inscribed his name as well. Who would wish to forego the opportunity for immortality and celestial cultivation? Soon, the registration concluded, with over 40 young men opting to join. Seeing this, the steward beamed as he produced a palm-sized vessel from his robes, casually casting it to the ground. In a flash of spiritual light, the small boat suddenly enlarged, eliciting gasps of amazement from the gathered crowd. A flying boat. This was an invaluable artifact of flight, and no one expected the Lin family to be so extravagant. Truly a family of longevity. Witnessing the Lin family's sincerity, the previously skeptical individuals lowered their guard. The group leaped into the flying boat, and under the steward's guidance, they soared toward the Lin family estate. The Lin estate was situated in the heart of Maple Leaf City. From above, one could behold countless ancient structures intertwined, shimmering with ethereal light, resembling the resplendent stars in the night sky, utterly breathtaking. As the flying boat landed, the crowd arrived in a spacious courtyard. Within the yard, individuals had long awaited their arrival. Before them, a woman clad in a flowing emerald gown surveyed the newcomers with a gentle smile, her enchanting eyes sparkling. This batch of grooms is rather promising. Her words ignited a fervor among the young men. Grooms? What does that mean? Didn't we come to cultivate with the Lin family? In the crowd, Zhou Luo's expression shifted. Oh no, it seems we have been deceived. Silence. At that moment, the jovial steward abruptly grew stern, silencing the assembly. The woman in the emerald dress approached languidly. From today onward, you shall be the grooms of the Lin family. Upon this declaration, bewilderment washed over the faces of the crowd as they exchanged incredulous glances, their complexions paling. None had anticipated that their purpose for coming to the Lin family was to become grooms. They had originally believed they were coming to cultivate and eventually become disciples of the Lin family. The disparity between the two was staggering. To put it mildly, the former could be termed as grooms, while the latter bore the harsher connotation of mere breeding stock. In the realm of cultivation, there exists an unspoken rule. Some families of longevity, in order to secure their lineage's future, would recruit individuals possessing spiritual roots to bear offspring for the family. This is because those endowed with spiritual roots are more likely to produce children with similar attributes. If it were merely a matter of coupling, it might be acceptable, but everyone understood. To enhance the likelihood of producing superior progeny, these families would compel individuals to engage in relentless procreation, often leading to situations of multiple partners. This, without a doubt, siphoned off their potential for cultivation, effectively obliterating their path to immortality. Thus, no one would willingly accept the role of a groom. Upon hearing this, someone immediately shouted, their face flushed with indignation. You are deceiving us. In response to the accusation, the woman smiled gently and said, Is that so? Did you not agree to join the Lin family? These words left the crowd momentarily speechless. Though she spoke the truth, had they known from the outset that they would become sons-in-law, who would have consented? One individual, still dissatisfied, retorted angrily, I never expected the Lin family to be so despicable. I wish to leave. With that, he turned to stride towards the exit. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked through the air. In an instant, the man was struck down, collapsing into a pool of blood. The steward, with a cold gaze, looked upon the crowd and declared, To insult the Lin family is to court death. The crowd gasped in horror. Rest assured, as long as you can bear forth 40 offspring with spiritual roots within 10 years, you may still depart, the woman assessed the onlookers. A collective gasp arose. 40 within 10 years, all possessing spiritual roots. Such a demand rendered them utterly dehumanized. In that moment, the crowd felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Among them, Zhou Luo's expression shifted. He had never anticipated that as a distinguished transmigrator, he would find himself embroiled in such a predicament. At this rate, he might meet his untimely demise. The crux of the matter was that he was now akin to a fish on a chopping board, a lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly powerless to resist. Zhou Luo felt a profound sense of helplessness. Was he destined to be the first transmigrator to perish due to breeding? After a series of meticulous selections, Zhou Luo, owing to his striking appearance and some extraordinary traits, was chosen among the elite group. In total, there were only 8 individuals. That evening, after bathing and changing, Zhou Luo was escorted to a chamber by 2 maidens. It was evidently a latticed boudoir, suffused with a delicate fragrance. Seated in a chair, he bore a complex expression, filled with resignation. At this juncture, escape was futile once the lights were dimmed. Now, he could only hope that the other party harbored no peculiar preferences. Just as his thoughts spiraled into chaos, a voice suddenly emanated from outside the door. Qinghan, for the sake of the family's greater good, this is your duty. Before the sentence could be completed, the door swung open and a graceful figure entered the room. Zhou Luo instinctively raised his gaze. A visage of unparalleled beauty met his eyes. Clad in a flowing white gown, she possessed an elegant stature and porcelain skin. Her exquisite features were complemented by a pair of bright eyes that now regarded Zhou Luo. He was momentarily dazzled. She was indeed a breathtaking beauty. The thought of being a lamb for slaughter vanished in an instant. Chapter 2. Lin Qinghan. As Zhou Luo observed her, she too happened to glance back at him. Lin Qinghan, her demeanor cool and aloof, momentarily displayed a flicker of surprise in her eyes, halting in her tracks. Dressed in resplendent attire, Zhou Luo's natural charm was further accentuated by his careful grooming, rendering him strikingly handsome, surpassing the ordinary to the extent that Lin Qinghan, who had initially been somewhat resistant to the matter, felt a ripple of emotion within her. After a brief moment of hesitation, she regained her composure and inquired, "What is your name?" "Zhou Luo," he replied, standing upright with a sudden fervor, adopting an earnest demeanor. Despite having lived 2 lives, he found himself feeling somewhat awkward in this situation, especially with such a stunning beauty before him. Lin Qinghan frowned slightly, unprepared for the revelation that her family's choice was merely a man of the 9th-grade spiritual root. "Please, take a seat," she said indifferently, striding to the opposite side of the table and settling down. Their gazes locked in silence, the only sound being the gentle flicker of the candlelight. Suddenly, Lin Qinghan asked, "Is this your first time?" Coughing slightly, Zhou Luo nearly choked on her bluntness. "I do not wish for my first man to be inexperienced." Her voice resonated again. This could be considered her feeble act of defiance against her family's arrangements. "I am," Zhou Luo replied honestly. "Very well, then you may come to bed." Her words were curt, leaving no room for further discussion, which left Zhou Luo momentarily stunned. He pondered whether they should not first engage in conversation to cultivate some rapport before proceeding to the next step. However, upon observing her unwavering gaze, he realized that as her betrothed, he truly had no alternative. He rose and walked directly to the bedside, swiftly shedding his garments before slipping beneath the covers. Lin Qinghan cast a glance at him, sighed softly, and her finger twitched slightly. With a whoosh, the candlelight extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. In the obscurity, the faint sound of fabric rustling could be heard. Suddenly, Zhou Luo caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance, followed by a warmth encroaching into the bed. Upon contact with her soft form, he distinctly sensed her shiver slightly. It seemed she was not as composed as she had appeared. Zhou Luo's thoughts wandered. Time slipped away swiftly. When Zhou Luo awoke again, daylight had already broken. After a night of intense encounters, he felt sore and stiff, turning his head to find Lin Qinghan nestled in his arms, her skin as smooth as jade, curled up like a kitten. As he gazed at her, her eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes, her clear, beautiful orbs devoid of the haughtiness from the night before, now imbued with a hint of feminine tenderness. "Ahem, you're awake," Zhou Luo said, his arms still around her, feeling somewhat awkward. Lin Qinghan responded softly, surprisingly embracing him and closing her eyes once more, as if drifting back to sleep. Zhou Luo carefully adjusted his head, his gaze fixed on the canopy above. Just as he closed his eyes, intending to catch a few more moments of slumber, a sudden chime resounded in his mind. Instantaneously, 4 large characters materialized before his eyes. Blessings of many offspring. Zhou Luo's body jolted at the unexpected appearance of this message, nearly startling him. Fortunately, Lin Qinghan merely stirred slightly without waking. He shut his eyes once more, concentrating on the 4 characters before him. At that moment, he suddenly realized this may very well be his golden finger. With this thought, a surge of joy coursed through him, and he eagerly turned to the introduction. As the name suggested, his golden finger was intimately connected with procreation. Firstly, if his Tao partner conceived, it would grant him a chance to participate in a lottery. Moreover, for each child born, he would receive a reward of longevity. The longevity reward varied according to the child's innate qualities, starting from a minimum of 10 years. If a child with spiritual roots were born, it would also influence his own spiritual roots. This revelation left Zhou Luo, who possessed only a 9th-grade spiritual root, utterly exhilarated. The greatest obstacle preventing him from entering the realm of immortality was precisely this spiritual root. Spiritual roots determine a cultivator's ultimate achievements on the path to eternal life. If he could enhance his own spiritual root, could it not imply that one day he too might become a prodigy? Whether or not he became a prodigy was of little consequence. As long as he could enter the realm of immortality and learn superior techniques and spells, he would be content. However, he had initially believed that the emergence of his golden finger would liberate him from his status as a son-in-law. Yet, it seemed he was still bound by fate. Nonetheless, as long as he fathered enough children, his lifespan would continue to extend. What is true longevity? This is it. If he lived long enough, perhaps the Lin family would one day belong to him. At that time, the Lin family of longevity could be renamed the Zhou family of longevity. With this thought, Zhou Luo felt invigorated, as if all his previous fatigue had vanished. He opened his eyes and gazed at the beauty beside him, and in his elation, he suddenly turned over, propping himself up with one hand, his gaze ablaze with fervor. Since having children could extend his life, he must certainly strive to do so. Without hesitation, he leaned in closer. Knock, knock, knock. A cacophony of knocking roused Zhou Luo from his slumber. Once he regained his senses, he discovered that Lin Xinghan had long since departed. What is it? Zhou Luo inquired. Zhou Luo, the young lady requests your presence at the Qingzhu Hall. A cool voice resonated from outside the door. In the next moment, the door swung open with force. A cold-faced maid appeared before him. It seemed she was in service to Lin Xinghan. However, her demeanor towards him, the son-in-law, was rather unwelcoming. It was understandable he was merely a pawn for breeding, and in terms of status, he was indeed inferior to a mere maid. Zhou Luo felt no anger, he merely tossed aside the covers, preparing to rise. What are you doing? Suddenly, the maid screamed, quickly covering her eyes. It was then that Zhou Luo realized, in the aftermath of their intimacy, he had forgotten to dress. He hurriedly covered himself with a blanket, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, "Please step outside, I will dress promptly." The maid lowered her hands, shot him a fierce glare, and turned to leave the room. Once outside, she couldn't help but recall the earlier scene, her cheeks flushing slightly. It is said that high-quality son-in-laws possess ample resources, and indeed it seems true. Soon after, Zhou Luo emerged, fully dressed. "Follow me, and do not wander or gawk along the way," the maid declared, regaining her composure and holding her head high with pride. The Lin family estate was vast, and Zhou Luo was unfamiliar with that area. As he journeyed forward, he even caught sight of some familiar faces, those who had been deceived by the Lin family yesterday. Aoki Hall was the name of this residence. When Zhou Luo appeared before the expansive estate, he momentarily paused in astonishment. My goodness, this courtyard is rather vast, almost comparable to a part from my past life. The young lady awaits you inside, said the maid, her demeanor humble and respectful, yet her voice carried a hint of indifference. It seemed she had no intention of entering. Zhou Luo gave it little thought and strode directly into the courtyard. Chapter 3. Full of motivation. Within the courtyard, a path paved with bluestone led to exquisite pavilions, adorned with lush bamboo groves and artificial hills, creating an atmosphere of elegance. The most prominent structure was the one in the center, towering and magnificent, flanked by 2 stone lions at its entrance, surrounded by intricate carvings that exuded an extraordinary presence. Zhou Luo could distinctly sense that this building was shrouded in some form of array. Thus, even with its grand doors wide open, nothing could be discerned unless one ventured inside. Upon crossing the threshold, he beheld Lin Xinghan seated gracefully in a white gown at the left front of the grand hall, still as radiant and captivating as ever. Additionally, directly in front of her, a pair of middle-aged individuals sat, both adorned in opulent attire, exuding wealth and nobility. Are you Zhou Luo? A voice imbued with authority erupted like thunder in Zhou Luo's ears as he entered the hall. He shuddered, pondering if this man was Qinghan's father. Hastily, he bowed, "Greetings, father-in-law." A mere 9th grade spiritual root can be worthy of marrying Qinghan? Does the main family hold us in such low regard? The man thundered angrily. The Lin family, as a lineage of longevity, had numerous branches apart from the main family. Yet this particular branch had failed to produce any formidable cultivators, resulting in a significant decline in their standing. Even their only daughter was reduced to a mere tool for reproduction within the family. As if this were not enough, when Linda learned that Zhou Luo possessed the lowest grade, 9th grade spiritual root, he was consumed with rage. He understood perfectly that this was the main family's attempt to suppress their branch. Such a lowly spiritual root, even if combined with his daughter to produce offspring, what potential for cultivation could there be? Zhou Luo's heart quaked at this revelation. He had thought himself simply fortunate, unaware of the intricate dynamics at play behind the scenes. He could not help but reflect on the relentless intrigue present within such a prominent family. Enough, Linda suddenly sighed, casting a loving gaze upon his precious daughter before his eyes turned fiercely toward Zhou Luo. From now on, you must always remember the rules of the Lin family and dedicate yourself to nurturing the next generation. Should you show any neglect, the family law shall be executed. Linda spoke coldly. He emphasized the term family law, imbuing it with a threatening air. Initially, he had intended to engage in a cordial conversation with his son-in-law. However, upon seeing Zhou Luo's 9th grade spiritual root, his interest waned. Having delivered his decree, he turned and departed with a flourish of his sleeve. Once Lin departed, the dignified and graceful woman beside him finally spoke, "Please, take a seat." After Zhou Luo settled down, the woman continued with a measured tone. "Since you two have become husband and wife, it is essential that you support each other in the pursuit of producing exceptional offspring to strengthen the Lin family's legacy." "Mother, I understand," Lin Qinghan replied with a nod. This was her destined path. The woman then turned her gaze toward Zhou Luo, her eyes softening. "Dear child, you must treat my daughter well, otherwise, not only her father, but I shall not spare you either." Generally, the higher one's cultivation, the lower the chances of producing offspring. Hence, Lin Qinghan was the sole descendant of Lin Des lineage. It was no wonder he reacted with such anger and dissatisfaction upon learning that his daughter had married a son-in-law with merely a ninth-grade spiritual root. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhou Luo and Lin Qinghan left the grand hall. However, before their departure, Lin Qinghan's mother bestowed upon Zhou Luo some resources for cultivation, hoping he would find peace in remaining with the Lin family. As they exited the hall, Lin Qinghan gently remarked, "Father means well for me, do not hold any grievances." "I understand," Zhou Luo nodded. He could empathize with Lin Des' sentiments. Were he in the same position, compelled by familial pressure to sacrifice his cherished daughter, even marrying her off to a boy with a ninth-grade spiritual root, he too would harbor disdain for the situation. That is good to hear. There are many family rules. For instance, our branch is prohibited from entering the core areas. I shall have Xiaolan explain these rules to you one by one. Additionally, if you encounter anyone from the main family, you must demonstrate utmost respect, simply do as they instruct. Moreover, if you face any difficulties in your cultivation, do not hesitate to consult me." As they walked, Lin Qinghan continuously conveyed essential matters, anxious that Zhou Luo might inadvertently breach the family regulations. Zhou Luo committed all of this to memory. Their conversation provided him with a deeper understanding of Lin Qinghan. She was a woman of cool exterior, yet warm interior. Her gentle words seemed to serve as a comfort for her father's recent demeanor towards him. Before long, they arrived at a courtyard. This was the Lin family's place of inheritance. Standing at the entrance, familiar faces from the previous day could still be seen. Although they had been deceived into becoming the Lin family's sons-in-law, the Lin family had upheld its promise, not withholding the promised cultivation techniques. Within the estate, the man resembling a steward reappeared. His name was Lin Fu, specifically tasked with training this batch of sons-in-law. After escorting Zhou Luo to this location, Lin Qinghan took her leave. The tense and solemn atmosphere within the courtyard rendered Zhou Luo and the other sons-in-law motionless. Lin Fu summoned his subordinates and began the process of having this group sign the marriage contracts, a measure to prevent their escape. Though reluctant, everyone, having witnessed Lin Fu's iron-fisted methods the previous day, dutifully signed the contracts and received their identity badges along with the cultivation manual. As Zhou Luo received the tome of cultivation techniques, a shiver coursed through his body, his excitement evident. Although endowed with a system, its rewards merely extend lifespan without offering any means of self-preservation. After all, longevity does not equate to immortality. To cultivate and strengthen oneself in this world of cultivation, it is essential to possess relevant techniques and scriptures. However, aside from these cultivation methods, the Lin family provided no additional resources for training. "Steward Lin, was it not previously agreed that we could practice in the spiritual veins blessed land?" One individual mustered the courage to inquire. To achieve success in cultivation, one must have the trifecta of law, partner, wealth, and land. While the first two are secured, the latter two hold equal significance. Of course, entry into the spiritual veins blessed land is possible, but it hinges on your efforts, Lin Fu stated, his gaze indifferent as he surveyed the crowd. For these sons-in-law, the so-called effort translates into procreation. According to Lin Fu, upon confirming conception, they would earn an opportunity to train in the blessed land for a month, along with additional cultivation rewards. The more they sow, the greater the rewards. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in uproar. Some who had previously harbored hopes for cultivation now wore expressions of despondency and despair. To enhance their cultivation, they must bear more children. Yet, without dual cultivation techniques, such procreation would hinder their training. It seemed that, in terms of cultivation, the prospect of any significant advancement in this lifetime appeared bleak. Of course, Zhou Luo stood as an exception. Possessing a system, he could gain lottery opportunities through diligent effort, allowing his lifespan to continually extend. As for hindrances to cultivation, With his inferior spiritual root, cultivation was hardly a concern. In the long, unfolding years ahead, success in cultivation would inevitably come. With this thought, Zhou Luo felt invigorated and inspired. Chapter 4. Miss Lin Linfu's words were strikingly pragmatic. For many, simply stepping onto the path of cultivation, regardless of their limited achievements, was already a significant fulfillment. A cultivator, no matter how weak, was still leagues ahead of mere mortals. Thus, after a brief commotion, the crowd gradually settled into a calmness. Some individuals had even secretly resolved to bear as many children as possible within the next decade, in order to acquire more resources for their cultivation. Subsequently, Lin Fu summoned an elder from the family to guide these sons-in-law in their training. Zhou Luo sat cross-legged on a mat, his gaze intensely fixed on the elder's explanations, not daring to let his mind wander for a moment. At this juncture, Zhou Luo remained an ordinary person. This was his first encounter with the knowledge of cultivation, and he was eager to absorb it all, yearning to master every aspect in one fell swoop. The other sons-in-law, like him, listened attentively to the elder's teachings, their expressions solemn. However, the elder merely provided a general introduction to the methods of cultivation and briefly outlined the cultivation system. The ranks of cultivation, ascending from the lowest to the highest, were qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul. The elder imparted only the introductory techniques of qi refinement, which was divided into 9 layers. Though he had only covered the basics, deeper comprehension of subsequent levels ultimately depended on the individual. Nevertheless, this opened a new realm of possibilities for everyone present. As soon as the elder departed with Lin Fu, the sons-in-law and the estate erupted into fervent discussions. United by their shared plight and lack of prior cultivation experience, they seized this opportunity to exchange insights and enhance their understanding. Zhou Luo, however, felt little inclination to engage. After all, he had Lin Qinghan's assurance that he could directly approach her with any questions that arose. Just as he prepared to leave, a tall man suddenly blocked his path. Zhou Luo regarded him with a furrowed brow. He had noticed this man during the elder's instruction, as he appeared to scrutinize him with a hint of hostility, which left Zhou Luo perplexed. When had he offended this individual? Is there something you need? Zhou Luo inquired. Nothing in particular, the man replied, dripping with disdain. I'm merely curious how a waste like you, with only a 9th grade spiritual root, was selected to join the esteemed ranks. The man's words, laced with animosity, caused Zhou Luo's expression to darken. Should I interpret that as a challenge to Steward Lin's judgment? He retorted sharply. Upon hearing the name Lin, a flicker of panic crossed the man's face, but it quickly morphed into a stoic demeanor. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately only let out a cold snort before turning on his heel and departing. What an absurd encounter! Zhou Luo felt exasperated. Suddenly at the center of someone else's resentment, the man was Zhang Dabin, possessing an 8th grade spiritual root. His hostility stemmed from his discontent at being overlooked for selection while Zhou Luo, with a mere 9th grade root, had been chosen. At that moment, a calm voice interrupted the tension. Zhou Luo turned to see a young man clad in a blue long robe. Before Zhou Luo could respond, the young man clasped his hands in greeting and introduced himself. Changsheng. Zhou Luo, he replied, returning the gesture. He recalled that this individual seemed to possess a 7th grade spiritual root and had also been selected the previous day. Among this batch of new sons-in-law, a total of 8 had been chosen to enter the ranks of the elite. Those in the elite ranks were expected to be matched with women of exceptional background and status. Take Lin Qinghan, for instance. Her parents hold a notable position within the Lin family. The notion that a husband is upheld by his wife's status is precisely the privilege that Zhang Dabin had alluded to earlier. It is no wonder he harbors such resentment towards me. However, individuals like him are not worth my concern, Su Changsheng reassured. Zhou Luo displayed a look of confusion. Su Changsheng elucidated. After yesterday, we are no longer of the same world as such individuals. The group that has been relegated to the status of sons-in-law, regardless of being 8th or 9th grade, actually shares a negligible difference. Even if their potential for cultivation is exceptional, they ultimately serve as mere breeding tools, destined to live without the prospect of longevity. Given this, our standing within the Lin family will hold particular significance moving forward. After all, the higher one's status, the more resources and privileges one can enjoy. According to Su Changsheng, the 8 individuals selected for the elite ranks yesterday will be marrying into the middle tier of the Lin family, which is a step above those marrying into the lower tier. Even if they are not favored by their partners, their status remains. Henceforth, these 8 men will inhabit a realm distinct from that of other sons-in-law. Su Changsheng advised Zhou Luo that now possessing a support system, one must learn to gauge the situation and strive for greater benefits, not allowing trifling matters to impede progress. Zhou Luo pondered this. On his way back, he couldn't help but recalled the cultivation resources his mother-in-law had discreetly provided him. It seemed he had yet to shift his mindset and recognize the advantages surrounding him. Do you wish to perish? At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly pierced his thoughts. Boom! Before he could raise his head, a surge of spiritual energy struck him. In the next instant, he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Dazed and in pain, Zhou Luo struggled to his feet. Before him stood a stunning woman clad in an exquisite gown of pale moonlight, accentuating her flawless figure. The sight of her alabaster décolletage was almost blinding. She regarded Zhou Luo with an expression of indifference, emanating a faint spiritual glow. A nearby maid rebuked him sharply. Are you blind? Can't you see the third miss is here? Clutching his chest, Zhou Luo's complexion paled. He had been absorbed in Changsheng's words and had utterly failed to notice her presence. Yet, she could have easily issued a warning but chose to act instead, leaving Zhou Luo feeling a profound sense of desolation. This brutal hierarchy of the strong preying upon the weak was rather overt. Zhou Luo, having been educated in a more egalitarian society, found it difficult to accept. Have you lost your voice? The arrogant maid demanded, seeing Zhou Luo's silence. Had this been in the past, Zhou Luo would have surely erupted in anger. However, circumstances have changed. He was now a mere son-in-law, a tool for procreation. Even if she were to beat him to death, it is likely she would feel no remorse. This brought to mind Lin Qinghan and Apos' earlier words. Zhou Luo lowered his head, suppressing the anger within as he uttered, I apologize. It was my fault for not watching where I was going. Should there be a next time? Those eyes will serve no purpose. A chilling tone escaped the lips of the third young lady, and she proceeded to stride past Zhou Luo without a second glance. Zhou Luo clenched his teeth, remaining silent, yet his gaze towards the pair of master and servant grew profoundly intense. Earlier, he had felt elated at the emergence of the system and the acquisition of cultivation methods. However, after this encounter, he abruptly realized that it was premature to rejoice. He remained but an ant, easily crushed at will. The pressing matter at hand was to ensure Lin Qinghan and Apos' conception swiftly, in order to trigger the rewards. Zhou Luo contemplated this while silently etching the image of the third young lady into his memory. Chapter 5, Qi Cultivation. When Zhou Luo returned to his courtyard, he coincidentally encountered Lin Qinghan, who had just finished her practice. What happened to you? Lin Qinghan immediately noticed Zhou Luo's injuries, her expression shifting slightly as she hurried to his side, inquiring with concern. It's nothing, Zhou Luo replied, shaking his head, unwilling to elaborate. Nothing? Your internal energy is chaotic. If not properly addressed, it could leave lasting repercussions, Lin Qinghan asserted, placing her hand on Zhou Luo's wrist and channeling a stream of pure spiritual energy. A faint luminescence flickered, and a gentle aura began to circulate within him. Zhou Luo distinctly felt a significant alleviation of the pain in his chest. However, Lin Qinghan furrowed her brows, such domineering spiritual energy. Who dares to lay hands on you? Do they not realize you are under my protection? The thought of someone from the Lin family brazenly attacking her own was a provocation she could not ignore, and her tone grew increasingly irate. Moreover, she could sense that the assailant and Apos' cultivation level surpassed her own. Her spiritual energy could only temporarily subdue the effects, requiring gradual recovery thereafter. In response to her inquiry, Zhou Luo suddenly recalled Su Changsheng's words. Indeed, he was not like Zhang Daban, who had a powerful backing. In this era, relying on a woman was a skill in itself, was it not? Initially intending to dismiss the incident, Zhou Luo ultimately chose to share the details with her. However, upon hearing his account, an expression of alarm washed over Lin Qinghan's exquisite features. You mean the assailant was the third miss? Her voice carried a hint of disbelief. The Lin family had only one third miss, Lin Xin, who hailed from the main line. Other branches referred to their daughters and sons as Miss and Young Master, respectively. Unlike Lin Qinghan, who belonged to a collateral branch, the women of the main family did not sacrifice themselves for offspring. They enjoyed the privilege of choosing their husbands and had the qualifications to enter the celestial gates for cultivation. Their power and social standing vastly eclipsed that of Lin Qinghan. Consequently, Lin Qinghan felt a surge of anxiety, fearing it might provoke the main family's displeasure. As for her initial intention to stand up for Zhou Luo, that was no longer a possibility. Fortunately, based on Zhou Luo's account, the assailant had not made any further threats, which relieved Lin Qinghan considerably. You must be exceedingly cautious in the future, Lin Qinghan advised earnestly. I understand, Zhou Luo nodded. He had resolved that unless absolutely necessary, he would not step outside this courtyard again. Who knew what monstrous entities awaited him beyond? He would rather focus on his own cultivation and seclusion. Upon hearing this, a flicker of guilt crossed Lin Qinghan and Apos' face. You have endured much because of this. It's nothing. I am merely a son-in-law after all. There is no need to provoke the main family on my behalf, Zhou Luo replied nonchalantly. As the saying goes, and amp, Oppos, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not bully the young and poor. With the system at my disposal, there will come a day when I will transcend this ant-like existence. As for the present moment, Zhou Luo's gaze was ardent as he turned towards Lin Qinghan beside him, his right hand reaching out to gently caress her alabaster arm, gradually ascending. Lin Qinghan trembled slightly, as if recalling something, her ears instantly flushing crimson. Qinghan, shall we retire to the chamber? Zhou Luo inquired with a tender look, his mellifluous voice drifting like a spring breeze. Lin Qinghan pursed her lips, chiding, you are injured, yet you are still so frivolous. Precisely because I am injured. I require solace, Zhou Luo jested. It is still early, I would rather not. Lin Qinghan murmured, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. However, Zhou Luo abruptly acted, sweeping her supple form into his arms. Is that so? Zhou Luo's lips curled into a smile as he headed directly for the bedchamber. He was well aware that if Lin Qinghan truly objected, she, a cultivator, would never have allowed herself to be so easily carried. Lin Qinghan lowered her head, remaining silent. The affairs of men and women, once tasted, were akin to opening the gateway to a new world, leaving one with an insatiable appetite, although it was her first experience. A cultivator's constitution could withstand the most turbulent storms. The clouds dispersed, and the rain subsided. Zhou Luo had once again contributed his efforts to the grand procreation project. He turned slightly, his gaze falling beside him. Lin Qinghan lay serenely upon the bed. Her countenance as clear and exquisite as white jade, her raven tresses cascading carelessly upon the pillow, her beautiful eyes gently closed, her breathing even, resembling a sleeping beauty from a fairy tale. Zhou Luo was momentarily lost in admiration, a smug smile gracing his lips. It must be said that Lin Qinghan was the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered in his 2 lifetimes. Her beauty was like a pristine lotus. So noble and sacred, so inviolable. Had it been his previous life, Zhou Luo might never have been able to marry such an exquisite woman. In this cultivation world, where strength reigned supreme, there were still some advantages. At least, in acquiring a wife. Lost in thought, he boldly extended his right hand, gently caressing Lin Qinghan's face, then leaning down to tenderly kiss her forehead before cautiously rising from the bed. Neither obtaining the cultivation technique nor the events of the day left Zhou Luo feeling weary. He simply got up and went to the adjacent training room, intending to attempt cultivation according to the elder's instructions. Inside the training room, he sat cross-legged on a futon, taking out the cultivation technique provided by the Lin family. With the elder's prior guidance, he quickly entered a state of cultivation. The first step in cultivation was sensing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. This was not difficult for Zhou Luo, who possessed spiritual roots. With a clear and tranquil mind, he soon perceived the wisps of spiritual energy. Next was guiding the energy into the body. With the activation of the technique, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth began to converge around him, and Zhou Luo attempted to guide the energy into his body. During this process, one had to be extremely cautious and attentive. The slightest distraction would lead to failure. As the wisps of spiritual energy entered his body, they began to travel through the meridians, circulating throughout his being. The process is exceedingly gradual, often. After the ethereal energy traverses the entirety of one's being, only a wisp of it remains to settle in the Dantian's energy sea. As this energy flows, it simultaneously refines the physical form, expelling impurities from within. This is known as the cleansing of marrow and the fortification of bones. Generally speaking, individuals with superior spiritual roots absorb ethereal energy at a swifter pace. For someone like Zhou Luo, possessing a 9th-grade spiritual root, each intake of energy becomes exceedingly limited, resulting in a scant amount remaining in the Dantian's energy sea. However, he remains unfazed. As long as he can conceive a child, time will not be a constraint for him. Even if he can only garner a minuscule amount of ethereal energy with each attempt, given sufficient time, he is confident that he will achieve greatness. After successfully leaving a trace of ethereal energy in the Dantian's energy sea, Zhou Luo felt invigorated. He decisively continued to repeat the earlier actions, absorbing the celestial energy and drawing it into his being, thus shaping himself. This cycle continued without a hint of fatigue. The only lamentation was that the training chamber was not constructed atop a spiritual vein, for then the absorption of energy would be even more rapid. According to the Lin family's regulations, the birth of a child permits a month of cultivation in a spiritual vein's blessed ground. He pondered when he might have a child. Just then, a clear sound echoed in his mind, followed by a mechanical voice announcing, "Congratulations, host. Through your diligent efforts, you have successfully enabled your partner to conceive, earning a chance for a draw." Chapter 6. The making of the Poison King. Zhou Luo sat cross-legged on the mat, momentarily stunned, only to soon reveal an expression of ecstatic joy. Am I to become a father? Although he had long been prepared for this moment, he never anticipated its arrival would be so swift. For a moment, Zhou Luo found himself at a loss for words. However, He quickly regained his composure and fervently whispered to himself, I must draw a prize. In the next instant, a white lottery wheel appeared before his eyes. The wheel was divided into 7 segments: skills, techniques, spirit objects, spirit beasts, magical artifacts, elixirs, and others. To his relief, there was no insipid phrase of thank you for participating present. Zhou Luo's heart surged with delight as he promptly commenced the draw. As his mind focused, a golden orb suddenly materialized in one of the segments of the white wheel, and in the blink of an eye, the orb began to whirl wildly among the 7 divisions. Zhou Luo's heart raced with anticipation. While he was certain he would win something, who could tell if it would be of value or not? The treacherous system was one he had frequently encountered in novels during his past life. 10 seconds later, the speed of the orb gradually diminished, and Zhou Luo fixed his gaze intently on the golden light until it finally came to a halt. Ding! The character's skill acquired gleamed brightly before him. Before Zhou Luo could fully process this, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have acquired level 1 poison crafting skill. The reward has been automatically transferred to your inventory. Please check it. The white will dissipated into the void. And Zhou Luo felt a shift within him. He soon beheld a 9-grid inventory. In the first column lay an item marked with a skull icon. As he glanced over, the details of the icon appeared in his view. Level 1 poison crafting skill. Upon use, you can directly comprehend the full mastery of level 1 poison crafting and the corresponding compendium of poisons. Poison crafting? Zhou Luo's expression tightened, revealing a complex array of emotions. Indeed, the deceptive system, though tardy, had delivered. This poison crafting skill could not be deemed entirely useless at his current stage. Rather, it was of no practical value whatsoever. Was it expected that he would poison the entire Lin family? If it were of the 2nd tier or above, it might have been more realistic. At this level, he could at most poison a chi refining cultivator, and should his actions be discovered, he would likely be swiftly dealt with by the Lin family as foundation establishing elder. Moreover, poisons, being harmful to others without any benefit to oneself, were generally frowned upon in other skills, and once discovered, one could easily be branded as a wicked cultivator. For Zhou Luo, who merely wished to survive, this was akin to a hot potato. Yet, adhering to the principle that something is better than nothing, he resolved to utilize the skill. At the very least, it would provide him with a means of self-preservation and a defense against potential poisoning from others. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose to activate the skill. Soon, the icon in his inventory began to fade, while a torrent of knowledge flooded into his mind. This information encompassed techniques for poison crafting and details about level 1 poisons, including titles such as how the Poison King was made, the poisons we practiced together, and 1001 ways to kill with poison, among others. The sight before Zhou Luo sent a shiver down his spine, and he found himself contemplating whether he would truly embark on an irredeemable path of malevolence. However, he swiftly regained his composure. The act of concocting poison was merely a means to an end. The crux lay within oneself. As long as he remained steadfast in his principles, he would undoubtedly avoid straying from the righteous path. With this thought, the weight on his heart dissipated. As an influx of knowledge regarding poison-making flooded his mind, Zhou Luo was suddenly overtaken by an urge to experiment with it. Yet, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him. The art of poison crafting was not akin to cultivation, requiring numerous tools that could easily draw attention. Moreover, many toxic herbs were stringently regulated, and a mere slip could attract the scrutiny of the Lin family. If discovered, his life would surely be forfeit. Nevertheless, one could not simply ignore the potential riches that lay before him. Resolving to abandon his cultivation pursuits, Zhou Luo began to contemplate a viable plan. Before he knew it, night had fallen. A series of knocks echoed from outside the door. It was Xiaolan, Lin Xinghan's maid. Zhou Luo opened the door, and the young lady bowed her head respectfully, stating, "Young master, the miss requests your presence for dinner." It appeared that, due to Lin Xinghan, her attitude towards him had shifted. Understood, Zhou Luo nodded. In no time, he arrived at the dining hall. A grand round table was set within, and Lin Xinghan, clad in a flowing white dress, sat gracefully, her demeanor serene and composed, exuding an air of tranquility. Once Zhou Luo took his seat beside her, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she inquired in a calm voice, "How goes your cultivation?" "Only just begun," Zhou Luo replied, his gaze falling upon the table. Although it was merely the two of them dining, the feast was lavish. A variety of vegetables imbued with spiritual energy, rice, and even meat from mystical beasts adorned the table, all appearing delectable. Furthermore, these dishes would greatly benefit their cultivation. Such was the distinction of a wealthy family. "Let us eat," Lin Xinghan said without further inquiry, picking up her chopsticks to serve herself. "Wait a moment," Zhou Luo interjected suddenly. Lin Xinghan and Appo's right hand froze midair, her brows slightly furrowing. This meat is too fatty. It is detrimental to your health. As he spoke, he placed a piece of spiritual chicken in her bowl, adding, "Consume this. It is nutritious." Before Lin Qihan could respond, Zhou Luo continued to serve her more dishes, proclaiming, "And this, and this. All of these are nourishing foods." In no time, Lin Qihan's small bowl was piled high. She tilted her head, observing Zhou Luo's earnest demeanor, feeling somewhat bewildered. At that moment, Zhou Luo attentively ladled a bowl of chicken soup for her, cautioning, "This is quite hot. To be careful." Lin Qinghan's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. Did he truly think that a cultivator at the qi refinement stage would fear heat? What was his true intention? Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Luo's concern stemmed solely from genuine worry for her well-being. Through the system, he had already learned of Lin Qinghan's pregnancy. Although he had been thrust into the role of a father against his will, he remained particularly cautious and considerate. "Do you have something to discuss?" Lin Qinghan finally could not contain her curiosity after dinner. "It is nothing. I am merely concerned for your well-being," Zhou Luo remarked without hesitation. Lin Qinghan's expression subtly shifted, her heart unexpectedly stirred, and her originally aloof demeanor gradually softened. "However, there is indeed a matter I wish to discuss with you," Zhou Luo added suddenly. "What is it?" Perhaps influenced by the earlier exchange, her tone had become considerably gentler. "I wish to practice alchemy," Zhou Luo stated earnestly, gazing into her eyes. "Indeed," she confirmed, as Zhou Luo intended to use alchemy as a faade to mask her true endeavors in poison crafting. After all, the tools employed in both pursuits were largely similar, and others would likely harbor no suspicions. "You wish to practice alchemy?" Lin Qinghan exclaimed, her expression one of surprise. Her brows knitting together. "Are you aware of the formidable barriers to entry in this field? Without guidance, it is akin to scaling the heavens. How did you come to entertain such an idea? A plethora of skills can only serve one well. Besides, I am quite idle. So I wish to give it a try," Zhou Luo replied, unveiling her premeditated rationale. "Is it as simple as merely trying?" Lin Qinghan questioned, only to suddenly recall something. Her demeanor growing icy. "No wonder you were so attentive earlier. It was for this reason." "That is not the case. I genuinely worry for your health," Zhou Luo protested. Feeling wronged. At the time of serving the dishes, he had indeed not overthought the matter. However, Lin Qinghan clearly had no desire to hear his defense. Rising and striding towards the exit, seemingly vexed, Zhou Luo wore a look of helplessness. Was his concern for her truly misplaced? Alas, it appeared this approach was futile. He needed to devise another plan. Just as Zhou Luo was lost in contemplation, the maid, Xiao Lan, unexpectedly entered, placing an ancient tome of pale blue hue before him. "The young lady instructed me to give this to you." Upon seeing the words "preliminary insights into alchemy" emblazoned on the tome, Zhou Luo's eyes sparkled with delight. He looked at Xiao Lan with excitement. "The young lady mentioned that the other tools will be prepared for you tomorrow," Xiao Lan informed him. Zhou Luo smiled broadly, realizing that his wife possessed a heart of gold beneath her sharp tongue. Chapter 7. The first poison refinement. Lin Qinghan's actions took Zhou Luo by surprise. That night, as he drifted into slumber, Zhou Luo whispered softly into Lin Qinghan's ear, "Thank you." Lin Qinghan trembled slightly, remaining silent, and simply turned to embrace him. Beneath the moonlight, Zhou Luo gazed upon the beauty in his arms, contemplating. Surely, the recent conception should not pose any hindrance. Thus, he leaned in closer. The following morning, Zhou Luo stepped out of the courtyard. With Lin Qinghan having agreed to prepare the necessary tools for him, he realized he too needed to procure some medicinal herbs. Before long, he found himself standing before a grand, 5-story edifice. The entrance bustled with activity as numerous individuals entered and exited. This was the Lin family's designated procurement venue, known as the Baohuo Pavilion. Upon entering, Zhou Luo made his way directly to the 4th floor. The 4th level housed a single establishment named by Tang, dedicated to the sale of medicinal herbs. Assessing the contents of his bag, Zhou Luo strode confidently into the shop. Thankfully, his mother-in-law had previously bestowed upon him some cultivation resources, granting him the confidence to venture here. Otherwise, he would have truly been akin to a failed entrepreneur, cut down in his prime. The items within his bag constituted the currency of this realm, referred to as spirit stones, categorized into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower. The exchange ratio among the 3 types stood at 1:100. The spirit stones Zhou Luo possessed were of the lower grade, commonly known as ordinary spirit stones, which served as a prevalent form of currency. He discovered that a single lower-grade spirit stone equated to 10 units of currency from his past life. Once inside the shop, Zhou Luo began his selection with a clear objective. His acquisition of medicinal herbs was meticulously curated, each chosen for its beneficial properties. No one would suspect that he was engaged in the art of poison refinement. Upon completing his selection, he placed all the herbs upon the counter. Behind the counter stood an elderly man clad in a gray robe, his hair streaked with white. He scrutinized the herbs, then glanced at Zhou Luo, inquiring with curiosity, "Are you attempting to refine pills?" "Just experimenting," Zhou Luo replied with a smile. The elder refrained from probing further, calculated the price, and instructed his assistant to package the herbs for Zhou Luo. After parting with 80 lower-grade spirit stones, Zhou Luo exited the shop. Once he departed, the elder muttered to himself, "A son-in-law wishes to refine pills? How intriguing." In truth, upon Zhou Luo's entrance, the elder had immediately discerned his identity. After all, patrons on the 4th floor were few, primarily consisting of familiar faces. Zhou Luo's unfamiliar visage prompted the elder to recall a recent batch of son-in-laws deceived by the family. However, what puzzled the elder was the eclectic assortment of herbs Zhou Luo had purchased. Even he, a seasoned alchemist, could not ascertain what type of elixir the young man intended to concoct. Meanwhile, upon Zhou Luo's return, Lin Qinghan had arranged for a small room on the left side of the courtyard to be cleared and had prepared the necessary tools, including the alchemical furnace. Upon entering the room, Zhou Luo positioned a screen in front of the furnace. Thus, unless someone enters the room, one would remain entirely oblivious to his activities. Although this small courtyard is inhabited solely by him, Lin Qinghan, and the maid Xiao Lan, it is prudent to exercise caution. Once all preparations were complete, Zhou Luo stood before the cauldron with palpable excitement, casting the necessary herbs into its depths. He intended to concoct a poison known as the Xieling Dan. Despite its formidable name, it is, in truth, merely a potent laxative. Upon ingestion, it induces relentless diarrhea within a minute, capable of ensnaring even cultivators at the 5th level of qi refinement. Alas, to maintain discretion, the herbs he procured compelled him to resort to this rudimentary poison. Furthermore, due to an untraceable absence, one ingredient was missing, leaving Zhou Luo uncertain about the success of his potion. As the herbs were placed into the cauldron, Zhou Luo ignited the firewood and focused intently on the cauldron's contents. As the time approached, he began to manipulate the spiritual energy, employing the intense heat to decompose the herbs and amalgamate them anew. This process was notably gradual and necessitated exceptional care. Any misstep could compromise the poison's composition and efficacy. However, armed with comprehensive knowledge of first-tier poisons, this elementary concoction was a mere trifle for Zhou Luo. After half an hour, 3 small, crimson pills emerged from the cauldron. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he grasped them with exhilaration. The Xieling Dan had been successfully crafted. With the poison complete, it was time for experimentation. And he had a target in mind. He promptly made his way to the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, he returned to his modest chamber, satisfaction radiating from him. The experiment had triumphed. Though one ingredient was absent, the efficacy of the Xieling Dan remained unscathed, and it appeared to dissolve instantly in water. Regrettably, he would not be able to enjoy chicken soup that afternoon. In the days that followed, apart from his cultivation, Zhou Luo devoted himself to the study of poison crafting. In addition to the Xieling Dan, he concocted an array of peculiar poisons. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Qinghan, witnessing his diligent efforts, thoughtfully procured various alchemical texts for him. A month swiftly passed. Finally, Lin Qinghan's pregnancy was detected by the family. Upon receiving this news, Linda summoned Zhou Luo for a rare audience. Stepping into the grand hall after more than a month, Zhou Luo noted that Linda, who had previously worn a stern expression, was now beaming with joy. "Please, take a seat." Once Zhou Luo was seated, Linda, in high spirits, remarked, "Excellent. I did not expect you to bring about Qinghan's pregnancy so swiftly." In this lineage, he had only Lin Qinghan as the sole heiress. Although he had endeavored to conceive additional offspring, the challenges escalated with his rising cultivation. Despite their persistent efforts, he and his wife had encountered no success, leaving their hopes pinned on their only daughter. Now, with Lin Qinghan's swift pregnancy, Linda glimpsed a glimmer of hope. It is worth noting that their sparse lineage had subjected them to considerable oppression from the main family, leading to a continuous depletion of their cultivation resources. If his daughter were to flourish, then there may yet be a possibility for his lineage to rise anew. All thanks to the fortune bestowed by the Lin family, Zhou Luo humbly remarked. Linda nodded with evident satisfaction, affirming, "Indeed. My family has always been known for its clear distinctions between reward and punishment. This is a reward I grant you personally." With that, a servant presented a collection of cultivation resources. Zhou Luo examined the offerings, estimating their worth to be no less than 200 low-grade spirit stones. Such treatment would likely be unattainable for an ordinary son-in-law. Zhou Luo became increasingly aware that the words of Su Changsheng were indeed accurate. Having a powerful backing made all the difference. Subsequently, Linda imparted a few more words of advice, urging Zhou Luo to continue striving and not to disappoint his expectations. Filled with joy, Zhou Luo readily agreed and returned to the courtyard, clutching the cultivation resources. Upon his return, the steward Lin Fu arrived. bringing with him the rewards bestowed by the family. Indeed, in addition to Linda's personal gifts, the family would also grant corresponding rewards to these sons-in-law upon the occurrence of a family member and Appos, as pregnancy. However, Zhou Luo and Appos, as primary concern lay with the matter of entering the spiritual vein and Appos, as blessed grounds. In response, Lin Fu assured him that in 3 days, he would be able to enter the spiritual vein sanctuary alongside the other sons-in-law for cultivation. Zhou Luo was filled with exhilaration. This was a day he had long awaited. As the 3 days swiftly passed, Zhou Luo donned a new outfit and, under the watchful gaze of Lin Qinghan, departed from the courtyard. Chapter 8. Becoming an immortal practitioner. The Lin family's spiritual vein, a blessed land, is situated near the core area and is comprised of countless edifices. Viewed from above, it resembles a bagua ray. At its very center lies the location of the spiritual vein. Cultivating here for a single day is equivalent to a year of ordinary practice. However, access is strictly limited to the main family members, with only a select few exceptionally talented individuals from the clan possibly earning the privilege to enter. Naturally, the likes of Zhou Luo and his fellow in-laws are unequivocally excluded. They are relegated to practicing in the outermost buildings. Although distant from the spiritual vein, their cultivation speed is still significantly accelerated compared to their usual efforts. Before long, Zhou Luo found himself standing before a structure known as the Can Building. To his surprise, he encountered 2 familiar faces there. One was Su Changsheng, and the other was Zhang Dabin, who harbored animosity towards him. Upon spotting Zhou Luo, Zhang Dabin's jovial demeanor abruptly faltered, and without a hint of restraint, he scoffed. Humph. It's a sheer waste for a low-tier spiritual root like you to be here for cultivation. Better to let someone else seize the opportunity. In the face of such derision, Zhou Luo merely smiled in silence, his gaze drifting to the burden slung over Zhang Dabin's shoulder. This month-long cultivation session at the spiritual vein meant that everyone had brought along their daily necessities, intending to reside for the duration. He pondered thoughtfully. Zhou Luo. It's been a while. Su Changsheng approached with a smile. Zhou Luo withdrew his gaze and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it has been a while. Just as the two exchanged pleasantries, Lin Fu made his entrance. He surveyed the crowd with an indifferent expression and began to elucidate the rules of the place. Within the spiritual vein-s blessed land, each area is predetermined, and no individual is permitted to change locations without authorization. Lin Steward, what if both parties consent to exchange? Zhou Luo suddenly inquired amidst the crowd. Such a fool, Zhang Dabin thought derisively, a mocking smile gracing his features. Upon entering the spiritual vein-s blessed land, everyone would naturally wish to be closer to the core. Who would voluntarily relinquish a favorable position? If the locations were the same, there would be absolutely no reason to exchange. Before him, Lin Fu glanced at Zhou Luo and coldly replied, "Of course, it is permissible." Zhou Luo nodded slightly. "That is excellent. Thus, the plan can proceed. Does anyone else have questions?" Lin Fu inquired again. When no one spoke up, he proceeded to announce the designated cultivation areas and rooms for the more than 10 individuals present. Unsurprisingly, Zhou Luo and those assigned to the premium category were allocated rooms nearer to the core, while Zhang Dabin and his companions were relegated to the outermost rooms. This naturally incited their dissatisfaction, yet they were powerless to protest. Once the allocations were completed, the group traversed the formation in sequence, entering the single-story building. As illustrated by the diagram, the rooms within the building are arranged horizontally, with 10 training rooms in a single row, separated by a corridor that leads inward to the core area. Zhou Luo's training room is situated in the second row, fortuitously located directly behind Zhang Dabin's room. After surveying the rooms, he abruptly exited his door and made his way towards Zhang Dabin's chamber. At that moment, Zhang Dabin was in the process of unpacking his daily necessities, startled by the unexpected intrusion. "What do you want?" Upon realizing it was Zhou Luo, Zhang Dabin's expression darkened. Suspecting that Zhou was seeking trouble, Zhou Luo glanced around the room, his gaze lingering for half a second on a cup on the table, before smiling and saying, "I just realized that you were right." While speaking, he subtly moved closer to the table. "What do you mean?" Zhang Dabin furrowed his brow. "You were correct. It is a waste for me to cultivate with my 9th grade spiritual root here. How about this? I am willing to exchange rooms with you, as long as you do not oppose me in the future." Zhou Luo feigned submission. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dabin felt a flicker of interest. However, he soon questioned the situation. Why would I mock this guy if he would willingly switch rooms? He eyed Zhou Luo, who was leaning against the table, with suspicion, then suddenly scoffed. "Huh, do you think you can outsmart me?" "I assure you, I do not," Zhou Luo replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of innocence. "Do not be hypocritical. I will not fall for your tricks," Zhang Dabin asserted confidently, completely unaware that as Zhou Luo made his gesture, He had discreetly tossed a small red pill into the cup. I am serious. Otherwise, why would I have asked Butler Lin about the exchange? Zhou Luo pretended to be earnest. Humph, get out. I will not swap with you, Zhang Dabin retorted, growing impatient. With a dismissive tone, he began to usher Zhou Luo away. Suit yourself, Zhou Luo replied, shaking his head slightly, feigning regret as he departed the room. Once Zhou Luo left, a smile crept onto Zhang Dabin's face. Do you truly think I am foolish? That room undoubtedly harbors some trick. You won't fool me, he declared, striding to the table and taking a large gulp from the cup. You think you can compete with me? You're still too inexperienced. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo returned to his training room with a smile. Initially, he pondered how to test the poison he had concocted on a human subject, and unexpectedly, Zhang Dabin had presented the perfect opportunity. Now, he could observe whether this elixir would prove effective when applied to a person. Shaking off his thoughts, he approached the stone platform in his room, seated himself cross-legged upon it, and commenced his cultivation. As he began, Zhou Luo was astounded to discover that the absorption rate of spiritual energy here was at least 10 times faster than that of the outside world. Cultivating for a single day in this environment equated to 10 days outside. This was merely the second layer. He could only imagine the speed within the innermost core area. No wonder everyone was eager to cultivate in this spiritual vein. The disparity between this sacred ground and the outside world was nothing short of extraordinary. Alas, he had only 1 month. Without further ado, Zhou Luo swiftly gathered his thoughts and commenced his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. He finally broke through to the first layer of qi cultivation. In the training room, Zhou Luo, clad in a flowing white robe, suddenly opened his eyes, his clear gaze shimmering with a flicker of joy. Empowered by the spiritual pulse of this blessed land, he had absorbed sufficient spiritual energy, thereby liberating himself from the confines of his ordinary existence and ascending to the realm of a cultivator. Although merely at the first layer of qi, this achievement bestowed upon Zhou Luo an abundance of motivation. With a system at his disposal and the promise of a prolonged lifespan, how could he not eventually become a true immortal in due time? This thought invigorated Zhou Luo immensely. Yet, as he contemplated his imminent departure from this extraordinary cultivation sanctuary, a shadow of melancholy crossed his face. Upon entering the outside world, the path ahead remained uncertain and distant. With a heavy heart, he rose, adjusted his attire, and exited the training room. As he passed by Zhang Dabin's chamber, a sudden recollection prompted him to glance inside. However, to his surprise, the fellow was absent. It seemed he had already departed. Zhou Luo pondered the efficacy of the spirit release pill and resolved to inquire further once he ventured outside. Chapter 9. Evil begets evil. As Zhou Luo was about to depart, he fortuitously encountered Su Changsheng. Since both resided in the same vicinity, they decided to journey together. During their conversation, Zhou Luo learned that although Su Changsheng was also at the first layer of qi cultivation, he had already attained a state of great perfection. Each minor stage of cultivation is subdivided into early, middle, late phases in the stage of great perfection. Zhou Luo, being a novice at the initial stage, was still in the early phase. Conversely, reaching the stage of great perfection essentially signifies a foot already poised to step into the next realm, implying that an ascension would not be far off. This revelation stirred a wave of envy within Zhou Luo. Indeed, there is a marked difference between 7th grade and 9th grade spiritual roots. He could not help but wish that Lin Qinghan would bear him a child endowed with spiritual roots. Perhaps, through the system, he could elevate his own spiritual root aptitude. After parting ways with Su Changsheng, Zhou Luo made his way home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he unexpectedly collided with a woman exiting. Dressed in a pink gown, she was as resplendent as spring blossoms. With a delicate and charming visage, she bore a sweet smile, her crescent moon-like eyes radiating joy. Most captivating were the dimples on her cheeks, which lent an extra touch of playfulness and sweetness to her appearance. It seemed she was oblivious to Zhou Luo's presence, striding forward with brisk steps as if destined to collide with him. Having experienced a similar incident before, Zhou Luo reacted swiftly, sidestepping to avoid a repeat of history. Only then did the woman notice him, abruptly lifting her gaze and, after a moment of surprise, curiously inquiring, "Are you Zhou Luo?" Her soft, melodious voice unfolded like a gentle spring breeze, soothing and pleasant to the ear. "It is I. And you are?" Zhou Luo replied, a look of perplexity crossing his face, wondering if she might be a relative of Lin Qinghan. Yet, in the next moment, this charming beauty suddenly opened her arms and embraced him, burying her head in his broad chest as she exclaimed, "Husband, you have finally returned." "Husband?" Zhou Luo echoed in confusion, momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, we are to be your wives henceforth," she responded, lifting her head with a smile, her large eyes twinkling with delight. It was soon revealed by this adorable girl, named Linyi, that Lin Qinghan was already with child. In a bid to expand the family lineage swiftly, Linda had arranged for Zhou Luo to wed her 3 cousins. Indeed, 3. Upon hearing that Linda had assigned him 3 women, Zhou Luo was momentarily stunned. Was this a scheme to overwhelm him? However, a thought soon crossed his mind. If all 3 women were to bear children, he would not only gain 3 opportunities for a lottery but also be able to remain in the spiritual veins blessed land for an additional 3 months. Was this not a gesture of warmth extended towards him? In that instant, Zhou Luo felt an overwhelming impulse to consummate his union with Lin Yi on the spot. Eager to return to his courtyard, he hurried inside. As he crossed the threshold, he beheld a woman seated in the yard. She possessed an exquisitely delicate visage, akin to a figure painted in a masterpiece, elegant as a chrysanthemum, and strikingly beautiful. Though her attire was somewhat modest, her demeanor exuded an air of graceful restraint. When she first laid eyes on Zhou Luo, a delicate blush graced her fair complexion, reminiscent of a blooming peach blossom, evoking a sense of tenderness. "Sister, my husband has returned," Lin Yi joyfully exclaimed as she clutched Zhou Luo's right arm. Came the soft reply. "My husband has returned?" At that moment, another delighted female voice resonated within the room. Zhou Luo turned towards the sound, and before him stood an enchanting woman clad in a flowing azure gown. Her features as exquisite as a work of art. Her porcelain visage radiated the serene glow of the moonlight, and her eyes sparkled like stars, glimmering with wisdom, imparting an aura of elegance and uniqueness. Zhou Luo's heart quivered. He had not anticipated that the woman sent by his father-in-law would possess such beauty. Her countenance rivaled that of Lin Qinghan without a doubt. Through brief conversation, Zhou Luo learned the names of the other 2 women. The reserved and demure beauty was named Lin Feiying, the eldest among the 3, while the pure-looking maiden behind her was Lin Zier. With the fortune of having 3 such stunningly beautiful women, Zhou Luo couldn't suppress his joy. "By the way, where's Qinghan?" he suddenly inquired. "Sister Qinghan is in her room," Lin Zier replied. "Is she practicing?" Zhou Luo asked, puzzled. "We don't know. She hasn't come out for several days." "And we haven't dared to ask," Lin Yi whispered. Despite their familial ties to Lin Qinghan, her demeanor had been so distant lately that the 3 of them felt hesitant to speak. "I'll go check on her," Zhou Luo declared, rising to head towards her room. Upon pushing open the door, he immediately spotted Lin Qinghan seated at the table. At that moment, her right hand instinctively rested on her abdomen, her expression remaining as frosty as ever. "You're back?" she merely inquired with a hint of indifference upon seeing him. Zhou Luo nodded, taking a seat beside her. Curiosity piqued. "I heard you haven't left your room for days. What is the matter?" "Nothing," Lin Qinghan replied curtly, since she chose not to elaborate. Zhou Luo refrained from pressing further, instead stating, "During my recent cultivation, I encountered some confusion. Could you assist me in resolving it?" Although he had broken through to the first layer of qi cultivation, he still faced numerous challenges, hoping to find answers from Lin Qinghan. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghan glanced at him and unexpectedly remarked, "You, a son-in-law, should be focusing on having children rather than fixating on cultivation." "Ah?" Zhou Luo was taken aback, reflecting on her earlier assurance that he could consult her about his cultivation issues. Why the sudden change in tone? He shrugged, pondering the enigma of a woman's heart, which he found utterly inscrutable. At that moment, Lin Qinghan abruptly stood up. He initially assumed she intended to leave, but to his surprise, she walked over to a nearby bookshelf, retrieved a light blue notebook, and tossed it before him. "Resolve your own matters," she stated coldly before exiting the room. Zhou Luo opened the notebook and was astonished to find it contained Lin Qinghan's cultivation notes. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as he recalled her earlier words. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Zhou Luo's mind. Could it be that this woman is feeling jealous? As the days went by, with the aid of Lin Qinghan's cultivation notes, he found answers to many of his dilemmas, making his practice considerably smoother. Furthermore, he had not forgotten his mission, as he shared the same bed with the 3 women almost every night. However, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to physical constitution, there were no signs of conception after several days. Gradually, Lin Qinghan began to accept the presence of the 3 women, although still somewhat aloof. He would engage in conversation with them, exchanging insights on their cultivation experiences. One day, Su Changsheng visited unexpectedly. "Brother Zhou, I never anticipated you would come personally." Zhou Luo greeted him warmly. Upon seeing the 3 breathtaking beauties in the courtyard, Su Changsheng jested, "Brother Zhou is indeed fortunate." "Oh, not at all," Zhou Luo replied with humility. Su Changsheng's visit was merely a casual call. However, it provided Zhou Luo with the latest updates regarding his experimental subject. It turned out that after Zhang Dabin mistakenly ingested the Leiling pill, he soon suffered from relentless diarrhea and was taken for treatment. Though he was cured, he subsequently discovered that he was unable to perform. Naturally, this news quickly reached the Lin family. Upon learning that further treatment would require even greater resources, The Lin family promptly stripped him of his status as a son-in-law and relegated him to labor in the mines. Zhou Luo was taken aback upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that the absence of a single medicine would not only leave the Leiling pill's effects unchanged, but also introduce an unforeseen side effect. The thought that Zhang Dabin might face a lifetime of impotence nearly made Zhou Luo burst into laughter. This is what one calls poetic justice. Brother Zhou indeed acts with ruthless precision, Su Changsheng remarked meaningfully, clearly having deduced that Zhou Luo had played a role in this outcome. Brother Su, please refrain from making baseless accusations, Zhou Luo quickly denied. Su Changsheng smiled knowingly but remained silent. That evening, in a buoyant mood, Zhou Luo naturally indulged in some intimate moments. Just as he concluded, the system notification finally chimed in. Congratulations, host. Through your tireless efforts, you have successfully facilitated the conception of your partner, earning a chance for a lottery draw. Chapter 10. The unintentional revelation of alchemical talent. Although the hint of conception arrived belatedly, Zhou Luo was overwhelmed with joy. He eagerly focused his mind and activated the lottery feature. As expected, the familiar white wheel with 7 segments materialized in the void. His heart grew heavy as he hesitated to commence. He silently wished that this time, fortune would not play tricks on him. With a quiet affirmation, he finally confirmed the start. The golden orb spun rapidly among the 7 segments, causing Zhou Luo and Apos' heart to leap into his throat. Moments later, the golden light began to decelerate and ultimately came to rest once more in the skill segment. Another round? A jolt of surprise coursed through Zhou Luo's mind. Soon after, the system's notification chimed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring first-level alchemical skill. The reward has been automatically deposited into the host's backpack. Please check it. Alchemical skill? Zhou Luo was astounded upon hearing the notification, his excitement rising as he gazed at the pill icon in his backpack. First-level alchemical skill, upon use, grants immediate comprehension of the full mastery of first-level alchemical techniques and the corresponding compendium of elixirs. Upon reading this information, Zhou Luo was filled with immense delight. Indeed, it was alchemy, and it bore no deceitful elements. In that moment, Zhou Luo experienced a profound sense of fulfillment after hardship. Unlike poison crafting, alchemical skill is among the most esteemed arts in cultivation. It is grouped with formations, artifact refinement, and talisman crafting, collectively known as the 4 paramount skills. Mastery of even one of these disciplines promises a boundless future, garnering the admiration and pursuit of various esteemed families and sections. Though merely a first-level alchemical skill, if the Lin family were to learn of it, he would likely become a guest of honor instantly. Most importantly, he had previously feigned learning alchemy to conceal his poison crafting. Now that he had genuinely mastered the art of alchemy, he would no longer need to secretly concoct poisons under the guise of alchemical practice, and he could easily explain how he had acquired this newfound skill. However, he could not directly showcase his first-level alchemical prowess just yet. Otherwise, it would surely arouse suspicion within the family and invite trouble. Calming his emotions, Zhou Luo resolved to procure a batch of medicinal herbs the following day, starting with the crafting of introductory elixirs and progressing steadily thereafter. The next morning, Zhou Luo made his way to the General Goods Pavilion, heading straight to the herbal hall on the 4th floor. Zhou Luo, back for more herbs, are we? The elderly attendant greeted him. Out of curiosity towards the son-in-law, the elder engaged Zhou Luo in conversation after his successive visits. As they exchanged words, coupled with Zhou Luo's respectful demeanor, the two naturally grew closer. Indeed, Uncle Shou, Zhou Luo replied. Through their dialogue, Zhou Luo learned that the elder was named Lin Shou, having managed the herbal hall for over a century, placing him in the same generation as the head of the Lin family. Naturally, Zhou Luo seized the opportunity to build rapport with such a seasoned figure. Your daily tinkering is nothing short of wasteful, Lin Shou remarked, shaking his head. He had already learned of Zhou Luo's solitary alchemical endeavors and found them somewhat absurd. The arduous pursuit of alchemy, which undoubtedly demands innate talent, raises the question, how could one possibly master it alone? If it were indeed so simple, would not alchemists be as common as the air we breathe? In the eyes of Lin Shou, an esteemed alchemist, Zhou Luo's actions were nothing short of a squander of precious materials. Hence, each time Zhou Luo visited to procure ingredients, Lin Shou would express his frustration with a scolding remark. Effort will not betray those who are earnest. Zhou Luo replied with a smile. You, young man, are like one who refuses to turn back until he has hit a wall. With such resources at your disposal, why not devote yourself to proper cultivation? Lin Shou retorted dismissively. Zhou Luo chose not to elaborate, placing the selected herbs upon the counter. Lin Shou, adept at his craft, began sorting and recording the items. Suddenly, as he scrutinized the assortment of herbs before him, Lin Shou's expression shifted to one of curiosity. With his aged right hand, he casually examined the materials, then looked at Zhou Luo with a hint of astonishment. Have you, young man, truly made progress in alchemy? As a seasoned alchemist, Lin Zhou quickly discerned that the ingredients Zhou Luo had chosen were indeed those required for the foundational elixir known as the Big Adan. Previously, Zhou Luo had purchased a myriad of herbs, yet this time, his selection was remarkably focused, piquing Lin Zhou's interest. Zhou Luo opted for transparency. Uncle Shou, I have recently experienced some insights. He understood well that the formidable art of alchemy differed vastly from poison crafting, which often necessitated concealment. Thus, he intended to reveal his potential to the Lin family. If they recognized his aptitude for becoming an alchemist, it was highly probable they would choose to nurture his talent. Even if they did not, his standing would surely improve, for the gift of alchemy often carries the possibility of being inherited by future generations. Presently, Lin Zhou was an excellent ally. He needed only to convey a fraction of the truth. As anticipated, upon receiving Zhou Luo's confirmation, Lin Zhou sprang up from his chair, disbelief etched across his features. You are not deceiving me, are you? Uncle Shou, I cannot be certain of success. I merely wish to return and experiment, Zhou Luo replied playfully. Indeed, you must hurry back and try. If you truly succeed in crafting the Big Adan, you must inform me immediately, Lin Zhou insisted earnestly. Of course, Uncle Shou, Zhou Luo replied with a smile, taking his leave. Behind a counter, a young man observed Zhou Luo's departing figure with a look of disdain. Grandpa Shou, do you truly believe that a mere son-in-law can teach himself the art of alchemy? He questioned skeptically. Lin Zhou paid him no mind, instead reviewing the list of herbs Zhou Luo had just purchased, murmuring to himself. It is only natural for one to fail. If he succeeds, that would indeed be most peculiar. I am certain he cannot master alchemy. The young man spoke with unwavering confidence. Lin Zhou fell silent. The truth would soon reveal itself. As twilight approached and the Baichao Hall prepared to close, a familiar figure unexpectedly appeared at the shop's entrance. Lin Zhou focused his gaze and was astonished to see Zhou Luo. Uncle Shou, I believe I have succeeded, Zhou Luo exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he rushed inside. You have crafted the Big Adan? Lin Zhou gasped. Quick, show me. Zhou Luo promptly produced a small wooden box, and upon opening it, revealed a strikingly crimson elixir within. Lin Zhou decisively grasped it, bringing it closer for a meticulous examination. It appears to have some imperfections, he remarked instinctively. Indeed, this elixir, meant to suppress hunger, bore flaws. Zhou Luo had dedicated considerable effort to achieve such imperfections. For mastering the foundational knowledge of alchemy, and crafting this rudimentary potion with intentional deficiencies proved to be a challenge. However, these very flaws rendered it more credible. While Lin Zhou voiced his observations of the elixir's imperfections, his heart brimmed with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Zhou Luo, this seemingly inconsequential son-in-law, had truly taught himself to concoct an elixir, though it was merely a basic potion and not of superior quality. The sheer fact that he accomplished this through his own efforts was indeed remarkable. As an alchemist, Lin Zhou acutely sensed the innate talent for alchemy that Zhou Luo possessed. Should this talent be nurtured, it was possible that the family could gain another skilled alchemist. With this thought in mind, Lin Zhou's gaze towards Zhou Luo grew fervent. This elixir shall be mine. Rest assured, I shall compensate you at the price of a superior hunger-suppressing elixir, he stated with a serious demeanor. There's no need for that. Uncle Shou, consider it my contribution to the family. Zhou Luo feigned generosity. Good lad, Lin Zhou replied, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction before turning to the young man beside him, who stood in stunned silence. Xiaoyan, prepare some spirit stones for Zhou Luo. Chapter 11. Family attitudes. The market price of the fasting elixir was not particularly high, especially considering it was a flawed pill. Yet, Lin Zhou was willing to pay a premium price for it, which clearly demonstrated his approval of Zhou Luo's earlier remarks. This was precisely the outcome Zhou Luo sought to achieve. The transaction was swiftly completed, and Lin Zhou earnestly remarked, upon your return, make sure to practice diligently. Strive to advance further. Rest assured, Uncle Shou, I will not disappoint the family's expectations, Zhou Luo promised, thumping his chest in assurance. Go ahead, Lin Zhou gestured dismissively. Zhou Luo nodded and took his leave. Once Zhou Luo departed, Lin Yan, who had previously been in a state of shock, exclaimed, How extraordinary, Grandpa Shou. How did this fellow manage to accomplish that? Lin Zhou narrowed his eyes, his expression turning grave. Ah, Xiaoyan, there are always greater talents beyond our own. Lin Yan was one of his many descendants, brought close due to his aptitude for alchemy. Nearly a decade had passed, yet he could still only concoct rudimentary potions. In comparison to Zhou Luo, his abilities were worlds apart. However, Lin Yan felt a sense of indignation, but he is merely a live-in son-in-law, possessing only a 9th-grade spirit root. In his eyes, Zhou Luo, a man of no standing, was hardly different from a servant. Lin Jishou perceived the situation more broadly and remarked, "What of a son-in-law? If he can bring benefits to the family, even a servant will receive substantial support." Grandpa Shou, are you suggesting the family intends to nurture him? Lin Yin gazed at the elder in disbelief. This is not for me to decide, Lin Jishou replied thoughtfully. Nonetheless, he resolved to personally visit the main family. The Lin family estate was sprawling, with the core area designated for the main family's residence, where entry was prohibited without permission. However, due to his esteemed status, Lin Jishou faced no opposition. He hastily made his way to a courtyard located to the east of the core area. The courtyard was modest, square in shape, suffused with a faint, ethereal glow, and guarded by cultivators clad in protective attire. This was the residence of Lin Tianxiong, the current head of the Lin family. Upon seeing Lin Jishou, the guards did not obstruct his entrance. "Jishou, what brings you here?" An elderly man seated on a stone bench in the courtyard inquired. He was tall and imposing, his face etched with the passage of time, yet his eyes radiated wisdom and depth. His simple robe failed to conceal his dignity and nobility. He was none other than Lin Tianxiong, the present patriarch of the Lin family. Beside him stood a tall, graceful woman with striking features. If Zhou Luo were present, he would undoubtedly recognize her as the third young lady, Lin Xian, from that day. Lin Jishou bowed respectfully and placed the fasting elixir on the stone table before him. Lin Tianxiong, holding a jade cup, glanced at it with curiosity and inquired, "Could it be that the family has produced another descendant with alchemical talent?" Lin Jishou replied with reverence, "You are correct, head of the family, but he is not a family member. He is a son-in-law." "Oh?" Lin Tianxiong, filled with perplexity, set down his cup and seized the pill of fasting, scrutinizing it intently. Could a mere son-in-law possess such talent? Soon, Lin Jishou elucidated the entire sequence of events to him. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Tianxiong's aged visage. It is surprising that a lowly son-in-law could become self-taught. Indeed, esteemed head of the family, in my opinion. He holds significant potential for cultivation, Lin Jishou stated earnestly. As a fellow alchemist, he was acutely aware of the aptitude displayed by Zhou Luo. However, before the head of the family, Lin Tianxiong, could respond, Lin Xian interjected with a furrowed brow, "Grandpa Shou, it is merely a pill of fasting. It hardly seems worth the family's resources to invest in a son-in-law." In her view, the ability to concoct a fasting pill was not an extraordinary feat, as she could easily produce one herself. Third miss, Zhou Luo Lin Jishou attempted to continue. Yet, Lin Xian cut him off. "Grandpa Shou, you must be aware of the family's circumstances over the years. I believe it is imprudent to expend resources cultivating a novice alchemist. Moreover, the individual in question is a son-in-law." Aware of her point, Lin Jishou chose to remain silent. Lin Tianxiong nodded slightly. "Xian is correct. This young man should be observed a while longer, at least to ascertain his loyalty to the family." "Understood," Lin Jishou acknowledged before taking his leave. Exiting the courtyard, he glanced at the cerulean sky, cognizant that the head of the family's decision was reasonable. Yet, reflecting upon Zhou Luo's various performances, particularly his willingness to contribute a fasting pill to the family, he felt the young man possessed cultivation merit. Alas, he resolved to assess his alchemical skills. Lin Jishou's expression bore a hint of conflict, but he ultimately made up his mind. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo had plunged back into the alchemical chamber upon returning to the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, Lin Jishou arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. His presence immediately captured the attention of Lin Feiying and the others, who displayed trepidation and hastily emerged to greet this eminent figure. As a bona fide alchemist, Lin Jishou held a status in the family that surpassed ordinary individuals, commanding profound respect from the women present. Even the typically aloof Lin Qinghan promptly exited to welcome him to the main hall's esteemed seat. "I have come merely to observe Zhou Luo. Where is he?" Lin Jishou inquired. In response, Lin Qinghan replied respectfully, "He is currently refining in the alchemical chamber. I shall fetch him." Upon hearing the term alchemical chamber, Lin Jishou waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I shall go see for myself." With that, he exited the hall, following the women directly to the alchemical chamber's entrance. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Zhou Luo engrossed in his studies at the alchemical furnace. Zhou Luo, noticing him, brightened. "Uncle Shou, what brings you here? It appears the family's regard for me exceeds my expectations. I have come to observe how you typically refine alchemical concoctions." Lin Jishou glanced around the room and approached the furnace, while the four women obediently remained at the door, refraining from entering. "Shou Bo, I am merely pondering aimlessly," Zhou Luo said with a hint of embarrassment. Lin Jishou lifted his chin slightly, gesturing for him to continue with the alchemy. Zhou Luo refrained from further conversation, picking up the nearby herbs to commence the crafting of the fasting pill. However, in an effort to conceal his proficiency, he intentionally made his technique appear somewhat clumsy and inexperienced. This greatly tested his acting skills. Fortunately, during this period, Zhou Luo had engaged in extensive practice to prevent such occurrences, thus revealing no flaws. Soon, the first attempt concluded, and as expected, he failed. Lin Jishou offered no further commentary, simply encouraging him to proceed. Zhou Luo embarked on his second attempt, only to falter once more. Lin Jishou remained composed, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. As the moment approached, during the third attempt, Zhou Luo finally succeeded in crafting a fasting pill. With a look of delight, he presented the pill to Lin Jishou. After a brief inspection, Lin Jishou nodded slightly, remarking, "Well done, there is noticeable improvement." The quality of this fasting pill was evidently superior to the previous one, and such progress in a short span further solidified Lin Jishou's confidence in his judgment. "Thanks to the support of my family," Zhou Luo humbly acknowledged. Lin Jishou gazed at Zhou Luo's sincere expression, feeling a stir within, and rarely smiled as he encouraged. "It is commendable that you hold such thoughts." After a pause, he suddenly inquired, "Would you consider becoming my apprentice?" Chapter 12. Becoming an apprentice. Lin Jishou's words left Zhou Luo utterly astonished. He gazed at the elderly man before him with a look of surprise, and then, with excitement, he exclaimed, "Yes, of course. To be an apprentice to Uncle Shou is a tremendous blessing." Initially, he had presumed that after showcasing his innate talent, his family would merely provide him with some resources for cultivation. However, he never anticipated that Lin Jishou, a first-tier alchemist, would invite him to become his apprentice. Although he too was a first-tier alchemist, being accepted as a disciple of a figure as esteemed as Lin Jishou would elevate his status significantly and better prepare him for crafting first-tier elixirs in the future. This was indeed a delightful surprise. "Come to Changsheng Garden after dinner tomorrow," Lin Jishou instructed before turning and leaving the room. The others hurried to see him off. Once he departed, Lin Xinghan could no longer contain her curiosity and asked Zhou Luo, "What did Grandpa Shou want with you?" Lin Yi eagerly inquired, "Yes, dear husband. Such a prominent figure as Grandpa Shou has come here. Could it be that something wonderful is about to happen?" Lin Feiying and Lin Zier looked at him with wide, curious eyes. It was then that Zhou Luo revealed his success in alchemy. "You truly succeeded in crafting elixirs?" Lin Xinghan's face lit up with astonishment, clearly taken aback. "You are remarkable, my husband." Lin Yi gazed at him with admiration. Lin Feiying and Lin Zier remained silent. Their eyes filled with tender warmth as they looked at Zhou Luo. "It's merely luck," Zhou Luo humbly replied. Yet for the four women, it was far more than mere fortune. They were awestruck by Zhou Luo's talent and elated by the family's recognition of him. After all, Zhou Luo's rise would also enhance their own status within the family. That evening, Lin Xinghan prepared a lavish feast to reward Zhou Luo. Meanwhile, the other three women showcased their skills, each finding ways to express their appreciation. Concurrently, other sons-in-law caught wind of Lin Jishou's visit to Zhou Luo and his intention to take him on as an apprentice. Upon learning that Zhou Luo had quietly taught himself to become an alchemist, envy and jealousy colored the expressions of these men. Although the family had not bestowed any tangible rewards upon him, merely being taken under the wing of such a prominent figure as Lin Jishou was enough to leave them seething with frustration. Some even went to great lengths to purchase numerous alchemical texts, determined to self-study and emulate Zhou Luo's rise. The following morning, Su Changsheng paid another visit. His face bore the same warm smile, and he immediately offered his congratulations upon entering. "It's just good fortune," Zhou Luo said, seated on a stone bench in the courtyard, remaining modest. "I had sensed your extraordinary potential from the very beginning," Su Changsheng replied earnestly. He then subtly attempted to inquire how Zhou Luo had managed to teach himself alchemy, curious if there were any secrets involved. However, Zhou Luo saw through this subtlety and responded with such discretion that Su Changsheng left empty-handed. That evening, Zhou Luo arrived at Changsheng Garden, filled with anticipation for what lay ahead. Here, he encountered the young man he had previously met at Baikiatang, Lin Yin. Upon seeing him, Lin Yin's expression darkened slightly, and he coldly remarked, "Grandfather Shou is waiting for you inside." Zhou Luo nodded and proceeded inward. However, as he passed by, he suddenly heard Lin Yin murmur, "Remember your current status. If you wish to ascend and become a phoenix, dream on." Zhou Luo paused momentarily, disregarding the comment, and continued on his way. In the alchemy chamber, Lin Jishou stood before the alchemical furnace, his demeanor tense and serious. Noticing the ongoing refinement, Zhou Luo discreetly took a position nearby to observe silently. Lin Jishou was concocting a first-tier elixir known as Shouling Dan. This elixir, once consumed, could promote longevity and delay aging, ranking among the finest within the first-tier category. A first-tier alchemist is further classified into 4 subgrades: upper, middle, lower, and top tier. A lower-grade alchemist is typically regarded as an entry-level practitioner. With most potential cultivators likely to attain this level, it is merely a matter of time. This was the reason Lin Xin previously deemed Zhou Luo unworthy of cultivation. Advancing to the middle grade of the first tier proves to be the most challenging. It is often at this grade that an alchemist earns the title of a true first-tier alchemist. Lin Zhishou, being the sole upper-grade first-tier alchemist of the Lin family, held a prestigious position. Thus, becoming his apprentice was an exceedingly fortunate opportunity, not to mention those who were merely consorts. Even within the entire collateral line of the Lin family, only Lin Yin possessed such qualification. Given the nature of the upper-grade first-tier elixir, even Lin Zhishou had to proceed with caution. However, Zhou Luo sensed that this refinement would likely end in failure. Sure enough, moments later, a muffled thud emanated from the furnace, followed by the original herbs transforming into a charred mass, a pungent burnt odor permeating the air. The elixir had failed. Lin Zhishou appeared regretful but was not significantly disheartened. After all, failure was commonplace with upper-grade first-tier elixirs. You've arrived? Lin Zhishou noted Zhou Luo's presence and casually remarked as he moved to a nearby chair to sit. Zhou Luo, displaying keen insight, poured him a cup of hot tea. A glimmer of approval flashed in Lin Zhishou's eyes as he remarked thoughtfully, "From today onward, you shall assist me here every evening." "Understood," Zhou Luo replied humbly. "If you have any questions, you may ask now," Lin Zhishou said while savoring his tea. Subsequently, Zhou Luo presented the meticulously prepared questions he had curated, which encompassed nearly all the challenges a novice might encounter. Lin Zhishou patiently explained each one. Once their discussion drew to a close, it was time for practical application. At this juncture, Lin Yin also entered the room. Lin Zhishou instructed both of them to attempt refining the Baigu Dan. Lin Yin, brimming with confidence, soon produced 4 successful elixirs, whereas Zhou Luo, despite achieving success, managed to create only 1. Lin Yin looked down upon this, oblivious to the fact that such results were the culmination of nearly a decade of arduous practice on his part. However, Zhou Luo had not even completed a year. Subsequently, Lin Zhishou began to impart knowledge of alchemy to the two of them. Although this was utterly meaningless to Zhou Luo, he still exhibited a demeanor of earnestness, diligently taking notes. This session of instruction persisted for several hours. During this time, Lin Zhishou also demonstrated the process of crafting a first-tier intermediate-grade elixir. Late into the night, Zhou Luo returned home, his body weary from exhaustion. For someone who was already a top-tier first-level alchemist, Lin Zhishou's teachings felt like a torment. Yet, in order to maintain the guise of an apprentice, he had to continue to endure it. As soon as he lay down, Lin Yi nestled against him, her small head resting on his chest, revealing a sweet smile. "Husband, are you very tired?" Upon seeing her adorable and enchanting face, which bore a hint of playfulness, Zhou Luo turned over. "Tired? How could that be?" In the days that followed, Zhou Luo practiced during the day and served as an apprentice in Shoshuan Garden at night, returning home to toil diligently towards his aspirations of fatherhood. His plight was even more arduous than that of a typical 9-to-6 worker. Yet, diligence bore fruit. Through his persistent efforts, the other 2 women also became pregnant. Chapter 13, 2 Draws. Congratulations to the host for tirelessly striving, successfully enabling their partner to conceive, and earning a chance for a draw. On this day, Zhou Luo heard the long-awaited system notification. Overjoyed, he opened the lottery interface. The white spinning wheel hovered quietly in the void, its 7 sections unchanged. Having facilitated the conception of 2 women simultaneously, he had acquired 2 lottery opportunities. Zhou Luo fixed his gaze intently on the wheel, hoping this time to obtain something truly beneficial. With deep contemplation, he initiated the first draw. The golden orb whirled rapidly across the wheel, flitting past one segment after another. At last, under Zhou Luo's watchful eyes, it came to a halt in an unexpected section. "Congratulations to the host for receiving a charm enhancement. The reward has been automatically applied to the host." "What the?" Zhou Luo couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. "A charm enhancement? What kind of reward is that?" For a moment, he found it hard to accept such a result. He had never imagined that the system's lottery rewards could include something so trivial. While the art of poison-making might be unappreciated, it at least held some practical value. But what use was a charm enhancement? Could it make him more handsome? As a son-in-law with 4 wives, what more charm could he possibly need? Zhou Luo felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, yet he was powerless to change the outcome. He gazed at his remaining lottery opportunity, inwardly praying, "System, please do not toy with me any longer. Can't you present something truly useful? I toil day and night with diligence. You cannot treat me this way." After a moment of grumbling and complaints, he embarked on the second draw. The golden orb spun once more. This time, it seemed as if the system had heeded Zhou Luo's pleas, gradually decelerating until it finally landed in the cultivation technique section. "Congratulations to the host for acquiring the spirit gathering technique. The reward has been automatically deposited into the host's inventory. Please check." Zhou Luo's spirits lifted instantly. At last, The system had shown some consideration. He quickly glanced at his inventory, where a jade tome icon had materialized. With a slight focus of his mind, the spirit gathering technique manifested before him. Technique, spirit gathering technique. Grade, mid-level chi cultivation. Description, by practicing this technique, one can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth more swiftly, while also eliminating impurities, rendering the spiritual energy more refined. The straightforward introduction left Zhou Luo with mixed emotions. He had anticipated receiving a supreme cultivation technique, only to find it was merely an auxiliary method for enhancing his practice. Nonetheless, it was certainly preferable to that trivial charm enhancement. With this thought, a modicum of solace filled his heart. He decisively chose to utilize it. After concluding both draws, Zhou Luo felt no great joy. The rewards this time were evidently inferior to the previous ones. Next time, I shall certainly refresh myself before drawing again, he mused while seated on his meditation mat. Subsequently, he attempted the spirit-gathering technique. To his surprise, the improvement from this mid-level chi cultivation method was remarkably pronounced. He could distinctly perceive that the spiritual energy he had just absorbed from the heavens and the earth was twice as abundant as usual, and it was remarkably pure. Truly, it was a middle-grade technique, surpassing the inferior-grade methods provided by his family by several tiers. If he could cultivate this technique in a spiritual vein, the speed of his progress would likely be even swifter. With this thought, Zhou Luo's spirits lifted somewhat. As noon approached, Lin Feiying arrived at the training room's entrance, gently tapping on the door. "Husband, it's time for lunch." "Coming," Zhou Luo replied, rising to open the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the exquisite visage of Lin Feiying. Their eyes met, and to his surprise, Lin Feiying momentarily froze, her cheeks flushing with a visible blush the next instant. "What's wrong?" Zhou Luo inquired, puzzled by her unusual behavior. Although Lin Feiying was typically somewhat shy, they had spent considerable time together. It was curious for her to blush like a young bride. Was she unwell? "It's nothing," Lin Feiying murmured, lowering her head and hastily departing. Zhou Luo was left in a state of bewilderment. In the dining hall, Lin Qinghan occupied the head seat, with Lin Zier and Lin Yi to her left. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feiying entered, her cheeks still slightly flushed, and sat silently beside Lin Yi. "Sister, did your husband do something to you?" Lin Yi asked with a teasing smile. Lin Feiying trembled slightly, shooting her a glare. "What nonsense are you saying?" At that moment, Zhou Luo appeared at the door. His arrival instantly drew the attention of the three women, their beautiful gazes converging upon him. The next second, all three wore expressions of intrigue. "Is there something on my face?" Zhou Luo wondered aloud, touching his cheek in confusion. Lin Yi cupped her face, beaming at him. "Husband, you look exceptionally handsome today." Lin Zier nodded in agreement. Only Lin Qinghan remained still, a hint of anxiety betraying her composure. "Don't I look the same every day?" Zhou Luo murmured as he sat down beside Lin Qinghan. Throughout the meal, the three women's eyes remained fixated on him, as if they were admiring a work of art. What further perplexed Zhou Luo was that during the meal, the four women frequently glanced at him, even diligently serving him dishes with great attentiveness. If the behavior of the other three women could be overlooked, it was quite astonishing that Lin Qinghan had even served him a piece of meat. What is going on? Zhou Luo found himself in a daze. However, based on Lin Yi's earlier comment, he gradually began to grasp the situation. Could it be due to the charm enhancement? Judging by the attitudes of these four women, it indeed seemed plausible. In the afternoon, Zhou Luo decided to conduct a test. He discovered that his assumption was correct. For instance, when he asked Lin Qinghan about cultivation matters, her usual response would have been to encourage him to comprehend it on his own. Yet today, she genuinely sat down, patiently providing him with answers. For instance, the previously bashful Lin Feiying, who typically shunned engaging in such activities with Zhou Luo during daylight hours, astonishingly did not decline today. Even more surprising was the demeanor of the old man Lin Jisho that evening. He appeared notably more amiable than usual. His attitude towards Zhou Luo vastly improved compared to the previous days. Particularly when Zhou Luo feigned a mishap, the old man refrained from scolding him and merely remarked, albeit with a hint of displeasure, "Do not be so careless next time." In that moment, Zhou Luo abruptly realized that this charm enhancement was not as trivial as he once thought. At least in certain matters, it could bring him considerable advantages. Time flew by, and half a month later, as expected, all three women were detected to be with child by their families. Consequently, Linda even took the initiative to visit the courtyard personally. Chapter 14. Linda's hostility. Linda's visit was somewhat unexpected for Zhou Luo. In the main hall, Linda sat in the seat of honor, with the cultivation resources he had brought this time placed beside him. Zhou Luo did not remain standing this time but, at Linda's invitation, sat on the right-hand side. "Excellent, excellent, you have not disappointed me," Linda said, observing Zhou Luo with obvious delight. He had not anticipated that the other party would impregnate the women he had arranged so quickly. It should be noted that Lin Yi and the other two had been carefully selected by him. Their status within his lineage was not particularly high. And although Linda had assigned them to Zhou Luo, they would undoubtedly prioritize his daughter. Thus, even if the three women bore children, they would ultimately remain within his lineage. It must be said that Linda's efforts to expand his lineage were quite deliberate, and Zhou Luo had not let him down. Hence, he had made the rare personal visit. I am grateful for the family's benevolence, Zhou Luo replied with continued humility. Linda nodded in satisfaction and, after offering some customary words of encouragement, revealed the second purpose of his visit. There is no need to rush the matter of bearing children. Take your time and do not neglect your cultivation. News of Zhou Luo and Amp, Appos, S mastery of alchemy had reached Linda and Amp, Appos, S ears. If the other party could indeed rely on alchemy to gain significant cultivation from the family, then he would naturally support it. Furthermore, he had no suitable candidates to give the protagonist at the moment and did not want the family to arrange someone for him, diluting his daughter's influence. Therefore, he had changed his previous attitude. In his heart, Zhou Luo actually wanted to refuse. He would have preferred the family to arrange more people to come, as this would give him more opportunities for lotteries. However, such matters were not for him to decide. So he did not refuse. After a few pleasantries, Linda departed. Subsequently, there were the family's rewards. This time, the rewards were noticeably less generous. Understandably, with so many sons-in-law, giving substantial rewards for every pregnancy would impact the entire family's daily allocation. However, Zhou Luo was more concerned with cultivating in the blessed land of spiritual veins. Having impregnated 3 women simultaneously, he could stay there for a full 3 months. When Lin Fu informed him that he could go, he eagerly arrived at the previous room and began his cultivation. Inside the room, Zhou Luo sat cross-legged on a prayer mat and began circulating the incantation of the spirit-gathering art. Instantly, specks of spiritual light appeared on his body, forming a faint membrane on his skin, while the surrounding spiritual energy of the world began to converge around him. The spiritual energy of the world passed through the membrane, penetrating his skin and entering his body. With the aid of the cultivation method, this purified spiritual energy continuously nourished his body and, after circulating a complete cycle, settled into the Qi Si Dantian. Days passed. Zhou Luo also continuously improved his cultivation in this monotonous practice. Originally only at the early stage of the first level of Qi training, he finally entered the Great Perfection realm in 3 months, with the help of the spirit-gathering art, and was even close to reaching the second level. 3 months have elapsed, and Zhou Luo departed from the sacred grounds of the spirit vein. Upon returning home, his gaze immediately fell upon Lin Qinghan, who was noticeably pregnant. Perhaps due to her impending motherhood, the coldness that usually graced her countenance had softened considerably. During this visit, Linda had arranged for him to have only one woman. And surprisingly, that woman turned out to be the maid, Xiaolan. As Lin Qinghan's personal servant, Xiaolan was, in fact, a descendant of the family. However, due to the decline of her lineage, she had ultimately been relegated to the status of a maid. Her beauty had caught Linda's eye, which is why she had been chosen. Zhou Luo harbored no objections to this arrangement. That evening, a sense of trepidation enveloped Xiaolan as she sat upon the bed, her lovely visage reflecting a tapestry of complex emotions. She reminisced about the first time she had encountered Zhou Luo, a moment when she had inadvertently glimpsed him in a state of undress, deeming the son-in-law exceedingly rude at the time. Little did she anticipate that she would soon become his concubine. With a creak, the door swung open, and Zhou Luo entered the room. Immediately noticing the enchanting figure upon the bed, he intended to extinguish the candlelight without uttering a word, when suddenly, a shadow stealthily slipped in behind him. Turning, he spotted Lin Yi, who was huddled in a corner. "What are you doing?" he inquired, amusement flickering in his eyes at her furtive demeanor. "Caught in the act." Lin Yi straightened up and replied earnestly, "Xiaolan lacks experience. I have come to teach her." Upon hearing this, Xiaolan's ears flushed crimson. Zhou Luo retorted with a hint of irritation. "Am I incapable of teaching her myself?" Lin Yi countered, "It's different. How about the 3 of us together tonight?" A mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes. Zhou Luo instantly discerned her ulterior motive, his gaze drifting to her slightly protruding abdomen. "You haven't returned in 3 months, he remarked, observing her innocent expression. "Very well," he conceded with resignation. "Yay." Lin Yi's face instantly lit up with joy. Thus, what was meant to be a wedding night for him, and Xiaolan transformed into an evening for 3. The following day, Zhou Luo eschewed his cultivation and went directly to Shouchuan Garden. In the alchemy room, Lin Jishou had been waiting for quite some time. Upon Zhou Luo's arrival, he remarked, "While cultivation is undoubtedly important, one must not neglect the practice of alchemy." In his eyes, Zhou Luo, with his ninth-grade spiritual root, would likely achieve little even with a lifetime of cultivation. It would be more advantageous to devote himself entirely to alchemy. Rest assured, Shobo. I have also been studying medicinal pills during this time, Zhou Luo replied. Oh? Then let me see if you have made any progress. Lin Jishou responded with a hint of curiosity, before instructing Xiao Nian, fetch the medicinal materials. Certainly, Grandpa Shou. Lin Yan nodded and approached the storage cabinet. Standing before it, a flicker of coldness crossed Lin Yan's eyes as he surveyed the ingredients, beginning to select them. Due to Zhou Luo's status as a son-in-law, Lin Yan, a member of the Lin family, harbored a lingering disdain for him, especially upon witnessing that this son-in-law, who had once been looked down upon, could actually become an apprentice to Grandpa Shou. His dissatisfaction grew ever more profound. In his eyes, someone like Zhou Luo was only fit to bear children for the Lin family. The audacity of wanting to stand on equal footing with him was nothing short of a grave insult. Yet, he was acutely aware that Grandpa Shou held a deep appreciation for the other party, thus he could not overtly act against him. However, this did not imply that he would remain idle. The current moment presented an opportunity. Earlier, Grandpa Shou had expressed some discontent regarding this fellow's 3 months of training. If he were to fail in his alchemical endeavors once more, it would surely provoke Grandpa Shou's ire. Should he lose the favor of Grandpa Shou? He had countless ways to eliminate him. With this thought, a glimmer of malice flashed in Lin Yan and Appo's eyes as he deliberately mixed inferior ingredients into the necessary materials. He was convinced that any flaw in these materials would lead to failure, given that fellow's level of skill. Chapter 15. The first time being a father before long. Lin Yan presented the medicinal herbs he had gathered. Upon receiving the herbs, Zhou Luo immediately discerned the presence of inferior quality materials among them. He gazed at Lin Yan, his eyes reflecting a profound understanding. This young man intends to deceive me. Lin Yan, however, wore a congenial smile. Junior brother Zhou, you must be diligent in your alchemical endeavors. Do not disappoint Grandpa Shou. Rest assured, senior brother, Zhou Luo replied with a smile as he accepted the herbs. Let us begin. Lin Jishou sat calmly in his chair, his demeanor unruffled. Zhou Luo methodically sorted the herbs, deliberately including the inferior ones. Observing this scene, Lin Yan let out a cold chuckle. Should this fellow fail in his alchemical attempt, I shall whisper a few choice words in Grandpa Shou's ear. Even if he cannot be expelled, he will certainly lose Grandpa Shou's trust. Once the herbs were arranged, Zhou Luo focused his energy, drawing upon the spiritual essence within him. As the energy coursed through him, a radiant aura enveloped his form. In the next moment, he pointed his right hand, directing a crimson beam of light into the alchemical furnace. With a whoosh, the flames ignited within the furnace, enveloping all the herbs in a fiery embrace. Under the influence of the flames, the materials began to decompose and melt, emitting a hissing sound as they burned. Zhou Luo once again channeled a surge of spiritual power into the mixture. Under his command, the melted herbs began to recombine and fuse. The process of fusion is the truest test of an alchemist's mastery over the materials. The most accomplished alchemists can seamlessly blend the herbs, fully harnessing their properties. For someone like Lin Jishou, achieving a fusion rate of 95% in a pill of abstinence would be well within reach. A novice alchemist, however, achieving a fusion rate of 70% would already be considered quite successful. Should the fusion rate fall below 50%, failure in pill creation is almost inevitable. The fusion rate is influenced not only by the alchemist's skill but also by the quality of the materials. Based on Zhou Luo's usual performance, he could attain a fusion rate of 60%. However, utilizing inferior materials would significantly diminish this rate. This was the basis of Lin Yan's confidence in Zhou Luo's impending failure. Yet, Zhou Luo remained unconcerned. As a first-tier top-tier alchemist, even when utilizing entirely inferior herbs, he could still achieve a fusion rate exceeding 80%. Thus, under his formidable control, the herbs continued to merge and refine without showing any signs of failure. This development caused Lin Yan's brow to furrow. In his estimation, given Zhou Luo's capabilities, it should have been impossible for him to achieve fusion. Yet, this individual appeared unaffected. Could it be that he is forcibly merging them? With this thought, Lin Yan's expression gradually relaxed. If he were indeed forcing the fusion, success would be unattainable. As time passed slowly, Lin Jishou remained still, his eyes closed as if in slumber. Lin Yan, on the other hand, was already envisioning a bright future. Zhou Luo appeared somewhat strained. Indeed, it was a struggle, but a struggle that must be endured. As a distinguished first-tier alchemist, the act of concocting a mere entry-level elixir while feigning immense difficulty is indeed a considerable drain on one's mental faculties. Under the guise of his exceptional performance, the alchemical process gradually approached its final and most critical stage, the formation of the elixir. This moment is often fraught with the highest risk of failure. for it demands complete concentration to ensure the harmonious balance of each ingredient's efficacy. Any misstep could lead to disastrous results. A subtle smile began to grace Lin Yan's lips, as if he could already envision the spectacle of failure that awaited him. At that moment, an unexpected aromatic fragrance wafted through Lin Yan's nostrils. Initially doubting his senses, he flared his nostrils and confirmed the presence of the scent, his eyes widening in disbelief as he turned his gaze towards Zhou Luo. Beside him, Lin Jishou also opened his eyes, rising from his seat to approach the alchemical furnace with purpose. Within the furnace, amidst a swirl of delightful fragrance, 2 pills of the bigger variety emerged triumphantly. Lin Jishou's spirit stirred as the pills effortlessly landed in his palm. He scrutinized them closely, marveling at their flawless quality, and was filled with astonishment. He then turned his gaze to Zhou Luo, his face brimming with admiration. Remarkable, truly remarkable. You have managed to concoct 2 bigger pills in one go. This success was undoubtedly attributed to his senior brother's selection of the finest materials, without which Zhou Luo believed he could not have achieved such results. He glanced over at Lin Yan, who appeared momentarily stunned. Could this young man have discerned the truth? You have exceeded my expectations. Given time, you will undoubtedly become a first-tier alchemist, Lin Jishou affirmed, patting his shoulder with certainty. Initially, he merely perceived the potential in Zhou Luo to ascend to the ranks of a first-tier alchemist. However, witnessing his ability to produce 2 bigger pills in such a short span of time solidified his conviction in Zhou Luo's future success. It is worth noting that Lin Yan had dedicated an entire 3 years to achieve a similar feat determined. Lin Jishou resolved to inform the family patriarch once Zhou Luo could consistently produce 2 pills per batch. The disparity in treatment between an entry-level alchemist and a first-tier alchemist is indeed vast. In the days that followed, Zhou Luo endeavored to replicate the production of 2 elixirs per batch. Naturally, this process was not without its challenges. Too much ease would surely raise suspicion. Soon enough, the day of Lin Qinghan's delivery arrived. Outside the room, listening to Lin Qinghan's cries, Zhou Luo clenched and unclenched his hands. Anxiety etched across his features. Rest assured, my husband, Sister Qinghan will be just fine, comforted Lin Feiying, her own pregnant belly prominent as she grasped his hand. I know, I am just a bit overwhelmed, Zhou Luo admitted candidly. Having lived 2 lives, this was his first experience as a father, and even if it were under duress, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He had long awaited this day, even going so far as to choose a name for their first child. Suddenly, a melodious cry of a newborn pierced the air, causing those outside the room to shudder with delight. At that moment, a notification sound echoed in Zhou Luo's ear. Congratulations, host, on the birth of your first offspring. You have received a 20-year lifespan enhancement. Due to this child possessing a 9th-grade spiritual root, the host has gained 1 aptitude point. Current aptitude, 9th-grade spiritual root, 100. A series of notifications left Zhou Luo momentarily stunned. Particularly the mention of the aptitude points ignited a spark of excitement within him. Indeed, if he could father a descendant endowed with a spiritual root, there was a possibility of elevating his own. Without further contemplation, he returned to reality. His expression filled with concern as he gazed at the entrance of the room. The door swung open, revealing a woman with a look of joy as she cradled a small infant, exclaiming, "It's a boy." Zhou Luo trembled with anticipation, carefully receiving the infant, and gazing at the tiny, wrinkled, crimson face. A broad smile spread across his features. From this day forth, I have my first child. Chapter 16. The elixir gathering. Zhou Luo was overwhelmed with emotion at the prospect of becoming a father for the first time. Once he regained his composure, he immediately cradled the child and entered the room. Inside, Lin Qinghan, with a faint pallor, had her eyes tightly shut, only to open them to reveal her beautiful gaze as he approached. It was a son, blessed with a spiritual root. Zhou Luo gazed tenderly at her. Lin Qinghan, rarely smiling, weakly inquired, "Let me take a look." Zhou Luo, with a smile, placed the infant beside her. Lin Qinghan turned slightly to gaze at the small baby, who had yet to open his eyes, her expression softening. "Have you thought of a name?" She gently stroked the baby's little head and asked, "Let's call him Changsheng." Zhou Luo proclaimed the name he had long prepared. He wished for his first son to lead a life of stability. "What a beautiful name," Lin Qinghan expressed her fondness, lightly caressing the baby's nose. "From now on, you shall be called Changsheng." The infant opened his mouth slightly, as if responding to her. This scene evoked another smile from Lin Qinghan. Zhou Luo looked upon the mother and child with a sense of indulgence, feeling for the first time a burgeoning sense of responsibility. In that moment, he fervently wished for greater strength, so that those dear to him could live in safety and happiness. Zhou Luo resolved to diligently cultivate his skills, vowing to protect each and every loved one. The news of Lin Qinghan giving birth to a child with a spiritual root spread like wildfire throughout the family. As one of the first batch of sons-in-law to join the Lin family, he was the only one to have produced an offspring with a spiritual root. Naturally, this drew significant attention from the clan. In an effort to encourage other sons-in-law, the main family even made an exception to provide him with an abundance of cultivation resources, inciting envy among the others. Undoubtedly, the most coveted reward was the qualification to enter the spiritual vein blessed land. Typically, such rewards were only granted upon conception. However, the family had clearly instituted this incentive to promote the birth of more children with spiritual roots, stipulating that any son-in-law who produced such an offspring would be granted 3 months of training in the spiritual vein blessed land. This greatly motivated those aspiring to elevate their status. Nevertheless, some sons-in-law believed this arrangement was merely a means of entrapment. Initially, the agreement was to produce 40 children with spiritual roots within 10 years to secure their freedom. The introduction of this reward was evidently a ploy to delay their reproductive efforts. Without cultivation, one would lack rights and status, and the quality of their offspring would be compromised. Conversely, engaging in cultivation would hinder their chances of procreation, and the higher one's cultivation level, the lower the likelihood of producing a child with a spiritual root. Zhou Luo had also felt this stark reality. For instance, after cohabiting with Lin Lan, the chances of success had noticeably diminished. Of course, this was also due to his preoccupation with alchemy and cultivation. It was a seemingly unsolvable dilemma, unless one possessed extraordinary talent to balance both pursuits. Yet for Zhou Luo, these concerns were trivial. The more children he had, the longer his lifespan would extend, granting him ample time to cultivate without the worry that procreation would impede his progress. A few days later, Zhou Luo returned to Shochuan Hall to receive his daily instruction. I heard you have given birth to a descendant with spiritual roots for the family? Lin Jishou regarded him with a benevolent smile. Thanks to the family's generous support, Zhou Luo replied earnestly. Ever since he surmised that the family had refrained from nurturing him as a potential alchemist out of distrust, he would consistently mention the family in Lin Jishou's presence. His intent was straightforward. Through Lin Jishou, he aimed to demonstrate his loyalty to the family in hopes of securing greater benefits. Clearly, this strategy proved effective, as Lin Jishou's smile only broadened upon hearing Zhou Luo's words. It is commendable that you hold such aspirations. Come, let me assess your current alchemical skills. Zhou Luo adeptly approached the alchemical furnace, where the necessary herbs had already been prepared. For the next 2 hours, his success rate in producing pills soared to 80%, with a 50% probability of yielding 2 pills in a single batch. Such astonishing progress greatly delighted Lin Jishou. If this trend continued, within 3 years, Zhou Luo would undoubtedly advance to a first-tier mid-grade alchemist. Such exceptional talent was unparalleled within the Lin family. Lin Jishou summoned Zhou Luo closer, stating earnestly, "You have performed to my satisfaction, and I intend to take you to the Spirit Pill Conference." The Spirit Pill Conference? Uncle Shou, what is that? Zhou Luo had never heard of such an event. The Spirit Pill Conference is a benefit organized under the Qingyuan sect. Lin Jishou explained slowly. As the saying goes, there are myriad arts in the pursuit of immortality. In order to expand its influence, Qingyuan sect seeks to discover talented young individuals. Each year, they use the guise of learning various arts to have the Changsheng families host related gatherings, thereby selecting capable individuals to enter the sect for training. Among these various gatherings, the events centered around the 4 great techniques are particularly renowned, and the Spirit Pill Conference is one of them. Every year, Qingyuan sect selects some talented new alchemists from the Spirit Pill Conference to join the sect for study. Naturally, given the abundance of gifted youth in the field of alchemy, the competition is fierce. Lin Jishou's intention in bringing Zhou Luo along was not to secure him a place in the sect, but merely to expose him to the outside world. However, this statement resonated differently in Zhou Luo's ears. He pondered privately that if he could showcase his skills at the Spirit Pill Conference and gain entry into Qingyuan sect for study, it would significantly enhance his cultivation and status. Compared to the Changsheng family, the pursuit of a cultivation sect was evidently the true aspiration. Although he could not become a disciple of the sect, being able to learn at the immortal gate would already be an immense fortune. You will also have the opportunity to observe the alchemical skills of your peers, Lin Jishou encouraged. Thank you, Uncle Shou. Zhou Luo feigned gratitude, then allowed a troubled expression to surface. But the contract stipulates that I am not permitted to leave, to prevent them from escaping. The family had specifically required this group of sons-in-law to sign a contract that explicitly stated they could not leave the Lin family. Do not worry. I will report to the family head, Lin Jishou replied without hesitation. Upon hearing such a response, Zhou Luo secretly rejoiced. It appears that my efforts have finally borne fruit. Stepping out of the Lin family marks a significant turning point. Regrettably, according to Lin Jishou, the upcoming Elixir Conference will not take place for another 6 months. It would be prudent to utilize this time to enhance my abilities. Upon returning to the courtyard in the evening, I first glanced at Lin Qinghan and the young Chang'an. After exchanging a few words, I opted to return to Lin Lan's room to avoid disturbing her. The following afternoon, a servant appeared at the door. "The master wishes to see me?" I exclaimed in surprise, not having anticipated Lin Jishou's remarkable efficiency. "Yes, please follow me," the servant nodded in response. Chapter 17. Descendants of the Spiritual Roots. The Lin family's main residence is situated in the heart of the core area, a place enveloped in mystery and solemnity. Known only to the main family and a select few collateral relatives, others might live their entire lives without ever glimpsing its essence. From a certain perspective, the fact that Zhou Luo, as a son-in-law, could enter the core area was indeed a remarkable feat. Accompanied by a servant, Zhou Luo traversed a lengthy corridor. Progressing deeper within, where he encountered numerous guards, each exuding a potent aura of spiritual energy. Even he, having achieved the pinnacle of the first layer of qi refinement, felt a wave of pressure. Clearly, these guards were all at least at the second layer of qi refinement. Employing second-layer practitioners as guards truly befits a family of longevity. At the corridor's end, a shimmering light emanated, a manifestation of the formation's effects. As Zhou Luo passed through the formation, he distinctly felt an elusive force sweep across his body. In that moment, his surroundings unveiled themselves, revealing the fabled core area. Here, spiritual energy flourished, and ethereal lights flickered. Buildings stood in harmonious arrangement, while the air was perfumed with a refreshing fragrance, imparting a profound sense of comfort. The architecture of the core area bore little difference from that of the periphery, save for the notably denser spiritual energy. Shortly, he arrived before a grand hall. The interior, adorned with minimalist yet ancient decor, emanated a weighty atmosphere that instilled in Zhou Luo a sense of solemnity. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately drawn to the elder seated upon the throne above. Although the elder's hair was grayed, his spirit remained vigorous, with keen, hawk-like eyes fixed intently upon Zhou Luo. In that instant, Zhou Luo felt an oppressive weight akin to a mountain bearing down upon him. Hastily, he bowed in respect. "I pay my respects to the family head." "Rise," a calm voice echoed within the hall. Zhou Luo stood, suppressing even the slightest sound. This was the head of a family of longevity, although he was unaware of the elder's cultivation level. He knew that a mere flick of the elder's hand could extinguish his life. All he could do was remain passive, acquiescing to whatever the elder decreed. "Zhou Luo, you have been with the Lin family for over a year now, have you not?" Lin Tianxiong inquired, his tone leisurely. "Yes, esteemed family head," Zhou Luo replied humbly. "Do you harbor any resentment towards the Lin family?" Lin Tianxiong suddenly posed. The tranquil inquiry struck Zhou Luo like thunder, causing him to shudder. The moment had arrived, the ultimate test of life and death. His mind raced as he adopted an even more humble posture, his expression earnest as he replied, "At first, I indeed felt some dissatisfaction, but having witnessed the family's great esteem for me, my heart has since been filled with gratitude. How could I dare to resent the family?" Lin Tianxing mused, seemingly pleased with this response. He continued, "I have been observing your conduct within the Lin family. To be candid, I have always held you in high regard." Internally, Zhou Luo could not help but think, does the elder truly have time to observe me? Spare me the trivialities and present me with some tangible rewards, I implore you. Nevertheless, he maintained a respectful demeanor, replying, "I am grateful for your attention, esteemed family head. In light of your performance, I have decided to formally designate you as the son-in-law of the Lin family. What are your thoughts on this?" Lin Tianxiong finally revealed his true intention. The roles of son-in-law and live-in son are entirely distinct. The former is akin to a member of the Lin family, possessing a status comparable to that of the family's offspring, whereas the latter is merely a vessel for procreation, devoid of any rights. "Thank you, patriarch." Zhou Luo expressed a heartfelt smile, having awaited this day for a considerable time. Indeed, this is the new covenant. With a mere gesture, Lin Tianxiong summoned a sheet of pale yellow parchment, which soared gracefully into Zhou Luo's hands, reminiscent of a falling leaf. The contract explicitly stated that Zhou Luo would henceforth become the son-in-law of the Lin family. As such, he would not be obligated to bear 40 offspring with spiritual roots within the next decade. Instead, he could choose to marry and have children at his discretion, with his progeny bearing his surname. Furthermore, he would enjoy the same privileges as the Lin family's offspring, with his monthly allowance increasing from 5 to 15 spiritual stones, in addition to receiving a vial of nourishing elixir. Moreover, he would have the opportunity to cultivate in the spiritual veins blessed grounds for 5 days each month, with the possibility of accumulation. These were his rights. However, as the son-in-law of the Lin family, he would be obliged to concoct a certain quantity of medicinal pills monthly, adhering to strict regulations to safeguard the family's interests. When the family had needs, he could not refuse any requests. This stipulation seemed somewhat domineering. After all, As a novice alchemist, the Lin family could hardly afford to make excessive concessions. The privileges he was granted were already considerable. As for these obligations, as long as he did not oppose the family or contemplate severing ties, they were not overly burdensome. In any case, until he reached the foundational stage, he would not depart from this place. Once he attained that stage, this modest covenant would no longer bind him. After a moment of contemplation, he acquiesced to the terms of the contract. Upon witnessing Zhou Luo inscribe his name, a smile finally graced Lin Tianxiong's typically stern visage. Henceforth, the Lin family shall be your home. The news of Zhou Luo's transformation from a live-in son to a son-in-law swiftly circulated throughout the community of live-in sons. Those who had previously harbored envy and resentment towards him found themselves utterly disheartened, recognizing that a profound shift in status awaited them. Consequently, some astute live-in sons paid visits to express their gratitude, bestowing gifts in hopes that this former comrade might extend his favor in the future. Zhou Luo, however, remained nonchalant, for he had already entered the spiritual veins blessed grounds. The guests, upon witnessing the three women with pronounced bellies and Lin Qinghan cradling a child, could only depart with their gifts in disappointment. Zhou Luo did not linger long in the blessed grounds, for in half a month, Lin Yi and her two sisters would soon give birth. Prior to this, Lin Lan had finally succeeded in conceiving, granting Zhou Luo yet another opportunity for a reward. Presently, his thoughts were solely focused on the three sisters. Curiously enough, it seemed that the sisters, perhaps due to their blood relation, were destined to give birth on the same day. Zhou Luo was bustling about, feeling quite overwhelmed. Unfortunately, due to Lin Qinghan's cool demeanor and her aversion to commotion, there had always been only Lin Lan as a single maid in the courtyard. Ever since Lin Lan became a secondary wife, no additional maids had been arranged. It was only when Zhou Luo took matters into his own hands that he began to feel regret. At that moment, a sudden wail of a newborn echoed from the room. Congratulations to the host on the birth of the second offspring, earning a 10-year lifespan bonus. Congratulations to the host on the birth of the third offspring, earning a 20-year lifespan bonus. Due to this offspring possessing a 9-grade spiritual root, the host gains 1 qualification point. Current qualification, 9-grade spiritual root, 2-100. Congratulations to the host on the birth of the fourth offspring, earning a 20-year lifespan bonus. Due to this offspring possessing a 9-grade spiritual root, the host gains 1 qualification point. Current qualification, 9-grade spiritual root, 3-100. Congratulations to the host on the birth of the fifth offspring, earning a 10-year lifespan bonus. A series of notifications resounded. Zhou Luo stood in a daze. He had just welcomed 2 more descendants with spiritual roots. Yet, this was not entirely unexpected. Both Lin Qinghan and the other 3 sisters were cultivators endowed with spiritual roots. The union of 2 cultivators, each possessing spiritual roots, rendered the birth of offspring with such roots highly probable. Moreover, what thrilled Zhou Luo the most was that with the arrival of these 4 children, he had gained an additional 60 years of life. It is worth noting that a cultivator at the 5th level of qi refinement typically enjoys an extra 50 years compared to ordinary individuals by merely fathering 4 children. He had achieved and even surpassed that. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly infuriate countless qi refinement cultivators. Zhou Luo also discovered that an ordinary child could grant a 10-year lifespan extension, while an offspring with a 9-grade spiritual root could bestow a 20-year extension. One could only wonder what lifespan bonuses might accompany an 8-grade spiritual root descendant, perhaps 30, 40 years, or even more. What about a first-grade spiritual root offspring? With such thoughts racing through his mind, Zhou Luo's emotions surged with exhilaration. This was indeed the true path to immortality. Chapter 18. The reasons for the marriage proposal. This time, the 3 sisters have blessed Zhou Luo with 4 offspring, 3 sons and 1 daughter, among whom Lin Yi gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. As the number of children increases, the task of naming them becomes increasingly burdensome. However, Zhou Luo has devised his own method. He intends to employ the generational naming conventions from his past life for his descendants. The first generation of boys will bear the character Chang, symbolizing longevity, resulting in the names Zhou Choping, Zhou Chashu, and Zhou Changrong. For the girl, the character for poetry will be used, and Lin Yi's daughter shall be named Zhou Shi. This approach alleviates much of the headache associated with naming. Seizing the auspicious occasion of the children's birth, Zhou Luo, after washing his face, decided to activate the lottery function of his system. He had intentionally saved the opportunity from Lin Lan's pregnancy for this very day. The white will remained unchanged, yet Zhou Luo was filled with resentment, as the last lottery had brought him rather unpleasant memories. This time, he merely hoped to draw something less trivial. As he focused his mind, a golden orb reappeared and began to spin rapidly. Gradually, the orb slowed, ultimately coming to rest in the elixir category. Upon seeing this, Zhou Luo, who had been anxious, let out a sigh of relief. Surely, an elixir could not be too bad. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a second-tier low-grade elixir. The reward has been automatically placed in the host's backpack. Please check. As expected, this reward was significantly better. A second-tier elixir is equivalent to a foundational-level medicinal pill, though it is of low grade, for Zhou Luo, who had only reached the first level of qi training. It was quite a remarkable acquisition. With this in mind, he unhesitatingly opened his backpack to examine the elixir's details. Explosive Spirit Elixir, grade, second-tier low-grade, effect, grants multiple times the strength within 10 minutes. The enhancement varies based on the practitioner's realm. Note: consuming this elixir at the first level of qi training will directly confer the combat power of the 7th level of qi training. It was evident that this was a one-time use elixir, yet its effects were exceedingly pronounced. Especially for him, it could serve as a vital safeguard. After all, combat capability in the qi training realm is typically only attained at the 5th level, being merely at the 1st level. Any trouble he encountered during outings could easily lead to dire consequences. With this life-saving card in hand, he could feel more at ease. For the time being, Zhou Luo placed the Explosive Spirit Elixir in his backpack. After all, there were 9 compartments available, and he could retrieve it when necessary. Since the children had just been born, he did not immediately pursue cultivation in the Spirit Vein Sanctuary. Once his status elevated, the time spent in the sanctuary would be calculated based on actual cultivation time, ensuring that he would not waste time while absent. Taking this opportunity, Zhou Luo initially intended to visit Shochuan Garden to express gratitude to Lin Jishou. However, he was informed that Lin Jishou was in seclusion. With no other option, Zhou Luo reluctantly returned home. What happened? Is Grandpa Shou not here? Upon witnessing Zhou Luo's swift return, Lin Qinghan, cradling her child, inquired thoughtfully. Although the family employed dedicated caretakers for the infants, Lin Qinghan cherished the daily strolls while holding her child. It seems he has entered seclusion, Zhou Luo responded candidly. This remark prompted Lin Qinghan to ponder. It appears that Grandpa Shou is aware of the pressing time and is diligently striving for a breakthrough. Pressing time? Zhou Luo echoed. Perplexed, Lin Qinghan then elaborated. 3 years prior, the Lin family had discovered a spiritual mine to the east of Maple Leaf City and intended to send personnel to claim it. However, due to a leak of information, the Lu family learned of it. The Lu family, also a clan of longevity, had been arch-rivals of the Lin family for centuries. Given that this spiritual mine lay closer to the Lu family's jurisdiction in Qitian City, they were naturally unwilling to forfeit the opportunity to seize it. This incited considerable dissatisfaction within the Lin family. In the present day, nearly all spiritual mines within Huiyun Nation had been exploited, making the discovery of an unclaimed one exceedingly rare. The Lin family would undoubtedly not relinquish it easily. Consequently, fierce conflicts erupted between the two families over the mine, resulting in numerous skirmishes over the past 3 years. The Lin family suffered considerable losses in their ranks, leading to a shortage of capable descendants. This predicament elucidated why. A year ago, the Lin family contemplated deceiving Zhou Luo and recruiting these unsuccessful candidates as family-in-law. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo finally grasped the gravity of the situation. According to Lin Qinghan, the Lu family had recently been stirring restlessly, prompting the Lin family to prepare for battle. This was also the reason Lin Jishou chose to enter seclusion at such a critical juncture. As the family's sole first-tier top-grade alchemist, his breakthrough would significantly enhance the speed at which he could concoct spiritual elixirs. With this assurance, the Lin family's descendants could minimize their losses. After absorbing this information, Zhou Luo realized that the Lin family was not as tranquil as it appeared on the surface. In the realm of cultivation, competition is relentless. Without striving, one possesses nothing. Such occurrences are likely prevalent throughout the world. It seems the Qingyuan sect also tacitly permits this, as it serves to further stimulate the potential of various longevity clans. For Zhou Luo, these matters felt distant. Yet, he keenly sensed an opportunity. Perhaps he could seize this moment to procure abundant materials for crafting first-tier top-grade spiritual elixirs. With Lin Jishou absent from the Baikatang, it was likely that the other family members would be preoccupied and unable to monitor him closely. Seizing this chance, he could produce a larger quantity of elixirs and subsequently devise a strategy to sell them at the elixir fair, thus yielding a substantial profit. In these times, wealth, companions, law, and land are all indispensable. As the foremost element, the significance of wealth is self-evident. If he did not capitalize on this opportunity at the elixir fair to showcase his first-tier top-grade prowess, he might not have another chance for quite some time. Resolving to act, Zhou Luo turned and made his way swiftly to the Baikatang. As anticipated, only a few attendants were present, and even Lin Yin was absent from the shop. The individuals merely performed their duties, oblivious to the specific elixirs that could be concocted from the herbs. Furthermore, Their acquaintance with Zhou Luo contributed to their indifference. Thus, when Zhou Luo placed a substantial array of herbs upon the counter, they did not inquire further. After calculating the price, they permitted him to take them away. Overjoyed with the acquisition of the herbs, Zhou Luo was consumed by excitement. For the following days, he even ceased his cultivation, intending to utilize this interval to produce a copious amount of high-quality elixirs. Since his status elevated, the attitudes of several women, including Lin Qinghan, toward him underwent a notable transformation. This change did not pertain to romantic affection, but rather manifested as a newfound respect in their everyday interactions with him. Consequently, he no longer harbored concerns about being disturbed during his practice. Until one day, Changsheng unexpectedly appeared at his door. Chapter 19. Familial strife. The arrival of Changsheng was somewhat unexpected, yet Zhou Luo welcomed him in the main hall. Brother Zhou, you are truly soaring to great heights now, Changsheng remarked cheerfully as he settled into a chair. Ultimately, these are but external matters. I find myself envious of your cultivation at the second level of qi refinement, Zhou Luo replied, waving his hand dismissively. Please, do not elevate me, Changsheng said, but then suddenly shifted his tone, a hint of melancholy creeping into his expression. After today, it seems unlikely that we shall meet again. What do you mean by that? Brother Su? Zhou Luo asked, puzzled. Have you not heard about the recent summons from the family for cultivators to head to the front lines? Changsheng inquired, astonishment evident in his voice. Zhou Luo shook his head. He had been preoccupied with alchemy and had little time to pay attention to external affairs. Changsheng sighed. Indeed. You are in a different position now, Brother Zhou. It is a pity for us, the sons-in-law, who are destined to be sent to the front lines by the Lin family, merely to meet our demise. A flicker of discontent crossed his face as he spoke. Unlike most sons-in-law, Changsheng possessed a clear understanding of his situation. After being dismissed from the Qingyuan sect, he had unhesitatingly chosen to join the Lin family. Even upon discovering that he would be a son-in-law, he felt no regret. He understood that this was the price he had to pay to continue his cultivation. For the sake of pursuing immortality, he deemed these sacrifices worthwhile. Thus, upon joining the family, he had worked diligently, even forging numerous friendships, all in an effort to strengthen himself and enhance his cultivation. Yet in the eyes of the Lin family, he remained merely a son-in-law. Now that the family required assistance, it was only natural for them to discard him without hesitation. Even after he had contributed to the lineage by giving birth to heirs with spiritual roots. Brother Su, are you not at the second level of qi refinement? Zhou Luo exclaimed in surprise. Typically, cultivators are considered capable of combat only upon reaching the fifth level. A cultivator at the second level, such as yourself, possesses insufficient spiritual energy for battle. To send you into combat would be tantamount to a death sentence. Alas, while I may lack combat prowess, there are certainly other roles I can fulfill. Moreover, the family has recently recruited a new batch of sons-in-law. Changsheng's gaze grew profound. This revelation caused Zhou Luo's brow to furrow. Was the Lin family's situation truly so perilous? As Zhou Luo pondered this, Changsheng abruptly rose to his knees before him with a thud. I implore you, Brother Zhou, to lend your assistance. What are you doing? Zhou Luo exclaimed, startled, as he rushed to help him up. However, Changsheng stubbornly remained on the ground. As it stands, you are still a son-in-law of the Lin family. Your status vastly different from ours. I beseech you to intercede on our behalf with the family. I would be eternally grateful. As he spoke, he appeared ready to bow his head in reverence. Zhou Luo quickly intervened. Brother Su, what are you saying? When Changsheng lifted his gaze, his expression was tinged with bitterness. In truth, I am no different from you. We are both of little consequence. How can we possibly have the power to plead for mercy? Brother, Changsheng's eyes were red, as if he viewed Zhou Luo as his last lifeline. Yet Zhou Luo was acutely aware that this matter was beyond his control. Such family affairs were not something a mere son-in-law like Changsheng could influence. Even the scions of the family were dispatched to the front lines. Even if one had not showcased their alchemical talents and garnered the family's favor, they would likely be consigned to the front to meet their demise. At such a critical juncture, merely preserving one's own life was a tremendous stroke of fortune. Thus, regardless of Changsheng's entreaties, Zhou Luo expressed his utter helplessness. Eventually, Changsheng departed in a state of despair. Observing this sole acquaintance, the son-in-law, Zhou Luo shook his head slightly. He resolved to retreat to the spiritual vein sanctuary the following day, to avoid being embroiled in the current conflict. However, before he could make his way to the sanctuary, the steward Lin Fu sought him out. Upon encountering the steward again, Zhou Luo noted the absence of Lin Fu's previous indifference, replaced instead by a subtle melancholy that clearly indicated he too had been affected by the recent events. The arrival of Lin Fu sent a jolt of apprehension through Zhou Luo, yet fortunately, the family had not assigned him to the front lines. Instead, He was tasked with assisting in the crafting of elixirs. Upon hearing this arrangement, Zhou Luo breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that appropriately demonstrating his worth was indeed prudent. Accompanying Lin Fu to Shouchuan Garden, Zhou Luo was astonished to find an increase in the number of guards present. Upon arriving at the alchemy chamber, he discerned unfamiliar faces among the alchemists. Through Lin Fu's introduction, he learned that these individuals were all trained alchemists cultivated by the family. Most were at the entry level, with a select few at the intermediate stage of the first tier. A cursory glance revealed approximately 8 or 9 individuals present. Clearly, the Lin family possessed considerable depth. Due to Lin Jishou's seclusion, Zhou Luo was assigned to the same area as Lin Yan. The nominal senior brother greeted him with the same aloof demeanor. Disregarding his attempts at conversation, Zhou Luo remained unfazed. Being engaged in alchemy was preferable to facing death on the front lines. Thus, in the days that followed, Zhou Luo's existence revolved around Shouchuan Garden. Spending all day in the alchemy chamber, he remained oblivious to the external war conditions. However, observing the escalating demands placed upon him, he surmised that the situation was not promising. Traditionally, barring unforeseen circumstances, such a battle could persist for at least a month or two. For Zhou Luo, this period was relatively relaxed, as he was only required to concoct entry-level elixirs. Moreover, with everyone preoccupied, he was spared the scrutiny he had previously endured. After a fortnight, the tide of battle finally shifted. Lin Jishou achieved a breakthrough, having been stuck at the upper tier of the first stage for many years. The pressure from the family propelled him to step forward, advancing to the pinnacle of the first tier. Thus, the Lin family boasted its first top-tier alchemist. Among the myriad of skills in cultivation, for particular arts were most esteemed by practitioners, for they possessed the power to alter the course of battle, potentially reversing fortune single-handedly. Although Lin Jishou's newfound status did not carry such overwhelming might, his inclusion undoubtedly bolstered the family's combat effectiveness. The most notable change was a significant reduction in the number of healing elixirs Zhou Luo was required to produce daily, indicating that the casualties among the Lin family forces at the front had diminished. On the 28th day of the conflict, both parties finally opted for a ceasefire. Zhou Luo and his companions felt a tremendous sense of relief as they departed from Shouchuan Garden. Upon returning home, Zhou Luo immediately dove into Lin Xinghan's bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Nearly a month of intense alchemy had left him utterly exhausted, and he finally found the respite he so desperately needed. When Zhou Luo awoke once more, it was already the following morning. Lin Xinghan was seated at the head of the bed, cradling the sleeping Changsheng. Her expression soft and serene. "You are awake?" she inquired gently. Zhou Luo rubbed his temples and sat up, asking, "How long have I slept?" "A day and a night," Lin Xinghan replied. Zhou Luo nodded and, placing a hand on his stomach, remarked, "I am hungry." Lin Xinghan smiled lightly, Feng has already prepared the meal. Upon hearing this, he sprang from the bed and hurried toward the dining hall. At the table, Zhou Luo savored the spiritual dishes prepared by Lin Fei-ing while listening to Lin Yi recount the events from the front lines. The conflict with the Lu family had inflicted significant losses on the Lin family, with over 50 family members perishing, and 2/3 of the sons-in-law dispatched to the front meeting their demise as well. While the latter did not impact the family profoundly, the former was a devastating blow. It was anticipated that the Lin family would resort to deceitful means to entice more sons-in-law to join their ranks. Fortunately, Su Changsheng returned alive, albeit missing an arm. Nonetheless, as his condition did not impede his ability to bear children, the family decided to retain him. Zhou Luo intended to visit the latter after finishing his meal but was summoned by Lin Jishou to Shouchuan Garden. Chapter 20. Arrival at Rock City. In the main hall of Shouchuan Garden, Lin Jishou sat in the central position, flanked by the respectful Lin Yan. During this period, Zhou Luo had not encountered the elderly gentleman, who had been tirelessly engaged on the front lines, unlike those who had been retreating to refine elixirs. After some days apart, the lines on Lin Jishou's face had noticeably deepened, and his countenance appeared quite haggard. The relentless travel and the rigorous alchemical work had taken a significant toll on his spirit. Upon seeing him, Zhou Luo respectfully bowed and said, "Uncle Shou, you have worked hard." Lin Jishou waved his hand dismissively. "Prepare yourself. In 10 days, you and Xiaoyan will accompany me to the Spirit Elixir Conference." "Is it so soon?" Zhou Luo exclaimed in surprise. With nearly 2 months remaining until the Spirit Elixir Conference, this seemed rather premature. Lin Jishou explained. "The conference is to be held in Rock City, necessitating our early departure." Rock City was under the domain of the Li family. As a prominent family of longevity, the Li family had always maintained a low profile due to geographical circumstances. Were it not for their hosting rights to this Spirit Elixir Conference, they likely would not have drawn such attention. Acknowledging the wisdom in leaving early, Zhou Luo refrained from further comments. Subsequently, Lin Jishou assessed Zhou Luo's alchemical skills and discovered that the young man had made remarkable progress, managing to produce 3 elixirs in a single furnace. Zhou Luo attributed this achievement to his frenzied practice during the past days. Indeed, pressure fosters growth, Lin Jishou remarked without skepticism, then turned to Lin Yan. You must also strive harder. Yes, Grandpa Shou, Lin Yan replied, bowing her head in agreement. Upon leaving Shouchuan Hall, Zhou Luo, intent on a breakthrough before departing, hurried to the Lingmai Blessed Land. Due to his elevated status, he had now been assigned to the Kuan building, positioned even further inward, where cultivation was equivalent to 20 times that of the outside world. Seated on a mat, Zhou Luo began to circulate the gathering spirit technique. With the aid of this mid-grade qi refining method, his cultivation speed accelerated remarkably. Finally, on the 7th day, he transitioned from the great perfection of the first layer of qi refining to the second layer. Zhou Luo was elated. Returning home from the Lingmai Blessed Land, he informed Lin Qinghan of his impending journey. Be sure to take care, Lin Qinghan said, cradling little Chang'an. Zhou Luo playfully teased the child, assuring her, worry not. With Uncle Shou by my side, all will be well. Indeed, Lin Qinghan nodded, then suddenly proposed, why not sleep here tonight? Are you not taking little Chang and Appos, and to sleep? Zhou Luo inquired, puzzled. I can temporarily leave him with Aunt Jing, Lin Qinghan insisted, her expression serious. Zhou Luo's lips curled into a smile. All right, I understand. The day of their scheduled departure arrived swiftly. On this day, 5 women stood at the door, watching as Zhou Luo prepared to leave. Lin Qinghan still held little Chang and Appos, and her serene face betraying no discernible emotion. Dearest, while you are away, please take care of yourself, she said softly. Lin Feiying, unable to contain herself, added a reminder. Lin Yi and Lin Zier also expressed their concerns. I merely sought to broaden my horizons, Zhou Luo remarked nonchalantly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he departed with his bundle in hand. Miss, will you not utter a few words? Lin Lan inquired softly, her hand resting on her belly. Lin Qinghan gazed at the receding figure in silence, having already expressed most of what needed to be said over the past few nights. In Shouchuan Garden, Lin Jishou was leisurely sipping tea in the courtyard. Upon seeing Zhou Luo's arrival, he rose and declared, we may set forth now. With a subtle motion of his hand, a beam of spiritual light surged from his sleeve and descended onto the ground. Zhou Luo focused his gaze and was astonished to see a small boat materialize from thin air, the very flying vessel he had once ridden. With Lin Jishou's spiritual energy enhancing it, the boat suddenly expanded, and the 3 of them stepped aboard. In the next moment, the vessel ascended into the air, transforming into a streak of light as it sailed into the distance. Zhou Luo turned to glance back at the diminishing Lin family estate, then at Lin Jishou, who stood at the bow with his hands clasped behind his back, feeling a profound sense of longing. One day, he too would soar through the vast expanse of the heavens. The flying boat departed from Maple Leaf City, heading straight for Stone City. Along the journey, Zhou Luo decided to sit cross-legged, placing the bundle on his lap. This bag had been prepared for him by several women, and he was unaware of its contents. Now seemed the perfect time to investigate. The wind howled fiercely outside, yet it did not disturb the tranquility within the boat. Zhou Luo opened the bundle, revealing a lunchbox adorned with spiritual talismans. He removed the talisman meant for insulation and opened the lunchbox, a delightful aroma of food wafting into the air, capturing the attention of both Lin Jishou and Lin Yan, who turned to look in unison. You brought spiritual food? Lin Jishou exclaimed in surprise. The journey to Stone City would undoubtedly take several days, and the trio had initially planned to subsist on dry pills. However, the blandness of the pills paled in comparison to the enticing scent of the spiritual meal, especially as mealtime approached. Upon seeing the food in Zhou Luo's possession, even Lin Jishou's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Lin Yan stared at him with unabashed eagerness. Uncle Shou, do taste my wife's culinary creations, Zhou Luo said, offering the lunchbox with keen awareness. No need. You should indulge yourself, Lin Jishou replied, maintaining his pride by declining the offer. Nonsense. There are 3 portions. We can share, Zhou Luo remarked. The lunchbox had 3 layers, evidently prepared specifically for the 3 of them. Seeing this, Lin Jishou said nothing further and sat cross-legged opposite Zhou Luo. Accepting the lunchbox, he picked up a piece of spiritual food with chopsticks and, the next moment, a look of delight spread across his face. Is this spiritual food truly so delectable? He mused. Fei Ying's culinary skills are indeed remarkable, Zhou Luo commented with a smile. Among the 5 women, only Lin Fei Ying's cooking could be deemed exceptional, her dish is a feast for the senses. Lin Yan, having taken the lunchbox, began to eat voraciously. Delicious, he exclaimed, unable to restrain his enthusiasm. Haha, having a wife certainly makes a difference. Shan Yin, you must hurry and find yourself a wife as well, Lin Jishou teased, a rare playful remark escaping his lips. Grandpa Shou, Marrying a wife will hinder one's cultivation, Lin Yan retorted. But has Zhou Luo been delayed? Lin Jisho countered. That's different. Lin Yan scoffed, returning to his meal with fervor. After dining, Zhou Luo repacked his lunchbox into his satchel. Soon after, he stumbled upon another object, a mirror. As he gazed into it, the reflection warped, revealing Lin Yi's face adorned with a sweet smile. Zhou Luo found himself at a loss for words, even conjuring Lin Yi's voice in his mind at that moment. Setting the mirror aside, he chose not to dwell further, instead placing his satchel down and closing his eyes to rest. Initially, he had intended to cultivate like Lin Yan. Yet he feared that Lin Jisho might discern the nuances of his cultivation technique, prompting him to abandon the idea. Life aboard the flying vessel was monotonous. Yet the speed was unmatched. After 5 days, the trio finally beheld the grand edifice of Panchur City. Chapter 21. A meeting of rivals. Panstone City sprawls across a vast expanse, its towering walls standing majestically, resembling a great dragon coiled upon the earth. Surrounding the city, faint luminous patterns can be discerned. These are known as formation patterns, integral components of the city's protective array. It is precisely due to this formidable defensive formation that entry into the city is restricted to the singular city gate. Hence, Lin Jisho skillfully maneuvered the flying vessel to a gentle descent. Their arrival naturally drew the attention of pedestrians below. Look, there lies the legendary flying vessel. Such treasures are rare. Which esteemed longevity family does it hail from? Judging by the emblem on the chest, it must belong to the Maple Leaf Lin family. Truly befitting of a longevity family. What a spectacle. If only I could join them. Wasn't the Lin family recruiting not long ago? A chorus of murmurs erupted. Lin Jisho, accompanied by 2 companions, piloted the vessel to the city gate. The guards stationed at the entrance, upon recognizing the Lin family insignia, hastened forward to offer their welcome. In no time, the trio was guided into Panstone City by a diligent cultivator. Despite its remote location, Panstone City thrived with vibrant activity. The labyrinthine streets were bustling with a throng of people. Following the cultivator, the 3 arrived at a grand tavern. This establishment soared 10 stories high, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, exuding an imposing grandeur. The entrance bustled with a ceaseless flow of carriages and patrons. Prominently displayed above the entrance was a sign inscribed with the characters Tianxia. The Tianxia Tavern is the most renowned chain of taverns in the Huiyun Kingdom, with branches scattered across various cities, claiming the title of the finest tavern in the realm. Thus, it bears the name Tianxia. All esteemed guests attending the Spirit Pill Conference are invariably arranged accommodations here, a tacit understanding among families. Upon entering the tavern, an enticing aroma enveloped them, with countless delicacies laid before their eyes, causing Lin Jisho and his companions to gaze in awe. Since their first taste of spirit food, the trio had subsisted on spirit-gathering pills for the past several days, leaving their palates yearning for flavor. Once they received their room key, they swiftly ascended to the 5th floor, where they claimed an empty table and ordered an abundant feast of spirit delicacies. Isn't that the top-tier first-grade alchemist, Master Lin? At that moment, a mocking voice rang out. A middle-aged man clad in opulent attire strolled toward them, flanked by several youthful companions. Zhou Luo's gaze fell upon their chests, where a striking blue sky emblem marked them as members of the Qitianlu family. To his surprise, they had encountered the Lin family's sworn adversaries here. A sense of alarm surged within Zhou Luo, instinctively recalling the explosive spirit pill nestled in his backpack. Should a confrontation ensue, this item might be essential for self-preservation. Fortunately, the opposing party did not appear intent on conflict. They settled at a table directly opposite the trio, their expressions rife with derision. Luchin, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute, Lin Jisho said without reservation. The verbal sparring between the 2 families naturally attracted the attention of other cultivators on the 5th floor. However, none dared to provoke these 2 illustrious families of immortality. Master Lin, do temper your anger. I had not anticipated your vitality was still so robust, enabling you to attend the elixir convention, Luchin remarked with a faint smile. Thanks to you, I can easily live for a few hundred years, Lin Jisho replied coldly. Master Lin, you truly must take care of your health. If you were to accidentally depart, the Lin family would be left without an alchemist, Luchin said, a smirk playing on his lips as he fixed his gaze upon him. Are you threatening me? Lin Jisho frowned. Yet, Luchin's eyes darkened. Unlike our Lu family, the younger generation still has ample time to squander. With that, his sharp gaze swept over Zhou Luo and Lin Yan, scoffing. Is it merely these 2 from the Lin family's youth who are worthy of mention? The affairs of the Lin family are none of your concern, Lin Jisho retorted, just as the spiritual cuisine was served, and he chose to ignore Luchin thereafter. In contrast, Luchin glared at them with a brooding expression, his eyes unwavering. After the meal, Lin Jisho led them to their accommodations on the 10th floor. The residences here were individually isolated by small arrays, rendering the circumstances within imperceptible from the outside. Zhou Luo approached the designated room with the doorplate in hand. Upon seeing a device resembling a sensor on the door, he was reminded of hotels from his past life. He placed the door plate upon it. The next moment, a radiant light flickered, and the door swung open, revealing a clean and tidy room. As Zhou Luo stepped inside, he was immediately enveloped by a rich aura of spiritual energy. Evidently, the arrays employed to isolate the rooms also absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. Practicing in this room would far surpass training in the outside world. After confirming the room and Oppo's adequacy, Lin Jisho summoned him and Lin Yan inside. The elixir convention would commence in 13 days, during which he instructed both to refrain from venturing outside and to concentrate on their cultivation. The two nodded in agreement. After imparting a few more instructions, Lin Jisho allowed them to leave. Upon returning to his room, Zhou Luo muttered, "No outings? How am I to sell my elixirs then?" Consequently, that very afternoon, Zhou Luo donned a set of garments prepared for him by Lin Zier and, after a thorough transformation, stealthily exited his room. Descending from the 10th floor, Zhou Luo evaded the notice of others. Upon exiting the Tianxia Tavern, he gazed at the bustling streets, confidently heading in a chosen direction. He had previously noted a sizable market in this vicinity. After traversing a considerable distance, he finally discovered the market. It was an open-air bazaar, alive with vendors vociferously hawking their wares, a veritable tapestry of life, indistinguishable from the mundane world. As Zhou Luo entered, he was immediately approached by a small stall, its proprietor eager to promote their products. After a cursory glance, he moved on, continuing to the next stall. After browsing for a full hour, he grasped the local pricing levels, concluding that the first-grade superior elixirs he concocted were not particularly rare. With newfound certainty, Zhou Luo set his sights on the more prestigious shops. Currently, I possess a substantial collection of 20 first-tier high-grade elixirs, which I am determined to sell in their entirety. However, it is imperative that I do not confine my transactions to a single establishment, as this would undoubtedly attract the covetous gaze of those with ulterior motives. The very act of navigating this market could become precarious. Therefore, I intend to disperse my sales across multiple shops, deliberately selecting those that are unfamiliar with one another, preferably with a hint of enmity among them. During this hour, while assessing the local consumer landscape, I remain vigilant in gathering intelligence about the relationships between these establishments, thus forming a well-considered plan in my mind. Nevertheless, before I proceed, I must first make my exit. My previous actions have already drawn the attention of many, and if I were to approach them directly to sell my wares, I would surely attract unwanted scrutiny. Hence, I must don a new guise. Shortly thereafter, I clad myself in a dark robe that enveloped my entire figure before venturing forth into the marketplace. Chapter 22. The elixir gathering unfolds beneath the dark robe. Zhou Luo's eyes sparkled like stars as he approached a shop. Inside, the proprietor was busy counting his wares. Upon noticing a customer entering, he greeted Zhou Luo with a warm smile. "What may I assist you with today, esteemed guest?" "I come to sell," rasped a voice from within the shadows of the robe. The shopkeeper's smile faltered momentarily, a flicker of intrigue crossing his gaze before he quickly resumed his welcoming demeanor. "Please, have a seat." He gestured for Zhou Luo to sit. Zhou Luo bypassed the shopkeeper and settled into a chair adorned with jade inlays. As he took his seat, the proprietor also positioned himself across from him, his keen eyes scrutinizing the young man. "Might I inquire what you wish to sell?" In silence, Zhou Luo extended his hand, placing a jade vial upon the table. The shopkeeper's eyes narrowed slightly, noting the youthfulness of the hand. He carefully opened the vial, releasing a delicate aroma of elixir into the air. "Fine goods indeed," he remarked, pouring the contents into his palm. 5 elixirs, each distinct in hue and effect, lay before him. "Are these all first-tier superior elixirs?" The proprietor, though not an alchemist, had seen enough to recognize their quality. Zhou Luo nodded in affirmation. The shopkeeper meticulously examined the 5 elixirs before gingerly returning them to the vial. 10 spirit stones for each, he finally offered. Given that the market price for first-tier superior elixirs typically hovered around 15 spirit stones, his offer was quite generous. "Agreed," Zhou Luo replied decisively. However, the shopkeeper continued with a hint of insinuation. "Surely, you possess more elixirs, do you not?" Zhou Luo remained silent, prompting the shopkeeper to add, "Rest assured, our prices are fair, and your privacy is guaranteed." After a prolonged moment, Zhou Luo produced 3 additional first-tier superior elixirs and placed them on the table. The shopkeeper's eyes gleamed with excitement as he swiftly collected them into the jade vial. "Please hold for a moment." The shopkeeper then hurried to the back of the shop. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a bag, placing it on the table. "Please, count it." Zhou Luo glanced at the contents of the bag, confirmed the amount, and stood to leave. Just then, the shopkeeper called out, "If you have more elixirs of such quality in the future, do not hesitate to return to my humble shop." Indeed, Zhou Luo acknowledged before departing. Once he was gone, An elderly man clad in a blue robe emerged from the back. The shopkeeper immediately adopted a humble posture. Respectfully inquiring, "Elder Yin, what are your thoughts?" A young lad in the second layer of qi refinement. He must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity. The elder replied with a calm demeanor. "Shall we follow him?" The shopkeeper asked. The elder pondered for a moment before responding. It would be prudent to observe him further, to discern his true origins. Understood, the shopkeeper nodded. Meanwhile, after leaving the shop, Zhou Luo proceeded to several other establishments, adhering to his original plan of selling each elixir he had concocted. Ultimately, he acquired over 200 ordinary spirit stones, and after deducting expenses, he still earned 203 spirit stones. It is no wonder that alchemists rank among the foremost in the myriad arts of cultivation, garnering such widespread admiration. The speed at which they can generate wealth is unparalleled by other crafts. Yet, scarcely had he warmed the nearly 200 spirit stones when he was compelled to part with a portion. After all, during his time in the family, he had no means to purchase top-grade, first-tier medicinal materials. This rare opportunity to venture out was indeed to procure a batch. In comparison to the superior first-tier materials, the price of these top-grade ones was evidently double. However, in pursuit of greater means for self-preservation, Zhou Luo gritted his teeth and expended over 80 spirit stones to acquire a selection of exquisite medicinal materials. Given his current prowess, this batch could yield at least a dozen spirit pills. Having completed these transactions, Zhou Luo departed the market, blissfully unaware that he had drawn the attention of others. These individuals lurked in the shadows, silently trailing him to the Tianxia Tavern. Upon witnessing him ascend directly to the 10th floor, they promptly abandoned their pursuit. For it was common knowledge that access to the 10th floor of Tianxia Tavern was restricted to the Changsheng clan. Upon realizing Zhou Luo's affiliation with the Changsheng clan, they decisively retreated. Once back in his room, Zhou Luo placed the bag containing the medicinal materials directly into the system's backpack compartment. This was a newly discovered function, allowing him to utilize the backpack as a storage space, concealing items that needed to remain hidden, only to retrieve them when necessary. After successfully selling a first-tier superior spirit pill and acquiring the coveted first-tier top-grade medicinal materials, Zhou Luo did not venture outside his room for the next several days. 15 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early one morning, Lin Jishou appeared at the door, and Zhou Luo along with Lin Yin followed him out of the Tianxia Tavern. The venue for the upcoming Spirit Pill Conference was located within the Li family's estate. The trio arrived at the grand entrance crafted from jade of the Li family. At the entrance, cultivators meticulously scrutinized each individual entering the Li estate. Naturally, due to their status as members of the Changsheng clan, they were permitted entry without inspection. "Please, this way." Upon entering, a cultivator adorned in Li family attire courteously guided them. Like the Lin family, the Li family estate was equally magnificent. The trio traversed a stone path, passing through a lengthy corridor, until they arrived before a striking black structure. This was the stronghold for the Spirit Pill Conference. Inside the building lay an expansive hall, which Zhou Luo estimated to be at least half the size of a football field. Within the hall, silken drapes swayed gently, and crimson wooden tables were arranged on either side, laden with various spirit delicacies, while many cultivators sat with expressions of trepidation. These cultivators were alchemists hailing from various regions. The essence of the Spirit Pill Conference was to select promising young talents from across the land to study at the immortal sect. For those from smaller factions or free-spirited alchemists, this represented a remarkable opportunity. Gaining entry to the immortal sect would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for them. Beyond the alchemists, one can discern 5 distinct areas ahead, each serving as the residence of the 5 illustrious families of longevity. At this moment, a number of individuals have already taken their seats there. Lin Jishou entered the arena with an air of pride, instantly capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Upon recognizing the emblem of the Maple Leaf Lin family, respect was etched upon every face. Feeling the weight of those reverent gazes, Zhou Luo instinctively straightened his posture. The trio advanced to the foremost section, settling into the designated area for the Lin family. "Brother Jishou, it has been quite some time," an elderly gentleman seated nearby greeted. Bowing in acknowledgement, he belonged to the Changsheng Wang family, also a family of longevity. Lin Jishou returned the gesture, his gaze sweeping over the 5 youthful members of the Wang family, remarking with a smile, "It seems the Wang family is poised to shine brightly this year." "Brother Jishou, you flatter us," the elder from the Wang family humbly responded. Yet, it was evident that the Wang family held a significant edge over the Lin family in terms of the potential displayed by the younger generation. At that moment, another group emerged from outside, led by Lu Qin and comprising the younger members of the Lu family. Chapter 23. The bed of the longevity clan. With an air of arrogance, Lu Qin entered, his hands clasped behind his back, followed by 4 youthful companions who unabashedly displayed their pride. As members of the Longevity clan, they possessed ample grounds for their haughtiness. Lu Chen approached the front without reservation, casting a sharp glance at the Lin family's section, and sneered before taking his seat in the area designated for the Lu family. The Lin family, it seemed, had declined with each generation. No sooner had he settled than Lu Chen remarked sarcastically, "At least we are better off than the Lu family, which doesn't even boast a top-tier alchemist." "And what of that?" Lu Chen retorted, lifting his chin disdainfully. "In less than 50 years, the Lu family will still rank among the top 2 within the Longevity clan. As for you," at this juncture, Lu Chen's expression morphed into one of derision. "I hear you've sunk so low as to resort to deceiving a son-in-law to nurture your next generation." Ha ha. This statement stirred a ripple of unrest among the alchemists present. While recruiting a son-in-law was commonplace, the notion of deceiving one was entirely novel to them. Lin Jixio's aged visage darkened with fury as he fixed his gaze on Lu Chen, on the verge of exploding. "Head of the clan has arrived." A resonant voice interrupted the tension. Everyone, without exception, stood in respect, including Lu Chen, who displayed a marked reverence. An elderly man clad in a brocade robe, his eyes piercing, entered with a slow, deliberate gait. He emanated an extraordinary aura, exuding an air of superiority in every gesture. Upon his arrival, all present slightly bowed in deference. Li Shuntian, the head of the Li family, took the foremost position, surveying the crowd with a smile. "Welcome, everyone, to this year's Spirit Pill Conference. Please, take your seats." Once everyone was seated, a middle-aged man stepped into the limelight. This was Li Zihu, the host of the conference and the eldest son of Li Shuntian. Following the customary practice, Li Zihu began with an opening statement, unhesitatingly extolling the virtues of the Qingyuan sect. He then proceeded to outline the agenda for the conference. The Spirit Pill Conference spanned 2 days, featuring both literary and martial competitions, the details of which were determined by the Qingyuan sect. The alchemists seated below wore serious expressions. This was their singular opportunity to leap from obscurity to prominence, making them particularly diligent. Zhou Luo, attending the Spirit Pill Conference for the first time, listened intently. In contrast, the descendants of the Longevity clan appeared relaxed, as if victory were assured. Today marked the first day dedicated to the literary competition, set to commence in the afternoon. In the interim, attendees were free to engage in discussions and exchanges. After all, the Spirit Pill Conference occurred only once a year, attracting talented alchemists, and most would not miss the chance to connect. Only the scions of the Longevity clan remained unmoved. The Lin family had brought merely 2 juniors, seemingly resigned to forego the opportunity to study in the immortal sect. Lu Chen cast a knowing smile at Lin Jixio across the way. The Lu and Lin families have been bitter rivals for centuries, and if an opportunity to undermine each other arises, neither side would hesitate to seize it. In the face of mockery, Lin Jixio replied with an air of indifference, "Since when has the Lu family become so meddlesome? I am merely concerned that your repeated defeats might tarnish your reputation. Perhaps it would be wiser for you to concede altogether." Leaning back in his chair, Lu Chen retorted, "Does having numbers guarantee qualification?" Lin Jixio countered with a question. Lu Chen chuckled lightly. "Shall we make a wager, then, on this artifact?" With a casual flick of his wrist, a silver-white sword materialized in his palm, its hilt adorned with a golden spirit stone. Zhou Luo's attention was captured by the artifact. His mind stirred. This was a genuine artifact, although it required a cultivation level of at least the 5th tier to wield. It could undoubtedly fetch a handsome price if sold. The expressions of other members from the immortal families reflected similar surprise. They did not anticipate the Lu family would dare to stake such an artifact. Lin Jixio remained silent, observing the artifact. He understood that the opposing side's willingness to present such an item indicated their confidence in victory, prompting him to hesitate before agreeing. Lu Chen, seemingly aware of his thoughts, confidently suggested, "Let us not say that the Lu family is bullying the Lin family. Instead, let us compete in this afternoon's literary examination. If your Lin family surpasses us, this sword shall be yours." His voice was steady and resonant, bolstered by spiritual energy, reaching the ears of all present. Everyone ceased their conversations, astonished as they gazed ahead. Lin Jixio's brow furrowed in concern. The Lu family's proposition was a blatant challenge. Should he refuse, the news would undoubtedly spread throughout the entire Huiyun kingdom, severely damaging the Lin family's reputation. Yet, could the Lin family genuinely triumph over their adversaries? He glanced at Lin Yin beside him, only to find the young man staring at the ground, lost in thought. Turning his gaze to Zhou Luo, he noticed the latter looking intently at Lu Chen, his expression serene as still water. Is the Lin family afraid? Lu Chen pressed again. Lin Jixio clenched his teeth, realizing he could not evade the challenge. He retrieved a vial of medicinal pills from his robes and placed it on the table, saying, "Very well, Lin family, will accept your wager." It was a vial of wind-running pills, sufficient to exchange for that sword. The wind-running pill, a top-tier first-grade spirit pill, greatly benefits practitioners with wind-type spiritual roots, nourishing their essence and significantly enhancing their speed. Excellent, let us have the head of the Li family as a witness. Lu Qin declared confidently. Li Shutian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly, of course. Every year, the Lu and Lin families engaged in fierce competitions across various skills. Yet this marked the first time either family had staked such a significant treasure. This revelation sparked surprise among the onlookers. However, this was merely a prelude for everyone present. The afternoon's literary examination remained the focal point. Within the Lin family's quarters, Lin Jishou regarded Zhou Luo and Lin Yan with a grave expression. His tone serious as he inquired, "Do you feel confident about the literary examination this afternoon?" "Grandfather, I." Lin Yan's face flushed with embarrassment. "Uncle Shou, if we win, will there be a reward?" Zhou Luo suddenly asked, curiosity evident in his voice. "If you can place the Lu family beneath your feet, you need not fear that the clan will withhold its rewards," Lin Jishou remarked. "Understood," Zhou Luo responded, choosing not to elaborate further. Lin Jishou then tossed a tome on alchemy to the two of them, admonishing, "Study diligently. Do not tarnish the Lin family's reputation." In the afternoon, after the servants of the Li family cleared the spiritual delicacies from the table, several highly skilled cultivators entered, tasked with preventing any instances of cheating. Once all arrangements were finalized, the written examination commenced. This literary test was, in essence, an assessment of one's comprehension of alchemy. It encompassed various techniques of alchemy, methods, and the requisite materials for specific elixirs. Such theoretical knowledge was the truest reflection of an alchemist's foundational capabilities. Seated at a wooden table, Zhou Luo gazed at the special white paper that had been distributed. As his eyes fell upon it, a faint spiritual glow emanated from the paper, revealing a series of questions. A cursory glance confirmed that these inquiries fell squarely within the realm of first-tier alchemists, instilling him with confidence. After all, he had acquired the knowledge of all first-tier alchemists. For him, this examination was akin to an open-book test. He picked up the brush and began to answer earnestly. Chapter 24. The first place is a son-in-law? Within the grand hall, all those participating in the literary examination were diligently responding to the questions. Meanwhile, the alchemists accompanying Lin Jishou, in accordance with the regulations, were cross-supervising the younger members of other prominent families. This child possesses such a vast breadth of knowledge? The one overseeing the Lin family was an elder from the Wang family. Standing beside Zhou Luo, he gazed at the answers beneath a particular question. His heart filled with astonishment. The question pertained to the critical considerations an alchemist must heed during the final step of pill fusion. Logically speaking, this question should be a mere formality for any alchemist. After all, as the most significant phase of alchemy, the precautions associated with pill fusion are well engraved in the minds of every practitioner. However, the elder, a first-tier upper-grade alchemist, was acutely aware that the seemingly simple question concealed a pitfall. The query did not specify which tier of first-grade alchemist was being referenced. Generally, the precautions for pill fusion below the upper tier of first grade are uniform, but the elder understood that when concocting a top-tier spiritual elixir, one must also consider the distribution of mental energy during the final fusion. This nuance, likely known only to upper-tier first-grade alchemists, rendered a perfect score on this question virtually impossible. Yet, Zhou Luo had noted this critical consideration beneath the question, leaving the elder from the Wang family quite taken aback. However, upon reviewing Lin Yan's answer, the elder's brow furrowed slightly. The absence of this important detail in the response sparked a flicker of confusion within him. As time flowed steadily, Zhou Luo deliberately controlled his pace, even feigning to solve a couple of questions incorrectly. When the time was nearly up, everyone submitted their papers, and he followed suit, handing in his examination sheet. The review was conducted by 5 alchemists from the Changsheng family, all of whom were above the first-tier upper grade. All eyes were fixated on the 5 reviewers ahead, anxiety palpable in the air. Only Zhou Luo sat there at ease, even taking the time to snack on the treats laid out on the table. The grading period passed swiftly. The 5 reviewers compiled the results of all examination sheets and presented them to the family head, Li Shuntian. After submitting his paper, Lu Chan relaxed in his chair, casting a smug glance across at Lin Jishou. Moments earlier, he had learned from another alchemist of the Changsheng family about the achievements of his offspring from the Lu family. Among the stack of papers, his descendant, Luan, had secured a score of 95, placing him in first position. According to historical data from previous literary examinations, such a score would rank within the top 5. His confidence soared. Lin Jishou had been reviewing the papers of the Wang family's younger generation, thus remained unaware of Zhou Luo and Lin Yan's scores. At that moment, witnessing Lu Qin's expression, a subtle unease stirred within him. After comparing the 5 stacks of papers, Li Shuntian extracted the top 10 scores. According to the regulations of the Spiritual Elixir Society, Only those in the top 10 of the literary examination qualified to participate in the martial test the following day. After all, how high could one's alchemical proficiency soar if their theoretical knowledge fell short? In 10th place, Wang Pingtong, with a score of 88. Soon after, Li Shuntian began to announce the scores of the top 10. Others sat upright, their gaze fixed intently on the head of the Li family. 9th place, Zhang Yangxi, 89 points. 8th place, Lu Xian, 90 points. One name after another was pronounced by Li Shuntian. It was evident that those who entered the top 10 were predominantly scions of the longevity families. This was hardly surprising, as their education undoubtedly surpassed that of others. However, it was rather unexpected that, upon reaching the 4th place, no member of the Lin family had emerged. At this moment, in the Lin family section, Lin Yin clenched his fists tightly, bowing his head in evident embarrassment. Lin Jishou's aged face also displayed a look of displeasure. 3rd place, Li Guangji, 93 points. Before long, the rankings had reached the top 3, with the 3rd place being a Dan master from the Li family. It seems the Fengxing Dan will belong to our Lu family. Lu Chen finally spoke up, for he already knew that Luan had scored 95 points. He figured that Luan was either first or second. As for the remaining individual, he speculated it must be a scion of the Wang or Li family. In any case, it could not possibly be one of the two useless youths from the Lin family. In response to Lu Chen's comment, Lin Jishou remained silent, his expression darkening. 2nd place, Luan, 95 points, Li Shuntian announced. Lu Chen's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that Luan would not secure the first position. Nevertheless, it mattered little. At least he had won the wager against the Lin family. Meanwhile, the group of Dan masters below grew restless. Unsurprisingly, the top 9 were all descendants of the longevity families. With their overall deficiencies, none had secured a spot in the Dan examination. Some Dan masters despaired, shaking their heads, contemplating leaving the venue altogether. Of course, others were more concerned with who had claimed first place in this written examination. Particularly among the young scions of the longevity families who had not been called, anticipation filled the air. 1st place. Li Shuntian looked at the name on the test paper, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. Zhou Luo, 97 points. The calm voice resonated throughout the hall, landing in the ears of everyone present. Zhou Luo? Not a member of the longevity family? Someone exclaimed. The previously despondent Dan masters below instantly became invigorated. It seemed that this was the first time in the history of the Spirit Dan Association that the top 5 did not include a Dan master from the longevity families. Everyone glanced around, eager to locate the Dan master named Zhou Luo. In the front, the faces of the longevity family scions turned grim. The first place in the written exam was a rogue cultivator? Wasn't that a slap in the face to their esteemed lineage? Who was Zhou Luo? Li Shuntian set down the test paper, his gaze drifting below. He too presumed that Zhou Luo was a rogue cultivator. Just then, a faint voice emerged from the side. I am. Li Shuntian looked over to find the voice came from a rather handsome young man situated to the right of Lin Jishou. Simultaneously, the crowd turned their attention towards him. How was this possible? Lu Chen, his face a mask of shock, sprang to his feet, staring incredulously at Zhou Luo. Yet, the previously discontented Lin Jishou erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, Zhou Luo is indeed my Lin family's son-in-law. The mention of a son-in-law from the Lin family left others in sheer astonishment, particularly those who had secretly mocked the Lin family for taking in a son-in-law. Their spirits trembled with disbelief. Li Shuntian regarded Zhou Luo with a complex expression, contemplating the fact that the Lin family had recruited such a promising alchemical genius. It seemed the family was beginning to widely welcome more sons-in-law. Lu Chen, bring forth your magical artifact, Lin Jishou commanded with a beaming smile and a direct tone. After enduring frustrations for so long, he finally had the chance to vent his grievances. In stark contrast, Lu Chen wore a countenance as dark as a winter's frost, appearing as if he had lost a loved one. His piercing gaze was fixated on Zhou Luo, as though he wished to consume him whole. Chapter 25. The first kill. The gaze of cultivators above the 5th level of qi refinement weighed heavily on Zhou Luo, but fortunately, Lin Jishou stood before him as a shield. Surely, the Lu family would not go back on their word, he remarked coldly. Humph. One magical artifact is a loss my Lu family can afford, Lu Chen scoffed, hurling the treasured sword towards Lin Jishou. With a grin, Lin Jishou caught it deftly and set it aside. This matter is far from over, Lu Chen declared sharply before sweeping away. The Lu family disciples followed suit. A pack of strays, Lin Jishou sneered. As the civil examination concluded, the first day of the alchemical convention neared its end, leaving the accompanying alchemists with no choice but to depart. Li Shuntian, however, retained those from the Changsheng family, intending to host a banquet for them. Except for the Lu family, the others gathered in the core area of the Li family. Along the way, Lin Jishou regarded Zhou Luo with satisfaction. You performed admirably. Upon our return, I shall ensure that our clan rewards you handsomely. Thank you, Uncle Shou, Zhou Luo replied gratefully. In truth, he coveted the magical artifact. Yet it was evident that such a treasure was beyond his current reach. At the banquet, the other Changsheng families first congratulated Lin Jishou on his breakthrough, then praised the Lin family for acquiring such an excellent son-in-law. It was likely that, following today, the other Changsheng families would begin to prepare for the recruitment of sons-in-law with great fervor. The feast continued deep into the night, after which Lin Jishou escorted Lin Yin and Zhou Luo back to the Tianxia tavern. Upon entering their room, Zhou Luo intended to take a sip of water. He had just picked up the cup when his brow furrowed in sudden concern. Gazing intently at the rim of the cup, he wore a grave expression. This water is poisoned. As a top-tier poison master of the first rank, he instantly recognized the toxic nature of the liquid. It was a mid-grade first-rank poison, the soul-bewildering powder. It dissolved in water, colorless and tasteless, capable of easily incapacitating a chi refinement practitioner. Had he not keenly detected the faint residue at the cup's edge, he would have surely fallen victim. Who infiltrated the room to administer the poison? Zhou Luo pondered as he sat in contemplation. Soon, he pinpointed Lu Qin as the prime suspect. The entire 10th floor was occupied by the Changsheng family, leaving only the Lu family, who had not attended the banquet, with the means to carry out such an act. They had not employed a lethal poison, merely the soul-bewildering powder, seemingly intent on reclaiming the magical artifact. There was even a chance they aimed to eliminate him in the process. After all, his actions had provoked them, and the Lu family might very well resort to such measures to suppress their adversary. Given that his own room had been tampered with, it was likely that Lin Jishou's quarters had faced similar interference. Zhou Luo sprang to his feet, intent on thwarting the assailant. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that should he speak out against the intrusion, he would have to explain how he had discerned the poisoning. Caught in a web of indecision, he stared at the firmly closed door, his mind racing. Since the Lu family had resorted to the soul-bewildering powder, they likely wished to avoid alarming the other Changsheng families, thus probably not acting directly, and the assailant would certainly possess weak cultivation. This presented him with an opportunity to eliminate the threat. Upon this realization, Zhou Luo cast his gaze towards the exploding spirit pill nestled within his backpack. The only course of action was to take matters into his own hands. With this thought in mind, he exited the room and knocked gently on Lin Jishou's door, yet no answer came. It appeared that Lin Jishou had succumbed to slumber. Fortunately, for the sake of communication and guidance, Lin Jishou had provided him with a door plate. Upon entering, Zhou Luo discovered Lin Jishou sprawled over the table. He gently assisted him to the bed and then seated himself at the table, awaiting patiently. He had already devised a plan. He would eliminate the assassin sent by the Lu family within Lin Jishou's quarters. This way, the Lu family would presume it was Lin Jishou who had acted, thus diverting suspicion away from himself. Afterward, he would quietly depart, although Lin Jishou might sense something amiss. Given that nothing was lost, he would likely refrain from voicing his concerns. The thought of engaging in his first battle since arriving in this world sent a tremor through Zhou Luo's body, not out of fear, but from exhilaration. He had envisioned this moment countless times in his dreams, and now it was about to materialize. As the night deepened, the stillness of the darkened room invigorated Zhou Luo even further. Suddenly, he perceived a sound akin to a door creaking open. They have entered my room, he thought, as a shiver coursed through him. In an instant, a crimson pill materialized in his right hand. He feigned unconsciousness, resting his head upon the table. The pill conveniently positioned near his mouth, ready for consumption. Time passed slowly, and outside the room, a shadow emerged. Moments later, the door was gently nudged open, and a figure slipped inside. Silently, Zhou Luo placed the explosive spirit pill into his mouth, allowing it to dissolve instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, the tranquility of his energy reservoir now a tempest of unrest. Soon, he sensed an abundance of spiritual energy erupting forth, a formidable force radiating throughout his being. Perhaps noticing the unconscious occupants of the room, the shadow now wielded a sharp dagger, stealthily advancing towards Zhou Luo. Upon reaching him and confirming the target, the shadow raised its right hand, thrusting the dagger towards Zhou Luo's neck. Just then, Zhou Luo pivoted abruptly, a searing energy emanating from his palm. The shadow halted, unable to react in time, as a fireball erupted, hurtling directly towards its face. With a resounding crash, the shadow was propelled backward, crashing to the floor, its garments ignited by the flames. Zhou Luo's gaze was fierce as he surged forward, his right hand clenched into a fist, glowing with a crimson light, as he approached the shadow and unleashed another punch. The hapless assassin, barely recovering from the initial shock, was met with a devastating blow to the face. Blood splattered, some even staining Zhou Luo's own visage. Unrelenting, he continued his assault, each punch fueled by his spiritual energy, until the shadow's face was rendered unrecognizable, devoid of life. Only then did he relent. sinking to the ground in exhaustion. It was accomplished. He cast a glance at the lifeless body beside him, his expression brimming with exhilaration. Yet, in the next moment, a wave of psychological discomfort surged within him, accompanied by a nauseating sensation. He could not suppress a few dry heaves before gradually regaining his composure. In 2 lifetimes, this was his inaugural experience of taking a life, and in such a gruesome manner no less. Despite his mental preparation, he still found himself struggling to adapt. After a considerable time, he finally rose from the ground and employed a luminous talisman. Taking advantage of the light, he swiftly set about cleaning up the scene. As for the lifeless body, he chose to leave it in situ for the time being, while the effects of the drug still lingered. He had another task to attend to. Silently, he departed from the room, making his way toward the 9th floor. The 9th floor of the Tianxia Tavern was not open to the public, as it housed the establishment's personnel. The fact that the Lu family could surreptitiously poison their water must undoubtedly involve assistance from the tavern. Moreover, to ensure absolute certainty, the individual aiding them was likely still awake. If that were the case, then it was time to settle the score together. Chapter 26. The poisoning is the most prominent chain of taverns in the Fire Cloud Nation. The identity and background of the Tianxia Tavern far exceed common expectations. It is rumored that behind it lies a powerful celestial sect, comparable to the esteemed Qingyuan sect, and significantly stronger than the Changsheng family. Thus, the Changsheng family can reside here without a hint of concern for their safety. Logically, the Tianxia Tavern would never conspire with the Lu family unless they were willing to forsake their reputation. This implies that some malevolent individuals are involved behind the scenes, managing to elude the tavern's vigilance. Presently, Zhou Luo, whose cultivation level has surged to the 8th tier of qi refinement after consuming the explosive spirit pill, appears on the 9th floor of the tavern. The arrangement of the 9th floor differs from that of the 10th. Here, the rooms are few and arranged in a hierarchical order. Standing in the corridor, Zhou Luo notices that only the 3rd room on the left still has its lamp lit. Having donned the attire of an assassin, he conceals his features beneath a hood and strides directly to that room, knocking on the door. Who is it? A male voice, somewhat flustered, emanates from within. Zhou Luo remains silent, continuing his relentless knocking. With a creak, the occupant can no longer contain himself and opens the door just a crack. Upon recognizing Zhou Luo's familiar garb, the man furrows his brow. What brings you here? Has something gone awry? Indeed. It is confirmed that an insider of the tavern has colluded with the Lu family. With this realization, Zhou Luo suddenly pushes against the door, forcefully entering the room in a swift motion. The man, caught off guard, attempts to resist, but Zhou Luo slams the door shut behind him with his left hand. Raising his right hand, he manifests a surge of crimson spiritual energy, unleashing a torrent of flames directly at his opponent. The middle-aged man, clad in luxurious attire, pales in shock. His first thought is that the Lu family intends to eliminate him. As he contemplates this, the flames roar toward him, gritting his teeth. He gathers his spiritual energy, releasing a wave of pale azure power with a mighty thrust of his hands. Instantly, countless vines erupt from the surrounding void, ensnaring the flames in their grasp. The collision of the flames and the verdant vines produces a sizzling sound. Each room in the tavern is enveloped by a formation that shields against spiritual detection and muffles sound, rendering the commotion unnoticed by others. Truly, the Lu family is shameless. Seeing his counterattack thwarted, the man seethes with anger. Zhou Luo, however, does not respond. Instead, he steps forward, his right hand cloaked in crimson energy, striking out once more. Boom. A torrent of spiritual energy surges forth from his dantian, amplifying his power exponentially. Sensing the impending danger, the man swiftly dodges to the side. Yet Zhou Luo is relentless. He clenches his left hand, summoning another blaze that he hurls instantaneously. The searing heat envelopes the room, and the overwhelming spiritual energy sends the man's countenance into disarray. He cries out, "You are not Zhao Tong." "Indeed, I am not Zhao Tong," comes the low, resonant reply as the flames descend into the chamber. With no avenue of escape, the man steeled himself and unleashed the full extent of his power. Thrusting his hands forward to conjure a fierce wave of green spiritual energy in a desperate bid to block the attack. A resounding explosion echoed through the air, flames erupted, illuminating the surroundings as the man was violently hurled back, crashing onto the bed, his complexion ashen. Yet, Zhou Luo had no intention of striking again, for he wished to spare the man's life. He stood there, silently observing the figure before him. "You have colluded with the Lu family, intending to harm the Lin family. Should this matter come to light, your fate is sealed." The man's expression shifted dramatically. He gazed in disbelief at the shadowy figure before him, his heart trembling. Was this individual a master of the Lin family? It dawned on him that the Lin family had been prepared all along. Regret flooded his mind. Realizing the gravity of his situation, he hastily pleaded, "My lord, the Lu family coerced me. I was left with no choice." although he wielded some influence in the tavern. He was ultimately a mere pawn. Faced with the powerful Lu family, he had no means of refusal, especially since they had once shown him kindness, prompting him to take such a perilous risk in revealing the room numbers of the Lin family members. Zhou Luo was not there to hold him accountable. In a cold tone, he stated, "The Lin family may choose not to pursue this matter, but you must assist me with a task." Of course, of course. The man responded eagerly, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. At that moment, Zhou Luo suddenly produced a brown pill from his garments, tossing it into the man's lap. "Consume it." The man's face twitched as he stared at the brown pill, paralyzed with hesitation. "Refuse it, and you shall perish," Zhou Luo declared coldly. After a long moment of indecision, the man's expression hardened. With a resolute bite, he grasped the brown pill and swallowed it whole. "This pill is known as the spirit-extinguishing pill," Zhou Luo remarked indifferently. Upon hearing this, the man's countenance turned ashen, and he collapsed to the ground. The spirit-extinguishing pill was a high-grade poison. If the antidote was not ingested within 24 hours, all of his spiritual energy would dissipate, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. The man understood that Zhou Luo did not trust him. He looked up at the dark figure, his voice trembling. "What do you require of me?" Zhou Luo produced another vial of pills and tossed it towards him. The man, though perplexed, quickly caught it. "Incorporate the contents into the Lu family's meals," Zhou Luo instructed solemnly. Since his adversary sought to poison, he too would reciprocate in kind. The man, stricken with fear, protested. "My lord, this would cost me my life, would it not? Alchemists are highly valued by long-standing families. Even the Lu family would not dare to poison Lin Jishou, for that would incite the Lin family's wrath." Realizing the gravity of the task at hand, he feared that the consequences would reverberate throughout the entire tavern. "Rest assured, this poison is merely a mild toxin. It will not claim lives," Zhou Luo assured him. With that, the man finally felt a semblance of relief, surmising that the Lin family would not be so reckless. "Furthermore, you are to handle the body of the assassin upstairs," Zhou Luo continued. The man nodded vigorously, and as Zhou Luo prepared to depart, he quietly inquired, "My lord, what of the antidote?" "Once the task is completed, it shall be provided," Zhou Luo responded before turning and leaving the room. As he stepped out of his chamber, he sensed the once formidable aura within him gradually dissipating. It appeared that the effects of the potion were nearing their end. Fortunately, everything had been meticulously arranged. Upon returning to his room, Zhou Luo donned his attire and seated himself at the table, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. The effects of the potion had finally worn off completely, and thankfully, he had navigated the evening's events without incident. This experience had imparted a stark realization. The world beyond was far more perilous than he had ever imagined. With his current cultivation at merely the second level of Qi training, he was acutely aware of his inadequacies. It seemed imperative that upon returning to his family, he must devote himself to rigorous training and refrain from venturing out carelessly. Feeling somewhat fatigued in spirit, he approached his bed and succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 27. Alchemy. On the following day, Lin Jishou was abruptly awakened, springing up from his bed, his gaze scanning the surroundings with utmost vigilance. The room lay in profound silence, devoid of any alterations. Furrowing his brow, Lin Jishou rose and began to examine his surroundings. The previous night, after consuming water, he had felt a heavy fog enveloping his mind. At that moment, he realized he might have been poisoned. Instinctively, he had wished to call for help. But the potency of the drug swiftly rendered him unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in his current predicament. After thoroughly searching the room, he discovered that he had seemingly lost no possessions, nor had he encountered any peculiar arrangements. It was perplexing. He seated himself upon a chair, engulfed in confusion. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. "Come in," Lin Jishou instructed. Immediately, Zhou Luo entered, a smile adorning his face. "Uncle Shou, you are awake. Did something happen last night?" Lin Jishou inquired. Zhou Luo thought to himself, the old man has indeed sensed something amiss. Thankfully, I arrived in time. "Uncle Shou, something did transpire last night. Someone attempted to infiltrate your room." Zhou Luo lowered his voice to convey the seriousness of the situation. "Who possesses such audacity?" Lin Jishou's countenance darkened. "I do not know. Fortunately, I spotted him and went to summon help, which ultimately drove the intruder away," Zhou Luo replied earnestly. "Was it someone from the tavern?" Lin Jishou questioned in puzzlement. "Indeed," Zhou Luo nodded, to assure Lin Jishou of his claims. He had even summoned the intruder to the room, though the man was unaware of the true intentions of the Lin family. He understood that the antidote was in Zhou Luo's possession, thus he cooperated and played his part convincingly. "Rest assured, we at the Tianxia Tavern will surely investigate this matter thoroughly," the man stated with utmost seriousness. "Very well, inform me when you have news." Lin Jishou ultimately chose to place his trust in Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo then escorted the man out, discreetly handing him a pill. Has the matter concerning the Lu family been handled? Zhou Luo inquired softly. It has been taken care of. You may inform the master to rest assured, the man replied. Relief washing over him as he clutched the antidote. The venue for the Lingdan martial examination was arranged at the Li family's alchemy facility, the competition naturally revolving around the art of alchemy. Lin Jishou, accompanied by Zhou Luo and Lin Yan, headed directly to the Li residence. Upon arriving at the Li family's alchemy site, Lin Jishou engaged in lively conversation with other alchemists from prominent families, a triumphant grin illuminating his face. As the time for the alchemical contest had yet to arrive, some individuals meandered about while others contemplated their alchemical techniques. Zhou Luo. Just as Zhou Luo was scrutinizing whether the furnace before him was an artifact, a melodious female voice resonated behind him. Turning around, he beheld a stunning beauty. Her figure graceful, clad in a white floral dress that accentuated her slender waist and long, elegant legs. Most striking were her eyes, sparkling like sapphires. And you are? Zhou Luo queried, perplexed. He recognized her from the previous day's Lingdan gathering, where she had been seated in the Wang family's section, presumably one of their alchemists. Wang Yue, she introduced herself directly. Zhou Luo suddenly recalled that the fourth place in the recent literary examination was Wang Yue, evidently the enchanting beauty before him. Is there something you need? Zhou Luo inquired with a hint of confusion. Do you know the method for refining Bishwiden? Wang Yue fixed her gaze upon him, asking straightforwardly. In the examination yesterday, one of the questions pertained to the refinement process of Bishwiden. As a first-tier superior elixir, though its refinement method is documented, it is evidently beyond the grasp of the young practitioners present, who have merely just embarked on their journey as alchemists. However, since Zhou Luo scored 97 points, it was clear he had answered that crucial question correctly. Well, Zhou Luo hesitated momentarily, stealing a glance at Lin Jishou, who was engrossed in jovial conversation with others. He then lowered his voice and said, I've seen it before and managed to remember it. Really? Wang Yue's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest. She suddenly seized his right hand and pulled him aside. Once they were certain no one was watching, she turned to him with utmost seriousness and asked, Could you possibly share it with me? Zhou Luo was momentarily taken aback. Logically, the Changsheng family should have some record of the refinement method for Bishwiden, since this beauty was selected by her family to participate in the Spirit Elixir Conference. How could she be unaware of the process? Sensing Zhou Luo's doubt, a flicker of sadness passed through Wang Yue's eyes as she whispered, My family does not permit me to engage with such matters. This revelation left Zhou Luo astounded. The Wang family was unwilling to provide her with the method for Bishwiden? Being a first-tier superior elixir, Bishwiden primarily serves the purpose of healing injuries and has certain restorative effects on water-type spiritual roots. It seemed there were deeper issues at play. He could not act recklessly. If he provoked the colossal Wang family, it would not bode well for him. I'm sorry, but due to family reasons, I cannot divulge that information, Zhou Luo replied, feeling conflicted. A glimmer of disappointment crossed Wang Yue's beautiful eyes as she slowly lowered her head, her spirits evidently dampened. Since you need Bishwiden, why not purchase one? Zhou Luo could not help but suggest. Unfortunately, she offered no response, merely gazing at him deeply before politely saying, I apologize for the intrusion. With that, she turned and departed. Watching her retreating figure, Zhou Luo shook his head slightly. Indeed, every family has its own burdens to bear. Just then, the family head, Li Shuntian, entered the gathering, prompting everyone to stand in respect. Zhou Luo returned to Lin Jishou's side. What about the Lu family? Li Shuntian inquired, surveying the attendees with curiosity. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, none responding. Li Shuntian glanced at the time, and then at a middle-aged man beside him. The martial examination is about to commence. Zihu, please inquire about it. Li Zihu accepted the command and departed. The others settled into their designated areas. Shortly thereafter, Li Zihu hurried back, his expression tinged with urgency. Father, the Lu family has left. They've departed? Have they opted out of this Spirit Elixir Conference? Li Shuntian frowned slightly. It was reported by the inn staff that after breakfast, the Lu family left in haste. Though the reason remains unclear, Li Zihu explained candidly. The others present wore expressions of confusion. Only Zhou Luo understood that his poison was taking effect. In order to properly punish the members of the Lu family, Zhou Luo deliberately instructed the man from the Tianxia Tavern to mix the spirit-dispersing pill and similar concoctions into the spiritual food. While it did not pose a lethal threat, it was certainly enough for them to consume a pot. Well, since the Lu family did not show up, let others compete instead, Li Shuntian remarked. According to the customary rules of previous years, this martial trial required the selection of the final 5 individuals to enter the Qingyuan sect for training. Originally, 3 members of the Lu family were among the top 10, but now they had all departed, leaving only 7 participants in the trial. Before long, the servants of the Li family arranged 7 alchemical furnaces in the center. Zhou Luo and the other 6 stood before the furnaces, awaiting the commencement. The evaluation was to be conducted by a first-tier high-grade alchemist from the Li family. In addition, other alchemists from prominent long-lived families, such as Lin Jishou, were also present to observe. Lin Jishou sat in a chair, his previous triumphant demeanor replaced by a serious expression. The art of alchemy differed significantly from answering questions. The latter might rely solely on theoretical knowledge, whereas the former required genuine skill. Lin Jishou was somewhat familiar with Zhou Luo's foundation, which left him feeling uncertain. Before the alchemical furnace, Zhou Luo appeared earnest. If the trial was to select 5 from 7, he need not reveal too much of his alchemical talent. Otherwise, exposing too much would surely raise Lin Jishou's suspicions. Let us begin. Li Xuantian's voice suddenly resonated. Everyone moved aside to start selecting their medicinal materials. The martial trial posed no restrictions on the type of pill to be refined. One simply needed to choose what they felt most confident in. The judges would score based on performance, so even if Zhou Luo was merely a first-tier low-grade alchemist, he still had the potential to achieve high marks with an outstanding display. This time, Zhou Luo did not opt for the conventional entry-level pill of abstinence. Instead, he chose the more challenging 5 grains pill. Like the pill of abstinence, the 5 grains pill served as a substitute for food. However, due to its superior taste and nutritional value, the difficulty of its refinement was considerably greater. Upon seeing the medicinal materials Zhou Luo selected, Lin Jishou immediately realized he intended to refine the 5 grains pill and could not help but furrow his brow. Could this lad truly refine it? Chapter 28. An unseen alchemical method. Having selected the medicinal materials, all present returned to the alchemical furnace. The time had come to commence the refinement process. He placed a portion of the herbs into the furnace, channeling the spiritual energy within him, a crimson aura descending into the arena as flames surged upwards. Dancing within the confines of the furnace, the herbs emitted a crisp sound as they sizzled beneath the blaze, gradually dissolving. Observing that the time was ripe, Zhou Luo cast the remaining herbs into the mix. Instantly, the once crimson flames shimmered with a pale blue luminescence before settling back into tranquility. As time meandered on, the herbs transformed under the flames, gradually liquefying and beginning to intertwine. Zhou Luo focused intently, feigning unfamiliarity as he executed an alchemical incantation, guiding the liquid to merge along a specific trajectory. Under the influence of the incantation, the liquid began to amalgamate slowly, its hue shifting to a muted ochre. Meanwhile, the other alchemists embarked on their own endeavors, each displaying a distinct expression. Some appeared relaxed and confident, others were meticulous and serious, while a few furrowed their brows in concentration. The alchemical technique employed by the woman from the Wang family was notably refined, suggesting a commendable score ahead. "It is indeed Wang Yue," someone remarked. An elder from the Wang family chuckled. "Yue has practiced alchemy for many years. If she were to study at the immortal sect, it wouldn't be long before she breaks through." This statement caused the countenances of the other alchemists from prominent families to shift subtly. Given Wang Yue's age, attaining such proficiency in a short time foretold a boundless future. It seemed the Wang family had indeed discovered a remarkable talent. The representative from the Li family was also commendable, boldly opting to refine the challenging diamond pill. Moreover, the young man from the Zhang family exhibited an exquisite mastery of alchemical techniques, indicating he was a promising candidate. The senior alchemists present offered their evaluations, acknowledging that all participants in this martial examination possessed notable capabilities, especially the offspring of these esteemed families, who displayed commendable prowess. "How peculiar, Brother Jishou. Is there something amiss with your son-in-law's technique?" inquired the elder from the Wang family, his curiosity piqued. This question drew the attention of the other alchemists, who had previously overlooked Zhou Luo. As they turned their gaze upon him, they discovered that his alchemical method was entirely unfamiliar to them. Lin Jishou stood there, his expression grave. Surely, this young man had not forgotten the alchemical techniques. "Look, he is bound to fail," someone suddenly remarked. Just then, the liquid within Zhou Luo's furnace emitted a hissing sound, even releasing wisps of white smoke. This was a clear indication that the herbs were on the verge of collapsing due to improper guidance. How could he choose the grain pill without mastering the alchemical method? The elder from the Wang family furrowed his brow. It appears he has overreached, attempting to tackle a challenging elixir, only to find himself hoisting a boulder that crushes his own foot. The alchemist from the Zhang family smirked, casting a glance at Lin Jishou. At this moment, Lin Jishou clenched his hands tightly, remaining silent, fully aware of the unfolding predicament. The young man had clearly never crafted the 5 grains pill, a fact that stemmed from his lack of proficiency. A flicker of disappointment stirred within him. It seemed that the Lin family would not be able to enter the immortal sect for their studies this time. However, something about the medicinal properties still lingered. as suddenly remarked by the alchemist from the Li family. Although white smoke had begun to rise from the alchemical furnace, the liquid did not collapse. Instead, under Zhou Luo's guidance, it gradually settled, producing bubbles of varying sizes. "What sort of alchemical technique is this?" exclaimed the Zhang family alchemist, his eyes wide with disbelief. This method of pill refining was entirely unfamiliar to him. Could it be that the 5 grains pill had an alternative technique? Indeed, to concoct a high-quality 5 grains pill, Zhou Luo had deliberately employed a unique alchemical technique, which was why the liquid emitted white smoke. This technique was likely known only to those who mastered all first-tier alchemical knowledge. At this moment, his expression turned serious as he unleashed another burst of flame into the furnace. The flames within the furnace surged dramatically and, under Zhou Luo's control, swiftly constricted, while the previously boiling liquid gradually began to coalesce under the guidance of his alchemical formula. Finally, the moment of pill formation arrived. Everyone, apart from him, had entered the final stages. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense, with all eyes riveted on the actions of the few individuals present. Before long, a fragrance wafted from Wang Yue's furnace, prompting the Li family alchemist to step forward. He observed that the flames had dissipated, revealing 5 first-tier middle-grade pills resting quietly at the bottom of the furnace. Producing 5 pills in a single batch was indeed commendable. Concurrently, others began to succeed in their pill formations as well. As for Zhou Luo, the earthy-colored liquid finally coalesced under his manipulation, transforming into 2 pills that lay within the furnace. Upon seeing only 2 pills, Lin Jisho's heart sank. This performance seemed somewhat lacking. The Li family alchemist examined each result, offering evaluations until he reached Zhou Luo. Upon noticing that only 2 pills had been produced, the alchemist's expression shifted noticeably. The criteria for scoring pill refinement were categorized into 3 aspects: the quantity produced in a single batch, the difficulty of the alchemical process, and the final quality of the pills. Each aspect could earn a maximum of 10 points, totaling 30 points. Zhou Luo's performance fell short on the first criterion, receiving a score of merely 4. The Li family alchemist then extracted 2 pills, stating that the 5 grains pill ranked among the top 5 in difficulty within the category of first-tier low-grade pills. Successfully forming the pill would yield 7 points. He proceeded to scrutinize the quality of the pills. In the next moment, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "A superior grade pill. This merits a full 10 points." At this declaration, the audience erupted in astonishment. Lin Jisho, in utter shock, rushed to the furnace to closely examine the 5 grains pill. A perfect score? Truly superior quality? Someone gasped in disbelief. The Li family alchemist asserted firmly, "Indeed, it is of superior quality. You may inspect it." Having spoken, he presented 2 pills to the others. They circulated them among themselves and ultimately determined the quality of the elixirs. Each pill is categorized based on its medicinal properties into 4 grades: upper, middle, lower, and exquisite. It is already quite remarkable for most pills to attain a middle grade, while those of a higher caliber are exceedingly rare. As for the exquisite grade, they are treasures that one may encounter only by chance. Even Lin Jisho, a top-tier first-grade alchemist, may not consistently succeed in producing exquisite quality wugu pills in a single batch. Thus, achieving a perfect score is indeed a common occurrence. The other competitors cast peculiar glances at Zhou Luo, their expressions reflecting their astonishment. Is this fellow truly so formidable? Zhou Luo feigned a modest and bashful smile, as if all of this were merely the result of fortunate happenstance. Chapter 29. Returning home, Zhou Luo's extraordinary 5 grains pill left the attendees in awe. Ultimately, he achieved a score of 21, ranking 4th among the 7 alchemists, thus securing an opportunity to study at the Qingyuan sect. Lin Jisho was overjoyed. It had been a long time since anyone from the Lin family had gained such a chance to learn alchemy in an immortal sect. Once they returned to the tavern, he summoned Zhou Luo to his chamber. "Splendid, splendid. You performed exceptionally well this time." Upon entering, Lin Jisho's aged face blossomed into a radiant smile as he exclaimed without restraint, "It is all thanks to Uncle Shou's guidance," Zhou Luo humbly replied. "I did not teach you how to concoct superior elixirs. Where did you acquire such knowledge?" Lin Jisho inquired. Zhou Luo had anticipated this question and responded earnestly. "You allowed us to peruse ancient texts on alchemy, and I chanced upon insights that led to my success on my very first attempt. Is this truly your first time?" Lin Jisho scrutinized him. "Indeed, Uncle Shou, I would not dare deceive you," Zhou Luo replied with composure. "Excellent, excellent. What a diligent young man you are. It's no wonder you excelled in the written examination. That little rascal Lin Yin pales in comparison," Lin Jisho remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Before Zhou Luo could interject, a cheerful Lin Jisho declared, "Come, today I shall treat you to a sumptuous meal. Order whatever you desire." "Thank you, Uncle Shou," Zhou Luo replied with a smile. He had heard that the finest spirit cuisine in the world offered great benefits to cultivators. Given the opportunity, he was determined to indulge Lin Jishou generously. At the dining table, Lin Jishou lavished praise upon Zhou Luo's talents, rendering Lin Yin fidgety in his seat. Zhou Luo was equally delighted, raising his glass and toast repeatedly. The only minor drawback was that entering the Changsheng sect for study would require a 2-year wait, as the selection of talents extended beyond alchemy to other disciplines. Thus, only when all candidates were finalized could they commence their studies in the immortal sect. The following day, Lin Jishou granted Zhou Luo a day of leisure and bestowed upon him 30 spirit stones, encouraging him to explore the city of Conjure. However, Zhou Luo had little desire to wander, having already sold the high-grade elixirs. Nonetheless, since he was in the area, he decided to take a look around. By sheer coincidence, he encountered Wang Yue again on the street. This time, she was accompanied by another young man, presumably a member of the Wang family. Zhou Luo. It is a pleasure to see you once more, Wang Yue remarked, her beautiful eyes glinting as she spoke. Indeed, what a coincidence, Zhou Luo replied with a smile. At that moment, the young man introduced himself, Wang Qinghao. Zhou Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Are you here to purchase something? Wang Yue suddenly asked. Yes, Zhou Luo answered. Then let us go together, Wang Yue suggested unexpectedly. Zhou Luo regarded her, sensing that she was still preoccupied with the events of the previous day. He initially contemplated declining her invitation, yet her gaze clearly conveyed that she had matters to discuss. Ultimately, he acquiesced. As the trio meandered about, while Wang Qinghao was engrossed in selecting items, Wang Yue subtly approached Zhou Luo and whispered, Are you truly not considering it? I am but a humble son-in-law, Zhou Luo said with a sense of helplessness. As long as you inform me, I am willing to exchange, Wang Yue remarked, her gaze fixed upon Wang Qinghao. Exchange for what? Zhou Luo pondered, assessing her with a thoughtful expression. It appeared that her spiritual roots were commendable. One could wonder if she might bear offspring of even greater potential. The information regarding the immortal sect, Wang Yue stated earnestly. At the mention of the immortal sect, Zhou Luo's heart trembled, and his eyes gleamed with eagerness. Before he could voice his thoughts, Wang Yue continued, This is my second time entering the immortal sect for studies. Thus I possess a wealth of knowledge, including some that could greatly benefit you. This proposition was indeed alluring. Yet, Zhou Luo found it difficult to place his trust in her so easily. He contemplated, I cannot share the refining methods with you, but I can offer Bai Shui Dan in exchange. Yue, aren't you going to buy anything? At that moment, Wang Qinghao turned his attention towards them. Wang Yue smiled and replied, No need, you may purchase it. Seizing the opportunity while Wang Qinghao went to settle the payment, she nodded. I require at least 20 Bai Shui Dan. 20? Zhou Luo's eyelids flickered. You are quite audacious. Rest assured, the information is certainly worth these pills. Wang Yue asserted with conviction. Very well, it is settled. Zhou Luo ultimately did not decline. After all, the refinement of Bai Shui Dan posed no challenge for him. If he could obtain the benefits of the immortal sect in return, it would be entirely worthwhile. With the transaction concluded, Zhou Luo crafted an excuse to depart, subsequently procuring a substantial quantity of materials necessary for refining Bai Shui Dan before returning to the tavern. A day later, he was finally set to embark on his journey home. 7 days later, Zhou Luo beheld the grand city of Maple Leaf once more. As the flying vessel descended, he made his way directly to his courtyard. Brother Zhou? A familiar voice called out to him. Upon turning, Zhou Luo recognized Su Changsheng, who now bore the mark of hardship, an amputated arm and a stubbled face that conveyed a sense of despondency. Brother Su, Zhou Luo greeted, his gaze involuntarily drifting to his severed limb, feeling a pang of guilt. I heard you attended the spiritual pill conference. How did it go? Su Changsheng inquired with curiosity. It was satisfactory, Brother Su. But what of your injury? Zhou Luo hesitated. Su Changsheng chuckled lightly. It is nothing serious, as long as I can remain with my family. I am content. I truly had no choice in the previous matter, Zhou Luo explained. Unexpectedly, Su Changsheng clapped him on the shoulder. I understand. It is all right. At least you have salvaged your life. After a brief exchange, Zhou Luo hurried back to the courtyard. Upon entering, he joyously exclaimed, I have returned. My dear husband. You are back. Lin Yi was the first to appear, her face adorned with a sweet smile. She rushed over and embraced Zhou Luo. Husband, I missed you dearly. Before long, Lin Zier and Lin Feiying also emerged, joining him. Husband, you must be famished. I shall prepare a meal for you, Lin Feiying said, turning towards the kitchen. Since giving birth, Lin Feiying has once again taken charge of the kitchen, seemingly harboring an inexplicable passion for culinary creations. Lin Zier gazed at her, a tender expression gracing her innocent face. But where is Qinghan? Zhou Luo inquired. discovering with surprise that Lin Qinghan was absent. Sister Qinghan is cultivating in the spirit vein blessed land, Lin Yi replied with a gentle tone. Aren't you going to let go? Zhou Luo chuckled softly. Only then did Lin Yi release her hold and step aside, playfully asking, My lord, do you look in the mirror every day? At this, Zhou Luo found himself at a loss for words. Of course I do, he said, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. In the kitchen, as he savored the exquisite dishes prepared by Lin Feiying, a wave of nostalgia washed over Zhou Luo. This was far more satisfying than any fasting pill or grain elixir he had consumed. Indeed, while pursuing the path of immortality, indulgence was an unavoidable pleasure. Through Lin Yi, he learned that Lin Lan would soon give birth, heralding the arrival of his sixth child. That evening, as Zhou Luo prepared for slumber, Lin Yi pushed open the door, her eyes sparkling with mirth. My lord, are you sleeping alone? Zhou Luo replied with a calm smile. Come in. Then we shall enter, Lin Yi responded. We? Zhou Luo echoed in confusion, just as Lin Feiying and Lin Zier followed her into the room. Well then, it seems his return heralded a delightful predicament of one man surrounded by three women. Chapter 30. The transformation of identity on the following day. Zhou Luo did not awaken until noon. The long journey of the past few days, coupled with last night's battle, had taken a toll on him. Supporting himself against the door, he stepped outside to find Lin Feiying soothing the child. Upon seeing him, she offered a shy smile. Husband, shall I prepare a meal for you? Very well, allow me to hold the child, Zhou Luo replied. As he received the infant, he gazed upon the swaddled little one, a tender smile gracing his face. Though the child lacked spiritual roots, he felt no disdain. Rather, he was suddenly struck by the notion that leading a simple life could be quite fulfilling, allowing one to live joyfully under his protection. While he was amusing the child, Lin Yi entered with a light-hearted step. Husband, you are awake so soon? She inquired, leaning closer. Did you think I would sleep indefinitely? Zhou Luo jested. Last night, it was this little lady who caused the most commotion. Lin Yi chuckled shyly, then recalled something and quickly added, Oh, right? Grandpa Shou sent word that he wishes to see you once you awaken. Uncle Shou is looking for me? Zhou Luo realized it must pertain to the upcoming elixir conference. The fact that he was not rudely awakened suggested a notable elevation of his status within the family. Thus, he decided to eat before visiting. In Shouchuan Garden, Lin Jishou was humming a tune as he tended to his flowers, his spirits high. Lin Yan, who had shown disappointment regarding the elixir conference, was no longer qualified to accompany him and would have to seek instruction from other alchemists. As Zhou Luo arrived, Lin Jishou approached him with a broad smile. You've come, he said, surveying Zhou Luo with satisfaction. This year's elixir conference has certainly brought honor to our Lin family. Uncle Shou, Zhou Luo greeted humbly. Sit. I have come to discuss the family's rewards. Lin Jishou gestured to a stone bench nearby. Upon hearing of the family rewards, Zhou Luo's expression brightened. Lin Jishou settled onto the bench and continued. You performed admirably this time. The family has decided to grant you a manor. A manor? Zhou Luo's spirit soared. The only places within the Lin family and Apos architecture that could be deemed a manor were the outer circle of buildings in the core area. Those were situated near the spiritual vein, a stark contrast to his current residence. He was astounded by the family's generosity. In addition, there are other rewards awaiting you in my quarters, which you may collect later, Lin Jishou continued. Thank you, Uncle Shou, Zhou Luo said, suppressing his excitement. It appeared the family's rewards would be quite substantial. There is one more matter. Lin Jishou suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, his expression grave. Noticing this, Zhou Luo straightened. Listening attentively, would you be willing to become my disciple? Lin Jishou asked, his aged face reflecting solemnity. Zhou Luo was taken aback for a moment, then immediately responded with enthusiasm. Of course. It would be my honor to be your disciple, Uncle Shou. The distinction between an apprentice and a disciple is indeed vast. The former might merely be considered a helper, occasionally imparting some alchemical techniques, while the latter offers an abundance of knowledge and skills without reservation. However, given Zhou Luo's current prowess, these skills are of little consequence. What he truly values is the transformation of his identity. Lin Jishou is presently the sole first-tier top alchemist in his family, holding an esteemed position. Once Zhou Luo becomes his disciple, he too will rise in status and reap numerous benefits, such as discounts on purchasing medicinal herbs, unrestricted access to the family's alchemical chambers, and increased opportunities to enter the spiritual veins blessed lands. The hidden value derived from this is exceedingly high. Thus, Zhou Luo readily agreed. Lin Jishou nodded in satisfaction. Although he is a first-tier top alchemist, his age is advanced, and he cannot hope to break through to the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. After his passing, the family's alchemical endeavors will suffer a significant blow. Today, he sees a glimmer of hope for the future in Zhou Luo. particularly after Zhou and Appo's remarkable performance at the alchemical conference, leading him to decide to nurture him diligently. Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhou Luo felt as though he were in a dream. He had not expected to transform into Lin Jishou's disciple and acquire a manor near the core area. Husband, Grandpa Shou is looking for you to reward you, right? Upon his return, a throng of wives and concubines approached him with eager inquiries. How do you all know? Zhou Luo chuckled lightly. Debo just sent over a plethora of cultivation resources, Lin Feiing remarked. The Debo she referred to is naturally Lin Qinghan's father, Linda. Reflecting on the disdain and dissatisfaction he had encountered during their first meeting, it was astonishing to see how Linda had since changed, sending resources to his courtyard daily. It seems this father-in-law possesses the ability to adapt. Zhou Luo did not conceal anything. He candidly shared the news of their new manor with the women. Upon hearing this, they erupted with joy and excitement. Particularly, Lin Yi rushed to embrace Zhou Luo, showering him with affectionate kisses. I knew it, husband. You are so capable. You will surely lead us to a prosperous life. Before long, the news of Zhou Luo becoming Lin Jishou's disciple and acquiring a manor spread like wildfire throughout the entire family. This revelation fell upon the tranquil surface of the family like a massive stone, stirring up tumultuous waves. Whether it was Su Changsheng and his fellow sons-in-law, or the collateral descendants of the Lin family, all were filled with envy. This signified a monumental shift in Zhou Luo's identity. Merely becoming Lin Jishou's disciple was enough to elevate him above many collateral descendants, let alone obtaining a manor near the core area. One must understand that those manors are the residences of the family's prominent figures. For Zhou Luo, a mere son-in-law, to gain entry there suggests he is now on par with the family's significant individuals. Of course, there remains an undeniable disparity between them. Nevertheless, the journey of a son-in-law reaching such heights is enough to evoke admiration and envy from countless onlookers. In the days that followed, Zhou Luo, as usual, devoted himself to his cultivation, spending quality time at home with his children, and occasionally discreetly taking out the medicinal herbs he had previously purchased to concoct first-tier exquisite elixirs. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and her companions busied themselves with rekindling old friendships and engaging in lively conversations. Naturally, their true intention was to boast about their husbands garnering the family's favor. Having previously felt overlooked in their own lineage, they now relished the elevation of Zhou Luo's status, which even afforded them a manor, thus indulging their vanity. Such behavior is not entirely unfathomable. However, you could not help but caution them against being overly ostentatious. Should they inadvertently attract the ire of others and become targets, the consequences would be regrettable. At this juncture, Zhou Luo simply wished to bide his time, using it to bridge the gap between his strength and that of others. Indeed, upon his gentle admonition, the women noticeably moderated their exuberance. Yet, they were not Zhou Luo, and thus could not fully grasp his sentiments. He understood that while their current conduct was manageable, it could easily escalate to affect him, their esteemed elder. Once he had numerous wives and countless descendants. Building a family is no simple endeavor. With the privileges of familial ties come the responsibilities. And Zhou Luo had mentally prepared himself for this reality. Chapter 31. The sixth offspring 5 days later. The steward Lin Fu visited Zhou Luo to inform him that the estate had been prepared, and they could move in at their convenience. He even inquired about a name for the estate. Without hesitation, Zhou Luo replied, "Let it be called Zhou Garden." Zhou Garden, the estate of Zhou Luo, simple and straightforward. Once Lin Fu departed, Zhou Luo commenced the preparations for the move. Although he had only 5 women in his household, the arrival of children had significantly increased the number of inhabitants. Thus, the task of relocating required considerable effort. Just as he found himself in a quandary, unexpectedly, Su Changsheng arrived with a group of individuals, offering their assistance. It was through Su Changsheng that Zhou Luo learned these individuals were from the same batch of sons-in-law who had entered the Lin family. However, due to prior conflicts, they had suffered substantial losses, leaving only a dozen or so remaining. Under Su Changsheng's call, they gathered to help Zhou Luo with the move, clearly hoping for his future protection. Zhou Luo, in need of extra hands, did not refuse their help but indicated that he would reward each of them with 3 pills of the feeding pill as compensation. Brother Zhou, there is truly no need for such formalities, Su Changsheng said, standing beside Zhou Luo and watching the bustling activity. I simply wish to avoid being indebted to anyone. Zhou Luo replied calmly. Su Changsheng understood his intent but persisted. Must Brother Zhou be so precise in delineating our arrangements? Su brother, the world is as such. We are but insignificant figures, Zhou Luo remarked, looking at him. Su Changsheng remained silent. Zhou Luo gently patted his shoulder. Su brother, we have been friends. This parting may prevent future visits. Take care. Take care, Su Changsheng responded with a forlorn expression. Zhou Garden stood merely a wall away from the core area of the main family estate. Within the garden, lush trees provided shade, and fragrant flowers filled the air, while intricately arranged rock formations added to the beauty of the scenery. The main building, towering over 3 stories, exuded grandeur, with exquisitely carved patterns adorning its walls, bringing them to life. Flanking the main structure were rows of rooms. Aside from communal areas such as the kitchen, every chamber was isolated by formations to prevent prying eyes. Due to its proximity to the spiritual vein, the area was suffused with abundant spiritual energy, making it akin to a blessed land for cultivators. It seemed the family held him in high regard. Lin Fu, observing Zhou Luo settled into his new home, imparted some essential matters to consider. Given Zhou Garden's closeness to the core area of the main family estate and its surrounding prominent members, it was imperative to tread carefully. Despite being a disciple of Lin Jishou, Zhou Luo bore no familial ties to the Lin lineage. Zhou Luo committed all the advice to memory. After Lin Fu's departure, he began to assess the environment of Zhou Garden. The main building boasted 3 levels, the first for receiving guests and conducting daily affairs, the second for the residences of his wives and concubines, and the third primarily designated for a practice room, an alchemy chamber, and a study. Notably, the practice room was enhanced with a special formation by the family, designed to expedite the absorption of spiritual energy. Zhou Luo decided to test its efficacy. Although the speed may not rival that of the spiritual veins and blessed lands, it certainly exceeds the ordinary. Having just moved into their new home, Lin Lan was finally about to give birth. Fortunately, Zhou Luo did not have to personally assist this time. He stood quietly at the door, awaiting the arrival of their 6th child. With the sound of an infant's cry, the system chimed in, announcing, "Congratulations to the host on the birth of the 6th offspring," granting a 10-year lifespan bonus. As anticipated, no offspring with spiritual roots were born this time. Lin Lan gave birth to a daughter, whom he named Zhou Xia. In accordance with the previously established custom, on the very night of his daughter's birth, he received another notification: "Congratulations to the host for successfully enabling their partner to conceive through diligent effort, earning a chance for a lottery draw." Without hesitation, he utilized this opportunity that very evening. The white roulette began to spin rapidly, with golden orbs swirling around, ultimately landing once again in the skill area. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2nd-tier poison-making skills. The reward has been automatically added to the host's backpack. Please check it. Another poison-making skill? Zhou Luo felt momentarily speechless. It seemed he was being groomed to become the king of poisons. 2nd-tier poison-making skill. Upon use, the host can directly comprehend the fully mastered 2nd-tier poison-making techniques, along with the corresponding compendium of poisons. Given that this was a 2nd-tier skill, capable of poisoning foundation-building cultivators, it would be foolish not to learn it. He decisively chose to utilize it. As the backpack icon vanished, a torrent of memories flooded his mind. Zhou Luo instantaneously acquired a wealth of information regarding 2nd-tier poison-making. Could it be that he truly intended to poison the foundation-building ancestor of the Lin family? He pondered, unable to suppress the thought. Of course, this was merely fantasy. Not to mention that he would have no idea where to find that ancestor. His current status rendered such an act unnecessary. If the Lin family were to perish, he would gain nothing from it. Time flew by, and Zhou Luo had resided in Zhou Garden for over 2 months. One day, Lin Qinghan, who had been cultivating in the spiritual vein blessed land, finally returned, bringing with her good news. A family gathering? In the hall, Zhou Luo looked at the still elegant Lin Qinghan, his expression one of surprise. Lin Qinghan nodded. Yes, Uncle Fu mentioned that for some unknown reason, the Lu family has abandoned their attempt to seize the spiritual mine, which has now become the Lin family and Oppos, as property. To celebrate this victory, the family has decided to host a banquet, both to reward the family members and to honor the deceased. After hearing this, Zhou Luo fell into contemplation. Could it be that his mere act of poisoning led the Lu family to withdraw from their quest for the spiritual mine? That seemed unlikely. They had fought for it for so many years, how could they relinquish it so easily? Unable to find an answer, Zhou Luo chose to cease his musings. In addition to informing him of the family banquet, Lin Qinghan mentioned that they had also been invited to attend. Zhou Luo was not particularly surprised by this. The family had stipulated that only the legitimate wife could accompany the host, while concubines like Lin Yi were not afforded the same opportunity. Upon Lin Qinghan's return, the previously unruly Lin Yi became considerably subdued, no longer daring to sneak into the room at night. Despite Lin Qinghan's typically aloof demeanor and her infrequent displays of emotion, she adeptly managed the affairs concerning her husband Zhou Luo and the other women in his life. Zhou Luo desired a virtuous wife to oversee his household, and he found that in her. That evening, as they lay in bed, Lin Qinghan nestled against Zhou Luo's chest, silently absorbing his recounting of events at the Lingyan conference. A faint smile tugged at her lips upon hearing of her husband's commendable performance. Once, she had harbored resentment towards her family's decisions. Yet now it seemed that everything had unfolded according to a grand design. However, there was still something he had not disclosed. As Zhou Luo finished his tale, Lin Xinghan suddenly lifted her head, regarding him with a scrutinizing gaze. Zhou Luo was momentarily taken aback. He indeed had withheld information, but how had she discerned that? When you mentioned the martial arts examination scheduled for the following day, your heartbeat quickened, Lin Xinghan observed intently. You can even hear heartbeats? Zhou Luo gazed at her in disbelief, meeting her penetrating eyes that seemed to unveil all secrets. All right, I must admit, I have concealed certain matters, Zhou Luo conceded. He then proceeded to share his encounter with Wang Yue, omitting the full truth and merely stating that she had expressed admiration for him, leading to a brief conversation. Lin Xinghan regarded him with skepticism. Then why did you not mention it? Wuden and Oppos, tea that lead to misunderstandings? Zhou Luo pulled her close, assuring her. I am not a petty person. I am not the jealous type, Lin Xinghan replied. Zhou Luo smiled in silence, recalling how, when Lin Yi and her sisters had visited, he had been on the verge of becoming a jealous man. All right, let us sleep, Zhou Luo said, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on her lips. Chapter 32. The family banquet. The family gathering is set to take place in 5 days, and during this time, the household servants are bustling about with fervor. Apart from his daily pursuits of cultivation and alchemy, Zhou Luo has taken on an additional responsibility, entertaining the children. Although they are still quite young, he finds himself unable to resist teasing the little ones whenever he sees them. Now he understands why Lin Xinghan has become so much gentler since having children. Indeed, little ones are the angels that save the world, at least during this early stage. Once they enter the rebellious phase, they may become quite the handful. Thus, he intends to savor this precious time. The 5 days swiftly pass. As the banquet is scheduled for the evening, Zhou Luo and Lin Xinghan set off in the afternoon. Their first stop is the residence of Linda, Zhou Luo's once disapproving father-in-law, who now greets him with a radiant demeanor and effusive praise. My esteemed son-in-law, how do you find your new home? Linda inquires as they stroll through the garden. It's quite satisfactory, Zhou Luo replies with a nod. Indeed. I had a feeling you would not disappoint, Linda responds with a smile. Zhou Luo falls into a moment of silence, reflecting that Linda could not have truly seen him, as he had never truly perceived who Zhou Luo was. Linda continues to chat animatedly, treating Zhou Luo as one of his own, expressing a desire to visit Zhou Garden someday to experience its spiritual energy. As the hour draws near, the four of them decide to set off. The banquet is to be held in the heart of the family estate. After traversing a corridor, they finally enter the core area and follow the signs towards the main hall. Along the way, they encounter other distant relatives, with Linda engaging in enthusiastic conversation with each of them. One cannot help but think that without his son-in-law, he might never have had the privilege of being in such esteemed company. Lin Xinghan and her daughter are equally curious about their surroundings, happily exchanging words. In contrast, Zhou Luo maintains a calm demeanor as they arrive at the main hall. The venue is ablaze with light, filled with smiling faces and an atmosphere of vibrant merriment. Upon entering the grand hall, they find a spacious interior adorned with tables laden with an array of delicacies. Draped curtains sway gently, and ethereal music fills the air, while graceful dancers enchant the crowd. As the guests raise their cups and toasts, Zhou Luo is approached by a server holding a cup of spirit wine. You must be Zhou Luo. Brother De, you have a fine son-in-law here. We shall rely on you in the future, the server remarks. Linda laughs heartily, though his expression reveals a sense of pride that he struggles to conceal. However, just as the atmosphere is filled with warmth, a middle-aged man crosses through the crowd, sneering with derision. So, we have a son-in-law who is merely a novice alchemist? What right does he have to be here? Linda's expression falters, and upon recognizing the man's status, he bites his tongue, reluctant to respond. He belongs to the main family, Lin Xinghan whispers to Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo nods in understanding. Are all the members of the main family so arrogant and aloof? First, there was Lin Xian, and now another has emerged. Yet, when he first encountered the head of the family, he did not feel this way. Subsequently, aside from those who congratulated and admired him, Zhou Luo encountered several individuals who ridiculed him with biting sarcasm, all of whom, unsurprisingly, belonged to the main family. It appeared that, apart from the family head, the others from the main family harbored a certain disdain for him. Could it truly be because I have garnered the favor of the family and received an abundance of cultivation resources? Surely, the members of the main family would not be so petty. This left him feeling somewhat bewildered. Zhou Luo, do not take it to heart. This is quite normal. Linda gently patted his shoulder. Why do they behave this way? Zhou Luo inquired, perplexed. However, Linda refrained from providing an explanation. Yet, observing the expression of his father-in-law, Zhou Luo surmised that there might be deeper reasons at play. Since the main family did not seem fond of him, it would be prudent for him to maintain a distance. Thus, he chose to find a corner to sit alone. After all, it appeared that Lin Qinghan and her family were managing social interactions quite well. It would be best for him to remain low-key. Do you also prefer solitude? At that moment, a curious voice floated from behind him. Zhou Luo turned to see an extraordinarily beautiful woman with dark hair cascading naturally over her delicate shoulders, adorned with a jade hairpin. Beneath her elegantly arched eyebrows were a pair of sparkling, clear eyes that captivated the beholder. Clad in a simple yet graceful light blue gown that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, she exuded an air of refined elegance. The woman sat there, her lively eyes appraising him. Zhou Luo momentarily lost his train of thought, but quickly regained his composure and smiled. Indeed. He then politely introduced himself. I am Zhou Luo. You are Zhou Luo? The woman was taken aback and then chuckled softly. I've been hearing that name quite a lot these past few days. Zhou Luo's spirits brightened. It seemed he had a fan. Such a lovely admirer. He wondered if she possessed spiritual roots. Lin Shi, the woman then introduced herself. However, the name startled Zhou Luo. He hesitated and asked, Are you from the main family? In the Lin family. It was customary for only those from the main family to have names consisting of two characters, serving as a symbol of status. Indeed, Lin Shi affirmed without hesitation. Do you harbor any animosity towards me? Zhou Luo inquired, puzzled. Why would I harbor animosity towards you? Lin Shi replied, bewildered. Zhou Luo then recounted the incidents he had just encountered. After listening, Lin Shi chuckled lightly. So that is how it is. I prefer to steer clear of such conflicts. Thus there is no need for animosity. Conflicts? Zhou Luo seized upon the key term. Yet, Lin Shi did not elaborate further. Instead, she shifted the conversation to the upcoming Elixir Conference. She expressed great interest in the event, hoping Zhou Luo would share the happenings in detail. Although this young lady from the main family did not favor crowds, she was immensely curious about the affairs of the outside world. She listened intently until he finished speaking. Why didn't the Lu family participate in the competition the next day? She asked, puzzled. Uncertain, perhaps something has transpired. Did they not declare their abandonment of the contest for the spiritual mind? Zhou Luo remarked. It appears to be connected to the malevolent practitioners, Lin Shi pondered, murmuring to herself. What? Zhou Luo seemed to have caught the mention of the term malevolent practitioners. However, Lin Shi swiftly covered her delicate lips, shaking her head and saying, It's nothing. Suddenly, she turned her gaze toward a certain direction and promptly stood up, exclaiming, Grandfather has arrived. Farewell. Zhou Luo followed her line of sight and noticed that Lin Tianxiang, the head of the Lin family, had indeed entered the arena. All present rose to their feet, their expressions grave as they gazed solemnly ahead. Zhou Luo hurriedly got up and moved towards the position where Linda and the others were situated. Chapter 33. The innate Qi engaged in a pleasant conversation with the fifth miss. Zhou Luo stood beside Lin Qinghan when he heard her voice turn slightly cold. Feeling somewhat awkward, he touched his nose, realizing she was indeed the fifth Mississippi. What did you discuss? Lin Qinghan inquired in a hushed tone. Nothing significant. Just matters concerning the Elixir Conference, Zhou Luo replied candidly. At that moment, Lin Tianxiang had already begun his speech. Lin Qinghan shot him a glare, choosing not to pursue the matter further. This banquet, aside from the feasting and merriment, was also meant to reward those who had made substantial contributions to the family. To Zhou Luo's surprise, his name was conspicuously absent from the list of honorees, reflecting on the conflict mentioned by the fifth miss. Alongside the prior hostility he faced from the main family, as well as Lin Jisho's earlier insistence on acquiring resources for cultivation, Zhou Luo suddenly realized he might have unwittingly become embroiled in some internal strife. This conflict appeared to involve the main family as well. With this thought, his desire to participate in the banquet evaporated. He longed to retreat to Zhou Garden and remain hidden, lest he become entangled in whatever turmoil was brewing. Unfortunately, the banquet was set to continue for at least another hour. During the festivities, Zhou Luo could not resist inquiring further with Linda. Alas, you two have suffered an undeserved calamity, Linda lamented, holding a cup of spiritual wine, his expression heavy with sighs. What exactly is going on? Zhou Luo asked. Increasingly bewildered, Linda regarded his son-in-law, uncertainty flickering across his features, revealing an internal struggle. Ordinarily, he would not divulge such matters. Father-in-law, Qing'an is my legitimate wife. Zhou Luo stated earnestly, making his intentions clear. He wished to convey that they were allies in this tumultuous sea, and if he were to face any peril, it would inevitably affect Linda as well. Evidently, upon hearing this, Linda's hesitation dissipated, and he looked resolutely at Zhou Luo, saying, My worthy son-in-law, You will soon come to know the truth. I can only tell you that this matter pertains to two factions within the family. Which two factions? Zhou Luo pressed. Yet Linda's response was evasive. At present, everyone is focused on the newly acquired spiritual mind. Whichever faction can seize control will experience a significant elevation in both power and status, thus both sides are covertly vying for dominance. Hearing this, Zhou Luo vaguely surmised that it likely involved familial discord. But what was his stake in this? Had he inadvertently aligned himself with a faction opposed to the main family? Recalling previous events, he found this possibility unsettlingly plausible. However, when he sought to inquire about the identity of the other faction, Linda indicated that in due time, he would learn the answer. He urged Zhou Luo to refrain from concerning himself with such matters, emphasizing that his foremost priority should be to enhance his strength. As for his safety, the family would certainly ensure he remained unharmed. While he acknowledged Linda's reassurances, Zhou Luo could not find solace. After all, the situation remained shrouded in ambiguity. He felt as though he were caught in a swirling vortex. And the most troubling aspect was his utter powerlessness in the face of it. Upon the conclusion of the banquet, Zhou Luo returned to Zhou Garden, burdened with thoughts that weighed heavily on his mind. Lin Qinghan sensed something amiss on the road, and, upon returning home, inquired about the matter. Zhou Luo gazed at his legitimate wife, choosing not to reveal the truth. He merely stated that he was fine. In the days that followed, apart from attending Lin Jishou's teachings at Shoshuan Garden, Zhou Luo did not venture beyond Zhou Garden. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he had been sharing a bed with Lin Qinghan. One day, the system finally emitted a notification. Congratulations to the host for diligently striving and successfully enabling the Dao partner's conception, thus earning a chance to draw a lottery. Lin Qinghan was pregnant once more. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of insecurity in recent days, Zhou Luo hastily activated the lottery function. As he gazed at the white spinning wheel, he fervently wished for a formidable weapon, ideally something akin to the explosion spirit pill, which could significantly enhance one's power in a short period. Under his watchful eyes, the lottery commenced. A golden orb emerged, swiftly revolving. Zhou Luo's anticipation grew as he observed the orb, its speed gradually waning, his heartbeat synchronizing with its deceleration. Ultimately, the golden orb came to rest in the other category. Other? It couldn't possibly be another useless item. Zhou Luo's heart sank. The last time he landed in the other category, he had received an item that enhanced his charm. While such an enhancement was beneficial, it proved futile in the face of adversaries. Congratulations to the host for obtaining innate chi. The reward has been automatically deposited into the host's backpack. Please check it. Innate chi? This item exists. Zhou Luo felt a wave of confusion. Innate chi typically refers to the intrinsic essence within the human body, a natural endowment. Every individual possesses innate chi upon birth, and the greater the depth of this essence, the higher the aptitude for cultivation, leading to greater achievements in the future. The fact that he had drawn such an item surprised Zhou Luo. He glanced at the swirling icon in his backpack. Innate chi, usable for children under 3 years of age, significantly enhances the user's innate chi, thereby improving cultivation potential. Upon reading the description, Zhou Luo's expression darkened. What on earth? This item is only usable for toddlers? That offers him no benefit whatsoever. In an instant, Zhou Luo nearly erupted in frustration. This wretched system was exceedingly deceitful. After previously drawing a useless item, he was now faced with something he could not utilize. It was as if the system did not regard the host as a human being. Zhou Luo wore a look of helplessness. While the description of innate chi appeared promising, it bore no relevance to him. It seemed he could only bestow it upon his child. Then he reconsidered. If this innate chi could significantly elevate his child's cultivation potential, perhaps it was not entirely a misfortune. Who knows, he might eventually find himself being protected by his offspring. Ultimately, Zhou Luo had to come to terms with this reality. The following day, he applied the innate chi to little Chang'an. Now nearly a year old, Chang'an, though possessing merely a 9th grade spirit root, would undoubtedly benefit from the nurturing of this innate chi. Zhou Luo, someone is looking for you. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice resonated from outside. Upon stepping out, he discovered 4 servants transporting a Dan furnace into the estate. Through inquiry, he learned that it was a gift from his master, Lin Jishou, intended for his alchemical endeavors. Previously, due to matters concerning the spiritual elixir conference, his progress in refining elixirs for the family had been delayed. Finally, at the beginning of this month, the family remembered his obligations. Accordingly, he was required to produce at least 20 pill of abstinence this month. Zhou Luo did not decline, for it was his duty. And the process of concocting such elixirs posed no challenge to him. What piqued his interest, however, was that the furnace delivered appeared to be unlike any ordinary furnace. Once the furnace was placed in the alchemy chamber, Zhou Luo meticulously examined it. To his astonishment, he discovered that this furnace was indeed a magical artifact. Indeed, the interior was inscribed with intricate patterns, designed to enhance the alchemist's control over flames and to automatically regulate the internal temperature. Should he utilize it for crafting top-tier first-grade elixirs, it could significantly elevate his chances of success. Zhou Luo was eager to commence his experimentation. Chapter 34. 2 consecutive draws in the blink of an eye. 2 months had passed. During this time, Lin Xinghan's pregnancy became known, yet the family remained silent, with only Lin De bringing some gifts to offer his condolences. Then, on a certain evening, both Lin Yi and Lin Feng became pregnant simultaneously. Their pregnancies came at a most opportune moment. Presently, Zhou Luo found himself inexplicably entangled in the family's internal strife, feeling an acute lack of security. Furthermore, from the previous lottery, he had drawn a primordial energy that could only be utilized by future generations. He fervently hoped to obtain something of value this time. His consciousness sank into the lottery interface. Gazing at the white spinning wheel, Zhou Luo's expression turned serious as he contemplated his 2 chances. Surely, this time he would draw something worthwhile, he silently wished, before selecting the start option. The golden orb on the wheel spun rapidly, and after a few seconds, it halted in the area designated for techniques. A tremor coursed through Zhou Luo, giving rise to a flicker of despair. Surely this was a mistake. How could it be a technique? Given that he already possessed the gathering spirit technique, what he needed least was another martial art. Only cultivators at the 5th level of Qi refinement and above could manipulate spiritual energy for combat. Even if he were to acquire a technique now, he would be unable to utilize it. Was his luck truly this dismal? Could it be attributed to his failure to wash his face? Congratulations, host. You have acquired the giant bear body refinement technique. The reward has been automatically placed in the host's inventory. Please check. The system's notification arrived as expected, leaving Zhou Luo momentarily dazed. A body refinement technique? From a heart filled with despair, a glimmer of hope emerged. While he could not utilize Qi refinement techniques, this body refinement method appeared to hold some merit. Although body refiners held little status and power within the cultivation community, they were undeniably a superior choice before reaching the 5th level of Qi refinement. However, body refinement was far more time-consuming and costly, leading many to prefer arduous training over the seemingly frivolous pursuit of physical enhancement. After all, in later stages, Qi refiners would utterly overpower body refiners of the same realm. Upon discovering that it was a body refinement technique, a semblance of security washed over Zhou Luo. Yet, the name struck him as somewhat peculiar. He turned his attention to the technique in his inventory. Technique: Giant Bear Body Refinement Technique. Grade: Superior Qi Refinement. Description: Observing the giant bear's practice technique. One refines bones and flesh through the method, strengthening the body, supplemented by rare materials to forge a physique as unyielding and formidable as that of a giant bear. Below the Qi refinement stage, one's physical form is invincible. Reading the description, Zhou Luo inhaled sharply. It was indeed a superior Qi refinement technique, capable of withstanding attacks at the Qi refinement level. Should he master it, he would essentially be free from concerns within the Lin family. However, what particularly caught Zhou Luo's attention was the mention of rare materials. As anticipated, financial expenditure was indispensable for body refinement. Nevertheless, strengthening his physique was of utmost importance, especially considering the need for a healthy body to bear children. He could only hope that these rare materials were not too obscure. Otherwise, acquiring knowledge without practical application would prove to be a fruitless endeavor. As he focused his thoughts, he activated the cultivation technique. In the next moment, information regarding the giant bear body refinement method flooded his mind, encompassing the intricacies of the cultivation formula, the necessary celestial and terrestrial materials, as well as various precautions, all meticulously detailed. After a considerable time, Zhou Luo finally absorbed all this knowledge. With the system's assistance, mastering this high-grade Qi cultivation technique proved to be rather manageable. The only challenge lay in the celestial and terrestrial materials mentioned within. Initially, he had presumed that it sufficed to refine his body with these materials at critical moments. However, he had grossly underestimated the resource-intensive nature of body refinement. First and foremost, he needed to nurture his body with celestial and terrestrial materials until it met the requirements for the next phase. Subsequently, he would need to continue using higher-grade materials for further refinement, repeating this process until the 5th stage. Only upon completing all 5 stages could he attain invincibility beneath the Qi cultivation realm. At present, Zhou Luo focused on completing the 1st stage, ensuring his body could withstand the attacks of practitioners at the 5th layer of Qi cultivation. Redirecting his thoughts, he glanced back at the lottery interface. He still had one opportunity remaining. Curious about what he might draw this time, he did not hesitate and selected the lottery. Soon, A golden orb spun and ultimately settled in the spirit beast category. A spirit beast? Could he possibly draw an ancient divine beast? Zhou Luo's anticipation surged. Surely, the items within the spirit beast category would not be disappointing. If he were to draw a divine beast, he would fear nothing, capable of traversing heaven and earth with unparalleled prowess. Alas, while ideals are often beautiful, reality can be harsh. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Snow Mountain Spirit Cat. The reward has been automatically deposited into the host's backpack. Please check your inventory. The name did not seem to belong to a divine beast, and judging by its title, its tier appeared to be rather modest. With a skeptical mindset, Zhou Luo examined the white cat icon in his backpack. Spirit Beast, Snow Mountain Spirit Cat. Tier 3. Description: a mystical creature hailing from the snow-capped mountains. Its white fur allows it to blend seamlessly into the snowy landscape. It can wield illusionary powers from a young age, and upon maturity, it can harness potent spiritual energy to acquire additional abilities. A Tier 3 mystical beast, it did not seem too shabby. Zhou Luo contemplated. So-called spirit beasts, also referred to as mystical beasts, possess strength levels that range from low to high. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4, and so forth, corresponding to human cultivators' realms of Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul. The Snow Mountain Spirit Cat's tier indicates not its starting point, but rather its potential apex. This means that upon reaching its peak, it would equate to a golden core cultivator among humanity. The golden core realm, as far as he knew, was an existence exclusive to the Qingyuan sect. If nurtured properly, it could undoubtedly serve as a guardian spirit beast for his family. However, the cultivation period would be extensive, particularly since it was currently a juvenile. According to ancient texts he had perused, an ordinary mystical beast requires at least a century to reach maturity, and the more extraordinary the beast, the longer the maturation period. This merely accounts for the adult phase, with further stages of maturity and peak performance yet to come. To truly grow up, it remains uncertain how much time will be required. Fortunately, time is the one thing he possesses in abundance. Zhou Luo has temporarily refrained from summoning that mystical Snow Mountain beast, as he is still lying in bed, even when the moment comes to call upon it. Explaining its presence will pose a challenge. He intends to seize an opportunity tomorrow to venture outside, feigning that he has purchased it, while simultaneously searching for the rare materials needed for the first stage of the giant bear body refinement technique. Given his current status, his family has granted him considerable freedom, requiring only a report of his whereabouts. However, when it comes to leaving Maple Leaf City, he must not only inform them but also obtain their consent. With his present strength, the family would undoubtedly hesitate to allow him to depart alone. Returning to his thoughts, he gazed up at the ceiling above his bed. Overall, his recent lottery draws had not been as disappointing as he had anticipated, providing him with a much-needed source of solace amidst his recent discontent. Nevertheless, both body refinement and the nurturing of spirit beasts will demand substantial financial resources. Clearly, the monthly allocation of spirit stones from his family will not suffice. Fortunately, during his earlier participation in the Spirit Pill Conference, he managed to sell a batch of pills, which will sustain him for a while. Yet, this is not a sustainable solution. He must continue to refine pills to generate income. Chapter 35. Body Refinement at the break of dawn the following day. Zhou Luo sought out Lin Fu to convey his intention to venture outside to procure some items. After a customary inquiry, Lin Fu ultimately granted him a passage token. With the token in hand, Zhou Luo stepped out of the Lin family's abode. Standing at the entrance, he gazed upon the bustling streets of Maple Leaf City, taking his first steps onto its lively thoroughfares. In comparison to Rockstone City, the flow of people here was markedly greater, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Regrettably, he was constrained by time, allowing him only half a day to explore. Zhou Luo hastened to a shop specializing in medicinal herbs, a venture owned by the Lin family. Upon presenting his token, the proprietor respectfully ushered him inside. Although the first stage of the bear form body refinement required a multitude of rare materials, their commonality and affordability made them accessible. After acquiring several herbs, he proceeded to other establishments. The sole advantage of shopping outside was the opportunity to evade the watchful eyes of his family, keeping them oblivious to his purchases. Once he completed his herbal acquisitions, he changed his attire and began procuring various other items. As noon approached, he successfully gathered all the necessary materials. Additionally, he deliberately visited a spirit beast shop. Although labeled as such, the establishment primarily sold low-tier pets, many of which had yet to awaken their intellect. Fortunately, they offered food suitable for spirit beasts. After expending 20 spirit stones, he secured a sizable bag of the beast's preferred sustenance. Having accomplished these tasks, he discreetly summoned the Snow Mountain Spirit Cat. With a shimmer of ethereal light, a small white kitten nestled into his palm. Its fur was as pristine as freshly fallen snow, and its sapphire eyes sparkled like precious gems. Delicate whiskers quivered slightly, exuding an air of agility and cleverness. Meow, the Snow Mountain spirit cat nuzzled against his palm, its diminutive size barely the span of his hand. It was hard to fathom that this little creature could evolve into a third-tier spirit beast. Zhou Luo placed it upon his shoulder, where it remained languidly sprawled, its tiny claws clinging to his garments, displaying utmost docility. "You shall be my pet from now on," Zhou Luo remarked, waving the food before it. Meow, the Snow Mountain spirit cat tilted its tiny head as if in agreement, then opened its mouth to swallow the offered morsel. With this little companion in tow, Zhou Luo made his way back to the family estate. Before long, he returned home, and the presence of the Snow Mountain spirit cat did not arouse any suspicion among the others. They regarded the kitten merely as a pet. For not everyone could discern its true nature as a spirit beast. Such insight required mastery in beast taming. This realization struck Zhou Luo. If he could master the art of beast taming, perhaps he could accelerate the growth of the Snow Mountain spirit cat. Upon reaching the Zhou Garden, he found Lin Yi amusing the dragon and phoenix twins. Upon noticing Zhou Luo's return with the little white cat, her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurried over, eager to grasp the Snow Mountain spirit cat, perhaps sensing Zhou Luo's essence emanating from the other. The little kitten did not resist, allowing Lin Yi to gently cradle it in her palms. "What an adorable little cat! My husband, did you purchase this?" Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Zhou Luo nodded. "Yes, once Zhaoping and the others grow up, it will be just the companion they need for play." "You are so considerate, dear husband. But may I take care of this little creature?" Lin Yi pleaded, softly stroking the snowy mountain spirit cat's tiny head. "Of course," Zhou Luo replied, as he happened to be temporarily occupied with other matters. "Wonderful," Lin Yi beamed with joy, embracing the snowy mountain spirit cat as she went off to play with the children. With the matter of the snowy mountain spirit cat resolved, it was time for body refinement. Zhou Luo deliberately set aside a separate room, as there were plenty of rooms in Zhou Garden. Then, amidst the curious gazes of the women, he brought in a large bronze cauldron and set up a fire beneath it. "Are you going to refine your body?" At the entrance, Lin Qinghan, holding little Chang'an, discerned Zhou Luo's intentions. Zhou Luo did not conceal his plans, stating, "I want to give it a try. Do you need my assistance?" This time, Lin Qinghan did not dissuade him but rather inquired. "No need," Zhou Luo shook his head. He then ignited the fire. And as the water in the cauldron began to boil, he added the medicinal herbs he had previously purchased, along with various other items, such as a 1-meter-long green snake and a fist-sized spider. Lin Qinghan observed as the clear water instantaneously transformed into a dark, ink-like concoction. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, was this truly body refinement, or was it poison brewing? Zhou Luo paid her no mind and retrieved a jade vial, pouring the true blood within into the mixture. This true blood was the essence from a certain magical beast, indispensable for body refinement. Once everything was prepared, Zhou Luo turned to Lin Qinghan at the door. "Please try not to disturb me." "Understood," she responded, turning to leave and gently closing the door behind her. Next, Zhou Luo awaited the fire to burn out and the water temperature to gradually decrease. He shed all his garments and entered the cauldron, feeling the liquid's warmth against his skin. The moment his skin made contact with the medicinal solution, he inhaled deeply. The potency of these heavenly materials was overwhelmingly intense, making him feel as though his skin might rupture. Simultaneously, his body became scorching hot, radiating a faint red glow. Thus, Zhou Luo hurriedly settled into a cross-legged position, swiftly reciting the giant bear body refinement technique. In no time, beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he endured the excruciating pain, channeling the energy within according to the incantation. Once the technique was activated, a refreshing sensation surged through him, significantly alleviating his discomfort. Zhou Luo steadied his mind and embarked on his first bodily tempering. Within him, his meridians, bones, and flesh began to transform gradually under the dual stimulation of the heavenly materials and the incantation. This process continued for a full half-hour. As the water cooled, the medicinal effects were entirely absorbed. Zhou Luo opened his eyes, sensing a change within his body, though he could not articulate it at that moment. Yet, he understood that this was merely the beginning. Moving forward, he would engage in a medicinal bath every 5 days. During this process, he could distinctly perceive his skin becoming increasingly taut and his body brimming with vigor. This state continued for a full month. He remained in the initial stage of physical refinement, yet sensed that his realm was on the verge of a breakthrough. Consequently, he temporarily halted his physical training and opted to enter the spiritual vein sanctuary for cultivation. This phase of practice lasted for over a month. and he finally advanced to the mid-stage of the second level of Qi cultivation. During this time, the Snow Mountain Spirit Cat gradually grew, expanding from the size of a palm to approximately 20 centimeters in length. It must be said that Lin Yi truly cared for this spirit beast, keeping it by her side almost constantly, as if it were her own child. On the third day after Zhou Luo's return, Lin Jishou summoned him to visit Shouchuan Garden. Chapter 36. The Master S arrangement in the main building of Shouchuan Garden. Lin Jishou sat leisurely sipping tea, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman with bright eyes and pearly teeth. The woman, dressed in an exquisite light purple gown, bore a delicate yet displeased expression. "Grandfather, why must I marry a son-in-law?" She fixed her gaze on Lin Jishou, her voice tinged with annoyance. The woman was named Lin Siki, Lin Jishou's granddaughter. Unlike the collateral branches of the Lin family, she was a direct descendant and the only one among the younger generation with a 6th-grade spiritual root, which allowed her to voice her grievances. "Siki, Zhou Luo is not merely a son-in-law. He has already become a member of the Lin family," Lin Jishou replied, setting down his teacup. "But what of it? How can a man with a 9th-grade spiritual root be worthy of me, especially since he has taken so many wives?" Lin Siki retorted. "Though he possesses a 9th-grade spiritual root, his talent in alchemy is remarkable. In just 2 years, he is on the verge of becoming a first-tier alchemist." Lin Jishou countered. "Look at your cousin. After all this time with me, he is still merely a novice. Zhou Luo may very well become a second-tier alchemist in the future. Would it not be an honor for you to be with him? Do not let his current number of wives trouble you. Once you marry him, you will undoubtedly be the principal wife, so what is there to worry about?" Upon hearing that Zhou Luo might become a second-tier alchemist, Lin Siki's beautiful eyes glimmered with surprise. Although she was not an alchemist herself, she understood the significance of being a second-tier alchemist. In the realm of immortal families, such an individual was a coveted rarity, deserving of the utmost attention and care from their clan. Even in the outside world, they would be treated as esteemed guests wherever they went. Can he truly become a second-tier alchemist? Lin Siki asked uncertainly. Lin Jishou smiled gently. "I have a keen eye for talent. Given sufficient time, he is destined to achieve that rank. Otherwise, I would not have taken him on as my disciple." This remark reminded him of a previous conversation with the clan leader, Lin Tianxiang, who had initially intended for Zhou Luo to remain as an apprentice. However, through their interactions and Zhou Luo's performance at the alchemy conference, Lin Jishou increasingly recognized his boundless potential, leading to his decision to accept him without reservation. Hearing her grandfather's unwavering confidence, Lin Siki felt her resolve waver. She understood that despite her 6th-grade spiritual root, she would eventually need to marry. Perhaps marrying a second-tier alchemist would not be such a poor choice. Moreover, she realized that this was not solely her grandfather's plan, but also a strategic arrangement by the family. Noticing his granddaughter's silence, Lin Jishou spoke earnestly. "The purpose of today's meeting is for you to get to know him. If you find common ground, then so be it. If not, I would never impose upon you. After all, she was his most cherished granddaughter, and if not for the clan leader's directives, he would prefer that she focus solely on her cultivation." "Understood," Lin Siki replied softly. At this moment, Zhou Luo stepped into the grand hall. Upon entering, he caught sight of Lin Siki and paused for a brief moment before respectfully greeting Lin Jishou. "Master, please, have a seat," Lin Jishou responded. Once Zhou Luo was settled, Lin Jishou took the opportunity to introduce his granddaughter. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo scrutinized the young woman before him. In terms of both beauty and grace, she was exceptional. Although she could not quite compare to the 5th miss he had encountered earlier, she stood equally well alongside his own wives and concubines. "The reason I have summoned you today is to facilitate your acquaintance," Lin Jishou continued. "I must attend to my alchemy work, so you may converse at your leisure." After this brief introduction, Lin Jishou found an excuse to leave the two alone. Zhou Luo surmised that his master was likely attempting to arrange a match for him. That seemed agreeable. After all, most of his wives were already expecting. Marrying another would significantly enhance the likelihood of conception, thus granting him opportunities for rewards. When Lin Jishou departed, Zhou Luo nodded towards her and said, "Miss Siki, greetings." Lin Siki did not respond. Instead, her stunning eyes fixed upon him in silence. Truth be told, this was her first encounter with Zhou Luo. Although she had occasionally heard of him, she had little interest in the man who had joined their family. However, upon seeing him today, she found his appearance rather commendable, far surpassing her expectations. What captivated her most were his eyes, as bright and clear as the stars, seemingly able to pierce through to one's very soul. In that moment, the initial reluctance she felt towards him began to wane, and the notion of marrying him suddenly seemed not entirely unpalatable. Noticing her silence, Zhou Luo pondered inwardly. Could she be an unyielding ice queen? After a long pause, Lin Siki finally spoke, her inquiry startlingly direct. Do you like me? Such forthrightness took Zhou Luo by surprise, evoking memories of his first meeting with Lin Qinghan. Was it a trait of the women in the Lin family to be so bold and unreserved? Was there no need for preamble? Nonetheless, he replied earnestly, Miss Siki, your elegance is unparalleled. I dare say no man could resist your charm. Upon hearing his words, Lin Siki smiled lightly, clearly pleased with his response. Her smile alleviated the tension in their conversation, allowing for a more relaxed exchange. Lin Siki was not inherently aloof. Her cold demeanor stemmed from her prejudices against Zhou Luo. With a positive beginning, her words began to flow more freely. Outside the hall, Lin Jisho lingered, eavesdropping on their dialogue, a smile gracing his aged face. It appeared that his granddaughter was quite taken with Zhou Luo. Through their conversation, Zhou Luo gradually learned more about his master's granddaughter. Most intriguing was the revelation that she possessed a 6th-grade spiritual root. If they were to unite, it might be possible to produce offspring with even higher qualifications. As this thought crossed his mind, his interest in Lin Siki deepened. However, when the topic of marriage arose, Lin Siki expressed her firm convictions. If I marry, I will certainly be the primary wife. Furthermore, I do not wish for my husband to take additional wives or concubines. Listening to her series of stipulations, Zhou Luo felt a weight settle upon his heart. If he had previously harbored some expectations due to the other party's 6th-grade spiritual root, this statement utterly extinguished all hope. No longer could he take a wife or concubines. How then could he attain immortality? Even if these demands appeared reasonable, they were entirely unacceptable to Zhou Luo. Thus, Zhou Luo chuckled and replied, Miss Siki is correct. Someone as beautiful as you truly deserves a devoted husband. Unlike me, a mere mortal. I would actually prefer to marry more wives and concubines if I had the choice. Although Lin Siki's remarks hinted at her views on marriage, they were not explicitly stated. Consequently, Zhou Luo feigned ignorance and deliberately expressed his own opinion. As expected, upon hearing this, Lin Siki's previously bright and hopeful countenance suddenly darkened. She furrowed her brows and stared at Zhou Luo, coldly asking, What do you mean by that? Chapter 37. Family feud. Lin Siki was decidedly displeased with Zhou Luo's remarks. Her initial fondness for him had swiftly diminished. Zhou Luo, feigning panic, said, Miss Siki, I merely expressed my opinion. If I have offended you, I beg your pardon. Lin Siki remained silent, contemplating whether this individual truly grasped her intentions. Meanwhile, outside the door, Lin Jisho saw through the entire situation. He understood that Zhou Luo was, in fact, rebuffing her advances. Thus, he timely appeared at the entrance of the hall and inquired, How is the conversation progressing? Master, Zhou Luo rose to his feet. Lin Siki, however, wore a displeased expression. Siki, you may return for now, Lin Jisho stated, offering no further explanation as he urged her to leave momentarily. With pursed lips, Lin Siki shot Zhou Luo a glare before exiting the hall. Once she departed, Lin Jisho resumed his seat and glanced at Zhou Luo, saying, Please, take a seat. Zhou Luo respectfully complied. Lin Jisho's voice resonated once more. Are you dissatisfied with my granddaughter? Zhou Luo sprang up, hastily denying, Master, I am not. No need to be flustered. Sit down. If you are dissatisfied, then so be it. I shall not punish you. Lin Jisho waved his hand dismissively. Zhou Luo then settled back down, a look of regret crossing his face. Master, it is I who am unworthy of Miss Siki. Lin Jisho savored his tea, disregarding Zhou Luo's words, and continued, Is it simply because she desires to be the principal wife? At this point, Lin Jisho's gaze darkened. A hint of gravity appearing on his aged visage as he inquired, Do you know something? What? Zhou Luo responded, bewildered. Never mind. Since you do not fancy her, let it be. Focus on your alchemical studies, Lin Jisho said, steering the conversation away from the topic. However, this piqued Zhou Luo's curiosity. He suddenly remembered that he had yet to inquire about the family strife. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, Master, are you aware of the familial disputes? No sooner had he uttered the words than Lin Jisho froze, his hand holding the teacup pausing in midair. After a brief interval, he gently set it down. With a sigh, he remarked, Alas, I can only tell you that this matter has been orchestrated by the head of the family. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo felt a jolt of realization. The head of the family sought to draw him into their faction? To be frank, this stirred something within Zhou Luo. Compared to his father-in-law Linda, aligning with the main family appeared decidedly safer. If forced to choose, he would indeed lean towards the main family, as he remained unaware of the other faction Linda mentioned. Yet, he found himself utterly unable to fulfill Lin Siki's wishes, although he might initially deceive her. Such unethical conduct was beneath Zhou Luo's standards. Master, I am but a minor figure, Zhou Luo stated earnestly, gazing at Lin Jisho. A flicker of conflict crossed Lin Jisho's eyes, but ultimately, he chose to say no more, simply asserting, You are my disciple, and I shall ensure your safety. Focus on your cultivation." With those words, Zhou Luo felt a considerable sense of reassurance. Regardless of the circumstances, my master is, after all, the sole first-tier top alchemist of the family, and his words carry considerable weight. Subsequently, the master and disciple delved into various alchemical techniques, predominantly with Lin Jishou imparting knowledge while Zhou Luo feigned attentiveness. Upon returning to the Zhou garden that afternoon, he settled into a chair in the main hall. Enveloped in silence, Lin Feng brought him a cup of spiritual tea, placing it quietly beside him. "Feng, what do you think would happen if I were to oppose the main family?" Zhou Luo inquired unexpectedly. Lin Feng trembled at his words, gazing at him in disbelief. Her expression filled with terror, her voice quavering. "Husband, you." Upon noticing her reaction, Zhou Luo smiled lightly. "I was merely jesting." Lin Feng then exhaled in relief, cautioning, "Husband, please refrain from such jokes in the future. It could spell trouble if the main family hears." "I understand," Zhou Luo nodded. Once Lin Feng departed, he sighed deeply, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, the main family is the very foundation of the Lin clan." At that moment, Linda appeared abruptly in the Zhou garden. Dressed in splendid attire, hands clasped behind his back as he approached the main hall. "Father-in-law, what brings you here?" Zhou Luo rose to greet him. Linda surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "I came to see. Your place is certainly more impressive than my courtyard. If you like it, father-in-law, you are welcome to move in," Zhou Luo suggested with a smile. "That would disrupt the order," Linda responded as he took the seat of honor. Before long, Lin Xinghan and others arrived in the hall. "No need for such formality. I merely wish to chat with my son-in-law, so you all may leave," Linda gestured. Only then did Lin Xinghan and the others withdraw. Zhou Luo took a seat beside Linda, curious. "Is there something you wish to discuss, father-in-law?" Linda nodded slightly, looking at Zhou Luo with a question. "Is your master planning to arrange a woman for you?" Zhou Luo paused, taken aback. How could the events of this morning be known? Could it be that another faction had been secretly monitoring him? The thought sent a chill down his spine. He quickly asserted, "Rest assured, father-in-law, I have already declined my master's good intentions." Linda, not pressing further, replied, "I understand you have many uncertainties." After returning that day, I reflected carefully and felt it necessary to share some background information with you. At this, Zhou Luo's body tensed, and he straightened his posture. "Please, father-in-law, do tell." "There's nothing particularly extraordinary about it. It's merely a struggle between the family head and the elder," Linda stated calmly. "The Lin family is governed by the main family, with other branches providing support. Additionally, for significant matters, the family has established an elder council. This council is tasked with discussing and deciding on crucial family issues, comprised of 10 elders who oversee various important enterprises within the clan. For instance, Zhou Luo's master, Lin Jishou, currently serves as the principal authority in alchemy and is referred to as the 6th elder by the clan and Appos' youth. However, he dislikes the title of elder, so most simply call him Grandpa Shou. The esteemed elder referred to by Lin is the head of the formation arts. Within the elder council, the family patriarch, Lin Tianxiang, wields the highest authority, followed closely by the grand elder. Both figures command their respective factions of supporters. There are 5 elders aligned with the patriarch, while 4 others side with the grand elder. Due to the numerical advantage of the patriarch's faction, the main family has consistently maintained a dominant position in family affairs. However, the current situation has shifted dramatically, for Zhou Luo has become the disciple of Lin Jishou. It is well established that Lin Jishou is a top-tier alchemist of the first rank, representing the alchemical expertise of the entire clan. Yet, his advanced age is a concern, despite the assistance of longevity elixirs. He can only expect to live an additional 2 to 3 decades unless he achieves a breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. Upon his passing, Zhou Luo would naturally ascend as the de facto master of alchemy. However, Zhou Luo does not belong to the patriarch's faction, as Linda is aligned with the Grand Elder, and Zhou Luo, having married his daughter, is thus affiliated with the Grand Elder's camp. Consequently, should Zhou Luo inherit all of Lin Jishou's legacy, the patriarch's advantages within the Elder Council would be entirely eradicated, potentially undermining Lin Tianxiang's position as patriarch. Indeed, the patriarch's choices can also be influenced by the decisions made within the Elder Council. Initially, the main family intended for the gifted Lin Yan to inherit Lin Jishou's mantle, but they did not anticipate that Zhou Luo would usurp this opportunity. If left unchecked, Zhou Luo's ascendance would result in the main family losing the support of an elder, thus diminishing their power within the council. Therefore, they seek to win Zhou Luo over. The emergence of Lin Siki serves as a prime example. Had it not been for the Grand Elder's faction's interference and Lin Jishou's leniency, it is quite possible that today's so-called matchmaking event would not have occurred, and Lin Siki would have been directly arranged to be with Zhou Luo, supplanting Lin Xinghan as the primary wife. From this perspective, Lin Jishou has handled the situation commendably. After all, one is a disciple he values, and the other is his most cherished granddaughter. Upon realizing that the two could not unite, he chose not to force Zhou Luo's hand. Chapter 38. Meeting the Grand Elder regarding the family feud. Zhou Luo finally gained a general understanding. It appears that the conflict between the two factions has existed for quite some time, possibly even dating back to when he was assigned to Lin Qinghan. He recalled that Lin had mentioned it was a family arrangement, likely reflecting the main family's oppression of him. However, he did not anticipate that this oppression would inadvertently cultivate a ticking time bomb. Would the main family retaliate after his refusal? Zhou Luo posed a crucial question. Linda replied with unwavering conviction, "Rest assured, the family will not allow anything to happen to you, especially considering your innate talent in alchemy. However, it is highly likely that they will continue to suppress you in the future." Zhou Luo fell silent, aware that the main family would not easily relent. Had it not been for his master's insistence today, he might have been forced to acquiesce. Reflecting on this, Zhou Luo felt a surge of gratitude towards Lin Jishou. "By the way, what is the situation regarding the spirit mine, father-in-law?" Zhou Luo inquired. Linda shook his head. "I actually do not know. But you can ask the Grand Elder when the time comes." "Ask the Grand Elder?" Zhou Luo was taken aback. "Yes, I believe the Grand Elder will meet you in due course," Linda confirmed. He had come to this place upon receiving a message from the Grand Elder. After their conversation, Linda took his leave. Once alone in the hall, Zhou Luo's expression turned grave as he sank into contemplation. It seemed that neither the family head nor the Grand Elder were individuals he could confront. Refusing either party would be unwise. If given a choice, he would genuinely prefer to remain uninvolved in this conflict. Yet, such considerations became moot when Lin Jishou expressed his desire to take him as a disciple. The only silver lining was that if he performed exceptionally well, his safety would not be a concern. It appeared he needed to find time to advance to a first-tier intermediate alchemist. As he pondered, Lin Qinghan, her belly round with child, walked into the hall. She was now over 6 months pregnant and would soon give birth. Zhou Luo rose to assist her in sitting down. "What did father say to you?" Lin Qinghan inquired. "Nothing much, just some routine greetings." Zhou Luo chose not to divulge the details, as sharing them would only add to her burdens without any benefit. However, Lin Qinghan suddenly placed her warm, delicate hand on the back of Zhou Luo's left hand. Her gentle touch prompted him to turn his head towards her. With a serious expression, she spoke softly. "I am your wife, and I wish to help share your burdens." She had seen the effort he put in, tirelessly practicing alchemy to provide for them. Lin Qinghan's heart had long been moved. Now, she merely hoped to fulfill her duties as his primary wife. Zhou Luo smiled faintly. "Do not worry, I know what I must do." "Yes, we will always be with you," Lin Qinghan replied softly. 3 days later, a servant arrived at Zhou Garden to inform Zhou Luo that he was summoned to meet the Grand Elder. Having long prepared himself mentally, Zhou Luo donned a long azure robe and followed the attendant to the estate of the Grand Elder. Interestingly, the Grand Elder's estate was not far from Zhou Garden, merely a few minutes' journey. In contrast to Zhou Garden, this estate was replete with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms, where various trees and flowers adorned the landscape, harmoniously blending with the architecture, resembling a picturesque garden scene. Upon arriving at the main hall of the estate, Zhou Luo entered to behold the Grand Elder. An elderly man with a head of silver hair yet full of vigor. Clad in a white robe typical of a formation master, he held an ancient tome, savoring its profound meanings. "I pay my respects to the Grand Elder," Zhou Luo said, bowing respectfully. The Grand Elder set the tome aside, looked up with kind eyes, and spoke gently. "You have arrived. Please take a seat." Zhou Luo obediently settled into a chair beside him, where fragrant spiritual tea had already been prepared, its subtle aroma refreshing the spirit. "This tea can alleviate mental strain. Do take a sip," the Grand Elder suggested. Zhou Luo lifted the cup and took a delicate sip. In that instant, a mysterious force surged within him, easing the once taut nerves and leaving his heart feeling as if it had been cleansed by a crystal-clear mountain spring, bringing forth an unprecedented sense of relaxation and clarity. "Thank you for the tea, Grand Elder," Zhou Luo expressed, rising to show his gratitude. "Do not mention it. Do you have anything to convey?" The Grand Elder replied with a warm smile. He added, "Here, there is no need for formality. Feel free to share your thoughts." Zhou Luo appeared contemplative, and after a considerable pause, he earnestly stated, "Grand Elder, at present, I wish only to focus on refining elixirs. I have not considered anything beyond that." This implied his reluctance to engage in the ongoing disputes. The Grand Elder smiled slightly. "Your thoughts seem overly burdened. Have mere idle words rendered you anxious?" Zhou Luo fell silent. While it may seem like mere chatter now, who could assure him that the family would not take further actions? As if perceiving his unease, the Grand Elder continued, "Currently, The Lin family's alchemical prowess lags behind the other four prominent longevity families. Although the sixth elder has attained the rank of a top-tier alchemist, he is rather advanced in age. You, however, are the family's beacon of hope, and thus, you should concentrate on honing your skills and elevating your alchemical abilities. The disputes are not your concern, I assure you. No one will lay a hand on you. Therefore, do not disappoint the family. The Grand Elder's words dispelled Zhou Luo's lingering apprehensions, clearing away the previously felt unease. He had initially believed that family feuds were akin to royal conflicts, where the ends justified the means, allowing for the casual sacrifice of others. Yet, it now appeared that they still valued familial interests and would not engage in actions detrimental to the family. With this realization, he felt truly unburdened. Consequently, he inquired, Grand Elder, what is the situation regarding the spiritual mind? The development of the spiritual mind requires alchemists, but I believe your master will handle it adequately. There is no need for concern, the Grand Elder replied. Zhou Luo nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the Grand Elder spoke again. I have heard that your master intended to introduce his granddaughter to you, but you declined? Zhou Luo awkwardly touched his nose, remarking, It is merely a matter of incompatible personalities. Is that so? Coincidentally, I have a granddaughter of marriageable age. Perhaps you two could be introduced. The elder said with a smile. Zhou Luo was taken aback, realizing that the family was eager to present him with a prospective partner. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Having recognized his inherent potential, the family's prominent figures undoubtedly wished to draw him into their fold. Zhou Luo, however, harbored reservations. He was only concerned about whether this new acquaintance might, like Lin Siki, aspire not only to the status of a principal wife but also to restrict him from taking additional wives or concubines in the future. Elder, may I take some time to consider this matter? Zhou Luo inquired. Of course, I believe you will arrive at a judicious decision, the elder replied, not pressing the issue. Subsequently, their conversation meandered to other topics. During their exchange, the elder expressed that he did not necessarily wish to fracture the family, rather. He felt that the main branch was excessively domineering, dismissing his proposals that could benefit the clan. He believed that the main branch stifled the family's progress, which led him to seek Zhou Luo's alliance upon realizing that his influence could be augmented. Zhou Luo was somewhat skeptical of these assertions. His primary concern was whether he would be adversely affected. As long as he would not be, he felt no need to concern himself with other matters. Chapter 39. The joy of family upon departing from the elder's estate. The burdens that had long troubled Zhou Luo were finally alleviated, and his spirits were considerably lifted, making his steps light and buoyant. Daddy. As soon as he returned home, he spotted a little one escaping the embrace of a maid, teetering unsteadily towards him. Having only recently learned to walk, the child would lunge forward every few steps, often tumbling towards the ground. Observing this, Zhou Luo swiftly moved forward and caught him with deft hands. Little Changsheng, you're being mischievous again, Zhou Luo said, a fatherly smile gracing his face as he looked at his eldest son. My lord, I am so sorry, the flustered maid approached, her expression one of panic. Since the family had welcomed more children, Zhou Luo had summoned numerous servants to attend to these little ones. With ample rooms in the Zhou residence, coupled with the monthly resources provided by the family and the income from alchemy, the expenses were easily managed. It's nothing, you may go, Zhou Luo waved her off. Once the maid departed, he turned his attention back to the little one in his arms. If you misbehave again, I shall not carry you. Little Changsheng's large eyes widened, and he shook his tiny head vigorously, resembling a bobblehead. No, Daddy, you promised to take me to play, though only a little over a year old. Little Changsheng was precocious due to the abundant spiritual energy in this world, allowing children to develop their faculties early. His speech was still childlike, yet his expressions were remarkably clear. Zhou Luo playfully pinched his little nose. What shall we play? Of course, flying, Little Changsheng exclaimed, mimicking a soaring motion. Recently, Zhou Luo had taken the time to learn some object manipulation techniques, enabling these little ones to fly through the air with the aid of objects. After just one trial, Little Changsheng was utterly enamored, pestering Zhou Luo daily to take him flying. Very well, where is your wooden horse? Zhou Luo inquired. At this, Little Changsheng lowered his head and replied, My brother is playing with it. Doesn't he have toys of his own? Zhou Luo asked, puzzled. The first batch of children was now walking independently, so Zhou Luo had thoughtfully crafted numerous toys according to their preferences. Little Changsheng had a wooden horse, while Little Changping had a toy car, along with trampolines, swings, and various other delights for children. Mother said, I am the eldest brother, so I must take care of my younger siblings. If he wants it, I will give it to him, Little Changsheng declared earnestly. Zhou Luo smiled with contentment. That's all right. Your father will make you another. Hooray! Little Changsheng cheered with delight. Cradling him, Zhou Luo sought out Zhou Changping. who was engrossed in playing with the wooden horse. Little Chopping sat atop the horse, gleefully shouting, "Charge." Meanwhile, Zhou Chashu was busy fiddling with a toy car beside him. The two brothers were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Upon seeing Zhou Luo, the brothers hastily abandoned their toys. "Daddy," they exclaimed, stretching out their little arms for an embrace. Zhou Luo gently set little Chang'an down, crouching to meet the three brothers' gaze. "Today, your father is in a good mood. Shall I take you flying?" "I want to go first." Little Chang'an raised his hand eagerly. "I want to be second." Little Chopping chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. I don't want to," Little Changshu mumbled, wiping his nose, compared to the excitement of his two elder brothers. Zhou Chashu was always the one who cried loudly during each flight. Initially, Zhou Luo had hoped to cure this little one's acrophobia, but unexpectedly, the result was the opposite, instilling a profound fear of flying in him. Zhou Luo did not press the issue and allowed the two brothers to sit on the wooden horse. He then began to employ his telekinetic abilities. In an instant, the wooden horse soared into the air, and the two brothers erupted into joyous shouts, their little hands flailing about in sheer delight. This commotion attracted a group of wives and concubines. Linyi, cradling the dragon and phoenix twins, chuckled softly, "Husband, don't forget about Changrong and Shi." Zhou Changrong, nestled in her arms, blinked his big eyes, curiously watching his brothers above, feeling both anticipation and trepidation. As for Zhou Shi, she clearly showed no interest in flying. Her attention was entirely devoted to the little white cat in her embrace. Ever since the Snow Mountain Spirit Cat had returned to Linyi, it had become a beloved pet of little Shi, who played with it daily and regarded it as her closest friend. Linzier stepped forward and scooped up Zhou Chashu. Mistaking her intentions for a desire to have him fly, he immediately burst into tears, struggling wildly. "No, I don't want to." This spectacle elicited laughter from the women present. Even Lin Qinghan found it amusing. "Oh, you little rascal," Lin Zier said with mild exasperation as she brushed the dirt off him and set him back down. "Chang'an, Chomping, don't move around too much. Be careful not to fall," Lin Feiying called out, unable to contain her concern. Yet, the two little ones paid no heed to her warnings. Witnessing such a warm scene stirred the tenderness within Zhou Luo once more. Perhaps this was what the text referred to as the joy of familial bliss. No, he thought. It seemed he was too old yet. Regardless, Zhou Luo smiled as he joyfully maneuvered the wooden horse, simultaneously solidifying his resolve to protect his family. If the internal strife within their clan were to endanger his loved ones, he could no longer afford to evade his responsibilities. After a while of play, Zhou Luo finally set the two little ones down. Following a bit more playful interaction, he entrusted them to the maidservants. Upon returning to the hall, he found Lin Qing'an sitting beside him, her belly round with child. "You seem quite different today compared to the past few days," she remarked, recalling his previously solemn demeanor in the hall, hoping he was under less pressure now. "Everything is fine," Zhou Luo replied with a smile. "That is good to hear." Lin Qing'an nodded. "By the way, there is something else I need to ask you." Zhou Luo suddenly remembered something and inquired. "What is it?" Lin Qing'an responded, nodding in encouragement. "If in the future you were no longer the primary wife, would you have any other thoughts?" Zhou Luo asked. "Why do you ask such a thing?" Lin Qing'an replied, somewhat taken aback. Zhou Luo then recounted how his master and the elder had introduced their granddaughter to him. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing'an was taken aback. Not so much by the possibility of her position as the primary wife being usurped. She was acutely aware that, given her current status, she was no longer a worthy match for Zhou Luo. Once the influential figures of her family decided to arrange a marriage for their direct line, she would possess no qualifications to contest it. To her astonishment, Zhou Luo expressed a willingness to discuss this matter with her. In the realm of cultivation, the doctrine of might prevails, and strength is paramount. From her perspective, Zhou Luo had no obligation to share such thoughts with her, nor to consider her opinions. However, his willingness to engage in this conversation indicated that he regarded her as an equal, which deeply moved Lin Qing'an, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Upon noticing her emotional state, Zhou Luo furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What troubles you? If you disapprove, we can leave it be." He did not share Lin Qing'an's belief in the hierarchy of strength. To him, they were partners, equals in every sense. A sentiment that extended to Lin Yi and the other concubines as well. Thus, when it came to such significant matters, he sought her perspective. "No." Lin Qing'an turned her head, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes before meeting his gaze. With sincerity, she declared, "I do not care whether I am the principal wife. As long as I can be by your side, that is enough for me." Zhou Luo was touched by her words. He grasped Lin Qing'an's hand, his expression earnest. "Rest assured, I will protect you all." "Yes," Lin Qing'an nodded solemnly. After their conversation, Zhou Luo felt reassured. Seizing the opportunity to interact with the other concubines, he broached the subject of potentially marrying another woman. To his relief, the ladies expressed their support. This bolstered his confidence, suggesting that he might be able to secure the elder's approval. Yet, he resolved to proceed with caution, intending to observe the family dynamics further. In the ensuing days, he devoted himself primarily to cultivation, alchemy, and caring for the children. One day, while engaged in the art of alchemy, he suddenly received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. Through your diligent efforts, you have successfully facilitated your partner's conception, earning one chance to draw a lottery. Chapter 40. A second lottery. After such a long time, Lin Zier has finally conceived, a testament to her diligent efforts. However, Zhou Luo gradually came to realize that with the enhancement of his cultivation, the difficulty of conception had indeed increased significantly. Had he retained his initial abilities, he would likely have fathered more than a dozen children by now. With gains come losses. Cultivation must not be neglected, otherwise. Even if he were to acquire a fifth-tier alchemy technique, a mere chi refining practitioner could still easily dispatch him with a single blow. The lottery serves merely as an aid. One's cultivation realm remains paramount. Ceasing his training, Zhou Luo once again immersed his consciousness into the lottery interface. With a gentle nudge of his mind, the golden orb began to spin. Observing the white roulette in silence, he felt no turmoil within. He had discerned that the more he desired something, the more elusive it became. It was perhaps wiser to adopt a more laid-back approach, for the system might just surprise him. Moments later, the golden orb came to a halt in the magical artifact section. Indeed, a calm demeanor could yield fortuitous outcomes. If it pertained to a magical artifact, the result would undoubtedly be commendable, whether it be an artifact that bolsters foundational combat power or one that enhances cultivation. Both were precisely what he currently required. Congratulations, host has obtained the Lingxi Jade. The reward has been automatically placed in the host's backpack. Please check it. Lingxi Jade? Zhou Luo had never encountered such a magical artifact before. He immediately glanced at his backpack and discovered an additional icon resembling a jade pendant. Lingxi Jade, grade, first tier upper grade, description, crafted from the essence blood of a formidable beast. Wearing it soothes the mind and grants immunity to a certain degree of mental attacks, significantly enhancing one's mental strength. To his astonishment, it was indeed a first-tier upper-grade magical artifact. Zhou Luo was taken aback. This was precisely the type of artifact he needed, just days prior. While attempting to refine a top-tier first-grade elixir, he had experienced mental exhaustion, although he had already achieved the status of a top-tier alchemist. Facing a comparable top-tier elixir demanded far more mental exertion than previous concoctions, resulting in a marked decrease in his refining speed. With this artifact now in his possession, such concerns would be alleviated. He decisively opted to utilize it. In the next moment, Zhou Luo, standing in the outside world, suddenly found a white jade pendant in his hand. As he donned it around his neck, a refreshing sensation emanated from the Lingxi Jade, penetrating his skin and flooding his heart, instilling a sense of tranquility and clarity, as though he were enveloped in a serene lake. Subsequently, when Zhou Luo resumed his training, he felt a distinct difference compared to before. If his previous practice had been akin to traversing a desert, at this moment, it felt as though he were treading upon a soft cloud, devoid of any distracting thoughts or hindrances. Truly, it was a first-tier upper-grade magical artifact. As noon approached, Zhou Luo exited the training room and arrived at the hall on the first floor. There, he discovered Xiao Shi, accompanied by a maid, playfully engaging with a snow mountain spirit cat. This little white cat lounged lazily on the table, appearing quite lethargic. Yet, Xiao Shi was fixated on it, her gaze unwavering, smiling broadly and occasionally dancing with delight. Zhou Luo approached her, but she remained oblivious to his presence. Master, the maid bowed respectfully. Zhou Luo sat beside the snow mountain spirit cat, gently caressing its soft fur with his right hand. Suddenly, he felt a stirring in his heart. The snow mountain spirit cat abruptly opened its eyes, filled with confusion. At the same moment, the little Shi, with her cherubic face, inquired with a hint of innocence. Where's the kite, Xiaobai? Only then did she notice Zhou Luo, exclaiming, Daddy. Zhou Luo promptly gathered her into his arms, saying, It's time for dinner. Oh, she replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Zhou Luo instinctively covered the position of his jade pendant, lost in thought. Indeed, this high-grade magical artifact proved its worth, even capable of shielding him from the illusions of the snow mountain spirit cat. At present, the young spirit cat was gradually awakening its illusory abilities. Had it been before, Zhou Luo might have been affected, but with the Lingxi Jade in his possession, he remained entirely unscathed. After contemplating, he carried little Shi toward the dining hall, with the snow mountain spirit cat obediently trailing behind its master. As the children grew, the dining table became a lively affair. The little ones exchanged lively banter, reminiscent of sparrows chirping outside, creating a warm ambience rather than cacophony. The Snow Mountain spirit cat lay quietly beside she, since learning of her fondness for it. Zhou Luo had instructed the spirit cat to take good care of its young master. In truth, it had fulfilled its duty, occasionally allowing she to enter illusions and experience joy, which Zhou Luo permitted as he realized these illusions posed no harm to her. Regularly engaging in this manner also enhanced the spirit cat's control over its illusory powers, cradling the youngest, Xia, and observing the scene before him. Zhou Luo was suddenly overcome with an impulse to immortalize this moment. Alas, this world lacked cameras, and the magical artifacts for recording images were rather costly. He could only hope to acquire one in the future. After dinner, Zhou Luo offered a few words of instruction before heading alone toward the spiritual vein's blessed ground. Presently, he had over 3 months without having utilized it. With nothing pressing at hand, it was only natural to devote himself to cultivation. Upon returning to the spiritual vein's blessed ground, Zhou Luo discovered that his training room had inexplicably shifted to the inner circle. The Lin family's spiritual vein was arranged in a bagua formation, segmented into outer, inner, and core circles, separated by arrays. The core circle served as the training ground for the main family and prominent figures, while the outer circle was reserved for less significant family members and in-laws. The inner circle, positioned between the two, typically housed the family's backbone or future hopes. It seemed that following his previous conversation with the Grand Elder, his status had been elevated. Seated cross-legged on the mat in the room, Zhou Luo began to circulate the gathering spirit technique. As he activated the technique, he could distinctly feel the speed of spiritual energy absorption increase by several dozens of times. If he continued to cultivate at this pace, a breakthrough seemed imminent. He focused his mind and commenced his secluded training. During this period, significant events unfolded within the Lin family. The newly contended spiritual mind suddenly fell under attack by an unknown force, resulting in heavy casualties among the guarding cultivators. In retrospect, it was discovered that this affair was related to the malevolent sect. Consequently, the Lin family fortified the garrison at the spiritual mine. However, the family's cultivators had already suffered significant losses in the previous skirmishes. If they were to augment the defenses here, other spiritual mines would likely attract the covetous gaze of ill-intentioned individuals. In light of this, after a consensus was reached during the Council of Elders, a considerable number of formation masters were dispatched to guard the other spiritual mines. After all, the efficacy of a single formation master is comparable to that of multiple cultivators. Additionally, the first batch of sons-in-law recruited by the Lin family was assigned to various spiritual mines. The subsequent sons-in-law took their places, embodying the true essence of you. My wife shall be cared for, so do not worry. Thus, apart from Zhou Luo, all of the sons-in-law who initially entered the Lin family have since departed from the clan. Chapter 41. Breakthrough in a training room within the Kunzi building of the Spirit Vein Blessed Land. Zhou Luo slowly opened his eyes, releasing a breath laden with impurities. His gaze was piercing, his star-like eyes shimmering with flecks of spiritual light, as the surging energy within him gradually settled into tranquility. I have finally broken through, he murmured to himself. After more than 3 months of diligent practice, supplemented by various forms of assistance, he had successfully reached the pinnacle of the second layer of Qi refinement, a mere step away from the next realm. With the training session concluded, Zhou Luo exited the practice room and returned to Zhou Garden. Upon his arrival, he spotted little Changsheng wielding a wooden sword with unrestrained enthusiasm. Now 1.5 years old, he was at that delightful age of boundless energy. Unlike his siblings, who were still absorbed in the joy of toys, this little fellow seemed to possess an innate fondness for the wooden sword. Changsheng, Zhou Luo called out with a smile. The moment the child turned and saw his long-absent father, his face lit up with joy. He dashed forward, exclaiming, "Father, you're back." As he reached Zhou Luo, the latter scooped him up, asking, "Have you been well behaved while I was away?" "Of course. Father, you finally returned. I want to fly." Little Changsheng replied, his large, dark eyes sparkling with excitement. "All right, just a moment," Zhou Luo said, carrying him into the courtyard. Changsheng eagerly produced his little wooden sword, declaring, "This time, I want to stand on it." Zhou Luo chuckled softly at the child's ambition. It seemed he wished to soar through the skies on his sword, a commendable aspiration indeed. Gently ruffling Changsheng's hair, he made his way to the main building. At the entrance, the Lin sisters were chatting amiably while accompanying other children. Upon spotting Zhou Luo, they all rose, their faces alight with joy. "Father, father," the little ones clamored, racing towards him, eager for his embrace. Zhou Luo knelt down, placing Changsheng on the ground, and chuckled. "Father, doesn't he have 3 heads and 6 arms to carry you all, you know?" Nevertheless, he gathered the group of little ones into his embrace, affectionately patting their small heads. Lin Yi approached with the Snow Mountain spirit cat in her arms, her eyes twinkling with delight. Beloved, you've finally returned, she greeted. Yes, has anything happened in Zhou Garden? Zhou Luo inquired. Nothing much. Except that Sister Qinghan is about to give birth, Lin Feiying added. I understand. You all take the children to play. I will go check on her. Zhou Luo said as he got up. At that moment, Zhou Changsheng tugged at his trousers, looking up with eager anticipation. Father, remember to take me flying. All right. I will after I check on your mother, Zhou Luo replied with a tender smile. Ascending to the second floor, he entered Lin Qinghan's room to find her seated at the bedside, her right hand resting on her belly while her left held an ancient text. Upon his arrival, she turned her head in surprise, a smile blossoming on her lips as she rose to approach him. Zhou Luo quickly stepped forward, guiding her to sit at the table. Is it time for the baby to arrive? He asked. Yes, Lin Qinghan responded, leaning her head against Zhou Luo's shoulder. After several months apart, they naturally exchanged warm greetings and expressed their mutual concern for one another. Has anything transpired within the family lately? Zhou Luo inquired during their conversation. As the sole daughter of Linda, Lin Qinghan possessed far greater insight into family affairs than the three sisters, particularly regarding significant matters. Lin Qinghan proceeded to inform Zhou Luo about the happenings at the spiritual mine. When the discussion turned to the family's dispatch of formation masters to other spiritual mines, Zhou Luo instinctively thought of the Grand Elder. He recalled that the Grand Elder seemed to be the head of the family's formation masters. The Lin family took immense pride in their mastery of formations. He keenly sensed that the recent events at the spiritual mine might be intertwined with the internal factional strife within the family. However, these matters were beyond his concern. As it stood, the Grand Elder had not deceived him. The head family had indeed ceased to exert pressure on him. What left Zhou Luo feeling somewhat wistful was the realization that all the initial batch of sons-in-law had been eliminated. It was no surprise, given that they had all been deceived into joining the Lin family. Unlike the later recruits, they had been subjected to unfair treatment without any external awareness, sparing the Lin family's reputation from damage. This stark reality was undeniable. At this juncture, Lin Qinghan suddenly remarked, there is one more minor matter. Your friend Su Changsheng appears to have caught the attention of the family's formation master and has been accepted as a disciple. This information had been relayed to her by her father, Linda, likely with the intention of informing Zhou Luo. Considering the family elders were well aware of his relationship with Su Changsheng, Zhou Luo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Changsheng possessed talent in formations. Although he had lost an arm, if he excelled in formations, he might eventually recover and regain his normalcy. The uncertainty remained, however, regarding when he would return home. After conversing a while longer, Zhou Luo took his leave. Upon stepping outside, he noticed several children joyfully playing. Quietly, Zhou Luo departed from Zhou Garden, intending to procure some rare materials. Since his extensive physical training that lasted over a month, he was nearing the completion of the first stage. It was the perfect opportunity to finalize this endeavor upon his emergence from seclusion. Upon arriving at the eastern gate of the family estate, the guarding cultivators, upon recognizing his identity, did not hinder his passage. Since that day, not only had he advanced his position within the spiritual vein as blessed land, but he was also granted unrestricted access to the Lin family without the need for daily reporting. However, leaving Maple Leaf City still required the family's consent, alleviating many of Zhou Luo's previous inconveniences. The streets of Maple Leaf City remained vibrantly bustling. As long as the Lin family thrived, this magnificent city would perpetually flourish. The lively thoroughfares were filled with a throng of people, predominantly ordinary citizens, alongside a few rogue cultivators. Zhou Luo first visited his usual spot to procure a batch of medicinal herbs before heading towards the marketplace to acquire necessary items. The materials for the first stage were relatively easy to find. However, once he progressed to the second stage, the required items would become increasingly scarce and costly. After a thorough search, it was nearing noon, prompting Zhou Luo to head towards the Heavenly Restaurant. Indeed, akin to Pancher City, there was also a Heavenly Restaurant here. Upon discovering that Zhou Luo was a Qi refinement practitioner, the attendant courteously escorted him to the fourth floor. To dine on this level, one must possess at least a spiritual root. This is verified by a specialized detection device employed by the Tianxia Tavern, capable of sensing the presence of such roots in others. The fifth floor, however, is exclusively reserved for the illustrious families of longevity, other powerful factions, and celestial sections. Since Zhou Luo was not clad in the attire of the Lin family, the attendant assumed he was a wandering cultivator, a notion he did not mind. Upon reaching the fourth floor, the dining areas were distinctly partitioned to ensure the privacy of the patrons. He casually selected a spot, took a seat, and ordered some spiritual delicacies. Observing the spiritual stones in his system backpack, Zhou Luo resolved to sell the high-grade elixirs he had secretly concocted in the afternoon. Of course, this required evading the watchful eyes of his family. Although he could now move freely in and out of the family, they would undoubtedly assign someone to shadow him, wary of any potential betrayal. Such caution is only natural. He pondered whether the one tracking him belonged to the faction of the Grand Elder or that of the family head. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden thud emanated from the adjacent area, followed by a woman's piercing scream. Zhou Luo furrowed his brow. Chapter 42. The hero rescues the damsel. The fourth floor of the Celestial Tavern is exclusively designated for practitioners to dine, ensuring their privacy through independent rooms. However, these chambers lack soundproofing arrays, allowing the echoes of events within to permeate. Presently, the resounding crash of a heavy object and the anguished cries of a woman are clearly discernible to Zhou Luo. Such occurrences are alarmingly commonplace in a world where strength reigns supreme. After all, why else would the open trade of slaves persist in society? Logically, Zhou Luo, who adheres to the doctrine of survival, ought to remain indifferent in such situations. Nevertheless, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, he finds it intolerable to stand idly by while injustice unfolds before him. This reaction is instinctual. Moreover, given that Maple Leaf City is under the dominion of the Lin family, his status within the clan grants him the authority to intervene on this fourth floor. Thus, he rises and strides towards the door, rapping on the adjacent room. In an instant, a fierce-looking brute swings the door open, glaring at him menacingly. What do you want? Zhou Luo remains silent at first, his gaze sweeping into the room. He observes a woman sprawled on the bench before the table, the air tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood. What are you doing? He inquires, his voice low and grave. None of your business, the brute retorts rudely, attempting to shut the door. However, Zhou Luo deftly places his foot against it. You're asking for death. The brute, incensed by the obstruction, yanks the door wide open, bellowing in rage. This commotion attracts the attention of a passing waiter, who hastily sets down his tray and approaches cautiously. Gentlemen, what seems to be the trouble? Before the brute can respond, Zhou Luo brandishes a token, commanding, make him leave. Upon seeing the Lin family S emblem, the waiter trembles and immediately bows in deference. Inside, the brute also recognizes the token, his previously arrogant demeanor replaced by shock and terror. In Maple Leaf City, the Lin family reigns supreme. A mere rogue like him would not dare provoke such an entity. He quakes, speechless, his mind in turmoil. Noticing the inaction of both men, Zhou Luo muses aloud. The waiter, finally snapping to attention, forcefully drags the brute outside, his expression grave. From this moment forth, you are forbidden from this place. The brute, now regaining his composure, stares at Zhou Luo's retreating figure before collapsing to the ground in supplication. My lord, I was blind to your status. I was blind to your status. He could never have anticipated encountering a member of the Lin family on the fourth floor. Realizing that his earlier words may have provoked the young man, he relinquishes his pride in a desperate bid for survival. Leave. Zhou Luo dismisses him without acknowledging his pleas. The brute scrambles away from the fourth floor, his departure marked by a hasty retreat. Only after he is gone does the waiter cautiously inquire, my lord, would you like to move upstairs? No need. Carry on with your duties. Zhou Luo declines. Understood. The waiter respectfully withdraws, and it is only then that Zhou Luo steps into the room. The woman within the room remained in a state of unconsciousness. Zhou Luo initially intended to leave, believing he had fulfilled his obligations. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind regarding the individual covertly observing him. Thus, he retrieved a medicinal pill and leaned down, intending to administer it to the young woman. It was only at this moment that he discerned her features clearly. She appeared to be a girl of about 18 or 19, with a pure and charming visage. Her delicate skin glistening softly, and her dark hair slightly disheveled, her curled form exuding fragility and vulnerability. Zhou Luo placed the pill into her mouth. After a brief moment, she gasped and stirred from her stupor. Instinctively, upon regaining consciousness, she recoiled, her face a mask of terror as she gazed upon him. Yet, upon recognizing his features, her expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Do not be afraid, you are safe now, Zhou Luo reassured her gently. The girl, however, still hesitated to approach. Huddling in the corner with her knees drawn up, her beautiful eyes filled with weariness, Zhou Luo, unperturbed, recounted the events that had transpired. Only when she realized that he was her savior did she relax slightly, but memories of her ordeal flooded back, causing her eyes to redden as she burst into tears, seemingly intent on releasing all the pent-up emotions within her. Zhou Luo did not intervene, merely observing her silently. Her cries caught the attention of others nearby. Yet upon learning that a member of the Lin family was involved, they discreetly withdrew. After several minutes, her sobs gradually subsided. Zhou Luo produced a white handkerchief from somewhere and offered it to her. She accepted it gratefully, dabbing at her tear-streaked eyes, then looked up at her rescuer. Her voice choked with emotion. Thank you. It is of no consequence. It is good to let it out, Zhou Luo comforted her, then extended an invitation. My room is next door. You must be hungry. Let us eat something. The girl nodded timidly. Upon entering his room, the attendant had already prepared a meal of spiritual cuisine. Zhou Luo did not inquire further, simply serving himself as he began to eat. Observing him, the girl finally lowered her guard and joined him in the meal. Through casual conversation, Zhou Luo learned that she was named by Jian. As for the events that had befallen her, he felt no inclination to pry, dismissing it as merely a case of human trafficking. Had he not desired her assistance in providing cover, he likely would have departed without a second thought. During their meal, Zhou Luo candidly revealed his intentions. Upon learning that she merely needed to remain alone in the room for half a day, Bai Jian acquiesced. After their meal, Zhou Luo informed the attendant of his need for a room, preferably one that offered a degree of seclusion. Understanding the implication of the enchanting girl beside him, the attendant swiftly arranged a room on the 8th floor. Shortly after Zhou Luo and Bai Jian entered their designated room, a figure appeared on the 8th floor, one of the individuals assigned by his family to watch over him. This observer felt a pang of envy, naturally concluding that Zhou Luo had, after rescuing the damsel in distress, captured her heart. He then descended the stairs, intending to seize the opportunity to have something to eat. After all, he had been following for half the day without a meal. In the room, Zhou Luo sat quietly in a chair, patiently awaiting the inevitable. Bai Jian perched on the edge of the bed, her bright eyes silently gazing at Zhou Luo, lost in contemplation. Are you hiding from someone? At last, Bai Jian broke the silence. Zhou Luo replied. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. He approached and opened it slightly. The innkeeper, speaking in hushed tones, informed him, "My lord, that person has left." It turned out that while he was checking into the inn, he had discreetly struck a bargain with the innkeeper to keep an eye on the stalker. The innkeeper, unaware that the individual was also a member of the Lin family, only recognized Zhou Luo's identity, which led him to comply without a hint of skepticism. Upon seeing the stalker depart from the 8th floor, he hastened to relay the news. Once Zhou Luo confirmed this, he returned to his room to change his attire. Observing this scene, Bai Jian felt a flush of embarrassment and turned her head away. Donning a long black robe, Zhou Luo instructed, "If anyone knocks looking for me, simply say I am asleep." With that, he opened the door and slipped away. Bai Jian leaned against the headboard, murmuring to herself, "What a peculiar person." Chapter 43, The Trade of Elixirs. Upon leaving the room, Zhou Luo first surveyed his surroundings and, having confirmed the absence of onlookers, descended the stairs with a sense of relief. The task of monitoring him fell to the scions of the Lin family, and it was evident that they would be dining on the 5th floor. Unlike the 4th, the 5th floor comprised two distinct sections, one resembling the open halls of the 1st and 2nd floors. Where the Lin and Lu families had once clashed in the city of Panchur, the other was a series of independent chambers fortified by arrays, offering even greater concealment than the 4th floor. To maintain a closer watch over Zhou Luo, one of the observers occupied a table in the hall. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Luo, clad in a flowing black robe, had already slipped away, as he was preoccupied with imagining his quarry galloping at full speed. Exiting the Tianxia Tavern, Zhou Luo traversed 3 streets, arriving at the Lin family's marketplace. This locale represented the largest market in Maple Leaf City, bustling with a myriad of trades and far more vibrant than the family's own department store. Here, both commoners and cultivators congregated to purchase or sell various goods. Initially, Zhou Luo intended merely to sell a first-tier superior elixir he possessed, but the sheer size of the marketplace reminded him of the first-tier exquisite elixirs he had previously concocted, stirring a desire for profit. After a brief period of observation, he ultimately chose a larger elixir shop. Inside the shop, a busy attendant greeted Zhou Luo with a beaming smile. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you today?" "I have items to sell." Zhou Luo's voice emerged, low and hoarse. Upon hearing that he wished to sell elixirs, the attendant promptly gestured for him to enter. As they proceeded to the back room, the attendant announced, "Elder, we have a guest wishing to sell elixirs." "Come in," came a venerable voice from within. The attendant then opened the door. "Please, enter." Once inside, Zhou Luo noticed an elderly man seated at a table crafted from red pine, his demeanor serious as he regarded Zhou Luo with scrutiny. Zhou Luo recognized this elder. He had previously worked alongside the family and Appo's alchemist at Shoshuan Garden to refine elixirs for the front lines. The elder was a first-tier superior alchemist, second only to Lin Jishou, though his age suggested he had but a decade or so of life remaining. "Please, have a seat," the elder said with an air of indifference. Zhou Luo complied, promptly producing a vial of elixirs and presenting it to the elder. The venerable man took the vial, pouring its contents into his palm, and examined the 10 elixirs closely. After a lengthy inspection, the elder returned the elixirs to the vial and stated, "Indeed, these are first-tier superior elixirs, albeit with some imperfections. Our shop can offer you 8 spirit stones for them." Zhou Luo remained silent. yet a cold derision bubbled within him. The quality of these 10 elixirs was undeniably superior, and it was clear the elder was deliberately undervaluing them. Furthermore, the offer of merely 8 spirit stones was significantly lower than his previous dealings in Pancher City. Resolutely, he grasped the vial and made to rise. Upon witnessing the scene, a flicker of panic crossed the aged man's weathered face, prompting him to hastily interject. Wait. I can offer you 9 spirit stones. Make it 12, Zhou Luo asserted decisively. Impossible, the elder immediately retorted. Without uttering another word, Zhou Luo rose and began to exit. 10. No more, the elder followed suit. 11. If you disagree, I shall take my leave this very moment, Zhou Luo replied nonchalantly. The elder's expression was complex, ultimately culminating in a resigned sigh. Very well. In the end, Zhou Luo secured 110 ordinary spirit stones. Initially, he had intended to sell a first-grade premium elixir but ultimately relinquished that notion. He had sensed a faint yet formidable aura within the shop, one that emanated a palpable pressure. It was likely a defender sent by the Lin family to safeguard the establishment. His ordinary black robe offered no protection against the scrutiny of a powerful being. Should he have presented a first-grade premium elixir, exposure would have been inevitable. After much contemplation, Zhou Luo departed the shop with his collection of spirit stones. As anticipated, immediately upon his exit, a cultivator stealthily emerged from the shop, silently tailing him. Zhou Luo was prepared for such a scenario. Without hesitation, he traversed a street before abruptly veering into an alleyway. The cultivator, undeterred, promptly followed suit. However, just as he rounded the corner, a dense green mist suddenly enveloped him. In the next moment, the mist was inhaled, and within mere seconds, his vision darkened, causing him to collapse to the ground. Zhou Luo cast a glance at his assailant before exiting the alley. Indeed, his choice had proven prudent. Upon realizing Zhou Luo's cultivation level was merely at the second layer of qi refinement, the pursuer had likely underestimated him, failing to anticipate that he was also a master of poison. Fortunately, he had only sold a first-grade upper-tier elixir. Had it been a premium one, the adversary would have attacked outright, leaving no opportunity for Zhou Luo to employ his poison. Alas, he lamented the loss of the first-grade upper-tier toxic mist he had just concocted. Returning to the Heavenly Tavern, as Zhou Luo stepped onto the 8th floor, he noticed an individual lurking behind a pillar, observing him from a distance. This person was evidently a family-appointed watcher. His gaze darkened as his right hand retrieved a jade vial sealed with a wooden cork from his robe. With a residue of the previous toxic mist remaining, he planned to resort to his earlier trick. Purposefully, he passed by, and as he drew near the observer, he deftly flicked the cork open, releasing a faint wisp of green mist. The cultivator, with a lower cultivation level, was caught off guard by the time he sensed the danger. His consciousness had already begun to fade, and he collapsed without the chance to react, surveying his surroundings to ensure no one had witnessed the incident. Zhou Luo proceeded to his room. He pushed the door open, startling Bai Jian, who was resting on the bed. She jolted awake, quickly throwing off the covers and regarding the entrance with caution. Upon recognizing Zhou Luo, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Once inside the room, Zhou Luo poured himself a glass of water and drank it in one gulp before turning to her, saying, "You shall be free to leave shortly." The quantity of the green gas was minimal, suggesting that the individual would need to slumber for approximately another 10 minutes. Only upon awakening would he venture out without raising suspicion. At this moment, Bai Jian had already risen from the bed and approached Zhou Luo. Adorned in a verdant green dress, her figure was strikingly voluptuous, far from that of a mere girl. Sitting beside Zhou Luo, she inquired with a hint of melancholy. "Where can I go? The world is vast. Where could one not venture? Where is your home?" Seizing the opportunity in their idle moments, Zhou Luo posed the question. "Lianyan City," Bai Jian replied. Zhou Luo had never heard of this name and was unaware of its location, prompting him to inquire, "Is it far from Maple Leaf City?" "I don't know. I've never heard of this place," Bai Jian responded, her expression one of confusion. Zhou Luo felt a surge of astonishment. To have never heard of a metropolis like Maple Leaf City, could this young girl have been abducted from a distant land? Contemplating this, Zhou Luo produced 2 ordinary spirit stones and placed them on the table. "Once you leave here, you can inquire with passers-by." Upon seeing the spirit stones, Bai Jian's eyes brimmed with tears once more. She gazed up at Zhou Luo, her expression one of vulnerability and helplessness. "Can you take me home?" Chapter 44. Be My Woman. Bai Jian possessed a melodious voice, soft and sweet, complemented by her endearing and charming visage, making it nearly impossible for anyone to harbor feelings of rejection. However, Zhou Luo shook his head, stating, "I cannot escort you back home." Upon hearing this, Bai Jian could no longer restrain her tears and began to weep. "Woe is me. Alone, I shall surely be captured. Had I known, I would never have run away from home." Witnessing the girl's distress, Zhou Luo felt a pang of compassion. He understood all too well that a girl as beautiful as she was would undoubtedly attract countless undesirable gazes. It would be nearly impossible for her to return to the distant Lianyun city alone. Yet, as merely a son-in-law of the Lin family, even with an elevated status, he remained bound within the confines of Maple Leaf City, unable to provide her with the assistance she desperately needed. Nevertheless, having rescued her, he could not bear to watch her plunge back into peril. After much contemplation, he proposed, "I cannot take you home at present, but if you're willing, you may accompany me for the time being. Should an opportunity arise in the future, I shall assist you." "Really?" Bai Zhiyin looked up once more, her tear-filled eyes gazing at the man before her, her small face alight with surprise. "Yes, but you must agree to be my woman," Zhou Luo stated plainly. Bai Zhiyin was momentarily taken aback, her mind struggling to process his words. She stared blankly at the tall and handsome Zhou Luo, unsure of how to respond. Zhou Luo continued to explain, "Of course, it is merely a pretense. If you are unwilling, then I am powerless to help. My family would never permit me to bring home a woman of unknown origins unless she is my own. In truth, once the outside cultivators discerned the situation, the family would likely think little of it, merely assuming that Zhou Luo had taken a liking to an ordinary woman." At that moment, Bai Zhiyan's mind was in a whirl. Initially, she had thought he was proposing marriage, and she felt relieved to learn it was merely an act. Yet, why did she feel a twinge of disappointment? As this thought crossed her mind, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. "You should decide swiftly," Zhou Luo advised. Glancing at the time, Bai Zhiyan looked at the earnest expression on Zhou Luo's face, biting her lip, knowing this was her only option. Finally, she nodded gently. "All right. Very well. There are a few matters you need to be aware of." Upon receiving her affirmation, Zhou Luo promptly conveyed to her various details about the Lin family. Although she would be feigning the role of his woman, she would still need to fulfill the responsibilities expected of a concubine in all respects, ensuring that no one detected the ruse. Bai Zhiyin silently committed these instructions to memory. Outside the room, the unconscious cultivator finally regained consciousness. He rubbed his head, looking around in confusion, and suddenly recalled something. He hurriedly dashed to Zhou Luo's door and knocked. Zhou Luo opened the door, a look of puzzlement on his face. "Who are you?" Seeing that Zhou Luo was still there, the man breathed a sigh of relief, muttered something about a misunderstanding, and quickly departed. Watching the man's retreating figure, Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes. As the man departed from the 8th floor, he muttered to himself, "How peculiar. Which fool dared to poison me?" Initially, his thoughts turned to Zhou Luo. However, he quickly dismissed the notion, reasoning that the latter would unlikely resort to poison and had no opportunity to procure any. Moreover, having been unconscious for approximately 10 minutes, it was implausible for Zhou Luo to have executed any malevolent act during that brief period. Consequently, he ruled Zhou Luo out of suspicion. Ultimately, he conjectured that a thief had targeted him, but upon noticing his identity insignia, the intruder had fled in fear. Upon descending, Zhou Luo appeared alongside Bai Zhiyin as they exited the Tianxia restaurant. He silently followed them once more. Upon arriving at the Lin family residence, the guard, noticing the presence of a woman beside Zhou Luo, promptly obstructed their entry. The family forbade internal members from bringing outsiders, as this would set a precedent that might lead to an influx of untrustworthy individuals. However, if the visitor was a relative, the family would consider the request, albeit after rigorous scrutiny. This was precisely why Zhou Luo had suggested that Bai Zhiyin pose as his partner. The guard escorted the pair to a designated inspection area, where a middle-aged man was in charge of the examination. Upon learning Zhou Luo's identity, the man greeted him with a warm smile. Zhou Luo soon realized that this individual belonged to the faction of the Grand Elder. After a brief inquiry, the man learned that Bai Zhiyin was brought by Zhou Luo and did not impose any difficulties. He merely cautioned that such women with spiritual roots should not be brought back in the future, as the proximity of the Zhou garden to the spiritual vein meant that an additional practitioner would further deplete its resources. Although the impact was minimal, it was a matter of family protocol. Henceforth, if one wished to introduce individuals with spiritual roots into the family, they would need to provide spirit stones. The current situation did not warrant a penalty, but next time, a fee would be required. Realizing that Bai Zhiyin possessed a spiritual root, Zhou Luo was taken aback and inquired about its quality. "You are unaware that she has a 6th grade spiritual root?" the examiner exclaimed in astonishment. "A 6th grade spiritual root?" Zhou Luo echoed in surprise, genuinely unaware of this fact. It was astonishing to discover that a woman he had casually rescued possessed such a remarkable attribute. With this revelation, his gaze towards Bai Zhiyin intensified with fervor. He pondered whether offspring born from a union with a 6th grade spiritual root would also inherit that quality. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Bai Zhiyin shyly lowered her head, her right hand clutching the hem of her dress. Retrieving his thoughts, Zhou Luo exchanged a few words of gratitude with the examiner before departing with Bai Jian. After their exit, the man assigned to follow Zhou Luo reported the events that had transpired. Upon learning the full context, the listener naturally concluded that Zhou Luo had indeed played the role of the gallant hero, winning the affection of the woman. Zhou Luo is truly fortunate, he mused, acknowledging the rarity of encountering a woman with a 6th-grade spiritual root in these times. As they traveled towards Zhou Garden, Zhou Luo's gaze towards Bai Jian had undeniably transformed. Initially, he merely wished to offer assistance, yet upon discovering that the other possessed a 6th-grade spiritual root, other intentions began to stir within him. Of course, he would not impose upon her. Such matters could unfold gradually, especially since he was uncertain when he might return her home. Zhou Luo brought Bai Jian back to Zhou Garden, which inevitably attracted the attention of other women. However, they held no objections, particularly since Zhou Luo had previously conversed with them. Thus, the assembly of wives and concubines welcomed Bai Jian into their abode with joyous hearts. And upon learning of her plight, they expressed profound sympathy, showering her with care and concern. This warmth gradually eased Bai Jian's initial apprehension, allowing her to begin integrating into this large family. Witnessing such a harmonious scene, Zhou Luo felt a deep sense of satisfaction. On the night of Bai Jian's arrival at Zhou Garden, just as she had changed into a loose, off-white outer garment and was about to retire for the night, the door swung open unexpectedly, and Zhou Luo stepped inside. Chapter 45, The Clan of Eternal Life. The appearance of Zhou Luo made Bai Jian shudder, prompting her to hastily embrace herself in a state of panic. A casual glance revealed to Zhou Luo that this young girl indeed possessed remarkable qualities. Even her loose-fitting attire could not conceal her alluring figure. He sat down with a gentle smile and remarked, "I am not going to harm you." What do you intend to do?" Bai Jian instinctively leaned towards the edge of the bed. "Why, I intend to sleep," Zhou Luo replied matter-of-factly. However, Bai Jian hesitated, about to voice her concerns when Zhou Luo interjected, his gaze softening, "You should remember what I instructed you earlier." He was referring to their previous conversation at the tavern, where Zhou Luo had made it clear that they would adhere to the standards of a couple, barring separate rooms. At this thought, Bai Jian felt a flush of warmth creep up her ears, bowing her head shyly as she murmured, I am not yet prepared. So many eyes are upon us. If anyone suspects something, you might be cast out." Zhou Luo responded earnestly, "That is indeed the truth. I cannot simply take you home and then abandon you. Such actions would easily raise suspicions." "I understand." Bai Jian's voice barely rose above a whisper. She lifted the covers, her cheeks aflame, and burrowed into the bedding. At that moment, Zhou Luo rose as well, beginning to loosen his garments. Upon witnessing this, Bai Jian's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, her small hands clenching the quilt tightly, her heart racing wildly. "Rest assured, I will not impose upon you. If I wish to, could you possibly resist?" Zhou Luo spoke sincerely. Despite his desire to unite with this girl possessing a 6th-grade spiritual root, he would never force her. For now, it was merely a matter of sharing a bed for sleep. Bai Jian remained silent, shrinking her body closer to the wall. Zhou Luo extinguished the candle, plunging the room into darkness. In the obscurity, Bai Jian felt the cover shift, causing her to shiver involuntarily. In the next moment, she distinctly sensed a figure lying beside her. Thankfully, he did not make any further advances. After lying down, he remained still, which allowed Bai Jian's anxious heart to momentarily relax. She attempted to distance herself, but the bed was scarcely large enough, no matter how she moved. They were merely a fist's breadth apart. This was her first experience sharing a bed with a male. Fortunately, she felt fortunate that he was not a villain. Lying flat, her mind unconsciously conjured Zhou Luo's visage. Had it not been for his timely intervention, she would have surely been delivered to the stronghold of a powerful cultivator, destined to become a mere vessel for reproduction. Reflecting on this, Bai Jian's heart swelled with gratitude, and her earlier tension gradually dissipated, perhaps due to her overwhelming fatigue. She soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following day, Bai Jian awoke with a start. Upon regaining consciousness, she suddenly realized she was clinging tightly to him, even resting her legs across his body. Alarmed, she quickly released her grip and retreated, her face burning like a ripe apple. It was only upon realizing that Zhou Luo had not awakened that she gradually calmed her emotions. However, since she was lying beside him, getting up would require her to cross over him, which would undoubtedly disturb him. Thus, Bai Jian simply closed her eyes, pretending to still be asleep. As she did so, a faint smile appeared on Zhou Luo and Appo's lips. He yawned, then climbed out of bed, donned his clothes, and departed the room. Once she confirmed his absence, Bai Jian opened her eyes, unable to shake off the earlier scene, feeling a deep sense of shame. In the following days, she shared a bed with Zhou Luo. Bai Jian transitioned from her initial discomfort to a gradual acclimatization. The only awkwardness arose from the fact that almost every morning she would find herself embracing him upon waking. Fortunately, Zhou Luo tended to awaken later than she did, sparing her from any embarrassment. Meanwhile, as she interacted with others in the manor, Bai Jian slowly began to accept her surroundings. She even grew fond of taking little Changsheng and the other children out to play, shedding her earlier unease. During this time, Zhou Luo learned from his mentor, Lin Jishou, that Lianyun City was also a grand city, albeit located in the north and much farther from Maple Leaf City than Panstone City. He pondered why that ruffian had brought her all the way here instead of selling her nearby. One evening, Zhou Luo relayed this information to Bai Jian. Upon hearing it, her expression dimmed, and she asked, "Could you help me send a letter home?" Through their time together, Zhou Luo had come to understand Bai Jian's true identity. To his surprise, she was also from a prominent family, having run away in a fit of anger only to be abducted and brought here. If he were to return her home, he might even receive a reward from her family. Yet, it was unfortunate that the Bai family and the Lin family were adversaries. More precisely, the Qingyuan sect backing the Lin family was in opposition to the Qima sect supporting the Bai family. If her family discovered her presence here, not only would the letter fail to reach its destination, but Bai Jian could also face dire threats to her life. Zhou Luo candidly shared these concerns with her. Realizing that she might never leave this place, Bai Jian was overtaken by sorrow and began to weep anew. Observing her pitiable and helpless demeanor, Zhou Luo gently stroked her head, comforting her, "If I ever have the chance to leave, I will find a way to help you send that letter." Unexpectedly, Bai Jian embraced him, burying her head in his chest, her voice muffled as she murmured, "Thank you." Their time spent together had solidified her belief that Zhou Luo was a genuinely good person, warming her heart and prompting such an instinctive gesture. Perhaps only in this way could she find a semblance of solace. In a secluded manor within Maple Leaf City, a mysterious figure cloaked in black gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, exclaiming in anger, "What a worthless fool." Had Zhou Luo been present, he would have recognized this individual as the burly man from the tavern. "What should we do about that woman now in the Lin family?" A voice emerged from the darkness. "How should I know?" The mysterious figure replied impatiently. In order to evade the scrutiny of the Bai family, he deliberately instructed an unsuspecting brute to abduct Bai Jian to Maple Leaf City. However, to his astonishment, this worthless individual fled in fear of the Lin family. In the eyes of the brute, losing a woman was merely a trivial matter. He could always capture another to account for his failure, for the Lin family was not to be trifled with. Yet, he had no inkling of the true significance of this woman. By the time he realized her importance, it was far too late. Chapter 46. A new junior sister in the dimly lit room. The enigmatic figure extended a hand and rapped impatiently on the nearby table. His mood exceedingly foul. For the sake of that woman, he had sacrificed immensely and plotted for an extended period. Yet he had not anticipated a blunder at the final moment. Should we go to the Lin family and retrieve her? The shadow in the darkness suggested. The mysterious individual scoffed. But that is the illustrious Lin family. Do you truly believe it would be so simple? The plan cannot afford to fail. I have an acquaintance within the Lin family who can procure information, the other continued. If the Lin family discovers she is of the Bai lineage, it will be too late, the mysterious figure replied in a grave tone. Rest assured, I shall execute it discreetly, came the response from the shadows. The mysterious figure ceased his movements and drew a circle on the table. The master lacks the patience to wait for us. We must act swiftly. Silence followed in the darkness, as the individual had already departed. The mysterious figure then rose from the small courtyard and leapt into the night, vanishing into the shadows. Time flew by, and before long, Bai Jian had been at Zhou Garden for over a month. Perhaps due to that embrace on a fateful night, she had developed feelings for Zhou Luo, an inexplicable affection surging within her. Consequently, she found herself avoiding his gaze and intentionally steering clear of him during this period. In contrast to Zhou Luo, her rapport with others had flourished, particularly with the children. This group of little ones would chase after Bai Jian daily, calling her sister and treating her as if she were the closest person to them. Meanwhile, Lin Qinghan, who had been pregnant for quite some time, finally approached the moment of delivery. Zhou Luo and several concubines awaited outside in silent anticipation. Bai Jian, accompanied by the cluster of children, also arrived. The children obediently stood there, their small faces brimming with eagerness for the arrival of a brother or sister. Suddenly, a clear and resounding cry echoed from within the room. Zhou Luo, cradling the Snow Mountain spirit cat, heard the system's notification chime. Congratulations to the host on the birth of the 7th offspring, granting a 30-year lifespan bonus. Due to this child possessing an 8th grade spiritual root, the host receives 2 qualification points. Current qualification, 9th grade spiritual root, 5100. Zhou Luo, was taken aback. He had not expected to welcome a descendant with an 8th grade spiritual root. Furthermore, he had gained 2 qualification points, surpassing the norm for a 9th grade root. It was truly unexpected. Upon reflection, it made sense. Lin Xinghan possessed a 7th grade spiritual root, while he himself had a 9th grade root. The advent of an 8th grade root, although not highly probable, was certainly within the realm of possibility. Clearly, fortune favored him. With this in mind, he glanced toward Bai Jian. If I were to unite with someone of a 6th grade root, could we not conceive a 7th grade offspring? He pondered. In such a case, my qualification points might increase to 3. Should fortune smile upon us, and we have a child with a 6th grade root, the additional points could be even more substantial. After all, that is a medium grade spiritual root. Progressing in this manner, breaking through the 100-point barrier would not be far off. Zhou Luo increasingly felt that marrying a wife with superior spiritual roots would greatly enhance his own potential. As the door swung open, the midwife joyfully presented the newborn. Congratulations. It's a daughter. Zhou Luo gently set down the snow mountain spirit cat and carefully cradled the little one in his arms. The other small children eagerly gathered around, curious to see their new sister. Since she was a girl, Zhou Luo had already decided to name her Sherwin. Father, we want to see our sister, exclaimed the lively little Changsheng, bouncing at his feet. Zhou Luo chuckled and crouched down as the other youngsters crowded around, their innocent eyes filled with wonder at this new addition. The other concubines beamed with delight, showering praises upon the child. This heartwarming scene stirred a deep emotion within Bai Jian. Being a naturally tender-hearted girl, she cherished her moments playing with the children. Observing the harmonious family atmosphere only deepened her longing, prompting memories of her distant parents and family to surface. In that instant, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. At that moment, a soft, fair hand grasped hers. Turning her head, she was surprised to find it was Lin Feiying. You too shall have your own children, Lin Feiying said with a gentle smile. She had initially thought Bai Jian was sorrowful over her own lack of children. Realizing the misunderstanding, Bai Jian instinctively glanced towards Zhou Luo before hastily averting her gaze, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Cradling the child, Zhou Luo entered the room. You've worked hard, he said softly, sitting by the bedside and tenderly stroking Lin Xinghan's slightly pale face. Lin Xinghan smiled and shook her head. The arrival of this new family member once again filled Zhou Garden with liveliness. Zhou Luo temporarily set aside his cultivation and alchemy, dedicating his time to his family. On this day, he followed his usual routine to visit his master, Lin Zhishu, at the estate to learn alchemy. After such a lengthy period, he had finally resolved to showcase his proficiency in mid-tier alchemy to elevate the family's regard for him. Upon arriving at Shochuan Garden, he skillfully traversed the front courtyard and made his way to the main building. Unfortunately, Lin Zhishu was not present, likely engrossed in his alchemical pursuits. Thus, he continued onward to the back courtyard. Upon entering, he spotted a graceful figure seated in the pavilion, dressed in an exquisite RU skirt. With her hair elegantly styled and a subtle touch of makeup, her noble aura was unmistakable. Zhou Luo recognized her instantly. She remained as haughty as ever, reminiscent of the time she had nearly harmed him during a disagreement. As he glanced her way, she too noticed him, her delicate and indifferent features revealing a hint of displeasure. Realizing he could not ignore her presence, Zhou Luo approached with a smile, bowing respectfully. Miss San, you are Zhou Luo, Lin Xing stated coldly, fixing her gaze upon him. Clearly, she had forgotten the incident from 2 years prior and failed to recognize that this was the very person who had nearly collided with her. Indeed, Zhou Luo replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Although his status has undergone a transformative change compared to 2 years ago, he still feels insufficient in the presence of the other party. Coupled with his affiliation to the faction of the Grand Elder, he remains exceedingly cautious to avoid inciting any ire. After a prolonged silence, the other party refrains from further speech. Zhou Luo, too, dares not make any other movements, standing quietly with a bowed posture. Just then, Lin Zhishu's voice resounded from behind. Zhou Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He turned and performed a respectful bow. Master. Lin Xin also rose and offered a courteous nod. Please take a seat, Lin Zhishu remarked as he entered the pavilion and settled down. Zhou Luo followed suit, taking a seat beside him. Disciple, from this day forth, the third miss shall be my apprentice, Lin Zhishu declared nonchalantly upon sitting. At these words, Zhou Luo and Apos' mind was struck with a thunderous shock, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, and he incredulously gazed up at the impassive Lin Xin before him. She has become his master's disciple? Does this mean he now has an additional junior apprentice? Chapter 47. First-rank intermediate alchemist Lin Zhishu's words left Zhou Luo genuinely astounded. He had not anticipated that the third young lady would choose to apprentice under him, becoming his junior disciple. Was she not a member of the main family? Although Lin Jishou was currently the most formidable alchemist within the clan, it seemed rather unusual for her to seek his tutelage. It would be more fitting for her to study under him informally. After all, her status dictated that joining the Qingyuan sect would be the expected course of action, unless there were ulterior motives at play. Zhou Luo involuntarily recalled what Lin De had previously mentioned to him. It dawned on him that the main family likely did not wish for him to inherit Lin Jishou's mantle, hence the introduction of the third young lady, Lin Xen, to prevent him from losing his influence. Coming to this realization, Zhou Luo felt a sense of clarity. In truth, he was indifferent to the prospect of inheriting Lin Jishou's legacy. His own abilities surpassed those of Lin Jishou, making the distinction between inheriting or not largely irrelevant. As for the underlying power dynamics, such pursuits held little appeal for him. In Zhou Luo's eyes, with his long lifespan, he preferred to be regarded as a valued member of the family rather than be embroiled in the treacherous games that power often entailed. He abhorred such schemes. It was far more preferable to maintain the current situation, where he enjoyed familial recognition without being perceived as a rival. Noticing Zhou Luo lost in thought, Lin Jishou cleared his throat a few times. Zhou Luo returned to the present, rising to clasp his hands in greeting. Congratulations, master, on acquiring another fine disciple. Lin Jishou nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for him to sit before continuing. From now on, you two siblings must work diligently. Indeed, they both replied in unison. Well then, now that you have met, follow me, Lin Jishou said, rising and heading towards the alchemy chamber. Lin Xian stood and cast a glance at Zhou Luo. He gestured for her to proceed, but she replied coolly, brother, you may go ahead. Perhaps it would be better for the junior sister to lead, Zhou Luo suggested. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian cast a deep look at him, refraining from further comment as she walked ahead. Within the alchemy chamber, Lin Jishou stood before the alchemical furnace and glanced at Zhou Luo. Disciple, what is your current level of proficiency? Master, I believe I am ready to attempt crafting a first-rank intermediate elixir, Zhou Luo replied. Oh, Lin Jishou exclaimed in surprise. Beside him, Lin Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. She recalled that he had only just begun his journey 2 years prior. How could he have progressed so rapidly? Or was he perhaps fabricating his claim? In contrast to Lin Xian's skepticism, Lin Jishou appeared genuinely elated. He pointed towards the furnace and said, come, let me witness your skill. Zhou Luo nodded and approached a nearby storage cabinet to select his materials. After a brief moment, he returned to the furnace with the chosen ingredients. This time, he aimed to concoct a spirit-nourishing pill, a fundamental first-rank intermediate elixir capable of providing a portion of spiritual energy to its consumer. Successfully crafting a spirit-nourishing pill would signify his attainment as a first-rank intermediate alchemist. Lin Jishou watched him with eager anticipation, while Lin Xian regarded the furnace with a discerning gaze. To speak candidly, she harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of his ascent to the intermediate tier of the first rank. It is worth noting that after 3 years of diligent study in alchemy, she had merely grazed the threshold of that very level. In her estimation, it was highly probable that Zhou Luo would falter. As he commenced the refining process, his technique appeared markedly unrefined, and he was already drenched in perspiration at the outset. This spectacle further solidified Lin Xian's conviction. Internally, she scoffed, thinking him overconfident. Merely knowing the methods of alchemy did not guarantee one could concoct a spiritual elixir. Observing this scene, Lin Jishou's anticipation waned considerably. The toll on his mental faculties was substantial, suggesting that even the initial step was a formidable challenge. However, what neither of them anticipated was that, despite Zhou Luo's evident struggles, he persevered and successfully completed the first step of the material fusion process. He was merely at the end of his strength. Gazing at Zhou Luo's pallid visage, Lin Xian mused inwardly about his unexpected tenacity. As time elapsed, Zhou Luo continued to endure, and under the influence of his mental focus, the liquid within the alchemical furnace gradually coalesced. Lin Xian furrowed her brow in confusion. How was he still standing? Such resilience! Although perplexed, she remained steadfast in her belief that Zhou Luo would ultimately fail. After all, sheer determination was insufficient. The final stages of alchemical creation demanded immense mental fortitude. Given his current state, it seemed impossible for him to sustain himself until the completion of the elixir. Lin Jishou shared this sentiment, and despite Zhou Luo's ongoing efforts, his optimism had considerably diminished. Time slipped by, and within the furnace, the liquid had formed into a spherical mass under Zhou Luo's conscious manipulation. The next phase was the creation of the elixir. Witnessing him persevere to this final step, Lin Xian felt a flicker of admiration within her heart. His determination was commendable, yet ultimately futile. Before the furnace, Zhou Luo's complexion grew increasingly ashen. his lips bleeding from being bitten in concentration. Nevertheless, he pressed on, channeling his mental energy to merge the substances within the liquid. With a thunderous roar, as the flames subsided, a faint aroma wafted through the air, an unmistakable sign of success in alchemical creation. Lin Jishou's eyes widened in astonishment as he hastened toward the furnace. Nestled within lay a dark green elixir, quietly resting. He retrieved it, his gaze fixated upon the spiritual pill, an expression of incredulity etched on his face. It was a success. Meanwhile, Lin Xian stood frozen, disbelief washing over her exquisite features. How could this be? How could he have succeeded? She glanced at Zhou Luo, who lay exhausted on the ground, and a tremor of emotion surged within her, leaving her momentarily speechless. My dear disciple, your performance has brought me immense joy, Lin Jishou exclaimed, holding the slightly flawed spiritual elixir with palpable excitement. This is all thanks to my master's guidance. Zhou Luo managed a faint smile. Though internally he grumbled, damn it, I've expended all my years of acting on this performance. Splendid, simply splendid. Lin Jishou then produced a mental rejuvenation elixir, eagerly presenting it to him, unable to contain his praises. As Zhou Luo concluded his alchemical endeavors, it was naturally Lin Xian's turn. However, influenced by Zhou Luo's presence, her mind was in disarray, leading her to falter even in the crafting of a low-grade first-tier elixir. After offering her a few words of encouragement, Lin Jishou began to impart knowledge and guidance to both of them, though the majority of his focus was on Zhou Luo. After all, he had undeniably risen to the status of a first-tier mid-grade alchemist. Even within the family, he stood as a pillar of strength. This only served to heighten Lin Xian's sense of pressure. She had come with the intention of surpassing Zhou Luo. Yet he had already distanced himself from her to an astonishing degree. This significantly intensified her competitive spirit and solidified her resolve to excel beyond him. The day of instruction passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Jishou insisted that Zhou Luo return for lessons every day starting tomorrow, to which Zhou Luo reluctantly acquiesced. As he and Lin Xian exited the gates of Shouchuan Garden, she abruptly declared, Zhou Luo, I will surpass you. Zhou Luo was momentarily taken aback. But then he smiled and replied, Third Miss possesses extraordinary talent. You will undoubtedly go further than I. Chapter 48. Another side of Lin Xian. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Xian, tall and exquisitely beautiful, fixed her unwavering gaze upon Zhou Luo at the entrance of Shouchuan Garden. Her clear, enchanting eyes reflected a serious and earnest demeanor. In contrast, Zhou Luo maintained a polite and humble smile throughout her scrutiny. A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Xian's eyes. Yet she chose silence and turned towards the path leading to the core area. Behind her, Zhou Luo let out a long sigh of relief. In this era, facing such a proud and capricious woman of higher status was undeniably daunting. Shaking off his thoughts, Zhou Luo returned to the Zhou estate. Inside the manor, the atmosphere was filled with warmth as various women took turns caring for Lin Qinghan, who had recently given birth. Although there were maids available, they preferred to lend their own hands. This scene of sisterly affection even touched Bai Jian, who joined in despite Lin Qinghan's repeated insistence that she did not require such meticulous care. Their enthusiasm was simply irresistible. As Zhou Luo approached the doorway, he observed Lin Yi engaged in a private conversation with Lin Qinghan and quietly retreated. Just as he stepped out, he collided with Bai Jian, who was approaching. They exchanged nods, and Zhou Luo inquired with genuine concern, You must be accustomed to this place by now. Although he had promised to escort her away, it was clear that it would not be feasible in the near future. Bai Jian nodded softly in response. Zhou Luo, sensing no further questions were necessary, turned to leave. Suddenly, Bai Jian's voice broke the silence. He turned back in confusion. With her head bowed and cheeks flushed, she whispered, Would you be able to sleep in my room tonight? Recently, Zhou Luo had been preoccupied with attending to Lin Qinghan, leaving Bai Jian sleepless and solitary. Despite the harmonious atmosphere of Zhou Garden and the kindness of its inhabitants, the unfamiliarity of her surroundings left her feeling isolated and insecure, leading to restless thoughts. Zhou Luo paused, contemplating whether this young lady had been swayed by his presence. He remained silent, while Bai Jian, increasingly aware of her own boldness, hurriedly added, Forget I said anything, before retreating into her room. Zhou Luo pondered the implications of her words. That night, he found himself in Bai Jian's chamber. Upon his arrival, a smile graced her lips as she demurely lay on the bed. Zhou Luo initially assumed she intended to offer herself for the night. However, shortly after he lay down, he noticed that she fell asleep within moments, her face adorned with a gentle smile, and she appeared to be in a deep, serene slumber. Zhou Luo found himself speechless. Had he unknowingly become her sleeping aid? Faced with the temptation of remaining beside such an alluring beauty, he ultimately succumbed to the urge to escape the confines of the room and slipped into Lin Lan's bed, as their chambers were conveniently adjacent. Before dawn broke, Zhou Luo returned to Bai Jian's room, feigning as if he had never left. As he reclined, Bai Jian suddenly embraced him, even resting a leg upon him. Mere inches away from a certain area, Zhou Luo could only manage a bitter smile, fortunate that he had already crossed that threshold. After breakfast, Zhou Luo made his way to the alchemy chamber in Shochuan Garden. To his surprise, Lin Xian was already present before the alchemical furnace, diligently concocting elixirs. As for Master Lin Jishou, he was absent from the room. Zhou Luo cautiously pushed the door open and stepped inside, striving to avoid disturbing the third young lady. Before the furnace, Lin Xian remained oblivious to his presence, her focus unwavering as she intently observed the medicinal liquid at the bottom of the furnace, guiding it towards a harmonious fusion. Zhou Luo silently positioned himself to the side, taking in her demeanor, bathed in the flickering light of the flames. The once haughty and unapproachable Lin Xian appeared strikingly ordinary, devoid of her usual arrogance. Her concentration and meticulousness in alchemy revealed a different facet of her character. Her slender fingers danced between the liquid and the flames, her gaze fervent and intent, as if the entire world consisted solely of her and the furnace before her. It was not until a faint fragrance of the elixir wafted through the air that Lin Xian ceased her movements. At that moment, Zhou Luo caught a glimpse of a subtle smile at the corner of her lips. Upon successfully crafting the elixirs, Lin Xian became aware of Zhou Luo's presence. Her expression instantly transforming into one of icy indifference, reverting to her previous haughty demeanor. "When did you arrive?" she inquired coolly. "I just got here," Zhou Luo replied. However, Lin Xian chose not to meet his gaze again, extracting 7 elixirs from the furnace. 7 from a single batch. It appeared she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Zhou Luo mused silently. Before long, Lin Jishou appeared in the alchemy chamber. "You all are here so early?" he remarked with surprise, followed by a note of approval. "Diligence is commendable. The revival of our family's alchemical endeavors relies on your efforts." With that, he commenced his instruction for the two of them. The Zhou Garden, situated on the eastern periphery of the core area, seemed to be intentionally arranged, as the surrounding estates predominantly belonged to the family members aligned with the Grand Elder. At that moment, within the main building of one such estate, an unexpected guest had arrived. He was a middle-aged man clad in an ornate robe, adorned with a lustrous jade pendant at his waist. His chiseled features bore a steady and profound gaze, capable of piercing through to the very essence of a person. With a smile, he approached a distinguished and opulent middle-aged man before him, clasping his hands in greeting. "Dao Ming, this matter requires your considerable assistance. What is it about this woman that warrants such effort on your part?" The other man inquired, perplexed. "There is nothing particularly special about her. She was merely a client originally meant to be sold to me, and now that she has fallen into another's hands, it is only natural that I seek to reclaim her," the middle-aged man replied nonchalantly. "She is Zhou Luo's woman." The man hesitated, troubled by the implications. His name was Lin Dao Ming, a high-ranking talisman master within the family, holding significant standing and aligned with the Grand Elder. Zhou Luo was under the Grand Elder's protection, and should he act recklessly, it would undoubtedly provoke discontent, leaving him in a precarious position should blame befall him. Moreover, considering that their relationship was merely ordinary, it would be utterly unacceptable for him to undertake such a task at the risk of offending the esteemed elder. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man chuckled, saying, "I only require a few more days. What if the family discovers this?" Lin Daoming narrowed his eyes. "Rest assured, Daoming, that Zhou Luo is merely a novice at the second level of qi refinement, and Zhou Yuan harbors no formidable cultivators. Once our objective is achieved, all I need from you is to provide a modicum of cover and evade the spotlight. After all, she is just an outsider. I doubt the family will hold any particular concern, and even Zhou Luo likely won't mind. Should you agree to assist, this vial of wood spirit elixir shall be yours." With that, the middle-aged man produced a jade vial and handed it to Lin Daoming. Startled, Lin Daoming felt a surge of temptation. The wood spirit elixir, a superior grade first-tier elixir, held immense benefits for cultivators with wood attributes, of which he was one. "You must depart within 7 days," he stated, placing the jade vial into his bosom with a serious tone. "That is naturally understood," the middle-aged man replied with a faint smile. Chapter 49. Disciples of the heretical sect at long last. The day's instruction came to an end, and Zhou Luoxing returned to Zhou Garden with a sense of disillusionment. Lin Jishou, in his relentless pursuit to solidify his own cultivation, seemed intent on imparting every fragment of knowledge pertaining to the first-tier mid-level to him, compelling Zhou to engage in constant practice. Although he was already well-versed in these teachings, he had to feign an insatiable thirst for knowledge, even resorting to elaborate performances while refining elixirs to portray himself as a novice. This charade was undeniably a torment for him. "My dear husband, you must be weary. The water is already boiling, Lin Feiying announced as she approached with a set of clean garments. Have all the rare herbs and treasures been prepared? Zhou Luo inquired. Yes. Everything has been placed within, Lin Feiying confirmed with a nod. However, a peculiar expression crossed her face at the thought of the substances she had encountered, as it was her first experience hearing of someone using scorpions and venomous snakes for bathing. Yet, she wisely refrained from pressing further. Entering the chamber, Zhou Luo gazed at the dark, viscous liquid and, without hesitation, disrobed and stepped into the copper cauldron, braving the intense heat. The moment he made contact with the elixir, a sharp, searing pain coursed through his body. Nevertheless, compared to before, his tolerance had significantly increased. He began to chant the incantation for the giant bear body refining technique. As the spell circulated, a crimson glow enveloped him, accompanied by the faint echo of a bear's roar. Simultaneously, within his dantian, the spiritual energy, guided by the incantation, began to permeate throughout his being. A formidable and profound power coalesced within him, while the liquid in the copper cauldron continued to boil, unleashing waves of excruciating pain from all directions. Under the effects of the elixir, Zhou Luo felt as though his body were being torn apart. The brilliance of the red light intensified, amplifying the agony he endured. He bit down hard on his lip, his complexion turning ashen, and his spirit rattled. At that moment, the Lingxi jade pendant at his neck radiated a gentle spiritual light, which seeped through his skin and into his mind, soothing his previously scattered thoughts and gradually restoring his composure. As time passed, Zhou Luo steadily absorbed the energy from the elixir, reshaping his physical form. It was undeniable that this body refinement demanded an extraordinary degree of willpower. No wonder the majority chose to tread the path of qi cultivation instead. As the temperature of the liquid in the copper cauldron gradually lowered, Zhou Luo, once possessing fair skin, now resembled a red-skinned monkey. However, as he continued to channel the incantation, a faint luminescence emerged upon his flushed skin, sparkling gently, restoring his complexion to normalcy. Perhaps a couple more rounds will suffice. Zhou Luo mused, clenching his fists as the sound of bone cracking resonated within him. Rising to his feet, he donned his garments and exited the chamber. In addition to his daily practices of body refinement and alchemy, he remained committed to his cultivation, for he understood that ascension in rank was paramount. Observing their husband's relentless dedication, his wives were deeply moved, for they recognized that all of Zhou Luo's efforts were aimed at providing them with a better life. That evening, Zhou Luo continued to repose in the chamber of Bai Zhiyan. Bai Zhiyan did not lie flat. Instead, she lay on her side, her head resting on her arm, quietly observing the man beside her. Suddenly, she remarked, "The sisters all hope you can ease some of your burdens." This was a message conveyed by a group of wives and concubines who believed that Zhou Luo's relentless efforts stemmed from immense pressure. They aspired for less and thus hoped Bai Zhiyan could offer him some counsel. Zhou Luo gazed at the ceiling, murmuring to himself, "Actually, it's not too bad. After all, I've wasted a lot of time." He was referring to the matter of alchemy. Bai Zhiyan, captivated by his handsome features, felt a stirring within her and blurted out, "It must be very blissful to marry you." At that moment, Zhou Luo suddenly turned to face her, their eyes locking. "Then, would you truly marry me?" he inquired earnestly. "Ah?" Bai Zhiyan gasped, her face flushing crimson as she hastily turned away from him, curling up in her modesty. In the stillness of the dark, she could hear her heart racing fiercely. Fortunately, Zhou Luo made no further moves. The day's events had exhausted him, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. After a while, Bai Zhiyan turned back to find Zhou Luo fast asleep. She scrutinized his delicate features, her lips pressed together in contemplation. If she were to marry him, it seemed a rather splendid choice. Such were her thoughts. Yet she pondered whether she truly harbored feelings for him, or if it was merely reliance. She found herself uncertain, and thus, her musings led her to close her eyes. When Bai Zhiyan awoke the following day, Zhou Luo had already departed. Stepping out of her chamber, she found Lin Feiying had prepared breakfast and was beckoning her to join. In the dining hall, Zhou Luo was absent, likely having gone to show Changsheng. "Little miss, play with me." Just as she was enjoying her meal, Changsheng dashed in, tugging at Bai Zhiyan's trousers. His little head held high with sincerity. Bai Zhiyan smiled gently, embracing him. "All right, have you had breakfast?" "I have. Father fed me," Changsheng replied proudly. After their meal, Bai Zhiyan carried Changsheng into the estate's rockery. This area had been transformed by Zhou Luo into a miniature amusement park, complete with merry-go-rounds, swings, trampolines, and more. Other children were present as well. Upon seeing Bai Zhiyan, the group of little ones rushed toward her, clamoring for her to take them to play. "All right, one at a time. Today, I will introduce you to a new game," Bai Zhiyan chuckled. "Yay!" The children cheered joyfully. Just as Bai Zhiyan and Changsheng were immersed in their playful revelry, an unexpected guest appeared outside the garden. It was the middle-aged man who had previously shown up at Lin Daoming's estate. His name was Zhao Yuan, a disciple of the mysterious figure from a courtyard in Maple Leaf City. Both belonged to a certain nefarious sect, and it was their brotherhood that had plotted the abduction of Bai Jiyan. As for why they intended to bring her to Maple Leaf City, it was simply because their master happened to reside within the city. It was merely due to certain circumstances that their master temporarily departed from Maple Leaf City. Thus, the two brothers resolved to capture Bai Jiyan before their master returned. Otherwise, given their master's temperament, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Zhao Yuan surveyed the vast courtyard with a cold expression. He understood that after today, he could no longer remain in Maple Leaf City. If the Lin family were to uncover any traces of his origins from the sinister sect, escape would be impossible. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the entrance, and with a swift movement, he seamlessly entered the inner courtyard. The courtyard lacked formidable experts, thus no one sensed his presence, after all. Zhou Luo would never anticipate encountering danger within his own family. Zhao Yuan quickly delved deeper inside, having diligently gathered information about the courtyard in recent days. He believed that as long as he proceeded with utmost caution, he could stealthily take away his target. Soon, he heard a cacophony of children's voices. He stealthily approached and immediately spotted Bai Jiyan playing with the children. Chapter 50. Abduction under broad daylight within the confines of the garden. Bai Jiyan remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. She was merrily pushing a swing, her face radiating joy. Zhao Yuan, moving with stealth, summoned his spiritual energy and darted forth with the swiftness of the wind, arriving in the midst of the scene in the blink of an eye. The moment he appeared, Bai Jiyan noticed him, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she opened her mouth to scream. Yet, Zhao Yuan was swifter still, imbued with spiritual power. He glided like a gentle breeze, landing before her. Before she could utter a word, his hand struck with precision at the nape of her alabaster neck, rendering her unconscious, and he swiftly withdrew with her in his arms. The small children stood in stunned silence. And it was only after Zhao Yuan had departed that Changsheng cried out in panic, "Mother, the little lady has been taken." Lin Qinghan, who had been recuperating indoors, heard her child's voice and leapt from the second floor. She caught sight of a figure carrying Bai Jiyan as he dashed out of the garden. Lin Qinghan's expression hardened as she activated her internal spiritual energy and pursued him with urgency. What has happened? The others rushed towards the children, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Before long, Lin Qinghan returned to the garden, her demeanor grave as she declared, "Jiyan has been abducted." Although she possessed the cultivation of the fifth layer of qi refining, she was not capable of sustaining her spiritual energy for long, and given that her opponent wielded wind-based spiritual roots, he was exceedingly fast. She had barely begun her pursuit when he had already eluded her grasp. What? Lin Yi and the others exchanged incredulous glances. Who could possibly possess such audacity to abduct someone in broad daylight within the Lin family estate? "I shall inform my husband," Lin Zier stated decisively before hastening away. "I will report to the family." Lin Lan followed suit, departing in haste. In the courtyard, the sight of Bai Jiyan being taken sent Xiao Chang'an and the others into a frenzy, and they burst into tears. Lin Qinghan and the others rushed over, gathering them in their arms to offer comfort. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo, who had been enduring a tedious lecture from Lin Jishou, found his attention waning as he silently counted down the minutes. Just then, a servant knocked on the door. "What is it?" Lin Jishou inquired, frowning as the lesson was interrupted. "Sir, young Master Zhou's wife is seeking him," the servant replied. "My wife?" Zhou Luo's body tensed, and he rose abruptly, his expression grave. "Is something amiss?" He bowed to Lin Jishou. "Master, I must go at once." "Go." Lin Jishou nodded, sensing the gravity of the situation. Zhou Luo dashed out of the alchemy chamber and arrived at the entrance of Shouchuan Garden, where he found Lin Feiying, her face etched with urgency. "Zier, what has transpired at home?" Zhou Luo asked instinctively. "Jiyan has been taken." Lin Zier's voice trembled with fear. "What?" Zhou Luo's face paled in shock. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the garden. As he ran, Zhou Luo's mind raced. His initial thought was that Bai Jiyan's identity had been exposed, and she had been taken by family members. Yet, a moment later, he reconsidered. If it had indeed been family, why would they resort to abduction? Could it be that someone has uncovered her identity and seeks to use it as leverage against me? Yet, Bai Jiyan has never left the Zhou Garden. Who could possibly know? Or is this a warning from the main family? Countless doubts surged within Zhou Luo, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. Upon his arrival at the Zhou Garden, he beheld guards clad in Lin family attire already present in the courtyard. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man in a long black robe, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, with deep-set wrinkles etched across his brow, exuding an air of authority. He was none other than Lin Jiwei, the captain of the Lin family guards. His primary duty was to ensure the internal safety of the family, and given the gravity of the situation, his presence was imperative. Upon noticing him, Zhou Luo clasped his hands in greeting, "Lord Lin." Lin Jiwei scrutinized him and coldly inquired, "Zhou Luo, what is the origin of the woman you brought?" It was a rare occurrence for someone to be abducted from their family over the course of centuries, and this situation was undoubtedly suspect. After questioning the others in Zhou Garden, Lin Jiwei traced the root of the matter back to Zhou Luo. Naturally, Zhou Luo would not divulge Bai Jiyan's true identity. He merely replied, "My lord, Jiyan is but a pitiable woman who was trafficked. I am at a loss as well." The tale of his heroic rescue of the damsel in distress in Maple Leaf City, followed by bringing her home as his wife, had already reached the ears of several influential figures, thus rendering his statement defensible. Lin Jiwei furrowed his brow. The audacity of abducting someone in broad daylight suggested there was more to the story. He fixed Zhou Luo with a scrutinizing gaze. "If I discover you have concealed any information, you know the consequences." "My lord, I truly do not know," Zhou Luo replied, raising his hands in exasperation. Lin Jiwei had no further remarks. He simply left 2 guards behind and led the others in pursuit of the direction from which the assailant had fled. Once the captain departed, Zhou Luo hastened to the main building. Upon learning that his wives and children were unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the intruder was indeed after Bai Jiyan. Could it be the very man who had abducted her? Zhou Luo suddenly recalled the burly figure from that time. However, judging by the actions of that man, it appeared he was unaware of Bai Jiyan's true identity. Yet, since she had been brought here, it was possible that others were orchestrating events from the shadows. After reassuring his wives and children, Zhou Luo proceeded directly to the alchemy room on the 3rd floor. He retrieved a black vial from his system's inventory. Inside was a concoction he had crafted, a 2nd-tier inferior poison known as bone corrosion powder. This was an exceedingly vicious toxin. Upon contact, it would begin to erode the body. For a chi refinement practitioner, the poison would infiltrate their system in an instant, corroding bones and internal organs until they ultimately dissolved into a pool of blood. Even for a foundation establishment practitioner, if the toxin were not swiftly eradicated, it would still inflict considerable damage. Since acquiring the 2nd-tier poison-making technique, he had scoured for materials before finally managing to brew this vial of inferior poison. Originally intended as a means of self-preservation, it now seemed he had no choice but to employ it. Holding the vial, Zhou Luo's expression grew somber. In truth, Bai Jiyan's whereabouts were easily discernible to him. The earlier familial strife had instilled in him a deep-seated fear that the main family might turn against his kin, prompting him to secretly concoct a specialized poison designed for locating individuals. Remarkably, this poison posed no inherent danger. It only manifested a reaction when mingled with another distinct concoction. In his unwavering commitment to safeguarding his family, he had administered this poison to them. During this period, as Bai Jiyan had been preoccupied with entertaining the children, she inevitably became infused with the fragrant essence of this potion. Presently, it was evident that the adversary had yet to vacate the family estate, perhaps concealing themselves in some obscure locale. He carefully stowed away the vial of bone-corroding powder and retrieved a pre-prepared elixir from a nearby storage cabinet before departing the alchemy chamber towards the outer precincts of the estate. The 2 remaining guards immediately positioned themselves in front of him. "Where do you intend to go?" one inquired. "That is my concubine. Naturally, I must ascertain her well-being," Zhou Luo replied in a low voice. The guards exchanged glances, opting not to impede him further. Upon exiting the Zhou estate, Zhou Luo proceeded in the direction where the guard unit had retreated. When he reached the spot where Lin Qinghan had lost track of the target, he discreetly produced the elixir, utilizing his spiritual energy to disperse it into the atmosphere. The initially colorless and odorless liquid, upon contact with the air, emanated a subtle yet captivating fragrance, revealing flecks of violet luminescence. It was evident that the elixir had reacted with the poison present on Bai Jiyan. Harnessing the properties of the elixir, he followed the trail of violet light and the alluring scent, venturing forth in a determined direction. Chapter 51. Silencing the witnesses. The incident of a family member being abducted in broad daylight quickly spread around the vicinity of the Zhou Garden. Although the number of those in the know was limited, the prominence of the nearby residents and the connection to Zhou Luo inevitably stirred considerable commotion. Servants from various estates began to emerge, seeking information. Meanwhile, Lin Jiwei led a guard team to scour the area, yet no news had surfaced thus far. At this moment, Zhou Luo had traced the clues to the estate of Lin Daoming. He gazed upon the manor with a furrowed brow. Could it truly be the work of a prominent figure within the Lin family? Was there still a necessity for him to pursue this matter further? For a moment, Zhou Luo experienced a flicker of hesitation. If it were an outsider, he would undoubtedly employ the bone-corroding powder without mercy. Yet, if it were indeed an esteemed member of the Lin family, should he really oppose them for a woman who did not yet belong to him? In an instant, Zhou Luo's internal conflict dissipated. He turned towards the tightly shut gates, walking forth without a trace of doubt. Since he had brought her here, he must take responsibility for her. Zhou Luo knocked on the grand entrance. Shortly after, a servant opened the door, regarding Zhou Luo with a puzzled expression. May I assist you? I am Zhou Luo, here to seek an audience with your master, Zhou Luo replied. The servant hesitated momentarily. Recognizing Zhou Luo as the sole son-in-law of the family, before responding, I shall inform him. Thank you, Zhou Luo nodded. Before long, the servant returned, respectfully stating, My master is awaiting you inside. Upon entering the estate, Zhou Luo discreetly administered a potion. As he stepped further in, he was greeted by an alluring fragrance. It appeared that Bai Jiyan was indeed within this manor. He silently followed the servant to the main hall. In the hall, Lin Daoming sat at the forefront. Inquiring in a grave tone, Zhou Luo, what brings you here? Bowing slightly, Zhou Luo responded, Sir, one of my concubines has been suddenly abducted. I wonder if you have seen her? Upon hearing this, Lin Daoming's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. How would I know? He replied, displeased, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Zhou Luo continued, Sir, my bond with that concubine is profound. I will spare no effort in locating her. Emphasizing the phrase spare no effort. Zhou Luo intended to convey his determination, hoping to instill a degree of apprehension in Lin Daoming, thus ensuring Bai Jiyan's safety for the time being. Lin Daoming's gaze flickered. Remaining silent, he understood that Zhou Luo had come here for a reason. Perhaps he knew something. Just a woman, and not even a member of the Lin family. Are you truly prepared to go to such lengths? Lin Daoming scrutinized him, his eyes ablaze with intensity. The subtext of his words was clear. Are you genuinely willing to oppose me for a mere woman? Meeting that penetrating gaze, Zhou Luo responded with unwavering resolve. I may be a mere insignificant figure, lacking in power, yet one must act when called upon. Such as? Lin Daoming reclined in his chair, gazing at the other man with a calm demeanor, unconvinced that he would resort to any outrageous actions. After all, she was merely a woman, and one who had once been abducted at that. Yet Zhou Luo spoke with startling audacity, for instance, seeking out the family head. Upon hearing the term family head, Lin Daoming's body stiffened, and he straightened up, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. What do you mean? He inquired. Zhou Luo maintained a composed yet assertive tone. My lord, if I were truly to lose my beloved, I would have no choice but to find another to alleviate my sorrow. It just so happens that the family head had previously expressed interest in arranging a marriage for me, perhaps. He left his sentence unfinished. Yet his implication was unmistakable. Should he lose Bai Jiyan, he would acquiesce to marrying a woman selected by the family, thus indicating his alignment with them. Lin Daoming's right hand clenched tightly, his expression darkening. Whether Zhou Luo chose to marry the woman arranged by the family was of little consequence. The crux lay in Zhou Luo's stance. Clearly, he intended to use this matter as leverage against him. If he refused to surrender the woman, it would push Zhou Luo into opposition. Should the Grand Elder learn of this, he would surely face punishment. As he had previously stated, she was merely a woman. If the other party was unwilling to let go, then he would simply have to make the sacrifice himself. Lin Daoming gazed deeply at Zhou Luo, studying the resolute and earnest expression on his face. Clenching his teeth, he ultimately relented, saying, I understand. I will assist you in your search. Thank you, my lord. Zhou Luo replied, before departing. Upon exiting the main building, he exhaled a breath of relief. It seemed his gamble had paid off. The other party was unaware of Bai Jiyan's true identity. Otherwise, he would not have capitulated so swiftly. Casting a glance at a particular room, he left the estate, knowing that all he needed to do now was wait patiently. Meanwhile, after Zhou Luo's departure, Lin Daoming rose and made his way to the room he had previously noted. Inside, Zhao Yuan wore a broad smile, and on the bed behind him lay none other than Bai Jiyan. Release her, Lin Daoming commanded as he entered, his tone grave. Zhao Yuan's smile faltered, disbelief etched across his face. Daoming, what do you mean? Lin Daoming placed the previously acquired wooden spirit pill on the table, his expression serious. I underestimated Zhou Luo's determination. To offend the Grand Elder for the sake of a woman is not a worthwhile trade. You should consider another. To him, a woman did not warrant such stakes. Yet, in Zhao Yuan's eyes, the situation was entirely different. Frowning, he insisted, No, Daoming, I must take this woman with me. Lin Daoming pondered for a moment, a layer of coldness emerging in his gaze. I am indifferent to how important she is to you. Given the resources you have previously provided for cultivation, I can pretend this incident never occurred. You may leave. I will handle the subsequent matters. Zhao Yuan's expression darkened. If he failed to take the woman today, he would face the wrath of his master upon his return. Resolute, he approached the unconscious Bai Jiyan and hoisted her over his shoulder. What do you intend to do? Lin Daoming's voice turned icy. Daoming, I shall take her away now, and I assure you that I will not cause you any trouble." With that, Zhao Yuan attempted to lead Bai Jian away. However, Lin Daoming obstructed his path. He could not be certain that Zhou Luo would align with the main family for the sake of this woman, nor could he guarantee that the opposite party would not. In such a precarious situation, he preferred to exercise caution and hand over the woman. "Brother Daoming, this matter is of great importance to me. I hope you will not hinder my departure," Zhao Yuan stated earnestly. "This place is already under the control of my spirit talismans. You cannot leave," Lin Daoming responded with confidence. Zhao Yuan's gaze darkened as he silently released Bai Jian. "You are right, Brother Daoming. I shall take my leave for now," he appeared to concede. "Very well." Lin Daoming approached the door and opened it. Just then, Zhao Yuan suddenly struck, delivering a powerful punch. Lin Daoming's expression changed dramatically. He swiftly turned, unleashing his internal spiritual energy, enveloped in a deep green light, and executed a counterattack. Bang! The two collided, producing a resounding explosion. Seeking death, Lin Daoming roared as a talisman, intricately patterned, materialized between his left hand's index and middle fingers. He sent it forth, and it howled into the air, transforming into a colossal white tiger that unleashed a thunderous roar, charging directly at Zhao Yuan. Since the opponent showed no mercy, he would not be bound by righteousness. With a fierce expression, he tightened his right hand into a fist, surrounded by green spiritual energy, and struck with tremendous force. He was at the 8th level of Qi refinement, 2 realms above Zhao Yuan, and was also a talisman master. Zhao Yuan steeled himself, bracing to withstand the onslaught. However, the disparity in their powers was insurmountable. With a single punch, Lin Daoming shattered Zhao Yuan's spiritual energy and severely injured him. Zhao Yuan coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying across the room. Lin Daoming surged forward. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to play along to clear his own name. Zhao Yuan realized this and his face turned pale with terror. He hastily gathered his spiritual power, attempting to escape. Yet, the room was already laden with talismans, and the moment he touched the window, they erupted in dazzling golden light, immobilizing him. At that moment, Lin Daoming charged in relentlessly, unleashing a series of powerful punches that resonated with immense sound. Chapter 52. The 6th woman Zhou Luo remained oblivious to the events transpiring at the estate. It was only about half an hour after his return home that Lin Jiwei paid another visit, bringing with him the unconscious Bai Jian. Zhou Luo promptly instructed his wives and concubines to escort her into a room. Lin Jiwei maintained his customary demeanor of unyielding authority as he fixed his gaze upon Zhou Luo, coldly demanding, "What were you doing at Lin Daoming's estate?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo surmised that the situation had likely been resolved. He speculated that Lin Daoming would conceal the true purpose of his presence at the estate and thus fabricated a response. "My concubine was abducted, and naturally, I sought to find her. I happened upon his estate and intended to inquire, but the other party was unaware, so I left." Zhou Luo attributed the entire incident to Lin Daoming, asserting that he was merely passing through, entirely ignorant of the unfolding circumstances. Lin Jiwei regarded him with skepticism, yet found himself lacking evidence. The thief had already met his demise, and Lin Daoming claimed he had merely stumbled upon the thief's whereabouts before taking action. Ultimately, with no witnesses to dispute the narrative, Lin Daoming could assert whatever he wished. Had Lin Daoming been a lesser figure, Lin Jiwei might have insisted on interrogating him. However, given that Lin Daoming was not only an 8th-layer Qi practitioner but also a talisman master belonging to the faction of the Grand Elder, such an approach was imprudent. In the end, Lin Jiwei refrained from further inquiries and departed with his entourage. Subsequently, during the investigation, the family uncovered that the thief was indeed a disciple of the sinister sect, Hehuanzong. Consequently, it was assumed that the individual intended to abduct Bai Jian to enhance his cultivation, especially as she was the only outsider of the Lin family and possessed 6th-grade spiritual roots. The manner of his infiltration into the family remained a mystery. Since the incident had not resulted in any adverse repercussions, the family chose not to pursue the matter further. However, sometime later, Lin Daoming was unexpectedly reassigned to the spirit mine. But that was a tale for another time. In the room, Zhou Luo awaited her awakening in silence while discreetly stowing away a vial of bone corrosion powder into his backpack. Fortunately, the abduction of Bai Jian had not been orchestrated by Lin Daoming. Hence, he had acted decisively. It seemed he too had been manipulated, unaware of Bai Jian's true identity. Regardless, the situation had unfolded even more favorably than anticipated, particularly as it had not impacted him adversely. At that moment, Bai Jian's eyelashes fluttered, and she suddenly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Zhou Luo beside her, she instinctively sprang from the bed and embraced him tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. "I thought I would never see you again." Zhou Luo gently patted her back, soothingly assuring her, "It's all right." Yet, This only caused Bai Jiyan to weep even more fervently. Earlier, she had briefly regained consciousness, only to find herself in an unfamiliar room. Realizing she had been abducted, her mind was flooded with harrowing memories of prior torment. An overwhelming sense of fear and despair enveloped her heart, and before she could react, she was forcibly administered a pill, plunging her back into unconsciousness. Originally, she thought she was destined to plunge into despair once more, but upon opening her eyes, she beheld the familiar visage of Zhou Luo. In that moment, a torrent of complex emotions surged within her, overwhelming her to the point of losing control. It was as if she needed to unleash all her grievances and fears. Zhou Luo allowed her to cry until her sobs gradually subsided. Such things will never happen again. He continued to comfort her. At that moment, Bai Jiyan suddenly looked up, her eyes reddened, and with a choked voice, she implored, "Zhou Luo, marry me." During her time in Zhou Garden, her relationship with Zhou Luo had grown increasingly intimate, and she found herself gradually depending on this perfect man. Initially, she had wrestled with whether her feelings for him were genuine. Yet, in the wake of such a significant upheaval, she realized she could no longer live without him. If this did not constitute love, she was uncertain what would. Zhou Luo was taken aback, not expecting her to utter such words. His gaze softened as he extended his right hand to gently wipe away her tears, asking in a calm tone, "Are you certain?" "Yes," Bai Jiyan affirmed with determination. Bai Jiyan's decision was both unexpected and entirely reasonable. Given that he had captured her heart, Zhou Luo naturally would not refuse her. When Bai Jiyan awoke, the disciples left behind by Lin Jiwei in Zhou Garden, as per custom, inquired about certain matters, yet they found themselves at an impasse. As long as Bai Jiyan firmly asserted that she had been abducted to Maple Leaf City, her family would undoubtedly struggle to pursue the truth. As for sending someone to verify the authenticity of her claims, Zhou Luo believed his family would not expend such effort, especially considering the involvement of the influential Lin Daoming in this affair. Ultimately, it seemed that this would be resolved with minimal fuss. That evening, in the dimly lit room, Zhou Luo and Bai Jiyan sat side by side on the edge of the bed. "Zhou Luo, shouldn't there be a ceremony for our marriage?" Bai Jiyan asked timidly. "It may seem a bit abrupt now, but rest assured, I will make it up to you in the future," Zhou Luo replied, taking her delicate hand in his. "Then, in the future, should I call you husband?" Bai Jiyan asked nervously. "Of course," Zhou Luo responded, turning towards her with a smile. Under the flickering candlelight, Bai Jiyan's exquisitely perfect face glowed with a faint blush, evoking a strong sense of protectiveness within him. "My dear, we should rest now." Zhou Luo's rich voice resonated softly as he moved his left hand, extinguishing the candle's flame. In the enveloping darkness, he wrapped one arm around her slender waist. Leaning in closer, "Husband," she murmured. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the cozy blankets. Zhou Luo slowly opened his eyes, only to find a pale, slender arm draped across him. Bai Jiyan, cocooned in the sheets, clung to his neck like an affectionate little kitten. As with many mornings before, her legs rested upon Zhou Luo, yet this time, both were unperturbed by the intimacy. Zhou Luo tenderly covered her with a blanket, leaning down to bestow a gentle kiss upon her forehead, then softly placed her hand back on the pillow. Just as he intended to rise, Bai Jiyan unexpectedly grasped his arm. Zhou Luo turned to glance back, only to find her shyly gazing at him, her bright and beautiful eyes brimming with affection. She called out, "Husband." The alluring timbre of her voice stirred something within Zhou Luo's heart. A smile crept upon his lips as he reclined once more. In his past life, Zhou Luo had heard it said that a woman is akin to a city when the gates swing wide. One need only do one thing, gallop forth with abandon. It was not until the approach of noon that this city began to find its tranquility. Zhou Luo gently cradled her in his arms, tenderly caressing her fair and exquisite face. Bai Jiyan seemed to revel in the sensation of his touch. Her eyes narrowing in bliss, her demeanor languid as she nestled closely against him, savoring the sweetness of their love. "Husband, I wish to bear you a child," she suddenly declared after a long pause. Having always cherished children, and now united with Zhou Luo, her first thought was to have a child that belonged to them both. Zhou Luo chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. "Then I must strive diligently." At his words, Bai Jiyan's cheeks flushed, and she buried her face into his embrace. Chapter 53. Lin Xian's breakthrough. As noon approached, Zhou Luo finally rose from his slumber, while Bai Jiyan would likely remain in bed until evening. After a brief wash, he stepped out into the blazing sun, rejuvenated and ready to make his way to the dining hall. Inside, a gathering of wives and concubines were enjoying their meal with children in tow. "My husband, given the fright that Jiyan experienced yesterday, must you continue to torment her?" Lin Yi remarked with barely contained amusement as Zhou Luo took a seat. "I am merely offering her comfort," Zhou Luo replied with utmost seriousness. "And when shall you extend such comfort to me?" Lin Yi quipped, her eyes sparkling with mischief. At this, Lin Feiying, seated nearby, playfully kicked her. There are children present. The little ones gazed up with wide eyes, their innocent faces reflecting curiosity, oblivious to the innuendo. Zhou Luo cast a glance at Lin Yi's burgeoning belly and chuckled. You should focus on nurturing your child. In a month or two, all three sisters will likely give birth. I wonder how many will possess spiritual roots. After their midday meal, Zhou Luo visited Changsheng garden. His abrupt departure the previous day necessitated an explanation to his master, even if the latter might already be aware of the events. Upon entering the alchemy chamber of Changsheng garden, Zhou Luo was met with the sight of the third young lady, Lin Xin, diligently crafting elixirs. He approached Lin Jishou, bowing respectfully. I have learned of yesterday's events. It is a relief that no major calamity has occurred, Lin Jishou stated calmly. Perhaps sensing Zhou Luo's potential worries, he added. The individual hails from the Hahuan sect, and likely infiltrated secretly. At the mention of the Hahuan sect, Zhou Luo's heart skipped a beat. Once infamous as a nefarious sect hundreds of years ago, this faction had once dominated a third of the territory of Huiyun Kingdom, earning its reputation as a formidable force. Its dual cultivation techniques, which involved the exchange of yin and yang, had birthed numerous golden core cultivators and even a few nascent soul powers within its ranks. However, it had vanished from the annals of history, eradicated by a coalition of the royal family and various immortal sections. Yet, like a centipede that does not die easily, remnants of the Hahuan sect still roamed the world, with whispers of their resurgence in hidden mountain strongholds. Zhou Luo was taken aback to discover that Bai Jian had entangled herself with such a sinister sect. It seemed this matter was far from resolved. He resolved silently that upon his return today, he would scatter his specially concocted poison throughout Zhou Garden to prevent a recurrence of yesterday's incident. As a second-tier poison master, he was confident that, with adequate preparation, even the foundational ancestors of the Lin family would struggle to breach Zhou Garden's defenses. Master, I have succeeded. Suddenly, Lin Xion's jubilant voice rang out, accompanied by a rich fragrance of elixirs wafting through the air. Lin Jishou's body jolted, and he quickly approached the alchemical furnace. His gaze fixated on a lustrous spirit elixir within. He picked it up for a closer examination. Meanwhile, Lin Xion, having momentarily basked in joy, resumed her aloof demeanor. Indeed. Your progress is impressive, Lin Jishou remarked with admiration. Lin Xion slightly raised her chin, her expression indifferent as she turned her gaze toward Zhou Luo. She was merely a step away from becoming a first-tier mid-grade alchemist, and in recent days, spurred on by Zhou Luo's presence, she had ignited her latent potential and surpassed her own limits. Now, having caught up with Zhou Luo, her naturally proud demeanor relished the taste of victory. Zhou Luo smiled politely and remarked, Indeed, third miss, your talent is extraordinary. Lin Jishou nodded in agreement, adding, It seems that this year at the Spiritual Pill Conference, our Lin family will have another rising star. The Spiritual Pill Conference occurs annually, but the opportunity to study at Qing Yuan sect comes only once every 2 years. With the next conference fast approaching, the 10 distinguished individuals selected from the 2 gatherings would soon set off to Changsheng sect for their studies. Lin Jishou's words reminded Zhou Luo of the promise he made to Wang Yue. It seemed imperative to hasten the production of the Bai Shui pill. With his thoughts gathered, Lin Jishou cheerfully began to impart the opportunity of becoming a first-tier mid-grade alchemist to the 2. In his eyes, both Zhou Luo and Lin Xian represented the dawn of revitalization for the family's alchemical endeavors. As time passed, the day's instruction came to an end. Lin Xian and Zhou Luo exited Changsheng garden one after the other. Suddenly, Lin Xian turned around, the setting sun casting a golden glow upon her fair and proud face, bestowing upon her an air of sanctity. Narrowing her eyes, she spoke in a didactic tone. If your only ambition is to marry and bear children, you are destined to fade into obscurity and become naught but a stepping stone for me. Her words were blunt, showcasing her arrogance in stark relief. Zhou Luo smiled faintly, his words laden with meaning. Junior sister, I hope you perform admirably at this spiritual pill conference. Lin Xion's expression darkened slightly. The mere term junior sister irked her, and coupled with his seemingly concerned tone, it felt entirely like a senior instructing a junior. Her countenance turned icy. Had it been 2 years prior, she would have erupted in anger and dealt a harsh punishment to him. But now, times had changed. He was no longer the easily manipulated son-in-law. Ultimately, she said nothing and turned to leave. After her departure, Zhou Luo scoffed softly. A stepping stone? How utterly laughable. Returning to the Zhou courtyard, Zhou Luo immersed himself in the alchemy room. Previously, during his time in Panshur City, he had already procured the materials for crafting the Bai Shui pill, spending a significant sum of spirit stones in the process. If Wang Yue's information about the immortal sect proved unworthy, he would certainly not part with the Bai Shui pill. With the materials in hand, he commenced the alchemical process. It wasn't until after 9 in the evening that he finally stretched his limbs and exited the room. During this time, Lin Feiying had come by once to deliver a meal. Naturally, she could not recognize it as the Bai Shui pill. Assuming Zhou Luo was merely engaged in his studies, so she left the food and departed. Ascending to the second floor, Zhou Luo stood in the corridor, gazing at the candlelit rooms, before ultimately making his way to Bai Zhiyan's quarters. Another night of labor lay ahead. In the following days, perhaps to prevent a recurrence of past events, the family assigned 2 guards at the 5th level of qi refinement to Zhou Yuan. Although their abilities were rather mediocre, they were still significantly stronger than Zhou Luo, who had only reached the 2nd level of qi refinement. Zhou Luo did not refuse their presence. As the Spirit Pill Conference was approaching, Lin Jishou took Lin Xin to the venue hosted by the Wang family in East City. Originally, Zhou Luo had hoped to attend as an observer. However, since he had already obtained qualification and his family preferred him to remain, he was denied the opportunity. This was perhaps for the best. With Lin Jishou absent, Zhou Luo could devote his attention to refining the Bai Shui pill. In addition to the Bai Shui pill, he had also begun preparations for a second-tier poison he intended to concoct. Fortunately, the Lin family lacked a poison master. So even though he procured a plethora of peculiar materials, the family did not raise many suspicions. Nevertheless, the ingredients required for this second-tier low-grade poison proved somewhat elusive. After several days of effort, Zhou Luo finally gathered the necessary components and successfully crafted a poison known as Fengju. This poison, once inhaled, could cause even Foundation establishment cultivators to temporarily lose all their spiritual energy, while qi refinement practitioners might become permanently incapacitated. After administering the antidote to everyone in Zhou Yuan, he scattered Fengju in every corner of the estate. Thus, if anyone were to stealthily infiltrate, they would inevitably inhale this colorless and odorless toxin. As for someone like Zhao Yuan, who brazenly infiltrated last time, that would fall to the 2 guards dispatched by the family. Chapter 54. A new lottery on this day. Zhou Luo had just finished concocting a batch of azure water pills when he was suddenly startled by the system's notification sound. Congratulations to the host for diligently striving, successfully enabling a partner to conceive, and earning a lottery opportunity. Zhou Luo paused for a moment, uncertain whether it was Lin Lan or Bai Zhiyan who had become pregnant. If it were the latter, it would certainly be more fortuitous. After all, he eagerly anticipated the prospect of siring offspring with spiritual roots alongside a woman possessing 6th-grade spiritual roots. Seated in an armchair, he savored the spiritual tea on the table, allowing his consciousness to descend into the lottery interface. An unchanging white spinning wheel hovered in the air, and Zhou Luo gazed at the 7 segments upon it. At this moment, if he were to wish for the golden orb to land in any particular section, it would undoubtedly be the one for skills. Although the myriad arts of cultivation included many rather trivial skills, acquiring a useful technique would undoubtedly provide a significant enhancement to his abilities. Such an improvement would directly influence his standing within the family. Currently, he needed to demonstrate his value to the clan. Only by elevating his status could he reap greater rewards. As for the other 6 sections, such as cultivation methods, they were of little use to him, as he could barely sustain externalization of spiritual energy with his 2nd layer of qi refinement. The body refinement technique was the only method suitable for him, and he had already mastered it. Perhaps only upon breaking through to the 5th layer of qi refinement would cultivation methods become truly effective. Items like spiritual treasures, spirit beasts, and magical artifacts seemed to promise immense power, yet none were suitable for his current situation. Especially regarding offensive magical artifacts, he might struggle even to activate them, as their usage required substantial amounts of spiritual energy. Among these options, perhaps only spiritual pills could assist him. But such one-time use items would be of limited value unless he were to obtain a top-tier pill capable of propelling him into the Foundation establishment realm, an unlikely outcome given the system's notorious unreliability. Regarding the remaining categories, Zhou Luo held no expectations. Thus, in summation, skills appeared to be the most advantageous option. He gathered his focus and initiated the lottery. The faint golden orb began to spin rapidly, gradually decelerating over time. Zhou Luo's gaze remained fixed on the wheel until the golden orb finally settled on the skills section, and he exhaled with relief. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1st-tier talisman crafting skill. The reward has been automatically credited to the host and Oppo's inventory. Please check your belongings. Another new skill, and one of the 4 primary techniques, talisman crafting. Zhou Luo was filled with elation. He had not anticipated such fortuitous luck in drawing a 1st-tier talisman crafting skill. In the realm of cultivation arts, the 4 primary techniques included alchemy, talisman crafting, formation, and weapon crafting. Mastery of any of these skills could irrevocably alter one's life and illuminate a path to a bright future. For instance, despite only demonstrating intermediate 1st-tier prowess in alchemy, he was still valued by the Lin family and even resided in close proximity to several family dignitaries. Now, should he also master talisman crafting? The news would likely cause a stir throughout the entire Lin family. However, everything must proceed gradually, much like the initial stages of alchemy, to avoid arousing the family's suspicions. Recollecting his thoughts, he immediately turned his gaze toward the backpack compartment. First-level talismanship, upon use. One can directly comprehend the full mastery of first-level talismanship and the corresponding compendium of spirit talismans. After reading the description, Zhou Luo unhesitatingly chose to utilize it. An overwhelming torrent of knowledge and information surged into his consciousness. Intricate techniques of talismanship, methods of talisman manipulation, and the steps for drawing talismans became vivid fragments of his memory, remarkably clear. He could even sense a transformation occurring within his body. A metamorphosis stemming from his newfound status as a talisman master. Previously, he had been entirely ignorant of talismans, merely grasping their superficial aspects without understanding their essence. Now, with just a casual glance, he could instantly comprehend the structure of a talisman and effortlessly demonstrate the drawing of basic talismans. It was akin to muscle memory. Beyond understanding the structure of talismans, he experienced a qualitative leap in the postures and techniques associated with talismanship. It felt as though he had transformed into a master of talismanship who had diligently practiced for centuries. Truly, the system was remarkable, enabling him to surpass those talisman practitioners who had reached this point through sheer effort and innate talent. A smile crept across Zhou Luo's lips. He even felt an overwhelming urge to craft a first-level talisman immediately. Unfortunately, the materials he required were unavailable here, compelling him to exit the alchemy chamber. Within the estate, perhaps due to her change in status, Bai Jian had truly integrated into Linyi's circle. Her yearning to return home gradually diminished, and at times, she felt that this place was her true home, far warmer than that cold abode. Currently, the only thing weighing on her mind was the matter of having children. Zhou Luo arrived at the amusement area he had constructed, watching the children revel in their play, and he joined them. For him, this was perhaps a rare moment of relaxation. However, this respite was short-lived, as someone appeared at the entrance of Zhou Garden. "The elder requests your presence," announced the servant. "The elder is looking for me?" Zhou Luo was mildly astonished, then followed the servant to the elder's estate. Upon encountering the elder again, he was met with the same genial, vibrant demeanor. "Please, have a seat," the elder said warmly, his voice devoid of any authority. Zhou Luo first offered a respectful salute before taking a seat. "I have thoroughly investigated the matter from that day," the elder began slowly, referring to the incident involving Bai Jian's abduction. Zhou Luo's heart tightened, and he remained silent. The elder continued, "I am genuinely curious about the identity of that woman." Directing his gaze toward Zhou Luo, his tranquil eyes seeming to penetrate all worldly secrets. Zhou Luo met the elder's gaze earnestly, replying, "Elder, I truly do not know." In response, the elder smiled gently, retracting his gaze. "Very well, I previously mentioned the matter of marriage. Have you given it any thought?" He learned from Lin Daoming that the other party had threatened to side with the main family for the sake of that woman. This naturally piqued the interest of the Grand Elder, which is why he brought up past matters, seeking to completely draw Zhou Luo into his camp. Zhou Luo displayed signs of hesitation. "Your status has already risen. You surely need someone to support you," the Grand Elder remarked languidly. Zhou Luo understood that he no longer possessed the right to decline. He rose to pay his respects, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, Grand Elder." Satisfied with this response, the Grand Elder nodded approvingly and casually retrieved 3 wooden boxes of varying sizes from his storage pouch. The boxes were adorned with exquisite and flawless patterns, crafted from the finest spiritual wood, emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy. "This is the dowry I present to you on behalf of my granddaughter," the Grand Elder declared, raising his right hand. A soft blue spiritual force descended upon the 3 wooden boxes, causing them to levitate gracefully and settle steadily on the table beside Zhou Luo. A stirring sensation welled up within Zhou Luo. Given the Grand Elder's esteemed status, the gifts he bestowed were undoubtedly remarkable, leaving him curious about their contents. Chapter 55. The gift from the Grand Elder. "Tomorrow, I shall arrange for Xianer to visit this estate and meet with you," the Grand Elder stated. Zhou Luo nodded in agreement. After a brief exchange, the conversation turned to the prospect of their union. Should their feelings be mutual, a wedding would ensue in due course. After all, she is the granddaughter of the Grand Elder, and unlike other women, a celebration would undoubtedly be in order. It was anticipated that many would come to present their gifts. Zhou Luo readily consented and departed with the 3 exquisite wooden boxes. Upon returning to Zhou Garden, Zhou Luo shared the news with his wives and concubines. Except for Bai Jian, the others expressed no objections. In the privacy of their chamber, Zhou Luo took Bai Jian's hand and spoke earnestly. "This is a family arrangement, and I am powerless to change it." Bai Jian understood his predicament well, as she too hailed from a prominent family and recognized that matters of marriage often lie beyond one's control. Moreover, Zhou Luo was but an outsider. Yet, feelings of unease lingered within her, especially since their relationship had only recently blossomed, casting a shadow over her mood. I can comprehend, but it does not quell my discontent. Bai Jian murmured softly, her gaze lowered. Zhou Luo gently caressed her cheek, his expression sincere. My love for you will remain unwavering, just as it is for others. Bai Jian bit her lip and embraced him, choosing silence. Zhou Luo continued to offer words of comfort until her spirits lifted, after which he retreated to his own chamber. In the center of his room, the Grand Elder's gift awaited him upon the wooden table. With eager anticipation, he opened the first elongated wooden box. Inside lay a 3-foot-long sword, its scabbard adorned with intricate patterns, emanating a faint spiritual glow. The azure handle was intricately carved with a phoenix reborn from flames. Furthermore, Zhou Luo discovered the name of this treasured weapon, Qi Feng. Clearly, this was a magical instrument. Although of the lower grade, its value was immense. Typically, only those with substantial wealth and formidable strength could wield such artifacts, as their activation required considerable amounts of spiritual energy. Consequently, the power unleashed by these instruments often exceeded expectations. Though he could not yet harness the full potential of this weapon, it did not preclude him from doing so in the future. He was taken aback by the Grand Elder and Appo's lavish generosity, presenting him with a magical instrument right away. What are the other two gifts? Zhou Luo's gaze shifted to the second wooden box. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find a magnificent magical robe. The robe shimmered in hues of purple and gold, embellished with exquisite embroidery, and radiated a gentle warmth when held. Another lower-grade magical artifact. The Grand Elder was clearly intent on drawing him into his fold. As Zhou Luo examined the robe, he noticed 4 inconspicuous symbols imprinted upon it. These symbols bestowed the robe with unique properties, including the effects of perfect fit, spring-like comfort, the ability to transform into wind, and the power to hold one's breath. The first point need not be elaborated upon. The robe can effortlessly adjust its size. As for the effect of spring, donning this robe bestows an eternal spring-like ambience, rendering winters warm and summers cool, unbound by the constraints of temperature. The ability to transform wind, as the name suggests, allows one to convert fierce gales into gentle breezes, impervious to the assault of strong winds. Lastly, the power of holding breath enables one to conceal their realm of existence. Unless the opponent possesses a significantly higher level of mastery, they can only discern it through specialized probing techniques. Zhou Luo was immensely fond of this robe and immediately adorned himself with it. The originally ample robe of purple and gold swiftly contracted to fit him perfectly. His gaze then fell upon the final wooden box. Upon opening it, he discovered a token within. The token bore a Bagua diagram, with a prominent character master at its center. This signified that possessing this token would grant him direct access to cultivate within the core region of his family's spiritual veins and auspicious grounds. Zhou Luo's heart surged with astonishment. Such a significant item had been entrusted to him by the Grand Elder. In that moment, he felt an immense weight of responsibility. The greater the gift, the more it represented the Grand Elder's esteem, while simultaneously inciting the main family's animosity towards him. Although the main family had shown no signs of action recently, who could assure him they would not target someone already at odds with them? With the situation having reached this point, Zhou Luo found himself devoid of alternatives. The following day, Zhou Luo arrived at the Grand Elder's courtyard at the appointed time. The servant at the entrance had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Zhou Luo, he guided him into the depths of the estate. The Grand Elder's estate resembled a splendid garden, with intricately carved stone pillars and murals hidden among lush trees and blooming flowers. A gentle fragrance wafted through the air, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. Miss Jean Xian is in the pavilion at the end of this path, the servant respectfully announced. Thank you, Zhou Luo replied, proceeding along the gravel path. Soon, he rounded a corner and beheld a pavilion. The ancient structure stood tall, adorned with blue bricks and dark tiles, its eaves elegantly curved. Surrounded by verdant greenery, a refreshing breeze caressed his face. Within the pavilion stood a captivating figure, a stunning beauty. She wore resplendent garments, her exquisite embroidery showcasing an air of nobility, with colors that were both subdued and regal. A gossamer veil, as delicate as a cicada's wing, billowed gently in the wind, adding an ethereal quality to her presence. A tightly cinched ribbon accentuated her slender waist, exquisitely highlighting her form. She stood there quietly, like a blooming lotus, a vision to be admired from afar, yet not to be trifled with. Her noble and transcendent aura was unlike that of any woman Zhou Luo had ever encountered. He found himself momentarily entranced. At that moment, the woman in the pavilion turned her gaze towards him. Her eyes sparkled like clear water, her brows like wisps of smoke, and her lips resembled cherries. Her hair cascaded like clouds, delicately falling across her slender shoulders. Her beauty radiated like the newly risen moon, its soft glow illuminating the world, leaving one in awe. In that instant, Zhou Luo felt as though he had succumbed to her allure. After what felt like an eternity, he regained his composure and approached her. Inside the pavilion, Lin Jinxian smiled warmly at the man who was destined to become her husband. Today, Zhou Luo donned a robe of deep purple and gold, exuding an air of elegance and serenity. His striking features and eyes, profound as the stars, were undeniably captivating. All traces of his inner turmoil had vanished. Approaching Lin Jinxian, he complimented, "You are even more beautiful than I had envisioned." Lin Jinxian smiled gently, then, "Might you share what your imagination conjured about me?" "Certainly," Zhou Luo replied, allowing the conversation to flow effortlessly. Although Lin Jinxian was the granddaughter of the Grand Elder and belonged to the direct lineage, she lacked the haughty demeanor of Lin Xin and possessed a gentler disposition than one might expect. Their dialogue progressed smoothly, and even as they prepared to part, a lingering desire for more conversation remained. "If possible, I would be delighted if you could visit Zhou Garden." Zhou Luo extended the invitation as they bid farewell. "I shall." Lin Jinxian nodded softly. Chapter 56. The family's reaction in the grand hall of the main building. Lin Jinxian sat gracefully in a round chair, her head lowered in a posture of utmost respect. Above her, the Grand Elder savored his tea, his expression one of serene indifference. "Well, grandfather, he is even better than I had anticipated," Lin Jinxian replied candidly. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, inquiring, "And him?" "He wishes for me to visit his estate." Lin Jinxian recounted the previous events. "Then you should go." The Grand Elder and Appo's aged face revealed a trace of satisfaction. He set down his jade teacup and remarked meaningfully, "You must always remember your responsibilities." "Yes, grandfather," Lin Jinxian responded humbly. "It seems the family will soon take action." The Grand Elder observed the scenery outside the main building, a flicker of solemnity crossing his aged visage, yet his calm voice resonated with an unsettling gravity. Lin Jinxian instinctively lifted her gaze, her clear and beautiful eyes fixed upon him, her expression one of astonishment. She was aware of the conflict between her grandfather and the family patriarch, and she understood that her marriage to Zhou Luo was part of it. Presently, the family had shown no signs of movement regarding Zhou Luo. Yet now, her grandfather indicated that they were preparing to act. What could they be planning? The Grand Elder did not meet her gaze. His wise eyes sparkled with insight, as if he had seen through it all. "Tomorrow, you will visit Zhou Garden. It is best to finalize the marriage within 3 days." Upon returning to Zhou Garden, Zhou Luo's mind lingered on the enchanting figure of Lin Jinxian. Marrying her seemed an excellent choice. Just as he returned, he encountered Lin Qinghan, who was taking a stroll while cradling the child. "You and Appo's, back. How did it go?" Lin Qinghan asked softly, holding little Sherwin. "Quite well," Zhou Luo approached, his gaze filled with affection for the little one. "If she were to marry here, she would likely become the principal wife." "Indeed, that is to be expected," Lin Qinghan responded without a hint of discontent, for this had been previously agreed upon. Only then did Zhou Luo look up at her. "She will come tomorrow. You can have a good talk then." "All right, I shall inform the other sisters," Lin Qinghan nodded. After a brief exchange, Zhou Luo returned to the training room on the 3rd floor of the main building. Having recently achieved the pinnacle of the 2nd level of qi cultivation, he sensed that another breakthrough was imminent. Therefore, he planned to enter the spiritual vein sanctuary again once this matter concluded, especially now that he possessed a token granting him access to the core area, which would surely accelerate his progress in cultivation. As dinner approached, Zhou Luo left the training room and descended to the lower level, where the women were discussing the arrangements for receiving Lin Jinxian the next day. After all, she was a direct descendant of the Grand Elder, and her status far surpassed theirs. They could not afford to be remiss in etiquette. "It's fine to keep it casual," Zhou Luo declared nonchalantly as he entered the hall. The women rose in response. "My lord, might this not be inappropriate?" Lin Feiying could not help but interject. "Rest assured, she will not mind such things," Zhou Luo replied, sitting beside Lin Qinghan with calm assurance. "Being overly formal may come across as contrived. If we instill the notion that the other women are inferior to her from the outset, it will undoubtedly affect our future interactions." Zhou Luo hoped that they could interact as sisters rather than in a hierarchical manner. His words set the tone for the matter, and the women naturally ceased their objections. Just then, Linda, adorned in splendid brocade, made a sudden appearance. Upon noticing everyone gathered in the hall, he smiled and remarked, "So, you are all here." The group promptly bowed in respect. "Father-in-law, what brings you here?" Zhou Luo welcomed him to the foremost position. "No need for formalities. I came to have a chat with you," Linda replied with a gentle smile. The women, recognizing the cue, discreetly retreated. Once they departed, Linda's smile abruptly vanished. He gazed solemnly at Zhou Luo and said, "The master intends to assign you to the spiritual mine." Zhou Luo's heart sank. To the spiritual mine? Is it because the master is dissatisfied with my allegiance? He asked, confusion etched on his face. Is it due to my intention to marry the elder's granddaughter? Zhou Luo inquired with unease. Linda's expression turned grave. That is indeed one of the reasons. In fact, the master had previously mentioned this resolution at the elders' council. Why? Zhou Luo questioned, perplexed. Although we have seized a new spiritual mine, the Lu family has been unwilling to concede and has been secretly causing disturbances. The family has dispatched numerous personnel for defense, including array masters and spiritual talisman masters. Initially, you would not have been selected. But since you have recently advanced to a first-tier intermediate alchemist, you fulfill the requirements for assignment to the spiritual mine, thus the master proposed sending you there. Linda elucidated the situation. After listening, Zhou Luo fell into contemplation. It seemed the master had long been planning to take action against him, but had been searching for a suitable pretext. Now, having just made a breakthrough, and with his master Lin Jishou absent, they were eager to act. The crucial point was that the elders' council could not reject this proposal, as most of the family's alchemists had been dispatched elsewhere, and he could not be an exception. Father-in-law, how much do you know about that spiritual mine? Zhou Luo asked. Linda shook his head. I am uncertain. I was merely informed by someone sent by the elder. What about the timeline? Zhou Luo pressed on. It hasn't been decided yet. But it will be no later than half a month, Linda replied. However, rest assured that you will only need to stay at the spiritual mine for a little over a month, as you will then be heading to Qing Yuan's sect for your studies. Indeed, there was not much time left before his journey to Qing Yuan's sect. The family would not allow him to remain at the spiritual mine indefinitely. Hearing this, Zhou Luo felt somewhat reassured. I came tonight to urge you to prepare in advance. Linda reminded him. Zhou Luo clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, father-in-law. Linda waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. With your potential, the family will undoubtedly place great importance on you, so there is no need to worry about safety. The focus should be on diligent cultivation. The following day, Lin Jinxian appeared at the entrance of Zhou Yuan. Zhou Luo had been waiting there. Today, she wore a light yellow long dress, as delicate as a cicada's wing, with a flowing hem that resembled that of a celestial being. The dress was adorned with exquisite flowers, blooming with vibrant grace. Upon seeing Zhou Luo, Lin Jinxian inclined her body in a graceful bow. Please come in. Zhou Luo greeted her with a warm smile. As they entered the inner courtyard of Zhou Garden, Lin Jinxian surveyed her surroundings and chuckled lightly. This place is quite different from what I had envisioned. And might you share with me what your imagination conjured? Zhou Luo inquired. Their previous conversation from yesterday replayed in their minds, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Zhou Luo accompanied Lin Jinxian as they strolled through Zhou Garden, continuing the dialogue that had yet to reach its conclusion. The other women, displaying a remarkable understanding, chose to remain within the main building rather than venture outside. Only Bai Jiyan was seen leading a group of youngsters in playful merriment at the playground. Perhaps drawn by the sounds of laughter, Lin Jinxian made her way to that very spot. Are all of these children yours? She exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise at the sight of so many little ones. Chapter 57. The wedding of Lin Jinxian prior to encountering Zhou Luo. Lin Jinxian had heard numerous tales regarding him. She learned that he was a son-in-law tricked into the family, a first-tier mid-grade alchemist, married to 6 wives, and had once claimed the top score in a written examination at the Spiritual Elixir Conference, earning himself an opportunity to study at the Qingyuan sect. Her curiosity about this man was piqued. After meeting him and engaging in delightful conversation, Lin Jinxian found the prospect of marrying him to be quite acceptable. However, she was taken aback not only by the number of wives he had, but also by the multitude of children. Did he not cultivate his skills and instead spend his days focused solely on fathering offspring? Lin Jinxian felt a surge of astonishment within her. Nevertheless, she bore no disdain for this, for it was entirely reasonable for a man with the potential to become a second-tier alchemist to have a harem. Moreover, she genuinely enjoyed spending time with children. Daddy, Daddy. Upon Zhou Luo's arrival, the little ones, led by Xiao Chang'an, called out to him in unison, their sweet voices ringing clear and bright. Even Xiao Chang'an had abandoned his wooden horse, arms outstretched as he ran towards him. Zhou Luo scooped him up effortlessly. Hello there. Lin Jinxian greeted the little tot with a warm smile. Xiao Chang'an gazed at her with his bright, wide eyes, his expression somewhat dazed as he exclaimed, Little mother, you are so beautiful. At the mention of little mother, Lin Jinxian felt a faint blush graze her cheeks. She gently stroked Xiao Chang'an's head and inquired, What is your name? I am Zhou Chang'an, he replied, lifting his chin with pride. What a lovely name. Lin Jinxian chuckled softly. Would you like to hold him? Zhou Luo interjected suddenly. Is that possible? Lin Jinxian asked, astonished that he would offer her the opportunity to hold the child. Of course, Zhou Luo said, placing Changsheng into her arms. As she cradled the little one, a hint of nervousness flickered in Lin Jinxuan's previously calm gaze. This was her first experience holding a child, and an indescribable sensation swelled within her. Meanwhile, Changsheng tilted his head, earnestly observing this beautiful little mother, pondering whether he might soon have a brother or sister. Don't be tense, he is very well behaved, Zhou Luo teased, noticing Lin Jinxuan's slight stiffness. Yes, little mother. I am quite obedient, Changsheng chimed in, affirming his father's words. Their playful banter brought a smile to Lin Jinxuan's lips, alleviating much of her anxiety. At that moment, Bai Jian approached, drawing Lin Jinxuan's attention. She was taken aback, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. She realized that Bai Jian's beauty and grace were not at all inferior to her own. Unconsciously, she scrutinized her, increasingly captivated by her unique allure. Zhou Luo took the opportunity to introduce the two women. Upon hearing that Bai Jian was the one who had nearly been abducted by a disciple of the Hehuan sect, Lin Jinxian pondered thoughtfully, realizing that it was no wonder the disciple had dared to be so brazen. After all, Bai Jian was exceedingly beautiful. Despite the impending marriage between Zhou Luo and Lin Jinxian, Bai Jian displayed no signs of discontent. Instead, she greeted Lin Jinxian with remarkable grace and warmth. In a brief exchange of conversation, both women discovered their mutual fondness for playing with children. With a shared topic, their dialogue flowed more smoothly and naturally, causing them to overlook the presence of Zhou Luo nearby. Zhou Luo, feeling somewhat awkward, absent-mindedly touched his nose, yet he was quite pleased with the current scene. He decided to step aside and began playing with other children. Upon realizing that the other woman's temperament was even more gentle and amiable than she had anticipated, Bai Jian expressed her desire to introduce her to other sisters. Naturally, Lin Jinxian did not decline. Thus, the two women proceeded directly towards the main building. Zhou Luo did not intervene. His intention in inviting her to Zhou Garden was to allow Lin Jinxian to see his collection of wives and concubines, facilitating future interactions. Inside the main building, Lin Qinghan and the others were rather surprised by Lin Jinxuan's arrival. However, they quickly engaged in a natural conversation with her. Approximately half an hour later, Zhou Luo appeared in the hall at an opportune moment. By then, the other women had already departed, leaving Lin Jinxian alone. How was your conversation? Zhou Luo asked with a smile. It was delightful, Lin Jinxian replied honestly. Initially, she had pondered how to interact with Zhou Luo's other women. But it seemed she had overthought the matter. They were far easier to get along with than she had imagined. And what do you think of me? Zhou Luo inquired further. Hearing this, Lin Jinxian lowered her head, her cheeks flushing slightly, and replied softly, You are quite agreeable as well. With this affirmation, their subsequent conversation became significantly more straightforward, leading Zhou Luo to broach the subject of marriage. Lin Jinxian, having mentally prepared for this, naturally did not refuse. At noon, Zhou Luo treated her and his wives and children to a meal. The atmosphere was livelier than she had expected, perhaps thanks to the groundwork laid during the morning's discussions. Lin Jinxuan's presence did not impose any undue psychological burden on the other women. Instead, it fostered a more harmonious environment. In the afternoon, Zhou Luo escorted Lin Jinxian back to her home. Being the direct descendant of the Grand Elder, her family resided in a grand estate. There, he met her parents and siblings. Both families expressed no objections to the union, and Lin Jinxuan's father declared that he would personally oversee the wedding arrangements, ensuring a grand celebration. Zhou Luo accepted this with pleasure. The following day, Lin Jinxian and Appo's father sent someone to Zhou Garden to begin preparations for the wedding. Simultaneously, news of their impending marriage quickly spread throughout the Lin family. Have you heard? Zhou Luo is to marry the Grand Elder's granddaughter. Zhou Luo, the son-in-law? Indeed. Who would have thought he was so fortunate to win the heart of the Grand Elder's granddaughter? He truly is fortunate, and it seems she will be his seventh wife. Is he planning to abandon his cultivation? I know not whether he will continue his cultivation, but his wives are undeniably beautiful. The discussion was not limited to the Lin family's young members. Those sons-in-law summoned by other families also caught wind of the news, resulting in waves of envy and admiration. In their eyes, Zhou Luo had become a symbol of aspiration, a testament to what a son-in-law could achieve. Thus, the once confused sons-in-law, who were previously uncertain about their future, became resolute in their choices, aspiring to emulate individuals like Zhou Luo. 2 days later, the wedding commenced. Given that it was the granddaughter of the Grand Elder, the ceremony was conducted with great grandeur. Virtually all scions of the family presented gifts and well wishes. Even from the bride's side, a substantial amount of monetary gifts was bestowed. Zhou Luo did not meticulously count, but the sight of the amount of cultivation resources brought an uncontainable smile to his face. At the wedding, Zhou Luo donned a splendid robe and a feathered crown, while the bride adorned herself in a vibrant red wedding gown, intricately embroidered with a phoenix design, complemented by a jeweled crown and a red veil. The couple stood at the center of the hall, with the bride's parents seated before them. To the astonishment of all present, the Grand Elder himself delivered a speech and officiated the proceedings. It was evident to all discerning eyes that this was the Grand Elder's way of expressing his regard for Zhou Luo. It was certain that, following this day, Zhou Luo's standing within the family would ascend remarkably. Chapter 58. Journey to the Spirit Mine. The wedding festivities continued well into the evening, with the garden adorned in vibrant decorations and the guests engaged in lively toasts and banter. Aside from Su Changsheng, Zhou Luo had no other friends within the family. The enthusiasm of the guests stemmed solely from the influence of the eldest elder. At the banquet table, Zhou Luo's face had turned a deep shade of red, and he stumbled as he walked, having indulged excessively in the spirit wine, rendering him inebriated. Lin Qinghan quietly supported him, her concern evident as she inquired, "Are you all right?" Zhou Luo, with bleary eyes, gazed at the woman before him, slightly shook his head, and solemnly declared, "I promise to host an even grander wedding for you all in the future." Lin Qinghan felt a surge of emotion within her as she assisted him to a seat. "We do not mind these things, as long as you treat us well," she replied softly. "Of course, for you are all my women," Zhou Luo stated, leaning in unabashedly to kiss her. Lin Qinghan initially contemplated refusing, but as his warm lips met hers, she suddenly felt a loss of control over her own body. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted. Zhou Luo, somewhat embarrassed, was acutely aware that today was meant to be a joyous occasion for him and Lin Jinxian, making such actions rather inappropriate. As the night deepened, the guests eventually departed, leaving behind a scene of disarray. The servants began to clean up the garden, while the women returned to their chambers to rest with the little ones. In the bridal chamber, Zhou Luo approached Lin Jinxian, who sat on the bed, her face veiled by a red canopy. Utilizing the flickering candlelight, he gently lifted the veil, revealing her exquisite and breathtaking visage. As a newlywed, Lin Jinxuan's face flushed with shyness, her delicate fists clenched, and her lips pressed tight with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Zhou Luo gazed at her in awe, instinctively uttering, "You are truly beautiful." The compliment struck Lin Jinxian like a bolt, leaving her momentarily dazed. Before she could gather her thoughts, Zhou Luo leaned in to kiss her. "Husband, the candle," she began, but the words were lost as warmth enveloped her lips. The following morning, amidst a disheveled bed, Zhou Luo awoke from his slumber, his gaze falling upon Lin Jinxian, nestled against his chest. A flutter of emotion stirred within him as he reached out to caress her soft skin. Lin Jinxian let out a soft hum, her allure igniting Zhou Luo's desires, prompting him to rise. When he awakened again, it was already past noon. Lin Jinxian, having been thoroughly exhausted, made her way to the dining area. The other women regarded her with smiles, causing Lin Jinxian's cheeks to flush with bashfulness. In the days that followed, Lin Jinxian seamlessly assumed her role as the new mistress of Zhou Garden, taking over from Lin Qinghan. However, everything remained unchanged. Although Lin Jinxian was now Zhou Luo's formal wife, she entrusted the household affairs to Lin Qinghan, avoiding the anticipated rivalries and jealousies. Zhou Garden thrived in harmony. It wasn't until the 5th day post-wedding that this tranquility was disrupted. The master's arrangements were forthcoming. 3 days hence, Zhou Luo shall embark on a journey to the family's spiritual mine to concoct elixirs. He has gleaned considerable information regarding the mine from Lin Jinxian. The mine he is destined for is the very one previously contested with the Changsheng family. Not long ago, this mine fell prey to a nefarious sect's ambush, prompting the family to dispatch a multitude of cultivators for its protection. Thus, concerns regarding safety are momentarily alleviated. The internal structure of the mine bears little distinction from that of the family's own, yet the disparity in status renders the treatment of individuals profoundly different. Unlike within the family, where various rules are established to ensure equity among those of noble birth, allowing them to act with impunity. Within the remote confines of the spiritual mine, status serves as the ultimate emblem of authority. Those of lesser standing, should they incur the wrath of the esteemed, may find themselves meeting a most untimely demise without forewarning. Indeed, the likelihood of fatality at the mine is alarmingly high, with various individuals mysteriously vanishing each month, ranging from ordinary miners to scions of the Lin family overseeing operations. The master of the house, in sending Zhou Luo to such a perilous place, likely seeks to administer a slight reprimand, given that he is merely a son-in-law. Despite his elevated status within the family, he is unlikely to receive similar courtesy at the mine. Zhou Luo increasingly sensed that his forthcoming expedition to the mine would be fraught with challenges. Thus, prior to his departure, He wielded a token to re-enter the core area of the spiritual vein-est blessed grounds for cultivation. In recent times, he had devoted himself to rigorous training, and after 2 consecutive days of relentless effort, he successfully ascended from the second to the third level of qi refinement. While this advancement did not manifest in any overt enhancement, it imbued him with a newfound sense of confidence. On this day, the steward Lin Fu once again graced him with a visit. "Are you prepared?" Lin Fu inquired, eyeing Zhou Luo. Cradling the snow mountain spirit cat, Zhou Luo nodded. Having packed all necessary items into his storage bag, although the spirit cat had only reached the mid-stage of the first level, its ability to create illusions had become increasingly adept. He had previously experimented and found that even Lin Qinghan, at the 5th level of qi refinement, would experience moments of distraction. This little creature might prove useful at a critical juncture, hence he decided to bring it along. "Then let us proceed," Lin Fu replied, nodding in affirmation. With that, he casually tossed forth a small vessel, which, amidst a flash of spiritual light, expanded into a flying boat. Lin Fu was to escort Zhou Luo to the mine. He boarded the vessel first, and Zhou Luo turned to bid farewell to his wives. They all bore expressions of reluctance, particularly by Jian and Lin Jinxian, who had spent the least time with him and were most dependent on his presence. Zhou Luo offered them a reassuring smile, softly saying, "Do not worry. Take good care of yourselves and the children in my absence." "Take care of yourself, my husband," Lin Jinxian, the primary wife, urged. "Yes," Zhou Luo nodded, leaping aboard the flying boat. As the vessel soared through the air, he departed Zhou Garden, leaving behind the watchful gazes of his wives. In midair, the flying boat glided swiftly, propelled by unseen forces. Lin Fu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression remaining impassive. Behind him, Zhou Luo gently caressed the soft fur of the snow mountain spirit cat. The Grand Elder had instructed that during their expedition to the spirit mine, they should focus solely on alchemy and disregard all other matters. At that moment, Lin Fu suddenly spoke. Zhou Luo's heart skipped a beat. He had not anticipated that his counterpart belonged to the faction of the Grand Elder. "Housekeeper Lin, aside from mining, could there be other undertakings at the mine?" Zhou Luo inquired deliberately. Lin Fu glanced back at him, then replied with a profound implication. "The spirit mine you are visiting is currently under the supervision of the main family." Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo was taken aback. It seemed the main family intended to suppress him thoroughly. He gazed at Lin Fu's retreating figure and asked, "Housekeeper Lin, what if they provoke us?" He needed to ascertain the extent of the main family's intentions towards him. "Endure," Lin Fu uttered succinctly. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes. Lin Fu continued, "You hold significant importance to the family. The Grand Elder does not wish for any misfortune to befall you. However, no one can truly fathom the main family's thoughts, especially with the third miss having become a disciple of Master Zhishou. No one can guarantee they will not seek to undermine you. Naturally, they would not dare to act overtly. All you need to do is remain steady, avoid trouble, and this tumultuous period shall soon pass." Chapter 59. The mine. Lin Fu's words stirred tumultuous waves within Zhou Luo's heart. A solemn expression crossed his face as he fixed his gaze on the back of his interlocutor, feeling a weight settle in his chest. Initially, he had believed that the familial strife would not encroach upon his life. Even if it did, it would merely manifest as suppression. However, Lin Fu's brief remarks shattered Zhou Luo's illusions. The head of the family was not a philanthropist, nor was the patriarch, whom he had met only once, a benevolent figure. Upon realizing that Zhou Luo might pose a threat to their power, even if he could be of great utility to the family's advancement, it would not deter them from harboring murderous intentions against him. Zhou Luo understood clearly that his journey to the spiritual mine was no longer a simple matter of being subdued. If circumstances permitted, he might not return alive. Suddenly, he recalled why the Grand Elder had gifted him 2 magical artifacts and personally presided over his wedding. It was a declaration. He did not wish for the family to take action against him. Yet, why had the Grand Elder permitted him to venture to the spiritual mine? With his influence, could he not have intervened? Did the Grand Elder merely stand by and watch? He could not help but ponder. Lin Fu turned, his expression indifferent as he regarded him. "The Grand Elder cannot consider only your interests." Zhou Luo comprehended. It must be that the family had offered a greater incentive for the Grand Elder to acquiesce. His complexion darkened, and his hands instinctively clenched into fists. Indeed, in the presence of such a formidable family, even showcasing ample potential was insufficient. Sensing Zhou Luo's turmoil, Lin Fu softened his tone. "There are also the Grand Elder's people at the mine, so do not dwell too much on this. Focus on alchemy and avoid unnecessary trouble." Zhou Luo did not respond, merely letting out a few cold scoffs inwardly. Since the family had set its sights on him, he could hardly avoid trouble by simply staying out of it. Regardless, he would ultimately have to rely on himself. With this thought, he unconsciously tightened his right hand, causing pain to the snow mountain spirit cat. Meow. Zhou Luo snapped back to reality, staring at it. Little creature, I cannot quite grasp you, can I? Although his words were directed at the snow mountain spirit cat, Lin Fu understood that he was dissatisfied with the Grand Elder's decisions. Lin Fu refrained from commenting. The new spiritual mine lay far from Maple Leaf City. Yet the speed of the flying vessel was sufficient, and after half a day, they finally entered the area of the mine. It was a rugged expanse of mountains and ridges, stretching for hundreds of miles, where dense spiritual light flickered, veiling the heavens and earth in a sacred aura. This was the brilliance of the formation established by the family. Through the spiritual formation, one could glimpse the majestic and awe-inspiring spiritual mine. Above the mine, the towering caverns loomed like coiled dragons and serpents, their pitch-black entrances resembling dark eyes that devoured all, unfathomably deep, echoing with ethereal sounds. As they approached the location of the spiritual light, the flying vessel descended to the ground. On the surface, there stood a newly constructed pavilion. At the entrance of the pavilion, a dozen stern-faced cultivators guarded the area, clad in Lin family attire, exuding an extraordinary presence. Lin Fu produced the family token and led them into the pavilion, which consisted of only 2 stories. The first floor is a spacious hall, flanked by numerous rooms with tightly closed doors, while a counter stands prominently at its center. Lin Fu approached the counter and handed a scroll to the middle-aged man behind it. After examining the scroll, the man called out, "Sure to." Moments later, a stout, bald man emerged from one of the rooms, briskly making his way to the counter. "Uncle Hui, what's the matter?" he asked. "A new alchemist has arrived, and you are to take charge," the middle-aged man replied in a deep voice. "Understood," the bald man responded, then turned to Zhou Luo, extending his hand. "I'm Lin Shi." Zhou Luo nodded in reply, grasping the other man's hand. Since Lin Shi's name consisted of 2 characters, it was highly likely he was a member of the main family. Although Zhou Luo harbored no fondness for the main family at present, he believed it prudent to observe the necessary courtesies. "Come, I'll show you around the spiritual mine," Lin Shi said with a bright smile. Zhou Luo glanced at Lin Fu, who offered a brief explanation before departing without further ado. Following this, Zhou Luo accompanied Lin Shi into the hall. Within the hall stood a wooden door. When pushed open, it revealed a mountain path leading to the spiritual mine recently claimed by the family. As they walked, Zhou Luo discerned that Lin Shi was indeed a member of the main family, yet his demeanor was amiable and unpretentious, devoid of the arrogance often associated with his lineage. He enthusiastically narrated the details of the spiritual mine. The mine is divided into 2 sections. The exterior, which comprises the loft where the family guards reside, primarily tasked with safeguarding the mine, and the interior, which refers to the mine itself. As the mine had only recently begun excavation, it consisted of 3 levels. The first level served as the residence for skilled family members, such as alchemists, talisman masters, and weaponsmiths. Zhou Luo would be stationed in this first level for over a month. The second level was designated for storing and processing spiritual stones, while the third level was reserved for the extraction of these stones. Zhou Luo followed Lin Shi up the mountain path until they reached a massive stone door, adorned with various mysterious runes and patterns that emanated a gentle glow. It seemed to bear the imprint of a formation, Zhou Luo mused. Before the stone door, 7 or 8 poised and formidable guards were stationed, tasked with scrutinizing those entering and exiting. Lin Shi appeared to be well acquainted with the leading guard. After exchanging brief greetings, they stepped through the stone door. Upon entering, they found themselves in a vast plaza bustling with activity, surrounded by wooden rooms, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds, voices. The clanging of metal and explosions echoed throughout. Zhou Luo's presence drew the attention of several onlookers who observed him quietly, whispering among themselves. Lin Shi guided him to the alchemy chamber. Inside, the chamber was empty. "Old Guang has left. From now on, you'll be the only one practicing alchemy here," Lin Shi declared. Zhou Luo surveyed the alchemy chamber. Although modest in size, it was well equipped with all the necessary tools. In addition, a bed and some daily necessities were arranged in the corner, indicating that this would indeed be his dwelling henceforth. Truly, the comforts of home were unparalleled, even amidst the mines. Beside him, Lin Shi produced a bamboo scroll and remarked, "This contains the elixirs you are to concoct. They must be completed by tomorrow evening at the latest." With that, he handed the scroll to Zhou Luo. As Zhou Luo glanced through it, he was astonished to find a plethora of over a dozen elixirs listed. While they were all entry-level concoctions, completing them single-handedly before the morrow would likely require sleepless toil. He cast a penetrating gaze toward Lin Shi, who appeared oblivious to his scrutiny, and continued speaking. "Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Here, take this." He offered a communication talisman, specifically designed for sending messages. Zhou Luo accepted it with a grateful thank you. "There's no need for thanks, it's only proper." Do your work. And call for me if needed, Lin Shi replied with a smile before departing from the room. As the door closed behind him, a chill flickered in Zhou Luo's eyes. It seemed the family's suppression had commenced. Whether Lin Shi was genuinely as benevolent as he appeared remained to be seen. Further observation was imperative. Chapter 60. The second layer of the spiritual mind. After Lin Shi departed, Zhou Luo casually tossed the bamboo scroll aside and began to tidy the room. Fortunately, the previous occupant had a penchant for cleanliness, leaving little that required extensive cleaning. After a brief organization, Zhou Luo retrieved his personal belongings to redecorate the space. The room was modest in size, with the alchemical furnace and storage cabinet for medicinal herbs occupying a significant portion, rendering it somewhat cramped. Approximately half an hour later, he completed his arrangements and settled into a rosewood chair, lost in contemplation. In this unfamiliar environment, he was uncertain of who harbored hostility and who bore goodwill. It was imperative to gain a comprehensive understanding of the circumstances here. As for how to acquire this knowledge, Lin Shi seemed to present a potential avenue. However, given his affiliation with the main family, Zhou Luo was doubtful that Lin Shi would provide exhaustive details about the situation. Even if he did, trust would be hard to come by. If Lin Shi was not a viable option, he would have to consider others. Zhou Luo pondered the presence of the formation masters in this locale. Regardless of the spiritual mind, formation masters were indispensable, as they maintained the operation of daily formations and periodically established new defensive arrays. Since the Grand Elder controlled the family's formations, it stood to reason that the formation masters here were aligned with him. With this realization, Zhou Luo rose and opened the door to step outside. The area beyond was a vast plaza adorned with numerous buildings, making it difficult to discern which one housed the formation masters. Zhou Luo scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing on two individuals nearby, whose attire suggested they were the local guards. He approached them. Noticing his presence, the two guards immediately ceased their conversation, standing upright and adopting a demeanor of stern authority. "Could you inform me where the formation master resides?" Zhou Luo inquired. One guard scrutinized him and replied in a deep voice, "What business do you have with the formation master?" "I have certain inquiries to make," Zhou Luo replied earnestly. "He is not present. You may relay your matters to us," the guard responded coldly. Zhou Luo remained silent, gradually inching closer to the two men. Ensuring no one was observing, he discreetly produced a vial of medicinal pills from his robe and extended it towards them. The guards exchanged glances, raising their eyebrows in unison before subtly shifting in opposite directions to better obscure Zhou Luo's actions. One guard, quick to react, swiftly accepted the vial, adopting a posture of righteous authority as he stated, "The formation masters of the spiritual mind reside on the second layer. In fact, all who possess mastery of the four great arts are assigned to the second layer. However, Zhou Luo is an exception. To prevent him from contacting the Grand Elder's associates, the previous alchemist's quarters were deliberately relocated to the first layer. Thus, he naturally found himself residing in a first-layer room." Having spoken, the two guards turned and departed. Zhou Luo's gaze darkened. This was an entire vial of valley-expelling pills, worth at least 20 or more spirit stones if sold, a considerable sum for guards who earned only 3 or 4 spirit stones a month. Yet, they merely uttered a single sentence before providing no further information. Moreover, what troubled Zhou Luo even more was that when he attempted to ascend to the second level, he was unexpectedly halted by the gatekeeper. It turned out that the regulations of the spiritual mind stipulated that individuals on the first level could only proceed to the second with an official order from the captain. Thus, Zhou Luo wasted a precious bottle of fasting elixir without even catching a glimpse of the formation master. Upon returning to the entrance of his quarters, he cast a deep glance at the two individuals engaged in lively conversation, committing their appearances to memory. Unable to access the second level, Zhou Luo had no choice but to redirect his focus towards alchemy. Although the bamboo slips sent from above demanded a substantial quantity of elixirs, this was merely a requirement for mid-tier first-level alchemists. For someone of his caliber, a top-tier first-level alchemist, such an expenditure of time was unnecessary. After all, a mid-tier alchemist could produce at most 7 to 8 entry-level elixirs in a single batch, while a top-tier alchemist could yield around 20. The two were not comparable in terms of efficiency. Zhou Luo perused the contents of the bamboo slip and noticed that the most requested elixir was the fasting elixir, a potion designed to satiate hunger, along with various healing and stamina-enhancing concoctions. The third level of the spiritual mind primarily employed ordinary individuals, who inevitably encountered various physical ailments. The primary role of an alchemist was to ensure that these common folk did not suffer casualties and to enhance their productivity. After effortlessly completing a batch of elixirs, Zhou Luo proceeded to the next round of concoction. At this pace, he estimated he would finish all preparations by evening. As dinner approached, Lin Shi delivered the meal. Zhou Luo had initially presumed that everyone in the spiritual mine subsisted solely on fasting elixirs, but to his surprise, there was actual spiritual food. The mine's provisions were not as exquisite as home-cooked meals, but Lin Shi encouraged him to be understanding. Zhou Luo surveyed the spiritual dishes. While they were indeed lacking, they were still more palatable than the taste of elixirs. Meow, the Snow Mountain spirit cat, having grown hungry after a long day, leapt into Zhou Luo's embrace. Lin Shi, astonished, remarked, "Brother Zhou, I didn't realize you had a pet beast." When entering the spiritual mine, Zhou Luo had placed the Snow Mountain spirit cat in a spirit beast pouch, thus Lin Shi had not seen it. "This little fellow mainly serves to pass the time," Zhou Luo replied, offering a morsel of meat to the Snow Mountain spirit cat. "I have a little cat as well, though it is at home. By the time I return, it's likely to have grown into a big cat," Lin Shi chuckled. He then inquired, "What is its name?" "Xiao Bai," Zhou Luo answered, having adopted the name given by Xiao Xia. "How fitting," Lin Shi remarked. Though he spoke to Zhou Luo, his gaze remained fixated on Xiao Bai, revealing his fondness for feline companions. Observing this, Zhou Luo decided to entrust Xiao Bai to him, allowing him to feed the little creature. Cradling Xiao Bai, Lin Shi gently stroked its fur, his expression radiating joy. "Your cat is far superior to mine," Lin Shi expressed with envy. His own yellow and white cat was far too boisterous, spending its days outside, engaging in rambunctious behavior. In contrast, the small white cat in his arms was much more docile. What he did not realize was that pets require the specialized training of a beastmaster. Otherwise, their wild nature proves difficult to tame, rendering them disobedient to their master's commands. However, Little White was an exception. The moment Zhou Luo drew it, it became entirely obedient to him, devoid of any inclination to resist. Its compliance was notably pronounced. "Indeed," Zhou Luo remarked, "a docile cat can evoke a sense of relaxation and joy." Lin Shi spoke, his eyes sparkling with affection for the feline. Casting a gentle gaze upon Little White, Zhou Luo was taken aback by the revelation that such a robust man harbored a fondness for cats. In contrast to felines, Zhou Luo preferred dogs, for the latter exhibited unwavering loyalty and obedience, offering a more healing presence, lacking the arrogance often found in cats. What surprised Zhou Luo further was that for a full half-hour, Lin Shi remained engrossed in discussions about cats, predominantly speaking without displaying a hint of fatigue or boredom. After dinner, Lin Shi reluctantly set Little White down. At that moment, Zhou Luo suddenly inquired, "Do the individuals on the second and third floors consume spiritual food?" "Impossible. Only the scions of the Lin family are worthy of such delicacies. Others merely subsist on fasting pills," Lin Shi replied without hesitation. Zhou Luo, contemplating this statement, deliberately probed, "So, is the spiritual food transported from the foothills?" "Indeed, all sustenance is meticulously managed by appointed personnel." "Why do you ask?" Lin Shi inquired, puzzled. "Oh, it's merely curiosity," Zhou Luo smiled. Lin Shi did not dwell on it, tidying up the dishes, offering a few final instructions for him to hasten his alchemical preparations before departing. Chapter 61. Crafting Talismans. Once Lin Shi departed, Zhou Luo sat in contemplation upon his chair. The sole entrance from the first to the second level was vigilantly guarded, rendering any attempts at forceful intrusion or stealthy infiltration utterly impossible. Access could only be granted if the overseer of the mine were to permit it willingly. However, the person in charge would undoubtedly discern that Zhou Luo's intent in reaching the second level was to engage with the Grand Elder's associates, thus making it improbable for him to gain entry so easily. As Zhou Luo pondered potential solutions, the meal sent by Lin Shi sparked an ingenious idea within him: to poison the food. Should someone fall ill, as an alchemist, he would be compelled to investigate personally and attempt to concoct the corresponding antidote. This would serve as his gateway into the second level. Yet, the question remained how to poison the food intended for those on the second level. According to Lin Shi, the meals were prepared by individuals from the base of the mountain and subsequently delivered by designated personnel into the depths of the spirit mine. To poison the food, it was imperative to descend the mountain. Zhou Luo's gaze drifted towards the alchemical furnace. Tomorrow's delivery of elixirs would present an opportunity. However, once he descended, he would also need to infiltrate the kitchen unnoticed, a challenge that required immediate resolution. Fortunately, this task seemed manageable. Zhou Luo approached his storage pouch and retrieved several items: an ordinary rabbit hair brush, a stack of talisman paper, and a box of spirit ink. These three items were essential for talisman crafting. Indeed, Zhou Luo intended to forge a spirit talisman to evade the watchful eyes of numerous individuals during his descent. The talisman was of paramount importance. He was aware of a first-tier mid-grade spirit talisman known as the disguise talisman. As its name suggests, once affixed to the user, it could alter their appearance, voice, and aura, effectively transforming them into another person altogether. Of course, there were certain risks and limitations associated with this transformation. For instance, it could not disguise someone as a practitioner above the 5th level of Qi refinement, and high-ranking cultivators could easily see through the ruse. Nevertheless, Zhou Luo had already envisioned his target, none other than Lin Shi, who had just reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. He planned to assume Lin Shi's likeness, descending tomorrow to infiltrate the Mountain-S kitchen and execute his plan. Since drawing the first-tier talisman crafting technique last time, Zhou Luo had not found the opportunity to practice. Now, at last, the moment had arrived. He skillfully ground the ink, and the method for crafting the disguised talisman immediately materialized in his mind. Shortly thereafter, the spirit ink was prepared, and Zhou Luo spread the talisman paper across the table, grasping the spirit brush to commence his drawing. While a typical talisman master would undertake various preparations to reach their optimal state before drawing, Zhou Luo required none of that. As a top-tier first-level talisman master, creating a first-tier superior talisman was a mere trifle for him. Dipping the brush into the ink, he focused his mind, allowing the spirit energy within him to surge through his meridians and converge in his right hand, subsequently transferring it to the brush. The previously tranquil brush suddenly radiated with spiritual brilliance, and the ink-laden tip shimmered with resplendent light. Zhou Luo's gaze fell upon the blank talisman paper, and with a steady hand, he began to inscribe the spiritual symbols. The moment he set his brush to the paper, every action flowed seamlessly, as if he had practiced it countless times before, moving like flowing water without a hint of hesitation. The tip of his brush, imbued with spiritual ink, danced gracefully across the talisman, leaving behind a faint luminescence, while a magnificent power flickered like waves upon the sea. Gradually infused into the depths of the blank talisman under Zhou Luo's deft control. Minutes later, the once quiet talisman radiated a layer of brilliance, revealing a beautifully vivid pattern, endowing the entire talisman with newfound strength. A first-tier mid-grade transformation talisman was complete. Zhou Luo exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips. During his first attempt at talisman crafting, he experienced no sense of unfamiliarity. Aside from the slight drain on his spirit and spiritual energy, everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. Zhou Luo picked up the transformation talisman, scrutinizing it closely. This talisman bore the image of a humanoid silhouette, and with just a slight infusion of spiritual energy, it could be activated, allowing the user to assume the appearance of another. This exemplifies the remarkable power of talismans. They require less spiritual energy while wielding greater strength. Just like in the battle between Lin Daoming and Zhao Yuan, it was the relentless barrage of talismans that left the disciple of the Huan sect with no chance to resist, ultimately leading to their demise under the dual onslaught of talismans and spiritual energy. Subsequently, Zhou Luo continued to experiment with crafting. The transformation talisman proved quite practical, and the surplus might even be sellable in due time. An hour later, Zhou Luo had successfully crafted 5 transformation talismans, though his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. It must be said that crafting talismans consumed significantly more spiritual energy than alchemy. After all, the latter primarily demanded mental focus, whereas the former required a continuous infusion of spiritual energy to enhance the talisman's power. Stowing away the 5 talismans, Zhou Luo did not take a break. Instead, he began to meditate in order to replenish his spiritual energy. While in meditation, he suddenly realized that the spiritual energy in this place was not in the least inferior to that of his family's spiritual veins, only slightly less potent than that found in the core area. It was no surprise, considering this was a spiritual mine, situated at the center of the spiritual veins. Practicing here was akin to training in a spiritual sanctuary. Zhou Luo's spirits soared as he recognized that this place was not devoid of advantages. He promptly refocused his mind and commenced his cultivation. The following day, after a sleepless night, Zhou Luo felt invigorated, thanks to the pure spiritual energy within the mine. After a night of cultivation, his spiritual energy had significantly replenished, prompting him to rise and continue his alchemical pursuits. Before long, Lin Shi appeared at the door with breakfast. Those residing on the first floor were not permitted to leave without prior notification, necessitating individual caretakers to address their various needs. This arrangement allowed residents to remain in their rooms, fully devoted to their tasks. Lin Shi's responsibility was to deliver meals and other necessities to Zhou Luo, a job he quite enjoyed, as it afforded him the opportunity to happily play with cats and pass the time. "Brother Zhou, how is the alchemical process progressing?" Upon entering, and after setting down breakfast, Lin Shi adeptly picked up the small white creature beside him and inquired. "There seems to be quite a number of elixirs. It may take a while," Zhou Luo replied, somewhat troubled. "Is it a lot?" Lin Shi questioned, his expression one of confusion. Clearly, he was unaware of the significance of the more than 100 elixirs for a mid-tier first-level alchemist. In fact, even if Zhou Luo were a top-tier first-level alchemist, it would likely take him an additional day to accomplish the task. Zhou Luo surmised that this situation was likely orchestrated by the overseer of the spiritual mind. And without elaborating, he simply stated, "I shall do my utmost." "Very well, but do ensure it is done promptly. Otherwise, it may not bode well when Elder Four expresses his dissatisfaction," Lin Shi kindly cautioned. Chapter 62. Infiltration upon returning to the attic. Lin Shan made his way directly to the second floor. The corridor on the second floor of the attic was long and flanked by rooms of varying sizes, all inhabited by cultivators guarding the spirit mines. At the end of the corridor lay a spacious room. Lin Shi pushed the door open and entered. The interior was elegantly and luxuriously furnished, with precious calligraphy and exquisite murals adorning the walls. In the center stood a large writing desk piled high with ancient texts. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man, seemingly unremarkable, yet exuding an aura of quiet authority. His stern countenance was complemented by piercing eyes, and though he donned simple attire, his every movement radiated an indescribable pressure. Upon seeing the man, Lin Shi quickly lowered his head and respectfully bowed, not daring to exhibit any semblance of insolence. The middle-aged man set aside the ancient tome in his hands and regarded Lin Shi with a calm gaze. His deep voice resonated slowly in the room. "Is there any dissatisfaction from Zhou Luo?" Lin Shi felt a surge of confusion within. What could the man possibly be dissatisfied about? Nevertheless, he candidly conveyed all the information he possessed. After listening, the fourth elder displayed a hint of curiosity, his right index finger gently tapping on the wooden desk. As if pondering something profound, Lin Shi kept his head bowed, refraining from any movement. After a prolonged silence, the fourth elder finally spoke. "If he can successfully concoct the medicinal pills tonight, the quota for tomorrow shall be doubled." Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. Although he was unaware of the exact difficulties involved in refining these pills, doubling the quota implied at least over 200 pills, which equated to producing more than 100 in a single day. Could one individual truly accomplish such a feat? The fourth elder's inquiry snapped Lin Shi back to attention. Realizing his lapse in composure, he quickly nodded in agreement and exited the room with a sense of relief. Once outside, Lin Shi wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled deeply. Is it truly possible that such alchemy one and oppos, lead to one and oppos, demise? He muttered softly. Inside the room, the fourth elder glanced at the letter on the desk, signed by the family head, Lin Tianxiong. The letter contained but a single directive, to test Zhou Luo's limits. However, the fourth elder, being a member of the main family, understood that this was essentially a means to exploit Zhou Luo's potential. The main family had already resolved to abandon this outsider with alchemical talent. The fourth elder's gaze deepened as he raised his finger slightly, igniting the envelope in flames that swiftly turned to ashes, drifting out the window. As noon approached, Zhou Luo had successfully refined all the necessary medicinal pills. Now, he merely awaited Lin Shi's arrival. Contemplating this, he unconsciously caressed the soft fur of Xiao Bai nestled in his embrace and murmured, "Soon it will be your time to shine." Meow, Xiao Bai obediently purred from his lap. Subsequently, Zhou Luo retrieved a pouch of powder from his robe. This was a specially crafted poison. Once ingested, it would induce a deep slumber, lasting 5 to 6 hours without awakening. He applied the powder onto the soft, white paw of the kitten. Once it revealed its claws, it would be tainted by this poison. After completing this task, he placed the kitten on the ground. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Lin Shi had arrived. Zhou Luo opened the door. "You are in for a treat today. We have a feast," Lin Shi exclaimed, lifting the food container with a beaming smile. Although their interactions had been brief, he sensed that Zhou Luo was a suitable companion, especially since he owned a kitten. The ability to nurture such a docile creature surely indicated a kind disposition. After retrieving the delicacies, Lin Shi eagerly approached the little white kitten lying on the floor. He reached out to scoop it up, ready to indulge in his daily ritual of petting. However, the kitten's fur bristled. It raised its front limbs, unsheathed its claws, and swiftly scratched the back of his hand before darting away to hide beneath the bed. "Ouch!" Lin Shi exclaimed in pain, observing the blood trickling from Lin Shi's hand. Zhou Luo feigned concern. "Are you all right? Let me teach this rascal a lesson." With that, he stood and moved toward the bed. Lin Shi quickly intervened. "It's nothing, really. Kittens can be a bit temperamental. My own is even more ferocious." He felt there was no need for such alarm over a minor scratch. Zhou Luo, however, appeared uncomfortable. "My cat is different. Being scratched by it could induce a state of unconsciousness." "Impossible." Lin Shi dismissed the notion, smiling gently. "It's merely a kitten." Yet, before he could finish his thought, the world around him began to spin. Before he could channel his spiritual energy, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed sideways. Zhou Luo swiftly stepped forward to catch him, gently laying him on the bed. The first step of his plan was successfully executed. He gazed at Lin Shi, who had succumbed to slumber, and retrieved a transformation talisman, channeling a stream of spiritual energy into it. The energy surged into the talisman, erupting in a dazzling display of spiritual light. Zhou Luo first affixed it to Lin Shi's chest, whereupon the radiant light enveloped him entirely. Approximately 3 minutes later, Zhou Luo reclaimed the talisman and placed it on his own chest. A gentle power emanated from within the talisman, coursing through his body. In an instant, Zhou Luo's facial features began to blur. The talisman flickered, and his form and visage transformed, ultimately resembling Lin Shi. The entire process transpired silently, akin to a marvelous illusion. Zhou Luo approached the mirror to inspect his appearance, nodding in satisfaction upon finding no flaws. He then removed the passage token from Lin Shi's waist and proceeded toward the door. Before exiting, he affixed a spiritual talisman at the entrance. This was a low-grade first-tier talisman, functioning like a lock to prevent unauthorized entry. While crafting the transformation talisman the previous night, he had casually created this one as well. This way, if anyone attempted to enter the room, it would create the illusion that he was merely asleep. Having completed these preparations, Zhou Luo packed the utensils into the food container and took the refined elixirs before stepping out of the room. He made his way directly toward the stone door at the entrance of the first floor. "Stone, you're here so early today. Aren't you going to pet the kitten?" At that moment, a patrolling guard spotted him and greeted him with a smile. Zhou Luo, having exhausted himself in alchemy the previous night, was currently resting and would return later. He responded in Lin Shi's voice. The guard harbored no suspicions and refrained from further inquiries. Upon reaching the stone gate, although the guards recognized him, they still required him to present his pass. Zhou Luo had anticipated this and promptly retrieved the token from his waist, displaying it before them. Once confirmed, they permitted his departure. Exiting the stone gate, Zhou Luo glanced at the azure sky and exhaled deeply. Finally, he had made it out, which was no small feat after a moment of contemplation. He hastened down the mountain path. Chapter 63. The True Battle in the Attic Beneath the Mountain. Zhou Luo found himself once again before the wooden door. With an air of nonchalance, he stepped inside, revealing a lengthy corridor. Recalling his earlier conversation with Lin Shi, he knew that the kitchen was located on the opposite side, necessitating passage through the hall. The hall itself was unremarkable. However, Zhou Luo harbored a deep apprehension towards the middle-aged man he had encountered at the counter the previous day. At that moment, he had sensed an overwhelming aura of pressure emanating from the individual, uncertain of the man's identity and whether he could see through his disguise. Zhou Luo chose not to traverse the hall immediately. Instead, he slowed his pace, intent on discerning whether the man was still present. Fortunately, it was likely lunchtime, and the man was absent from the room behind the counter. With this reassurance, Zhou Luo confidently approached the hall. The hall was sparsely populated. Some individuals were resting while others engaged in casual conversation. His arrival did not elicit much attention. Thus, Zhou Luo effortlessly reached the far end of the hall, where a larger room awaited, presumably the kitchen Lin Shi had mentioned. Once he confirmed that no one was suspicious, he strode purposefully towards the entrance of the kitchen. At the doorway, aside from the 4 guards stationed there, others were coming and going, presumably delivering meals to various individuals. The guards, upon seeing Zhou Luo with a meal box in hand, did not impede his entry. Consequently, he seamlessly stepped into the kitchen. Inside, the flames danced within the stove, casting a warm, orange glow reminiscent of playful spirits. The flames licked the surface of a large iron pot, sometimes leaping higher, illuminating the gleaming hooks and utensils hanging from the walls. The cook, clad in simple cloth attire, bore a faint flush on his cheeks from the heat of the fire, tiny beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Within the large pot, boiling broth bubbled, releasing an enticing aroma that tantalized the senses. Chunks of meat simmered in the broth, interspersed with fresh vegetables, creating a vibrant medley that heightened one's appetite. The entire kitchen was suffused with a symphony of fragrances: spicy ginger and garlic, sweet red dates and goji berries, and the rich essence of meat. As Zhou Luo entered, he was immediately captivated by the aroma, stirring an unexpected hunger within him despite having just eaten. No wonder Lin Shi had mentioned a grand feast today. In addition to the head chef, others were present, assisting with various tasks. After a brief survey of the surroundings, Zhou Luo approached the area where meal boxes were stacked, retrieving utensils to place on the table. As he did so, he glanced at a man washing dishes nearby. "What is for dinner tonight?" Zhou Luo inquired. The man, upon noticing Zhou Luo, broke into a grin. "You're not still hoping for that grand feast tonight, are you? Isn't there?" Zhou Luo retorted. "What do you think? The ingredients for tonight are right over there." The man pointed nonchalantly to a pile of ingredients in the corner. Zhou Luo's gaze darkened. It seemed that fortune favored him without any arduous effort. Having identified his target, He feigned a shake of his head. Looks like there won't be a grand feast after all. As he spoke, he moved closer to the pile of ingredients, which belonged to the attic. Furthermore, the ingredients for the first and second floors were distinctly separated. The criteria for classification are quite straightforward. As the guardians of the spiritual mine, the provisions in the loft predominantly consist of spiritual delicacies aimed at replenishing vitality and fortifying the body. In contrast, the ingredients on the first and second floors tend to be more aligned with invigorating the spirit. Moreover, since the second floor is also home to the Lin family's overseers and notable figures, the selection of provisions is somewhat more abundant. This is advantageous, as it allows for a more targeted approach to poisoning. Zhou Luo sauntered over to the provisions on the second floor. Crouching down to select items, their offerings seem superior to ours. Can we possibly compare? A man washing dishes rolled his eyes at this. Zhou Luo shrugged, seizing the opportunity to sprinkle the pre-prepared poison powder onto the food. This powder, meticulously concocted by him, would seamlessly integrate with the dishes, leaving no trace of its presence. After completing this task, Zhou Luo stood and began to depart. Before leaving, he engaged the dishwashing man in conversation for a while, ensuring that the food in question was indeed what would be served that evening, allowing him to leave with peace of mind. As he exited the kitchen, Zhou Luo intended to return, but suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated. The next moment, hurried footsteps echoed around him. The Lu family is here again, someone shouted. Zhou Luo's heart raced. It appeared the Lu family had come to wreak havoc. Without hesitation, he hurried towards the opposite side. In the hall, he witnessed a throng of cultivators, faces etched with fury, hastily rushing out of the loft. During this chaos, some urged Zhou Luo to join the fray, but he deftly deflected their requests with an excuse of having more pressing matters to attend to. Upon leaving the loft, Zhou Luo dared not linger, quickening his pace up the mountainside. After all, the Lu family's invasion would undoubtedly attract the attention of powerful clan members, and being discovered in his guise would spell trouble. As he reached the mountainside, a series of explosive sounds erupted behind him. Unable to resist, he glanced back to see airborne vessels materializing. Figures leaping forth to engage in battle, unleashing dazzling displays of spiritual light that sent tremors through the air. Is this what combat in the realm of cultivation looks like? Zhou Luo observed the various offensive techniques unfolding in the sky, swallowing hard, his complexion paling. This was his first experience witnessing a genuine battle. Before his eyes, cultivators were pierced by countless ice spikes, ensnared and strangled by resilient vines, and brutally severed in combat. A plethora of gruesome scenes unfurled before him, leaving him trembling and momentarily paralyzed by the horror. This is the true realm of cultivation, rife with slaughter, bloodshed, and brutality. Lin Tianfang, will you continue to be a coward? A middle-aged man clad in resplendent attire aboard one of the aerial vessels thundered, his voice like a clap of thunder, deafening in its resonance. In the next instant, a figure burst forth from the loft, none other than Lin Tianfang, the overseer of the spiritual mine. Clad in a robe of magic, Lin Tianfang was enveloped in radiant spiritual light. He raised his right hand, and a cerulean longsword whistled forth, propelled by a fierce momentum, breaking through the air and hurtling directly toward the opponent's chest. Humph! With a cold chuckle, the opponent waved his right hand, causing several talismans to materialize and suddenly erupt with dazzling brilliance. In that moment of activation, the talismans transformed into fiery orbs, shooting forth with great velocity. The scorching aura was palpable even to Zhou Luo, who was situated halfway up the mountain. His expression grew grave as he could distinctly sense that these talismans were of the highest tier at the first level. To his astonishment, the adversary turned out to be a top-tier talisman master as well. Countless fireballs descended with thunderous force, unleashing terrifying power. However, Lin Tianfang's azure sword remained utterly unaffected. It pierced through the fireballs as if it were the sharpest blade in existence, effortlessly slicing through the opponent's onslaught. Feeling the overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from Lin Tianfang, the man's expression turned pale with dread. You have actually reached the 9th level of Qi training. He hastily retreated, casting several talismans for defense in quick succession. Bang! 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 The azure blade swept through, shattering the talismans, and the nascent spiritual shield disintegrated into countless motes of light in the blink of an eye. With a fierce expression, the opponent suddenly produced a golden object from his bosom and hurled it with great force. The originally palm-sized item expanded dramatically upon being thrown, swiftly transforming into a golden mountain that loomed before him. The golden mountain radiated spiritual energy, emanating a blinding light and exuding a terrifying pressure. Bang! The azure sword struck heavily against the golden mountain, its previously unmatched momentum faltering, unable to advance even an inch. The blade itself became riddled with numerous cracks. Well done, Lu Haotian. Even pulling out a treasure, Lin Tianfang remarked, his expression now grave as he quickly summoned back his azure sword. Chapter 64. The Talisman Treasure. The Talisman Treasure is a unique object that exists between talismans and magical artifacts. It compensates for the inadequacies of talisman's power while mitigating the excessive consumption of spiritual energy typically associated with magical artifacts. Essentially, it encapsulates a portion of the artifact's strength within the talisman, allowing one to unleash the artifact's might with minimal energy expenditure. Although this power may only amount to a fraction, perhaps a mere 10 to 20%, it remains significantly formidable. For only those at the Golden Core stage possess the capability to wield magical artifacts, rendering this diminished power more than sufficient to contend with practitioners at the Qi refinement stage. However, it appears that the opponent's magical artifact is of a relatively low grade, and their own cultivation realm is not particularly high, which results in a less terrifying display of power than anticipated. Otherwise, that azure longsword would likely have shattered on the spot, potentially endangering Elder C's life as well. Upon releasing the Talisman Treasure, Lu Haotinen's complexion paled dramatically, as if his strength had been siphoned away in an instant. "Are you frightened?" he inquired, fixing his gaze upon Lin Tianfang, a smirk playing upon his lips. "Fearful? How many times can you invoke your Talisman Treasure?" Lin Tianfang responded with a calm demeanor, sheathing his longsword and standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Since the Talisman Treasure channels a portion of the artifact's power into the talisman, its usage is inherently limited, unless the opponent possesses the original artifact, allowing them to replenish its might at will, a scenario that is, of course, implausible. They would not dare to wield it without caution. Lu Haotian's expression darkened as he refrained from further comment, merely stowing the Talisman Treasure away. "Do not be hasty. This spirit mine will soon change hands," he remarked coldly, casting a lingering glance at his adversary before turning away, accompanied by the clan's disciples. Lin Tianfang did not issue a command to pursue, for the uncertainty of potential ambushes loomed large. What perplexed him further was why the opponent had chosen to reveal such a potent weapon at this critical juncture. Logically, such artifacts ought to be preserved as trump cards, only to be invoked in dire situations where the clan's survival hangs in the balance. It seemed unlikely that the Lu family would squander a talisman treasure, which diminishes with each use, merely to gauge his strength. With this thought in mind, Lin Tianfang furrowed his brow. It was evident that this matter required reporting to the clan. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo stood transfixed, gazing at the aftermath of the battle in the air, his heart tumultuous and unsettled. The overwhelming aura of power was palpable, even through the formation, and he could vividly sense its terror. Had he found himself amidst such chaos, he would likely have met his end in an instant. All his life-preserving measures would have proven futile. In that moment, Zhou Luo realized that despite being a second-tier poison master, a first-tier alchemist, and a talisman master, along with a companion beast with potential reaching the fourth tier and the possession of body refinement techniques, the benefits these conferred were long-term. Should he encounter a situation akin to the recent encounter, he would be utterly incapable of deploying his abilities and would be swiftly annihilated. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lay in his insufficient realm of cultivation. Retrieving his gaze, Zhou Luo silently made his way towards the spirit mine's entrance. The incursion by the Lu family was merely a minor episode. They had become accustomed to such visits, which occurred roughly every fortnight. With the Grand Elder's formation in place, the cost of breaching it would be exorbitantly high for the intruders. Upon returning to his chamber, Lin Shi remained in a deep slumber. Zhou Luo produced the meticulously prepared antidote and placed it in his mouth. Before long, Lin Shi sprang up from the bed, bewildered. "Brother Shi, you are awake," Zhou Luo exclaimed with delight, bringing him a glass of water. "What has happened to me?" Lin Shi inquired hurriedly. Zhou Luo feigned embarrassment and expressed his apologies, saying, "I'm sorry, Brother Shi, I neglected to remind you." He then shifted the blame onto Xiao Bai. Upon learning that Xiao Bai's scratch could induce such prolonged unconsciousness, Lin Shi was taken aback. However, instead of blaming Zhou Luo, he expressed admiration. "Brother Zhou, to possess such a unique pet is indeed a tremendous blessing." Zhou Luo smiled and shook his head. "It's merely luck, just luck." "Oh no." Suddenly, Lin Shi slapped his forehead and hastily got out of bed. "Having slept for so long, I must be in for a scolding." "Not at all. Everyone is likely preoccupied with sorting out the spoils." Zhou Luo seized the opportunity to recount the recent events. Hearing of the Lu family's renewed invasion, Lin Shi's expression turned anxious. If his family discovered he had been slacking off, he would surely face punishment. Nevertheless, Zhou Luo reassured him that he had already provided an alternative explanation. "Brother Zhou, I am immensely grateful for your assistance this time," Lin Shi said sincerely. According to the rules of the spirit mine, desertion in battle was a grave offense. Without Zhou Luo's cover, his fate would have been sealed. "This was indeed my fault. Just make sure not to slip up when you go out." Zhou Luo cautioned. Rest assured, Brother Zhou, Lin Shi replied earnestly. Just as he reached the door, Zhou Luo called out to him, by the way, the elixirs have been successfully refined. With that, he produced a bag containing numerous jade vials. Brother Zhou, your efficiency is truly remarkable. Lin Shi took the bag and exited the room. Watching him leave, Zhou Luo concealed his smile and closed the door. The earlier battle had stirred his emotions, and now that he had some time, he wished to refine a few first-tier low-grade spirit talismans for experimentation. One could never tell when they might yield unexpected results. After several hours of rest, Lin Shi returned to the attic with the bag in hand. Where have you been? Upon entering the hall, someone immediately questioned him. This individual was the captain responsible for Lin Shi's small team, with the enemy's invasion. It was his duty to inquire about the absence of his team members. Recalling Zhou Luo's words, Lin Shi recounted the story verbatim. Initially skeptical, the captain was swayed by the testimony of others, and thus did not pursue the matter further. Lin Shi let out a sigh of relief and placed the bag on the counter. Uncle Hui, the elixirs are ready. So soon? Lin Hui exclaimed in astonishment. He opened the bag and began to count, finding that the quantities were indeed correct. Strange, could it be that this lad has also produced some elixirs of his own? Lin Hui muttered to himself. He was well aware that a first-tier mid-grade alchemist could not possibly refine such a large quantity in such a short time unless some were already in his possession. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Uncle Hui, Lin Shi suddenly called out to him. Lin Hui put away the bag and inquired, is there anything else? Lin Shi cautiously asked, is it true that Elder Four suggested doubling Zhou Luo's quota for alchemy? To be honest, he found it nearly impossible to concoct 200 pills in just 2 days and wondered if he had misheard. To be prudent, he decided to ask for clarification. However, to his surprise, Lin Hui promptly dismissed his concerns. He produced a new bamboo slip and handed it over, instructing that these medicinal pills be prepared before the night of the day after tomorrow. Upon receiving the slip, Lin Shi glanced at its contents and discovered it detailed various healing elixirs. It seemed that the recent conflict with the Lu family had inflicted significant losses upon their clan, necessitating urgent restoration of injuries. All right, Lin Shi beamed with genuine delight. Ultimately, he certainly did not wish for the family to impose such a daunting task of producing 200 pills in 2 days upon Zhou Luo, as he had come to regard him as a friend. Logically, as a scion of the main family, he should have been antagonistic towards Zhou Luo. However, Lin Shi's status within the main family was not particularly elevated, and his knowledge was limited. Coupled with his carefree nature, he seldom paid heed to such matters. Thus, he harbored no prejudice against Zhou Luo. On the contrary, he perceived him as a commendable companion. Chapter 65. Finally entering the second layer during dinner. Lin Shi arrived at his room as usual. Upon glancing at the meal, he recognized the same pile of ingredients he had seen in the kitchen earlier, which put Zhou Luo at ease. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. This time, he had administered a first-tier medium-grade poison, which would cause the victim's body to weaken and lose strength unless their cultivation level was above the 7th layer of qi refinement, allowing them to forcibly dispel the poison with their spiritual energy. Zhou Luo had calculated that this large-scale poisoning would surely attract the attention of the higher-ups. At that time, he could venture into the 2nd layer under the guise of research, thus gaining access to the Grand Elder's entourage. Brother Zhou, why is your little cat so capricious? Is it in heat? Lin Shi inquired while holding the little white cat. Earlier that day, the creature had been quite fierce, yet now it seemed so docile. I gave it a good scolding, Zhou Luo casually replied. At that moment, a sudden sound of rushing air resonated from outside, and the two, with their keen senses, could hear numerous footsteps. Zhou Luo and Lin Shi exchanged glances and promptly made their way outside. Upon opening the door, they saw several stern-looking guards striding towards the entrance of the 2nd layer. What is happening? Lin Shi asked one of the guards, gripping his arm. A large-scale poisoning incident has occurred in the 2nd layer. It may be an invasion by malevolent cultivators, the guard replied gravely. How is that possible? Lin Shi exclaimed in shock. Zhou Luo remained silent, realizing that his plan was indeed effective. Brother Zhou, I must go investigate, Lin Shi said, handing the little white cat back to him and joining the throng heading towards the 2nd layer. Zhou Luo chose not to linger and returned to his room. Knock, knock. Knock. Before long, a rapid series of knocks echoed through the air. Zhou Luo opened the door to find a tall middle-aged man standing before him. Behind him lay several poisoned individuals on stretchers. Without waiting for Zhou Luo to speak, the man forcefully entered the room and placed the poisoned individuals beside him. Can you concoct the appropriate antidote pills? The middle-aged man asked, his expression indifferent and voice icy. Zhou Luo's eyes flickered. It seemed that the family was not foolish. To prevent him from heading to the 2nd layer, they had brought the poisoned individuals directly to him for antidote concoction. However, the more insistent they were. The more determined he became to enter the second layer. I need to take a look, Zhou Luo replied before beginning to inquire about the symptoms of the poisoned individuals. After listening to their symptoms, he pretended to examine their bodies and feigned difficulty. This poison is unfamiliar to me. It appears quite troublesome. Isn't an antidote pill sufficient? The middle-aged man frowned. Antidote pills must be tailored to the specific poison. In my opinion, a regular antidote pill will certainly not suffice. Moreover, I cannot ascertain the cause. We must identify the source of the poison to concoct the pills properly, Zhou Luo said earnestly. It is related to the food, the man replied, gesturing for his subordinates to bring forth a basin of leftover dishes. They had swiftly determined the cause. Is that so? Zhou Luo feigned surprise and carefully examined the basin of leftovers, expressing his confusion. I do not detect any traces of poison. The poison was specially concocted by him and seamlessly blended into the ingredients, making it nearly imperceptible after being processed by the spiritual chef. Zhou Luo was certain that the other party had not detected the poison. The middle-aged man remarked, everyone became poisoned after consuming the meal. Indeed. They could not ascertain whether the food had been poisoned. It was merely speculation. It was also possible that a certain substance had been introduced, reacting with the unique environment of the second level, resulting in collective poisoning. Zhou Luo proposed this hypothesis. Is such a substance even existent? The other party inquired with evident skepticism. I cannot be certain. Hence, I must investigate personally, Zhou Luo replied. After a considerable detour, he ultimately directed all evidence towards the second level. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man exhibited a hint of conflict. He did not respond immediately but stated, you should administer detoxification pills to them first. Having said this, he turned and exited the room, presumably to report to his superiors. Zhou Luo understood that the other party would undoubtedly concede, for among the entire spiritual mind, only he, as an alchemist, had the potential to formulate an antidote. The other spiritual talismans and formation masters were incapable. Subsequently, Zhou Luo prepared several detoxification pills in front of the crowd. Unsurprisingly, after consuming the pills, the individuals showed no signs of improvement. When he indicated that he might also be powerless, the middle-aged man returned with a decision from the higher-ups. He could enter the second level for investigation. With his objective achieved, Zhou Luo appeared as calm as still water, while internally he was filled with exhilaration. In his perception, the reluctance of those above to allow him access to the second level was indicative of their fear that he might uncover certain crucial information, which was undoubtedly of great significance to the main family. The more they resisted, the more he believed that if he indeed entered the second level, he could potentially seize the initiative. Thus, under the escort of a group, Zhou Luo arrived at the second level. In stark contrast to the first level, the construction of the second level was markedly more rudimentary, resembling a cave. The first sight that greeted him was the piles of spirit ore emitting a faint glow, quietly stacked to one side, forming mountains and exuding an eerie yet alluring aura. Behind these heaps of spirit stones, a long corridor was faintly visible, with figures pushing carts to transport the spirit ore upwards. Furthermore, the rooms here were not as orderly as those on the first level. Instead, there was a sense of disarray. Guards stood before each room. Let us commence the investigation, the middle-aged man said beside Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo lifted his head, beginning to observe the surroundings. Behind him, the middle-aged man steadfastly followed, evidently intent on preventing him from interacting with the inhabitants of this place. The middle-aged man, named Lin Kai, was primarily responsible for the security of the first level. Following the incident, he had reacted promptly and accurately deduced that the source of the poison was the meal served that evening. Currently, all personnel responsible for the kitchen were being interrogated. His duty was to ensure Zhou Luo completed the formulation of the detoxification pills, restoring normalcy to the second level, while simultaneously preventing him from engaging with the elders. Realizing that Lin Kai was monitoring him, Zhou Luo requested to inspect each room. A chill flickered in Lin Kai's eyes, yet he did not intervene. Upon entering the first chamber, he observed the decor. It appeared to be the overseer's quarters. After a cursory glance, Zhou Luo proceeded to the next room. He continued his exploration until he arrived at a chamber adorned with intricate array formations and an array of spirit stones, where he halted. His gaze fell upon the elderly man reclining on the bed. Initially feigning an inspection of the room, he gradually approached the figure. At that moment, Lin Kai unexpectedly seized him. I suspect the cause lies outside. Otherwise, why would there be a collective poisoning? He stated coldly, feeling the strength in Lin Kai's grip. Zhou Luo recognized the intent to prevent him from advancing. He remained unperturbed, nodding in agreement. You are correct. I shall take a closer look outside. Only then did Lin Kai release his hold. Zhou Luo turned and exited the chamber. Chapter 66. The Ninth Elder Exiting the Chamber. Zhou Luo pondered as he made his way towards the pile of spirit stones. At present, given the presence of that individual behind him, it seemed nearly impossible for him to engage with the Grand Elder or initiate a conversation, unless, of course, he could conceive of an alternative approach. As he walked, his thoughts meandered until he arrived at the small hills before him. These were rough stones, untouched by any special treatment, hence their haphazard accumulation in this spot. Behind them lay a long, dim passage leading to the third level. Individuals were hauling cartloads of these crude stones upwards, their gaunt figures reminiscent of laborers he had encountered in a past life. Unfortunately, the family members who typically transported these stones had succumbed to collective poisoning, leaving only ordinary miners to assist. Zhou Luo paused, his gaze fixed on the group, when a thought suddenly struck him. Perhaps he could leverage his knowledge from a previous existence to connect with the Grand Elder. He turned to Lin Kai, a look of helplessness on his face, and said, "I cannot ascertain the cause of the ailment." Lin Kai regarded him with a detached expression and replied, "Then let us depart." Since Zhou Luo could not resolve the matter, they had no choice but to seek assistance from the family. However, Zhou Luo suddenly interjected, "But I may be able to concoct an appropriate antidote." "How do you intend to do that?" Lin Kai questioned, scrutinizing him. "If you cannot identify the cause, how can you formulate a remedy?" Meeting Lin Kai's gaze, Zhou Luo maintained his composure as he explained, "Each individual's constitution varies. If someone experiences alleviation of symptoms after consuming a basic detoxification pill, I might be able to develop a targeted antidote based on their constitution." A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Kai's eyes. He did not fully grasp Zhou Luo's meaning. Thus, Zhou Luo carefully relayed the knowledge he possessed regarding the immune system from his former life. Essentially, he proposed the possibility of identifying individuals among the poisoned who could resist the toxin, and subsequently, formulating a remedy tailored to their unique constitutions. "Are you certain you are not deceiving me?" Lin Kai inquired, skepticism etched on his face. He had never encountered such a theory and found it somewhat dubious. "This is a last resort. If you do not believe me, we shall have to seek help from the family." Zhou Luo shrugged. He was acutely aware that with Lin Jishou absent, and unless a skilled poisoner arrived, the family's alchemists alone would be incapable of producing an antidote. Upon hearing this, Lin Kai fell into deep contemplation. Not being an alchemist himself, he harbored doubts about Zhou Luo's theory. Yet he could not dismiss the possibility that Zhou Luo was deliberately misleading him. His duty was to prevent Zhou Luo from interacting with the array masters here. And according to Zhou Luo's assertion, such an approach would undoubtedly lead to unavoidable contact. "Since you are unable to proceed, return for now," Lin Kai stated coldly. Zhou Luo did not protest, for he understood that he would soon return to this place. Upon returning to the first level, Zhou Luo remained in his chamber, retrieving the bamboo slip Lin Shi had given him, and began the process of refining elixirs. Concurrently, Lin Kai hastily descended the mountain, arriving at the second level of the pavilion, where he relayed the earlier events to the fourth elder, Lin Tianfang. Lin Tianfang's aged visage flickered with a hint of surprise as he gently tapped his index finger against the wooden table, calmly stating, "The family's alchemist will arrive tomorrow morning." It was evident that Lin Tianfang harbored doubts about Zhou Luo, having already notified the clan. "Fourth elder, how is Zhou Luo's situation being handled?" Lin Kai inquired hesitantly. "Assign someone to monitor him closely, and conduct a thorough investigation of the second floor to see if we can uncover any clues," Lin Tianfang replied in a tranquil tone. "Understood," Lin Kai acknowledged before taking his leave. Once he departed, Lin Hui entered the room. "Have you managed to ascertain the situation?" Lin Tianfang reclined in his chair. Exhaling slowly, Lin Hui bowed slightly, expressing his helplessness. "Fourth elder, not yet. However, I suspect it may be related to the Lu family. After all, they had just engaged in a fierce battle during the day, and then a collective poisoning incident occurred that night, making it difficult not to draw connections." Upon hearing this, a sharp glint suddenly flashed in Lin Tianfang's murky eyes. He fixed his gaze on Lin Hui, intently stating, "Are you suggesting that there are agents of the Lu family infiltrating the spirit mine?" Lin Hui remained silent, his demeanor growing even more respectful. After a prolonged moment, Lin Tianfang waved his hand, declaring, "Go now, and continue your investigation. If anyone is found to be betraying the clan, they shall be dealt with ruthlessly." "Yes," Lin Hui responded, and exited the room. Lin Tianfang stared at the table, murmuring to himself, "The Lu family, is it?" As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the surface, where he picked up a blank sheet of paper and began to write. After several minutes, he had filled the paper with a substantial amount of text, which he then placed into a specially crafted envelope, affixing a spirit talisman to its exterior. This was a first-tier superior restriction talisman, which, when activated, could create a sealed space that only those possessing a specialized key could enter. Otherwise, only cultivators at the 8th level of Qi refining could force their way through. Due to its formidable power, such talismans were typically employed to secure specific areas, Yet this precious item was merely used by Lin Tianfang to seal this letter, underscoring the significance of its contents. After completing this task, Lin Tianfang summoned a messenger cultivator and instructed him to hasten to the clan and deliver the letter to the clan leader. The messenger departed swiftly. In the realm of cultivation, there exists no art of healing. This is primarily because the ailments afflicting cultivators can often be remedied with elixirs, even when elixirs fail. Those proficient in other crafts can generally find solutions. It can be said that alchemists have largely replaced the role of physicians. This explains why, upon encountering such a situation, Lin Kai sought out Zhou Luo without delay. Now that Zhou Luo proved incapable, the clan would have to rely on other alchemists. On the morning following the collective poisoning incident, a flying vessel emblazoned with the Lin family crest descended before the pavilion at the foot of the mountain. 4 individuals emerged from the craft. 3 of them donned specialized alchemical robes, each bearing a grave expression. Additionally, there was one more individual trailing behind them. The figure was clad in a deep black robe, intricately embroidered with golden cloud patterns. A shadow of solemnity veiled his sharply defined features. Yet it was his eyes, keen and piercing like those of a hawk, that captivated attention, as if they possessed the ability to perceive all truths and unravel every mystery. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, he commanded an air of authority that compelled even the 3 alchemists before him to exhibit utmost respect. Their pride quelled in his presence. He was Lin Xianfeng, the 9th elder of the Lin family and the head of the family's law enforcement hall. As the hall master, Lin Xianfeng possessed a remarkable acuity and a composed judgment, adept at scrutinizing details and uncovering flaws from the most minute clues. Even in the face of intricate cases, he had an uncanny ability to swiftly identify the crux of the matter and resolve enigmas. Thus, he presided over the family and Oppos as defensive forces, wielding the greatest authority and earning the family's profound trust. Previously, when Zhao Yuan audaciously infiltrated the family to abduct Bai Jiyan, Lin Xianfeng had partaken in the investigation, quickly discerning the connection between Zhao and Lin Daoming. However, under the protection of the Grand Elder, the matter ultimately faded into obscurity. The arrival of such a prominent figure served, on one hand, to safeguard the well-being of the 3 alchemists, and on the other, to unveil the truth behind the unfolding events. Chapter 67. Examination before the flying vessel. Lin Hui personally stepped out to greet a group of guards. Elder Jiu, I must trouble you this time, Lin Hui said, cupping his hands before Lin Xianfeng. Lin Xianfeng replied, strolling toward the pavilion as the other guards swiftly cleared a path. 3 alchemists behind him exchanged glances and silently followed. Upon entering the pavilion, Lin Xianfeng casually surveyed the surroundings before addressing Lin Hui. Summon all those who have entered or exited the kitchen. All of them? Lin Hui couldn't help but interject. Each day, there were at least dozens who frequented the kitchen. Interrogating them individually would entail an immense workload. Thus, he had only apprehended a few key individuals. All. Lin Xuanfeng's tone turned icy. Lin Hui bowed respectfully, not daring to oppose, while Lin Xianfeng ascended to the 2nd floor. The 3 alchemists remained behind. Once he reached the upper floor, Lin Hui exhaled deeply and turned to one of his subordinates, instructing, take them to meet Lin Kai. On the 2nd floor, Lin Tianfang's chamber, Lin Xianfeng pushed the door open without hesitation. Lin Tianfang did not exhibit any displeasure. Instead, he greeted him with a smile. You arrived sooner than I anticipated. Given that this matter concerns the Lu family, it is imperative that we uncover the truth swiftly. Lin Xianfeng casually seated himself in a nearby armchair. Indeed, this matter is of great significance. We must identify the infiltrator from the Lu family, Lin Tianfang said, his expression grave. Rest assured, as long as we commence our inquiries, we shall uncover clues. I will ascertain the facts within a day, Lin Xianfeng proclaimed with confidence. Lin Tianfang nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lin Xianfeng expressed surprise. Has Elder C perhaps broken through to the 9th level of Qi training? Lin Tianfang, taken aback, responded. How did you know? Because that tome on your desk pertains to the ancient art of weapon forging. Previously, I heard that Elder C had attained complete mastery at the 8th level of Qi training, merely a step away from the 9th. If he had not broken through, he would likely be perusing texts on cultivation rather than this. Thus, I surmised that Elder C must have indeed advanced, recognizing the considerable distance to the next minor realm. Prompting a curiosity in other skills, Lin Xianfeng explained, his voice calm and filled with self-assurance. Lin Tianfang paused momentarily before retorting, what if I merely wish to read it? Those on the brink of a breakthrough seldom possess the leisure to divert their attention to other matters. I dare say if you had not advanced, you would likely still be in seclusion, Lin Xianfeng countered. Lin Tianfang burst into laughter. Haha. You truly are worthy of your position as the head of the law enforcement hall. Your insight is indeed acute. It appears the traitor hidden within the family will soon be unmasked. Meanwhile, the three alchemists, under Lin Kai's guidance, had arrived at the second level of the spiritual mine. In an effort to resolve the current crisis, they had even brought along the family's first-tier superior detoxification pills. However, upon encountering the poisoned individuals, they found themselves utterly powerless. Even the detoxification pills they had brought proved ineffective. Ordinary detoxification pills could address the majority of ailments caused by toxins, but generally, they could only alleviate poisons that were two minor ranks below their own level. Unless a specific antidote is formulated for a particular poison, it is unlikely to counteract toxins of the same grade. Thus, in the face of a first-tier medium-grade poison, even a first-tier superior antidote proves utterly ineffective. Only the presence of Lin Zhishou, a top-tier first-grade alchemist, could yield a first-tier superior antidote. Moreover, this must be ensured against the possibility of encountering an even more potent toxin. Witnessing this predicament, Lin Kai promptly conveyed the theoretical framework articulated by Zhou Luo the previous day to his companions. Upon hearing this, several alchemists appeared bewildered. They had not encountered such notions within ancient texts, yet found it difficult to dismiss them as falsehoods. Consequently, Lin Kai immediately reported this matter to Lin Tianfang. Presently, Lin Zhishou, participating in the Spirit Pill Conference, would not return for at least another 10 to 15 days, leaving uncertainty as to whether those on the second tier could endure until then. In light of these circumstances, Lin Tianfang reluctantly consented to allow Zhou Luo to conduct experiments and specifically instructed Lin Kai to remain by Zhou Luo's side without fail. At midday, Lin Kai, accompanied by 3 alchemists, visited Zhou Luo to relay the decision made by Elder 4. Zhou Luo assured them of his utmost dedication to the treatment, subsequently indicating that a considerable quantity of antidotes would be required for the experiment. After all, there were at least over 100 individuals afflicted on the second tier, and it would take an inordinate amount of time for Zhou Luo to manage alone. Fortunately, the alchemists dispatched by the family were present, and the 3 expressed their willingness to assist. Thus, they retrieved alchemical furnaces and medicinal materials from their storage bags, commencing the production of antidotes alongside Zhou Luo. In front of outsiders, Zhou Luo had to maintain the facade of having just ascended to a first-tier medium grade, thereby considerably slowing his pace. Meanwhile, Lin Hui had summoned everyone who had entered or exited the kitchen from noon to evening into the hall, including Lin Shi, who had indeed frequented the kitchen during that time, thus raising no suspicion. He glanced anxiously at the renowned head of the law enforcement hall, stroking his bald head. This 9th elder was infamous for his ruthless decisiveness and lack of mercy. Under the guise of law enforcement, he dealt harshly with any breaches of protocol, his methods instilling fear in all. Should he discover Lin Shi's negligence, it would undoubtedly spell doom for him. Lin Xianfeng held a list in his hand, detailing approximate timestamps and the individuals present in the kitchen during those times. Most of these individuals were regulars, with only a few sporadic appearances noted. Naturally, these individuals had already undergone scrutiny, and under Lin Hui's questioning, they were all absolved of suspicion. Lin Xianfeng remained silent, merely observing the list intently as the crowd held their breath in anticipation. After a lengthy pause, he suddenly lifted his gaze, his piercing eyes scanning the assembly, and declared, "Those from the Lu family who remained in the kitchen or did not go to the front lines shall stay. The rest may leave." Lin Hui cast a deep glance at Lin Xianfeng, pondering whether this decision was perhaps too hasty. Shortly thereafter, all others dispersed, while Lin Shi, recalling Zhou Luo's cover, took a deep breath and remained in place. Observing the remaining 20 or so individuals, Lin Xianfeng narrowed his eyes and continued, "The individuals in the kitchen may also take their leave." The tense and anxious dozen or so people in the kitchen immediately felt a wave of relief and hastily departed. "Elder Jiao, this seems somewhat inappropriate," Lin Hui finally murmured. Lin Xianfeng did not acknowledge him, instead stating, "Since this matter pertains to the Lu family, their presence merely affords the poisoner additional time. This interval presents the optimal opportunity for the act of poisoning." In truth, the incursion of the Lu family was purely accidental. However, Zhou Luo did not anticipate that this unforeseen event would sow the seeds of a significant peril. The family had already associated the act of poisoning with the Lu family, compounded by Lin Xuanfeng's formidable acumen, which had effectively narrowed the time frame for the poisoning to this specific interval. According to Zhou Luo's assumptions, the individuals on the second floor would only be poisoned after dinner. Even if the family discovered that the ingredients had been tampered with, the extensive time span would make it exceedingly difficult to trace it back to Lin Shi, let alone implicate him. Indeed, the reality aligned with this notion. Lin Hui's inquiries primarily focused on the kitchen staff, entirely overlooking Lin Shi. Yet, who could have foreseen that the family would summon Lin Xianfeng, a person with extensive investigative experience? Chapter 68. the Grand Elder's scheme upon hearing Lin Xuanfeng's explanation. Lin Hui felt a jolt of realization. This was indeed an angle he had not considered. However, he was perplexed as to why the individuals from the kitchen were also permitted to leave. With trepidation, Lin Hui cautiously voiced his concern, but the people from the kitchen carry significant suspicion. Shouldn't they be detained? He dared not provoke the ruthless head of the enforcement hall. Would they choose to act yesterday if it were indeed them? Lin Xuanfeng's gaze turned icy as he countered. The individuals in the kitchen had been meticulously selected and had resided in the spirit mine for an extended period. If there were indeed agents from the Lu family among them, they would undoubtedly opt to strike at a pivotal moment rather than during a seemingly inconsequential time like yesterday. Lin Hui fell silent. With the departure of the kitchen staff, only 7 or 8 individuals remained in the hall. These were the ones who had not been dispatched to the front lines. Some continued to deliver meals, while others had more pressing matters to attend to. Lin Shi stood amidst the crowd, feeling a gnawing anxiety. Lin Tianfeng's gaze swept over the group as he began to interrogate them one by one. Though termed an interrogation, it was merely a casual inquiry about their whereabouts and actions at the time in question. Yet, his formidable reputation, coupled with his piercing gaze, sent chills down their spines. Everyone recounted their activities truthfully, except for Lin Shi, whose account deviated slightly. He claimed he had gone to retrieve the medicinal pills entrusted by the family. Why did you choose this particular moment? Lin Tianfeng asked, his tone as cold as ice. The Lu family's incursions are commonplace. I thought this was merely a minor disturbance. Lin Shi replied quietly. He believed it was a misjudgment that would lead to little more than a few reprimands from the family. If they were to discover his negligence, not only would he face a reduction in his stipend, but he would also be subject to the family's disciplinary measures. Moreover, he felt no significant psychological burden, as he believed the poisoning had nothing to do with him. You foolish boy, when is it ever an appropriate time to retrieve medicinal pills? Do you wish for your own demise? Lin Hui stepped forward, delivering a sharp slap to the back of his head, followed by a scathing reprimand. I'm sorry, Uncle Hui. Lin Shi lowered his head in shame. A contemplative expression crossed Lin Xuanfeng's shadowed face as he suddenly inquired, who is the alchemist you are responsible for? It is Zhou Luo, Lin Shi responded, though Lin Hui interjected before he could finish. So it is him? Lin Xianfeng murmured, his eyes narrowing. He had heard of Zhou Luo and recognized him as the Grand Elder's subordinate. Understood. You may all leave. Lin Xianfeng gestured dismissively, and the remaining individuals hastily departed. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Hui and Lin Xianfeng remained in the Grand Hall. At that moment, Lin Xianfeng suddenly declared, I was mistaken. Lin Hui, taken aback, asked, Grand Elder, what do you mean by that? Perhaps the poisoner is not from the Lu family. Lin Xuanfeng's words were startling. How is that possible? Lin Hui exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features. Lin Xianfeng ignored his astonishment and turned, ascending to the second floor, ultimately arriving at Lin Tianfeng's chamber. How did it go? Lin Tianfeng inquired, setting aside the ancient tome he had been perusing. This matter is the doing of the Grand Elder. Close the door, Lin Xianfeng said with a grave expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianfeng sprang to his feet, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, Do you understand what you were saying? Lin Xianfeng took a deep breath and replied, I have been pondering why the poison inflicted only incapacity upon the body without endangering life, and why it specifically targeted the second level. Is it because the second level houses the family's key figures, and the Lu family intends to paralyze the operation of the spirit mine? Lin Tianfeng's gaze darkened as he responded. The second level is occupied by those skilled in formidable arts, such as formation masters and weapon artisans, along with overseers who are also core descendants of the main family. With the collective poisoning of the individuals on the second level, the entire operation of the spirit mine has indeed come to a standstill. No, if that were the case, why not employ a more potent poison? Lin Xianfeng shook his head. Are you suggesting that the poisoner does not wish to take their lives? Lin Tianfeng's pupils constricted, as if he had just grasped the significance of the previous statement. Lin Xianfeng nodded. If I am not mistaken, the poison was likely administered by Zhou Luo. As for the method he employed, I am presently unaware. Zhou Luo? Lin Tianfeng sat back down, his voice tinged with surprise. His rationale for poisoning is quite compelling. Lin Xianfeng spoke coldly. Lin Tianfeng's aged face flickered with understanding. He aims to infiltrate the second level to unearth its secrets? In an instant, he realized why the other party was so insistent on probing the second level for the cause. If everything was indeed orchestrated by Zhou Luo, it was all preparation for his interactions with the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder may have sensed something amiss and thus seeks to unravel the underlying secrets, Lin Xianfeng explained. He stands as a pivotal figure on the side of the main family and is undoubtedly aware of the hidden secrets within this spirit mine. At this revelation, Lin Tianfeng's face seldom bore such a serious expression. The Grand Elder's decision to compromise and allow Zhou Luo entry into the spirit mine was evidently layered with ulterior motives. Furthermore, he knew that Zhou Luo would arrive at Qingyuan's sect in a month's time, and by then would likely depart the spirit mine. Should he uncover that secret, he could take it with him. Contemplating this, Lin Tianfeng's eyes brimmed with the glint of murderous intent. He must not be allowed to enter the second level and learn that secret. I will send someone to summon him, Lin Tianfeng declared. No, we cannot act recklessly. Lin Xianfeng interrupted. His gaze was icy as he continued. Since this is the Grand Elder's scheme, our actions would only convince them that the spirit mine indeed harbors secrets. Should that happen, we would face pressures beyond just Zhou Luo. To eliminate Zhou Luo would only serve to confirm the existence of secrets within the spirit mine. At present, the Grand Elder's faction was in a position of power, and he could easily exploit the situation to force a probe into the spirit mine. Thus, they could only obstruct Zhou Luo without resorting to lethal measures. Lin Tianfeng felt the complexity of the situation. He spoke coldly. If everything is indeed the Grand Elder's design, then Zhou Luo must possess an antidote. If we wish for the spirit mine to resume operations, we cannot impede him. Indeed. And we are oblivious to what further plans the Grand Elder might have. Even Lin Xianfeng had to concede that the Grand Elder's stratagems were undeniably astute. Two prominent figures of the family sat there, lost in contemplation. After a considerable time, Lin Tianfeng decisively stated, if he learns that secret, he must perish. If he remains ignorant, we may still devise a long-term strategy. Lin Xianfeng pondered deeply. By evening, the four had successfully concocted over 80 antidote pills. The three alchemists sat slumped in their chairs, visibly exhausted, while Zhou Luo remained spirited and vibrant. Youth is indeed a blessing, remarked an elder, observing the lively Zhou Luo with a sense of nostalgia. Well, let us be off. There is still much to attend to tonight, another added. Thank you for your hard work, esteemed elders, Zhou Luo said with a respectful gesture. The three then departed, heading down the mountain to dine at the pavilion. Chapter 69, The Sense of Crisis for Zhou Luo in the alchemy room. Zhou Luo sat upon a chair, casually brewing a cup of spiritual tea to rejuvenate his spirits, patiently awaiting Lin Shi's arrival with dinner. However, the usual time passed, and Lin Shi remained conspicuously absent. A sense of unease crept into Zhou Luo's mind. Was something amiss? He set down the jade teacup and muttered to himself. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Zhou Luo's apprehension dissipated instantly. He rose to open the door. To his surprise, the visitor was an unfamiliar face. The stranger extended a meal box towards him. This is your dinner for today, he stated. Where's Lin Shi? Zhou Luo inquired, scrutinizing the newcomer. He has some matters to attend to, so I will be delivering meals for the next few days. The individual replied. Is there something wrong? Zhou Luo asked, confusion evident in his voice. Just eat for now. I will return shortly to collect the dishes, the stranger nodded. Offering a few more instructions before turning to leave, Zhou Luo begrudgingly carried the meal box back into his room. Once he departed, a figure emerged from the shadow of a nearby room. It was Lin Xianfeng. His gaze was cold, and his half-lit face bore an inscrutable expression. Back in the room, Zhou Luo resumed his seat, fixating on the exquisite meal box. He retrieved the communication talisman that Lin Shi had given him for contact, infusing it with spiritual energy. The talisman emitted a faint glow. However, after a prolonged wait, there was no response. Could it be that Lin Shi was indeed engaged in some crucial task, rendering him unable to receive Zhou Luo's message? Zhou Luo attempted once more, but the talisman remained unresponsive. He stowed it away, a sense of unease welling up within him. At this critical juncture, should Lin Shi be genuinely occupied with significant matters, it would be a relief. What truly troubled him was the fear that Lin Shi's earlier impersonation and the poisoning incident had been uncovered, leading to his confinement. If that were the case, it would spell considerable trouble, for Lin Shi, being oblivious to everything, would undoubtedly implicate him. Poisoning a family member was a grave offense, if discovered. Even with the protection of the Grand Elder, he would likely face execution under the pretext of the main family. Yet, he did not perceive this possibility as particularly high. Although his plan had some flaws, the considerable time gap between the poisoning and its effects coupled with the meticulousness of his actions, combined with the chaos of the Lu family's invasion, would likely shield him from suspicion regarding this family member. Unbeknownst to him, it was the Lu family's incursion that inadvertently led Lin Xianfeng to pinpoint the critical moment of his poisoning, revealing Lin Shi's deceit with ease. Currently, Lin Xianfeng remained unaware of Zhou Luo's method of poisoning, so, with his astute mind, he sought to prevent Lin Shi from divulging any information about the day's events by simply replacing him. During the meal, Zhou Luo's thoughts remained fixated on Lin Shi. He found himself treading carefully in this precarious situation. Were it not for his desire to seize the initiative and glean information about the spiritual mind, he would never have contemplated the notion of poisoning. Now that the deed was done, he could only hope that the main family would remain oblivious to the entire affair. As he dined, lost in a myriad of thoughts, the meal quietly came to an end. For reasons unknown, Zhou Luo found it impossible to calm his restless mind. He felt as though he were traversing through darkness, an overwhelming sense of uncertainty weighing heavily upon his heart, with no inkling of what the next step might bring. At this moment, only by reaching out to Lin Shi could he find solace. Thus, he attempted to utilize the communication talisman once more, yet it remained unresponsive. Just then, a knock echoed at the door once again. Zhou Luo assumed it was the servant come to clear the dishes and seized the opportunity to inquire further. He hastily rose to open the door. In the next instant, a tall, shadowy figure cloaked in black appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was a man clad in a dark robe, his countenance shrouded in gloom, his expression impassive, and his piercing gaze directed at Zhou Luo. Instilling a profound sense of pressure, Zhou Luo instinctively took a step back. Do not be alarmed. I am merely here to ask you a few questions. Lin Xianfeng spoke with a voice devoid of any inflection. Who are you? Zhou Luo inquired, having never before encountered this individual. The head of the law enforcement hall. Commonly referred to as the Ninth Elder, Lin Xianfeng replied calmly. Upon hearing the title of the law enforcement hall's leader, Zhou Luo's mind reeled, frozen in place. Why had the head of the law enforcement hall come personally? Had his act of poisoning truly been uncovered? And was the other party here to bring him back to the family? In that fleeting moment, Zhou Luo even contemplated fleeing. Yet, the ninth elder of the family, could he truly escape? A torrent of thoughts flooded his mind, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, Lin Xianfeng sat indifferently in a chair, observing him quietly, and casually inquired, "Where were you during the Lu family's invasion yesterday afternoon?" This question jolted Zhou Luo back to reality. If it was merely an inquiry, did it imply that the main family had yet to discover his act of poisoning? He quickly steadied his nerves and bowed his head, saying, to the ninth elder, "I was in the alchemy room at that time. Who can vouch for you?" Lin Xianfeng pressed. "I did not leave the room, and the patrolling guards should be aware," Zhou Luo replied with measured confidence. Lin Xianfeng nodded, his keen gaze fixed upon him, before suddenly remarking, "You appear somewhat anxious." Zhou Luo grew even more respectful, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "My status is humble. It is only natural to feel nervous when encountering a figure as esteemed as the ninth elder for the first time. There is no need for apprehension. The family has sent me to investigate this matter, and I must inquire of everyone," Lin Xianfeng stated slowly. "Indeed, every word I speak is the truth." "May the ninth elder discern it clearly," Zhou Luo affirmed. Lin Xianfeng ceased further conversation. He had come merely to ascertain what was peculiar about this individual who had managed to slip past everyone and poison in the kitchen. It seemed that, despite being merely a pawn, Zhou Luo possessed commendable mental fortitude. Subsequently, he rose and departed without uttering another word. Once the figure had left, Zhou Luo exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. Truly, as the head of the law enforcement hall, Lin Xianfeng had maintained an air of normalcy throughout. Yet the pressure he exuded was undeniably palpable. Especially those sharp eyes made Zhou Luo feel as if all his disguises had been completely penetrated. This was the first time he experienced such a sensation since arriving at the family. What surprised Zhou Luo even more was the family's profound concern regarding this matter. They had actually dispatched a figure of elder status, and furthermore, the head of the law enforcement hall. This indicated a resolute intention to uncover the truth. Could he truly conceal the act of poisoning? The appearance of Lin Xianfeng instilled a profound sense of crisis within Zhou Luo. In that fleeting moment, he even regretted his impulsiveness in concocting such a scheme of poisoning. There was little he could do. After all, he was merely an ordinary individual, incapable of covering all bases. He had not anticipated the main family as steadfast opposition to his journey to the second level. Nor did he foresee the gravity with which the family regarded the act of poisoning, leading to the dispatch of an elder. Chapter 70. The Experiment in the Room. Zhou Luo sat in a chair, cradling Xiaobai, his heart filled with trepidation. His anxiety, already palpable, intensified further with the appearance of Lin Xianfeng. He made several attempts to communicate discreetly with Lin Shi, yet to no avail. Zhou Luo drank a cup of spiritual tea in one gulp, striving to calm his nerves and devise a strategy. In this dire situation, he found himself devoid of retreat, given that the main family had yet to strike against him. It could either be that they remained unaware of his nefarious acts or that they harbored reservations about the Grand Elder, thus hesitating to take action against him. Zhou Luo leaned more towards the former. In his perspective, the main family had long sought to suppress and eliminate him, and the crime of poisoning presented them with an opportune chance. At that point, even the Grand Elder would likely find himself powerless to intervene. Should the former be the case, however, there would still be room for maneuver. Determined, he resolved to adhere to the plan he had devised earlier, first seeking to comprehend the circumstances surrounding him. While lost in thought, 3 alchemists returned. Seizing the opportunity during their concoction of an antidote, Zhou Luo inquired about the events unfolding below the mountain. To his dismay, the 3 knew nothing. "Could you enlighten me about the 9th elder?" Zhou Luo asked. "How do you know the 9th elder has arrived?" One of the alchemists replied, puzzled. Zhou Luo then relayed the inquiries he had received from the visitor. Upon hearing this, the 3 nodded in unison. One remarked, "This indeed aligns with the 9th elder's character. He is meticulous, leaving no detail unexamined." Through their narration, Zhou Luo learned that the 9th elder was renowned within the family. His sharp insights and calm judgment, coupled with his keen observation of various details, enabled him to swiftly identify the crux of complex cases and unravel mysteries. In terms of investigative prowess, he was unparalleled. Conversely, he possessed a sinister and grim demeanor, particularly towards those who violated family rules or transgressed the law. His methods were ruthless, instilling fear. Anyone daring to challenge his authority faced unyielding punishment. His presence loomed like a sword suspended above, ever ready to descend, rendering others unable to find solace. Upon absorbing the details of Lin Xuanfeng's character, Zhou Luo's mind was thrown into turmoil. The tranquility he had momentarily attained was now shattered by a tempest of unease. Initially, he believed that his act of poisoning had been executed with such discretion that the main family had not discovered it. Yet, the existence of Lin Xianfeng instilled doubt in his judgment. Could such a formidable investigator truly overlook the evidence of his wrongdoing? The recent disappearance of Lin Shi, coupled with Lin Xuanfeng's earlier appearance, weighed heavily on Zhou Luo's mind. Had Lin Xianfeng already caught wind of some clues, yet remained uncertain? In that instant, a sense of impending storm overwhelmed Zhou Luo, amplifying the pressure he felt. "I must swiftly ascertain the situation here and establish contact with the Grand Elder's associates. Perhaps a method to turn the tide can still be found. Otherwise, if discovered, one might truly fear for their life." The previously fading sense of crisis surged anew within Zhou Luo, causing him to inadvertently make a mistake that resulted in the waste of an entire batch of medicinal herbs. However, the 3 alchemists paid little heed to this misstep. In their view, Zhou Luo had only recently ascended to the rank of a first-tier mid-grade alchemist, and failures in alchemy were to be expected. As the night deepened, the 4 finally completed the refinement of 120 first-tier mid-grade detoxification pills. The 3 alchemists, utterly exhausted, departed to rest. Zhou Luo remained seated on his bed, casting his gaze toward the corner where the small white creature curled up, his right hand gripping a communication talisman. He still had not managed to contact Lin Shi, which only heightened his anxiety. The looming threat of death enveloped him, rendering sleep elusive. With rest impossible, Zhou Luo resolved to meditate and cultivate. After all, the spiritual energy here was far denser and purer than that of his family estate. The following morning, after breakfast, Lin Kai and his entourage appeared outside the house. Upon stepping out, Zhou Luo found not only the 3 alchemists present, but also Lin Xianfeng unexpectedly in attendance. He stood aside, adopting a stance of detachment, which aroused Zhou Luo's suspicion. Logically, the head of the enforcement hall should be investigating a case. Why then was he accompanying them to the 2nd level? Given his status, he could enter and exit at will. Was he perhaps here to monitor Zhou Luo? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He even speculated that the other party might have already uncovered his act of poisoning. Perhaps for certain reasons, they had refrained from taking action against him. "Let us prepare and proceed," Lin Kai urged. Thus, the group made their way toward the 2nd level. Throughout the journey, Zhou Luo's mind was burdened with thoughts on how to resolve this predicament, yet he found himself devoid of viable solutions. The pressing priority was to ascertain information about the spirit mind first. Upon arriving once more at the 2nd level, the atmosphere remained heavily guarded. Those afflicted lay in their chambers. Although their lives were not in jeopardy, their physical weakness severely restricted their daily activities. Zhou Luo first approached the room of the overseer. The 3 alchemists and Lin Kai followed him inside, while Lin Xianfeng stood outside, seemingly uninterested in entering. The former were eager to observe Zhou Luo's experimental process, while the latter aimed to prevent any untoward actions. Inside the room, Zhou Luo administered a detoxification pill to the overseer. "Zhou Luo, where did you learn about these remedies?" One of the alchemists inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as they awaited the effects of the medicine. Having been preoccupied with alchemy earlier, they had not had the opportunity to ask about this so-called theory of human immunity, and now seemed the perfect moment. Zhou Luo, seated beside the bed, explained. During a visit to the town for medical treatment, an elderly physician once mentioned that certain minor ailments can resolve without medication. as the human body possesses the ability to heal itself. If this holds true for ordinary individuals, I believe it should be similar for cultivators. The alchemists exchanged glances, intrigued. They were raised within their family and, upon discovering their innate talent for alchemy, rarely ventured outside, thus remaining oblivious to the world beyond. At this moment, hearing such revelations, they could not help but feel a sense of astonishment and intrigue. I too am uncertain, yet we must try, added Zhou Luo. Several alchemists nodded silently. The spirit of exploration is indispensable for every alchemist. Otherwise, how could the predecessors have left behind so many formulas? In that instant, their gazes towards Zhou Luo were imbued with a hint of admiration. Unfortunately, when the effects of the medicine took hold, the individual on the bed showed no sign of improvement, remaining utterly immobile. Zhou Luo rose and stepped out of the room, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards Lin Xianfeng beside him. Rather than investigating the case, he appeared to be waiting, seemingly monitoring Zhou Luo. Contemplating this, Zhou Luo felt a surge of urgency. Chapter 71. The method to break the deadlock. The group continued their journey to the next chamber. As anticipated, several cultivators who consumed the detoxifying elixir showed no signs of improvement. The alchemists observing them wore expressions of disappointment, indicating that the so-called theory held little merit. Poison does not vary in its effects based on individual constitutions. However, Zhou Luo exhibited no signs of panic. He remained composed as he proceeded to the next room, resembling a devout seeker of knowledge, awaiting the occurrence of a miracle. Eventually, they arrived at the room of the elderly gentleman. Indeed, upon entering, Lin Xianfeng silently followed suit. Zhou Luo paid him no heed and approached the bedside. He retrieved a detoxifying pill, briefly explained his intentions to the elder, and placed the pill in the man's mouth. Then stood quietly, awaiting results. At the entrance, Lin Xianfeng stood expressionless, his gaze deep and cold. After a few minutes, the effects of the elixir began to manifest. The elder lay there, seemingly unchanged. The three alchemists instinctively turned to leave. Just then, the elder's index finger twitched slightly. Lin Xianfeng was the first to notice, his eyes flashing with intrigue. This moment coincidentally caught Lin Kai's attention as well. His eyes widened, and he instinctively exclaimed, "It's working." The three alchemists were taken aback, hurriedly turning back to observe. They fixated on the elder's right hand, where the aged index finger trembled. Although the frequency was minimal, it was indeed a significant discovery. For every poisoned individual, without exception, their bodies remained immobile, with no reactions other than the movement of their eyeballs. Now, the elder's finger had moved. Did this imply that Zhou Luo's theory was correct? In an instant, the alchemists exchanged glances, collectively turning their attention to Zhou Luo. Could he truly be a genius? At this moment, Zhou Luo's face was also filled with surprise and delight. "This is wonderful. I must conduct thorough research," he exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Of course, this excitement was feigned. Although his theory had validity in his previous life, who could guarantee its applicability in this realm? Thus, while concocting the detoxifying elixir, he deliberately incorporated elements of an antidote, granting it the ability to counteract the poison. This was the reason for the scene unfolding before them. Lin Kai's expression was somewhat complex as he glanced towards Lin Xianfeng at the doorway. The latter's gaze was lowered, seemingly unaffected by the events. Elder 9. This is a significant breakthrough. If we can uncover the secret behind this elder's ability to suppress the toxin, we may be able to develop an antidote, Zhou Luo stated, directing his gaze towards Lin Xianfeng. He knew that, from the beginning, it was the latter who wielded the ultimate authority. According to the plan, he intended to use the study of the elder's condition as a pretext to isolate others, thereby creating an opportunity for the two of them to be alone together. Yet, to be honest, he was uncertain whether Lin Xianfeng would grant him his wish. After all, if the latter were to discover that he was the one who had poisoned the elder, he would undoubtedly prevent him from obtaining any information regarding the spiritual mind. Upon being questioned, Lin Xianfeng lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp and piercing like those of a hawk, revealing no trace of emotional fluctuation. He then directed his attention towards the three alchemists, stating, "Given Master Xianlong's unique constitution, I trust you are capable of formulating an appropriate detoxification elixir." Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo's expression darkened significantly. It appeared that the other party had likely discerned his act of poisoning. Yet they were still unwilling to allow him to interact with the Grand Elder. But why did they not take direct action against him? Were they perhaps wary of the Grand Elder? Or did they intend to play the long game? Zhou Luo pondered these questions, yet remained composed, stepping back and calmly responding. Elder 9 is indeed correct. I shall leave the matter to you, esteemed seniors. The three alchemists, intrigued by the peculiar efficacy of the detoxification elixir solely on the elderly man before them, did not decline. One alchemist placed his right hand on the elder's wrist, channeling spiritual energy to investigate his condition. However, Aside from noting a reduction in toxicity within the elder's body, he failed to uncover any other anomalies. "It appears I cannot discern anything," he remarked awkwardly. "Allow me," another alchemist declared, eager to take his turn. Yet, he too found nothing of note. The third alchemist followed suit, yielding equally inconclusive results. The three alchemists exchanged awkward glances with Zhou Luo, who maintained a humble demeanor and an unruffled expression. Lin Kai's countenance darkened as he turned to Zhou Luo, his voice tinged with coldness. "Zhou Luo, can you identify any peculiarities in his constitution?" Zhou Luo refrained from meeting his gaze, instead addressing Lin Xianfeng with earnestness. "Elder 9, I require a private space to conduct my research. Perhaps therein lies a solution." Lin Xianfeng remained inscrutable, while Lin Kai's expression grew increasingly grim. He suspected that Zhou Luo must possess some method to resolve the issue, and this assertion was merely a ruse to secure solitary time with the elder. Contemplating this, he cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xianfeng, the head of the enforcement hall, pondering whether Elder 9 was aware of the underlying tension. If he were aware, how might he respond? Silence enveloped the room, creating an eerie atmosphere as everyone awaited Lin Xianfeng and Appo's response, yet none dared to meet his gaze. After a lengthy pause, Lin Xianfeng finally spoke. "In that case, proceed." Both Zhou Luo and Lin Kai were taken aback by his words. Particularly, Lin Kai and Appo's face turned a shade of disbelief as he regarded Lin Xianfeng, only to quickly avert his gaze in realization of his rudeness. Zhou Luo, equally astonished, had envisioned a scenario where his request would be thwarted, never anticipating a straightforward acquiescence. With that, Lin Xianfeng departed with an air of indifference, prompting Lin Kai to hastily follow. Although the other three alchemists were eager to learn of Zhou Luo's research methods, they dutifully exited as well. Once the room was vacated, Zhou Luo felt no elation at his apparent triumph, for he suddenly found himself perplexed by the inscrutable intentions of his counterpart. Initially, the main family had exhibited a strong aversion to his entry into the second level. Why? Then, had they now consented so readily? Could it be that they no longer cared about such matters? With this thought, a terrifying notion suddenly emerged in Zhou Luo's mind. The main family intended to commit murder to silence him. This would serve as a plausible explanation for their recent actions. Furthermore, should they eliminate him, they could employ the act of poisoning to absolve themselves from any accountability in the eyes of the Grand Elder. A chilling wave surged through Zhou Luo's body, and a look of panic betrayed his previously composed demeanor. He had managed to maintain his inner tranquility, convinced that perhaps there was still a chance for redemption, or that he could rely on the Grand Elder's connections within the spiritual mind to safeguard his life. However, if the poisoning incident were to come to light, his fate would be sealed. His complexion paled as he gazed at the motionless figure on the bed, his mind a tumult of confusion. What was he to do? Chapter 72, The Secret of the Spiritual Mind. Outside the door, Lin Xianfeng stood with an air of composure, while Lin Kai approached him with trepidation and respectfully inquired, "Elder 9, what if that young man discovers the secret?" Lin Xuanfeng's gaze fell upon the distant spiritual stone mountains, his expression darkening as he replied, "Then we shall eliminate him." Lin Kai's heart quivered at these words. No wonder Elder 9 had agreed to let him remain alone in the room. It was evident that he was prepared to deal with the matter decisively. With this thought, Lin Kai's anxiety dissipated entirely. Meanwhile, within the room, Zhou Luo's mind was in disarray, unable to conceive a way out of his predicament. Under the weight of overwhelming power, all schemes were rendered futile. Even the array of poisons he possessed, including a second-tier lower-grade bone-corroding powder, would prove meaningless. Never mind, I must first treat him. Zhou Luo gazed at the elderly man lying on the bed, resolute in his decision. The elder had yet to take action, perhaps out of fear of the Grand Elder. If that were the case, establishing contact with the Grand Elder's associates might provide a glimmer of hope. With this in mind, he produced a collection of spiritual talismans, affixing them to every corner of the room. These mid-tier first-grade talismans, crafted by him earlier, could obscure perception and conceal aura, preventing outsiders from probing within. With such an array of talismans, even a cultivator at the 9th layer of qi refining would find it challenging to discern what transpires inside the room. Upon completing this task, Zhou Luo approached the bed, retrieving a crimson pill and placing it into the elder's mouth. This was the genuine antidote. The moment the elder ingested it, a gentle force coursed through his body, revitalizing his previously weakened state and swiftly restoring his senses. The elder's right hand stirred slightly, a familiar sensation washing over him. He opened his mouth, attempting to articulate a sound. After a prolonged moment, he fully regained his faculties. Yet a conflicted expression marred his aged visage. "You should not have come," he said to Zhou Luo, his first words not of gratitude but of resignation. "Initially, I harbored some regret about my actions, but now I find myself with no retreat." Zhou Luo inhaled deeply, explaining briefly his previous poisoning scheme to gain access to the second layer. Upon hearing this, the elder was astounded. You dared to do such a thing? Zhou Luo offered a wry smile. I believed it would go unnoticed. He had indeed been discreet, had the family not dispatched Lin Xianfeng. Lin Hui's investigative prowess would likely have led to an inconclusive resolution. Ah, you have underestimated the family's regard for this spiritual mine, the elder sighed. Isn't this merely a new mine? Zhou Luo queried, perplexed. In his understanding, the only distinction here was the abundance of spiritual stones due to its recent development. He could not fathom how it differed from other spiritual mines. Precisely because it is a new mine, it harbors secrets. The elder straightened himself, leaning against the headboard. Secrets? What secrets? Zhou Luo sat up straight, his expression turning serious. It seemed he was on the verge of uncovering the reasons behind the family's prior attempts to thwart him. But the elder abruptly asked, Do you believe you can escape the spiritual mine? Zhou Luo initially believed that the elder was concerned for his safety and replied, In a month, I shall journey to Qingyuan's sect for study, so as long as I remain safe within this month, I will be able to depart. It is no wonder the Grand Elder sent you here, the old man suddenly remarked. Zhou Luo furrowed his brow, contemplating that it was not the master family who had summoned him. However, he dismissed the thought and continued to inquire, Senior, what is the secret of the spirit mine? The elder gazed deeply at him and began to narrate slowly. The elder, named Lin Xianlong, was a first-tier high-grade formation master. After the family seized the spirit mine, he was dispatched to maintain the formation's operation and construct new formations. Besides him, there was another formation master on the second level. As the Grand Elder, Lin Xianlong was acutely aware that his responsibilities extended beyond merely maintaining the formation. He was also tasked with monitoring the master family. Following the acquisition of the spirit mine, amidst various power struggles, the Grand Elder relinquished the contention for this new spirit mine, thereby gaining control over other spirit mines belonging to the family. This was also the reason why many formation masters had recently traveled to other spirit mines. The Grand Elder surmised that the master family placed such importance on this new spirit mine due to the presence of something more significant within. Thus, Lin Xianlong's mission was to uncover the secrets of this spirit mine. However, he never anticipated that the master family had no intention of concealing anything from him. Soon, he and another formation master were dispatched to the fourth level of the spirit mine. There's a fourth level? Zhou Luo exclaimed in astonishment. According to Lin Shi, had it not been stated that this spirit mine only possessed 3 levels? Indeed, the fourth level is not open to the public. Only core personnel of the master family are permitted to enter, Lin Xianlong clarified. The master family brought him to the fourth level and instructed him to begin constructing defensive formations, with the natural aim of concealing this level and preventing others from intruding. It was only upon arriving at the fourth level that Lin Xianlong finally comprehended why the master family was so adamant about controlling this new spirit mine. To his amazement, it housed a small spirit vein. Spirit veins are categorized by size into 6 types: micro, small, medium, large, and exotic spirit veins. The micro spirit vein is most suited for individual cultivation and is the most widely distributed, with the vast majority being utilized by family immortal sects as spirit mines for extraction. Next is the small spirit vein, which possesses more abundant and pure spirit energy, often suitable for establishing a family. The Lin family's spirit vein is classified as a small spirit vein. Ascending further, the medium spirit vein offers even more concentrated and refined spirit energy, typically monopolized by immortal sections. It is said that Qingyuan sect was established atop a medium spirit vein. The large, gigantic, and exotic spirit veins are exceedingly rare, usually controlled by royal families or great immortal sections. A small spirit vein signifies the potential to give rise to a new lineage of longevity, as its spirit energy is sufficient for cultivators to progress rapidly. Upon learning this secret, Zhou Luo was profoundly astonished. No wonder he had noticed the rapid absorption of spirit energy during his cultivation on the first level. Initially, he had believed that all spirit mines were alike, only to realize that it was merely due to the presence of a small spirit vein in this particular mine. Why has the main family chosen not to disclose this news? Such an announcement could undoubtedly bolster the strength of the clan. Zhou Luo could not help but exclaim. A newly discovered small spiritual vein could elevate the Lin family to the pinnacle among the 5 illustrious families of longevity, perhaps even birthing another foundational powerhouse. Humph. Lin Xianlong scoffed. In the past, I believed that while the main family was indeed formidable, they would ultimately consider the interests of the clan. However, I am astounded to find that they would stoop so low to preserve their own status. Upon discovering this small spiritual vein, their immediate response was to suppress the information and dispatch a multitude of main family disciples here to cultivate, entirely disregarding any obligation to inform the clan. Zhou Luo fell into silence. No wonder, when I journeyed to this spiritual mine, the Grand Elder took the time to send Linda to caution me. It appears that the main family has abandoned all moral boundaries in their pursuit of family dominance. Simultaneously, Lin Xianlong's words stirred a tempest within Zhou Luo's heart, as he now felt an overwhelming certainty of his impending demise. Chapter 73. No room for choice upon arriving at the spiritual mind. Zhou Luo felt akin to an unsuspecting traveler entering a dark forest, utterly oblivious to his surroundings. It was precisely this ignorance that compelled him to seek deeper understanding of the situation, leading him to contemplate entering the second layer. However, his lack of knowledge regarding the family's vigilance towards the timing of the poisoning and their deployment of an elder to investigate ultimately resulted in the revelation of the truth behind the poisoning. He then pondered the possibility of continuing his plan, attempting to establish contact with the elder's associates in search of a solution. Yet, due to his profound ignorance, his initial desire to comprehend the circumstances and seek refuge led him to uncover the mind's greatest secret. At last, he comprehended why, despite knowing he had poisoned them, they had refrained from eliminating him. For them, the act of poisoning itself held little consequence. Whether it was poison from the Lu family or his own, it mattered not. Their every reactive measure stemmed from a fear of exposing the spiritual vein's existence. To protect this vein, they would even go so far as to entrap two first-tier high-level formation masters within these confines. Had Zhou Luo remained unaware of the mind's secret, perhaps they would have hesitated to take lethal action against him. For once he was dead, the elder, already suspicious of the mind, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to investigate. But now, it was too late. Armed with the knowledge of the mind's secret, there was no possibility of his escape. And with a month remaining before he had to journey to the Qingyuan sect, it was certain they would eliminate him before then. As Zhou Luo leaned back, he envisioned his own demise. No, this could not be. At that moment, he jolted awake, sitting upright with renewed determination. He could not perish here. He possessed a system and a long lifespan. He could not simply succumb to such a dismal fate. Yet, at present, the system offered no assistance. His mind raced as he sought strategies. Do not be overly alarmed. After all, you can leave in a month and relay this matter to the elder, Lin Xianlong reassured. Observing Zhou Luo's startled demeanor, Zhou Luo, with a bitter expression, replied, "Do you truly believe I can depart after learning this secret?" Lin Xianlong was momentarily taken aback, responding, "Aren't you sent by the elder?" To him, it seemed all was orchestrated by the elder, implying that Zhou Luo had some means of self-preservation. In truth, I was assigned here by the family, Zhou Luo admitted, feeling a sense of helplessness. He was uncertain whether the elder was involved behind the scenes. But one thing was clear, the elder could not aid him. Lin Xianlong appeared even more perplexed. With a complex expression, he asked, "What if I continue to feign poisoning? That way, they will remain unaware of our conversation." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight sparked in Zhou Luo's eyes. Yes, as long as the family remained uncertain about his awareness of the secret, they might hesitate to act against him out of suspicion. If they did not act immediately, this would present him with an opportunity. Yet, when Zhou Luo contemplated Lin Xuanfeng's piercing gaze that could perceive all, he found himself uncertain whether the master would truly refrain from taking action. This poison undoubtedly required resolution. What if, upon Lin Xianlong's awakening, he divulged everything under Lin Xuanfeng's relentless scrutiny? He could not entrust his very life to another, even if that individual shared his allegiance. For when the specter of death looms, the unpredictability of human nature is ever apparent. Reflecting on this, Zhou Luo turned his gaze towards the window. Outside stood several indistinct figures, namely Lin Xianfeng and his associates. A flicker of murderous intent began to surface in his eyes. If they were corpses, their secrets would remain concealed, would they not? In that fleeting moment, a notion of killing emerged within Zhou Luo's heart, a notion born of desperation. Yet, the target of his lethal thoughts was not Lin Xianfeng, but rather the unsuspecting Lin Xianlong. Only by eliminating the latter could Lin Xianfeng be left in doubt regarding Zhou Luo's knowledge of the spiritual mind's secrets. As long as uncertainty prevailed, he would hesitate to act before Zhou Luo's departure from the mine, granting him precious time. Moreover, by slaying Lin Xianlong, perhaps the master would perceive the tenuous ties between Zhou Luo and the Grand Elder, allowing him to pivot towards the master's faction. Truth be told, Zhou Luo's fondness for the master's faction hovered near zero. Yet, in the name of survival, he felt compelled to pursue this course of action. It was the sole avenue available to him. He averted his gaze, and when he turned back to Lin Xianlong, his expression remained unchanged, though a tinge of guilt stirred within him. "Cursed be this wretched world," he silently cursed. "In a realm governed by the law of the jungle, one must either prey upon others or be preyed upon. A position of weakness necessitates a passive advance, devoid of choices." An overwhelming sense of powerlessness engulfed Zhou Luo, prompting him to take a deep breath. "What do you think?" Lin Xianlong inquired, observing Zhou Luo's dazed demeanor. Zhou Luo met his gaze. suddenly breaking into a broad smile. I believe you are absolutely correct. Rest assured, the master only harbors suspicions and would not dare act against you recklessly. Lin Xianlong assured him. Indeed, for a more convincing act, I implore you to consume this. Zhou Luo proffered a dark brown pill. Lin Xianlong accepted it without hesitation. Glancing at it with curiosity, I didn't anticipate this poison to be so potent. It must have been gifted by the Grand Elder. After ingesting the poison, Lin Xianlong reclined voluntarily. He remained oblivious to Zhou Luo's expressionless gaze, which resembled that of one observing a corpse. As Lin Xianlong lay down, intending to impart a few more words to Zhou Luo, he was suddenly seized by a violent tremor, his countenance shifting dramatically, followed by an intense wave of agony that coursed through his entire being. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked toward Zhou Luo, the whites of his eyes darkening to a deep gray. With a violent cough, Lin Xianlong expelled a copious amount of blood, convulsing a few times before succumbing to stillness. Zhou Luo observed in silence as blood splattered across his impassive face, rendering him somewhat fearsome. He exhaled softly, rose to gather the spirit talismans, and approached the door, which he opened. Outside, Lin Kai and others turned their gazes toward him. Upon witnessing the blood staining his face, several individuals turned pale with shock. What has happened? Lin Kai demanded sternly. Zhou Luo, his complexion ashen, replied, I am sorry, I have failed. Standing nearby, Lin Xuanfeng's darkened gaze flickered with surprise upon hearing these words. Lin Kai, filled with urgency, forcefully shoved Zhou Luo aside and rushed into the room. There, he beheld the lifeless form of Lin Xianlong, his eyes wide open in eternal slumber, devoid of any sign of life. Stunned, he staggered back several paces. Behind him, Lin Xianfeng and the others entered the room. Except for Lin Xianfeng, the three alchemists were equally struck by the horrific scene, their faces pale and filled with disbelief. It is all my fault. I never anticipated that the elder would succumb. Zhou Luo, the last to enter, lamented, his expression wrought with anguish and his voice hoarse. Chapter 74. The Duel of Wits. No one anticipated that Lin Xianlong would meet his demise within the confines of the room. Lin Kai abruptly turned towards Zhou Luo at the door, his expression as frigid as ice, and coldly demanded, what on earth happened? With a countenance marked by sorrow, Zhou Luo recounted the sequence of events. Through comprehensive investigation, he had determined that the other party possessed a unique constitution and sought to consume an antidote pill he had previously concocted. However, he was taken aback when the antidote reacted with the poison within, culminating in this tragic outcome. Unimpressed by this explanation, Lin Kai directed his gaze towards Lin Xianfeng, anticipating a response from him. Yet, Lin Xianfeng appeared to be utterly unresponsive, his shadowy visage betraying no emotion or intent to speak. Left with no alternative, Lin Kai could only say, you should come and take a look. The three alchemists were equally astounded by the unforeseen outcome, exchanging glances. One of the elder alchemists stepped forward, placing his right hand on Lin Xianlong's pulse to begin his examination. A flicker of spiritual light danced as a faint green aura surged into Lin Xianlong's body, enveloping him in a glow of verdant light. Minutes later, beads of sweat formed on the elder alchemist's forehead as he withdrew his hand, stating with resignation, there are indeed signs of pill consumption, and it appears he succumbed to poisoning. Zhou Luo, seated at the entrance, wore a remorseful expression, yet his heart remained tranquil. He understood that it was impossible for them to detect the presence of the first-tier supreme poison. Even if Lin Jisho were present, it would be futile. For this poison had been meticulously crafted by him as a safeguard, its potency only slightly inferior to that of bone corrosion powder. Only a second-tier alchemist or a first-tier supreme poison master could potentially uncover it. At present, the alchemist could only ascertain that the victim had died from poisoning, which inadvertently corroborated Zhou Luo's account. Lin Kai was profoundly dissatisfied with this response. His gaze darkened, and he asserted vehemently, what do you mean should be? The alchemist, caught off guard, awkwardly admitted that he could not ascertain the specifics. If he could not, then the other two alchemists were even less likely to do so. Lin Kai's expression turned ashen as he fixed his glare on Zhou Luo, exclaiming, you killed him. According to family rules, you must die. Panic washed over Zhou Luo as he hastily replied, Lord Lin, this was an accident. I never anticipated this outcome. In experiments, no one can predict the results. I am innocent. Moreover, I have grasped the principles of the poison now, and I assure you I can concoct an antidote. You must grant me this opportunity. His voice trembled, and fear flickered across his face as the specter of death loomed. Lin Kai was poised to speak again, intending to exploit the situation to eliminate this nuisance. At that moment, Lin Xianfeng, who had remained silent, calmly interjected, this is your final chance. Yes, thank you, Elder Jiao, for your magnanimity. Rest assured, I will succeed, Zhou Luo exclaimed, his demeanor shifting to one of profound relief as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Lin Xianfeng. adopting a posture as humble as it could be. Elder 9, however. Lin Kai still wished to express something, but upon meeting those cold, piercing eyes, he was rendered speechless, bowing his head in deference. Remove the corpse, Lin Xianfeng commanded before departing the room. Lin Kai's expression was exceptionally grim as he approached Zhou Luo, whispering, "I do not comprehend the trickery you are attempting, but rest assured, it is utterly futile." Zhou Luo maintained his gaze downward, his demeanor respectful, not uttering a single word. Soon, Lin Kai summoned his subordinates to retrieve Lin Shenlong's body, while Zhou Luo, along with 3 alchemists, was escorted back to his original quarters to commence the concoction of detoxification pills. Meanwhile, his quarters were heavily guarded. On the path to the lower pavilion, Lin Kai observed the silhouette ahead and could not restrain himself from quickening his pace, stepping forward to softly inquire, "Elder 9, I cannot fathom why we do not seize this opportunity to execute him." Lin Xianfeng continued walking with an air of indifference, slowly responding, "Why should we execute him? He murdered Lin Xianlong and may possess knowledge of that secret." Lin Kai lowered his voice. "Then why should we kill him?" Lin Xianfeng retorted. Lin Kai stood astounded, utterly perplexed by the intentions of the head of the law enforcement hall. Lin Xianfeng chose not to elaborate further, simply issuing the order, "Preserve the body. I shall take it back to the family." "Understood," Lin Kai acknowledged. Upon arriving at the lower pavilion, Lin Xianfeng entered Lin Tianfeng's chamber alone. "How goes it?" Lin Tianfeng inquired, lifting his gaze from an ancient tome upon noticing his visitor. "Lin Xianlong is dead," Lin Xianfeng replied with composure. "What?" Lin Tianfeng's voice rose in astonishment. Lin Xianfeng then recounted the events that had transpired. After absorbing the information, Lin Tianfeng fell into deep contemplation. Was it Zhou Luo who poisoned him? He suddenly posited. "I do not know, but I believe it to be inconsequential," Lin Xianfeng remarked. "Indeed, does he know the secret of the spirit mine?" Lin Tianfeng asked, his expression growing solemn, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. "I am uncertain, yet I lean towards the belief that he remains unaware," Lin Xianfeng replied. "It is well acknowledged that Lin Xianlong was aligned with the Grand Elder. Now that he is dead, if Zhou Luo has indeed fully sided with the Grand Elder, he would not permit himself to suffer such a debilitating loss at the spirit mine. Whether Zhou Luo's actions were deliberate or incidental, Lin Xianlong's demise indicates that his allegiance is not as steadfast as presumed. Given this uncertainty, why not endeavor to win him over? After all, his talent for alchemy is undeniable. Had he not stood with the Grand Elder, the family would not have harbored murderous intentions." Lin Tianfeng understood the implication but hesitated. Yet what if he knows the secret of the spirit mine? Such a significant secret warrants erring on the side of caution. "We still have time to observe. For now, we must focus on the Grand Elder's stance," Lin Xianfeng stated calmly. "Zhou Luo will remain at the spirit mine for nearly a month. Whether to sway him towards the family or ascertain his ignorance of that secret, we have ample time. What must now be done is to relay this matter back to the family, ensuring that the Grand Elder is informed." After all, Lin Xianlong was indeed under the Grand Elder's wing. With his demise at the hands of Zhou Luo, doubts will surely arise within the Grand Elder's mind, compelling him to ponder whether Zhou Luo has already aligned himself with the main family. Such a scenario would present them with an opportunity for manipulation. What if this entire situation was orchestrated by the Grand Elder? Lin Tianfeng countered. The Grand Elder, known for his sagacity, might have anticipated every development. Thus, it is imperative to observe the decisions he will render. Lin Xianfeng's penetrating gaze shimmered with insight, suggesting that he had already formulated a subsequent strategy. Consequently, Lin Tianfeng refrained from further comment, for he recognized Lin Xuanfeng's capabilities. In terms of scheming, only the family head and he could contend with the Grand Elder. Therefore, this matter shall conclude here. Lin Tianfeng ultimately established the tone regarding the recent poisoning incident. Chapter 75. A dual approach for Zhou Luo. The act of eliminating Lin Xianlong resembled a gamble. He was uncertain whether this would earn him the trust of the main family and prevent them from turning against him. This was the extent of his capabilities at present. The immediate priority remained to resolve the timing of the poisoning. As for the potential repercussions regarding the alleged poisoning of the family's array master, Zhou Luo could afford to concern himself with that no longer. Within the alchemy chamber, 3 alchemists gazed in astonishment at Zhou Luo's death technique. They had spent decades mastering the first-grade mid-tier and believed they were close to achieving the upper tier, convinced they could perform at Zhou Luo's level. Yet, he appeared to have only just embarked on the first-grade mid-tier path. How could his technique mirror that of a seasoned master with over a decade of experience, executed with such precision and an unparalleled command of both flame and medicinal properties? Furthermore, his method of merging elixirs was so intricate that the 3 could not fathom achieving such finesse. It demanded an extraordinary concentration. Remarkably, Zhou Luo exhibited no signs of fatigue post-production. No wonder the sixth elder had chosen him as a disciple. His talent was simply formidable. Zhou Luo's performance once again recalibrated the trio's perception of him. After concocting the antidote, he entrusted the pill to Lin Kai's subordinate for administration to the afflicted individual. During this interval, he elucidated the principles behind the antidote and elaborated on Lin Xianlong's unique constitution. Why choose this moment to elaborate? Because he had yet to devise a suitable explanation. While crafting the elixir, he had meticulously prepared his narrative, which now flowed effortlessly. The three alchemists were left profoundly shaken. They had not anticipated Zhou Luo's exceptional comprehension of medicinal concoctions. He truly was a prodigy in the art of alchemy. Completely convinced, the three were left in awe. At that moment, Lin Kai's subordinate arrived with news. The poisoned individual had indeed returned to normal after consuming the antidote. Thus, the three alchemists also engaged in the alchemical process. Simultaneously, two elders became aware of Zhou Luo's success in producing the antidote. What do you suppose would happen if all of this were indeed Zhou Luo's doing? Lin Tianfeng inquired casually from his position in the grand chair. On the left, Lin Xianfeng remained clad in his dark robe, his shadowy visage betraying no emotion as he remarked, "He indeed possesses certain capabilities. A mere son-in-law managing to stir such significant turbulence would even garner the attention of the two elders. Alas, it is regrettably limited, with his humble standing. He utterly fails to captivate their interests. You shall hold on to this letter and present it to the family head when the time comes." Lin Tianfeng's finger subtly twitched, causing a golden envelope to soar from the table and land before Lin Xianfeng. Lin Xianfeng accepted it, casting a penetrating glance at his counterpart, and spoke. "It appears this is our first collaboration, and it revolves around his son-in-law." His notion of collaboration was, of course, directed towards subsequent matters. Since Lin Tianfeng was the overseer of the spiritual mind, it was incumbent upon him to observe Zhou Luo and ascertain whether the latter was privy to the mind's secrets. Meanwhile, Lin Xianfeng aimed to sow discord between Zhou Luo and the Grand Elder, fostering a rift between them. A dual approach would be the most prudent strategy. Lin Tianfeng smiled in response. Let us not forget, he is still the Grand Elder's foremost disciple. Although Zhou Luo was an outsider, his status had always been considerable. Both the Grand Elder and the Sixth Elder held him in high regard, which is precisely why the family would not easily dispose of him. Had it been anyone else, they might have met an untimely demise on their very first day at the spiritual mine under some obscure pretext. During dinner, the three alchemists had already departed. Zhou Luo cradled the small white creature, stroking its soft fur as he contemplated his forthcoming plans. Considering Lin Xuanfeng's earlier demeanor and the tranquility of the afternoon, it seemed his choice was indeed sound. Yet, he felt as though he were at the eye of a storm. Fortunately, Lin Xianlong had shared some insights about the spiritual mine during the day, including the distribution of guards and the internal layout of the mine. According to his account, the entire spiritual mine had 3 guard teams, led by Lin Kai, Lin Hui, and Lin Qi. Lin Kai was responsible for the first and second levels, while Lin Hui managed daily operations and the security of the attic. Lin Qi, on the other hand, was tasked with overseeing the third and fourth levels, specifically to prevent the discovery of secrets. Moreover, both the second and third levels had an additional entrance, elucidating why he had not seen anyone delivering food to the lower 2 levels on the first floor. The fourth level was connected to the third by a singular, rather secluded entrance, making access quite challenging. As per Lin Xianlong's warning, should the family head decide to take action against him, they would certainly assign him to the third level, for it was there that only the most loyal disciples of the family were permitted, creating an ideal opportunity for an accident to befall him. Thus, as long as Zhou Luo remained amidst the bustling crowd of the first level, he would likely be spared any harm. Additionally, Lin Xianlong had specifically instructed him on how to contact individuals on the first level, cautioning that this was essential for preserving his life. While this information was not immensely advantageous to Zhou Luo at present, it certainly alleviated his aimless wandering. Upon careful reflection, it becomes evident that the intricate power struggle between the main family and the esteemed elder is exceedingly unpredictable, leading me, unbeknownst to myself, into a perilous trap of death. At that moment, Zhou Luo suddenly recalled that Lin Xianlong had remarked, "No wonder the elder would send you here," followed by the query, "Aren't you sent by the elder?" These two seemingly simple statements altered Zhou Luo's perception of the kind-hearted elder. Gazing at the crimson phoenix soared by the bedside, he murmured, "Could it be that everything is orchestrated by the elder?" Yet, how could he have anticipated that he would endeavor to penetrate the second layer? Zhou Luo found himself perplexed. However, he understood that if the elder had disclosed these matters to him in advance, his inherent nature would have undoubtedly deterred him from risking his life for such endeavors. With this thought, Zhou Luo's gaze darkened. Perhaps the elder was acutely aware of this aspect, prompting him to compromise with the main family, allowing Zhou Luo to venture to the spirit mine while shrouding him in secrecy. Once he became privy to the secrets of the spirit mine, retreat would be impossible. It is no wonder that Lin Xianlong had divulged the specifics of the spirit mine to him, insisting that he make an effort to establish contact with the elder's associates. Perhaps, after uncovering the secrets of the spirit mine, his survival would no longer carry significance. Zhou Luo's eyes grew cold. Initially, he had presumed that the familial conflict would be relatively amicable. However, it appears that both sides are cunning foxes, willing to sacrifice others to achieve their ends. As the one destined for sacrifice, Zhou Luo could not help but feel a surge of indignation. Yet, he also recognized that this predicament was a direct consequence of his own inadequacies and strength. If he were sufficiently powerful, would he not be in a more advantageous position? Chapter 76. Temptation. As Zhou Luo encountered more challenges, he increasingly recognized the significance of strength. Initially, he believed that he could rely on the prolonged lifespan granted by the system to endure until the day of ascension. However, it has become evident that some things cannot merely be wished into existence. In this harsh realm of cultivation, he must tread carefully, exerting every ounce of effort to confront the dangers that lie ahead. This thought ignited within Zhou Luo an intense desire to distance himself from his family and seek a suitable place to establish his own lineage of longevity, where he could persist until the very end. Yet, such aspirations must wait until he has acquired sufficient resources to pursue them. Regarding the creation of a long-lived family, Zhou Luo contemplated the spiritual vein beneath his feet. Perhaps this location could serve as an ideal foundation. Regrettably, the path ahead is fraught with uncertainty, and he is unaware of what unforeseen events may arise along the way. While lost in contemplation, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Rising to answer, he was greeted once more by the familiar visage of Lin Shi, who, bald-headed and beaming, held a lunchbox in hand. "I heard you concocted an antidote," he said cheerfully. "It was merely luck. Where have you been?" Zhou Luo inquired after ushering him inside. According to Lin Shi, he had been dispatched to investigate a nearby location. Due to the considerable distance, the short-range communication talismans were ineffective. He then recounted the events of Lin Xuanfeng's examination from the previous day, confidently asserting that the latter had failed to discern his deceit. Zhou Luo, however, refrained from mentioning that the truth had already been evident to the other party. It appeared that Lin Xianfeng had sent Lin Shi away to avoid alarming the snake, seeking insight into Zhou Luo's intentions. Thus, he had followed him all the way to Lin Xianlong's residence. Lin Shi's arrival at least confirmed one thing for Zhou Luo: the poisoning incident had likely passed, and the current priority was to ensure that the main family remained oblivious to his knowledge of the spiritual mind's secret. "By the way, I heard you were responsible for the death of a formation master. What transpired?" Lin Shi inquired, cradling the small white creature and sitting opposite Zhou Luo. "Alas, it was not my intention. It was purely an accident," Zhou Luo sighed, his expression pained. Lin Shi shook his head solemnly. "If the family learns of this, you are likely to face punishment. Is it that serious?" Zhou Luo feigned panic. "I cannot say," Lin Shi replied, then lowered his voice. "Do you know what I discovered during this outing?" "What?" Zhou Luo asked, holding his bowl, curiosity piqued. "A new cave," Lin Shi said, his expression imbued with excitement. "A cave?" Zhou Luo hesitated, setting down his bowl, speculating whether it might be another entrance to the second layer. "Indeed, when I stood there, I felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, akin to the core area of our family's spiritual vein," Lin Shi exclaimed, his voice animated. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo's heart raced. Could it be a second entrance to the fourth layer? "I originally intended to enter and investigate, but the captain stopped me, claiming it was a forbidden area," Lin Shi lamented. After speaking, he turned to Zhou Luo and asked, "Where do you think that cave might lead?" Zhou Luo shrugged his shoulders and replied, "How would I know? Perhaps it was crafted by the Lu family earlier. There is indeed that possibility. How wonderful it would be to cultivate there," Lin Shi mused. Suddenly, he set down the small white creature and stood up, moving his chair next to Zhou Luo. Observing this, Zhou Luo furrowed his brow slightly. Lin Shi then whispered in his ear, "Why don't we go together? You devise a plan, and I will help you create a diversion." Upon hearing this, a tumult of emotions surged within Zhou Luo. If it were truly possible to cultivate near the spiritual vein, it would be exceptionally beneficial for his practice. To be honest, Zhou Luo felt a twinge of temptation. After all, he possessed a disguise talisman. It would not be impossible to masquerade as another guard. However, he wondered why Lin Shi was so certain that he would have a plan. At that moment, Zhou Luo was jolted back to reality. He turned to look at Lin Shi, who was also gazing at him. "What do you think?" Lin Shi awaited his response. Zhou Luo remained silent, his mind racing with questions. If the master family had already deduced that he was the one who poisoned, They would undoubtedly also be aware of his transformation into Lin Shi's likeness. This fact Lin Shi was likely unaware of. Yet, his sudden proposal seemed as though he was privy to Zhou Luo's disguise, suggesting that escape was feasible. In an instant, a dreadful hypothesis flickered through Zhou Luo's mind. He was testing him. If he truly knew the secret of the fourth layer, he would be compelled to investigate. A chill ran down Zhou Luo's spine, and his heart trembled with apprehension. The master family's trial had commenced. He endeavored to calm his racing thoughts and replied nonchalantly, "I believe it is unnecessary. Cultivating here should be no different from there. And besides, I must refine pills every day." "Indeed, let it be." Lin Shi seemed to acquiesce to his reasoning and retreated. Subsequently, Lin Shi posed several questions to Zhou Luo. Although they were merely mundane inquiries, Zhou Luo, now alert, felt as if every word was a subtle probe. Dinner concluded amidst this heightened tension, and once Lin Shi departed, Zhou Luo exhaled a sigh of relief. He was uncertain whether his suspicions were accurate, but one thing was clear. If the master family confirmed his knowledge of the secret, his life would be forfeit. He dared not take the gamble. After leaving the room, Lin Shi, carrying a wooden box, chose not to depart but instead headed towards the opposite dwelling. Inside, Lin Xianfeng sat quietly. Elder 9, Lin Shi respectfully bowed and recounted the events in meticulous detail. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianfeng instructed, "You may go." Lin Shi complied and departed. Lin Xianfeng then fixed his gaze on the entrance, his eyes sharp and piercing as if they could penetrate any barrier, landing upon the figure in the adjacent room. Indeed, this was a test he had orchestrated. As it stood, it was difficult to ascertain whether the trial had been a success or a failure, for he had not received the answers he sought. Could it be that he truly remained unaware of the secret of the spiritual mind? A contemplative expression crossed Lin Xianfeng's shadowed visage before he rose to leave. "This matter will be entrusted to the fourth elder. I must return to attend to other family affairs." The following morning, the 4 individuals successfully concocted the necessary antidote. After the second-tier members ingested it, they all remarkably recovered. With the poisoning incident resolved, Lin Xianfeng and his companions prepared to depart, alongside the remains of Lin Xianlong. Although the poisoning crisis had concluded, a myriad of complexities awaited these prominent figures, ripe for contention. It remains uncertain what tumultuous ways will arise within the family upon learning of the demise of a first-tier high-grade array master. Despite Lin Xianfeng and his companion's departure, Zhou Luo maintained his vigilance, particularly due to Lin Shi's actions from the previous night, which increasingly unsettled him. Initially, he believed the other party to be different from the main family members, yet it now appeared that he had misjudged. When faced with interests, all are alike. Chapter 77. Family Council upon the Flying Vessel. A certain alchemist suddenly recalled something and turned to his companions, saying, "It seems we did not retrieve the detoxification pills we crafted." Previously, they had concocted over 100 detoxification pills, consumed more than 20, leaving over 90 in Zhou Luo's possession. The other 2 alchemists exchanged glances, astonished. Indeed, all 90 detoxification pills had been claimed by the other party. If sold, they could fetch at least 100 spirit stones. Never mind, considering his potential, he might well become a second-tier alchemist. Let us regard this as a good fortune. One alchemist remarked. Initially, they had merely heard of Zhou Luo's talent with skepticism, but witnessing it firsthand had truly won their admiration. In the foreground, Lin Xianfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his cold eyes glimmering slightly upon hearing this. It appeared that this minor consort was even more intriguing than he had anticipated. If everything was indeed orchestrated by him, then his intellect was commendable, perhaps. If he could be brought into their fold, he could be nurtured further. Contemplating this, he cast his gaze downward at the mountains and vegetation, closing his eyes, choosing to disregard Zhou Luo's affairs. There were more pressing matters awaiting his attention. In the core area of the Lin family, a solemn and enigmatic edifice stood. Though it was but a single story, it was enveloped in radiant spiritual light. The walls, paved with azure bricks, bore intricate patterns, with subtle spiritual energy circulating within, emanating an inexplicable aura of authority. Above the grand entrance, a plaque forged from redwood inscribed with the words Council Hall commanded respect. It was said that these characters were penned by the venerable ancestor of the foundation establishment, imbued with supreme power, which ordinary chi practitioners would not dare to gaze upon directly. Inside the hall, the walls were adorned with portraits of past family heads, with the central figure being the Lin family's ancestor, whose countenance radiated kindness and a gentle smile. Even though it was merely an ordinary painting, none dared to look directly at it. Before the portrait stood a massive oval council table, carved from a millennium-old black jade, engraved with obscure and cryptic runes that could isolate all matters, ensuring the privacy of discussions held around it. On either side of the council table, 10 seats were arranged, The first three on the left were golden-hued thrones, while the subsequent two were relatively ordinary rosewood chairs. Directly in front, the seat symbolizing the family head was crafted from spiritual wood, intricately carved with cloud patterns, and the Lin family's emblematic red maple leaf, exquisite and resplendent. The backrest was further adorned with several medium-grade spirit stones, shimmering with radiant light. At this moment, 6 individuals were already seated around the council table. According to tradition, the left side was honored, while the right side was lesser. Thus, the Grand Elder occupied the foremost position on the left, facing the second elder, clad in a blue robe, with the remaining elders arranged in descending order. The 6th elder, Lin Jishou, and the 4th elder, Lin Tianfang, who were still attending the Spirit Pill conference, had not yet arrived. Therefore, only 7 elders of the family were present. They had gathered here to deliberate on the matters recently relayed from the spirit mind. Seated in the prominent position on the left, the venerable elder leaned against the back of his chair, maintaining his benevolent demeanor, showing no signs of emotional disturbance despite the loss of a disciple. Shortly thereafter, the family patriarch, Lin Tianxiang, emerged from the side, his countenance exuding an aura of confidence and authority that deterred any from approaching him lightly. Behind him, the 9th elder, Lin Xianfeng, silently took his place. This elicited a deep glance from a portly middle-aged man opposite them. Lin Tianxiang surveyed the 8 individuals present, his commanding voice resonating through the room. Since we are all here, let us allow the 9th elder to recount the events that transpired. Except for the Grand Elder, the others turned their attention to Lin Tianfang. With a composed expression, Lin Tianfang slowly recounted the events concerning the spiritual mind. The reactions of those present varied. Some appeared astonished, others remained composed, while a few could not help but glance at the Grand Elder as the overseer of formations. Every formation master in the family was under the Grand Elder's purview, and now that one had perished on the spiritual vein controlled by the main house, it was likely to incite a storm of bloodshed. Is it confirmed that this incident was orchestrated by Zhou Luo? Inquired the middle-aged man beside Lin Xianfeng in a deep voice. He was Lin Guangping, the 7th elder of the family and the head of the Public Security Hall. In contrast to Lin Xuanfeng's Law Enforcement Hall, the Public Security Hall primarily managed external affairs of the family, ensuring the peace of Maple Leaf City and guarding against invasions, thus wielding slightly more power than Lin Xianfeng. Although Lin Xianfeng meticulously detailed the events, the Grand Elder's faction could not guarantee their authenticity. Who could say if he was fabricating accusations against Zhou Luo to suppress them? After all, given Zhou Luo's abilities, it would be exceedingly difficult to slay a first-tier high-grade formation master. In response to the inquiry, Lin Xianfeng produced a booklet from his robe. This contains Zhou Luo's account. He tossed the booklet onto the table, which opened to reveal Zhou Luo's image amidst a flicker of spiritual light. Within the spiritual glow, Zhou Luo appeared distraught as he narrated the events, continually asserting that everything was an accident and that he had no intention of such an outcome. Listening to Zhou Luo's account, the elders aligned with the Grand Elder wore somber expressions. If Zhou Luo was indeed responsible, they found themselves at a loss for how to proceed, stealing glances at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder remained unperturbed, not even glancing at the booklet. Humph. If he has slain a crucial member of the family, why was he not brought back to face punishment? Spoke an elder clad in a gray robe, seated to the left of Lin Guanping. His white beard quivered with agitation, and his voice was filled with ire. He was Lin Yan, the 5th elder and the head of the family's weapon-forging division, known for his fiery temper. 5th elder, while it is true that Zhou Luo caused the death, it was ultimately in an attempt to save a life, interjected the 8th elder from across the table. To save a life? This was a first-tier high-grade formation master, a person whom the family invested vast resources and effort to cultivate. Now, they have died under ambiguous circumstances. Should not that son-in-law be held accountable? Lin Yin retorted vehemently. The 8th elder fell silent, while the 3rd elder spoke softly, asserting that punishment was inevitable. However, since he had saved others, his merits outweighed his transgressions. Indeed, the purpose of gathering everyone today was to deliberate on the matter concerning Zhou Luo. The family head, Lin Tianxiang, sat at the forefront, his voice steady and commanding. After speaking, he turned to Lin Xianfeng and inquired, as the head of the Law Enforcement Hall, "What is your perspective?" Lin Xianfeng replied, "According to family regulations, Zhou Luo should atone with his life. Yet, given the circumstances and the fact that he saved others, I believe this matter can be addressed leniently, which is why I did not bring him back." Upon hearing this, several elders displayed expressions of astonishment. Both the faction of the family head and that of the Grand Elder found it rather incredulous. It was widely known that Zhou Luo had wed the granddaughter of the Grand Elder, thus aligning him with that faction, while Lin Xianfeng belonged to the main family faction. Why then was he advocating for Zhou Luo? Chapter 78, punishment. No one anticipated that Lin Xianfeng would speak in defense of Zhou Luo. Furthermore, recalling how the latter had appeared alongside the clan leader earlier, could it be that this was the leader's intention? Contemplating this, the assembly, who initially intended to voice their opinions, chose to remain silent. How shall we mitigate the punishment? Lin Tianxiong inquired. Lin Xianfeng seemed to have already prepared his response, articulating with measured calmness. I propose a penalty of 3 years forfeiture of salary, the revocation of all privileges for 3 years, and 20 lashes. Forfeiting 3 years' salary meant that he would no longer receive support from the clan during this period. The privileges in question pertained to cultivation in the spiritual veins, blessed grounds, and discounts on daily purchases. Moreover, this decision implied that his family would have to vacate the Zhou garden once again. Most concerning, however, were those 20 lashes. These were no ordinary strikes, but rather inflicted with spiritual energy through a thorn whip. Given Zhou Luo's frail constitution, it was uncertain whether he could endure such punishment. This sentence was neither excessively lenient nor overly severe, considering the clan had lost a first-tier upper-grade formation master. The elders present refrained from voicing their opinions, uncertain if this aligned with the clan leader's will. At that moment, the silence was broken by the eldest elder, who stated, "This incident is indeed excusable. However, the punishment is rather harsh. If word of this spreads, who would dare to engage in such exploratory experiments in the future?" His tone was calm yet commanding. Following his lead, the second elder concurred. "I, too, believe this is excessive, as no one desires an unforeseen event." Lin Xianfeng leaned back in his chair, his gaze lowered, remaining reticent. The other elders aligned with the clan leader prepared to counter, but Lin Tianxing interjected, "In that case, let us settle on a penalty of 5 years forfeiture of salary and 10 lashes. While this adjustment appeared to prolong the duration, the removal of the privilege penalty rendered it less severe for an alchemist. Most importantly, the lashes had now been reduced from 20 to 10. Lin Tianxiong's proposal startled the assembled elders. None had anticipated the clan leader's rapid concession. The elders affiliated with the main family exchanged glances, ultimately choosing to acquiesce. With a resolution reached, the next step was for the law enforcement hall to implement the decision, prompting the other elders to rise and depart. As they exited the conference hall, several elders hastened toward the eldest elder without reservation. Among them, the seventh elder, Lin Guangping, whispered, "Elder, there is something amiss here." The others nodded in agreement. It was evident that the main family was handling this matter with a light touch. However, Zhou Luo was ostensibly one of their own. The main family should have seized the opportunity to impose a harsh reprimand, unless Zhou Luo had already aligned himself with the main family's faction. In response to this, the eldest elder maintained a neutral expression, simply stating, "Zhou Luo is a promising talent. We shall discuss this further upon his return." However, the other elders wished to voice their concerns, yet the eldest elder's disinterest was palpable, his gaze silencing them. At the entrance of the conference hall, Lin Xianfeng stood with arms crossed, casting a shadowy glance at them. After a while, clan leader Lin Tianxing emerged from within. The eldest elder truly possesses remarkable composure, Lin Xianfeng remarked with a hint of admiration. According to his original expectations, should the main family advocate for Zhou Luo, it would likely lead the eldest elder to question whether Zhou Luo had indeed shifted his allegiance. If the poisoning and assassination of Lin Xianlong were not orchestrated by the elder, then he would not have interceded on Zhou Luo's behalf. Yet, he did speak up, even in the face of the family's apparent favoritism towards Zhou Luo. Could it be that he truly masterminded the entire affair? Lin Xianfeng could not discern the truth for the moment, but the game was far from over. Even if the opponent had orchestrated everything, he still had the means to drive a wedge between the two. The family head, Lin Tianxiong, displayed no interest in this discourse, his expression impassive as he stated, "Tomorrow, I shall send Lin Shi and several others on an expedition. Should Zhou Luo fail to win them over, let Tian Fong show no mercy." "Understood," Lin Xianfeng replied with a bow. As evening approached, Zhou Luo received a punishment from the family. The outcome, however, caught him slightly off guard. It was rather lenient. This left him uncertain about the family's true stance. Based on his calculations, he had anticipated a fierce dispute between the family head and the elder, ultimately resulting in a severe penalty. Yet, it appeared that both parties had swiftly reached an agreement. Did the family head intend to draw him into their fold? Zhou Luo found himself deep in thought. Aligning with the family could potentially be advantageous given his current predicament, and it might even afford him the opportunity to ascend to the 4th tier. However, this would necessitate a complete severance from the elder's faction, unless absolutely necessary. Zhou Luo was reluctant to take sides. His earlier marriage to Lin Jinxian had been unavoidable. Now, maintaining a neutral stance seemed more conducive to his survival. "Zhou Luo, these are the medicinal pills to be refined in the coming days," Lin Shi announced, entering with a food container. Since the previous incident, Zhou Luo had grown increasingly wary of this seemingly familiar individual. In this place, he could trust no one but himself. Even the person Lin Xianlong had urged him to contact was not to be relied upon. During their meal, Zhou Luo inquired about the punishment of the whip. Typically, those who contravened family rules faced whipping, and since a specially crafted spiritual whip was employed, each strike was forceful enough to inflict grievous harm, even on cultivators. 10 lashes, while not excessive, would render one bedridden for at least 4 to 5 days. Zhou Luo, however, felt no concern regarding this. He had already completed the first stage of the giant bear body refinement technique, rendering his physique remarkably resilient, capable of withstanding attacks from those below the 5th level of qi cultivation. A mere 10 lashes posed little threat. The following day, a flying vessel descended before the pavilion at the mountain's base. A group of young men and women disembarked. Their curiosity piqued as they surveyed the surroundings before being led away to the inner sanctum of the spiritual mind. Only one young woman remained behind. She possessed an exquisite beauty, her lustrous black hair elegantly styled with a white jade adornment, with strands cascading gracefully on either side. Pink earlobes were adorned with star-shaped earrings. And beneath her delicately arched willow leaf brows, her eyes sparkled with clarity and vitality. This was none other than the 5th Miss, Lin Shi, whom Zhou Luo had encountered at the banquet. Today, she donned an elegant white gown, draped with a delicate brown veil that shimmered subtly under the sunlight. The slightly open neckline revealed her slender collarbone, while the loose sleeves danced gently with her movements, resembling a celestial being. Lin Shi ascended to the loft, making her way to the 2nd floor. Upon pushing open the door, she encountered the 4th elder, Lin Tianfang. Lin Shi bowed respectfully, addressing him as 4th grandfather. Lin Tianfang, being the brother of Lin Tianxiang, naturally held the title of 4th grandfather for Lin Shi, the direct granddaughter of Lin Tianxiang. Lin Tianfang gazed at her, a warm smile gracing his face as he beckoned her to take a seat. There are matters that require your attention, he stated. As you wish, 4th grandfather. Lin Shi replied with a polite nod. Chapter 79, The Resilient Body for Zhou Luo. Each new day bore little distinction from the last. Although the family's punishment had concluded his prior ordeal with poison, the secrets of the spiritual mind and the family's internal strife weighed heavily upon him, leaving him breathless and sleepless for several days. Fortunately, as a first-tier master alchemist, he was somewhat equipped to meet the rigorous demands of alchemical creation, despite his current state. The only solace he could find was in the fact that cultivating here was infinitely superior to doing so within the confines of his family. The presence of a minor spiritual vein allowed him to sense the rapid advancement of his strength. Since he could not depart, he resolved to calm his mind and dedicate himself to his practice, believing that remaining indoors would at least spare him from an untimely demise. Yet, amidst the tempest, how could one maintain tranquility indefinitely? Just as Zhou Luo sat cross-legged on his meditation mat, a knock echoed through the door once more. It was still too early for a meal. Who could it be? A sense of caution washed over him as he opened the door, revealing the enchanting visage of Lin Shi. He stood momentarily stunned. It had been quite some time, hadn't he? Lin Shi smiled softly, her clear, luminous eyes stirring emotions within him. Miss 5, what brings you here? Zhou Luo instinctively inquired. Suddenly, he recalled Lin Xianlong's words regarding the 4th floor as a training ground for core family members. Since she was a direct descendant of the head of the family, it was highly likely she sought to practice. But why had she chosen him? Was this another test from the main family? At this thought, Zhou Luo felt a shiver run through him, and a sense of wariness began to grow. This time, I shall administer the punishment, Lin Shi said with a gentle smile. Zhou Luo then remembered the family's penalty. But why was it Lin Shi who had come? Although puzzled, he respectfully replied, Then, I kindly ask you to be gentle. Miss 5. My grandfather sent me, thus I shall refrain from being too harsh, Lin Shi stated, her gaze drifting to the room. Will you not invite me in? Zhou Luo quickly stepped aside. It is an honor to have you visit my humble abode, Miss 5. With a smile, Lin Shi gracefully entered the room. Upon stepping inside, she immediately noticed the Snow Mountain Spirit cat lounging on the bed. You have a little cat? Lin Shi exclaimed in delight, rushing forward to pick up the small white creature. The drowsy cat opened its eyes, ready to resist, but upon receiving Zhou Luo's silent command, it obediently allowed Lin Shi to cradle it in her arms. What a beautiful little cat, Lin Shi remarked, gently stroking its soft fur. I brought it along to alleviate the boredom, Zhou Luo replied as he prepared a cup of spiritual tea for her. Lin Shi settled down, her gaze fixed on the little cat, her eyes sparkling with joy. When I was a child, I also had a cat much like this one, though it sadly wandered off. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Luo's eyes as he pondered whether the main family had a penchant for cats. Perhaps it was fate. He sat across from the pure and graceful Lin Shi and spoke. Perhaps so, though that cat was somewhat larger than this one. Lin Shi responded, her tone light, Zhou Luo smiled silently. Lin Shi tenderly stroked the small white creature, gazing up at him, her crystalline eyes reflecting his figure. I never expected you to be so audacious as to poison the Grand Elder, she remarked. Her seemingly sweet voice, however, struck Zhou Luo's ears like thunder, sending a jolt through him. His face displayed a flurry of panic as he sprang up like a coiled spring, his voice trembling. Fifth miss. This was merely an accident. Lin Shi smiled placidly. Do not be alarmed. This matter has already reached its conclusion. Zhou Luo wore a look of relief, yet his mind was troubled. Initially, the fifth miss had professed her aversion to familial strife, yet it appeared she had become embroiled in it regardless. This realization made Zhou Luo acutely aware that the family's probing was far from over. In truth, whether your involvement was intentional or not mattered little. Lin Shi continued to caress the small creature's head. Surely, you are aware of the secret of the spirit mine? What secret? Zhou Luo queried, his expression one of confusion. Lin Shi lifted her clear gaze to meet his, a smile gracing her lips. If you marry me, I shall divulge the secret. Fifth miss, you. Zhou Luo's complexion paled, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that this pure and elegant beauty would be so forthright. Was she attempting to draw me into the main family? Or was she testing me? Zhou Luo's mind raced. At that moment, Lin Shi covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Look at how frightened you are. I was merely jesting. Zhou Luo managed a wry smile. Fifth miss, you truly startled me. Very well. Prepare for your punishment, she declared. Lin Shi shook her head slightly, finding the situation rather amusing. Here? Zhou Luo exclaimed in surprise. Why? Do you wish for everyone to witness your state of disarray? Lin Shi retorted with a smile. Zhou Luo quickly shook his head. To the bed. Then, Lin Shi motioned. Zhou Luo obediently approached the bedside and lay down. Lin Shi retrieved a circular object and placed it on the table. Zhou Luo recognized it. Previously, Lin Xianfeng had produced it while recounting matters regarding Lin Xianlong. It was an apparatus designed to record images. Subsequently, Lin Shi set down the small white creature and took out a thorny spirit whip intended for punishment. This whip, crafted from resilient thorns, was covered in sharp, minute spikes that resembled swords in their sharpness. For an ordinary person, a single strike could prove fatal. Even a typical chi refining cultivator could endure at most a dozen lashes. And even then, they would suffer grievous wounds and excruciating pain. With the thorny whip in hand, Lin Shi approached the bed with a serious expression, her slender right hand shimmering with spiritual energy, exuding an air reminiscent of a mischievous little demon. It begins, Lin Shi proclaimed, raising the thorny whip and striking Zhou Luo's back. As the whip sliced through the air, a crisp sound resonated. Zhou Luo remained motionless, not even a flicker of spiritual energy surrounding him. Crack! The thorny whip landed heavily upon his garment, producing a resounding noise, yet Zhou Luo remained unharmed. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. You are still wearing a protective garment? Zhou Luo turned his head, feeling awkward. The Grand Elder gave it to me. Take it off. Lin Shi grasped the thorny whip, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Zhou Luo, with no alternative, reluctantly removed his robe, leaving only a white shirt. Lin Shi continued her onslaught, delivering another strike. This time, the thorny whip instantly tore through the white fabric, crashing against Zhou Luo's broad back. Yet, he remained unscathed. Not even a trace of blood marring his skin. How is your physical body so resilient? Lin Shi inquired, astonished. I had a bout of boredom at home and practiced my physical cultivation, Zhou Luo replied candidly. Lin Shi pursed her lips and unleashed a flurry of strikes. After several lashes, the white shirt was reduced to tatters, yet Zhou Luo's back, emanating a faint glow, remained utterly unscathed. Seeing that it was nearly sufficient, Zhou Luo ceased employing the Great Bear Body refinement technique. With a resounding crack, the seventh lash fell, and a surge of pain surged through him. Without the aid of the technique, a faint scar finally appeared on his back. However, the mark was shallow, and the pain was mild. Even without the technique, his physique remained formidable. Observing this, Lin Shi paid it no mind, continuing to administer punishment with half of her strength. A circular object on the table shimmered, recording every moment of this encounter. Chapter 80. Reunion with an old friend. The 10 strikes did not endure for long, and since Lin Shi did not exert herself seriously, only a few blood marks were left upon Zhou Luo's back, which could be considered sufficient. Zhou Luo rose, tearing off his white shirt to reveal his upper body. After enduring the tempering of the Great Bear Body refinement technique, his physique was markedly different from that of ordinary Qi practitioners, boasting distinct muscle contours and a clear outline, exuding a sense of powerful beauty. Lin Shi, witnessing this scene, blinked her beautiful eyes but did not display any shyness. Instead, she began to appreciate what she saw. Your physique is quite commendable, she remarked with a smile. Zhou Luo shrugged, retrieving a new white shirt and donning it, followed by a purple gold robe. During this interval, the blood marks on his back quietly mended with the assistance of spiritual energy. Lin Shi stowed away the circular object and left behind a communication talisman. Casting Zhou Luo a meaningful glance. I shall remain here for a few days. I did not deceive you about what I previously said. Ponder it carefully. With that, she turned and exited the room. Zhou Luo fastened the buttons of his robe, his gaze falling upon the communication talisman on the table. And he could not help but shake his head. It appeared that the main family had resorted to the allure of beauty to win him over. The fifth young lady of the family, if he could become her husband, it might indeed prove advantageous for him. Yet, the Grand Elder lurked in the shadows, ever watchful. Being on the fence seemed quite favorable. At least there was no decisive victor, allowing him to live in peace, even if a clear winner emerged. Should he demonstrate even a modicum of alchemical talent, the family would surely hesitate to eliminate him. With the punishment concluded, Zhou Luo commenced his routine of meditation and cultivation. As for the communication talisman, he carelessly tossed it aside. After leaving the first floor, Lin Shi arrived at the pavilion at the foot of the mountain and recounted the earlier events to Lin Tianfang, though she abhorred familial strife. As a direct descendant of the family, there were matters she could not evade. She spoke truthfully about Zhou Luo marrying her, if he were willing. The main family would undoubtedly arrange the union. After all, compared to her sister, who possessed greater talent, Lin Shi had little to offer aside from her noble status. Even if she were not utilized to entice Zhou Luo, she would likely be employed to attract other young scions of the family. After hearing Lin Shi's account, Lin Tianfang said nothing but instructed her to proceed to the fourth floor for cultivation, dismissing the need to concern herself with other matters. For Zhou Luo, Lin Shi's situation was merely a minor episode. The ensuing days remained relatively tranquil. Aside from Lin Shi occasionally visiting to play with the cat, no one else came by. It seemed the family's probing had also ceased. However, after 7 days, Lin Shi brought surprising news. He was to move to the second floor. The second floor was more heavily guarded and secure than the first, especially following the previous incident, which had doubled the protective forces there. They even relocated the kitchen to the second floor to prevent the possibility of poisoning. Normally, individuals like alchemists, who were prioritized by the family, ought to reside on the second floor. Yet, the main family had used the pretext of preventing Zhou Luo from interacting with Lin Xianlong and other array masters to justify their relocation to the first floor. At present, the master family has instructed him to relocate to the second level, seemingly indifferent to his interactions with the Grand Elder's associates. After all, a formation master resides on the second level as well. However, Zhou Luo is acutely aware that this could be a countermeasure from the master family. Although the second level offers greater safety than the first, it remains firmly under the family's control. The presence of many individuals creates an atmosphere of uncertainty, and no one can ascertain whether there are any of the Grand Elder's people within. Isolating him under such ambiguity serves as an excellent strategy. Moreover, it allows for observation of whether he will engage with another formation master. Zhou Luo finds himself unable to refuse such arrangements. Having gathered all his belongings, he cradles little by and ascends to the second level. Upon entering this familiar environment, he is overwhelmed with emotion. Previously, he had devised various schemes to arrive here, ultimately finding himself in dire straits. He never anticipated that he would now reside here so effortlessly. Zhou Luo's arrival attracts the attention of others on the second level, as figures emerge to scrutinize him. After all, his earlier act of killing Lin Xianlong has stirred considerable commotion, whether intentional or not. Everyone is filled with curiosity about the son-in-law. Captain Lin Kai stands nearby, his icy gaze fixed upon Zhou Luo, his expression impassive. Under Lin Shi's guidance, Zhou Luo locates his new room. It is situated in the far northern corner of the second level, significantly larger than his previous quarters. While organizing the space, Lin Shi casually remarks that he has heard the family is dispatching a new formation master, with only one formation master remaining at the spirit mine. It is entirely reasonable for them to send reinforcements to ensure daily operations continue smoothly. However, Zhou Luo is left pondering the family's stance towards the Grand Elder's people. Can they genuinely trust him to engage with the other party? Or is this yet another test of his loyalty? Zhou Luo is uncertain, but he resolves that for the remaining 20 days, he will remain secluded in his room, avoiding contact with anyone. If, upon the passage of time, the master family still refuses to release him, he will seek a way to contact the individual Lin Xianlong had mentioned, in order to negotiate with the Grand Elder for his escape or to align himself with the master family. Ultimately, it boils down to a matter of allegiance. Perhaps, during this interval, other opportunities may arise. Yet, Zhou Luo, who had intended to avoid all interactions, could not have anticipated that 2 days later, an old acquaintance would appear at the spirit mine. At the entrance of his room, he gazes at the 2 individuals descending from the first level. His eyes fixated on one young man with a severed arm, his expression momentarily stunned. How did he end up here? Zhou Luo could hardly believe he would see Su Changsheng in this place. Strictly speaking, Su Changsheng was Zhou Luo and Appo's first friend. They had forged a bond as the initial batch of son-in-laws deceived by the Lin family, sharing a camaraderie born of adversity. Yet, many circumstances had rendered them powerless. Thus, Zhou Luo could only watch helplessly as Su Changsheng was assigned to the spirit mine. Later, he learned that all the other son-in-laws from their batch had perished, leaving Su Changsheng fortunate enough to be discovered for his innate talent and formations, ultimately becoming a disciple of a certain formation master. Zhou Luo had often contemplated the possibility of encountering the other once more. Yet, he never anticipated that their reunion would transpire in such a place. Su Changsheng still donned his azure robe, but the youthful vigor that once characterized his countenance had now been replaced with an air of weariness. He followed an elderly man, his demeanor respectful and his posture humble. Zhou Luo gazed intently at the two figures, pondering whether this was orchestrated by the Grand Elder. In that moment, he unhesitatingly turned and retreated into his quarters. However, while he sought to evade the encounter, the other had no intention of doing so. That afternoon, upon reaching the second level of the spiritual mind, Su Changsheng took the initiative to knock on Zhou Luo's door. Zhou Luo opened the door, and upon seeing his former friend, a bittersweet smile graced his lips. "You seem rather displeased to see me," Su Changsheng remarked, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "How could one not feel joy at the reunion with an old friend?" Zhou Luo replied, mirroring his smile. Chapter 81. Su Changsheng's choice. While Zhou Luo felt a sense of happiness, it was overshadowed by trepidation. At such a critical juncture, Su Changsheng's arrival felt akin to a death warrant. Zhou Luo could almost envision countless eyes scrutinizing him from the shadows. However, he had no choice. With others having come to him, he could not continue to be a turtle hiding its head. Moreover, Su Changsheng was certainly unaware of the secret behind the spirit mine. The master likely intended to assess whether he truly stood with the Grand Elder. Thus, Zhou Luo invited him into the room. Once seated, Su Changsheng surveyed the surroundings and remarked with a faint smile, "Your chamber is even more spacious than the one my master and I occupy. What brings you here?" Zhou Luo served a cup of spirit tea and inquired further. It was then he learned that the family had specifically dispatched his master to this location. And as the disciple, he naturally followed. Was this arranged by the Grand Elder? Zhou Luo probed cautiously. "I am not certain. My master seldom divulges such matters." Su Changsheng replied with a hint of bitterness. Though he was the disciple of the other, he was ultimately an outsider, of lowly status. Had it not been for his talent and formations, he might have already been cast aside by the family. Zhou Luo let out a sigh of relief. Having feared Su Changsheng was sent by the Grand Elder to pry into his secrets, especially since he was uncertain how the death of Lin Xianlong would resonate within him. However, was this not a tad too coincidental? The two proceeded to discuss their respective experiences. Compared to Zhou Luo's smooth sailing, Su Changsheng's journey was fraught with peril. Particularly when the topic turned to other sons-in-law, a palpable sorrow etched on his face. "What will happen to your wife and children?" Zhou Luo inquired. "My master said that once I become a first-tier mid-grade formation master, I will be able to return home," Su Changsheng responded. "That is well. If I can return to the family, I will look out for you." Zhou Luo nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Su Changsheng stood and bowed, expressing, "Thank you, Brother Zhou. It is but a small matter, yet I am uncertain if I can ever leave," Zhou Luo said, motioning for him to sit down. His tone laced with resignation. "Why do you say that? Will you not enter the immortal sect for study in just 20 days? Su Changsheng asked, his face brimming with envy. The immortal sect, after all, possessed a heritage far surpassing that of the Changsheng family. Should one gain admission, the future would undoubtedly be bright. Zhou Luo chose not to elaborate, simply remarking, "The affairs of the world are unpredictable." Su Changsheng did not press further. After their conversation drew to a close, Su Changsheng rose to take his leave. Before departing, Zhou Luo could not help but gaze at his severed arm and asked, "Now that you are a formation master, does the family not wish to assist in healing your injury? With sufficient spiritual energy and the aid of rare materials, mending a chi refining practitioner's severed limb should be feasible." At this, Su Changsheng hesitated, a shadow of sorrow passing through his eyes as he smiled faintly. "Perhaps once I become a first-tier mid-grade master, the family may offer their assistance." With that, he turned and departed. Zhou Luo, his expression complex, watched his old friend leave before shaking his head and closing the door. On the other side, Lin Kai silently observed the unfolding events. Once he confirmed that Zhou Luo had entered the room, he swiftly approached and blocked Su Changsheng's path. With an impassive expression, he fixed his gaze on Su. His voice icy, "Tell me everything you discussed just now." Inside the room, Zhou Luo cradled Xiaobai, lost in contemplation. The arrival of Su Changsheng took him somewhat by surprise. although he wished to dismiss it as mere coincidence in such a tense atmosphere where every shadow could harbor danger. Caution was paramount. However, from their recent conversation, it appeared that Su was genuinely unaware of the underlying circumstances, leaving Zhou Luo uncertain of Su's true allegiances. Logically, as a formation master, he should be aligned with the Grand Elder. Yet, given that this was the family's spirit mind, arranging for him to be here without the family's consent was undoubtedly implausible. Moreover, considering Su Changsheng's status, it was not beyond possibility that the family had coerced him to probe Zhou Luo. For a moment, Zhou Luo found himself perplexed by the machinations of these influential figures. Why was the focus so insistently placed upon him? Was it merely because he was Lin Jishou's disciple, potentially destined to become a family elder? Meanwhile, Su Changsheng was briefing Lin Kai about his conversation with Zhou Luo. After meticulously documenting the details, Lin Kai permitted him to leave. Exiting the house, Su Changsheng glanced up at the overhanging rock. His once bright eyes were now shrouded in a veil of gloom. With a sigh, he returned to his quarters. Inside, an elderly man sat cross-legged on a cushion, immersed in meditation. Master, Su Changsheng bowed in respect. Did you speak with that young man? The elder inquired, his eyes opening with a serious tone. Su Changsheng shook his head. He seems not to trust me entirely. I believe it prudent to wait a while before probing further. Remember the Grand Elder's instructions, the elder replied before closing his eyes once more. Su Changsheng silently approached a nearby table, studying the formation plate and beginning to manipulate its intricate design. Indeed, he and his master had been sent by the Grand Elder. Their purpose clear, to ascertain whether Zhou Luo was privy to that secret. If he was, they must find a way to extract that information. If he was not, they should maintain relations with him, allowing the family to witness the Grand Elder's continued trust in Zhou Luo. This was precisely why Su Changsheng had been chosen. Contemplating this, Su Changsheng turned his gaze towards his meditative master, a flicker of intrigue igniting in his eyes. Beyond the Grand Elder's mission, he harbored a secret. He was indeed affiliated with the family. It was through their assistance that he had the fortune of becoming a formation master and arriving here. Of course, few were aware of this connection, not even Lin Kai. The family had tasked him with discerning whether Zhou Luo knew the secret and attempting to drive a wedge between him and the Grand Elder. Honestly, Su Changsheng had not anticipated Zhou Luo's significance to the family's elite. In that moment, he felt a twinge of envy towards Zhou Luo. Yet, for Su, neither the Grand Elder nor the family were adversaries he could afford to offend. When the tasks assigned by both factions inevitably clashed, he would be compelled to make a choice. Su Changsheng is not Zhou Luo. He lacks confidence. Once he wavers, he can easily be abandoned by both sides. He must make a choice. This choice is, in fact, not difficult. He can only choose the main family, for they have promised him that after this matter is resolved, they will heal his severed arm. In the days that follow, Su Changsheng visits Zhou Luo. Though termed a visit, it is, in truth, a series of cautious conversations aimed at probing. Su Changsheng navigates this testing with utmost care, fully aware of Zhou Luo's temperament. Any overt indication would surely be perceived. Consequently, his progress is excruciatingly slow, much to the discontent of his master. What are you doing? His master, Lin Guangjing, demanded sternly within the confines of the room. Su Changsheng bowed his head, too intimidated to respond. You must obtain a result within 3 days, Lin Guangjing stated, his gaze piercing as he issued his ultimatum. Chapter 82. We are closest friends. It is entirely natural for Lin Guangjing to be consumed by anger. He is acutely aware of his precarious position. The longer he lingers in this new spirit mind, the more elusive his chances of escape become. When the Grand Elder initially tasked him with this assignment, he had promised to find a way for Lin to depart upon its completion. Yet, with no progress in sight, the passage of time only serves to amplify Lin's anxiety. The mere thought of his old friend's harrowing experiences sends a chill coursing through Lin Guangjing's body. Seated upon a wooden chair, his somewhat murky eyes fixate on Su Changsheng, his expression a stormy shade of indigo. Master, I will expedite my efforts, Su Changsheng replied with utmost caution. Humph, should you fail, you shall never hope to leave this place, Lin Guangjing retorted sharply. Upon hearing this veiled threat, Su Changsheng dared not exhibit even a hint of resentment, instead adopting an increasingly respectful demeanor. Observing Su's stillness, Lin Guangjing raised his voice. Why do you not depart immediately? Su Changsheng promptly bowed and exited. Once outside, he inhaled deeply, casting his gaze towards Zhou Luo's abode in the distance, his countenance fraught with conflict. Ultimately, he steeled himself and made his way over. Come in, came Zhou Luo's voice from within. Pushing open the door, Su Changsheng entered and glanced at his friend, who was engrossed in alchemy. I apologize for intruding once more, he said, his tone laced with regret. Zhou Luo remained silent, meticulously completing the final steps of his potion making. Soon, the fragrant aroma of elixirs wafted through the air. signaling the conclusion of his work. Beneath the furnace lay several first-grade mid-tier pills, which he carefully stored in a jade vial before pouring a cup of spirit tea for Su Changsheng. Has your master cast you out again? Zhou Luo inquired as he took a seat. Through their conversations over the past few days, Zhou Luo had gleaned that although Su Changsheng had found refuge under the tutelage of a formation master, his mentor's fiery temper and stringent demands made life exceedingly difficult. Any slight misalignment with his master's expectations resulted in harsh reprimands, rendering Su more akin to a servant than a disciple. Zhou Luo had been taken aback upon learning of this, for in his eyes, Su Changsheng possessed a rare talent for formations, deserving of proper cultivation from his family. However, it soon dawned on him that not everyone could be as fortunate as his own master, nor did they all share his remarkable aptitude. Su Changsheng's talent, while slightly above the average, fell far short of true genius. Furthermore, the circumstances of his becoming a disciple had involved significant behind-the-scenes maneuvering by his family. "Forgive me for making you laugh, Brother Zhou," Su Changsheng said, his face tinged with embarrassment. Zhou Luo gently shook his head, placing a reassuring hand on Su's left shoulder. "We are the last remnants of that group. There is no need for such formality between us." Hearing this, a warm current surged through Su Changsheng's heart. He nodded earnestly, reflecting, "In these times, it is indeed rare to find a true friend with whom to share one's heart. Do you truly consider me a close friend, Brother Su?" Zhou Luo asked, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. "Of course," Su Changsheng replied with a smile. "From the outset, I sensed that you were no ordinary person, worthy of deep connection. Furthermore, we are not so different, both outsiders in our respective families. Indeed, we are ultimately outsiders," Zhou Luo mused, his gaze darkening as he emphasized the weight of the term. Without waiting for Su Changsheng to speak, he shifted the subject, gazing earnestly at his interlocutor. His voice grave, "Since you, Brother Su, are so sincere, I have a question to pose." Taken aback by the sudden seriousness of his companion, Su Changsheng straightened in his seat, inquiring, "What is it you wish to ask, Brother Zhou?" Zhou Luo fixed his gaze upon Su Changsheng's face. "What brings you here?" After all, Su Changsheng's expression faltered, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes as he forced a smile. "Brother Zhou, I've always been with my master. I truly do not know why I am here." "Is that so?" Zhou Luo retorted, his tone calm and unperturbed. "In recent days, you have consistently visited me to engage in conversation. While our discussions have revolved around mundane matters or past events, resembling the pleasantries exchanged between friends, do you not think your visits are a touch excessive? Brother Su, while we share a camaraderie, it has not reached such intimacy, especially considering how your master would surely not condone your frequent visits here," Zhou Luo continued, his voice soft yet resonant. Though Zhou Luo's words were not loud, they struck Su Changsheng like a thunderclap. "My master believes that understanding the formations requires insight, and besides, we have little else to occupy our time," Su Changsheng explained. Yet Zhou Luo, with eyes akin to celestial bodies, regarded him as if seeking to penetrate the depths of his soul. "You must realize, this place brims with spiritual energy, making it an exceptional venue for cultivation. Based on my understanding of you, if there were not an ulterior motive, you would not squander your cultivation time in such a manner." Zhou Luo had pondered extensively over recent days and had inevitably concluded that Su Changsheng harbored some concealed issue, though the nature of that issue remained elusive. With the intention of fostering openness, Zhou Luo added thoughtfully, "Brother Su, you must understand that we are both outsiders in this realm." Su Changsheng trembled slightly, a myriad of emotions flitting across his features. He dared not meet Zhou Luo's gaze, instead bowing his head in silence. Zhou Luo continued, "Brother Su, I am aware that you may possess unutterable burdens, and I shall not press you. Yet my willingness to engage with you signifies that I truly regard you as a friend." The sincerity of his words stirred something within Su Changsheng. With a heavy sigh, he replied, "Brother Zhou, I am compelled by circumstance. I understand that we are both striving for survival. Therefore, I do not expect you to divulge everything. But at the very least, I wish to comprehend your allegiance." Su Changsheng's lips pressed together, his countenance fraught with conflict. He was uncertain whether to reveal the truth to Zhou Luo. However, he feared that if he remained silent, he might never see him again after today. In that moment of contemplation, Su Changsheng inhaled deeply, raising his gaze to Zhou Luo with an air of grave determination. "Brother Zhou, indeed, it was the elder's arrangement." With that revelation, he candidly shared all that the elder had entrusted to him. Zhou Luo listened intently, his expression growing increasingly profound. As anticipated, the elder's influence loomed behind his arrival at the spiritual mine. Now, the arrival of Su Changsheng is to seek whether he knows the secret of the spirit mine. "Brother Zhou, I am merely a pawn in the hands of influential figures, so please do not hold it against me," Su Changsheng said earnestly as he stood up. "Brother Su, I can understand. Zhou Luo replied, urging him to sit once more. After sitting down, Changsheng shook his head again and remarked, in truth, I did not expect you to hold me in such high regard, or else I would have spoken of these matters to you sooner. It is not too late to express them now. Zhou Luo was not angered by the other's concealment, for he would have likely acted similarly in his position. Changsheng nodded and leaned closer to Zhou Luo, lowering his voice, however, Brother Zhou. The Grand Elder has assured me that as long as you disclose the secret of the spirit mine, he will ensure our safe departure from here. He will not pursue the matter of that formation master's death, and we shall both receive special cultivation from the family. At these words, Zhou Luo raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting to one of confusion. Brother Su, is there truly a secret regarding the spirit mine? The Grand Elder claims you are aware of it. Changsheng's face mirrored his surprise. I am unaware, he replied. Zhou Luo looked helpless, but he stated that the formation master must have informed you, hence choosing to take his own life to protect you. Changsheng continued. That is not the case. Zhou Luo displayed a bewildered expression, followed by a bitter demeanor as he said, at that time, I was genuinely administering a test to that senior, and who could have foreseen such an incident? Throughout the ordeal, that senior was incapacitated due to poisoning. How could he possibly divulge any secrets to me? Chapter 83. The intricate scheme. Zhou Luo's words momentarily startled Changsheng, who inquired with curiosity, so the Grand Elder was mistaken? Zhou Luo replied, I cannot fathom the Grand Elder's thoughts, but if I were to uncover the secret of the spirit mine, I would undoubtedly share it with you. He lifted the white jade teacup and downed the spirit tea in one gulp, adding with a hint of frustration, I've long wished to leave this wretched place. Changsheng nodded in agreement and asked, So, Brother Zhou, you were already aware of the family conflicts? Zhou Luo sighed. I had no choice. He then divulged the reasons for his involvement in the struggle. After listening, Changsheng's expression shifted to one of shock and admiration. I never imagined, Brother Zhou, that your circumstances would be so fortuitous. I may have to rely on you in the future. Whether I can survive remains uncertain, Zhou Luo shrugged. You will. For both sides still regard you with goodwill, Changsheng instinctively assured him. Zhou Luo's gaze deepened, understanding dawning within him. Indeed, aside from being affiliated with the Grand Elder, Changsheng likely had ties to the main family. It could be said that he was aligned with them. His earlier mention of the benefits of revealing secrets was likely a test. How else would he know that the main family still held goodwill towards him? Zhou Luo had harbored doubts about this all along. Now, he was merely more convinced. Feigning indifference, he smiled. Brother Su, you have already made strides in array formation. It remains to be seen who will rely on whom. I have merely scratched the surface. The formations in the spirit mine are maintained by my master. Changsheng shook his head. At this, Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes and tentatively inquired. There must be numerous formations here. Indeed. And they are far more intricate than those I encountered previously, Changsheng replied promptly. Previously, while at another spirit mine, he had studied the formations and even participated in their construction. However, upon arriving here, he found that he could scarcely comprehend most of the formations, as they primarily focused on shielding and isolation. Such formations are considerably more challenging to construct and master than ordinary defensive arrays. Zhou Luo seized the opportunity to ask about the knowledge of formations. Perhaps to affirm his stance, Changsheng shared everything he knew. Afterward, Zhou Luo couldn't help but reflect on the profound intricacies of array formation. He also realized that if he mastered this skill, the main family would be unable to prevent him from transmitting information. Had he possessed such knowledge earlier, he might not have risked entering the second layer, which led to the subsequent series of perilous events. The two continued to discuss their views on family dynamics and personal circumstances, fundamentally about mutual assistance and which side to choose. Zhou Luo noted that although Changsheng spoke highly of the Grand Elder, there seemed to be an undercurrent of dissatisfaction in his words. This only served to further validate Zhou Luo's suspicions. This fellow undoubtedly aligns himself with the main family, contemplating how to create a rift between himself and the Grand Elder. However, these matters do not concern him. After Changsheng departed, Zhou Luo cradled Xiaobai, stroking its soft fur, and murmured to himself, Indeed, human hearts are inscrutable. Every step must be taken with caution. Meanwhile, upon leaving, Changsheng did not return to his quarters but sought out Lin Kai, who had been observing him from the shadows. Lin Kai intended to question him as usual, but when Changsheng revealed the token symbolizing the family head, Lin Kai stood frozen in place. I wish to see the fourth elder, Changsheng asserted earnestly. Lin Kai collected his thoughts and, without uttering a word, guided him through another passage, ultimately leading to the pavilion at the foot of the mountain. On the second floor of the pavilion, Lin Tianfang was engaged in meditation. Only upon hearing Lin Kai's voice did he rise and approach the table. As the door swung open, Su Changsheng stood before him, visibly anxious. "What is it?" Lin Tianfang inquired, casting a glance at Su Changsheng's severed arm. Su Changsheng promptly recounted his earlier conversation with Zhou Luo in its entirety, including his attempts at probing. After listening, Lin Tianfang nodded in satisfaction, instructing him to return and continue to sow discord between Zhou Luo and the Grand Elder. Once Su Changsheng departed, Lin Kai, with a complex expression, turned to Lin Tianfang. "Fourth Elder, I did not anticipate that he was aligned with the main family." He was indeed surprised that a formation master would side with the main family, and even more so that the main family would act so discreetly to test Zhou Luo. Lin Tianfang narrowed his eyes and remarked, "If you did not foresee this, it stands to reason that Zhou Luo was equally oblivious." Earlier, he had instructed Lin Xianfeng to deliver a letter, part of which requested that the family head, Lin Tianxiong, send Lin Shi, someone with past ties to Zhou Luo, to ascertain whether he would also lean towards the main family. The other part involved sending his soul friend in the family, Su Changsheng, to further probe whether Zhou Luo was aware of the spiritual mind's secrets. Despite the main family's apparent inaction towards Zhou Luo, they had meticulously investigated him, including his social connections. With these two strategic moves, Lin Tianfang believed they could gauge the situation adequately. "Are you suggesting he is unaware of the spiritual mind's secrets?" Lin Kai asked, astonished. Lin Tianfang did not confirm, but abruptly stated, "In just over 10 days, he will depart." Lin Kai was puzzled by this statement, while Lin Tianfang merely gestured for him to leave. Once Lin Kai was gone, Lin Tianfang sat in the grand chair, his gaze fixed on the golden envelope on the table, lost in contemplation. He pondered whether to allow the other party to leave. At present, regardless of Zhou Luo's knowledge of the spiritual mind's secrets, his failure to inform Su Changsheng earlier suggested that he might not disclose anything to the Grand Elder upon his departure. However, what if he had discerned the main family's scheming and everything was deliberate? Had it been before, Lin Tianfang would have likely not permitted him to leave, adhering to a philosophy of better to kill than to let go. Yet, the circumstances had shifted. His master, Lin Jishou, had returned, and the main family had evidently underestimated Lin Jishou's fondness for Zhou Luo. Upon his return and learning of the family's punishment towards Zhou Luo, he expressed profound discontent, even demanding the revocation of the penalty. In his view, experimentation inherently carries risks. Since the family opted to allow Zhou Luo to undertake the trial, they should have been prepared for such eventualities. Even if it led to the demise of a formation master, it would be an unfortunate accident, and Zhou Luo, who had saved others, should not bear the burden of blame. However, he ultimately did not achieve his desired outcome, not to mention that the punishment had already commenced. The fact that this matter was decided collectively by 8 elders and the family head indicated that it had reached a definitive conclusion, irretrievable and immutable. Nevertheless, Lin Jishou's actions revealed his stance to the family. Consequently, Lin Tianfang was now hesitant to act recklessly against the other party, as such a course would surely sow discord with Lin Jishou. Should Lin Jishou align himself with the Grand Elder due to this incident, the repercussions would be dire. The head of the family dared not take such a gamble, which is why Lin Tianxiong dispatched such a letter. Ultimately, he took up his pen and began inscribing words upon the blank paper. On the second level of the spiritual mind, after leaving, Su Changsheng conveyed his conclusions to Lin Guangzheng, asserting that Zhou Luo was oblivious to the so-called secrets of the spiritual mind. "Are you certain?" Lin Guangzheng inquired, fixing a scrutinizing gaze upon him. "Master, I can assure you," Su Changsheng replied, fabricating a narrative about how he had discerned this information. Upon hearing this, a hint of vexation crossed Lin Guangzheng's aged visage. He understood all too well that if Zhou Luo was indeed unaware of the mind's secrets, they would have to remain there, seeking opportunities to engage with another formation master. "Understood. I shall inspect the formations on the 3rd level. You tidy this place," Lin Guangzheng said, his expression grim as he rose to exit the room. Behind him, Su Changsheng, with his head bowed, glanced at the remnants scattered nearby. Left in the wake of their research on formations, his eyes glimmering, fists clenched. One day, he would transcend his current predicament. Subsequently, he began to clean with one hand, and after finishing, he diligently immersed himself in the study of formation knowledge. Chapter 84. Departure. As the day of departure draws near, Zhou Luo spends most of his time refining elixirs and diligently cultivating. It is undeniable that cultivating through the spiritual veins yields remarkable results. He has now reached the mid-stage of the qi refining 3rd layer. Although his power remains modest, his progress is commendably swift, largely thanks to the assistance of the spirit gathering technique. Reflecting on this, Zhou Luo finds himself nostalgically yearning for the lottery feature of the system. Regrettably, after nearly 20 days here, he has only encountered the 5th Miss Lin Shi once, and apart from that, he has not seen another woman. This absence inevitably stirs memories of his wife and children back in Zhou Garden. During this period, the main family seems to have concluded that he is unaware of the secret of the spiritual mind, thus ceasing further probing, which has greatly relieved Zhou Luo. Unbeknownst to him, however, the main family's scrutiny has never ceased. In the Lin family, at the elder's manor, the benevolent elder sits at the front of the hall, with the seventh elder, Lin Guangping, seated to his lower left. Elder, do you truly believe that Zhou Luo is ignorant of the hidden secret of the spiritual mind? Lin Guangping inquires. All information regarding the second layer of the spiritual mind has been sealed by the main family, making exploration exceedingly difficult. This is why the elder has been unable to access the true secret. The recent death of Lin Xianlong has provided him with an opportunity to reinsert personnel into the second layer. Although the main family would certainly not allow them to interact with another array master, Zhou Luo may serve as a potential breakthrough. Consequently, the elder has expended substantial resources to acquire a medium-grade magical artifact capable of transmitting messages. This artifact is both portable and concealable, and it can bypass the barriers of formations. Due to its simplicity of design, it can only emit 2 different colors of light from its counterpart. According to the elder's plan, if Zhou Luo discovers the secret, the artifact will emit a golden light. If not, it will shine red. Just yesterday, the artifact illuminated a red light, indicating that Zhou Luo has not uncovered anything. At this moment, Lin Guangping's inquiry is, in fact, a form of skepticism. The main family's attitude towards Zhou Luo has been exceedingly ambiguous. They initially agreed to reduce his punishment and subsequently rewarded their numerous wives and concubines, claiming it to be a clear distinction of reward and punishment, lauding him for saving others from poisoning. However, it is apparent to discerning eyes that the main family is merely extending a gesture of goodwill. Most importantly, yesterday, the ninth elder, Lin Xianfeng, proposed that the spiritual mind is in closer proximity to the Qingyuan sect, suggesting that Zhou Luo should be sent directly to the sect. This is evidently a means to prevent him from interacting with anyone else. Consequently, the members of the elder's faction have begun to feel restless. Upon hearing this, the elder remains composed, responding calmly, "The artifact does not lie. If the truth were known, the main family would not release him. It is possible he has already aligned himself with them." Lin Guangping replies in a deep voice. The elder's eyes gleam with shrewdness as he cryptically remarks, "We shall know once he returns. That may be a year from now." Lin Guangping retorts, "The journey to the Qingyuan sect for study will undoubtedly take at least a year, and the main family will certainly not permit Zhou Luo to return home. Should it come to pass that Zhou Luo becomes aware of the secret, the Grand Elder would undoubtedly insist on meeting him along the path to the sect, regardless of the immense cost it might entail. However, as long as the secret remains undiscovered, there is little to be said." The Grand Elder shook his head and smiled indifferently. "It is but a year. Can they truly stir up any significant turmoil?" Time swiftly slipped away, and Zhou Luo stepped out of his chamber, crossing the threshold. He gazed upward at the shimmering pinnacle of rock, extending his arms and inhaling deeply. By the calendar, these 2 days marked the time for his departure. During this interval, it seemed the main household had entirely overlooked him. Yet, he wondered if they might intervene at this moment to prevent his leaving. This thought filled Zhou Luo with a sense of unease, which persisted until Lin Kai made his entrance. His expression remained impassive, his cold gaze upon Zhou Luo intensifying the pressure. "Zhou Luo, you may collect your belongings and depart," he stated with an unyielding demeanor. Zhou Luo was initially taken aback, but soon elation surged within him. Could he truly leave at last? He looked at Lin Kai in astonishment, who, in a low voice, urged, "Do not delay in your preparations." Zhou Luo turned and entered his quarters, beginning to pack the items he had brought. He was taken aback by how easily the main household had acquiesced to his departure. The mere thought of reuniting with his wife and child filled him with exhilaration, a smile tugging at his lips. "Xiao Bai, we are finally going home," he exclaimed, cradling the Snow Mountain spirit cat and placing it in his pet bag. Once everything was in order, he emerged from the house. Lin Kai awaited him, casting a fleeting glance before turning to proceed outdoors. Zhou Luo promptly followed, feeling no attachment to this place. At this moment, his departure was a source of immense joy. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Lin Kai remained silent throughout the journey. Just as they were about to descend, he suddenly remarked, "It would be wise for you to make the right choice." Zhou Luo understood the implication but chose to remain silent. Arriving at the pavilion at the mountain's base, Zhou Luo had expected the steward Lin Fu to greet him. However, he was taken aback upon seeing the visitor. "Master," he called out, hastening forward to pay his respects. Clad in a flowing white alchemist's robe, Lin Jishou met him with a smile of satisfaction illuminating his aged features. "Have you fared well here?" Lin Jishou inquired with genuine concern. "Thank you for your concern, master. I am well," Zhou Luo replied, bowing his head, feeling a wave of reassurance wash over him. If his master had come to escort him, it was certain the main household would not impede his departure. I have heard that you saved over 100 members of the family. Commendable indeed, Lin Jisho remarked, clearly pleased. All thanks to your teachings. Master, Zhou Luo responded humbly. If everything is packed, let us depart together. Lin Jisho offered. Zhou Luo finally lifted his head, a heartfelt smile gracing his face. He followed Lin Jisho into the hall, where he then noticed several young men and women seated, among whom the most striking was the third young lady, Lin Xin. Today, she adorned herself in an exquisitely simple manner, donning a delicate white gown that exuded elegance. Her raven locks were elegantly tied back with a white ribbon, and she wore no other embellishments. Yet, this simplicity could not conceal her ethereal grace and striking figure. Standing there, she gazed at Zhou Luo. Her usually haughty demeanor now softened considerably. It seemed that this year's Elixir Conference had granted her the opportunity to study at the Celestial Sect. Aside from Lin Xin, the other young men and women appeared to be chosen scions from various esteemed families, each skilled in their respective arts. This left Zhou Luo somewhat perplexed. Did this imply that he need not return to his own clan? Before he could ponder further, he found himself standing before Lin Xin, bowing respectfully, 3rd Mississippi. Although she was his junior, the customs of respect must be upheld. Lin Xin replied, let us go. Lin Jisho took the lead, with the other young men and women hastily following suit. Upon exiting the pavilion, they were greeted by the sight of a magnificent flying vessel accompanied by a dozen formidable family guards. Zhou Luo suddenly realized that he was likely destined to head directly to the Celestial Sect for his studies. The duration of study at the Celestial Sect would be no less than a year. It appeared that the main family harbored concerns for him, wishing to prevent any contact with the Grand Elder upon his return home. Zhou Luo felt a sense of helplessness. He had hoped to bask in the warmth of familial affection. Alas, it seemed that all his desires would remain unfulfilled. Lost in contemplation, the others continued to board the grand vessel. Traditionally, Lin Jisho led the group to the Celestial Sect, due to his close ties with a certain elder from the Qingyuan sect, which was hoped to provide some measure of protection. However, due to the family's decline in alchemical prowess, Lin Jisho often found himself leading groups devoid of those skilled in alchemy, which was somewhat awkward. Today, at last, he was spared such discomfort, and a smile graced his face more readily. Once all were aboard, under the urging of another middle-aged man, the vessel began to ascend slowly, setting its course for the horizon. Zhou Luo could not help but glance back at the scenery behind him. Though he had only spent a month in this spiritual mine, the myriad of experiences he encountered had been fraught with peril, nearly costing him his life. At this moment, as he finally departed, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. Chapter 85. Qingyuan Sect. This colossal flying vessel, specifically designed by the family for the transportation of cultivators, serves the purpose of long-distance conquests and explorations. The entire craft is divided into 2 sections. The outermost layer is dedicated to the family as cultivators, who are tasked with ensuring the safety of all aboard, while the interior serves as a gathering place for everyone. Zhou Luo casually glanced around and noted that over 20 family disciples were present for this journey to the Qingyuan sect. Most were seated in meditation, their eyes closed in tranquility, while a few engaged in light-hearted conversation. The spirit mine was not exceedingly far from the Qingyuan sect, and it would take only a few hours to arrive. Zhou Luo initially intended to settle down and cultivate, but at that moment, a young man clad in a blue robe approached him with a smile. Lin Yueheng, I am a formation master, he introduced. Upon hearing that he was a formation master, Zhou Luo realized he was aligned with the elder, understanding this as a gesture of goodwill. Zhou Luo responded politely, Zhou Luo, I am aware of you. I did not expect you to secure first place in the literary examination at the Elixir Conference, Lin Yueheng remarked with a gentle gaze. It was merely luck, Zhou Luo replied with a slight smile. Luck is also a part of strength, Lin Yueheng stated, producing a golden envelope from his robes. This is a message from the elder for you. As Zhou Luo beheld the golden envelope, his pupils constricted. He glanced sideways and noticed Lin Xin watching him closely, along with several others who were also observing. Yet, Lin Yueheng maintained his smile, seemingly unperturbed. A sense of helplessness washed over Zhou Luo. He could only grit his teeth and accept the golden envelope. The elder is awaiting your return, Lin Yueheng said before stepping back, holding the golden envelope. Zhou Luo felt exasperated. Lin Yueheng's actions clearly positioned him as the center of attention, and the envelope felt unbearably hot in his hands, as if he wished to cast it aside. Unfortunately, under the scrutiny of many eyes, he had no choice but to accept it. Zhou Luo decided to tear open the envelope, eager to discover the contents of the elder's message. The letter contained the usual sentiments of care and encouragement from an elder to a junior, assuring him not to worry about his wife and children. However, these mundane phrases carried an underlying significance that Zhou Luo could discern. For instance, the letter stated, Changsheng has managed Zhou Garden splendidly. This not only emphasized Lin Changsheng's status as the mistress, but also served as a reminder of the side he was expected to align with. Furthermore, it mentioned that the family's punishment would be mitigated at the elder's behest, preventing the family from confiscating Zhou Garden. These subtle hints collectively instructed Zhou Luo on the choices he ought to make. Zhou Luo felt quite vexed by the elder's reminders. Initially, he believed the elder to be a benevolent and easygoing individual, but after the incident at the spirit mine, he recognized the elder's profound cunning. It was only natural. After all, one who dares oppose the main family could hardly be an ordinary person. He had not yet reached a point of allegiance to the elder. Perhaps this journey to the Qingyuan sect would lead him to the tutelage of an esteemed immortal, allowing him to leap through the dragon gate and no longer worry about such matters. Zhou Luo distinctly remembered the information Wang Yue had previously shared regarding the immortal sections. This became the greatest motivation for him to venture to the Xian sect. After carefully storing the letter, Zhou Luo sat cross-legged, only to find Lin Xian suddenly seated beside him. Zhou Luo's mind sharpened, thinking that she was about to inquire about the letter. However, Lin Xian whispered, Lin Yuanying is cunning and deceitful. He is not suited for deep connections. Zhou Luo was momentarily taken aback by this warning. Uncertain of the true intent behind the third Miss and Oppo's words. Was it a genuine caution or an attempt to sow discord? Regrettably, after uttering those words, she closed her enchanting eyes. Zhou Luo turned to gaze at her exquisite visage, pondering that, given her character, she would likely disdain the act of inciting discord. Thus, it must have been a warning. But why? Zhou Luo noted that since returning from the Elixir Conference, Lin Xian, though still aloof and proud, had treated him with a slightly more temperate tone, no longer maintaining a perpetually stern expression. Had something else transpired at the Elixir Conference? Zhou Luo was aware that the event took place at the Wang family estate, and that Lin Jishou and Lin Xian had taken almost a month to return to their clan. Surely, they must have encountered something along the way. He glanced towards Lin Jishou ahead, intending to inquire, but then deemed it unnecessary and chose to close his eyes in contemplation. As time passed quietly, the Lin family's grand flying vessel finally entered the domain of the Qingyuan sect. This marked Zhou Luo's second visit. During his first visit, he had been in a state of bewilderment, having not truly witnessed the full grandeur of the Xian sect. Now, from his aerial vantage point, he beheld the extraordinary nature of the sect. The Qingyuan sect was nestled within a continuous range of mountains. Within this vast expanse, countless peaks rose majestically, each inhabited by numerous disciples of the sect. Among them stood a colossal mountain peak in the center, resembling a pillar supporting the heavens, shrouded in swirling clouds and exuding a mystical radiance. The ethereal glow flickered, and faint celestial melodies echoed, revealing glimpses of indistinct structures. Zhou Luo stood on the vessel, gazing into the distance, where twinkling lights danced amidst the clouds, creating a magnificent tableau. These points of light intertwined with the mist, resembling a grand tapestry draped over the peaks, awe-inspiring and breathtaking. This was the main peak of the Qingyuan sect. However, due to their status, they could only approach a nearby peak, the outer gate of the Qingyuan sect, where Zhou Luo had previously undergone his sect assessment. The vessel descended slowly into this magnificent mountain range, the rich spiritual energy causing a stir among the passengers, their expressions filled with curiosity and excitement. With a resounding boom, the vessel finally landed before a colossal gate. This grand entrance was a massive stone door intricately carved with various mythical birds and beasts, towering several dozen meters high and wide. Each detail of the carvings was so lifelike that it seemed as though these celestial creatures might burst forth from the door. At the top of the stone door, the three characters Qingyuan sect were prominently engraved. It is said that these three characters were inscribed by a venerable ancestor of the immortal sect, so formidable that even Qi refinement practitioners dare not meet their gaze, rendering everyone hesitant to look up. Lin Jishou, accompanied by his companions, descended from the flying vessel and approached the stone gate with an air of reverence. Before them, several outer disciples clad in the garments of the Qingyuan sect regarded the group with haughty expressions. Among them, a young man strode forward, his head held high as he inquired with a tone brimming with arrogance, "Which clan do you hail from?" "We come from the Lin family," Lin Jishou replied humbly. "Do you possess any proof?" The young man pressed on. Lin Jishou produced a medallion bestowed by the Qingyuan sect and offered it. The other party merely cast a cursory glance and remarked, "Insufficient." Understanding the implication, Lin Jishou promptly retrieved a storage pouch from his robe. Upon seeing the pouch, The demeanor of the young man softened somewhat. Since you are a scion of the Lin family, you may enter. Chapter 86, Gathering Amidst the Throng. Zhou Luo observed the scene with a sense of astonishment. It became evident that the celestial sect was not so different from the mortal realm. The customary exchanges of interests persisted, and it appeared that everyone had grown accustomed to this reality. After paying the so-called toll, a haughty young man allowed the crowd to pass. Upon entering the stone portal, they were greeted by a vast circular plaza, constructed from jade stones that glimmered faintly under the sun. At the center lay a colossal golden stone, intricately inscribed with the characters for outer sect. This was the very place where Zhou Luo had previously participated in the awakening ceremony. Although these characters lacked the terrifying presence of the 3 words etched on the stone gate, prolonged gazing inevitably resulted in a piercing discomfort in the eyes, compelling one to avert their gaze. Presently, disciples clad in the attire of the Qingyuan sect hurriedly traversed the plaza, inciting envy among many onlookers. Goodness, the aura of that immortal is formidable. I have only felt such intensity from my great-grandfather, yet he appears so youthful. And that celestial maiden. She is undoubtedly the most exquisite woman I have ever beheld. Look, is that a spirit beast? How adorable. Keep your voice down. If we offend them, we shall be in trouble. Ah, how I wish to become an outer sect disciple of the celestial sect. These proud scions of their families now resembled naive townsfolk, overwhelmed with curiosity and wonder. Even Lin Xin, the haughty fifth miss, set aside her pride in the presence of the outer sect disciples, displaying utmost respect. Zhou Luo, however, felt little of this awe, with the system at his disposal. He knew that one day he would regard such matters with indifference. He glanced around, searching for Wang Yue's figure. Surrounding the circular plaza were edifices constructed of glazed tiles and white jade stones, presumably the residences of the disciples, as he could see individuals coming and going. Lin Zhisho was quite familiar with this setting. After a brief glance, he proceeded towards the largest building at the back of the plaza. This structure exuded an ancient charm, distinct from the others, as it was entirely composed of a purplish-red spiritual wood, towering 5 meters high, with intricately carved pillars supporting its frame. As they approached, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, remarkably soothing, invigorating the spirit and relaxing the body. Upon entering the grand entrance, they were met with a hall adorned with bluish-gray stone tiles, divided into 3 sections. Aside from the ancient bronze door at the center, the other areas were separated by crimson walls, with several expressionless sect disciples stationed at the entrance. In the outermost area, a group of individuals engaged in casual conversation. These were the youths from other long-lived families who had come to the celestial sect for study. Notably, the Lu family, traditionally at odds with the Lin family, was also present. However, this time it was not the previously encountered Lu Chun, but rather an elderly man clad in gray robes. Alongside the Lu family, the Li and Zhang families were in attendance, yet the Wang family had yet to make an appearance. Each of these long-lived families donned distinct attire, embellished with their family crest, making them easily identifiable. Only individuals of esteemed status like Lin Xin and outsiders, such as Zhou Luo, are exempt from the dress code. Lin Zhisho arrived at the venue and greeted the heads of the other 2 prominent families. To his surprise, it was still Master Zhisho representing the sect this year. The middle-aged gentleman from the Li family saluted him with a respectful gesture. Zhou Luo recognized him as Li Zihu, the son of the Li family head who had presided over the last alchemy conference. Li Zihu exhibited considerable respect towards the first-tier top-tier alchemist before him. Meanwhile, the elderly member from the Zhang family merely nodded in acknowledgement. The Zhang and Lu families share a closer relationship, often intermarrying, hence their demeanor was less intimate, nodding briefly before averting their gaze. Conversely, the Li family, adept at networking, maintained a robust rapport with various prominent families, engaging Lin Zhisho in lively conversation. Master Zhisho, I presume this is the esteemed 3rd miss of the Lin family, remarked Li Zihu, smiling as he regarded the striking Lin Xin. It must be said, Lin Xin, in both appearance and demeanor, stands as a paragon among the esteemed families. Even though she was dressed quite simply today, she remained a standout among her peers. Acknowledged. Lin Xin politely returned the gesture. Li Zihu, beaming, turned to her. No need for formality. My cousin Wei holds you in high regard. Though regrettably he could not attend today. Once his studies conclude, perhaps the 2 of you might engage in a meaningful conversation. It seemed the eldest son of the Li family had intentions of matchmaking. Alliances between prominent families through marriage are quite customary, especially considering both parties are of direct lineage. Such unions would be mutually beneficial. For instance, Lin Xion's mother is the daughter of a certain elder from the Wang family's collateral line, which explains the closeness between the 2 families. Lin Xion remained silent, her gaze lowered. Masterly, I fear this matter may have come too late, Lin Zhizhou interjected. Oh? Why so? Li Ziyu inquired, puzzled. Because Xianer is already betrothed to a young master from the Wang family, Lin Zhizhou elucidated. This revelation struck Zhou Luo with a jolt. As he cast a deep glance at Lin Xian, could her prolonged stay with the Wang family be for this reason? Initially taken aback, Li Ziyu burst into laughter. Ha ha, then I must congratulate the Lin and Wang families on their joyous union. The setback in matchmaking did not dampen Li Ziyu's spirits. After all, both families had plenty of offspring. If this one did not work out, there would always be another opportunity. Just as their conversation reached a comfortable pause, a new group entered from outside the Wang family science. Zhou Luo's gaze immediately fell upon Wang Yue amidst the crowd. Today, she adorned herself in a notably more resplendent manner. Her exquisite face accentuated by delicate makeup, a purple gold hairpin elegantly nestled in her coiled tresses, with a few strands cascading down to her chest. She wore a light blue, alluring off-shoulder dress, its golden embroidery crafting a breathtaking tableau that extended enticingly to her prominent figure, compelling anyone to avert their gaze. The hem of her skirt was notably short, revealing a pair of long, slender legs, fair as jade, adorned with delicate, gossamer-like white silk stockings. On her feet were exquisite white shoes embroidered with ethereal clouds, perfectly showcasing her statuesque legs. Her presence instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. In contrast to Lin Xian's understated attire, Wang Yue's ensemble was undeniably extravagant, leading Zhou Luo to perceive her not as a seeker of cultivation, but rather as someone in search of a suitor. Indeed, this was precisely her intention. Wang Yue's attire was dictated by her family's wishes, aiming to find a suitable match among the young men gathered today. Naturally, it would be even more advantageous if she could attract the attention of a disciple of the immortal sect. At the forefront of the Wang family stood an elder who had previously appeared at the Lingnan conference. He was the fifth elder of the family, named Wang Xian, who, like Lin Zhizhou, oversaw the family's alchemical endeavors. However, in comparison to the Lin family, the Wang family's alchemical industry thrived even more robustly. Not to mention, Wang Xian, being younger than Lin Zhizhou, had already brushed against the threshold of a top-tier first-grade alchemist. And the Wang family boasted more than 5 times the number of first-grade superior alchemists than the Lin family. Consequently, over the years, the Lin family had been dedicated to cultivating a favorable relationship with the Wang family to facilitate deeper collaboration. Chapter 87. Memories of the Wang family. Upon the arrival of Wang Xian, he swiftly made his way towards the vicinity of the Lin family. In comparison to the Li family, the Lin family shared a noticeably closer bond with the Wang family. Seeing one another approach, Lin Zhizhou paused his conversation. Brother Zhi, Wang Xian greeted with a respectful gesture. To think it would be you, Lin Zhizhou remarked, somewhat surprised. I happened to come to visit the immortal sect. Wang Xian replied with a smile. Lin Zhizhou then scanned the gathering, inquiring, has the 6th young master not arrived? The 6th young master, known as Wang Lang, belonged to the main family's direct lineage, holding a status comparable to that of Lin Xian. He was also the one engaged to Lin Xian. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian exhibited an expression of disappointment, stating, he has been spoiled and is under the impression that studying at the immortal sect holds no interest for him. So he has chosen to travel instead. At present, he is likely lost somewhere. Indeed, he usually attends the immortal sect for his studies. It does not offer him much assistance, Lin Zhizhou consoled. As the two conversed, Zhou Luo turned his attention to Wang Yue, only to find her approaching him directly. Zhou Luo, it has been quite some time. Wang Yue beamed with a sweet smile. Zhou Luo instantly felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him. Had looks been lethal, he would have surely perished on the spot. Ahem, it has indeed been a while, he replied awkwardly, nodding in acknowledgement. Wang Yue seemed poised to speak further, but Zhou Luo hastily interjected, I have some matters to attend to, let us chat later. With that, he made his way towards Lin Yueheng, engaging him in animated conversation as if he genuinely had urgent business. There was little he could do. Wang Yue's attire clearly signaled her intent to seek a husband, and it just so happened that she had been the first to greet him. He had no desire to become a target for unwanted attention. Who could say how the other young heirs present would react? It would be unwise to invite unnecessary enmity. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yue chuckled lightly, finding Zhou Luo quite amusing. She then approached Lin Xian, who was situated nearby. Brother Zhou, do you know that young lady? Lin Yueving inquired, intrigued by Zhou Luo's sudden appearance. She is the one I met at the last spiritual pill conference. We are not well acquainted, Zhou Luo responded vaguely. Is that so? Might Brother Zhou assist in making an introduction? Lin Yueheng asked with a smile. Yueheng, with your many wives and concubines, why not leave her for us? Someone nearby jested instantly. Indeed, Brother Zhou, do introduce us, chimed in others, eager for the chance. For them. Marrying a beauty such as Wang Yue would be a tremendous fortune, perhaps even elevating their family standing. I truly do not know her well, Zhou Luo lamented, raising his hands in resignation. The others, however, remained unconvinced, casting knowing glances in his direction. Meanwhile, Wang Yue had already positioned herself before Lin Xian. It appears you are not particularly well acquainted with him, Lin Xian remarked, gazing into her gem-like, radiant eyes. One must always tread carefully to avoid misunderstandings. Wang Yue replied with a gentle smile. Honestly, I cannot fathom why you would take an interest in him, Lin Xian remarked, his expression somewhat disdainful. Wang Yue simply smiled in response, remaining silent. Though she hailed from a collateral branch, her relationship with Lin Xian, the third young lady of the Lin family, was remarkably amicable. Their mothers were blood sisters, and their affinity for conversation fostered a closer bond between them. How hasn't Fong been of late? Lin Xian inquired, lowering her voice. Upon hearing this, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Wang Yue's eyes, but she swiftly regained her composure and smiled, just the same as ever. Lin Xian pressed her lips together and offered consolation. As long as you become a top-tier alchemist, Aunt Fong will surely emerge one day. Aunt Fong referred to Wang Yue's mother, Wang Fong, with a 6th-grade spiritual root. Wang Fong had defied family regulations by engaging with an outsider and giving birth to a child, which incurred the family's wrath. To this day, she remained confined within the family's forbidden grounds. Wang Yue was the offspring of this union with an ordinary man. Due to the family's fury, her father had already met his demise, and had she not been discovered to possess a 6th-grade spiritual root as well, she might have been discarded without a second thought. After all, her very existence was a source of shame for the Wang family. It is known that a woman with a 6th-grade spiritual root bears the responsibility of producing superior progeny for her clan. Thus, the Lin family's outrage was palpable when Wang Fong chose to unite with a man devoid of spiritual roots. Wang Yue was raised under Wang Xian's care, learning the art of alchemy until the present day. Her demonstrated talent in alchemy allowed the family to make an exception, granting her the opportunity to visit her mother monthly. However, years of confinement had taken their toll on her once resplendent mother, who now appeared increasingly despondent. Due to her neglect of cultivation, she could not withstand the corrosive effects of the fire poison within the forbidden grounds, and her health deteriorated rapidly, with few years left to live. The family remained unresponsive to this plight, even forbidding Wang Yue from providing the antidote, the Baishui Dan, to her mother. In their eyes, Wang Fong had lost her worth due to her lack of cultivation despite possessing a 6th-grade spiritual root. Were it not for the need to placate Wang Yue, the family might have abandoned her long ago. This was precisely why Wang Yue sought the Baishui Dan from Zhou Luo. However, she did not divulge this matter to Lin Xian, as she could not ensure that Lin Xian would refrain from informing the family. If the family were to learn of it, it could hasten her mother's demise. Opting for a son-in-law from the Lin family might prove more prudent than involving 2 clans. While they awaited further developments, a group emerged from the ancient bronze doors ahead. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe. With his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an air of authority. His face marked by an imposing pride, and a formidable presence radiated from him. Upon his arrival, all conversation ceased, and the gathered individuals bowed in deference. Lin Jishou and other officials approached him with humility, speaking in unison, Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao paid them no heed, instead retrieving a volume and addressing the crowd. All individuals shall separate according to their respective skills. Following this proclamation, a dozen outer disciples stepped forward, each announcing the skills for which they were responsible. The crowd promptly dispersed, moving towards their designated areas. Aside from the 4 primary arts and a few mainstream techniques, most skills are rather trivial, leading to a situation where a disciple may be responsible for a multitude of disciplines, often exceeding a dozen. Shortly thereafter, everyone took their positions. Zhou Luo and Lin Xian stood together, with Wang Yue beside Lin Xian. The crowd eagerly awaited the continuation of the discourse from Elder Zhao. Before you embark on your studies within the sect, there are several rules you must heed, Elder Zhao stated with an expression of indifference as he surveyed the assembly. Following this, a disciple stepped forward to commence the recitation of the regulations. The rules were few, but among them, the most crucial was the stipulation that all individuals were to confine their cultivation and studies to designated areas. Any transgressors would face immediate expulsion. It was hardly surprising that cultivation was restricted to specific zones. After all, the immortal sect could not permit outsiders to roam freely throughout these mountains. Once the regulations were recited, Elder Zhao remarked coolly, "You may disperse." Chapter 88. The Outer Sect Alchemy Chamber. As soon as the steward Zhao spoke, a dozen disciples led a throng of youthful men and women into the inner sanctum. Lin Jishou and the others, lacking the qualifications to enter, were left to await their return or to depart for their families. Zhou Luo followed the crowd, passing through a grand bronze door, and beheld the scene within the central area. To either side stood counters, where disciples clad in the attire of the Qingyuan sect sat in meditation upon specially designed spirit platforms, their overwhelming presence momentarily disorienting him. Directly in front of the counters, a brilliant crystal sparkled with golden light, displaying rows of golden characters. In the southern jungles, spirit beasts roam. Capture and return them to the sect for a reward of 5 medium-grade spirit stones. In the northern city of Longyan, the discovery of heretical practitioners from the Hahuan sect, recently having entered the foundation establishment stage, can yield 10 medium-grade spirit stones upon their eradication. In the northwest desert, traces of a large demon beast have been reported. Locating it may grant 1 medium-grade spirit stone. These golden inscriptions detailed various task descriptions. Zhou Luo was astonished to discover that all the rewards were, indeed, medium-grade spirit stones. Although the exchange rate between low-grade and medium-grade spirit stones stood at 100, the rarity of medium-grade stones, which only emerged from minor spirit veins, rendered them exceedingly precious. The market predominantly circulated low-grade stones, with medium-grade stones being a rare find. Such is the reputation of the immortal sect. It appears they regularly engage in transactions involving medium-grade spirit stones. Moreover, Zhou Luo was particularly intrigued by a task offering as many as 10 medium-grade spirit stones. This equated to a staggering 1,000 ordinary spirit stones, truly formidable. Yet, considering this was the bounty for a foundation establishment expert, it seemed justifiable. This also illustrated the astonishing depth of the sect's resources. Even a foundation establishment cultivator could be so casually rewarded. And this was merely the outer sect, the most peripheral peak of the immortal sect. He could scarcely fathom the nature of tasks available at the main peak. Having swiftly traversed the central area, Zhou Luo continued deeper into the interior. At last, he arrived at the innermost section, where he discovered that behind the pavilion lay a seemingly endless mountain path. Previously, he had only glimpsed the flickering spiritual lights behind the structures, obscured by some form of protective array. Upon reaching this point, the disciples guided the crowd toward the mountain path. Flanking the path were various exotic flowers and herbs, their fragrances wafting through the air. Additionally, alongside the main mountain path, numerous smaller paths led off to unknown destinations. Occasionally, disciples from the sect would lead others down these side paths. At that moment, Zhou Luo realized that the area designated for his cultivation and studies must reside within this very peak. Initially, he had hoped to explore other peaks, but it now seemed improbable. In the realm of cultivation, mastery of the 4 fundamental arts was paramount, with higher positions correlating to greater importance. Among these, formations, alchemy, and artifacts held the highest esteem, while pills ranked second. Zhou Luo followed the disciple of the immortal sect as they ascended further. Uncertain of how long they had been walking, perhaps it was due to the fragrant air that the group felt no fatigue. Instead, their spirits soared. Observing the swirling mist around them, Zhou Luo realized they had ascended to a considerable height. He turned back to behold countless mountain peaks veiled in fog, occasionally catching glimpses of a rainbow streaking across the sky, glimmering with ethereal light, likely the presence of a powerful cultivator soaring through the air. Besides the mist, Zhou Luo noticed various creatures nestled among the bushes flanking the path: white deer, little rabbits, sheep, and the like. These beings belonged to the realm of mystical beasts. Lacking awakened intelligence and nourished by the essence of heaven and earth, they often ended up as sustenance for cultivators. At that moment, the leading disciple of the celestial sect abruptly turned onto a side path. Zhou Luo understood that they were finally nearing their destination. Following the winding trail, the group of 10, filled with vigor, quickened their pace. Before long, they arrived at an expansive estate. This is the outer sect's alchemy area. During your training here, it is imperative that you do not wander off. The disciple of the celestial sect admonished solemnly, and the 10 nodded earnestly in response. Subsequently, he led them into the estate. The estate was divided into inner and outer sections, with various buildings harmoniously distributed throughout. The front courtyard featured a single-story structure, its roof adorned with glazed tiles that shimmered under the sunlight, radiating a golden glow. The eaves, arching gracefully like a phoenix in flight, exuded an air of nobility and solemnity. At the center stood a 5-story pavilion, bathed in spiritual light, appearing extraordinarily sacred. Beneath that resplendent brilliance, one could faintly discern numerous towering edifices, presumably belonging to the estate's rear courtyard. With little time for further observation, Zhou Luo followed the others into the black pavilion. The first floor of the pavilion's hall was spacious and bright, supported by towering stone columns that resembled majestic mountains. The first thing that caught the eye was a massive table made of golden silk namu wood at the center. Behind the table was a small room, with wooden stairs on either side leading to the second floor, their railings intricately carved with dragon and phoenix motifs. Below the staircase were 2 corridors leading to the rear courtyard. The disciple approached the table respectfully and carefully called out, "Elder Lu." Moments later, a sound emanated from the small room, and the door swung open to reveal a middle-aged cultivator stretching lazily as he stepped out. He had a well-defined face, tall and slender, with a hint of weariness in his eyes, as if he had just awakened. "The little ones from the mountain have arrived so soon?" Elder Lu yawned. "Indeed, we ask for your guidance moving forward, Elder Lu," the disciple replied with utmost respect. "Understood. It seems the days are anything but tranquil." Elder Lu waved his hand dismissively. The disciple then turned, regaining his previous haughty demeanor, and addressed the 10 with utmost seriousness. "You are to strictly obey Elder Lu's commands without any defiance. Otherwise, prepare to be expelled from the mountain." "Yes." The 10 stood tall, not daring to voice any objection. Once the instructions were imparted, the disciple departed. The 10 individuals turned their gazes towards Elder Lu, whose appearance somewhat diverged from the typical celestial being. Familiar faces abound. It seems the task ahead shall be less burdensome." Elder Lu surveyed the crowd and remarked, "Those endowed with exceptional talent can effortlessly overshadow their peers at any given moment. Thus, although the alchemy conference is held annually, the participants are predominantly these illustrious alchemists, with few newcomers daring to emerge." Suddenly, his eyes fell upon Zhou Luo and Lin Xin. Well, it appears there are indeed newcomers." Sensing the weight of his gaze, Zhou Luo hastily bowed his head, exuding an air of utmost humility and respect. He then casually gestured towards Wang Yue. "You shall be responsible for elucidating the rules of this place, as you have attended several times already." "Certainly, Elder Lu," Wang Yue replied with a deep bow, filled with reverence. "Now, find yourselves a room in the front courtyard to settle in, unless you wish to ascend to the upper floors to peruse ancient texts. Refrain from disturbing me," Elder Lu stated, before turning and meandering towards a small chamber. Chapter 89. The rules. After Elder Lu departed, the remaining individuals amicably turned to leave, leaving only Zhou Luo and Lin Xin exchanging glances. "Let us go," Wang Yue said with a smile directed at the 2. Reluctantly, they followed her from the loft into the open air. The scenery in the front courtyard was quite pleasing, with verdant trees swaying in the breeze and flowers blooming in their most resplendent forms. A small stream meandered through the courtyard, flowing towards an unknown destination. Wang Yue led the 2 to a structure designated for habitation. This single-story building had precisely 10 vacant rooms. 7 had already been claimed by others, leaving only 3 rooms available on the exterior. "Choose one," Wang Yue suggested, gesturing towards the 3 rooms. Lin Xin remained silent, stepping forward to open the door of the middle room. Wang Yue turned to Zhou Luo beside her. "I shall take this one," he said, indicating the outermost room. "Very well, settle your belongings, and in half an hour, come to my room. I will assist you in acclimating to this place," she replied. "Thank you." Zhou Luo nodded in acknowledgement. "No need for thanks. I remember our agreement." Wang Yue chuckled lightly before proceeding to the remaining room. Zhou Luo did not respond, but in his heart, he echoed her sentiment. "I remember as well." He then made his way to the outermost room. Upon entering, he found the space devoid of ostentatious decor, furnished only with the essentials. A wooden bed occupied one corner of the room. Its bedding, though not silk, was clean and neatly arranged. Despite the fact that the occupants changed every 2 years, the room was well kept. As a talisman master, Zhou Luo observed several talismans affixed to the walls. Upon closer inspection, he discovered these were sound isolating talismans of the first rank, of superior quality, imbued with sufficient spiritual energy to maintain their efficacy for several months. The sight of these top-tier talismans carelessly affixed to the walls ignited an impulse within Zhou Luo to tear them down and take them. Yet, reason prevailed, reminding him that such an action would be detrimental to his own prospects. However, Zhou Luo found it perplexing that, if Qingyuan's sect intended to shield the occupant from disturbances, they did not simply employ a formation, as they had on the 10th floor of the Tianxia Tavern. Such an arrangement would not only be more efficient, but also conserve significant resources. This question lingered in Zhou Luo's mind until one day, he posed it to Wang Yue. Her response was enlightening. These superior sound isolating talismans are merely practice tools for the talisman masters of the immortal sect. They are of no interest to them. Rather than waste them, they have affixed them in these locations. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo instinctively queried, why not sell them instead? That would yield a considerable profit. Yet, he had underestimated the realities of the situation. It turned out the immortal sect did not sell first-rank talismans externally due to their meager profit margins. Thus, they were primarily consumed internally. Although there were many chi refinement practitioners within the sect, their limited excursions meant that most had little use for such talismans. As for Foundation establishment experts, they regarded first-rank talismans with disdain. This accumulation of soundproofing talismans within the celestial sect led to such actions. At the moment he heard these explanations, Zhou Luo finally comprehended a saying from his previous life. Peasants only know to plow the fields with hoes. Hence they believe the emperor also cultivates the land, albeit with a golden hoe. Indeed, his experience had been rather limited. Now, Zhou Luo meticulously arranged the items he had brought and released the long-awaited Snow Mountain Spirit Cat. To be honest, when he initially arrived at the Qingyuan sect, he felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that others might discover this spirit beast with its fourth-tier potential. Fortunately, no one seemed to pay attention during his journey. Nevertheless, Zhou Luo resolved that he must keep the little white cat out of sight. Otherwise, there was no guarantee that some adept would not recognize its origins and simply take it away, leaving him in a predicament. After tidying up, Zhou Luo checked the time and headed towards Wang Yue's chamber. The door was ajar, and inside, Lin Xian was already seated. As Zhou Luo entered, a faint floral fragrance wafted through the air, reminiscent of gardenias. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yue had changed into a new outfit, donning a simple white gown. "Please, have a seat." Wang Yue and Appo's voice suddenly resonated, interrupting his thoughts. Regaining his focus, Zhou Luo promptly settled into the chair crafted from golden silk nanmo, sitting upright and awaiting her discourse. In truth, the rules here were not particularly numerous. Wang Yue offered Zhou Luo a cup of spirit tea. This estate served as the alchemy facility for the outer gate of the Qingyuan sect, delineated by a black pavilion, which divided the space into a front and a back courtyard. Given their status, they were prohibited from entering the back courtyard. Each morning, the sect would announce the elixirs to be refined that day, akin to a daily assignment. Should anyone fail to complete their task by evening, they would face penalties. The first failure resulted in a 3-day deprivation of spirit food, while the second failure incurred a 10-day penalty along with physical punishment. Continuing in this manner until the 5th day. If one still failed to fulfill the sect's obligations, expulsion would ensue. In addition to the daily assignments, the celestial sect conducted examinations monthly. The content of these exams was similar to that of the spirit elixirs, comprising both written and martial assessments. The top 3 performers not only received rewards from the sect but also earned the privilege to access the 3rd floor of the pavilion. The first-place winner even gained entry to the 4th floor. This black pavilion was, in fact, a repository of books. The upper 4 levels housed a plethora of ancient texts on alchemical techniques, encompassing an extensive array of knowledge. As one ascended, the depth of knowledge within the texts increased, delving into higher realms. It was said that the 4th floor even contained ancient tomes concerning 3rd-tier alchemists. Although such knowledge seemed distant for them as first-tier alchemists, it was certainly preferable to have glimpsed it than to remain oblivious, as it might even influence their own realms. Legend has it that a first-tier mid-grade alchemist had achieved first place for 12 consecutive months, thus spending nearly an entire year within the 4th floor of the pavilion, absorbing the wisdom contained in those ancient texts. On the final day of his departure from the immortal sect, he astonishingly ascended to the rank of a first-tier high-grade alchemist. It is noteworthy that among his peers who had entered at the same time, some of whom possessed a deeper understanding of medicinal concoctions, had yet to achieve such a breakthrough. As the adage goes, one comprehends the meaning of a text after reading it 100 times. The expansive knowledge afforded by the ancient texts on the 4th floor sometimes allows for remarkable progress. Are we merely self-taught in this place? Lin Xian inquired with a furrowed brow. Wang Yue nodded in agreement. The essence of learning here is that the immortal sect permits them to peruse ancient texts on alchemical arts located on the 2nd floor, supplemented by rewards and penalties to enhance their skills. It is no wonder that some individuals, after numerous participations, become reluctant to continue their studies at the sect. For once the ancient texts have been fully explored, the assistance one can receive from the sect diminishes significantly. Chapter 90. Trouble approaches. Zhou Luo never anticipated that the so-called sect study would be like this. The realization that their area was confined to the front courtyard left him with a sense of being deceived. He had imagined that studying at the immortal sect would grant him the opportunity to attract the attention of eminent figures. If he could be accepted as a disciple, it would be a tremendous gain. However, according to Wang Yue, they were essentially imprisoned within the estate, with little chance to engage with the distinguished members of the sect. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhou Luo's eyes upon receiving this news. It appeared that the opportunity for sect study was not as promising as he had envisioned. Lin Xian, standing nearby, shared a similar sentiment, yet both chose to remain silent. I know what you are thinking, but this experience will ultimately benefit you newcomers. Furthermore, if your weekly assessments yield exceptional results, you may receive rewards from your families, Wang Yue remarked. This statement sparked a glimmer of anticipation in the two of them. What kind of rewards are typically offered? Lin Xian inquired. It depends on the situation, magical tools, elixirs, techniques, and so forth. Generally, there will be ample rewards, Wang Yue replied. A vast immortal sect would undoubtedly provide generous incentives. Thank you, Miss Wang, for your explanation, Zhou Luo said, cupping his hands in gratitude. Although his relationship with Wang Yue was not overly formal, he felt it prudent to maintain a semblance of distance in front of others. It is no trouble. This is what Elder Lu requested of me, Wang Yue smiled. What kind of person is Elder Lu? Lin Xian suddenly asked. Well, one could describe him as somewhat laid back. He usually does not concern himself with matters, Wang Yue answered after a moment of contemplation. Elder Lu primarily oversees the various affairs of the front courtyard, but he often sleeps and dislikes managing these mundane matters. Consequently, his disciples handle most responsibilities. Elder Lu has 5 disciples, all residing in the back courtyard. Typically, if no major issues arise, the youngest disciple takes charge. Besides the 10 of them in the front courtyard, there are also several alchemists who have been recognized by the sect and are studying at the immortal sect. These alchemists possess comparable strength to them, but exhibit far greater talent and potential. For them, the front courtyard is merely a temporary stop. Some may qualify to enter the back courtyard in less than a year. After all, only in the back courtyard can one acquire genuine knowledge. Wang Yue was uncertain how many people currently resided in the front courtyard, but she cautioned the 2 of them to avoid conflicts with the sect's alchemists if they encountered them. As she said this, she cast a glance at Lin Xian. Why are you looking at me? Lin Xian retorted. Though she possessed a proud disposition, she was not foolish enough to provoke members of the sect. I am merely concerned for you, Wang Yue explained. Zhou Luo, overhearing this exchange, speculated that the 2 must share a close bond. After a brief introduction, Wang Yue proposed to show them around the premises. Thus, the 3 of them stepped out of the house. The entire front courtyard was expansive. Their residence was situated to the left of the Black Pavilion, near the entrance. Adjacent to the edifice where they resided lay the place where everyone collected their spiritual sustenance. And behind it, a row of chambers designated for alchemical practices. In addition to the alchemical rooms, there were also spaces for storing medicinal herbs and recording the formulations of elixirs. To the right of the dark attic were the quarters previously mentioned by Wang Yue, where disciples of various sects resided. The structures on the right bore little distinction from those on the left. They were equally well equipped, perhaps even more lavishly adorned, resulting in minimal interaction between the 2 factions. The sole point of convergence was likely the foreboding black attic ahead. Returning to the black attic, Wang Yue addressed the 2, stating, the 2nd floor serves as a communal area, accessible at your convenience. However, should you wish to ascend to higher levels, you must first obtain the consent of Elder Lu. With that, she guided them to the 2nd floor. This level resembled a library, with ancient texts meticulously categorized upon the shelves, while several figures stood or sat, engrossed in the study of these venerable tomes. Lin Xian appeared to be visiting for the first time. Curiosity danced across her features as she abandoned her companions and strode towards the towering bookshelves. On the spot, Wang Yue exchanged a glance with Zhou Luo. Leaning slightly forward, she whispered into his ear, I shall visit your room tonight. Without waiting for Zhou Luo to respond, she turned and departed, leaving behind a faint, lingering fragrance in the air. Zhou Luo shrugged and began to peruse the ancient texts before him, intrigued by the possibility of uncovering knowledge previously unknown to him. Yet, he remained naively optimistic. If these ancient texts were accessible for casual exploration, how profound could they truly be? After a brief examination, he discovered that the volumes pertained solely to first-level alchemical techniques, offering him no practical benefit. Rather than squander time here, he resolved it would be wiser to return to his cultivation. Thus, Zhou Luo returned to his chamber, settling onto a mat to practice the gathering spirit technique. As dinner time approached, he emerged from his room and made his way to the adjacent building to claim his spiritual nourishment. Alas, being only at the 3rd level of qi training, he had yet to reach the state of fasting and could only hope to refrain from eating once he ascended beyond the 5th level. Furthermore, the spiritual energy absorbed during this stage of cultivation was insufficient to sustain the physical exertion required. Upon entering the hall, he noticed others seated at nearby tables, engaged in conversation over their meals. To his surprise, he recognized members of the Lu family among them. The rivalry between the Lin and Lu families flashed through his mind as he hastened to the window to retrieve his evening sustenance, intending to depart promptly. Stop. Yet, the more one fears something, the more it seems to manifest. A voice halted him. Zhou Luo could have ignored it and walked away. But evasion was not a viable long-term strategy. Taking a deep breath, he turned to face the speaker, who was none other than Luan, his competitor during the literary examination, who had secured 2nd place. However, Lu's family had subsequently withdrawn from the competition due to Zhou Luo's earlier underhanded tactics. To his astonishment, Luan was still present in this locale. "Is there something you require?" Zhou Luo inquired, knowing the sect prohibited internal strife, thus feeling no apprehension regarding a confrontation. Clad in resplendent robes, Luan rose and approached him, his demeanor exuding arrogance. "Did you cheat during the last literary examination?" He fixed his gaze upon Zhou Luo, hostility glinting in his eyes. "Do you think that is possible?" Zhou Luo retorted. Before Luan could respond, he continued, "Moreover, I am merely a son-in-law of the Lin family, not a true member. The conflicts between your family and mine should hold no relevance to me. Therefore, in the future, when you seek to exert your authority, I implore you to direct it towards the appropriate individuals." Luan scrutinized him intently, his expression shifting subtly. After delivering his words, Zhou Luo turned to leave, only to be taken aback by the unexpected presence of Lin Xin and Wang Yue behind him. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Zhou Luo. How could she have overheard his remarks? Lin Xin regarded him with a cold stare but remained silent, merely proceeding towards the food collection window. Zhou Luo released a sigh of relief and hastened his departure. Meanwhile, Luan, feeling dismissed, clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he glared at Zhou Luo's retreating figure, speechless. Upon returning to his quarters, Zhou Luo prepared his dinner. He soon discovered that the spiritual cuisine of the Xian sect was markedly more sumptuous than that of his own family. After tasting a morsel, he found the flavor delightful. It seemed that there were indeed advantages to being part of the Xian sect, at least in terms of culinary satisfaction. Suddenly, he recalled the earlier incident. The realization that Lin Xin had overheard him distancing himself from the Lin family filled him with dread. If she reported this to her family, the goodwill he had painstakingly built could be obliterated. It might even jeopardize his family and Appo's support for his cultivation. No, it was imperative to clarify this matter. Zhou Luo resolved that after finishing his meal, he would seek out Lin Xin to engage in a thorough discussion. Chapter 91. The misunderstanding deepens in his quest for the family's focused cultivation. Zhou Luo had previously endeavored to foster a favorable impression in front of Lin Jishou, which has now resulted in the latter and Appo's considerable favoritism towards him. However, should Lin Xin relay his earlier remarks back to the family, it would not incite a furious backlash but would undoubtedly sow the seeds of discord. After all, an outsider who has never considered himself a member of the Lin family, no matter how gifted, is undeserving of the family's nurturing. Both the Grand Elder and the head of the family had sought to cultivate him based on his loyalty to the Lin clan. Once it is established that he is disloyal, the family would naturally retract all support. During dinner, Zhou Luo grew increasingly concerned about the gravity of the situation. After returning his bowl and chopsticks, he meticulously prepared his explanation and knocked on Lin Xion's door. The soundproofing charm only muffled the noises within the room, ensuring that his knocks would reach her ears. Yet, after a moment of waiting, she did not answer. Had she truly become angry? Zhou Luo thought it dire. He felt compelled to clarify the misunderstanding, lest he utterly jeopardize his future within the family. Thus, he knocked again. Knock, knock, knock. The dull thuds echoed persistently. And Zhou Luo called out, "Third miss, what occurred earlier was a misunderstanding. I can explain." However, for reasons unknown, she remained silent. Gathering his courage, he continued, "What I said was intended to avoid trouble. It was not heartfelt. If it weren't for the family's support, how could I have achieved my current standing? I have always been immensely grateful to the family, and I have never considered myself anything less than a member of the Lin clan. Given the family's kindness towards me, how could I possibly regard myself as anything but their heir?" Before he could finish, the door swung open abruptly. Lin Xian glared at him, exclaiming, "Are you done yet?" Before he could even take in her presence, he was met with a fragrant aroma. Upon seeing Lin Xian, he was astonished to realize she appeared to have just bathed. Her lustrous black hair still glistened with moisture, and she was clad only in a robe that failed to conceal her alluring figure. The sight of her prominent silhouette, particularly her graceful curves, rendered him momentarily speechless. Now he understood why she had not opened the door. Hastily averting his gaze, he inadvertently caught sight of her long, fair legs, with droplets of water glistening on her smooth calves, a sight that stirred his pulse. He swiftly turned away, filled with regret, murmuring, "Third miss. I was unaware that you—" Bang, the door slammed shut once more. Zhou Luo felt utterly despondent, as if the situation was spiraling further out of control. Inside the room, Lin Xian sat in a chair, her long legs beneath the robe exuding an undeniable allure, her flushed cheeks betraying her ire. She had always maintained the habit of bathing at home, and upon her arrival, she had continued this practice. She had simply not anticipated Zhou Luo and Appo's visit at such an inopportune moment. The presence of the soundproofing charm rendered her unable to communicate from within. and she had hoped he would take the hint and leave after a brief knocking. To my surprise, this individual only escalated the situation, even beginning to loudly explain himself outside the door. Clearly, this was an invitation for everyone to mock him, thus disregarding any sense of shame. Lin Xian donned a robe and opened the door, delivering a stern reprimand before shutting it once more, her beautiful eyes fixed upon the wooden tub. Lin Xian suddenly lost her desire to continue soaking and began dressing instead. Outside, Zhou Luo found himself in a state of indecision, unable to move forward or retreat. Frozen in place. Fortunately, at that moment, Wang Yue opened the door. Is it really necessary to be this anxious over just a few words? Wang Yue chuckled as she looked at him, then added with a knowing glance, or is this all part of your design? Zhou Luo managed a bitter smile, thinking to himself how wronged he felt, far more than Doi. Who could fathom why this third young lady would forsake the cleansing talismans provided by the immortal sect in favor of a bath? Earlier, his eagerness to explain had led to this awkward predicament. Faced with Wang Yue's teasing, he helplessly replied, "Do you believe me if I say it was an accident?" "Of course I do," she responded, stepping out of the room with a thoughtful expression. "She's already engaged. It would be wise for you to avoid such behavior in the future, as it may have adverse effects." Zhou Luo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "I didn't intend for it to be like this." "All right, I was just teasing you," Wang Yue laughed lightly. Just then, the door swung open once more. Now clad in a knee-length, pristine white dress, Lin Xian regarded the two with an icy demeanor. "If this was intentional, I would gouge out your eyes," she said to Zhou Luo, her voice laced with frost. "Third miss, it was truly an accident," Zhou Luo replied, feeling quite helpless. "What were you trying to say earlier?" Lin Xian disregarded the previous matter and shifted the conversation. "I wanted to clarify what I said earlier to that fellow with the surname Luo." Zhou Luo straightened up, sincerity etched on his face. "Oh, I understand now." "You needn't explain," Lin Xian replied coldly. Zhou Luo attempted to say more, but Lin Xian interrupted him. "Rest assured, I am not so bored as to secretly slander you over such trivial matters." Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He promptly praised, "Third miss, your magnanimity is truly commendable." Enough with the flattery, Lin Xian cut him off, then turned to Wang Yue. "What are you doing standing there?" "I came to discuss something with Zhou Luo," Wang Yue said, gently nudging him aside. Lin Xian regarded the two with suspicion. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo had been pushed aside, and he called out, "Third miss, my loyalty to the Lin family is as clear as day." The only response he received was the sound of a door slamming shut. "Who would have thought you possessed such thick skin?" Wang Yue remarked with a laugh, covering her mouth. "You don't understand. This is survival of the fittest," Zhou Luo proclaimed proudly. "Very well, then you must come in and teach me," Wang Yue said as she pushed him into the room. Inside, she closed the door, yet her smile remained undiminished. Zhou Luo sat on a chair, the weight that had been pressing on his heart lifted by Lin Xian's earlier words. He gazed at Wang Yue at the entrance and said, "Speak. What information do you possess regarding this place?" Ever since he learned that during this session at the Xian sect, he could obtain only minimal rewards, Zhou Luo felt an overwhelming urgency to uncover the information that Wang Yue had mentioned, hoping to find a glimmer of solace. A subtle, almost imperceptible change flickered in Wang Yue's eyes. Yet her expression remained radiant as she smiled and, sitting opposite him, rested her right hand on the table, inquiring, "And what about your sincerity?" Zhou Luo, not one for unnecessary words, promptly produced a jade vial from his bosom and placed it upon the table. Wang Yue's beautiful eyes glimmered as she took it, examining it carefully. Upon confirming that it contained Bai Shui Dan, her smile broadened even further. However, before she could put it away, Zhou Luo suddenly made a move, snatching it back with determination. "And what about your sincerity?" He echoed her words. Chapter 92. The transaction. The information I wish to convey pertains to the 4th floor of the attic, Wang Yue said softly, her gaze fixed on Zhou Luo. Upon hearing the mention of the 4th floor, Zhou Luo raised an eyebrow. Previously, when Wang Yue had recounted the circumstances of this place, she had already informed him and Lin Xian about the 4th floor. Could there be other secrets concealed within? "Pray tell," Zhou Luo inquired with a curious expression. Wang Yue took a deep breath and said solemnly, "The ancient texts on the 4th floor encompass not only advanced alchemical knowledge, but also clues concerning various rare materials and treasures of the earth." "Rare materials and treasures?" Zhou Luo's expression turned contemplative. "In this world, such resources are of paramount importance, whether it be rare medicinal herbs, millennia-old spirit wood, or extraordinary ores. They can significantly impact cultivators." During his earlier physical refinement, Zhou Luo had utilized numerous rare materials, albeit of lower grade. If treasures were to manifest within the celestial sect, their value would be beyond measure. This sparked Zhou Luo's interest. Yet, he felt puzzled. Why would there be such clues on the 4th floor? Because it is a method employed by the celestial sect to train its disciples, Wang Yue explained. In addition to the plethora of alchemical texts on the 4th and 5th floors, various clues are hidden, awaiting discovery. This not only serves to assess whether the disciples possess sufficient wisdom and attentiveness, but also hones their skills while they seek out these clues. It is, in essence, a dual benefit. According to Wang Yue, she had frequented the 4th floor on numerous occasions, which was how she had acquired this information. Zhou Luo's face reflected surprise. He had initially thought the Black Attic was merely a library, unaware that the upper 2 floors concealed such intricacies. If he could gain access to the 4th floor for thorough research, he might unearth numerous clues and acquire a wealth of rare materials. However, Zhou Luo did not allow this newfound excitement to cloud his judgment. He observed Wang Yue's eager expression and shook his head. This alone is insufficient. This should be common knowledge. I would have discovered it eventually, regardless of whether you told me. As long as I enter the 4th floor, I will learn of it. Wang Yue's expression faltered, revealing her discomfort. After a moment of internal conflict, she hesitantly spoke. This is the message I intended to convey. Zhou Luo couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. He had anticipated a significant secret, only to find it was this. Was she perhaps lacking in sound judgment? If this were the case, there would be no need for collaboration. His gaze turned cold as he stood to leave. Was this merely a jest? Wang Yue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. The information she presented was indeed lackluster. Yet, her initial intention had been to impress Zhou Luo, and she was compelled to do so. Nevertheless, she did not mean to deceive him intentionally, for she possessed something that might sway Zhou Luo's interest. As Zhou Luo approached the door, poised to abandon the transaction, Wang Yue suddenly rose, her eyes resolute, her voice firm. I can offer you a high-quality magical artifact in exchange. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo, who had initially intended to leave, looked at the other person in astonishment. A high-grade magical artifact? Wang Yue nodded. Why am I so incredulous? Zhou Luo hesitated, yet ultimately returned to his seat. If it truly is a high-grade magical artifact, it would not be entirely unacceptable. Seeing him return, Wang Yue felt a sigh of relief in her heart. With a reluctant tone, she stated, "This is my family heirloom." Subsequently, she removed a red cord from her snow-white neck, from which dangled a white jade ring. The ring was adorned with a ruby, glimmering with faint crimson light. Wang Yue hesitated as she gazed at the ring in her hand, her thoughts drifting to her mother as plight. With resolve, she extended it towards him. This is a first-tier high-grade magical artifact, given to me by my mother. It can be used to accelerate cultivation. As she spoke of her mother, the once bright light in her eyes dimmed with a hint of red. Upon learning that it was a first-tier high-grade magical artifact, Zhou Luo's interest was piqued. He took the ring and examined it closely, noticing that the inner band bore the inscription Fire Spirit. To his surprise, this small ring was on par with the Lingxi jade. Unfortunately, he was not a craftsman and could not discern its authenticity. Although intrigued by the artifact, Zhou Luo placed it back on the table and pushed it away. I am not a craftsman. Who knows whether it is genuine? It seems unreasonable to exchange such a precious item for a vial of Baishui Dan. That is not true. You can test it, Wang Yue insisted, shaking her head vigorously. Whether it is a first-tier high-grade magical artifact can be determined by trying it on. However, Zhou Luo's curiosity lay elsewhere. He was more intrigued by the fact that she was willing to part with such a significant heirloom for a vial of Baishui Dan. It struck him as odd. Zhou Luo scrutinized her and inquired earnestly, "So, what do you truly wish to do with the Baishui Dan?" Wang Yue's body trembled slightly, meeting his star-like gaze. She bit her lip, slowly lowering her head. Ultimately, she revealed her mother's circumstances to him. After speaking, she wearily returned to her seat, her spirits gradually dampening. Upon realizing that this small vial of Baishui Dan was, in fact, a vital elixir for her mother, Zhou Luo understood the urgency behind her actions, including the willingness to part with her treasured heirloom. This revelation dispelled any lingering doubts he had harbored. After all, she had no reason to deceive him in this matter. He could easily verify the truth with the third miss or by making a few inquiries about these past events. Indeed, even those from noble families were not exempt from helplessness. Gazing at Wang Yue, whose eyes were reddened with sorrow, Zhou Luo silently retrieved the silk scarf that Lin Yi had placed into his storage bag and handed it to her. "Thank you," Wang Yue murmured. Her voice choked with emotion as she kept her head bowed. "There is no need for thanks. It is merely a fair exchange," Zhou Luo replied. He then rose and approached the door, opening it. "If there is nothing else, then we shall conclude our transaction here." With the exchange complete, he intended to thoroughly test the artifact's capabilities later. As he observed Wang Yue preparing to take her leave, her earlier revelation came to his mind. This transaction instilled a sense of trust in her regarding the other party, and considering her relationship with Lin Xin, collaborating with him might prove to be a splendid idea. A new plan emerged in her mind. Thus, Wang Yue remained seated, and after deliberation, she remarked, "I have a clue regarding the primary ingredient for the foundation establishment pill." Zhou Luo was momentarily taken aback, his initial thoughts of experimentation dissipating. He glanced outside and swiftly closed the door. Approaching her, he inquired earnestly, "What is the primary ingredient?" "It's a clue concerning dragon bloodgrass," Wang Yue replied candidly. "Dragon bloodgrass?" Zhou Luo's voice rose in surprise. Dragon bloodgrass is indeed one of the crucial materials for concocting the foundation establishment pill. As an essential elixir for breaking through from the 9th level of qi refinement to foundation establishment, the foundation establishment pill is a coveted treasure for countless practitioners. For a cultivator seeking to advance their skills, the foundation establishment pill is indispensable. However, due to its classification as a second-tier elixir and the extreme scarcity of the required primary ingredients, it remains elusive in the market. Should a foundation establishment pill appear, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among various secular powers and immortal families. There was a time when an immortal family, having inadvertently acquired a foundation establishment pill, faced relentless pursuit and eventual annihilation by rival factions once the news leaked. The entire clan was eradicated, vanishing from the annals of history. This underscores the significance of the foundation establishment pill. While the dragon bloodgrass, as one of the primary ingredients, may not evoke such dire consequences, it is nonetheless coveted by countless individuals. Its inherent ability to enhance one's cultivation physique, combined with its status as a primary ingredient for the foundation establishment pill, has driven its market price to astronomical heights. Many yearn to procure it but find it unattainable. Such a rare herb, if truly possessed, would confer immense value. Zhou Luo felt a strong allure. With the lottery function of the system at his disposal, he might one day acquire the second-tier alchemy skill. If he could prepare the primary ingredients for the foundation establishment pill in advance, it would spare him considerable hassle. Indeed, I can share this clue with you, but you must continue to provide elixirs thereafter. Rest assured, I will find a way to trade those elixirs for other equivalent treasures or spirit stones. Wang Yue raised her gaze, sincerity etched on her face. Zhou Luo was indeed tempted by this proposition. However, he soon pondered a dilemma. "You must understand. I am a son-in-law and cannot leave my family. And you, under the watchful eyes of your clan, likely cannot venture out either. To seek dragon bloodgrass, one must inevitably depart from their family. For others, this may not pose a significant challenge, but given our unique circumstances, collaboration in this endeavor may prove difficult. We can enlist Lin Xin," Wang Yue blurted out. As the third young lady of the Lin family, she would undoubtedly face no obstructions bringing a son-in-law along. Considering Wang Yue's words, Zhou Luo recalled that not only did her mother hail from the Wang family, but Wang Yue herself was also on the verge of marrying into the Wang family. It seemed that even if she invited Wang Yue to join her, the Wang family would likely raise no objections. Hearing this, Zhou Luo fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, Lin Xin is undoubtedly the most suitable individual. Yet will the other party truly acquiesce? He scrutinized Wang Yue and inquired, if the third miss were to learn of this matter, she would undoubtedly seek clarity on every aspect. She likely would not consent, would she? He was referring to the affair concerning Bishui Dan. The fact that the other party preferred to approach him rather than Lin Xin indicated that Lin Xin would surely disapprove of her actions. If this matter were to come to light, would the other party not intervene? Rest assured, I know precisely how to articulate this. She will remain oblivious to our arrangement. Wang Yue appeared to have long prepared her response. In that case, I find no issue with it. The last vestige of concern dissipated, and Zhou Luo acquiesced to the proposal. A gleam of joy illuminated Wang Yue's countenance. Do not forget our agreement. I hope to see you at next year's Ling Danhui. Of course, may our collaboration be fruitful. Zhou Luo instinctively extended his right hand. Wang Yue hesitated for a moment, somewhat perplexed by the gesture. Nevertheless, she extended her hand to clasp his. As she felt the warmth radiating from his palm and recalled that her mother need not perish, the furrow of worry on Wang Yue's brow completely vanished. In Lin Xin's guest room, dressed in a cream-colored gauze dress, Lin Xin sat on the bed, hugging her knees and revealing her fair, rounded calves, contemplating what the two next door might be discussing. Earlier, at the Wang family's Ling Danhui, she had conversed with her close friend Wang Yue about Zhou Luo. At that time, Lin Xin regarded him with disdain and contempt. In her eyes, Zhou Luo, a mere son-in-law, though possessing decent alchemical talent, had no grounds to be valued so highly by Elder Lu, even being accepted as a direct disciple. As a fellow first-tier mid-grade alchemist, she firmly believed she could surpass him. After all, in previous years, she had been preoccupied with her cultivation within the sect, neglecting the refinement of her alchemical skills. Now that she too had become a disciple of Elder Lu, there was no reason to believe she would be inferior. However, Wang Yue informed her that this son-in-law was not as simple as he appeared. The rationale she provided was straightforward. One who secures first place in a literary examination cannot possibly be mediocre and must possess sufficient diligence and effort. To this, Lin Xin remained somewhat skeptical, believing Zhou Luo might simply be fortunate. Yet, when she participated in the literary examination at the Lingdan Hui and beheld the questions presented, she found herself utterly bewildered. Could one truly answer all these questions correctly? Lin Xin recalled Wang Yue mentioning that Zhou Luo had scored 97 points, with deductions only on the essay questions. But from where had he acquired knowledge of such obscure topics? Lin Xin struggled to comprehend. In that moment, her perception of Zhou Luo began to shift. After all, when an individual displays ample talent and capability, their status and identity become less significant. Lin Xin, who had never regarded Zhou Luo highly, ultimately underestimated this son-in-law. Yet, this merely constituted a slight elevation in her regard. It was insufficient to place him on an equal footing with herself. Subsequently, in her conversations with Wang Yue, she sensed that her dear sister seemed to harbor considerable interest in him. This inevitably piqued her curiosity about whether something had transpired between the two of them during the gathering. Now, with the two solitary souls confined to a single room, Lin Xion's inquisitiveness reached its zenith. Upon suddenly hearing a commotion from the adjacent room, she swiftly flung open the door like a startled rabbit. Spotting Wang Yue passing by, she seized her and pulled her into the room. What were you doing in there just now? Lin Xion scrutinized the smiling Wang Yue. Oh, nothing much. He just had a few questions he wished for me to clarify, Wang Yue replied with a blink, feigning innocence. What questions? Lin Xion inquired suspiciously. Just trivial matters. Why are you so curious? Wang Yue appraised her from head to toe, revealing a knowing smile. Could it be that you have feelings for him? Humph. Don't deflect the topic. I rather think it is you who harbors affection for him, Lin Xion retorted, lifting her chin defiantly. Wang Yue chuckled softly, unconcerned. And what evidence do you have for that? I see you appearing quite smitten at the moment. Lin Xion shot back with her sharp tongue. What do you mean by smitten? I am merely in a good mood, Wang Yue replied, her head held high, her fair and delicate face adorned with a sweet smile. The mere thought of her mother's survival filled her heart with joy. Lin Xion, unwilling to relent, insisted on extracting the details of what transpired between the two in the room. Yet, Wang Yue, like a master of Tai Chi, continued to assert that nothing significant occurred, leaving Lin Xion utterly vexed. Just as she was concocting a scheme to punish this little imp, Wang Yue lowered her voice and interjected, by the way, there is something important I need to discuss with you. Chapter 93. The arrogant celestial sect within the confines of the room. Zhou Luo sat cross-legged upon the mat, retrieving the fire spirit ring. Since Wang Yue claimed that this ring could aid in cultivation, he was eager to test its efficacy. As he held the ring, his mind stirred, and the diminutive ring expanded slightly, exhibiting the inherent ability of such artifacts to adjust their size automatically. Once it attained a dimension comparable to that of his ring finger, Zhou Luo placed it upon his digit. Upon donning the ring, the ruby began to emit a faint glow, and a warm current surged through his skin into his meridians. The previously tranquil meridians suddenly stirred, as wisps of subtle spiritual energy gradually infused within, becoming apparent. Could it truly absorb energy autonomously? Zhou Luo was taken aback. This fire spirit ring could indeed draw upon spiritual energy to permeate his meridians? Did that imply he could absorb spiritual energy at any given moment? Although the rate and quantity of absorption were modest, it was certainly better than nothing. In that instant, Zhou Luo felt invigorated. It was no wonder it was classified as a superior grade artifact. Its functions were remarkable. Subsequently, Zhou Luo commenced the operation of the gathering spirit technique. As the technique unfolded, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge, while simultaneously, the fire spirit ring on his ring finger radiated a crimson light. The red luminescence enveloped the walls, transforming them into a crimson shroud, as the previously white spiritual energy took on color. Generally speaking, spiritual roots are of no particular attribute. Thus the absorbed spiritual energy appears translucent and white. The colored manifestations of red, green, blue, and others typically arise from the diverse cultivation techniques employed by practitioners. At present, Zhou Luo had never practiced such techniques, yet the spiritual energy manifested in hues of red. This was evidently a result of the fire spirit ring's influence. The fiery red spiritual energy surged into his body, akin to rivers converging, bestowing him with immense and overwhelming power. Under this force, the spiritual energy began to circulate through his meridians, ultimately converging at the Qi and the Dantian. The quantity of spiritual energy gathered this time was markedly greater than during the day. Wang Yue spoke the truth. This fire spirit ring significantly enhanced his cultivation. With the assistance of this superior-grade spirit treasure, it seemed plausible that after a year of study here, he could elevate to the 4th level of chi refinement. After all, the density of spiritual energy within the celestial sect surpassed that of his family. Even the outermost peak possessed energy comparable to the core regions of his family's blessed land. Zhou Luo could hardly fathom the speed of cultivation atop the central spiritual vein. Throughout an entire night of cultivation, Zhou Luo felt not the slightest hint of fatigue. Rather, he was invigorated and brimming with vitality. Nourished by the pure spiritual energy, he sensed an overwhelming strength coursing through him, prompting him to rise and stretch his limbs. Everyone immediately emerged. Just then, a deep and resonant voice suddenly echoed, penetrating the room. Zhou Luo's expression shifted in astonishment as he gazed incredulously at the soundproof talisman on the wall. The once radiant talisman dimmed abruptly, momentarily losing its efficacy. To his astonishment, it had been disregarded entirely. Surely, this must be a foundation establishment expert. He hastily exited the room. Upon opening the door, he found Lin Xian, equally astonished, while the other 8 members appeared unperturbed. Stepping outside, Zhou Luo beheld the foundation establishment expert who had spoken. A middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an extraordinary aura. His demeanor was serene, and his gaze was profound and resolute, as if he possessed the ability to see through the very fabric of existence. His comportment radiated an air of calm and restraint, yet retained an elegant grace. The figure before Zhou Luo was not what he had envisioned. Such a formidable character should have projected an imposing presence, emanating an aura of intimidation, one might think. However, Zhou Luo soon realized the truth of the matter. In the context of a family, such a perception might indeed hold true. Yet, within a sect where golden elixirs were as common as dirt and foundational cultivators were plentiful, this individual likely did not command as much attention, leading to a demeanor characterized by humility and modesty. Nevertheless, the 10 individuals present dared not exhibit the slightest hint of disrespect. They approached with reverence and humility. The middle-aged man surveyed the crowd and smiled, stating, "From this day forth, you shall receive your assignments daily. I trust you understand the consequences of failing to complete them?" This man was named Zheng Tingtao, the youngest disciple of Elder Lu and the principal overseer of the group. Understood, the 10 replied in unison. "Excellent. Now, please collect your jade slips in the order I call your names," Zheng Tingtao announced, producing a booklet. He then began to recite the names one by one. The others stepped forward to retrieve their daily assignments, and Zhou Luo too acquired his designated jade slip. Upon opening it, he was greeted with a list of hundreds of elixirs, all of the first rank. Today's task is merely to gauge your abilities. Therefore, you may select any elixir recipe and concoct the potion of your preference. The alchemy chamber is located at the back, and I hope to see your results before sunset." Zheng Tingtao said nonchalantly before turning to leave. The others quickly made their way toward the alchemy chamber, not daring to delay. Zhou Luo followed suit. The alchemy rooms for the 10 were allocated according to their respective quarters, placing him adjacent to Lin Xian's chamber. Zhou Luo had intended to greet the third miss, yet she completely ignored him. Was she still holding a grudge over yesterday's incident? Zhou Luo thought helplessly. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xian's disregard was not due to the disturbance caused by his bath, but rather because she had failed to extract any details about their conversation from her close friend the previous night. This left her with a sensation akin to having a dear companion snatched away, breeding an aversion toward the instigator of that discontent. Casting aside such thoughts, Zhou Luo pushed open the door to the alchemy room, revealing a vast and spacious area. At the center stood a colossal purple-gold alchemy furnace, adorned with intricate cloud patterns and emanating a soft luminescence, indicating its exceptional quality. Zhou Luo speculated that this must be a magical artifact. Unlike ordinary alchemy furnaces, those classified as magical artifacts offered substantial advantages in the alchemical process. After all, in alchemy, the triad of medicinal materials, the furnace, and flames are indispensable. The higher the grade of the furnace, the more capabilities it possesses, and the more formidable its power. It is said that some furnaces can even develop sentience and autonomously refine elixirs, requiring only minimal guidance from the alchemist. However, that kind of alchemical furnace exists only in legends, and Zhou Luo remains uncertain if he will ever have the opportunity to encounter one in this lifetime. Aside from the furnace, what astonished Zhou Luo the most was the immense cabinet on the wall directly opposite him. This cabinet was extraordinarily long, extending to both sides and effectively occupying 3 walls. Inside, it was meticulously divided into numerous compartments, each labeled with detailed descriptions of the herbs contained within. To Zhou Luo's surprise, the compartments did not house the herbs themselves, but rather an array of small storage pouches. Indeed, these were storage pouches. He approached swiftly, standing before the cabinet, and casually picked up one of the pouches, opening it to reveal a space of several cubic meters filled to the brim with herbs. Zhou Luo inhaled deeply. The celestial sect was remarkably extravagant, treating such first-tier herbs with such disregard, simply storing them in pouches here. An impulse to seize these pouches and flee suddenly surged within him. Yet, the trust placed in this arrangement suggested that the owners were not overly concerned about theft. As Zhou Luo wandered around, he discovered an overwhelming abundance of herbs, far surpassing what was available outside. Although these herbs could not be taken away, they could be transformed into countless miraculous elixirs by a first-tier master alchemist like himself. In the past, he lamented the difficulty of crafting without resources. Now, the resources lay before him. Chapter 94. Alchemy. The visual impact brought about by the multitude of medicinal herbs adorning the walls is likely to astonish anyone who enters the room. Zhou Luo, seated in a grand armchair, did not rush into the process of alchemy. Instead, his gaze settled upon a booklet resting on the mahogany table beside him. The cover bore the bold inscription Alchemy Log. This booklet was specifically designated for meticulously recording alchemical data, which must be submitted daily for scrutiny by the sect to ensure that no shortcuts were taken or that no personal elixirs were used to substitute for tasks. For Zhou Luo, the tasks assigned by the immortal sect were trivial. He now contemplated whether to misappropriate public funds. As a first-tier top-tier alchemist, it was inconceivable for him to limit himself to concocting only the first-tier mid-grade elixirs demanded by the sect when faced with such a variety of herbs. Particularly, he had long desired to refine the first-tier top-grade elixir, the spirit-gathering pill. Among first-tier elixirs, the spirit-gathering pill is renowned for its significant enhancement of cultivation, with its materials being the most sought after in the market. Despite his exceptional alchemical skills, Zhou Luo had struggled to procure the necessary ingredients. Now that the materials lay before him, how could he resist the temptation? If I were to discreetly use a few, surely no one would notice, Zhou Luo mused, his gaze wandering to the cabinet on the wall. With so many herbs here, using a little should go unnoticed by the affluent immortal sect. What theft? This is merely normal consumption. In the next moment, Zhou Luo's eyes sparkled with determination as he resolutely spoke to himself. After all, on the first day of alchemy, the steward Zheng had merely instructed them to freely concoct 10 types of elixirs. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to allocate some materials for the spirit-gathering pill. With this thought, a plan swiftly formed in Zhou Luo's mind. The refinement of the spirit-gathering pill required 9 distinct herbs. He could produce the requisite first-tier elixirs corresponding to each of these herbs. During the refining process, he could feign failure a few times, thus retaining the consumed materials. Surely, Steward Zheng would remain oblivious. After all, he could never fathom that Zhou Luo's success rate for concocting first-tier mid-grade elixirs was 100%. Without hesitation, Zhou Luo seized the booklet and began to search his mind for first-tier mid-grade elixirs associated with these 9 herbs. Fortunately, the first-tier alchemical skills rewarded by the system encompassed all knowledge of alchemy, enabling him to master all first-tier elixirs. In no time, he identified the 9 elixirs and meticulously recorded them on the first page of the booklet. As for the 10th, he did not select arbitrarily. Instead, he inscribed the words Beast Spirit Pill. This first-tier mid-grade elixir, true to its name, was intended for the consumption of spirit beasts. Previously, during his time with the family, he had intended to nurture his spirit beast, Xiaobai. However, lacking the skills of a beast tamer and discovering the scarcity of the required materials for feeding spirit beasts in the market, he eventually decided to entrust Xiaobai to his daughter for her to raise. Now, with Xiaobai conveniently by his side and no restrictions on elixir types on the first day at the immortal sect, he believed that concocting the beast spirit pill would pose no issue. After inscribing the final elixir, Zhou Luo set down the tome, his spirits soaring as he rose to seek the requisite herbs for his concoction. In no time, he had gathered the materials for the first elixir. Placing them on the workbench beside the alchemical furnace, he glanced outside, ensuring no one was about, before stealthily extracting a portion of the essential herb for the gathering spirit elixir, discarding the remainder into the furnace. He then commenced his alchemical process. With a whoosh, flames erupted from the furnace, enveloping all the herbs before dissipating in an instant. Alas, a sense of loss washed over Zhou Luo as he beheld the charred remnants within the cauldron. He promptly picked up the nearby tome, documenting the outcome of this attempt. The inaugural attempt at crafting the firewood elixir. Due to a lapse in judgment, the temperature was excessively high, resulting in the obliteration of the materials. Failure. After recording this, he made sure to preserve the evidence, placing it aside in a heap of refuse. Once these tasks were completed, Zhou Luo repeated his earlier actions, extracting that portion of herbs and continuing his alchemical endeavors. He successfully produced an elixir. However, predictably, he encountered failure once more. The second attempt at the firewood elixir. During the amalgamation of the herbal essence, his spiritual consciousness faltered momentarily, causing the properties to dissipate. Failure. Subsequently, Zhou Luo meticulously chronicled the alchemical records in the tome. The first attempt at the dawn elixir, a slip in the incantation. Failure. The second attempt at the dawn elixir, taking 30 minutes. Success. The first attempt at the ash elixir. Insufficient spiritual energy during the finalization. Failure. The second attempt at the invigorating elixir. Conflicting properties. Failure. The fifth attempt at the beast spirit elixir. Of exceptional quality. Success. Each piece of information was recorded, and fortunately, the tome could automatically adjust its size. Otherwise, a single page would have been inadequate to contain the entries. Gazing at the densely packed records of his alchemical trials, Zhou Luo felt no despondency despite the multitude of failures. Rather, he was in high spirits. Through this method, he had amassed enough herbs to produce at least 6 gathering spirit elixirs. Yet, he dared not be too brazen, for drawing attention could lead to awkward situations. By afternoon, Zhou Luo had completed the crafting of all 10 requisite elixirs. During the production of the beast spirit elixir, he had even set aside a vial containing 30 elixirs, intending to reserve them for Xiaobai. With ample time remaining before the deadline for submissions, Zhou Luo approached the door. Retrieving several soundproof talismans he had previously confiscated from the house, affixing them to the entrance. Fortuitously, he was a first-tier talisman master. Otherwise, removing these securely placed talismans would have posed a challenge. Although these soundproof talismans could not deter foundational-level experts, they provided a semblance of psychological comfort. Moreover, it was likely that such formidable practitioners had little time to concern themselves with someone of his insignificant status. Having completed these preparations, Zhou Luo returned to the alchemical furnace, utilizing the herbs he had accumulated. After today, opportunities to gather herbs for future concoctions would be scarce. Once the sect mandated the daily varieties of elixirs, he would no longer be able to conduct such activities so openly. He took a deep breath, placing a portion of the medicinal herbs into the furnace before raising his right hand to channel the energy within him. In an instant, a stream of white light surged from his palm and fell into the cauldron. With a whoosh, the white light flickered, igniting a fierce blaze that began to refine the herbs. Following the prescribed steps, Zhou Luo meticulously controlled the flames, gradually adding the remaining herbs in order. After a few minutes, the herbs transformed under the intense fire into pools of golden liquid, bubbling incessantly. At that moment, the engraved patterns on the inner wall of the furnace suddenly radiated light, enveloping the chaotic mixture in a gentle glow, calming the previously agitated liquid. Zhou Luo's eyes brightened. This furnace possessed the remarkable ability to soothe unrest and stabilize the properties of the herbs. Truly a magical artifact, though its grade remained uncertain. With the furnace's assistance, Zhou Luo no longer needed to strain his mind over the process. He guided the liquid, intertwining it together. Despite the contrasting properties of the herbs that should have caused turmoil, under the gentle illumination, no anomalies occurred. Everything proceeded smoothly. Zhou Luo focused intently, continuing to manipulate the liquid until it completely merged. The spirit-gathering pill was a top-tier first-grade elixir, demanding immense concentration to refine. And even a first-grade alchemist could not guarantee absolute success. Before long, beads of sweat began to form on Zhou Luo's forehead as he fixated on the golden liquid, fully immersed in his task. At that moment, a faint glow emanated from the spirit resonance jade at his chest. A wave of refreshing energy coursed through his skin and into his mind. The tension that had gripped Zhou Luo dissipated, leaving him invigorated. As the fatigue from mental strain vanished entirely, he formed the alchemical hand seals, skillfully guiding the liquid towards its intended shape. As time flowed steadily, approximately 30 minutes later, a subtle aroma of elixir wafted through the air. Within the ethereal glow, the once golden liquid had coalesced into the shape of a pill. With a thunderous sound, the furnace emitted a deep rumble. In the next moment, the gentle light surged forth, revealing a dazzling brilliance, and a faint golden shimmer flickered, followed by the rich scent of the finished elixir wafting into his nostrils. The elixir was complete. Zhou Luo withdrew his focus, exhaling deeply as he leaned forward to gaze into the furnace. As the radiance dissipated, 6 golden pills lay quietly within, smooth and rounded. Zhou Luo cherished them as treasures, examining them closely. Observing the spirit-gathering pill up close, he found no imperfections whatsoever. He attempted to sense the spirit energy within, and instantly felt a powerful essence contained within. His expression brightened. Among the 6 spirit-gathering pills, 4 were of superior quality, while the remaining 2 were of medium quality. The quality was indeed commendable. He hurriedly stored them away and removed the soundproofing talismans, preparing to return them. Just as he stepped outside, he unexpectedly encountered Lin Xin, who was also emerging from next door. However, the third young lady seemed to be in rather poor spirits. Chapter 95, Breakthrough as the third miss approached. Zhou Luo bowed respectfully. Though he was her senior and possessed superior alchemical talent, she was the esteemed daughter of the Lin family, while he was merely an outsider. With the intention of continuing his stay within the Lin household, he understood the importance of recognizing social hierarchies. Lin Xin cast him a sidelong glance. Recalling the words her close friend had shared with her the previous night, stirring within her a profound curiosity. However, remembering Wang Yue's instructions, she refrained from inquiring about their relationship and instead asked, "How many types of elixirs have you refined?" 6, Zhou Luo replied, fabricating his response. 6. Lin Xion's voice rose, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face. She had not rested for a moment today and had only managed to refine 4 types so far. To think he had surpassed her by 2, was his talent truly that extraordinary? Zhou Luo remained silent, his head bowed. If she was astonished by 6, what would she think if she knew he had completed all 10 and even found time to concoct 6 spirit-gathering pills? She would surely be overwhelmed. To divert her attention, Zhou Luo asked, "Third miss, what are you preparing to do now?" "I need to catch my breath," Lin Xian replied swiftly, turning on her heel and disappearing into her room. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut, leaving Zhou Luo in a state of bewilderment. Was that all she needed? He shook his head and made his way to the opposite room. Inside, Lin Xian stood before the alchemical furnace, her prideful expression marred by deep frustration. After a series of failed concoctions, she had intended to step outside to ease her mind, yet now her heart felt heavier than before. Determined to calm herself, Lin Xian steadied her thoughts and resumed her work, unwilling to succumb to any lapse in diligence. She did not wish for her first day of alchemical studies to end in failure. Upon returning to his own room, Zhou Luo closed the door and released Xiao Bai. Although he harbored concerns about the sect discovering Xiao Bai's true identity, he reasoned that they would not likely investigate within the confines of his room. Xiao Bai obediently nestled against Zhou Luo's legs, eyes half closed, relishing his gentle caresses. Zhou Luo produced a spirit beast pill and placed it in its mouth. Meow. After consuming the pill, Xiao Bai and Apos' body shimmered faintly before quickly settling down. Simultaneously, its temperature soared, and an abundance of spiritual energy swirled within, exuding a powerful aura. This elixir would facilitate its rapid growth, and unlike humans, spirit beasts did not face the hazards of excessive consumption. Zhou Luo resolved to provide Xiao Bai with a spirit pill each day, for this little creature held the potential to ascend to the 3rd tier. After devouring the pill, Xiao Bai succumbed to a deep slumber, gradually absorbing the medicinal effects. Zhou Luo placed it on the bed and reattached the soundproofing talisman to the wall. Having completed these tasks, he chose not to consume the spirit-gathering pills just yet, opting to wait until he had fulfilled his assignments. He left his room and returned to the alchemical chamber. Bored, he picked up the record book and meticulously reviewed it from start to finish, ensuring that no flaws were apparent. He also set aside all remaining evidence. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the others began to exit the alchemical chamber. Zheng Tingtao arrived gracefully, clad in a green robe, and began to assess the fruits of everyone's labor. Zhou Luo lowered his head, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He feared that Zhang might discover his illicit acquisition of medicinal herbs for alchemical purposes. Fortunately, there was no reaction from Zheng, suggesting that his transgression had gone unnoticed. However, Lin Xian was not so fortunate, as she had only managed to concoct 8 types of elixirs, falling short of the expected goal. After his inspection, Zheng showed no mercy to the lone newcomer who had failed to complete her task, depriving her of her right to dine. As for the elixirs produced by the group, they were all surrendered. Zhou Luo could not help but internally criticize how stingy the immortal sect could be in this regard. Yet, upon reflection, it was somewhat understandable. Although the Qingyuan sect was affluent, the herbs for alchemy were supplied in unlimited quantities. If these elixirs were not submitted, it might be manageable for a day or two, but over the span of a year, even the immortal sect would feel the pinch, wouldn't they? Surrendering these elixirs was merely a means of recuperating losses. Ultimately, the sect was not profiting from this endeavor. As Zheng departed, Lin Xian stood there, lips pursed, her face a portrait of disappointment and resentment. Wang Yue gently offered her comfort from the side. Zhou Luo, eager to escape the scene, hurried away, wary of invoking the misfortune of the 3rd young lady. Inside the room, Xiao Bai remained in slumber, yet it emanated a soft glow, and an ethereal aura subtly rippled through its once sleek fur. To prevent others from noticing this anomaly, Zhou Luo hastily placed it back into its pet pouch. He then settled cross-legged upon a cushion. Previously, due to a lack of materials, he had been unable to refine an effective elixir to enhance his cultivation. Now, gazing at the spirit-gathering pill in his hand, his spirits lifted, and without hesitation, he swallowed one whole. The elixir dissolved instantly upon entering his body. Zhou Luo promptly initiated the spirit-gathering technique, while the fire spirit ring on his left ring finger radiated a crimson light. As the incantation took effect, the celestial energy began to converge towards him. Simultaneously, the effects of the spirit-gathering pill surged forth, unleashing a torrent of power from within, coursing through his meridians and flooding his internal organs. Zhou Luo felt an inexhaustible stream of spiritual energy manifesting, akin to a river breaching its dam, rushing through his meridians, operating autonomously without the need for his guidance. This influx of spiritual energy also propelled the celestial energy absorbed by the spirit-gathering technique in the fire spirit ring, resulting in a terrifyingly rapid pace at which he drew energy into his dantian. However, the drawback was that his fragile meridians could not accommodate such an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy at once, causing them to swell violently. The once fair skin of Zhou Luo became marred by bulging veins, and the previously hidden blood vessels emerged, taking on a grotesque appearance. He let out a pained grunt, feeling as if a deluge was crashing upon him, threatening to tear his internal organs apart. The expanded dantian and meridians inflicted immense agony. With a pallid complexion, Zhou Luo had no choice but to repeatedly channel the spirit-gathering technique, striving to swiftly dissy originally. He was merely at the mid-stage of the qi refinement realm. Yet he astonishingly broke through to the later stage with ease. Zhou Luo abruptly opened his eyes, his chest heaving, and the excruciating pain coursing through his body had yet to dissipate. He gazed apprehensively at the remaining spirit-gathering pill, astonished that the combined might of the pill, the technique, and the magical artifacts could yield such terrifying effects. He had not adequately prepared for this. Fortunately, everything remained within his capacity to endure, albeit the experience was most unpleasant. Heaven will bestow great responsibilities upon a person, but first, it must temper their will. Zhou Luo could not help but recall an ancient saying from his past life. He lowered his gaze to the purple-gold robe he had shed. His white shirt was already drenched in blood, a gruesome sight. Producing a cleansing talisman, Zhou Luo removed all traces of filth from his body, rejuvenating himself once more. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he stored away the remaining spirit-gathering pill, moving to the table where he brewed himself a cup of spiritual tea. Cultivation emphasizes a gradual and methodical approach, accumulating insights and magical energy, ultimately leading to a profound and explosive enhancement. Relying solely on pills, while it may yield rapid gains in the short term, could also undermine one's foundation and harm the essence of cultivation. Thus, pills serve merely as an auxiliary, not to be employed excessively. As he savored the spiritual tea, Zhou Luo felt the pain in his body gradually ebbing away. Regrettably, although the medicinal materials here were plentiful, he still lacked a few essential treasures required for the second stage of the giant bear body refinement technique. Otherwise, he could have potentially made a breakthrough within the year. At present, he had completed the first stage of the giant bear body refinement technique, enabling his physique to withstand attacks from cultivators at the 5th level of qi refinement. Yet, this was still far from sufficient. After witnessing the abundance of medicinal resources possessed by the immortal sect, Zhou Luo felt that if he could locate all the rare materials needed for the subsequent stages of the body refinement technique, it would be a tremendous fortune. After all, several of these materials were exceedingly rare in the market, frequently out of stock. Unfortunately, he could not leave this place. How he wished he could enlist someone to procure these materials for him. Zhou Luo pondered whether he should seek to befriend the disciples of the sect in the front courtyard. However, he soon decisively abandoned this notion. The disciples were from the immortal sect, while he was merely an outsider, with vastly different identities and statuses. Should he approach them to forge connections, they would surely look down upon him, leading to an awkward situation where he would be left with a cold shoulder. Reining in his thoughts, Zhou Luo resumed his cultivation. This session was not as intense as the initial one. He still needed to slowly digest the residual spiritual energy. This was a long-term endeavor. In the days that followed, everyone was required to head to the adjacent training area daily to collect their assignments and submit their concocted spirit pills before sunset. For Lin Xian, who had failed to complete her tasks on the first day, this posed a significant challenge. Fortunately, under Wang Yue's guidance, her alchemy gradually found its footing. As for the other newcomer, Zhou Luo felt no pressure whatsoever. He could generally complete the immortal sect's tasks within a morning, though he regretted that he could not concoct pills as freely as he had on the first day. Yet, during the process of concocting these elixirs, he would still surreptitiously withhold a portion of the medicinal ingredients. Even after realizing that the sect had not discovered his transgressions, he grew increasingly audacious. He no longer feigned failure during the initial stages of alchemy. Instead, he would simply document the unsuccessful concoction in his ledger and pocket all the ingredients. During this period, with the aid of the spiritual elixirs, Xiaobai had flourished, growing significantly larger and enhancing its abilities. On one occasion, when Zhou Luo tested the illusion it had created, he found himself ensnared for half an hour, and this was under the condition that he had prepared for it. For Zhou Luo, the days spent in alchemy were perpetually tedious and protracted. The sole solace came from witnessing the improvement of his pet and his own cultivation level. One day, Zhou Luo finally encountered the most exhilarating event of this period. The monthly examination was approaching. Indeed, unbeknownst to him, he had already spent a month within the sect. According to the sect schedule, at the end of each month, everyone would partake in an examination. Those who excelled would be rewarded and granted access to the third and fourth levels of the library. Zhou Luo vividly recalled Wang Yue mentioning that the fourth level was a repository of various rare treasures and invaluable clues. If he could venture there and unearth some significant insights, it would be tremendously beneficial for his own development. This time, he was determined to secure the first place. Chapter 96. A chance to avenge past grievances as the morning light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the earth. A group of 10 young men and women stood before a training hall, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. They were acutely aware that the forthcoming examination held immense significance for each of them, a pivotal moment that could not be taken lightly. The majority present were seasoned practitioners. Having visited this place on numerous occasions, their purpose extended beyond the monotony of daily alchemical refinement. They sought the esteemed rewards of their sect, yearning for opportunities to ascend to the third or fourth levels of the tower. The path of cultivation is inherently one of fierce competition. Without striving, one achieves not. It is not merely enough to compete. One must strive to triumph. The assembled individuals understood that to progress further along the path of cultivation, they needed to exert every ounce of effort in their pursuit. The resources provided by their families were ultimately limited. Only a broader horizon and richer resources could satiate their aspirations for cultivation. Thus, the Qingyuan sect emerged as their optimal choice. They aspired to distinguish themselves in the monthly examination, for even if they did not capture the favor of a particular immortal, they could still secure various opportunities for themselves. Zheng Tingtao arrived with the wind, descending into the arena, his white robe lending him an air of authority. Today, his usually gentle gaze held a sharper edge. He surveyed the 10 individuals before him. Indeed, you represent the most outstanding cohort in recent years, he remarked with a placid tone. Throughout the month, aside from Lin Xin, who had failed to complete her tasks on the first day, the others had efficiently fulfilled their obligations, indicating their high aptitude for alchemy and suggesting that the competition would be fierce. The 10 cultivators, aware of the stakes, lowered their postures in humility. Now, let me assess your excellence. Zheng Tingtao's calm voice suddenly resonated. With a gentle wave of his hand, 10 mahogany tables emerged before them, each bearing a jade tome resting quietly upon its surface. Zhou Luo raised an eyebrow. The written examination of this sect appeared to be of a higher caliber than that of the alchemical conference. 1 hour, beginning now. Zheng Tingtao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice resonating with authority. Almost in unison, the 10 individuals reached for the jade tomes and opened them. A surge of golden light erupted from the center of the tome, enveloping each holder and isolating them from one another. Zhou Luo was momentarily blinded by the radiant glow, prompting him to close his eyes. When he opened them again, he was greeted by a vast golden scroll. The scroll bore no magnificent landscapes, but rather a series of animated characters that danced upon the surface, coalescing into a multitude of questions. Zhou Luo focused intently on the queries. He need not write with a pen. Merely directing his mind allowed him to swiftly compose his answers. The purpose of the written examination was to filter those eligible for the martial examination. Therefore, Zhou Luo did not intend to stand out too prominently. Similar to his strategy in the previous alchemical conference, he deliberately answered some questions incorrectly. To avoid being the first to submit his paper, he even delayed completing the final 2 major questions. Once he deemed it sufficient, he chose to submit his answers. As the scroll dissipated and the golden light receded, a gentle white light surged forth from all directions. Zhou Luo found himself once again in the initial scene, the jade tome lying quietly on the table before him. He unconsciously glanced aside, where many remained enveloped in golden light, yet there were those who surpassed him in swiftness. Luan stood before the table, turning his head to observe him. Those profound eyes radiated a palpable hostility, and his face bore an expression of proud disdain. During the last Spiritual Pill Conference's literary examination, he had suffered defeat at the hands of Zhou Luo, relegated to second place, which had also cost his uncle a treasured sword. This humiliation had lingered in his memory. At this moment, the opportunity to redeem his honor had finally arrived. A subtle smile played on Luin Endapos' lips. He had submitted his jade tablet before his rival and had answered all the questions. There was no reason he should lose to Zhou Luo again. Sensing the provocation, Zhou Luo remained unfazed, directing his gaze instead towards a man beside him. This individual was unfamiliar to him, but his attire suggested he belonged to the Zhang family. Presently, the three of them had emerged from the golden light, while the others continued their arduous struggle. Approximately 10 minutes later, the remaining participants gradually concluded their responses, revealing their true forms. Just as the allotted hour was about to expire, the final contender, Lin Xian, finally extricated herself from the golden glow. Her complexion was slightly pale, indicating she had endured considerable strain. Although the jade slips did not require physical responses, the toll on one's mental acuity was substantial. It seemed the immortal sect intended to assess the mental fortitude of the participants, as a powerful alchemist must possess a strong spirit. The stronger the spirit, the higher the alchemical proficiency. The afternoon would bring the martial examination. Zheng Tingtao waved his sleeve, and 10 jade slips along with the table vanished completely, before he turned to depart. As he left, a wave of relief washed over the crowd, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. I found this literary examination quite manageable. What about you? One remarked. I dare not say too much, but I believe securing a spot in the top 6 should be feasible. This literary examination is more challenging than the spiritual pill conference, encompassing a broader range of topics. I lack confidence. I'm not even sure what I wrote. Those familiar with one another quickly gathered, engaging in discussions about the examination papers. Wang Yue noticed Lin Xian's condition and, recognizing her underperformance, approached to offer comfort. This is just the beginning. Being a newcomer, Lin Xian was aware that the others were seasoned participants, having attended many times before, and the disparity was evident. However, what troubled her was, why did Zhou Luo, also a newcomer, appear so at ease? She turned to glance at his composed demeanor, and the sense of imbalance intensified, plunging her further into doubt. Zhou Luo, oblivious to her gaze, merely noted that time was ample. Rather than waste it, he opted to practice and made his way towards the front room. Yet, after taking only a few steps, a figure blocked his path. It was Luin. A month prior, Luin had attempted to provoke him, but had been silenced by a single retort. Since then, everyone had been preoccupied with alchemy, leaving no room for such futile endeavors. However, today felt different. Last time in the literary examination, my Lu family lost an artifact to your Lin family. Today, I seek to rectify that disgrace. I challenge you to a contest of our scores in this literary examination, wagering an artifact as the stake. Luin's gaze was fixed intently on the individual before him, his expression grave and his eyes betraying an unmasked combat spirit. His actions immediately captured the attention of those around him. I have no time for this. Zhou Luo was disinterested in the challenge presented. After all, fighting was prohibited in the front courtyard. Even if he chose to decline, his opponent would be utterly powerless. Was it a matter of being too busy, or did he simply know he would inevitably lose, and thus dared not compete with me? Luin mocked loudly. The reactions from the onlookers varied. Most appeared to relish the spectacle, while only Lin Xian and Wang Yue frowned slightly, perceiving the challenger as rather petty. Faced with such a paltry provocation, Zhou Luo did not even glance in Luin's direction and walked straight away, seeing himself ignored. A flicker of panic crossed Luin's eyes, yet he still managed to scoff. It seems the Lin family is nothing but a bunch of cowards. First of all, I do not represent. Zhou Luo's words were cut short as Lin Xian's voice suddenly rang out beside him. Let us compete. Chapter 97. A resounding slap in the face on the verdant grass. Lin Xian's voice suddenly rang out, crystal clear, drawing the attention of those nearby. They had long been aware of the bitter rivalry between the Lin and Lu families, and now, as the signs of both clans clashed, one could only wonder what sparks would fly. Zhou Luo turned, astonished, to face her. Lin Xian, her countenance aflame with anger, fixed her beautiful gaze upon Luin and coldly declared, let him see where the disparity between the Lin and Lu families truly lies. Luin smiled silently. Zhou Luo, feeling a sense of helplessness, approached her and whispered, Third miss, I cannot wager anything against him. This was merely a pretext. In truth, the dignity of the Lin family held little concern for him, and furthermore, to conceal his prowess, he had deliberately erred on a few problems. Uncertain if he could secure victory over his opponent. Lacking absolute confidence, Zhou Luo was reluctant to squander time engaging in such a trivial contest. I shall provide. Lin Xian's voice deepened, and with a flash of brilliance from her fair right hand, a 3-foot-long treasured sword appeared in her palm. The sword, gleaming silver-white, sparkled under the sunlight, exuding an imposing aura. The hilt was embossed with golden patterns, and a pink tassel gracefully descended, lending it an air of majesty. This was a magical sword, and even the faint yet piercing sword energy emanating from it was enough to reveal its extraordinary nature. Unlike Zhou Luo, the intense sense of familial honor compelled Lin Xin to refuse to tolerate any mockery from her opponent. Regardless of victory or defeat, she had to engage in battle. Otherwise, word of this incident would surely make the Lin family the object of ridicule. Clang, Lin Xin raised her sword, its tip directed at Luan. This is a superior grade magical artifact. What do you have to wager? The mention of superior grade left the crowd in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the third miss of the Lin family would be so willing to stake a first-tier superior grade magical artifact. Luan's expression shifted dramatically. The idea of wagering a superior grade magical artifact had not crossed his mind. Meeting her stunning gaze, he flicked his hand, and a silver-white sword materialized amidst a surge of white light. Yet, its aura was evidently weaker than hers. I possess only a medium-grade magical artifact, but I can also offer a vial of youth elixir and 2 vials of spirit-enhancing potion, he asserted firmly. Both the youth elixir and the spirit-enhancing potion were first-tier medium-grade concoctions. If combined with his medium-grade magical sword, they could indeed match Lin Xion's superior-grade sword. Zhou Luo, having overheard their exchange, was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming that he had miscalculated. He had not foreseen this gamble nor the substantial stakes involved. Had he known, he would not have deliberately made so many mistakes. Very well, I shall ensure you regret this decision, Lin Xian proclaimed, lifting her chin with a face of indifference. Her tone resembled that of someone confidently challenging her opponent, almost more assured than the principal parties involved. Humph, the one who should regret is you. Luan retorted with a cold snort before turning to leave. Once he had departed, Lin Xian sheathed her sword and turned to Zhou Luo with a grave expression. You must win, for you represent the Lin family. Third miss. I can only say that I have already done my utmost. Zhou Luo ventured cautiously. But, about the wager? If you win, it shall naturally belong to you. Lin Xian replied generously. Zhou Luo's lips curled into a confident smile as he firmly declared, Rest assured, third miss, a mere Lu family is of no concern to me. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, reflecting on his earlier demeanor. Without lingering, Zhou Luo turned and retreated to his quarters to resume his training. Luan's strength is not to be underestimated. Wang Yue's voice drifted beside Lin Xian. Having observed Luan for 3 consecutive years at this institution, she noted his consistent excellence in the spirit pill competitions, always ranking among the top 3. Do I have any other choice? Lin Xian retorted, only to shift her tone. Gazing at Zhou Luo's towering silhouette, her beautiful eyes glimmering. I believe he should not disappoint, right? Though uncertainty lingered in her heart, she could not allow Luan to flaunt his prowess and ascend the ranks atop the Lin family's reputation. To concede without a fight was not in the spirit of the third Miss Lin. Even in defeat, it was preferable to facing ridicule without daring to respond. It was merely a magical artifact. Though painful to part with, it was bearable. However, she still hoped Zhou Luo would emerge victorious. In the afternoon, Zhou Luo reappeared. A gathering had formed on the grass, including Luan. Upon his arrival, another member of the Lu family deliberately raised his voice. It seems my cousin is destined to acquire a high-quality magical artifact today. Naturally, Amir's son-in-law truly believes himself to be formidable, Luan reveled in the remark, a disdainful expression gracing his features. Unfazed, Zhou Luo silently took his designated place. Indeed, a dog of the Lin family. No, not even a dog. For dogs can at least bark. His silence only emboldened the two's arrogance, while the other Lu family member shamelessly mocked him with particularly harsh words. Zhou Luo's gaze turned icy. Truly, the most bothersome were the incessant buzzing flies. Just as he was about to respond, a streak of azure light pierced the sky and descended into the arena. Zheng Tingao made his entrance once more. Instantly, Luan and the others fell silent, standing respectfully in their positions, heads bowed in utmost humility. Observing this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but smirk internally. Zheng Tingtao stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Once all were assembled, he surveyed the crowd and raised his right hand, gently waving it. A beam of light erupted from his palm, soaring into the air with a thunderous explosion that transformed into countless shimmering points, coalescing into a luminous screen. On this screen appeared the names and scores of all present. Luan, amidst the throng, glanced at Zhou Luo, confidence radiating from his smug expression, as if to proclaim, "This is merely the first step to trampling you beneath my feet." He then slowly lifted his gaze, directly focusing on the top of the illuminated screen. I am surely first. As he scanned the names, he was taken aback upon seeing the top position. Zhou Luo, 95 points. The smile that had graced Luan's face abruptly vanished as disbelief washed over him. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, astonished. How could this be? How can he be first? He is merely visiting the sect for the first time. How could he possibly attain such a remarkable score? Luin felt a sudden chill coursing through his body, and a tempest of emotions erupted within him. He stared incredulously at the words displayed on the luminous screen, utterly unable to believe the reality before him. The others, too, were taken aback, their faces reflecting disbelief and astonishment as they regarded Zhou Luo as if he were a monster. Zhou Luo himself was engulfed in confusion. No. He had intentionally answered several questions incorrectly. How could he still be in first place? He momentarily struggled to comprehend the situation. Then, he glanced at the score of the second-place contestant, Luin, 70 points. How could the runner-up have merely 70 points? Zhou Luo quickly realized his misjudgment. In his perspective, the questions in this written examination bore little difference from those in the previous alchemy competition. He would naturally compare them. Unbeknownst to him, the difficulty of this sect's written examination far exceeded that of the last entry trial. The scores of others barely reached a passing mark, while his glaring 95 points felt like a resounding slap in the face to everyone present. Zhou Luo was equally astonished by the outcome. Feeling the fervent gazes of the crowd upon him, he shrugged, somewhat resigned. Beside him, Lin Xin also caught sight of the scores and was overwhelmed with excitement. Although her score was the lowest, she felt no sorrow. Instead, her smile only widened. The joy of vanquishing her rivals and standing triumphantly over them filled her heart with elation. She turned to Zhou Luo, revealing her first genuine smile. Zhou Luo was momentarily taken aback. He had never expected the usually proud and aloof third miss to display such joy in his presence. Next to Lin Xin, Wang Yue looked at him with a bright smile, thinking that this was indeed the Zhou Luo she knew. At that moment, Luin, who trailed by a full 25 points, wore a grim expression, his hands clenched tightly, teeth grinding in frustration. His earlier confidence had evaporated, replaced by a rage born of humiliation. Just wait, I will ensure you are brought low. Luin's heart roared in fury, wishing to tear Zhou Luo apart. Ignoring the expressions of the crowd, Zheng Tingtao announced, in 10 minutes, the top 6 will proceed to the main hall for the martial examination. With that, he dismissed the luminous screen and walked towards the building adjacent to the alchemy chamber. Chapter 98, Superior Magical Artifacts. As Zheng Tingtao departed, the previously tranquil meadow erupted into fervent discussions. How could this be? I only scored 30 points, despite having answered so many questions. What is happening? I didn't even make it into the top 6. The recent literary examination proved to be exceedingly challenging. I narrowly secured 4th place. Indeed, who would have anticipated that a score of 68 could place one among the top 3? Various voices of speculation surged forth. Naturally, the most astonishing revelation was Zhou Luo's score. How could he achieve 95 points? Under ordinary circumstances, they might have attributed his success to mere luck. However, given the formidable difficulty of this examination and the generally low scores, it was utterly preposterous that he could attain such a high mark. Could his theoretical knowledge truly be that extensive? As the crowd remained in disbelief, a clear and authoritative voice suddenly rang out. Luin, hand over your possessions. Lin Xin fixed her intense gaze upon the paralyzed Luin, standing before him with the poise of a victor. Flanking her were Wang Yue and Zhou Luo, exuding an imposing presence. Luin's complexion turned ashen, his eyes locked onto Zhou Luo's serene face, wishing he could subject him to 1,000 tortures. Others also turned their attention to the unfolding scene. In such a context, should Luin dare to renege, the entire Lu family would surely suffer lasting disgrace. Luin understood that if he tarnished his family's reputation, he would inevitably face severe repercussions upon his return. Regardless of how precious this mid-grade magical artifact and the 3 vials of elixirs might be, he had no choice but to relinquish them. Under the watchful gaze of the trio, Luin, filled with reluctance, resolutely threw the sword and the 3 vials of elixirs into the air. Don't get too smug. He managed to suppress his fury. Why shouldn't we be proud of our victory? Lin Xin retorted. She raised her chin, her expression dripping with disdain. Even if you were granted another chance, you would still be nothing more than a defeated foe of the Lin family. Given the scorn directed at her earlier, she felt it necessary to return the favor in kind. Upon hearing her words, Luin clenched his fists, an overwhelming rage surging within him. Yet, the trio appeared to disregard him entirely. Here you go. Lin Xin handed the 3 items to Zhou Luo. Thank you, Miss Lin. Zhou Luo replied, his eyes sparkling with delight as he accepted the items. Although he could not yet fully harness the capabilities of the mid-grade magical artifact, it did not preclude him from doing so in the future. With such a formidable artifact by his side, he would feel emboldened when venturing forth in search of dragon blood grass. Furthermore, while the 3 vials of elixirs might not serve him directly, they could be of great benefit to his wife and children. The rejuvenation elixir was not immediately useful, so he could sell it. But the vitality elixir that enhanced spiritual energy for entry-level practitioners was indeed a valuable asset. Upon his return, he could provide it to little Changsheng and others. Each of these items held substantial advantages for Zhou Luo, and he was elated to accept them. However, this scene deeply wounded Luan's heart. I want to continue competing against you. As the trio prepared to depart, Luan's voice rose in a fervent declaration, brimming with emotion. The trio paused in their tracks. Lin Xian cast a scornful glance at him and asked, "Do you think you are worthy?" With a sharp intake of breath. Luan felt as though a dagger had pierced his heart, leaving him utterly disheartened. His blood surged with indignation as he took a deep breath and turned to Zhou Luo, declaring, "I challenge you to another duel." Previously, he had learned that this individual faced a high failure rate in alchemy. Although well-versed in theoretical knowledge, he was certainly no match for Luan in practice. To reclaim his possessions and uphold the dignity of the Lu family, a wager was imperative. Zhou Luo cast a sidelong glance at him and slowly replied, "Do you truly believe I would acquiesce? Or are you planning to employ the same old tricks? It seems your family's dignity has already been forfeited." These cutting remarks elicited laughter from those around them. Initially, the challenge was refused. Had Luan not mocked the Lin family, provoking Lin Xian and Appo's wrath, Zhou Luo would not have accepted the wager. Now, however, the Lu family had lost the right to ridicule the Lin family. With this in mind, what leverage did Luan possess to compel Zhou Luo to accept the challenge? Frozen in place, Luan felt the mocking laughter wash over him. His face flushed with embarrassment and fury. "Let us depart," Zhou Luo declared, choosing to disregard him as he turned to leave. "I wager a superior-grade magical artifact." Luan's voice suddenly rang out. Zhou Luo halted, turning to face him, while the others looked on in astonishment. "You possess a superior-grade artifact?" Lin Xian's gaze darkened slightly. Previously, she had thought he only had a mid-grade artifact. It appeared now that he was reluctant to reveal it. Naturally, Luan was hesitant to disclose his artifact. It was his sole means of survival, and he was loath to use it as a stake. However, to provoke a response from Zhou Luo, he found it necessary to do so. Otherwise, for the next year, he would be unable to hold his head high in the face of his opponent. And should this news reach his family, he would face severe repercussions. "Are you certain it is a superior-grade artifact?" Zhou Luo inquired. Initially, he had no intention of engaging in this futile wager, having already secured victory. Yet, if it were indeed a superior-grade artifact, the stakes would be significantly elevated. Before him, Luan's expression darkened as he raised his right hand. With a hum, an aura of spiritual light erupted, followed by the sudden tolling of a bell. Before the gathered crowd, a small golden bell materialized. Its ancient bronze hue was adorned with intricate carvings of mountains, rivers, flora, and celestial bodies. Surrounded by a luminous halo that emanated an air of ancient grandeur, all who beheld this small bell felt an overwhelming presence, their expressions filled with astonishment. This was not merely a superior-grade artifact, it was among the finest. Zhou Luo, too, sensed the artifact's exceptional nature. Realizing that even the sword Lin Xian had previously showcased paled in comparison. "I wager this golden bell against you." "Do you dare?" Luan proclaimed, retracting the artifact with a fierce tone. "And what if you retract your challenge?" Zhou Luo retorted, confident in his victory. "We can have an immortal witness." Luan asserted firmly. If it were a written examination, he might exhibit some hesitation. However, in a martial contest, there is no doubt that his opponent could not prevail against him. "Very well, I accept your wager," Zhou Luo declared. The crowd erupted in astonishment upon hearing the two engage in yet another bet, for they had not anticipated such an intriguing spectacle today. Shortly thereafter, the two proceeded towards the dark edifice. Typically, when disciples from the front courtyard clash, it is customary to have Elder Lu witness the contest. This has become an unwritten rule. Upon learning that Elder Lu would be the witness, Zhou Luo felt assured of his triumph in this golden bell challenge. In the hall of the pavilion, Elder Lu, upon hearing of their wager, was instantly intrigued. "Excellent, excellent. Young men should possess such fervor. I shall bear witness to your contest," Elder Lu expressed with evident satisfaction. "Thank you, Elder Lu." The two responded with a respectful bow. With a witness secured, the time for the competition had arrived. As the clock approached the appointed hour, the top 6 from the written examination made their way towards the building indicated by Zhang Tingyao, while the 4 eliminated participants trailed behind, eager to witness this thrilling duel. Chapter 99. The alchemical trial. The venue for the alchemical trial was situated adjacent to the row of pill-refining chambers, precisely where individuals collected their daily assignments. Upon entering the edifice, one was greeted by a spacious grand hall. Within this hall, 6 alchemical furnaces had already been meticulously arranged, each separated by elegant screens. "Select your materials," intoned Zhang Tingyao, as he took his seat upon an intricately carved white jade throne, observing the gathering crowd with an air of indifference. The 6 individuals bowed respectfully before swiftly making their way to the nearby cabinet, which housed an assortment of prepared herbal ingredients. With a mind solely focused on redeeming his honor, Luo resolutely chose the most challenging of first-tier intermediate elixirs, the cleansing essence pill. Renowned for its ability to transform one's constitution and enhance cultivation aptitude, it remained one of the most coveted spiritual pills within the first-tier intermediate category. However, the complexity of its refinement was far from trivial, requiring a specialized alchemical technique that demanded years of dedicated practice. Luo, having embarked on his alchemical journey from a young age, devoted 4 years to mastering this particular skill. During his tenure at the immortal sect, he consistently ranked among the top contenders in the trials, owing to his proficiency in concocting this esteemed elixir. Unsurprisingly, the others also gravitated towards the cleansing essence pill, well aware of the advantages it conferred in terms of scoring. At this juncture, the competition would pivot to 3 additional criteria, prompting a collective focus on selecting the necessary herbs. Zhou Luo was no exception to this trend. As he reached out to grasp a particular herb, a shadow suddenly darted beside him. In an instant, a hand shot up, seizing the herb he had intended to take. Turning his head, Zhou Luo was met with the sight of a visibly irate Luo. "Ha, do you really believe you can refine the cleansing essence pill?" Luo scoffed, his tone dripping with derision. Zhou Luo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Are you not yet aware of how swollen your face has become?" At this, Luo's expression shifted, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. "Do you think that achieving first place in the literary trial makes you exceptional? The ultimate outcome will hinge on alchemy. In that arena, you, a mere consort, will never surpass me. Confidence can be a virtue. May you retain it indefinitely," Zhou Luo replied with an air of calm. Before reaching for another herb, in a sudden burst of aggression, Luo lunged forward, gripping Zhou Luo's wrist with a vice-like grasp. Pain surged through Zhou Luo as his expression hardened, his internal energy beginning to swell in agitation, threatening to erupt. "You will soon witness the disparity between us," Luo declared, his voice laced with venom, before releasing his hold and striding towards another section containing different materials. Zhou Luo remained rooted in place, his wrist marked by a crimson ring, a glint of resolve flashing in his gaze as he committed Luo's figure to memory. The group hastily selected their herbs and returned to their designated areas. Each individual wore a serious expression, fully engrossed in the alchemical process. In contrast, Zhou Luo appeared notably at ease. As the others commenced adding their ingredients, he calmly approached his area, placing his selected materials on the adjacent table without a hint of trepidation. Zhang Tingao savored the spiritual tea, his consciousness sweeping through 6 distinct realms, capturing the expressions of all present. Though he had not closely monitored their alchemical endeavors over the past month, the quality of the elixirs submitted revealed much about each individual's innate talent. Among them, 2 individuals particularly caught his attention, Luo and a man named Changsheng from the Zhang family. As for Zhou Luo, his frequent failures rendered him largely unnoticed by Zhang Tingtao. However, Zhou Luo's recent triumph in the literary examination earned him a fleeting glance from Zhang Tingtao, who quickly discerned the boy's 9-rank spiritual root. Such a lowly root would hinder any hope of surpassing the 5th level of qi refinement in this lifetime. Even the highest talents could not overcome such a limitation. While an alchemist's skill was paramount, the longevity and overall enhancement provided by higher realms were the true foundations of alchemical mastery. In Zhang Tingtao's eyes, Zhou Luo's future seemed irrevocably sealed, devoid of any potential for advancement. Thus, his focus shifted predominantly to Luo and Changsheng, both of whom were no strangers to the art of alchemy. Having crafted cleansing elixirs hundreds of times, they were now in a silent contest, hastening their pace. At this moment, merely 30 minutes had elapsed, and both had commenced the guiding of their elixirs, manipulating the medicinal liquids into form. It was noteworthy that others were still engaged in the fusion stage of the ingredients. The alchemical process comprised 5 steps: the sequential addition of herbs, the extraction of their essences, the fusion of the medicinal liquids, the guiding of the elixir formula, and finally, the completion of the elixir. Luo and Changsheng had reached the penultimate step and would likely succeed in forming their elixirs within a mere 10 minutes. Suddenly, as Zhang Tingao pondered who would achieve success first, a dull thud resonated in his ears. As a second-tier alchemist, he recognized this sound as that of an elixir being completed. In the next instant, a rich and fragrant aroma wafted through the air, exquisite and invigorating. Zhang Tingao swiftly turned his gaze toward Zhou Luo, who stood there with a calm demeanor, having ceased his alchemical work. In just half an hour, he had successfully crafted the cleansing elixir. The intoxicating fragrance naturally permeated the nostrils of the others, shaking their spirits at such a critical moment. Luo, so swift? Changsheng thought, his eyes fixated on the cauldron. Meanwhile, Luo's complexion turned pale, his expression contorted in agony as he gritted his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The realization that someone had completed their elixir so quickly had unsettled him, nearly leading to a catastrophic error. But he managed to steady his mind and continue guiding the medicinal liquid within the cauldron into shape. Still, confusion stirred within him. Who could have finished so rapidly? Was it Changsheng, or perhaps another? Before the cauldron, Zhou Luo lowered his head in a respectful posture. Zhang Tingao approached him. Gazing into the cauldron where 6 cleansing elixirs lay. With a thought, the pristine white pills rose gracefully before his eyes. Of high quality, or perhaps even exceptional. Zhang Tingao scrutinized the 6 elixirs, a flicker of astonishment glimmering in his eyes. In a single furnace, there were 6 pills, 3 of mediocre quality, 2 of superior quality, and 1 of exquisite quality. Could this young man's talent truly be so exceptional? He could not help but scrutinize Zhou Luo. Such efficient alchemical refinement seemed beyond even a first-tier superior alchemist's capabilities to achieve in one attempt. It was a pity that he possessed only a 9th-grade spiritual root. Zhang Tingao gently shook his head. If the other party's spiritual root quality were a tad higher, he might have genuinely considered taking him as a disciple. He set aside the cleansing elixir, and with a flash of brilliance, returned to his throne. Throughout the entire process, he had not uttered a single word to Zhou Luo. I have succeeded. Shortly after he achieved his elixir, Luin's excited voice suddenly rang out. Following this was a waft of fragrant smoke, signifying his successful concoction. Chapter 100. The misfortune of Luin's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. The exhilaration and joy in his tone caused a palpable heaviness in the hearts of those engaged in alchemy, amplifying their sense of pressure. Seated upon the throne, Zhang Tingao seemed oblivious, his eyes closed in meditation, exhibiting no response whatsoever. Luin, elated by his successful concoction, gazed in amazement at the elixir within the alchemical furnace. His spirits soaring. Although he was not the first to succeed in refining a potion, he was confident that both the quantity and quality of his creation surpassed that of anyone else in attendance. As for Zhou Luo, he was scarcely worthy of comparison. This contest was undoubtedly his to win. Shaking off his musings, Luin turned his head to peer through the screen towards the indistinct figure on his left. The sight of the other party diligently engaged in alchemy only served to bolster his confidence further. Yet, who could possibly be faster than he? Casting a cautious glance at Zhang Tingao once more, Luin carefully withdrew from the furnace and approached the screen, directing his gaze toward the area where Changsheng was located. Among the 9 present, the only individual he regarded with trepidation was Changsheng. Their alchemical skills were comparable, and Zhang had repeatedly studied at the immortal sect. The only one who could surpass him in speed was indeed Changsheng. However, as he leaned forward to observe, he was astonished to discover that Zhang was still in the process of refining his potion, his work far from complete. How perplexing. Who else could it be? Full of uncertainty, Luin followed Changsheng's direction and turned to examine the other 2 individuals on the left. They too were engrossed in their tasks. It was not them. He then shifted his gaze to the right, where only 2 individuals remained, Wang Yue and Zhou Luo. A glance revealed that they were still at the 4th step of the alchemical process, lagging significantly behind him. In that instant, Luin's body stiffened, and a terrifying thought surged within him. Could it be that wretched son-in-law? He could scarcely believe it and abruptly turned his attention to the area where the other was situated. To his shock, he found the fellow standing before the furnace, lost in thought. Indeed, he was simply dazed. A chilling reality dawned upon Luin. His body trembled as he stumbled backward several steps, nearly collapsing. How could this be? His eyes widened in disbelief, a tumult of emotions roiling within him as his complexion drained of color. This outcome was utterly unacceptable. How could a son-in-law surpass him in the alchemical arts? Was he not known for his exceedingly high failure rate during every attempt? Luin's mind swirled in confusion. His right hand pressed against the screen as he took deep breaths to steady himself. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo remained unaware of the turmoil unfolding in Luin. He was preoccupied with contemplating Zhang Tingtao's earlier demeanor. Clearly, the latter was pleased with him, yet what did the final shake of the head signify? Regret? What was there to regret? Suddenly, the thought of his 9th-grade spiritual root struck him, and enlightenment dawned. It appeared that Zhang deemed him unworthy of cultivation, believing that his 9th-grade spiritual root rendered him insufficient despite any talent he might possess in alchemy. Had he even possessed a mid-grade spiritual root, perhaps he would have been accepted as a disciple. Ordinary individuals who realized they had brushed against a chance for immortality would likely be consumed by regret and sorrow. Yet Zhou Luo was different. He remained remarkably composed, exhibiting no trace of disappointment. Becoming a disciple of the celestial sect was not his aspiration, moreover. Though he currently possessed a 9th-grade spiritual root, it did not guarantee its permanence. As long as there were sufficient descendants of spiritual roots, his own would inevitably undergo transformation. On the other hand, Luin had gradually regained his composure, begrudgingly accepting the reality that a son-in-law adept at alchemy surpassed him in speed. Fortunately, the martial competition evaluated more than mere alchemical speed. Luan's expression darkened as he returned to the alchemical furnace. What did speed matter? He was certain that only a minimal amount of materials had been utilized. After all, the fewer the materials, the swifter the alchemical process, requiring less skill. In contrast, he had increased the quantity of each herb to enhance his speed. The downside was that he needed to invest significantly more mental energy into the alchemical process, heightening the likelihood of failure. The advantage, however, lay in the fact that his final yield of elixirs would far exceed that of others. Observing the 5 spiritual elixirs at the bottom of the furnace, Luan felt a sense of calm wash over him. A cold smile curled upon his lips. Perhaps Zhou Luo's rapid alchemical pace had yielded merely 1 elixir. Even if he had produced more than 1, the quantity would undoubtedly pale in comparison to his own. He remained confident in his victory. Before long, others began to succeed in their alchemical endeavors, the fragrant aroma of elixirs wafting through the grand hall. Once the last individual completed the process, Zhang Tingyao finally opened his eyes. With a wave of his right hand, a long redwood table appeared before the 6 participants. Adorned with a glass lamp atop it, poised to display the elixirs. The participants promptly placed their respective elixirs into the glass lamp. As Luan stepped forward, he cast a deliberate glance at those beside him, noticing they had only 4 cleansing elixirs, which prompted him to straighten his posture and smile. Yet in the next moment, when his gaze fell upon Zhou Luo's glass lamp, his smile faltered, his eyes widening in disbelief, as if struck by lightning, leaving him frozen in place. Not only him, but the others, upon witnessing the 6 cleansing elixirs within the glass lamp, were equally astonished. Such a quantity? Wang Yue's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. She had heard whispers of Zhou Luo's high failure rate in alchemy daily. She had assumed he might be overreaching this time. However, from being the first to succeed in alchemy to now boasting the greatest quantity, her mind was shaken, leaving her in utter disbelief. Compared to her astonishment, Luan's emotions could only be described as encountering a ghost. He fixated on the 6 cleansing elixirs, unblinking, utterly unable to believe the reality before him. How did he achieve this? At that moment, Luan's mind was consumed by this singular question. Ahem. At that juncture, Zhang Tingyao cleared his throat. Luan abruptly regained his senses, realizing he was standing alone before the glass lamp. He hastily bowed and retreated. As he departed, he could not help but reassure himself internally. Quantity matters little. Ultimately, quality is paramount. Indeed, this fellow and Oppo's quality must be abysmal. Zhou Luo, full marks. Boom. Just as this thought emerged, Zhang Tingtao's voice resonated like thunder in his ears, causing him to jerk his head up, his heart feeling as if pierced by a sharp blade, overwhelmed by a sudden pang of pain. Luan, 85 points. Changsheng, 83 points. Zhang Tingtao's voice continued to resonate. Yet, Luan could no longer hear it. His mind was a blank slate, his eyes vacant. Standing there in a daze like a mere wooden post, the remaining few wore expressions of astonishment, grappling with the incredibility of the situation. Could it be that someone achieved a perfect score? They instinctively turned their gazes towards Zhou Luo. However, Zhou Luo remained composed, exhibiting no signs of emotional upheaval at the remarkable score, as if he had anticipated it all along. This only elevated the others' perception of Zhou Luo further. This newcomer appeared to be even more formidable than they had imagined. Zhang Tingyao, after announcing the results, waved his hand, stating, "Relevant rewards will be distributed daily. You may leave now." The crowd dared not question the results. Even Luan, despite his inability to accept this reality, could only depart the grand hall in a state of despair. Outside the hall, Lin Xin had been waiting for quite some time. She had naturally heard Zhang Tingtao's earlier remarks. Therefore, upon seeing Zhou Luo emerge, an exuberant smile illuminated her face. "Zhou Luo, you did exceptionally well," she exclaimed, her voice brimming with delight. Zhou Luo smiled and nodded, then turned to block Luan and Oppo's path. "Where and Oppo's your item?" Luan, lost in a haze, looked up at him, his expression more mournful than that of one mourning a deceased loved one. Reluctantly, he produced the exquisite magic tool. Observing this, Zhou Luo swiftly reached out and snatched the item away. Luan wished to intervene but found himself paralyzed by fear, resigning to the loss, leaving him utterly drained. With a resounding thud, Luan, having endured a series of setbacks, finally succumbed, collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 101 Level 4 Luan and Oppo's moment of indiscretion failed to capture the attention of the others, who all flocked to Zhou Luo and Oppo's side. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, I am Changsheng. Congratulations on acquiring a superior magic artifact. Fellow Taoist Zhou, I have some inquiries regarding alchemy. Might you visit my abode for an extensive discussion?" Voices rang out one after another. Even Changsheng, who maintained a favorable relationship with the Lu family, approached to introduce himself. Clearly, upon witnessing Zhou Luo's astonishing talent in alchemy, everyone was eager to forge connections. Although they were considered geniuses within their families, they were acutely aware that their abilities paled in comparison to the vast realm of cultivation. Achieving the rank of a second-tier alchemist in this lifetime would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. Thus, for them, befriending promising peers was of paramount importance, as they might one day become valuable allies. However, Zhou Luo was not inclined towards such attention. Consequently, he hastily excused himself from the gathering, even neglecting to acknowledge Lin Xin. You, Lin family, truly possess remarkable fortune to have attracted such a son-in-law, remarked Wang Yue, standing beside Lin Xin. As she observed the flustered Zhou Luo making his retreat, with Zhou Luo and Appos, demonstrated prowess in alchemy, ascending to the second tier was undoubtedly within reach. And he might even attain the superior level of the second tier. Such a feat would place him among the elite within the Changsheng aristocracy. This was precisely why everyone had been so animated moments ago. Hearing these words, Lin Xion's lips curled into a smile. The Lin family had long been criticized for their lackluster performance in alchemy, and Zhou Luo's arrival could be seen as a much-needed breath of fresh air for the beleaguered clan. No wonder Elder Lu was so insistent on taking him as a disciple. She had not anticipated his alchemical talent to be so formidable. Reflecting on this, Lin Xian recalled her grandfather's instructions. At that time, Lin Tianxiong had designated her as Lin Jishou's disciple, specifically urging her to enhance her strength in order to eventually supplant Zhou Luo and succeed Lin Jishou as the family and Appos' sixth elder. Now, it seemed that outright replacement was improbable. However, forging an alliance was certainly feasible. Lin Xian resolved that upon returning to the family, she would persuade her grandfather to draw Zhou Luo closer to their main branch. Meanwhile, having evaded the crowd, Zhou Luo returned to his quarters and, without delay, retrieved the superior magic artifact. The ancient bronze bell lay quietly in his palm, emanating a soft golden glow. As he reached out to touch its surface, a refreshing sensation washed over him. He released his spiritual consciousness into the artifact, immediately perceiving its profound essence. Simultaneously, all the functions of this golden bell flooded into his mind. The primary purpose of the golden bell was to fend off adversaries. As long as the spiritual energy was sufficient, cultivators below the 7th level of qi refinement would be unable to disturb it. Even those at the 8th or 9th levels could be repelled for an hour or two. No wonder Luan had been reluctant to use it as a wager at first. Such formidable defensive capabilities could serve as a life-saving safeguard. Zhou Luo was filled with delight. Regrettably, being only at the 3rd level of qi refinement, he lacked the necessary spiritual energy and estimated that he could only activate it once before exhausting his reserves. He realized that he must hasten his ascension and cultivation. Otherwise, it would be rather awkward to possess such a splendid magical artifact and not put it to use. In addition to the radiant golden bell, Zhou Luo also retrieved the mid-grade sword belonging to Luan. The silver-white longsword measured a full 3 feet in length, its blade smooth and its edge exceedingly sharp. As Zhou Luo grasped it in his hand and immersed himself in thought, he felt a surge of piercing sword intent emerge, accompanied by a fierce aura. This sword, named Xintian, far surpassed the Qi Feng in prowess. When the time comes to search for the dragon bloodgrass, it could undoubtedly serve as his companion blade. Observing that time was ample, Zhou Luo decided to sit in meditation and cultivate. It was not until dinner time that he emerged from his quarters and made his way to the dining hall next door. Along the way, he encountered others who, shedding their previous indifference, greeted him warmly. Just as he was about to partake in his meal, Zheng Tingao suddenly appeared before him. Zhou Luo hurriedly bowed in respect. Zheng steward. Ah, I was just looking for you, Zheng Tingtao remarked, tossing a token from his right hand. Zhou Luo quickly caught it with both hands, cradling it in his palms. This is the token granting access to the 4th level of the scripture pavilion, starting tomorrow for the next month. You may visit the 4th level, Zheng Tingtao stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo's heart trembled with excitement. At last, he could enter the 4th level. He recalled Wang Yue mentioning that the 4th level contained various clues to rare materials, and he had long been eager to explore. If he could uncover clues as potent as the dragon bloodgrass, it would be splendid. Thank you for your generous gift, Zheng steward. Zhou Luo expressed his gratitude earnestly. This is what you rightfully deserve, Zheng Tingao replied, then curiously added, however, given your remarkable talent in alchemy, why do you still experience such a high failure rate daily? After today's martial examination, he had taken the time to peruse Zhou Luo's alchemy journal and discovered that there had not been a single instance of successful first-time alchemy. Each elixir required multiple attempts to perfect. Hearing this, Zhou Luo's heart sank momentarily. Fortunately, he had already prepared a response and quickly explained, Zheng steward. I have recently made significant progress in my alchemy skills, and with the wager at stake, I naturally exerted my utmost effort, which led to such exceptional results. Zheng Tingao nodded slightly. Very well, you may go. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, Zhou Luo bowed once more before departing. Upon returning to his quarters, he let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that due to his ninth-grade spiritual root, Zheng Tingyao was not particularly focused on him, thus sparing him from further probing. This was indeed fortuitous, as it alleviated numerous potential troubles. The next day, Zhou Luo rose early. The thought of soon setting foot in the legendary 4th level of the Scripture Pavilion filled him with exhilaration. However, before that, he still needed to collect his assignments for the day. Upon arriving at the collection point and receiving the list of elixirs from the disciple of the celestial sect, Zhou Luo was taken aback. Why were there only 5 types of elixirs to refine? He inquired, puzzled by the reason. Through the explanation provided, he learned that for the top 6 performers each month, the number of elixirs they needed to refine would be halved. The intention, of course, was to allow them more time to study in the Scripture Pavilion. To this, Zhou Luo felt compelled to exclaim, I do not wish for a reduction. For others, the halving of elixir refinement signifies a reduction in pressure. However, for Zhou Luo, it translates to a 50% decrease in the materials he had been secretly withholding. This reality is something he finds intolerable, yet he is powerless to change it. He cannot simply approach Elder Zheng and claim that his efficiency in alchemy allows him to produce 10 different elixirs. Such a statement would undoubtedly arouse suspicion, especially since the elder had already begun to harbor doubts the previous night. Thus, he resigns himself to the situation. Have or not, it is certainly better than having nothing at all. One must not be overly greedy, lest one ends up with nothing to show for their efforts. With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Luo made his way to the first floor of the scripture repository, holding his token. Behind the golden Namu table on the first floor, Elder Lu sat, eyes closed in meditation. Zhou Luo approached respectfully, softly calling out, Elder Lu, if you are going to the 4th floor, proceed directly. Came the gentle response without the elder opening his eyes. Zhou Luo bowed, his heart brimming with excitement, and ascended the stairs. To the 4th floor, here I come. Chapter 102. Unearthing clues. As Zhou Luo treaded upon the wooden staircase, he felt as though he was traversing a path leading to success. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he continued his ascent. The staircase leading to the 3rd floor was no longer crafted from wood. Instead, it was made of gleaming white jade. This lustrous material radiated brilliance, and at the entrance, a veil of white light shimmered before him. As Zhou Luo stepped forward, the formation on the 3rd floor immediately recognized the aura emanating from the token in his possession, allowing him passage without any obstruction. Upon entering, Zhou Luo was instantly enveloped by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, its richness far surpassing that of the outside world. There existed a spirit-gathering formation on this 3rd floor. A formidable thought flashed through his mind. The spirit-gathering formation, a type of array, primarily serves to concentrate the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Locations where such formations are situated are often the most abundant in spiritual energy. For instance, the Lin family's spiritual vein is shrouded by a grand spirit-gathering array. This formation, though not vast, bore testament to the skill of its creator, undoubtedly an array master of the 2nd tier or higher, which accounted for its immense efficacy. No wonder the celestial sect considered access to the 3rd and 4th floors as a reward for evaluation. To cultivate in such a densely concentrated spiritual essence locale would undoubtedly accelerate one's advancement, not to mention the various rare ancient texts available here. Lost in contemplation, he arrived at the 3rd floor. This level bore little distinction from the 2nd, save for a specially delineated area. Within this area, several young men and women clad in celestial sect attire were seated in meditation. It seemed that any disciple of the celestial sect could gain access to this 3rd floor. Reining in his thoughts, Zhou Luo proceeded towards the 4th floor, passing through the luminous veil and ascending the jade staircase. The spiritual energy on the 4th floor mirrored that of the 3rd. Standing at the stairway's entrance, he beheld a colossal bookshelf towering 3 meters high. This immense structure stood at the center, seemingly partitioning the entire 4th floor, and was laden with countless ancient tomes and jade slips. Additionally, on either side of the grand bookshelf were elongated tables, each divided into numerous smaller sections, separated by golden Namu wood, reminiscent of the cubicles found in a modern office setting. Scanning the area, he noticed some sections were unoccupied, while others shimmered with a faint white light, indicating that someone was seated within. Could this be the designated space for studying ancient texts? Zhou Luo couldn't help but find it peculiar. New here? A languid voice broke the silence. Zhou Luo then noticed a small room to his left at the stairway's entrance. At the door, a bamboo chair was positioned, upon which reclined a middle-aged man. Dressed in a flowing white robe, he exuded an air of dignity, his deep-set eyes revealing no emotion as they regarded Zhou Luo. Bowing respectfully, Zhou Luo introduced himself. Elder, my name is Zhou Luo. In this place, only the master merits the title of elder. You may call me steward. The man replied nonchalantly. At this remark, Zhou Luo felt a jolt of realization. It appeared that this man was likely another disciple of Elder Lu. He lowered his head and politely called out, "Steward. Ah, this is your first visit to the 4th level. Allow me to provide you with a brief overview." The man began, succinctly outlining the circumstances of the 4th level. It was through his narration that Zhou Luo learned that, aside from the ancient texts on alchemy, the vast bookshelf held the jade slips that Wang Yue had mentioned as clues. As for the long tables, they were inscribed with formations that, once seated, would isolate the occupant from the outside world to prevent any disturbances. The man then proceeded to outline 3 rules. Firstly, those who are not disciples of this sect may only remain here for 8 hours each day. Secondly, boisterousness and quarrels are strictly prohibited on the 4th level. Any violations would result in immediate expulsion from the mountain. Lastly, non-disciples are allowed to peruse only 5 jade slips per day. Zhou Luo exhibited no visible reaction. Apart from the second rule, the other 2 essentially reflected the sect's desire to limit their benefits, as they were merely visitors seeking knowledge. After concluding his explanation, the man encouraged him to arrange his time as he saw fit, informing him that the token would react when the time approached. Zhou Luo bowed once more and then made his way toward the immense bookshelf. Standing before it, he gazed upward, discovering that the jade slips containing clues were scattered haphazardly, devoid of any labels. Opening blind boxes? This term immediately sprang to Zhou Luo's mind, sounding quite exhilarating. Intrigued, he focused his mind, allowing his consciousness to sweep across the area before casually selecting 5 jade slips. Cradling them in his hands, he turned towards the rows of long tables, ultimately choosing an unoccupied spot. This golden Nama table was smooth and even, its surface bare. As he settled down, a sudden surge of white light enveloped the surroundings. Placing the 5 jade slips before him, Zhou Luo eagerly took out one and opened it. In an instant, a dazzling white light flashed, momentarily blinding him. He instinctively shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in an expansive, white void. A mirage? Having witnessed such a scene with Xiaobai, he quickly grasped his current predicament. Before he could ponder further, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage appeared before him. Wearing a smile and clad in a flowing white robe, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Zhou Luo intended to bow, but the elder spoke first. When refining the Xian Tu Dan, after sequentially adding the required herbs, one must apply the right amount of heat to perfectly extract the medicinal properties. Zhou Luo was momentarily taken aback. Was this a question? You have 10 breaths to respond, the elder said, gazing at him with a gentle smile. 7.5. Zhou Luo blurted out without a second thought. Correct. This is your clue, the elder nodded, extending his right hand, which glowed with white light. A piece of parchment floated forth, landing gracefully before Zhou Luo and slowly unfolding. 800 miles east of Qitian City, there lies a sect's relic. Within the northeast corner of the stone forest inside the relic, there exists a massive stone inscribed with a great bell, housing a superior-grade magical artifact known as the Golden Light Bell. What? Zhou Luo gazed at the content of the clue, feeling utterly despondent. Would the clues that had already been discovered remain here? Opening this blind box felt as futile as leaving it unopened. One could certainly follow the trail and discern the authenticity of the clue, or alternatively, concoct a batch of Xian Tu Dan to ascertain its veracity. Ignoring his expression, the elder continued to speak with the insensitivity of a non-playable character. Upon hearing that alchemy could be employed to validate the clue's authenticity, Zhou Luo instantly realized that this was a method used by the sect to temper its disciples. It seemed that among the vast array of jade slips, many misleading clues surely lurked. To swiftly discern truth from falsehood, it was highly probable that most would opt for the latter. This approach would not only hone their alchemical skills through practice but also enhance their spiritual awareness. Yet, what left Zhou Luo feeling utterly defeated was the revelation that beyond authenticity, these clues also contained ineffective information. Finding a genuine clue that had not yet been unearthed was indeed a daunting task. Do you wish to ascertain its authenticity? The elder inquired with a smile. Noticing Zhou Luo's hesitation, no need, Zhou Luo replied firmly. Must one verify its authenticity? He pondered, recalling that the golden bell still resided within his system's backpack. In the next moment, the white light dissipated, and Zhou Luo found himself once again seated at the table. He stared at the jade slip before him, now closed, and shook his head slightly. It appeared that such treasures were not easily found. The road ahead was long and arduous. Chapter 103. The deceptive 4th layer, the initial clue contained within the first jade slip, had significantly dampened Zhou Luo's earlier excitement. Regaining his composure, he cast aside the slip that held the information regarding the golden light bell and reached for another. Taking a deep breath, he began to peruse the new jade slip. A radiant white light surged forth, illuminating his surroundings. Zhou Luo was once again transported to that ethereal, white expanse. The elderly man, with hair as white as snow yet a face as youthful as a child's, maintained his warm smile, gazing at him with kind eyes. Please articulate the sequence in which the medicinal ingredients are to be added during the refining of the golden yuan pill. You have 20 breaths to respond. Yet another alchemical inquiry, this time concerning a first-tier premium pill. Were Wang Yue and her companions in his stead, they would undoubtedly falter. It appeared that the questions were indeed randomized, disregarding the true capabilities of the Jade Slips user. Golden yuan grass, sandwood root, stone heather. Zhou Luo enumerated 8 different medicinal herbs in succession. Correct. This is your clue, the elder affirmed, nodding as a piece of parchment materialized from his palm. Suspended in midair and gradually unfurling. At the stall adorned with the word Shuafeng on the eastern side of the South Street Market in Maple Leaf City, there lies an unassuming stone, within which is concealed a fire crystal. The clue resided within Maple Leaf City? Zhou Luo's pupils contracted. How fortuitous. Moreover, this fire crystal was a crucial ingredient for concocting first-tier premium fire pills, commanding a substantial price in the market. To acquire such a premium material for free would undoubtedly be a boon. Must one discern its authenticity? The elder's voice interrupted Zhou Luo's contemplation. Indeed, the validity of this clue could be either genuine or false. To verify its authenticity, one could either follow the map and personally venture to South Street upon returning to Maple Leaf City, or resort to alchemy. The former required little effort. Yet if it proved to be a false lead, it would have been in vain. The latter, relatively speaking, was the superior choice. After all, he had never faltered in his alchemical endeavors. Surely, he wouldn't be attempting to refine a second-tier pill. Yes, Zhou Luo asserted with unwavering resolve. The elder, with a glimmer of mirth, replied, upon successfully refining a batch of golden yuan pills, you shall ascertain the veracity of the clue. With that, a brilliant light erupted between them, and a pill furnace materialized abruptly, accompanied by a small wooden table adorned with the ingredients necessary for the golden yuan pill's creation. Zhou Luo, deep in thought, realized that the subsequent alchemical process was intrinsically linked to the previous query. Fixating on the purple gold pill furnace, he hesitated no longer. Stepping forward to gather the materials and commence his alchemical work. The elder stood by, a serene smile gracing his features as he observed silently. Approximately 2/4 of an hour later, the fragrant aroma of the pill wafted through the air, signifying the successful refinement of the golden yuan pill. The elder then waved his hand, causing the furnace and materials to vanish entirely. This clue is false, he proclaimed calmly. Zhou Luo's expression darkened, a torrent of expletives rushing through his mind. After all the effort he had expended, well, truth be told, it hadn't been overly arduous. Nonetheless, he had exerted himself, and to discover that the clue was a fabrication ignited within him an impulse to express his frustration. Regrettably, the elder did not afford him the opportunity. As the white light receded, he found himself once more at the wooden table. As Zhou Luo returned to reality, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of fatigue. In the next moment, the lynxy jade at his chest emitted a faint glow, and a cool sensation flowed into his sea of consciousness, providing him with considerable relief. It seemed that alchemy also drained one's mental energy. Zhou Luo contemplated this as he gazed at the closed jade slip. At present, he had already attained the status of a top-tier first-grade alchemist. Yet after refining a furnace of golden essence pills, he experienced mental exhaustion. If a first-grade upper-tier alchemist were to undergo the same process, the impact would likely be even more pronounced. Remarkably, during his time in the illusion, he had felt none of this fatigue. It was no wonder that the regulations on the 4th level permitted them to view only 5 jade slips each day. Without such restrictions, some individuals might indeed become ensnared in the pursuit of discerning the authenticity of clues, ultimately leading to a breakdown of their mental state within the illusion. This gambling-like exploration of clues could easily become addictive. Unfortunately, despite uncovering a genuine clue after opening 2 jade slips, he was still pursued by others. He hadn't anticipated that the search for clues would prove more challenging than he had imagined. Once his mental state had nearly recovered, Zhou Luo resumed his quest by taking the 3rd jade slip and entering the illusion once more. To his dismay, he received a false clue and, due to the demands of alchemy, his mental energy was further depleted. Fortunately, with the aid of the lynxy jade, he was able to recuperate swiftly. After a brief rest of 15 minutes, Zhou Luo, unwilling to concede, seized the 4th jade slip. The result? Another false clue. What a scam! Zhou Luo exclaimed, his complexion paling as he stared at the jade slip, feeling utterly cheated. Did the celestial sect have to be so unscrupulous? Could they not provide a single genuine clue? After 3 rounds of alchemy, Zhou Luo's mental faculties had suffered immensely, and fatigue surged over him like a tidal wave. He had no choice but to pause. Fortunately, the chair in this place was well suited for meditation. Zhou Luo settled into a cross-legged position, commencing his cultivation to replenish his energy. The spirit gathering technique began to operate quietly, and the fire spirit ring radiated a crimson light. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to converge towards him, flowing through his skin and into his meridians. Zhou Luo felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy coursing through him, far exceeding that of the outside world. How wonderful it would be to cultivate here every day. An hour later, Zhou Luo opened his eyes, and he sensed an increase in spiritual energy at his dantian. His spirit had been rejuvenated significantly. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the final jade slip, mentally pleading for it to be a genuine clue. Regrettably, his luck was exceedingly poor. Yet another false message awaited him. Frustrated, Zhou Luo returned to reality and glanced at the time. The entire morning had slipped away. And aside from a few meager strands of spiritual energy, he had gained nothing. Leaving his spot, he placed the 5 jade slips back. However, as they returned to their original position, a flash of white light occurred, and they vanished from sight. Zhou Luo's expression changed. Would they be repositioned? Did this mean he might draw them again in the future? No. Previously, he had considered the celestial sect to be affluent and generous, but now he felt entirely different. It was simply too underhanded. Exiting the 4th level, Zhou Luo stepped out of the scripture repository and gazed at the blazing sun overhead. Suddenly realizing that the 4th level was not as splendid as he had initially imagined, he shook his head, dismissing the impractical thoughts. He made his way to the alchemy room, intending to complete his tasks for the day. Compared to concocting elixirs within the illusion, the reality was decidedly more manageable. Simultaneously, as he engaged in alchemy, Zhou Luo suddenly realized that his spiritual awareness seemed to have intensified. The strength of one's spiritual awareness directly influences the prowess of an alchemist. A masterful alchemist, endowed with formidable spiritual awareness, can utilize a greater quantity of medicinal materials in a single endeavor, thus producing more elixirs. Conversely, those with weaker spiritual awareness find themselves limited. Indeed, spiritual awareness serves as a crucial criterion for assessing an alchemist's realm. No wonder Wang Yue had previously mentioned an alchemist who lingered on the 4th level for nearly a year, only to emerge having achieved a breakthrough. It was likely due to the daily exploration of uncharted possibilities. Although the first day yielded no significant results, Zhou Luo was fortunate enough to remain on the 4th level for the subsequent month. Therefore, in the days to come, he would complete his studies in the morning and venture to the 4th level in the afternoon to explore new opportunities while honing his skills. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor him as much as he had hoped. While he did uncover genuine leads, they were either challenging to obtain or easy yet of little value, rendering them unworthy of pursuit. A month swiftly passed, and a new assessment approached, marking the end of Zhou Luo's qualification for access to the 4th level. However, he was resolute in his determination. Thus, it came as no surprise when he once again secured 1st place for the 2nd month, causing Luan, who had hoped for redemption, to experience yet another setback. Undeterred, Zhou Luo confidently approached the imposing bookshelf on the 4th level once more. Chapter 104. The elusive clue. Standing before the colossal bookshelf, Zhou Luo gazed at the softly glowing jade slips, decisively selecting 5 to tuck into his robe. He paid no heed to the ancient tomes beside the slips, having attempted to comprehend them the previous month. To his dismay, he found that the advanced texts were incomprehensible to him, laden with esoteric information that overwhelmed his senses. As a first-tier alchemist, he could scarcely endure reading a page before needing to rest. The adage, read a book 100 times, and its meaning will naturally reveal itself, felt more like a daunting sentence than a guiding principle. At this rate, finishing a single ancient tome would take him 1 or 2 years. 100 readings would consume his entire lifetime. Thus, Zhou Luo resolutely abandoned the endeavor. He deemed it far more prudent to refine his alchemical skills and strengthen his consciousness through the jade slips. Seated at a Nama table, Zhou Luo took a deep breath. Reflecting on a month of fruitless searching, he refused to believe that his fortune could remain so dismal. With 10 months remaining before descending the mountain, he resolved to investigate the clues within the jade slips each month, convinced he would eventually uncover what he sought. Opening the first jade slip, a burst of white light illuminated his vision, and Zhou Luo found himself in a vast, white expanse. The familiar figure of the elderly man with white hair and youthful features appeared once more. During the final stages of concocting the 100 spirits elixir, if the medicinal properties suddenly conflict, what should you do? You have 50 breaths to respond. The 100 spirits elixir. Wasn't he that a pinnacle first-tier potion? Zhou Luo's mind stirred. Last month, he had discerned a pattern. The more challenging the alchemical question, the more precious the clues, with a significantly higher probability of authenticity. First, You must refine it using 3.5 parts of fire, then infuse 3 to 4 strands of spiritual energy, possessing all first-tier alchemical knowledge. Zhou Luo articulated the solution in one breath. Correct. This is your clue. A slip of paper floated from the elder's palm, unfurling before Zhou Luo. In the northern depths of the Longfeng mountain range, there lies a hidden relic of the Huan sect, within which an extraordinary dual cultivation technique is preserved. A dual cultivation technique? Zhou Luo's eyes widened, fixated on the 4 characters before him. The very clue he had long yearned for had materialized. His expression transformed with excitement. This was the method he had dreamt of. The intertwining of male and female energies often depleted one's original essence, proving detrimental to cultivation. Yet, with his unique system, he was destined to take multiple wives and father many children. If he could acquire a technique that allowed him to fulfill his desires while simultaneously enhancing his cultivation, it would be a fortuitous dual gain. Regrettably, such dual cultivation methods were exceedingly rare. He had yet to encounter one in the Lin family. Zhou Luo had initially harbored little hope, planning to rely on his extended lifespan to compensate for any losses in original essence. However, the clouds had parted, revealing a new path. The clue to the dual cultivation method had emerged. If this information proved true, he would no longer need to worry about the complications arising from matters between men and women. Yet, why did the Longfeng mountain range seem so familiar? A sudden realization struck Zhou Luo. Previously, the location mentioned in Wang Yue's clues regarding the dragon bloodgrass was none other than the Dragon Blood Mountains. What a remarkable coincidence. It seems that he could potentially address both matters simultaneously. Zhou Luo mused. However, he quickly regained his composure. The authenticity of the clues remained uncertain. Even if they were genuine, there was no guarantee that they hadn't already been discovered. Should we discern the truth? The elder continued. Indeed, Zhou Luo responded without hesitation. Successfully refining a Bailing Dan will reveal the veracity of the clues. In the next moment, the alchemy furnace and herbs appeared before him. Zhou Luo stepped forward and began the alchemical process. As a first-tier supreme elixir, the refinement of the Bailing Dan was evidently more complex than before. Even Zhou Luo had to proceed with caution, avoiding any recklessness. Fortunately, after half an hour, he successfully produced a batch of Bailing Dan. The furnace vanished, and the elder regarded him with a knowing smile. The clues are indeed true. Zhou Luo's pupils contracted in surprise, his expression lighting up with joy. Splendid. The clues are authentic, and it appears the difficulty is not excessively high. He exhaled in relief, finally uncovering a valuable lead. Now, he merely needed to investigate personally whether it had been discovered. As the white light dissipated, he returned to reality. A smile gracing his face as he gazed at the jade slip. An idea struck him. The disciples of the immortal sect were unlikely to be interested in this dual cultivation method. With their superior talents, they devoted their energies to cultivation rather than thoughts of marriage and family. It was only outsiders like him who would be intrigued by such matters. Thus, the probability that this dual cultivation clue had gone unnoticed was significantly high. With this thought, Zhou Luo's smile widened. His gaze fell upon the remaining 4 jade slips. Then, let us explore them all. Without delay, he retrieved another slip and entered the illusion once more. After a month of rigorous training, Zhou Luo's spiritual awareness had greatly enhanced. Though he could not yet rival a second-tier alchemist, he had become an unparalleled presence within his own realm. If he continued to hone his spirit in this manner, it was conceivable that he could indeed reach the spiritual intensity of a second-tier alchemist. Soon, Zhou Luo emerged from the illusion, having obtained a false clue. This did not dampen his spirits. Rather, he was invigorated as he activated the 3rd jade slip. However, aside from the first slip revealing the dual cultivation clue, he found no further authentic leads. As expected, this jade slip proved to be quite a disappointment. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. For the first time, he left the 4th level filled with joy, feeling as though he had basked in a refreshing spring breeze. This was a splendid beginning, as spring gives way to winter. In the season's transition, the presence of the protective mountain array ensured that the area below experienced perpetual spring, oblivious to the passage of time. For Zhou Luo, time was the most valueless commodity. With 7 offspring, his lifespan had now extended by 90 years. Consequently, even as a 3rd-tier qi refinement practitioner, his lifespan was nearing that of someone at the 8th tier. This was still the result of having squandered a year. Compared to time, he was far more concerned with the benefits he had reaped. Since the last time he discovered the method of dual cultivation, Zhou Luo became increasingly convinced that he would uncover something extraordinary on the 4th level. Thus, for the subsequent months, he tirelessly secured 1st place, earning the qualification to enter the 4th level, much to the astonishment of other alchemists. It seemed as though a new genius in alchemy had emerged, prompting many to flock to him in admiration. Regrettably, Zhou Luo remained utterly disinterested, often appearing like a dragon, elusive and mysterious, leaving the crowd in a state of helplessness. Initially, Luan, filled with indignation, gradually lost his confidence after a series of setbacks. Once capable of securing a top 3 position, he soon found himself plummeting out of the top 5, becoming a subject of ridicule. As time flew by, aside from obtaining clues about the dual cultivation method on the 4th level, Zhou Luo also gained 2 significant insights applicable to his own situation. He dismissed those clues that were clearly unattainable or lacked meaningful significance. Unbeknownst to them, a year had passed, and it was time for them to descend the mountain and return home. In the front courtyard, 10 individuals stood upright in the open space. Their expressions varied. Some wore despondent faces, exuding a sense of defeat, while others displayed a reluctance to leave. Among them, one stood radiating vitality and joy. This was Zhou Luo alone. In contrast to the others who were hesitant to depart, Zhou Luo could hardly contain his eagerness to return home to his wife and children, basking in the warmth of family life. Over the course of the year, Zhou Luo's cultivation level had once again advanced, now reaching the late stage of the 4th level of qi refinement. This progress was remarkably swift, primarily due to the rich spiritual energy of the 4th level, coupled with the assistance of the gathering spirit technique, the fire spirit ring, and gathering spirit pills. These multiple factors contributed to his rapid advancement. Despite possessing only a 9th grade spiritual root, he resolved that upon leaving, he would publicly declare himself as a first-tier high-grade alchemist. He was keenly aware of the main family's wariness towards him. Only by demonstrating sufficient potential would he be safe from their interference and perhaps even receive favorable treatment. After all, his outstanding performance over the past year had not gone unnoticed, and he believed his family would harbor no doubts. At that moment, Zheng Tingyao gracefully approached. Chapter 105. First-grade alchemist of superior quality. Before them appeared Zheng Tingyao, clad in garments as white as snow, prompting 10 individuals to bow in deference, their demeanor exuding respect. He cast a languid glance over the group. The young scions from prestigious families who had come to learn exhibited commendable talent, particularly Zhou Luo, who demonstrated exceptional prowess. With proper cultivation, he could potentially attain the 3rd-tier alchemist realm. Alas, his spiritual root was disappointingly low. Were he to possess a 7th-grade spiritual root, Zheng Tingtao would gladly accept him as a disciple. However, with a 9th-grade spiritual root, the prospect of establishing a foundation in this lifetime seemed bleak. What value could his remarkable alchemical talent hold if it could not transcend the shackles of mortality? Ultimately, it would be rendered futile. Retracting his gaze, Zheng Tingtao spoke with a serene tone. Today, you shall depart from the sect. I hope that upon your return, you will once again grace this place. The opportunity to study at Qingyuan sect occurred biennially. The first spiritual elixir conference had concluded while they were in attendance. To return, they must collectively partake in the 2nd year's conference. Yet, it was customary for most to refrain from such choices. The year of learning demanded a review of past knowledge. And aside from alchemy, the enhancement of one's realm remained paramount. Consequently, many would delay their participation in the elixir conference, often opting to wait for the next opportunity or even longer. In unison, the group responded affirmatively. We shall take our leave. Zheng Tingyao made no effort to retain them. The individuals quietly returned to their quarters to gather their belongings. Shortly thereafter, the disciple who had guided them to this place a year prior appeared at the entrance of the estate. The 10, equipped with their possessions, followed him down the mountain. Along the way, Lin Xian leaned towards Zhou Luo and whispered, "Are you on the verge of a breakthrough?" She had noticed in recent days that Zhou Luo's speed in alchemy had accelerated significantly, a pace far beyond what one would expect from a 1st-grade intermediate practitioner. I have already attained the 1st-grade superior level, Zhou Luo replied nonchalantly. Really? Lin Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Her eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with shock. Achieving the 1st-grade superior level in merely a year? His talent for alchemy was astonishingly high. This rate of progress was truly extraordinary. Lin Xian felt immense joy within. Zhou Luo's strength symbolized the rise of the Lin family. He was no longer regarded as an outsider, and she harbored a genuine admiration for him. With a talent for alchemy as formidable as his, the family would no longer need to rely on others' favor. Her exclamation caught the attention of the others, who turned to Zhou Luo with expressions of astonishment. He has already become a 1st-grade superior alchemist? So swiftly? The Lin family is on the verge of rising. In an instant, congratulations poured forth from the crowd. Among them, only 2 members of the Lu family wore somber expressions, remaining silent. At the grand hall at the foot of the mountain, Lin Jishou and several other family representatives had been waiting for some time. Beside them, many young disciples had already returned, their faces alight with smiles, suggesting they had reaped considerable rewards. Before long, Zhou Luo and his companions emerged from the inner sanctum, each gravitating towards their respective families. How was your year? Did you achieve much? Lin Jishou inquired with a warm smile directed at the two. Master, I have indeed made some progress, Zhou Luo said, bowing respectfully. You are quite humble, Lin Xin remarked suddenly. Then turned to Lin Jishou with a smile playing at her lips. Master, Zhou Luo has already become a first-tier high-grade alchemist. What? Lin Jishou's smile faltered, his eyes widening in shock as he gazed at Zhou Luo. His lips trembled, and he exclaimed with excitement, Please, say that again. His voice quivered with disbelief. Lin Xin chuckled softly, but chose not to elaborate. Zhou Luo, however, confirmed, Master, I truly have attained the rank of a first-tier high-grade alchemist. Upon hearing this, Lin Jishou's expression transformed into one of utter astonishment, his eyes as wide as saucers, his heart overwhelmed by an immense impact. He never anticipated that Zhou Luo's time at the immortal sect would yield such staggering advancements. A first-tier high-grade alchemist, this was astonishingly rapid. Lin Jishou's heart trembled, his body shaking with excitement. He extended his aged right hand and slapped Zhou Luo's shoulder heartily, a broad smile illuminating his face, tears glistening in his eyes. Excellent. Well done. As an elder responsible for alchemy within the family, Lin Jishou had borne considerable pressure as he watched other illustrious families produce one alchemical genius after another. He had once believed he would never witness the emergence of a new alchemical prodigy in his family. Yet, Zhou Luo's appearance was akin to a ray of sunlight piercing through darkness, bringing hope to this despairing elder. In him, Lin Jishou saw the potential for the family's revitalization, even though Zhou was not a member of the Lin family. Consequently, he had resolutely defied the opposition from his clan and accepted Zhou Luo as his sole disciple. Now, it appeared that his decision was indeed vindicated. Years of pressure dissipated as Lin Jishou wept tears of joy, overwhelmed with emotion. Behind him, the younger members of the Lin family, along with individuals from other illustrious families, learned of this news and were left speechless. A young first-tier high-grade alchemist in his 20s, who in the secular world could rival that? The Lin family had produced such a formidable talent. The Lu family, previously at odds with the Lins, stood frozen in disbelief, their expressions grim. Congratulations, Jishou. On acquiring such a remarkable disciple, Wang Xian was the first to step forward to offer his congratulations. The representatives from the Li and Zhang families also approached, eager to extend their well wishes. They recognized in Zhou Luo the immense potential to ascend to second-tier alchemy and perceived this as a sign of the Lin family's impending rise, naturally seeking to cultivate favorable relations. Even the Zhang family, closely allied with the Lu family, were smiles and friendly demeanor in the face of family interests. There are no permanent friends or enemies in such matters. Young friend Zhou Luo, I have a medium-grade magical artifact here. Consider it a congratulatory gift for your achievement as a first-tier high-grade alchemist, Wang Xian said, presenting a moon-white robe. This was far more precious than the robe gifted by the Grand Elder previously. However, Zhou Luo instinctively wanted to decline this generous offer. Yet Wang Xian insisted. Do not be modest. The Lin and Wang families have always maintained a good rapport. Having spoken, he inquired with a smile lingering in his eyes. My Wang family possesses an abundance of slender and beautiful maidens. Might I ask if young friend Zhou Luo has any interest in taking one as a concubine? Wang Xian. Zhou Luo is the son-in-law of my Lin family. Lin Jishou interjected, his expression shifting ominously. This old rascal dares to poach from the Lin family. Wang Xian chuckled awkwardly. Jishou, do not be upset. It is merely a matter of a concubine, intended as a gesture of goodwill between our families. Lin Jishou's countenance darkened, and he fell silent. Zhou Luo could not help but glance at Wang Yue. If circumstances permitted, she would indeed be a commendable choice. However, it was evident that the Wang family would not relinquish such a talented alchemist easily. Elder Wang, I appreciate your kind offer, but I already have several concubines at home. It is truly beyond my means, Zhou Luo replied earnestly. Not at all, not at all. You are always welcome to visit my Wang family, Wang Xian responded with a smile. Young friend Zhou Luo, I also possess a mid-grade magical artifact. Interjected members from the Li and Zhang families in succession. With gifts being offered, Zhou Luo graciously accepted their goodwill without hesitation. As for the Lu family, their intentions were decidedly hostile. Let us depart for home, Lin Jishou called out, his spirits lifted as he led the Lin family disciples out of the Grand Hall. Chapter 106. The transformation of the Lin family outside the immortal sect, the colossal flying vessel of the Lin family gradually emerged, with Lin Jishou leading the family members aboard. As the vessel powered up, it set sail towards the Lin family's domain. Zhou Luo sat beside Lin Jishou, recounting the events that transpired at the immortal sect. Upon hearing that Zhou Luo had triumphed over Luan in the first month's examination and had seized 2 magical artifacts from him, Lin Jishou could hardly contain his joy. The Lu family, which had been so arrogant for so long, would no longer hold their head high in the realm of alchemy before the Lin family. The others also displayed smiles. Previously, the Lu family had subjected them to considerable humiliation in the field of alchemy. Zhou Luo's actions had avenged them, filling them with delight and fostering a newfound respect for this son-in-law. They understood that, following this day, the status of Zhou Luo's family would likely ascend dramatically, with a strong probability that he would become the new sixth elder upon the return of the sixth elder to the Dao. Zhou Luo proceeded to narrate his achievements of securing first place each month and his entry into the fourth tier. Naturally, he refrained from divulging the specific circumstances of the fourth tier. It was said that the spiritual energy there was considerably more abundant and greatly beneficial for alchemy. It was precisely for this reason that he was able to smoothly step into the realm of high-grade, first-tier alchemy. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Achieving first place for 12 consecutive months was an extraordinary feat that rendered them feeling inferior, deepening their admiration for Zhou Luo. This talent is somewhat terrifying. Indeed, the future of the Lin family's alchemical endeavors will rely on you, Lin Zhisho declared, his face beaming with pride. A gasp echoed through the group. Even Lin Xian's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. Was this a direct appointment? The others exchanged glances, realizing that Zhou Luo was virtually assured to be the next sixth elder. Feeling the fervent gazes upon him, Zhou Luo hastily replied, "Master, you flatter me." Lin Zhisho smiled and chose not to elaborate further. As time passed, the outlines of Maple Leaf City came into view from the flying vessel. At that moment, a streak of light sliced through the air, and a cultivator clad in Lin family attire appeared before them, arriving at great speed. The family has issued an order. All must disembark and enter Maple Leaf City on foot to undergo inspection, the man announced, causing a stir among the crowd. Confusion spread as everyone rose to their feet. Do I have to as well? Lin Zhisho stepped forward, his expression impassive. Upon seeing him, the man immediately bowed, his countenance awkward. I apologize, sixth elder. This is the family's decree, and it must be adhered to by all. This explanation ignited a flurry of discussions among those aboard the vessel. What is happening? Why can we not enter the city directly? Inspection? Are they concerned about someone infiltrating the city? Has the Lu family launched an attack? Amidst the murmurs, a hint of anxiety graced their faces. After a moment of silence, Lin Zhisho finally spoke. Understood. Please excuse the sixth elder. The man clasped his hands in respect and departed. Gazing at the imposing city, Lin Zhisho furrowed his brow as he steered the flying vessel towards the grand city gates. Shortly thereafter, the vessel touched down. A contingent of cultivators dressed in Lin family attire approached. Please disembark, Lin Zhisho stated calmly. The crowd dutifully approached the ground, led by a group of guards, submitting to scrutiny. Zhou Luo followed the throng into the city, his expression laden with concern. He speculated whether this was a deliberate act by the family, indicating their lingering distrust towards him. Fortunately, during the examination, he encountered no obstacles or special treatment, seamlessly joining the procession into the city. The family did not impede his entry? Were they not apprehensive that he might divulge the secrets of the spiritual mind to the Grand Elder's associates? The streets of Maple Leaf City remained resplendent and bustling, teeming with life. However, Zhou Luo was astonished to observe a significant increase in the number of patrolling guards. Such a presence had not been evident when he had departed earlier. Clearly, something substantial was afoot. Before long, they arrived at the family gate. As anticipated, the guards stationed there had doubled compared to usual. Lin Zhisho led them inside, where they were subjected to yet another round of scrutiny. What on earth had transpired? Lin Zhisho, observing the scrutinizing cultivators, inquired gravely. Apologies, Elder Lu, but we are also in the dark. This is merely a command from the family. One of the cultivators replied earnestly. A grave expression crept across Lin Zhisho's aged visage. Once they returned, he instructed Zhou Luo, you should return first. I will seek out the head of the family. Understood, Zhou Luo affirmed, and the other vanished in a flash of light. Lin Xian cast a lingering glance at Zhou Luo, seemingly coming to a realization, and hurriedly departed as well. Zhou Luo sensed an impending storm, a sense of foreboding pervading the atmosphere. After bidding farewell to the family members he hoped to befriend, he quickened his pace towards Zhou Garden. Within the family estate, numerous guards continued their patrols. Meanwhile, the usually leisurely servants moved hurriedly, their faces etched with worry. Zhou Luo felt an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the entire family. In a short while, he found himself before the familiar manor. The servant assigned to guard the entrance initially appeared startled upon seeing him, then promptly bowed in respect. Master, has something significant occurred at home? He asked, his expression serious. In response, Master, nothing has happened. Zhou Garden is as it should be, the servant replied. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo felt a considerable weight lift from his heart. He exhaled a sigh of relief and stepped into Zhou Garden. I have returned. he proclaimed with vigor as he entered the manor. In the next moment, several figures burst forth from the main building. Lin Jinxian and the other wives appeared before him, their faces aglow with joy. "Husband," the women exclaimed, their eyes glistening with tears of excitement, particularly Bai Jian, who cradled little Sherwin in her arms, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as if on the verge of weeping. "After a year apart, you have all become even more beautiful," Zhou Luo smiled, embracing each of the women, stirring their hearts profoundly. "Daddy, Daddy." At that moment, little Chang'an led a gaggle of siblings running toward him from behind. A year had passed, and Chang'an was now over 2 years old, while the other children had also grown significantly. Zhou Luo beamed as he squatted down, enveloping them all in his embrace. Thankfully, there were still not too many children. If this were to happen in the future, it could not be as such. "Father, you have finally returned." Little Chang'an squeezed out from among his siblings, his voice sweet and innocent. Zhou Luo leaned down, nudging him with his nose. "Did you miss me?" "Indeed, I missed you so much, Father," replied little Chang'an with a serious expression on his small face. And me," the other little ones clamored, pushing and shoving to get attention. All right. Zhou Luo laughed heartily, relishing the joy of being a father. After frolicking with the little ones for a while, Zhou Luo turned his gaze back to his wives and concubines. Having spent a year apart, they had shed some of their youthful naivety and gained a touch of mature charm. Zhou Luo led them to the grand hall of the main building, intending to share the events that transpired during his time away from home. Chapter 107. Conversations and Changes in the Main Hall of the Zhou residence. Zhou Luo and Lin Jinxian occupied the seat of honor, while the other 6 concubines were seated on either side, eagerly listening. As they absorbed the captivating narrative, the emotions of the women ebbed and flowed in tandem with the unfolding events. For instance, the incident where Zhou Luo's experimentation with a detoxifying elixir inadvertently led to the demise of a formation master, followed by familial repercussions, was a story they had heard whispers of, yet hearing it recounted by the protagonist himself was undeniably thrilling. Particularly poignant was the moment when he faced the prospect of corporal punishment. "My husband was working for the family. Such a penalty should not have been imposed," Lin Yi lamented. To her, Zhou Luo's sacrifice of one life to save hundreds was a commendable act deserving of reward rather than punishment. It was disheartening to see him penalized after having saved others. "It matters not. The 5th miss was not overly harsh," Zhou Luo reassured, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. Lin Jinchuan's beautiful eyes flickered as she softly remarked, "My husband has endured much. I believe the 5th miss possesses a sense of reason." Her words, laden with a hint of inquiry, reflected her status as the granddaughter of the Grand Elder, leading her to seek insight into her husband's thoughts regarding the 5th Mississippi. Zhou Luo understood her intent and replied with a gentle smile, "There must always be an explanation, otherwise it would chill the family's spirit. Since that day, I have not seen her again. And what happened thereafter? My husband, how was the immortal sect?" Lin Yi inquired, her face alight with curiosity. To her, tales of the immortal sect conjured images of radiant light and soaring celestial cranes, with its inhabitants untouched by worldly affairs, a realm of true immortals, as Lin Feiying lightly chuckled. The women had only encountered descriptions of the immortal sect within ancient texts, leading them to envision it as a transcendent paradise. Reflecting on this, Zhou Luo recalled the disciple who had demanded a toll upon their entry into the immortal sect. "It is not as exaggerated as that. It merely possesses a bit more spiritual energy and higher cultivation levels," Zhou Luo stated with a mild smile. "Impossible. My husband, you must be jesting," Lin Yi exclaimed, full of disbelief. Zhou Luo offered no further explanation and simply continued recounting their experiences in the immortal sect. As they listened, the women began to form a general understanding of the circumstances within the sect, their faces alight with longing. "Oh, how splendid it would be if I could witness the scenery of the immortal sect in this lifetime," Bai Jian whispered, echoing the collective wish of the women. The mundane world always yearned for the immortal sect, which, in their eyes, represented the epitome of beauty and perfection. Although the reality was not vastly different, Zhou Luo perceived the immortal sect as merely a larger family, not much unlike the secular world. They still needed to eat and rest, and the nuances of human relations remained the same. "Jian, your innate talents are remarkable. With a mother's backing, you might indeed have a chance," Lin Feiying jested. Among those present, only Bai Jian and Lin Jinxian possessed mid-grade spiritual roots, making them the most likely candidates for producing exceptional offspring. While they dared not tease Lin Jinxian, a playful quip aimed at Bai Jian was entirely permissible. This remark instantly elicited peals of laughter from the women. Bai Jian's cheeks flushed crimson. She lowered her head, too shy to respond. Observing her reaction, Zhou Luo smiled broadly and responded with utmost straightforwardness. The scenery of the immortal sect is truly captivating. I shall take you to behold it in the future. My dear husband, we are indeed serious about this. Lin Jinxian turned her head to gaze at him, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. The others nodded in agreement. Of course, Zhou Luo replied. He then proceeded to recount his experiences in the external sect's alchemy training. Upon hearing that he had embarrassed the Lu family and lost 2 magical artifacts, the women expressed their admiration for their husband's formidable abilities, revealing a newfound respect for him. Even the usually aloof Lin Qinghan cast curious glances in his direction, especially when Zhou Luo mentioned that he had become a first-tier top-grade alchemist. The women were utterly astonished, their delicate, fair faces adorned with expressions of admiration and reverence. Except for Lin Jinxian and Bai Jian, they were often overlooked within their families, only aspiring to bear better offspring, believing that a child's worth could elevate a mother's status. However, after Zhou Luo showcased his alchemical talent and their family relocated to Zhou Garden, they realized that they could also benefit from their husband's success. With Zhou Luo now recognized as a first-tier top-grade alchemist, it indicated that the family would prioritize his training, ensuring a brighter future for them all. This revelation filled the wives and concubines with a sense of joy that followed hardship. Particularly, the 3 sisters, Lin Feiying and her siblings, felt tears welling in their eyes, their admiration for Zhou Luo more evident than ever. Indeed, my husband is extraordinary. We sisters shall enjoy a life of blessings henceforth, Lin Jinxian said with a gentle smile. The others wholeheartedly nodded in agreement. As they continued their conversation, the evening had quietly descended upon them. Zhou Luo led his wives and concubines to the dining hall for a meal, with 7 children nestled in their arms, all gazing obediently at Zhou Luo. Father, where is Xiaobai? Zhou Shi inquired, resting her chin on her mother's arm. It was then that Zhou Luo remembered Xiaobai was still in the pet bag. He quickly retrieved it. Meow, the snow-white creature leaped into little Shi's embrace, allowing her to cuddle it. Xiaobai has grown so much. Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise at the little creature. After a year of Zhou Luo's nurturing, Xiaobai had officially entered its juvenile phase, significantly enhancing its ability to create illusions. With such abundant care at the immortal sect, how could it not grow? Zhou Luo replied with a faint smile. Normally, Xiaobai would take much longer to transition into its juvenile stage, but daily doses of spirit beast pills and other elixirs had shortened its growth cycle. The delightful dinner concluded, and Zhou Luo wandered to the front courtyard, gazing up at the twinkling stars in the night sky. Lin Qinghan silently appeared beside him, looking up at the starlit expanse. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. Zhou Luo paused momentarily, instinctively responding, and the breeze is gentle. Lin Qinghan looked at him, her expression one of curiosity. Did you come up with that yourself? I suppose so, Zhou Luo replied. At least in this world, it's an original thought. I really like that phrase, Lin Qinghan said softly, leaning gently against his arm. Zhou Luo instinctively wrapped his arm around her. Under the moonlight, they nestled together in silence, the gentle breeze carrying a hint of affection. How's everything at home? Zhou Luo asked softly. An incident transpired. Lin Qinghan was aware that the inquiry was not regarding Zhou Yuan, thus she softly recounted the events that had unfolded within the family over the past year. It came to light that not long ago, a significant number of disciples from the Hahuan sect appeared in Maple Leaf City, brandishing the banner of vengeance and wreaking havoc throughout the city. In a flurry of chaos, the 7th elder, Lin Guangping, responsible for maintaining order, led his subordinates in a vigorous effort to apprehend these individuals. However, a lapse occurred. They fell victim to the Hahuan sect scheme, suffered a surprise attack, and Lin Guangping sustained severe injuries, ultimately succumbing a few days later. This incident sent shockwaves through the entire Lin family. Lin Xiefeng, the head of the law enforcement hall, temporarily assumed leadership of the security hall and embarked on a vigorous campaign to eradicate the remnants of the Hahuan sect within the city. As of today, tranquility has finally been restored to Maple Leaf City. Yet, the repercussions of an elder's demise continue to linger. The security hall cannot remain leaderless for even a day. Hence, the family convened an elder council to elect a new elder. Unexpectedly, the Grand Elder retreated into seclusion, causing a delay in the council's proceedings and prolonging the election of a new elder. Meanwhile, Lin Xiefeng has temporarily taken charge of 2 halls. Chapter 108. Ongoing combat. Zhou Luo never anticipated that such a significant event would transpire in Maple Leaf City. He recalled that it was the disciples of the Hahuan sect who initially abducted Bai Ji Yin, and fortunately, this incident did not implicate her. Regarding the matter of the 7th elder, according to Lin Qinghan, he was an ally of the Grand Elder. The death of the 7th elder now signifies that the Grand Elder's faction has lost a crucial supporter, particularly one responsible for the city's defense and possessing the largest number of cultivators. If the main family seizes this opportunity to replace him with one of their own, the Grand Elder's faction will undoubtedly find themselves in dire straits. Zhou Luo pondered whether the Grand Elder's retreat was merely a facade, a ruse to buy time. Perhaps the Grand Elder was also scouting for new candidates. However, with Lin Xianfeng, the Ninth Elder, unifying the two major forces within the family, the days ahead for the Grand Elder's faction seem bleak. It is no wonder that the main family is no longer concerned about Zhou Luo revealing the secrets of the spiritual mine. On one hand, the Grand Elder is sequestered, and on the other, they have grown indifferent. Following this incident, the main family now holds dominion over the family's internal and external combat forces. Even if the suppressed Grand Elder's faction were to discover this secret, they would be powerless to act. Zhou Luo even speculated conspiratorially whether the emergence of the Hehuan sect was orchestrated by the main family. Nevertheless, he held no interest in such matters. The question of who wields power over the Lin family makes no difference to him. It is likely that news of his ascension to a first-tier alchemist has already spread throughout the family. In the end, he would only be met with preferential treatment and no other considerations. Regardless of who it may be, they would not overlook his value and would seek to curry favor with him through various means. Gently caressing Lin Qinghan's fair, delicate arm, Zhou Luo remarked, "I suspect that esteemed father-in-law will soon come looking for me." Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghan's body trembled slightly as she softly replied, "Father does not represent me." Haha, do not be anxious. Whether it is Jin Xian or you, such matters should not involve you at all. You are my women, and your only duty is to safeguard our home. As for other affairs, I have it all under control. Zhou Luo lowered his gaze, tenderly observing the exquisite woman in his embrace. After more than a year apart, this once aloof beauty now radiated a touch of warmth and charm. Her previous indifference diminished. Without waiting for her response, he leaned in and kissed her. The moonlight was just right, an opportune moment for companionship. As the two indulged in their affection, not far away, beneath a tree, Lin Jinxian stood quietly, her expression gentle, her beautiful eyes slightly reddened, making no move. Being the highest ranked among them, her presence went unnoticed. At this moment, Lin Jinxian's mind was flooded with Zhou Luo's last words. Such matters should not involve you. You are my women. I have it all under control. These few brief sentences struck a chord within Lin Jinxian's heart. Zhou Luo remained unaware of the immense pressure she had been bearing since the Grand Elder's faction fell from grace. She feared for the suppression of Zhou Yuan, worried about the main family's targeting of her, concerned for her direct relatives facing retribution, and most of all, she dreaded the possibility of Zhou Luo returning and severing their bond. At present, this man appears to be utterly unconcerned with the familial strife. His sole focus rests upon his family, particularly her. This realization stirs a profound emotion within Lin Jinxian, providing her a modicum of solace amidst her suppressed feelings. Indeed, she is not merely her grandfather's granddaughter or her father's daughter. She is Zhou Luo's legitimate wife, the mistress of Zhou Garden. She is not an outsider. In that moment, Lin Jinxian finds herself envying Lin Qinghan, who is entwined with Zhou Luo across the room, for she has garnered his trust, while Lin Jinxian remains under scrutiny. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crosses her eyes as she turns and returns to her room in the main building. As night deepens, Lin Jinxian lies in bed, gazing up at the canopy, contemplating how to navigate the relationship between Zhou Luo and her grandfather. Suddenly, a faint sound of a door creaking open resonates. Lin Jinchuan's body tenses, for she perceives a familiar silhouette. Shortly after, Zhou Luo appears by her side, enveloping her in his embrace. "You have worked hard this past year." His gentle, magnetic voice whispers in her ear, causing Lin Jinchuan's eyes to well with tears once again. No, she begins. But her intention to apologize is silenced by his warm lips, as Zhou Luo halts her with action. The following morning, as Lin Jinxian nestles against Zhou Luo's chest, her soft voice gently breaks the silence. "Husband, if something were to happen to my grandfather and the others, what should I do?" Zhou Luo, wrapping her in his arms, lightly brushes her hair with his long fingers, responding calmly, "Everyone must take responsibility for their own choices. You are mine, and I shall not turn a blind eye to your plight." Lin Jinxian, partially understanding, lifts her gaze to admire his perfect jawline and continues, "Husband, do you not trust me?" Zhou Luo pauses, looking down at the enchanting woman in his embrace, chuckling softly. "How could that be? My concern last night was primarily to shield you from any adverse effects. You are my legitimate wife. If I do not trust you, who else could I trust?" He adds, "Qinghan mentioned that you have been the one maintaining this household over the past year. So, you have done wonderfully, and do not carry any psychological burdens." His tender and profound words touch her deeply, causing her to shyly respond, "Husband, it is still early, perhaps." By the time Zhou Luo rises from bed, it is nearly noon. He exits the room and descends to the first floor, where he finds Lin Qinghan engaged in conversation with Bai Jian. Upon noticing his arrival, Lin Qinghan offers a slight smile. whereas Bai Jian looks at him with a hint of resentment. You have returned, yet why did you not come to my room last night? She seems to ponder, clearly feeling neglected. Zhou Luo, oblivious to her thoughts, merely sits beside her. Husband, the head of the household, sent a message requesting your presence this afternoon. Lin Qinghan informs him. Earlier this morning, a servant came with a message, but upon learning you were still asleep, they decisively rescheduled for the afternoon. Understood, Zhou Luo nods. At that moment, Lin Qinghan suddenly smiles and adds, you have been away for so long, Sister Jian has been quite concerned about you. Not at all, Bai Jian retorts, her cheeks flushing, unwilling to concede her feelings. Zhou Luo gazed at her bashful demeanor and suddenly reached out to grasp her delicate, fair hand. Leaning closer with a penetrating gaze. Do you miss me? Bai Jian averted her face. Not at all. Is that so? Zhou Luo released her hand, only for Bai Jian to react defiantly. She turned back, glaring fiercely at him, and boldly extended her right hand to clasp his. I knew you were a bully. Witnessing this exchange, Lin Qinghan's smile broadened as she teased, you still have some time before lunch. Perfect. Zhou Luo declared as he abruptly stood and swept Bai Jian into his arms. What are you doing? Bai Jian's face flushed with surprise, a rosy hue blooming across her cheeks. Naturally, engaging in the activities befitting a married couple, Zhou Luo replied as he carried her towards the second floor. Behind them, Lin Qinghan shook her head with a smile. Then a thought crossed her mind, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as well. My husband possesses remarkable stamina, she murmured to herself. During lunch, a satisfied Bai Jian descended the stairs with a radiant smile. After a while, Zhou Luo finally appeared, supporting his waist. Engaging in such continuous endeavors is rather exhausting. It seems I must quickly seek out the method for dual cultivation. Not long after the meal, a servant from the main residence arrived once more, bowing respectfully. Young master, please follow me. Chapter 109. Marrying the fifth young lady? Due to the emergence of the Hahuan sect, the security presence in the core area has noticeably increased. Each vigilant cultivator, with solemn expressions and upright postures, emanates a potent aura, resembling dormant beasts, scrutinizing every passerby. However, when their gazes fall upon Zhou Luo, the sharpness diminishes, replaced by a hint of reverence. Clearly, the news of his ascension to a first-tier high-ranking alchemist has spread. As the youngest high-ranking alchemist in the family's history, Zhou Luo commands respect, even as an outsider. After all, no one wishes to offend a future second-tier alchemist. Indeed, many believe that as long as Zhou Luo continues to develop steadily, he is destined to become a second-tier alchemist, in existence on par with foundational cultivators. For the Lin family, a second-tier alchemist holds greater significance than a foundational cultivator. This is because a second-tier alchemist is directly linked to the production of foundational elixirs, which implies that, given sufficient time, a steady stream of foundational cultivators will emerge. Thus, the members of the Lin family maintain a profound respect for him. Crossing the formation, Zhou Luo enters the core area. He walks eastward along the cobbled path, and soon encounters a familiar courtyard. This is the residence of the family head, Lin Tianxiong. He recalls his last visit, when he signed a contract with the family. Since then, Lin Tianxiong has not summoned him again, not even when he aligned himself with the faction of the Grand Elder. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhou Luo proceeds to the main hall. He enters with a calm demeanor and a humble posture. At the front of the hall, Lin Tianxiong sits on a golden throne adorned with gemstones, dressed in opulent robes, a smile gracing his face. Family head, Zhou Luo bows respectfully. There is no need for such formality. Please, take a seat, Lin Tianxiong replies amiably. The once indifferent elder now gazes at him with the warmth of a relative, devoid of any authoritarian presence. Zhou Luo moves to the side and takes a seat in the grand chair. Shortly after, a servant approaches, presenting an array of spiritual fruits and preparing a cup of spiritual tea for him. Thank you for your generosity, family head. Zhou Luo bows once more. Lin Tianxiong's smile broadens as he surveys Zhou Luo, clearly pleased. Initially, upon learning that Zhou Luo had become a first-tier high-ranking alchemist, he was taken aback, almost rushing to the Zhou garden to verify the truth. Once he regained his composure, he was overwhelmingly delighted, for he saw in Zhou Luo a harbinger of the family's resurgence. His first decision was to ensure Zhou Luo remained with them, regardless of the cost. Now witnessing Zhou Luo's humility and courtesy, he feels even more gratified. You have upheld our Lin family's dignity within the immortal sect and dealt a significant blow to the Lu family. Well done, Lin Tianxiong praises. That is what I ought to do, Zhou Luo replies. Lin Tianxiong nods slightly. Your temperament has always been commendable. I have always held high hopes for you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo cannot help but smirk internally. Indeed, Lin Tianxiong has high hopes for him, perhaps even wishing to witness his downfall within the spiritual mine. Rewards should be granted for merits. This storage ring is my gift to you. Lin Tianxing slightly raised his hand, and a beam of white light pierced through the air, revealing an ancient silver-white ring that landed beside him. Zhou Luo's eyes sparkled with delight. It was indeed a storage ring, which is far more convenient to carry than a storage pouch and offers a more spacious interior. Typically, such items are reserved for significant members of a family. It appears that the head of the family is quite generous. However, I wonder about the rank of this storage ring. Thank you, head of the family. Zhou Luo expressed his gratitude, picking up the ring and extending a strand of spiritual awareness. Instantly, he was met with an expansive interior filled with various cultivation resources, elixirs, techniques, spirit stones, and even rare heavenly materials, all exceedingly abundant. Even having prepared himself, Zhou Luo was momentarily taken aback by the sheer wealth of resources. This is what you deserve. Lin Tianxing stated calmly on the surface, though inwardly he felt a pang of pain at offering such a considerable reward. Yet, in his pursuit to win over Zhou Luo, the future second-tier alchemist, he had to invest significantly. Zhou Luo thanked him once more, and Lin Tianxiong encouraged him to continue his efforts. I have heard that you have met my granddaughter on a few occasions. May I inquire about your impressions of her? Lin Tianxiong suddenly inquired. Zhou Luo's heart skipped a beat. The fifth young lady? The only direct descendants he had interacted with were Lin Xin and Lin Shi. The former had already been betrothed to a descendant of the Wang family, thus the latter was undoubtedly the one in question. The fifth young lady possesses a gentle nature, beautiful and dignified. During my family's punishment, I was spared due to her mercy, Zhou Luo replied candidly. In that case, would you consider taking her as your wife? Lin Tianxing asked with a smile. Here it came. Zhou Luo realized that the sudden shift in conversation towards Lin Shi was for this very purpose. To be honest, he held a rather favorable impression of Lin Shi, especially since her spiritual roots seemed promising. The potential offspring would certainly benefit from such a union. However, if he agreed, he would inevitably face the dilemma of determining who would be the primary wife. There could only be one. At present, if Lin Shi were to marry him, she would undoubtedly take that position, leaving Lin Jinxian in a precarious situation. She was sent by the Grand Elder, and although she was currently in seclusion, how would his subordinates react? Of course, these concerns were secondary. Zhou Luo's primary worry was the rivalry between Lin Shi and Lin Jinxian, which could disrupt the harmony of the household. The greatest taboo in any family is the contention for favor within the harem. Thus, when selecting a partner, he prioritized their character and their attitude toward his other wives. He envisioned establishing a long-lasting Zhou family. If discord arose within the harem, all his efforts would be in vain. Observing Zhou Luo's silence, Lin Tianxiong did not press further but stated, "This is merely my suggestion. You need not rush to a decision. Coincidentally, Xia is in the backyard. You may speak with her." "That would be prudent," Zhou Luo replied, recognizing the importance of understanding her thoughts. He stood and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your understanding, head of the family." In the square pavilion of the backyard, Lin Shi sat gracefully upon a stone bench. Today, she donned a delicate azure silk garment, her snow-white skin barely concealed, and her hair was elegantly styled in a cloud-like bond, adorned with a white jade hairpin, exuding an air of refined elegance. As she gazed upon the approaching young man, her beautiful eyes sparkled, her heart fluttering. After more than a year apart, he still bore the same visage etched in her memory, handsome and composed, exuding an effortless charm. Even after ascending to the rank of a first-tier alchemist, there was no trace of arrogance upon his face, embodying the demeanor of a gentle and cultured gentleman. "It has been a long time," remarked Zhou Luo, clad in a moon-white robe, as he entered the pavilion with a smile. "You, Miss Fifth, remain as graceful as ever," exuding an ethereal elegance. Particularly captivating were her eyes, bright and profound like water. She smiled lightly and stated, "I never expected to meet you for an arranged marriage." In the familiarity of acquaintances, Zhou Luo felt at ease, taking a seat opposite her, and replied, "Neither did I." "So, are you here to inquire about my thoughts on this matter?" Lin Shi looked at him, her smile warm and gentle. "That seems rather inconsequential." Zhou Luo understood that in such matters, both parties had limited options. "Oh, then what would you like to ask?" A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Shi's beautiful eyes, followed by a charming smile. "As you know, I have no desire to engage in any conflicts. I merely wish to live a tranquil life within my family." Zhou Luo met her bright gaze earnestly. Lin Shi found him intriguing. Initially, she had presumed that upon returning home, he would readily align himself with the main family and accept the marriage proposal. However, it appeared that everyone had underestimated him. Perhaps he truly sought a peaceful existence. Pondering, Lin Shi inquired, "Are you concerned that I might disrupt your serene life? I am aware that you are not entirely free. Yet I hope for a life with fewer ripples, allowing me to concentrate better on alchemy." Zhou Luo gazed deeply into her eyes. As their gazes intertwined, time seemed to stand still. Zhou Luo's expression was grave, while Lin Shi maintained her radiant smile. After a long moment, Lin Shi softly chuckled. I understand now. Please allow me to meet your legitimate wife tomorrow. Some matters must be openly discussed. Lin Shi's perceptiveness surprised Zhou Luo. This exquisite beauty, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, seemed capable of discerning his innermost thoughts, pinpointing every crucial aspect with precision. Indeed, some conversations were necessary. If Lin Shi could comprehend his intentions, Zhou Luo would not mind marrying her. That is acceptable, but I cannot guarantee her willingness to meet you, he replied. I trust your judgment, Lin Shi smiled sweetly. Before Zhou Luo could speak further, she rested her chin in her hands atop the stone table, her bright eyes blinking at him. Now that we have addressed the important matters, let us turn to you. I wish to know you better. Zhou Luo's lips curled into a smile. I, too, have been eager to get to know you. Chapter 110. The arrival of the father-in-law. Their conversation lingered for several hours. During this time, Lin Shi extended an invitation for a leisurely stroll. Ambling through the picturesque courtyard, they engaged in a formal dialogue for the first time. They reminisced about their initial encounter, the incident with the spirit mine, and shared tales of their pasts. Compared to Zhou Luo, Lin Shi's life appeared to be far richer, leading her to dominate the conversation. It seemed she had not had such an exchange in a long while, and once she began, the words flowed effortlessly. Zhou Luo walked alongside her, attentively listening to her joys and sorrows until the sun began its descent. As the warm hues of twilight cascaded down, Zhou Luo turned his gaze. A beam of golden light pierced the clouds, settling upon their shoulders, enveloping them in a gentle glow. Her hair danced lightly in the breeze, and the soft illumination highlighted her porcelain skin. It was evident that this woman harbored a multitude of emotions within her. Lin Shi gazed upwards, her eyes sparkling with the remnants of daylight, as if illuminating the depths of her soul. Suddenly, she turned to Zhou Luo, her smile radiating a unique charm. Zhou Luo. Thank you. This is the first time I've spoken with someone for so long, and it brings me such joy. No need for thanks, Zhou Luo replied, a smile gracing his lips. Until tomorrow. Lin Shi waved cheerfully as he nodded and departed. As he walked along the path, reflecting upon their morning together, Zhou Luo found himself reassessing his views on this fifth Mississippi. Perhaps marrying her would not be such a misfortune after all, he mused. Upon returning home, he first sought out Lin Jinxian to share the earlier events. That sounds wonderful, she replied, without hesitation, though a flicker of sadness crossed her eyes. Zhou Luo embraced her, offering comfort. I will not let you suffer. She responded with a soft hum of acknowledgement. After addressing this matter, Zhou Luo retreated to his personal chamber. This space was designated for his belongings, adorned with soundproof talismans he had crafted to deter prying eyes. Presently, the room was cluttered with various items, gifts from influential family members. Upon hearing of his promotion to a high-grade alchemist, countless visitors had come to bestow their offerings that day. Had he not been at the family head's side, he would surely have been overwhelmed. As these individuals did not encounter him, they left their gifts and departed. Zhou Luo welcomed all presents with open arms. Approaching his desk, he retrieved a storage ring and emptied its contents, revealing the family's rewards. It must be said, the family had been exceedingly generous this time. There were nearly 100 spirit stones, and an abundance of spiritual rice and fruit, an overwhelming quantity of everyday provisions. Additionally, there were various low-tier magical artifacts, elixirs, and talismans. Although he had little use for them, selling them for coin was certainly an option. What captivated Zhou Luo's attention most were the rare materials. To his astonishment, he discovered the items necessary for the second stage of the Great Bear Body Refinement Technique among them. These materials were precisely what the immortal sect lacked. To his astonishment, his family had directly bestowed upon him a gift. It was as if he had stumbled upon a hidden glen after a long and arduous journey. Achieving this without any exertion, he first handed over the spiritual rice and other provisions to the kitchen, then turned his gaze towards the magical artifacts and elixirs, contemplating their sale at a later time. Reflecting on this, Zhou Luo could not help but lament that Zhou Garden truly required a steward. Otherwise, managing everything personally would prove to be quite cumbersome. However, it was imperative to find someone trustworthy for this role, lest he inadvertently expose himself. Zhou Luo's thoughts immediately wandered to Su Changsheng, who was currently at the spiritual mine. Yet, since the family no longer cared about the secrets of the mine being revealed, he contemplated calling Su back. Although Su could not be deemed particularly loyal, he was certainly an astute individual. A wise person would assess the situation appropriately, and upon realizing that a bright future lay in following Zhou Luo, he would undoubtedly refrain from betrayal. There was no urgency in this matter. While organizing his belongings, Zhou Luo recalled the materials he had brought back from the immortal sect. These resources were substantial, constituting an important asset. Subsequently, he retrieved the ascension elixir he had previously received from Luan and presented it to Lin Xinghan. Despite being only 3 years old, little Chang and Appos, and endowed with innate spiritual energy, could be nurtured early on, even if he possessed merely a ninth-grade spiritual root. Establishing a solid foundation from a young age could eventually lead to successful cultivation. Moreover, who could tell if the system rewards included enhancements for spiritual roots? After dinner, as Zhou Luo idly contemplated alchemy and talisman crafting, Linda paid him a visit. Standing before the main building of Zhou Garden, Linda was engulfed by a myriad of emotions. He recalled the disdain he had felt upon their first meeting with Zhou Luo, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. Who would have imagined that a son-in-law with only a ninth-grade spiritual root would one day ascend to become a first-tier alchemist of high caliber? Zhou Luo's previous displays had already astonished him, and his recent return from the immortal sect further left him in a state of turmoil. The thought of Zhou Luo inevitably advancing to a second-tier alchemist and becoming a prominent figure in the family filled Linda with regret. Why had he not treated him better back then? Had he known, he would have made more efforts to cultivate their relationship, perhaps allowing his own lineage to share in the blessings and rise once more. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Linda stepped towards the main hall. Upon entering, he found Zhou Luo seated in the grand chair. Esteemed son-in-law, I have heard that you have become a high-tier alchemist. Congratulations, Linda remarked with a smile, a subtle note of respect lacing his tone. Zhou Luo responded with a calm smile. You flatter me, esteemed father-in-law. Please, have a seat. Linda sat down with utmost reverence. What brings you here, esteemed father-in-law? Zhou Luo inquired with curiosity. Actually, it is nothing of great importance. I thought it had been a while since we last met, and felt it necessary to pay a visit, Linda replied, producing a magical artifact from his robe. Since you have achieved success in your advancement, it is only fitting for a father-in-law to bring a token of my esteem. Upon seeing the artifact, Zhou Luo hastily declined. Esteemed father-in-law, you mustn't. I have already received quite enough gifts. No, it is merely a trifling present. You must accept it, Linda insisted with firm resolve. This is indeed a pivotal opportunity to cultivate a favorable relationship with his son-in-law, and he certainly does not wish to let it slip away. Reluctantly, Zhou Luo had no choice but to stow away the magical artifact. Subsequently, Linda incessantly praised him, extolling his boundless potential and lamenting his initial misjudgment. His overt and covert attempts to ingratiate himself were clearly motivated by a fear that Zhou Luo might harbor resentment over past grievances. Zhou Luo, however, felt no animosity towards him. After all, if he were in Linda's position, he would undoubtedly feel dissatisfaction if his only daughter were to marry someone with merely a ninth-grade spiritual root. Moreover, it was worth noting that Linda's mother-in-law had discreetly provided him with some cultivation resources back then. Zhou Luo chose to leave the past in the past. Upon hearing this, Linda finally exhaled in relief. Esteemed son-in-law, there is one more matter, Linda suddenly interjected. Is it that the second elder wishes to see me? Zhou Luo seemed to discern his thoughts and countered with a question. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Linda's face as he nodded. The second elder wishes to meet you tomorrow. As expected, those aligned with the Grand Elder would not remain idle upon witnessing his return as a top-tier alchemist, particularly since he had visited the clan leader today. Certain matters are inevitable, and one cannot evade their arrival. I understand, Zhou Luo nodded, not refusing the request. The second elder is currently the principal figure of the Grand Elder's faction, and it is indeed prudent for him to pay a visit. Linda, visibly relieved, engaged in a brief exchange of pleasantries before taking his leave. Once Linda departed, Zhou Luo settled into his chair, pondering the motives behind the second elder's summons. Chapter 111. The long-awaited lottery. The situation within the Lin family has become increasingly clear. Although the Grand Elder has chosen to enter seclusion in order to defer the decision regarding the appointment of the seventh elder, the longer the public security hall remains under Lin Xuanfen's control, the deeper the main family's influence will infiltrate. In time, even if the newly appointed seventh elder hails from the Grand Elder's faction, it will be of no consequence. It is likely that the Grand Elder is aware of this reality. Yet, why does he still opt for seclusion as a means of escape? Zhou Luo has yet to fathom this. At this moment, his primary concern is self-preservation. He has undergone a remarkable transformation, regardless of which faction seeks to win him over. They are too late to contemplate any form of suppression. Even at the eye of the storm, he remains untouched. While lost in thought, Bai Jian appeared in the hall. She wore a flowing gown of moonlight white, with gossamer fabric draped delicately over her shoulders, her fair and tender skin barely concealed. Sitting beside him, her exquisite features bore a hint of shyness as she softly inquired, "Husband, where will you sleep tonight?" Zhou Luo chuckled lightly, surprised that this timid girl, who usually blushes easily, could be so audacious concerning this matter. However, Bai Jian is, after all, of the 6th grade spiritual root. If she were to bear a child with a medium-grade spiritual root, it would be exceedingly beneficial for him. Where do you wish for me to sleep? Zhou Luo countered with a smile. Bai Jian's cheeks flushed, her gaze lowered as her delicate hands grasped her skirt, her mind racing. Ever since she had tasted the intimacy of their union, it was as though a new world had opened before her. And her dependence on Zhou Luo had grown ever stronger. Above all, she yearned to bear him a child. Having always adored children, she often played with her sister's little ones, and she longed for a child that belonged solely to her and Zhou Luo. Previously, due to Zhou Luo's long absence, this desire had remained unfulfilled. Now that he had finally returned, she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. As she was lost in her reverie, Zhou Luo had approached her without her noticing. He bent down to gaze at the bashful beauty and gently lifted her into his arms. Bai Jian nestled against his broad chest, her captivating eyes shimmering, her heart fluttering. Another night passed in silence. In the deep of night, Zhou Luo held Bai Jian, who resembled a curled-up kitten in his embrace. His right hand roamed over her skin, as delicate as jade, while his thoughts wandered. He wondered what spiritual root the fifth miss possessed. Logically, it should not be inferior to Lin Jinchuan's. If she were willing to coexist harmoniously with the women around him, it would indeed bode well for him. Ding, congratulations to the host for their tireless efforts, successfully allowing their partner to conceive and earning one lottery opportunity. At that moment, the long-awaited system notification suddenly rang out. Zhou Luo's body jolted, nearly awakening the slumbering Bai Jian. He felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. They had finally succeeded in conception. Since marrying Bai Jian, he had eagerly anticipated the offspring that would arise from their union. After such a long wait, he had finally received the news he had been longing for. He eagerly immersed himself in thought, his consciousness once again arriving before the lottery wheel. The white wheel floated silently in the air, its 7 segments unchanged. He wondered what fortune awaited him this evening. Luck had never favored him particularly well. Especially during his time at the immortal sect, he had toiled for an entire year to obtain a few useful clues, uncertain whether they had already been seized by others. This time, uncertainty loomed over Zhou Luo's heart. If he were to express his desires, he naturally yearned for means to enhance his combat prowess. After all, he would soon venture out with Lin Xian and Wang Yue to seek treasures, necessitating an increase in strength. The lottery began. A golden orb materialized, swirling rapidly upon the wheel. Zhou Luo's heart raced alongside it. Please, let it not be a trivial reward, he silently prayed. Moments later, the golden orb began to slow visibly, ultimately landing in the technique segment. Again, it was a technique. It must be one of the 4 great techniques, Zhou Luo fervently hoped. In his view, among the myriad skills of cultivation, the 4 great techniques were the ultimate path. Ideally, it would be the second-tier alchemy technique, allowing him to forge foundational pills ahead of time. Congratulations, the host has acquired first-tier array technique. The reward has been automatically deposited into the host's backpack. Please check. In the next moment, the system's voice resonated softly. Zhou Luo felt a surge of joy. It was indeed one of the 4 great techniques. However, he soon experienced a wave of frustration. Why did it have to be the array technique? Among the 4 great memories of cultivation, array, alchemy, weaponry, and talismans, while the array technique ranked first, it possessed a significant drawback. It was not as convenient as the other 3 and required considerably more resources. Lower-tier arrays could not be moved and had to be prearranged in a specific area, primarily serving a defensive or supportive role. After all, enemies would not foolishly enter an array. Most would wait for its energy to deplete. In genuine peril, the array technique was far less practical than the other 3 great skills. Moreover, the resources required to set up an array were considerable. He had mentioned this during a conversation with Changsheng, who had stated that a formation master must first obtain an array diagram, then gather the necessary materials, and finally select a location rich in spiritual energy to maintain the array's operation. Of course, if one had ample spirit stones, that would suffice. In addition, immense mental energy was necessary, along with array discs, brushes, knives, and other tools to inscribe the array. At this stage, he truly lacked the energy to prepare these. Even if he were to gather everything, he had no place to experiment. Unlike pills, setting up an array would inevitably attract attention, and should his family discover it, he would struggle to provide an explanation. In summary, among the 4 great techniques, the array technique was presently the least essential for him. However, given its paramount position, its potency was unquestionable. If properly arranged, it could even facilitate defeating opponents beyond one's current level. Once the opportune moment arrives, I may be able to establish a modest spiritual gathering array within the Zhou Garden, thereby eliminating the need to journey to the sacred grounds of spiritual veins for my cultivation. Nonetheless, this lottery draw has proven to be rather fortuitous. Zhou Luo focused his consciousness on the array insignia nestled within his backpack. First-level array technique. Upon usage, one can directly comprehend the fully mastered first-level array techniques, along with a comprehensive anthology of corresponding formations. Without hesitation, he chose to activate it. In an instant, a deluge of information flooded his mind, revealing intricate and exquisite methods of array formation before him. Simultaneously, his body was influenced, much like when he previously acquired alchemical skills. Certain muscle memories associated with the arrays were deeply ingrained within him. What delighted Zhou Luo the most were the memories pertaining to all first-level formations. This newfound knowledge enabled him to discern the structural intricacies and line trends of these formations at a mere glance. He never anticipated that he would one day ascend to the status of an array master. In a fleeting moment, Zhou Luo's thoughts turned to Su Changsheng. Previously, he had intended to appoint him as the steward of the Zhou Garden. Now, however, a different notion began to blossom in his mind. Perhaps he could utilize him as a decoy to experiment with some low-tier formations. The sun's rays graced the morning as Zhou Luo emerged from his chamber, only to be met by Lin Yi. Adorned in a silk chemise of ivory, she leaned against the adjacent doorway, revealing expanses of alabaster skin and a figure of considerable allure. Her countenance bore a hint of discontent as she lamented, "My lord, your thoughts are ever with Sister Jian, while we are left unattended." "Never," Zhou Luo responded with a smile, drawing her into his embrace. "Such matters require a delicate pace. Then tonight, my lord, you must grace my abode," Lin Yi implored, her gaze hopeful. "Very well, let us partake in the morning meal," Zhou Luo acquiesced, bestowing a tender kiss upon her brow. Following the repast, emissaries from the second elder arrived at Zhou Yuan. "Young Master Zhou, might we impose upon your time?" An unassuming elder inquired with deference. "Let us proceed," Zhou Luo replied, accompanying the elder towards the second elder's estate, nestled in the northeastern reaches of Zhou Yuan, a short distance from the main enclave. The estate, a sprawling expanse of verdant grounds, was enclosed by walls of hewn stone, adorned with spirit talismans that emitted a faint luminescence, rudimentary wards against intrusion, easily crafted from simple materials. Lin Guangshuan, the second elder of the Lin family, oversaw the family's talismanic arts, commanding the allocation of all spirit talismans and holding a position of influence second only to the great elder. In the great elder's seclusion, he held sway over their faction. Moreover, he was the fraternal sibling of the late seventh elder. Zhou Luo followed the servant into the estate, where a spacious courtyard unfolded before them. Flagstones lined the ground, flanked by vibrant flora. A square well occupied the courtyard's center, its rim adorned with blossoming flowers. An ancient camphor tree stood sentinel in a corner, its foliage shimmering with ethereal light. A stately hall emerged into view, its doors ajar, releasing the scent of agewood. Zhou Luo entered to find an elder seated upon a rosewood grand chair. His visage was stern, his eyes, narrowed and keen, possessed the sharpness of blades. Unlike the great elder's serene demeanor, Zhou Luo sensed a palpable pressure emanating from the second elder, an innate quality that exerted its influence even without deliberate intent. "Second elder." Zhou Luo greeted with a respectful bow. "Indeed, be seated," Lin Guangshuan replied. Despite Zhou Luo's status as a high-grade alchemist, with the potential to ascend to the second tier, the elder remained reserved, a reflection of his disposition rather than any dissatisfaction with Zhou Luo. As Zhou Luo pondered how the other party might begin to speak, a voice filled with authority suddenly resonated, its bluntness causing Zhou Luo to shudder. He lifted his gaze toward the speaker, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. "I prefer straightforwardness. I have little patience for hypocrisy." "Speak plainly," Lin Guangshuan stated, his aged face betraying no emotion. His forthright nature could not abide duplicity, and upon witnessing the true colors of the main family, he unhesitatingly chose to align himself with the grand elder. However, he realized he still lacked the finesse needed for the power struggle. Leaving him to watch helplessly as Lin Xianfeng presided over the security hall and the main family suppressed their faction. For Lin Guangshuan, these matters were of minimal importance. He firmly believed that once one's strength was sufficiently formidable, all schemes and intrigues would become irrelevant. Thus, his objective was to rally all the powerful forces within the family. Clearly, Zhou Luo was the first he intended to recruit. Feeling the intensity of Lin Guangshuan and Appo's gaze, Zhou Luo deliberated before responding honestly. "Grand Elder, I am not aligned with either side." Lin Guangshuan's eyes darkened as he scrutinized him. Those who straddle the fence will only meet a more tragic end. Indeed, this was true, but it applied to those lacking strength who wavered indecisively. Zhou Luo replied with poise, "If one possesses strength, it is no longer called straddling the fence." His words were unmistakably clear. He now stood as an independent third party, able to negotiate with either faction or remain an observer. Should both sides attempt to coerce him, They must be prepared to pay a hefty price. At this, Lin Guangshuan suddenly burst into laughter. Ah, no wonder the Grand Elder holds you in such high regard. You are quite intriguing. However, he reined in his mirth, speaking with a weighty significance. Do you truly remain neutral? Grand Elder, I am rather pragmatic and place great importance on benefits, Zhou Luo replied with a smile. Although he wished to avoid conflict, should one side exhibit overwhelming advantage, he would not hesitate to align himself for the sake of a stable future. For instance, it was evident that the main family currently held dominion over the clan. Forgive me, but a man of stature cannot remain subservient for long. Grand Elder, I have my own aspirations. The fifth young lady, she is my chosen bride. It is only natural to be driven by self-interest. Lin Guangshuan remained unfazed. Yet I must caution you. The Grand Elder's retreat at this critical juncture is not merely to extricate himself from this struggle. His demeanor was calm, yet his words carried profound implications. Zhou Luo felt a shiver run down his spine. Not an escape? Could it be? A dreadful hypothesis surged within him. Recently, the Grand Elder had procured a batch of foundational materials from somewhere. Lin Guangshuan did not elaborate further, but his statement stirred a tempest within Zhou Luo and Appo's mind. Foundational materials? The Grand Elder intends to establish a foundation? Zhou Luo was taken aback, never anticipating that events would unfold in such a manner. If the Grand Elder were indeed to succeed in establishing a foundation, it would herald a seismic shift within the Lin family. Witnessing Lin Guangshuan's confident and composed demeanor, Zhou Luo inhaled deeply. My adrift existence has been marked by a longing for an enlightened leader. Should the Grand Elder not find me unworthy, perhaps the matter of betrothal to the fifth miss is not entirely immutable. He jested inwardly. Indeed, should the Grand Elder truly succeed in establishing a foundation, what significance would the main family's control over all combat strength hold? Moreover, it is rumored that the Lin family's foundation establishment patriarch has not appeared for over a century. His fate remains veiled in uncertainty. Once it becomes known that the Grand Elder has achieved foundation establishment, he will undoubtedly choose to align himself with us. The advantages currently accumulated by the main family will be utterly nullified. Lin Guangshuan's words compelled Zhou Luo to deliberate with utmost care. Of course, his desire to wed Lin Xin remained steadfast, given the present ascendancy of the main family. As for the future, its course remains unpredictable. In any event, he represents the future of the Lin family, and it is highly improbable that either side would treat him unfavorably. It seems the Grand Elder's breakthrough is within reach. A felicitous occasion for our Lin family indeed. Zhou Luo offered his sincere felicitations. Therefore, you must consider this thoroughly. Lin Guangshuan concluded, refraining from further elaboration, and promptly dismissed him. Having departed from the estate of the second elder, Zhou Luo gazed upwards at the cerulean firmament. The sun blazed brightly. As wisps of cirrus clouds drifted lazily, he mused that the weather was hardly predictable. As he pondered this, he began his homeward journey. Just as he had this thought, the once clear sky was abruptly veiled in nimbus clouds, and the heavens reverberated with peals of thunder. A downpour was imminent. Zhou Luo paused in his stride, shaking his head with a smile, and continued onward. Before long, a gentle drizzle began to fall, pattering against the ethereal barrier that enveloped the Lin estate, creating a delicate, tinkling sound. Zhou Manor. As Zhou Luo arrived at the entrance, he was informed by a guard that the fifth miss had come to call. Upon learning that Lin Shi had ventured into Zhou Manor alone to meet with Lin Jinxian, Zhou Luo felt a sense of foreboding. He worried that the two might engage in conflict due to their differing allegiances. He hastened his pace into Zhou Manor, making his way directly to the main hall. However, upon reaching the threshold of the hall, he was taken aback. Within, two women of surpassing beauty were conversing and laughing amiably. It was indeed Lin Shi and Lin Jinxian. Moreover, it seemed that their discussion had been ongoing for quite some time. My lord, you have returned. Noticing Zhou Luo at the entrance, Lin Jinxian rose to greet him. You too? Zhou Luo entered the hall, his gaze alternating between the two women. The anticipated scene of discord had not materialized. They appeared to be on excellent terms. Jinxian and I have had a pleasant discussion. Lin Shi offered a gentle smile, her voice soft and melodious. Lin Jinxian concurred with a nod. Shier's disposition is even more agreeable than I had imagined. We find ourselves quite compatible. Hearing this, Zhou Luo was filled with incredulity. So, which of you intends to be the principal wife? Before Lin Shi could respond, Lin Jinxian interjected, She is of the main family, so it is only fitting that she assumes that role. Zhou Luo was astonished. It seemed that the two had reached an accord. This was a welcome development, sparing him the need to devise a method to decline the main family's offer. What of the others? Zhou Luo inquired further, referring to Lin Qinghan and the others. They have no objections, Lin Jinxian replied softly. Zhou Luo was relieved. He turned to Lin Shi, stating earnestly, "Then I must trouble the fifth mist to inform the head of the family." "Inform them of what?" Lin Shi gazed at him playfully, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Of our impending nuptials, naturally," Zhou Luo responded. "Why must I be the one to convey this? It is you who are taking me as your wife. Should you not be the one to formally propose?" Lin Shi smiled enchantingly, a hint of slyness flitting across her luminous eyes. Zhou Luo felt a pang of shame. Replying with a touch of awkwardness, "I apologize for my oversight." Lin Shi then rose, approaching his side, and said with a soft laugh, "I shall await your proposal." With that, she turned to Lin Jinxian, "Until we meet again in a few days." "Very well," Lin Jinxian responded with a nod. After Lin Shi's departure, Zhou Luo could not help but wonder, how did the two of you become so amicable? Has something transpired? Lin Jinchuan's expression was gentle as she replied with a sigh. "In truth, Shier's nature is quite amiable. I had simply misjudged her." She explained that upon marrying into the Zhou family, she would be solely a member of the Zhou family, no longer the fifth miss of the Lin family, and therefore hoped that I would not harbor any animosity. Moreover, she seldom interacted with others in her daily life. People both feared and respected her. Yet here, she felt remarkably at ease, engaging in pleasant conversations with us. I sensed that although she had been arranged to marry into the Zhou family, once she assumed the role of the matriarch, she would undoubtedly treat his sisters well. I was taken aback by how much emotion Lin X had stirred in Lin Jinxian. As for Lin X's character, Zhou Lu had always held a favorable impression. Since she had convinced Lin Jinxian, he had no objections. "However, my dear husband, it seems that Sister X is quite the conversationalist," Lin Jinxian remarked with a smile. Shortly after they sat down, the other party seemed eager to share every experience from her life. It was primarily the other person speaking. Zhou Lu also resonated with this. He smiled softly and mused that perhaps due to her accustomed solitude, she longed for the lively atmosphere of Zhou Garden. "Well then, when do you intend to propose, my husband?" Lin Jinxian inquired. Since it was a proposal, it would require the presence of elders and proper preparations. "I shall discuss this with my master," Zhou Lu replied before hastily making his way toward Shuk and Garden. Along the way, he greeted several acquaintances. Previously, when he walked through the streets, others might not have even glanced in his direction. However, upon learning of his elevation to a superior alchemist, their attitudes had undergone a complete transformation. "Zhou Lu." At that moment, a familiar voice called out to him. He turned to find Lin Jinxian, clad in a black robe, exuding an imposing aura. His sharp, hawk-like eyes locked onto Zhou Lu, while his chiseled face bore no expression. The ninth elder of the family maintained the same formidable presence as before. Yet this pressure was distinct from that of the second elder. The second elder's influence stemmed from his cultivation and strength, whereas Lin Jinxian emanated a chilling aura that made one feel as if they were being stalked by a venomous snake, sending shivers down one's spine. "Ninth elder." Zhou Lu immediately bowed in greeting. Lin Jinxian approached slowly, his gaze unwavering. Only when he stood before Zhou Lu did he speak. "You have surprised me. In my plans, I did not intend for someone like you, who might know the secrets of the spirit mine, to return home. Yet, I never anticipated you would achieve the rank of superior alchemist so swiftly." Lin Jinxian understood the significance of such a young superior alchemist. Thus, he abandoned his intentions toward Zhou Lu, discarding previously laid plans. "It is all thanks to the assistance of the immortal sect," Zhou Lu sincerely acknowledged. "Ultimately, it comes down to your own talent." Lin Jinxian's shadowy visage remained calm as a placid lake, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he scrutinized Zhou Lu. Sensing the intensity of his gaze, Zhou Lu asked, "May I inquire why the ninth elder seeks me?" "No particular reason. I was merely pondering whether Lin Jinxian's death was truly an accident," Lin Jinxian replied, his words laden with implication. Zhou Lu's heart sank. Before he could offer an explanation, Lin Jinxian continued, "Perhaps I am simply being overly cautious. Do not dwell on it. You are now the future of the family. Strive earnestly. Are you not preoccupied with something? Go on." A barrage of words fell upon him, and Zhou Luo began to grasp the intent behind them. Thus, he refrained from further elaboration and took his leave instead. Behind him, Lin Xianfeng continued to scrutinize him. Whether Lin Xianlong's demise was an accident held little significance for him. What truly mattered was the possibility that Zhou Luo might be the sole architect of these events. If that were the case, he would need to reassess this family's son-in-law. A wise individual who remains silent is merely biding their time. He believed this son-in-law to be astute. If so, it stands to reason that he harbors ulterior motives. However, during this period, as far as he understood, the latter had yet to clearly align himself with any side. What, then, was his aim? Lin Xianfeng found himself momentarily perplexed. Yet, he suddenly perceived this family as son-in-law as an intriguing character, warranting closer acquaintance in the future. Meanwhile, it was only after rounding the corner that Zhou Luo exhaled a deep breath, allowing himself to relax. In the presence of Lin Xiefeng, he had felt akin to a prey being hunted, the weight pressing upon his chest rendering him nearly breathless. Especially that cryptic remark of his, clearly indicative of other intentions. A truly perilous individual, Zhou Luo mused that it would be prudent to limit their interactions moving forward. Chapter 114, Matrimony in Shochuan Hall. Lin Jishou was presently instructing Lin Xian in the art of alchemy. Since her return from the immortal sect, the third young lady had evinced a profound interest in the craft. Upon her arrival, she sequestered herself here for days, earnestly and humbly seeking guidance. Lin Jishou understood her motivations, being well acquainted with her temperament. Her current diligence stemmed from a desire to emulate her esteemed senior brother's swift ascent to the rank of upper-grade alchemist. Nevertheless, Lin Jishou was pleased with her aptitude, particularly noting her progress during her sojourn at the immortal sect. The heat is insufficient. Continued thus, the ingredients will not only fail to meld, but their medicinal properties shall also dissipate, Lin Jishou intoned gravely. Lin Xian remained silent, merely increasing the flame's intensity. At that moment, Zhou Luo entered the alchemy chamber. Upon seeing his beloved disciple, Lin Jishou beamed. Disciple, have you encountered alchemical quandaries? Not so, master. I have come to consult with you on a matter, Zhou Luo replied. Oh, what is it? Lin Jishou inquired, perplexed. Zhou Luo glanced at Lin Xian, who was absorbed in her craft, and lowered his voice. It concerns my betrothal to the fifth young lady. Boom! Scarcely had the words left his lips when a dull thud reverberated through the chamber, accompanied by the acrid scent of scorching. Lin Jishou furrowed his brow and turned to Lin Xian. I instructed you to augment the heat, yet you have overdone it. Lin Xian pursed her lips and lowered her head. Alas, begin anew, Lin Jishou sighed. He then turned to Zhou Luo. I have heard of your impending nuptials. What are your thoughts? Hence, I seek my master's aid in proposing marriage, Zhou Luo replied with a gentle smile. Propose marriage? Of course, we shall depart forthwith. Lin Jishou exclaimed, his aged countenance radiant with joy. Master, pray, tarry. Allow me to prepare, and we shall proceed on the morrow morn, Zhou Luo suggested. A formal proposal necessitated proper accoutrements, such as betrothal gifts. Good, good. The betrothal gifts are my concern. Trouble not yourself, Lin Jishou insisted, deeply gratified. Though Zhou Luo was but his disciple, in his heart, such an exceptional student was akin to his own progeny. How could a senior not rejoice at his child's impending nuptials? A modest betrothal gift posed no obstacle. Master, that is hardly appropriate. Zhou Luo demurred. But Lin Jishou remained resolute. Despite his repeated protestations, Zhou Luo was ultimately compelled to accept. Upon departing Shochuan Garden, Zhou Luo returned home to find his wives awaiting him. Husband, when will you take another wife? Lin Yi asked, her face alight with anticipation. Her excitement stemmed not from the wedding itself, but from the ensuing evening. I shall propose marriage to the main family tomorrow and discuss the date, Zhou Luo replied. His words elicited joyous exclamations from his wives. As they had previously interacted with Lin Shi, they had already accepted one another. However, Zhou Luo noticed a fleeting shadow of melancholy amidst the smiles on their faces. Though they appeared exuberantly joyful, the profound sense of loss emanating from their hearts was indelible. He understood that, aside from Lin Jinxian, none of the others had experienced a formal wedding upon their arrival. Even though they were aware that such circumstances were due to their status, it was inevitable that they would feel some sorrow. Let us indulge in a grand feast tonight, Zhou Luo exclaimed suddenly. My lord, what kind of feast? Lin Jinxian inquired with curiosity, and the others echoed her sentiment. Of course, a seafood banquet. Zhou Luo replied with a beaming smile. The so-called seafood banquet was, in fact, a lavish spread composed of the flesh of oceanic beasts, including blue phosphor shrimp, snow spirit crabs, and primordial spirit abalone. These mystical creatures, thriving in the depths of the sea, possessed rich and succulent meat, brimming with spiritual energy. Consuming them would greatly nourish the body. However, due to the terrifying nature of these oceanic beasts and the considerable distance from Maple Leaf City to the coast, such delicacies were exceedingly expensive in the marketplace. Generally, ordinary families could scarcely afford them. Only the prominent figures of the Lin family had the means to indulge. The last time a seafood banquet was held at a family gathering, it had prompted a frenzy among the young scions of various families. Upon hearing about the seafood feast, the eyes of the women sparkled with delight, each displaying expressions of surprise. My lord, is this not a bit extravagant? Lin Jinxian murmured. As the matriarch of Zhou Garden, she instinctively considered the value of such indulgences. Why not celebrate my promotion to high-grade alchemist? Zhou Luo replied generously. The rewards from the family and the gifts from others had filled his coffers handsomely. A little indulgence now and then was perfectly acceptable. Wonderful. I know that the department store has it. I've been meaning to buy some for ages. I shall go procure it, Lin Yi volunteered. The other women beamed with joy. That evening, when the luxurious and sumptuous seafood banquet was laid out, both the women and the children displayed expressions of astonishment. Wow, this crab is enormous. Bigger than my hand, little Changsheng exclaimed, standing on a chair and gesturing dramatically. This action elicited a wave of laughter from the crowd. After the seafood feast concluded, and after savoring a dozen or so pieces of beast meat reminiscent of oysters from a past life, Zhou Luo entered Lin Yi's room. The following day, at the break of dawn, Lin Jinxian knocked on the door, announcing, "My lord, Elder Lu has arrived." Zhou Luo hastily arose, astonished by his master's eagerness, akin to a grandfather eager to propose to a grandchild. Upon entering the hall, he found Lin Jisho savoring tea. "My disciple, are you prepared? We shall depart now," he stated as he rose. "Master, you are too hasty. I have only just awakened. Shall we not have breakfast first?" Zhou Luo responded, noticing that Lin Jisho was aware of his impatience and thus acquiesced. After breakfast, Zhou Luo donned a moon-white robe, tied his hair back, and, with a light step, accompanied Lin Jisho towards the core area. At the entrance to the core zone, the guards, upon seeing the two of them, not only refrained from obstructing their passage but also bowed respectfully. Upon arriving at the patriarch's courtyard, Lin Tianxiong sat regally in the main hall. Today, he donned a robe of purple gold, his grizzled hair meticulously arranged. His tall and imposing figure exuded an air of dignity. With broad shoulders and a spine as straight as a pine tree, his composed visage was marked by profound eyes, a prominent nose, and tightly pressed lips, radiating an aura of unapproachable authority. Patriarch, Lin Jisho and Zhou Luo entered sequentially, both bowing in respect. "You have arrived quite early," Lin Tianxiong remarked, his tone calm and measured. "Patriarch, the marriage of the younger generation is a matter of great significance. As an elder, I naturally feel a sense of urgency." Lin Jisho replied with a light chuckle. Lin Tianxiong's gaze deepened slightly. What seemed like a commonplace remark bore a different connotation in his ears. Clearly, this elder had resolved to appoint Zhou Luo as the next sixth elder after his demise. Thus, he positioned himself as an elder. This was not problematic, after all. The young man was merely in his 20s and already an esteemed alchemist, destined to ascend to the second tier in due course. However, what if he chose to ally himself with the faction of the Grand Elder? Would that not imply that Lin Jisho would also side with him? Just yesterday, after his interaction with the second elder, Zhou Luo had decisively agreed to this marriage proposal, prompting Lin Tianxiong to entertain a myriad of thoughts. Chapter 115. A request. Presently, the head of the family has temporarily seized control over the entire clan. Even the return of the Grand Elder cannot alter the prevailing situation. However, in such circumstances, should any other elders gravitate towards the opposing faction, the originally advantageous position of their side would face new challenges. This is something Lin Tianxiong cannot permit, especially after his conversation with Lin Shi last night, where he sensed that his granddaughter was reluctant to engage in the conflict, wary of affecting Zhou Luo's decisions. This heightened his vigilance. Thus, when Lin Jisho articulated his thoughts, Lin Tianxiong found himself compelled to ponder further. "I have already dispatched someone to summon Shi and Appos, or as parents. Please, have a seat," Lin Tianxiong stated, his voice steady. Lin Jisho and Zhou Luo took their places on the right side in ornate mahogany chairs. "Elder Six, how has Xiner performed under your guidance?" As soon as they were seated, Lin Tianxiong's voice resonated once more. "Head of the family, the third miss is exceptionally diligent and possesses considerable talent," Lin Jisho replied candidly. Lin Tianxiong nodded slightly, reflecting, Xiner is indeed gifted. Had she not neglected her alchemical studies in the pursuit of cultivation these past few years, she might have exhibited even greater potential. The recent learning experience at the immortal sect has significantly benefited the third miss. I anticipate her future achievements will be remarkable. Lin Jisho remarked earnestly. He had also observed Lin Xine's progress, particularly following her return from the immortal sect, where her performance had brought him much satisfaction. With continued cultivation, she would undoubtedly become a pillar of strength for the family. Does Elder Six believe Xiner could attain the rank of a second-tier alchemist? Lin Tianxiong inquired meaningfully. Both Lin Jisho and Zhou Luo felt a sudden tension. The former understood this as a caution from the family head, urging him not to shift his allegiance merely due to Zhou Luo. The latter, on the other hand, was bemused, having come solely to discuss a marriage proposal, yet finding the conversation steering towards familial conflicts. Zhou Luo was not particularly interested in the elderly gentleman's discourse, but it was evident that this family head was indeed prudent. "Head of the family, I cannot say for certain, as I myself am not yet a second-tier alchemist," Lin Jisho replied with a resigned smile, deftly shifting the topic. At that moment, a pair of elegantly attired, middle-aged individuals entered from outside. The man, with a rosy complexion and a robust figure, exuded an air of affluence. The woman, graceful and dignified, radiated the allure of maturity. Father, the two said, bowing in respect. The man was Lin Tianxiong's eldest son, Lin Zhe, Lin Shi's father. He also held the title of the 10th elder, responsible for managing the family's logistics. Upon his arrival, Zhou Luo promptly rose to pay his respects, addressing him, Elder 10. Lin Zhe regarded him, appraising him with a smile. Indeed, my son-in-law is quite the remarkable figure. He had certainly heard of Zhou Luo's ascendance to the rank of a superior alchemist. The thought of his daughter marrying a future second-tier alchemist filled him with delight. Once everyone was seated, Lin Jisho spoke up, Elder 10. We have come today to discuss the matter of marriage. With a gentle flick of his sleeve, a radiant light burst forth, revealing an array of items that materialized on the previously bare ground. Pills, spirit stones, magical artifacts, and more, all present in abundance. These are the betrothal gifts for my disciple. Please accept them, 10th elder, Lin Jisho said with a cheerful smile. To avoid embarrassing his disciple, he had specially brought out the things he had treasured for a long time. He had originally intended these items as betrothal gifts for his eldest grandson, but out of affection for his disciple Zhou Luo, he generously presented them. Seeing the sincerity of the betrothal gifts, Lin Zhe beamed with joy, 6th elder. You are too kind. As he said this, he subtly moved his right hand, taking all the items into his possession. Acceptance signifies agreement. Next, in front of Lin Tianxiong, both parties began discussing the upcoming wedding arrangements. Although it was Zhou Luo and Lin Shi's wedding, such matters were mainly discussed by the elders. Zhou Luo sat there, listening quietly, occasionally expressing his own thoughts. In the end, the wedding date was set for 5 days later. As for the specific details of the wedding, Lin Zhe, as the father of the bride, stated that he would have someone take full responsibility, relieving Zhou Luo of any worries. As the elder in charge of logistics, and with his own daughter getting married, he would certainly make the event very grand. This indeed saved Zhou Luo a lot of trouble. As noon approached, Lin Jisho intended to take his leave, but Lin Tianxiong insisted that they stay for a meal together. They did not refuse. At the dining table, when Zhou Luo saw demonic beast meats such as azure phosphorescent shrimp and snow spirit crab, his pupils contracted slightly. It seemed that he had been under the surveillance of the family head all along. However, he did not yet know the extent of this surveillance. It seemed that he needed to set up some formations in Zhou Yuan as soon as possible to prevent others from spying at will. Grandfather, this feast today is a bit too extravagant, isn't it? Lin Shi, sitting beside Lin Tianxiong, blinked her bright eyes and said with a smile. To celebrate the union of our families, it's only natural to make it a bit more grand, Lin Tianxiong said. Family head, the population of Zhou Yuan will surely increase in the future. May I request a candidate for the position of steward? Zhou Luo asked respectfully at the table. A mere steward? Have they arranged it for you? Lin Tianxiong said casually. Lin Zhe also chimed in. Rest assured, dear son-in-law, I will definitely find you a steward who excels in all aspects. Family head, 10th elder, I have actually already decided on a candidate for the steward, Zhou Luo said with a somewhat troubled expression. Having the main family arrange the steward would leave him with no privacy at all. Oh, who is it? Lin Tianxiong asked with a hint of curiosity. It is an old friend of mine, Su Changsheng. Zhou Luo looked at Lin Tianxiong with a serious expression. A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Tianxiong's face, as if he did not recall such a person. After a moment, he remembered the person's identity. Wasn't that the chess piece he had placed within the Great Elder's faction? Earlier, to test Zhou Luo, he had specially transferred him to the new spirit mine. Now it seemed that he had gained Zhou Luo's trust. Otherwise, Zhou Luo would not have specifically chosen him as the steward. Since that was the case, Lin Tianxiong had no reason to refuse. He said casually, very well, I will send someone to bring him back. Thank you, family head. Zhou Luo stood up and bowed. No need to be so formal. Lin Tianxiong waved his hand. After finishing their lunch, Zhou Luo followed Lin Jisho as they departed. Upon exiting the core area, Lin Jisho suddenly remarked, the family head is evidently concerned for you. Zhou Luo halted his steps and turned to face him, inquiring, Master, what brings you to say such a thing? Lin Jisho stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying their surroundings. Once he confirmed they were alone, he spoke. Tell me, on which side do you truly wish to stand? This question had long lingered in Lin Jisho's mind. Yet he hesitated to voice it due to a sense of guilt. After all, it was he who had drawn Zhou Luo into the tempest of familial strife. Thus, he refrained from interfering with the young man's choices. However, now that the family head was gaining power, he felt compelled to consider the future of his disciple. Master, I stand with neither side. Regardless of who emerges victorious or defeated, it will not affect me, will it? Zhou Luo replied with a smile. A trace of relief appeared on Lin Jisho and Appo's aged face as he responded, It is commendable that you hold such a perspective. Chapter 116. Su Changsheng's confession upon returning to the Zhou garden, the multitude of wives and concubines. Upon learning that the wedding between him and the fifth miss was but 5 days hence, commenced their preparations with fervor. Although Elder Lin Zhe had assured them he would oversee the matrimonial arrangements, the interior of Zhou garden required embellishment to avoid any embarrassment before the attending guests. They busied themselves with various tasks, while Zhou Luo retrieved materials he had previously acquired from the immortal sect, along with treasures awarded by the family, and entered his chamber, affixing the isolation talisman he had crafted. Inside the room stood a grand copper cauldron, filled to the brim with pristine water, which rippled gently. Zhou Luo affixed several heating talismans to the cauldron's exterior, initiating the process of warming the water. The principal advantage of becoming a talisman master was the ability to enhance the convenience of daily life, be it through cleansing talismans for bathing, heating talismans for warm water, or isolation talismans to prevent prying eyes. These were all low-tier talismans, not difficult to fabricate. However, for the sake of caution, he predominantly employed them in secrecy. The talismans on the cauldron emitted a faint ethereal glow, and the water within began to bubble as it approached a boil. Zhou Luo then introduced the materials, casting them into the cauldron with abandon. A hissing sound erupted as the high temperature provoked a vigorous reaction, transforming the once clear hot water into a viscous, murky concoction, releasing a pungent aroma into the air. The Great Bear Body Refinement Technique comprises 5 stages. Upon completing the first stage, one can endure the physical assaults of those at the 5th level of Qi refinement and below. The subsequent 4 stages correspond to powers ranging from the 6th to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Naturally, this endurance has its limits. Yet it at least ensures one will not be swiftly vanquished by high-level practitioners. As time flowed slowly, the acrid scent intensified. The concoction boiled, bubbling vigorously, while the materials surrendered their medicinal properties under the high heat, creating a potent aura that resonated within. Zhou Luo disrobed and, unadorned, immersed himself in the cauldron. The moment his fair skin made contact with the liquid, a searing sensation coursed through him. Gritting his teeth, he submerged himself entirely. In an instant, waves of formidable power surged through his skin, penetrating his internal organs, accompanied by an excruciating pain akin to a wild beast tearing at his flesh, an agonizing torment that momentarily disoriented him. Fortunately, during his time at the immortal sect, his spirit had undergone significant tempering, preventing him from losing consciousness. Zhou Luo hastily urged the Great Bear Body Refinement Technique into action. As the technique activated, spiritual energy surged forth from his dantian, coursing through his meridians and throughout his body. Meanwhile, the fierce medicinal properties within the concoction relentlessly assaulted his physical form. The scalding temperature felt like thousands of blades slicing through his flesh. Blood seeped from his crimson skin, and the piercing pain crashed upon him like relentless waves. Zhou Luo focused his mind with unwavering determination, leveraging the strength bestowed by the body refinement technique to alleviate the torment, enabling his corporeal form to endure such a terrifyingly potent elixir. Time continued its slow passage. Zhou Luo's complexion turned ashen, devoid of color, as he clenched his teeth, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. The process of refining the body proved to be the ultimate crucible for tempering one's spirit. The excruciating pain, akin to being subjected to 1,000 cuts, deterred countless cultivators. Only those with immense willpower could endure such torment, once one persevered through it, relying on their formidable physique. Body refinement practitioners often found themselves overpowering their Qi refining counterparts within the same realm, even engaging in battles beyond their level. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as Zhou Luo was enveloped in pain, his mind solely focused on the guiding techniques of the Great Bear Body Refinement Method. It was not until the spirit talismans lost their efficacy and the scorching medicinal liquid gradually cooled that Zhou Luo's agony began to subside. He abruptly opened his eyes, a radiant spiritual light enveloping his entire being. A surge of powerful physical energy pulsated beneath his skin, reminiscent of a beast poised to strike, instilling him with an unceasing flow of strength. Clenching his fists tightly, he could hear the sound of his meridians crackling. His once fair complexion had transformed into a healthy wheat hue, each inch of skin smooth and imbued with vitality. After a few more rounds of refinement, he would be poised to enter the second stage. However, such physical refinement was not something just anyone could withstand. Rising from the copper cauldron, Zhou Luo donned his attire and stepped out of the room. Outside, the servants busily tidied up the Zhou garden, while a few younglings, led by Xiao Chang'an, darted about, pursued by maidservants. In order to care for this lively bunch, the Zhou garden now employed over a dozen maidservants, along with additional servants and guards, numbering at least 20 to 30 individuals. Their daily expenses fell upon his shoulders. Fortunately, he had recently received numerous gifts. While he couldn't claim to be wealthy, He did possess several hundred ordinary spirit stones, not to mention the medicinal materials acquired from the immortal sect. Father, father, I want to fly. Lost in thought, Xiao Chang'an spotted him and hurried over, wrapping his tiny arms around Zhou Luo's leg, his voice sweet and innocent. Zhou Luo crouched down, smiling as he lifted the child into his arms. After dinner, Zhou Luo welcomed an old acquaintance, Su Changsheng. He had not anticipated the host's efficiency. Within half a day, they had brought him here. A year had passed, and Su Changsheng still donned his white robe, his face bearing the marks of time. Brother Su. It has been a long while, Zhou Luo greeted with a smile. You flatter me, Su Changsheng replied, hastily shaking his head, his demeanor respectful. On the journey home, he had already learned of Zhou Luo's ascension to a high-grade alchemist. The thought of his trusted friend achieving such remarkable success stirred his heart deeply, rendering him speechless. He understood that from this moment forward, their identities and statuses would undergo a profound transformation. Observing Su Changsheng and Apos, as humble demeanor, Zhou Luo chuckled, Brother Su. There is no need for such formality between us. Su Changsheng's eyes glistened with emotion, his voice thick with gratitude. Brother Zhou, if it weren't for you, I would still be wondering how long I would remain in the mines. Thank you. He bowed deeply, sincerity etched on his face. Zhou Luo helped him to stand, saying, Aran and Apos, we friends? There is no need for such formalities. Upon hearing the word friend, Su Changsheng felt as if his heart had been struck with great force. From now on, you shall be the steward of Zhou Garden, and you may bring your wife and children here as well, Zhou Luo continued. Though aware of his role as the steward of the Zhou estate, Su Changsheng was still profoundly moved to hear the words spoken directly to him. With a bitter expression, he replied, Brother Zhou, do you truly place such trust in me? One should never doubt those they choose to employ, since I have chosen you, Su. It is undoubtedly out of immense trust, Zhou Luo responded earnestly. Su Changsheng and Apos' eyes widened as he absorbed the sincerity of Zhou Luo and Apos' words. An overwhelming sense of guilt swelling within him. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, he fell to his knees with a thud, weeping bitterly. Brother Zhou, I have betrayed your trust. Zhou Luo raised an eyebrow. In truth, I am not merely the elder. I belong to the master of the house. I deceived you earlier. Kneeling on the ground, Su Changsheng was consumed by remorse and self-reproach. Zhou Luo had indeed suspected this, but he was taken aback by Su's willingness to confess. Noticing Zhou Luo's silence, Su Changsheng continued to recount how he had been assigned by the master and his subsequent arrival at the spirit mine, detailing every aspect with sincerity and continual repentance. Brother Zhou, he declared, I truly did not foresee that you would place such trust in me. I, Su Changsheng, vow from this moment forth to be wholly loyal to you. Chapter 117, Combat Techniques Under the Night Sky. Su Changsheng's resolute words took Zhou Luo by surprise. He helped him to his feet and spoke gently. Su, I did not anticipate you would take such a stance. Su Changsheng lowered his head, his expression one of deep shame. It is your sincerity, Zhou, that has awakened me to this truth. I can comprehend the situation, after all. We are merely sons-in-law of the Lin family. Zhou Luo lightly patted his shoulder, reflecting, Rest assured, Zhou, from this moment forth, I shall be yours. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply. Su Changsheng declared with unwavering conviction. This unmerited trust moved him profoundly, particularly when considering the relatively shallow bond they shared. Yet Zhou was still willing to assist him in returning home. In this world, truly good individuals are exceedingly rare. Everyone is driven by self-interest, making it a precious thing to be treated with genuine sincerity. Su Changsheng felt a strong sense of duty not to betray this trust. He silently vowed that he would never turn his back on Zhou, even at the cost of his life. Su, do you truly mean that? Zhou Luo asked, his expression one of mild astonishment. Indeed, I cannot betray your trust, Zhou, Su Changsheng asserted with unwavering certainty, gazing into those sincere eyes. Zhou Luo understood that Su's words were heartfelt, yet he knew that mere verbal assurances were insufficient. In the face of death, such promises are but empty declarations. Human nature cannot withstand the test. Thus, Zhou Luo feigned reluctance and spoke, Su, it is not that I distrust you, but you must realize the escalating family conflicts. My position is precarious, and I am uncertain how many covet what I possess. Should anyone uncover my secret, I would likely find myself in an irretrievable predicament. Upon hearing this, Su Changsheng was taken aback, looking at Zhou Luo incredulously. Zhou, is it truly that grave? Zhou nodded solemnly, hence, I must ensure absolute security. Su Changsheng fell silent, comprehending Zhou's meaning. Such secrets concerning life and death would be kept even from oneself. Moreover, he had previously deceived Zhou. Taking a deep breath, he replied earnestly, Zhou, tell me what I must do to earn your trust. Zhou Luo's gaze flickered momentarily, sensing the time was ripe. He then produced a red pill from his robes. How about this? I possess a first-tier venomous pill, although it is a poison. As long as you consume the antidote each month, it will pose no harm to your body. Should you agree to ingest it? I will place my complete trust in you. Of course, you can choose not to take it, in which case I shall have to find a new steward. Zhou Luo's words reverberated in Su Changsheng's mind, causing a tumult within him. He regarded the red pill with a complex expression. Once ingested, his life would be entirely in Zhou's hands. Furthermore, being a first-tier poison, even the head of the family might be unable to resolve it. He lifted his gaze to Zhou. It appeared that this first-tier poison was intricately linked to the secrets he held. To accept or to refuse, Su Changsheng found himself in a quandary. Zhou Luo remained patient, silently awaiting his response. For a long time, reflecting on the enduring attitude of the other party and the recent trust bestowed upon him, Su Changsheng finally resolved to take a decisive step. Gritting his teeth, he declared with unwavering conviction, "Brother Zhou, I am willing to ingest this poison." With that, he seized the pill and swallowed it whole. Zhou Luo, highly satisfied, replied with a smile, "Brother Su, you have made the wisest choice. I assure you, within a year, I will help you restore your severed arm." "Really?" Su Changsheng exclaimed, his heart soaring with joy. "Indeed, but I have some secrets to share as well. Let us discuss them inside," Zhou Luo said with a serious demeanor. Inside the room, Zhou Luo revealed to him that he was a formation master. Upon hearing this revelation, Su Changsheng was utterly astonished. He gazed at Zhou Luo with wide eyes, his voice trembling. "Brother Zhou, how did you become a formation master? A top-tier alchemist who can also arrange formations. If this news were to spread, it would surely cause a tremendous uproar in the outside world." While the cultivation realm is not devoid of individuals who master 2 or even 3 skills, these abilities are often of lesser significance, such as spirit plant cultivation or beast taming, spirit appraisal or mineral exploration, and so forth. However, he had never heard of anyone simultaneously mastering any 2 out of the 4 major skills. Was this truly the mark of a genius? He looked at Zhou Luo, his emotions a turbulent sea, feeling deeply impacted. To elaborate would take time, but I do not wish for my family to be aware of this news just yet, Zhou Luo stated earnestly, appearing very solemn. Su Changsheng felt a newfound respect for him. Understanding the reason behind this secret being shared with him, he was to serve as a cover. After all, practicing formations, unlike other skills, would inevitably draw attention. "I understand." Su Changsheng replied with utmost seriousness. While his curiosity piqued, was Zhou Luo merely a novice in formations, or had he already established himself as a master? "From this day forth, the Zhou Garden is entrusted to you," Zhou Luo assured him. He then proceeded to relay several important matters. And it was not until the hour of the pig that Su Changsheng left the room, his mind still reeling from the impact of Zhou Luo's secret. As night fell, Zhou Luo stepped outside, noticing that the second floor was ablaze with lights. His many wives and concubines awaited his return. It seemed he would need to distribute his attention more evenly in the future. With a wry smile, he ultimately made his way to Lin Feiying's chamber. Such matters required a delicate balance. As he pushed the door open, the candles in the other rooms extinguished simultaneously. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Through your tireless efforts, you have successfully caused your partner to conceive, earning a chance to draw a lottery." Having just finished a battle, Zhou Luo was about to rest when a notification chimed in his ears. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Had his luck been this high recently? It seemed he needed to double his efforts. Recalling his thoughts, he entered the lottery page. Let the drawing commence. Without hesitation, he decisively chose to draw. A golden orb began to spin rapidly, and under Zhou Luo's watchful gaze, it eventually settled in the realm of techniques. A technique? A flicker of disappointment crossed his mind. In the 7 realms, the last thing one would wish to encounter is a martial art technique. This is primarily because cultivators below the 5th layer of Qi refinement possess a limited capacity to harness spiritual energy. Even if they were to practice such techniques, they would be unable to unleash their full potential. Moreover, combat-oriented techniques typically demand a significant investment of time for proper cultivation. Given such constraints, it would be far more pragmatic to meditate and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to elevate one's realm. Consequently, most cultivators beneath the 5th layer of Qi refinement tend to avoid engaging in combat techniques, at most perusing those that might enhance their cultivation. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the 5-element sword technique. The reward has been automatically deposited into your backpack. Please check. The voice of the system resonated once more. Zhou Luo's mind stirred with intrigue. He had not anticipated receiving a sword technique. If it pertains to swordsmanship, it would indeed be worthwhile to learn, especially as he still possessed several magic swords, particularly the Xiantian sword that Luan had lost. He directed his gaze towards the sword icon in his backpack. Chapter 118. Formation, Technique, 5-element sword technique, Grade, Supreme Qi cultivation, Description, a method created by a powerful nascent soul cultivator upon cultivation. One can harness the power of the 5 elements and select the corresponding attack method based on the opponent's spiritual energy attribute. The Supreme Sword Technique. Zhou Luo was struck with astonishment. It was, indeed, an apex technique within the Qi cultivation realm. Techniques are not only categorized by levels but also divided into 4 grades: upper, middle, lower, and supreme. The higher the grade, the more terrifying the power unleashed by the technique. If this supreme technique could truly be cultivated successfully, it would likely render battling across realms a trivial matter. Coincidentally, he was in search of dual cultivation methods and dragon bloodgrass. With this sword technique at his disposal, Zhou Luo felt a newfound sense of confidence. Without hesitation, he chose to utilize it. In an instant, all information regarding this technique surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Zhou Luo gained a fresh understanding of this superior sword technique. As a creation of a nascent soul master, the most distinctive feature of the 5-element sword technique is its attack methods and effects, which are closely tied to the principles of the 5 elements' mutual generation and restraint. Typically, a cultivator's spiritual energy possesses no inherent attribute. Only after practicing a technique does one acquire a specific energy attribute. For instance, Lin Qihan practices a lower-grade technique known as Deep Water Sword Technique, thereby endowing her spiritual energy with the water attribute. The attribute of your spiritual energy is determined by the technique you cultivate. However, the 5-element sword technique allows the practitioner to simultaneously possess spiritual energy of all 5 attributes. This enables one to counter the varying energy attributes of opponents, achieving maximum damage. Truly, it is a supreme sword technique. Along with acquiring the sword technique's information, Zhou Luo also completely mastered it, which took him by surprise. He initially thought that this technique would require independent cultivation, much like the body refining technique. Apparently, he had overthought it. If no time was needed for cultivation, then drawing this technique was not merely fortunate, it was indeed a tremendous blessing. The slight disappointment in his heart vanished, replaced by boundless joy. The only regret was that he was currently only at the 4th level of Qi cultivation, unable to activate even the most fundamental skills of the sword technique. The 5-element sword technique comprises 5 skills, ranging from the 5th to the 9th levels of Qi cultivation. The skills are Golden Rainbow Piercing the Sun, Green Vine Entwining, Water Curtain Heavenly Splendor, Blazing Flame Devouring the Sky, and Earth-Shattering Collapse. It seemed imperative to swiftly elevate his realm and break through to the 5th level of Qi cultivation. Zhou Luo formed a resolution in his heart. The following day, Zhou Luo introduced Su Changsheng to his many wives, while Su Changsheng also moved his wife and children to Zhou Garden. The place was spacious with ample rooms. The little ones, such as Xiao Chang'an, were delighted to welcome a new companion. Simultaneously, the individuals sent by the elder arrived at Zhou Garden, preparing for the wedding in 4 days. At this moment, the steward Su Changsheng was drawn by Zhou Luo into an empty room. "Are you going to set up a spirit-gathering array?" Su Changsheng's eyes widened, his mouth agape, unable to believe what he was hearing. "It's merely a small spirit-gathering array," Zhou Luo replied. "The gathering spirit array varies in size. The larger the array, the greater the strength required to establish it. The array in the family's spiritual vein, for instance, was arranged by a top-tier 1st-level formation master. As for the gathering spirit array of the celestial sect, Zhou Luo surmised that the array's creator must be at least a 2nd-tier master. Although it was merely a small-scale array, it still left Su Changsheng utterly astonished. The arrangement of a gathering spirit array is far from a trivial task. It demands intricate manipulation of the array plate and precise calculations for the placement of the array's foundational elements, testing the capabilities of the array master to the utmost. Moreover, this particular formation was at least of mid-grade quality. Initially, Su Changsheng had assumed his counterpart was a novice. Now it appeared that they had likely been acquainted with formations for some time, possessing skills that surpassed mid-grade. A master of at least mid-grade formations. Combined with a high-grade alchemist, Su Changsheng stood frozen in place, rendered speechless by the overwhelming impact. Indeed, geniuses are truly exceptional. While he himself was merely an ordinary person blessed with a stroke of good fortune, a wave of bitterness washed over Su Changsheng. "What should I do?" he inquired. "You need not do anything, but if anyone asks, simply claim that you arranged it yourself," Zhou Luo instructed. "But this is a mid-grade formation," Su Changsheng replied awkwardly. As a novice formation master, how could he possibly have established a gathering spirit array? "From this moment onward, you shall be regarded as a mid-grade formation master. I will guide you in advancing swiftly," Zhou Luo assured him. After all, he had been practicing formations for a year or 2. Even if he declared himself a mid-grade formation master, his family would not question it. This revelation sparked a glimmer of hope in Su Changsheng. If he could receive instruction from a mid-grade or higher alchemist, it would indeed be a fortuitous opportunity. "Understood," Su Changsheng nodded earnestly. Do you have your array plate and tools? Zhou Luo turned to him. Su Changsheng promptly retrieved a collection of tools from his storage pouch. Among them, the array plate is the most crucial instrument for arranging formations. To establish a complete formation, one must first simulate and arrange it on the array plate according to the surrounding environment. Due to his status, Su Changsheng's array plate appeared rather ordinary, a simple square box with smooth edges, adorned only in black and white hues. Zhou Luo infused the array plate with spiritual energy. The dormant black and white colors suddenly sprang to life, erupting into two columns of light. The beams intertwined in midair, bursting forth with a thunderous crack, scattering into countless luminescent points around them. Under his mental command, the points converged once more, forming a black and white light screen. Zhou Luo released his consciousness into the array engraving pin, guiding it to draw the formation upon the light screen. Behind him, Su Changsheng held his breath, focusing intently on the black and white light display. Zhou Luo's speed in drawing the array was astonishing. Within mere moments, he had completed one-third of it. Su Changsheng's heart raced with terror. This pace was exceedingly swift. Moreover, Zhou Luo's expression remained tranquil, as if his mind was entirely unaffected. It is known that inscribing array diagrams is the most mentally taxing task. Just how powerful was his consciousness? Su Changsheng felt an immense disparity. After 50 breaths, the spirit-gathering array was successfully drawn. Zhou Luo produced the materials required for the array and placed them into the array plate. Suddenly, a deep rumble resonated from within the plate, and the projected black and white light screen began to tremble incessantly. He infused more of his spiritual consciousness, harnessing the power of the array plate to commence the refinement of the material's essence. What a terrifying spiritual consciousness, Su Changsheng marveled internally. To think one could refine materials solely through personal prowess. Even his master required tools for such tasks. This elevated his perception of Zhou Luo to a whole new level. A quarter of an hour later, the essence of the materials had been completely infused into the array plate. The lines on the black and white light screen became increasingly distinct. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Luo retrieved the prepared spirit stones, using them as the foundation of the array, and cast them into the light screen. The slightly glowing spirit stones, upon contact with the radiance, erupted in a dazzling brilliance, causing the entire screen to quiver once more. Zhou Luo steadied his mind, maintaining the stability of the light screen. Once the spirit stones were fully absorbed, a complete spirit-gathering array manifested upon the screen. Next, he needed to place this array within the empty room. Taking a deep breath, he slowly detached the formation from the array plate, his spiritual consciousness rapidly depleting in the process. This step was the most critical in establishing the formation, demanding a high level of spiritual consciousness. Fortunately, Zhou Luo's spiritual consciousness had undergone refinement, thus he felt little pressure. With a resounding crash, the formation descended, enveloping the entire room. The array was complete. Chapter 119. Winning hearts in the empty chamber, everything remained unchanged. The spirit-gathering array had been concealed in an imperceptible location. For others to seek it out, they would need to calculate and practice based on the formation, identifying the position of the array as foundation. Only by destroying this foundation could one dismantle the entire array. Of course, if one's strength were sufficiently formidable, one could also breach the array to enter or exit, though it would result in significant depletion of spiritual energy. Let us give it a try, Zhou Luo said, glancing at the still-dazed Su Changsheng. Oh, all right. Su Changsheng suddenly snapped back to reality, hurriedly moving to the central position, sitting cross-legged to commence his cultivation. The technique he was currently practicing was the basic method provided by his family. As he operated the technique, his body emitted a subtle glow, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge. Simultaneously, a ripple appeared in the air, and a mysterious force resonated within, fervently absorbing the spiritual energy from the vicinity. Outside the room, the spiritual energy, which dwelled within the heavens and earth, began to continuously gather towards him, a tremendous force flooding into the chamber. Su Changsheng was astonished to discover that the ambient spiritual energy was more than double what it had been previously. This was the effect of the spirit-gathering array. This was merely a small array. Were it a larger formation, the rate of absorption would be even swifter. This also elucidated why scattered cultivators often struggled to advance throughout their lives. The external spiritual energy was quite sparse, with most of it monopolized by the major powers utilizing formations to amass it in one place. Unless blessed with profound fortune and extraordinary luck, a scattered cultivator would find it nearly impossible to achieve prominence in their lifetime. Brother Zhou, the speed of cultivation has doubled. Su Changsheng exclaimed with delight as he opened his eyes. Logically, as Zhou Yuan's steward, he should address Zhou Luo as master. But Zhou Luo indicated that he need not be so formal, hence he retained the previous form of address. Very well. Please arrange to partition this empty room into several independent zones, Zhou Luo instructed. Understood, I will attend to it immediately. Su Changsheng departed swiftly. Before long, Zhou Luo summoned his numerous wives to the chamber. Except for Lin Lan, all others were cultivators. With this new space, their cultivation speed would significantly increase. Alas, in order to conceal his true strength, he could only set up such a modest spirit-gathering array, which could not yet rival a spiritual vein or blessed land. When the time was ripe, he intended to establish a larger one. The wives were overjoyed to learn that Zhou Luo had instructed Su Changsheng to create a spirit array. They eagerly tried it out. Upon discovering that the spiritual energy here was indeed more abundant than what they typically absorbed, their excitement escalated. After completing these arrangements, Zhou Luo left Zhou Garden and made his way to the general store. On the second floor, he proceeded directly to a shop selling array tools. Since he intended to set up formations, he could not rely solely on Su Changsheng's tools. He planned to procure some for himself. Upon entering the shop, the manager, upon recognizing his appearance, was taken aback and promptly approached him. Master Zhou, what may I assist you in purchasing? The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man clad in resplendent attire, approached with utmost respect, bowing deeply before him. Zhou Luo has become a figure of considerable intrigue within his family, with discussions revolving around the young master alchemist occurring daily. Filled with admiration for his talents, the esteemed position of a high-ranking alchemist within the family further elevates his status, which explains the profound respect shown by the proprietor. Zhou Luo intends to procure a set of array formation tools for the family steward, using Su Changsheng as an excuse once more. Master Zhou, how fortunate you are to have such a benevolent and generous master, the proprietor remarked, his face alight with envy as he stepped into the shop to retrieve a set of array tools. Master Zhou, this set is valued at 20 spirit stones and can be utilized approximately 40 times. The array plate is forged from volcanic black iron, while the spirit pen is crafted from a century-old spirit wood. Additionally, this spirit pestle can unleash a substantial amount of energy when activated. The proprietor meticulously described the complete set of array tools to Zhou Luo. It is worth noting that the consumption involved in practicing array formations far exceeds that of alchemy. The materials for a top-tier first-grade elixir only amount to a few spirit stones. Yet this array tool is not only priced at 20 spirit stones but is also a consumable item. Is there not something superior? Zhou Luo mused, feeling that the 40 uses were indeed insufficient. If we are to make a purchase, let us acquire the finest. This left the proprietor momentarily taken aback, considering Master Zhou's unexpected generosity. Initially, he had thought a modest offering would suffice, thus presenting a more average set of tools. To his surprise, Zhou Luo displayed little interest. Hastily, he returned to procure another set of array tools. Master Zhou, this set is valued at 50 spirit stones and can be utilized around 100 times. The proprietor stated. Zhou Luo remained unsatisfied. Bring forth the best your shop has to offer. Then this set, valued at 100 spirit stones, can be utilized approximately 200 times. Finally, the proprietor unveiled the most expensive array tools in his store. Zhou Luo gazed upon the array plate, crafted from white jade and intricately inscribed with a bagua diagram and various exquisite patterns. The spirit pen was a translucent crystal, accompanied by a pestle, flags, and stones, all clearly superior to the previous two sets. Quality corresponds to price, Zhou Luo remarked, contentedly producing 100 spirit stones for the transaction. After acquiring this set of array tools, he also purchased the earlier set valued at 50 spirit stones. Having noticed that Su Changsheng's tools had shown signs of wear, he decided it prudent to provide him with a new set for the upcoming task of arranging some formations personally. With these purchases completed, Zhou Luo ventured toward other shops, not for the sake of buying, but to sell. Having spent a year at the immortal sect, he had amassed a wealth of medicinal herbs and earned various rewards for being the top practitioner each month. With an abundance of these rewards, he intended to sell the excess after distributing some to his wives and concubines. After a flurry of activity, he spent 150 spirit stones and earned 210 in return. Having concluded his shopping, he returned to Zhou Garden, where he found Su Changsheng already coordinating the renovations of the training chamber. This is for you, he said, presenting the newly acquired tools. Zhou Luo presented a set of array tools valued at 50 spirit stones into Su Changsheng's hands. Su Changsheng was taken aback, gazing at him in astonishment. Your tools are subpar. You should use this instead, Zhou Luo remarked nonchalantly. This, Brother Zhou, I cannot accept it. As an array master, he could sense the extraordinary quality of this set, far superior to his own. You are now under my command. Take it and put it to use. Make haste in perfecting this, Zhou Luo instructed, offering no further explanation, before turning away without regard for Su's expression. Although he had employed poison to ensure the other's loyalty, he sincerely wished for Su's allegiance to stem from genuine devotion rather than coercion. Thus, a blend of grace and authority was the most effective approach. Behind him, Changsheng was indeed moved to tears, overwhelmed with gratitude. In the following days, apart from pondering over array formations and spirit runes, Zhou Luo spent his time playing with the children. With the wedding approaching, he found it difficult to focus on his cultivation. Once the nuptials concluded, he planned to retreat to the core area of the spiritual vein for a period of seclusion. After all, his family had granted him access to this core area, allowing him to enter at will. A few days later, the long-anticipated wedding between him and Lin Shi was finally set to commence. Chapter 120. The wedding. On this day, the sky was resplendent, devoid of clouds, with sunlight cascading down as if the heavens themselves were bestowing blessings upon the forthcoming nuptials. The Zhou estate was adorned with vibrant decorations, exuding an atmosphere of joy. At the entrance, red lanterns were hung high, their golden double happiness characters shimmering brightly. Upon entering the manor, one was greeted by an abundance of flowers and delicate ribbons. The air suffused with a gentle floral fragrance and the fresh scent of verdant foliage. Guests converged from all directions, clad in splendid attire, their faces alight with smiles. The majority were members of the Lin family, with a small contingent representing the other three prominent immortal clans. Indeed, upon hearing of Zhou Luo's marriage, all the immortal families, save for the Lu clan, dispatched representatives to convey their congratulations and gifts. They were acutely aware that Zhou Luo, at his current age, was already an esteemed alchemist, destined to ascend to the rank of a second-tier alchemist. The significance of a second-tier alchemist far surpassed that of a foundation-building cultivator. They might very well find themselves relying on his expertise for foundation-building elixirs in the future. Thus, fostering a cordial relationship was imperative, prompting the delivery of lavish gifts. In the open space within the Zhou estate, tables were set, laden with spiritual wines, teas, and a variety of delicacies. The arriving guests settled in, engaging in cordial exchanges, while the closer acquaintances took seats in the main hall, animatedly conversing with Lin Jinxian and her companions. This wedding surpassed the previous one in grandeur. Almost every member of the family was present, and those unable to attend had sent their heartfelt congratulations. As the melodious strains of music filled the air, the bride gracefully entered the sight of the gathered assembly, clad in a gown that radiated with ethereal light, her head adorned with a phoenix crown, and her makeup exquisitely applied. She was a vision of beauty. The moment Lin Shi made her entrance, she captured the attention of all. With her statuesque figure, porcelain skin, and enchanting silhouette, she resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens, eliciting a chorus of admiration from the guests. A lengthy red carpet stretched from the entrance to the main hall, where Lin Shi, accompanied by her father Lin Zhe, stepped forward with measured grace toward the grand doorway. There stood Zhou Luo, resplendent in his fine attire, exuding a tall and handsome demeanor, a smile gracing his features. As she approached, he extended his right hand to take hers, and together, enveloped by the crowd's warm regards, they entered the hall. Within, the opulent decor was equally striking. The family patriarch, Lin Tianxiong, occupied the left seat, his typically stern countenance softened by a rare smile. Lin Zhe and his wife sat to the right, with the words of a finely dressed woman signaling the commencement of the ceremony. The atmosphere swelled with warmth and jubilation as Zhou Luo and Lin Shi joined hands to pay their vows. Applause and cheers erupted, as heartfelt blessings were offered from all corners. As the moment of consummation approached, Lin Shi was led to the second floor, while Zhou Luo remained behind to greet the guests. Enthusiastic attendees took turns raising their glasses and toasts, and Zhou Luo, though reluctant, found himself compelled to drink cup after cup. The wines, imbued with spiritual essence, began to take their toll. And despite his efforts to dissipate the effects with his own energy, he could hardly withstand the relentless flow. Sensing himself becoming inebriated, he hastily sought an excuse to retreat to a secluded area, intending to recuperate. Congratulations. At that moment, a cool voice resonated through the air. Zhou Luo, with a flushed complexion, turned his head and was surprised to find it was Lin Xin. What brings you here? He inquired, puzzled. I happened to pass by. Lin Xin replied, casually twisting her hair into a bun. Observing his state, she calmly remarked, I thought you might have a remedy for your intoxication. Oh, how could I have overlooked that? Zhou Luo mused, momentarily taken aback, realizing he had forgotten about such a remedy. Lin Xin offered no further elaboration, merely asking, when do you plan to venture out in search of the dragon blood herb? Perhaps once I reach the 5th level of Qi training, Zhou Luo responded, rubbing his temples. Until I attain that level, I lack the ability to protect myself in the harsh world of cultivation. Lin Xin gazed at him intently, then produced a white pill from her bosom and tossed it towards him. Take it. I would prefer not to have my sister spend the night alone. Without hesitation, Zhou Luo swallowed the pill, the previously foggy haze in his mind swiftly dissipating. Do you have any more? He intended to ask for another, but she had already vanished. The wedding festivities continued until nightfall. Once the guests departed, Changsheng began instructing the servants to clean the premises. In a daze, Zhou Luo made his way to the second floor of the main building, pushing open the door to Lin Shi's chamber. The room was adorned festively, with long red candles placed upon the table, alongside 4 dishes symbolizing the wish for early progeny. The flickering candlelight illuminated the figure draped in phoenix coronet and bridal gown upon the bed. Zhou Luo staggered over, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he gently lifted the red veil, revealing a flawless, porcelain-like visage. Lin Shi, with a bashful smile, gazed at him with bright, gentle eyes. Under the warm glow of the candlelight, her delicate, snow-white face captivated Zhou Luo, leaving him momentarily spellbound. "You are exquisite," he exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. A rosy hue bloomed on Lin Shi's fair cheeks as she opened her mouth to respond, but Zhou Luo leaned down, kissing her cherry lips. A wave of warmth surged from their lips, leaving Lin Shi's mind blank and her gaze increasingly dazed. In the next moment, Zhou Luo turned and embraced her, pulling back the crimson quilt. The candlelight flickered. Lin Shi's voice was drowned out. Under the moonlight, the city gate stood wide open, with riders galloping forth. As dawn broke, a sliver of soft light filtered through the window, casting a halo upon the ground. At the center of the halo lay a pink belly band embroidered with lotus flowers. A subtle fragrance pervaded the room. On the bed, Lin Shi nestled in Zhou Luo's embrace, her hair disheveled, traces of tears still visible at the corners of her eyes. Beneath the crimson quilt, one of her jade legs rested upon Zhou Luo, who held her close, feeling as though he had just emerged from a beautiful yet agonizing dream. Zhou Luo was the first to awaken. He looked down at his wife in his arms, his right hand wandering restlessly over her glistening, tender skin. As if sensing something, Lin Shi's eyelashes fluttered, and her body shifted slightly. This movement rekindled Zhou Luo's primal instincts. He pulled back the quilt and turned over. The fierce struggle continued until midday. Lin Shi gazed at the man beside her with a face full of grievances. "I knew you would bully me." "Not at all," Zhou Luo replied, looking at her with affectionate eyes, gently wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "No wonder you have so many children." Thinking back to what had just transpired, Lin Shi could not help but speak. "So, will you bear one for me?" Zhou Luo inquired softly. With Lin Shi possessing a 5th-grade spiritual root, any child she bore would undoubtedly be exceptional. "I will not," Lin Shi pouted, turning her back to him. "You bad man." It was evident that he still desired more. Zhou Luo embraced her from behind, his deep voice whispering softly in her ear, "Don't you like children?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's body trembled slightly, and she fell silent, biting her lip. "But you can't keep doing this just for the sake of having children." Her voice, as delicate as a whisper, floated through the air. "Haha, of course. Now, get up. It's time for breakfast," Zhou Luo chuckled. "I want to lie down a bit longer. It hurts." Lin Shi buried her head in the blanket, her voice muffled. Though she was a 6th-layer chi cultivator, she still felt pain in those matters for reasons unbeknownst to her. Zhou Luo said nothing more, planting a gentle kiss on her snow-white shoulder. There was no other choice. Due to his body refining, his physical constitution was now significantly stronger than before, which explained her reaction. After all was said and done, he rose and departed. Chapter 121. The astonishment of Changsheng. Descending the stairs, Changsheng found his wives and concubines gathered around the dining table, enjoying their meal. "Husband, you drank so much last night and still troubled Sister Xiao," Lin Yi remarked, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Your tongue is quite sharp." Zhou Luo retorted with a playful glare, provoking a chorus of laughter from the women. After lunch, Zhou Luo approached Changsheng with the intention of arranging defensive formations in the Zhou garden to deter intrusions. This time, he refrained from taking matters into his own hands, delegating the task to Changsheng instead. During the arrangement, he naturally provided explanations and guidance. Possessing comprehensive knowledge of first-tier formations, Zhou Luo found it effortless to instruct a novice formation master. With just a few words, he enlightened Changsheng, clearing up many of his confusions, which left Changsheng astounded. His own master, a high-tier formation master, had never imparted such intricate details, and many of the subtle techniques Zhou Luo shared were entirely new to him. This only deepened his curiosity and intrigue regarding Zhou Luo's abilities in formation. For the following days, Zhou Luo spent his days guiding Changsheng and caring for the children, while at night, he shared a bed with Lin Shi. Time flew by, and with the assistance of Lin Jinxian and Lin Qinghan, Lin Shi quickly became adept in managing the daily affairs of Zhou Garden, gradually embodying the role of the head matriarch. Simultaneously, under Zhou Luo's tutelage, Changsheng made remarkable progress, even showing signs of a breakthrough. Additionally, the training room equipped with a spirit-gathering array was successfully constructed. Once most matters were settled, Zhou Luo undertook another round of physical tempering, estimating that after a couple more sessions, he would be able to advance to the second stage. Subsequently, he ventured into the Spirit Veins' blessed land to enter seclusion for cultivation. Half a year later, Zhou Luo emerged from the core area of the Spirit Veins' blessed land. Utilizing the spirit gathering technique, the fire spirit ring, and spirit gathering pills, he successfully broke through to the late stage of the fourth layer of qi refinement. However, this period of seclusion had exhausted all the spirit gathering pills he had previously amassed in the immortal sect. Had he possessed more, he could have progressed even further. Now well acquainted with the benefits of the spirit gathering pills, Zhou Luo's purpose for leaving seclusion was to seek out materials for the pills. Only with these could he accelerate his cultivation pace, achieving results with half the effort. After all, both the dragon blood herb and the dual cultivation method faced the risk of being preempted by others. He needed to reach the fifth layer of qi refinement without delay. Only by breaking through could he wield the 5-element sword technique, activate the golden light bell, and ensure he had means for self-defense and combat when venturing outside. Upon returning to Zhou Garden, Zhou Luo was met by a visibly anxious Su Changsheng. "Brother Zhou, I have broken through," he exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement. "Congratulations." Zhou Luo responded with a warm smile. Su Changsheng's breakthrough would enable him to better conceal himself. "This is all thanks to your guidance." Su Changsheng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. It was Zhou Luo's instructions 6 months prior that had allowed Su Changsheng to touch the threshold of a mid-tier formation master. Without his help, he would not have advanced so swiftly. "You must continue to strive forward," Zhou Luo encouraged. Su Changsheng nodded emphatically, a smile gracing his features as he addressed Zhou. "Brother Zhou, I have set up some defensive formations in the Zhou Garden. Come, take a look." These formations were acquired after he advanced to the first tier of the middle grade, and he naturally wished to display his capabilities before Zhou Luo, illustrating his worth. After all, Zhou Luo had generously invested in tools for him and had diligently instructed him. Zhou Luo did not decline and followed him to the eastern corner of the wall, where a grove of peach blossoms flourished. Su Changsheng's formation lay concealed among the blossoms. "Brother Zhou, observe closely," he said with a confident smile, extending his spiritual sense. In an instant, the peach tree swayed, petals danced in the breeze, and fell to the ground. The once clear scene seemed to be shrouded in a veil of mist, becoming somewhat indistinct. "This peach blossom mist formation took me 2 months to master," Su Changsheng declared with pride. "It was an illusionary array. When someone intruded, they would be enveloped by the myriad of peach blossoms, obscuring their spiritual sense and plunging them into a hazy illusion." "Indeed," Zhou Luo nodded, then gazed toward the southern edge of the peach grove, pondering, "Why does your formation not encompass the entire grove?" Upon hearing this, Su Changsheng's expression turned awkward, and with a wry smile, he replied, "As expected of Brother Zhou, you discerned it at a glance. The reason is that having just stepped into the middle grade, my spiritual sense is still insufficiently potent to perfectly establish this formation, resulting in some flaws. The imperfections were minor and generally difficult to detect. Yet Zhou Luo had seen through them immediately, leaving Su Changsheng genuinely astonished. If your spiritual sense is inadequate, you could actually reduce a few steps when drawing the formation diagram. Zhou Luo began to impart his understanding. Upon hearing this, Su Changsheng straightened his posture, listening intently to Zhou Luo's instruction. As Zhou Luo shared his techniques, Su Changsheng's respect deepened, and his face bore an expression of shock. Is it possible to approach it this way? It was through Zhou Luo's words that he learned there existed a technique to minimize the drawing steps, leaving him in awe. Following this explanation, Su Changsheng found himself greatly enlightened, yet profoundly shaken. "Su brother?" Zhou Luo called out, observing Su Changsheng lost in thought. It was only then that Su Changsheng snapped back to reality, regarding Zhou Luo with a bittersweet expression, his voice hoarse. "Brother Zhou, your comprehension of formations far surpasses mine." "I was merely fortunate," Zhou Luo replied with a smile and a shake of his head. "Please do not diminish my spirit. I feel your understanding of formations exceeds even that of my master." Su Changsheng lamented, on the verge of tears. "Does this not pertain to fortune? Surely it reflects one's innate talent." Zhou Luo sighed, feeling helpless. "The more you downplay your abilities, the more uncomfortable I feel." Zhou Luo, too, was at a loss, for he genuinely believed it was a matter of luck. His acquisition of formation skills was merely a fortunate stroke of fate, unrelated to his efforts. "Well, perhaps it does have some connection," he conceded, as the opportunity to draw lots was indeed earned through his own hard work. Ignoring Su Changsheng, Zhou Luo proceeded towards the main building. In the hall, Bai Jiyan was engaged in conversation with a group of elder sisters. Among the 8 women, she was the youngest and, as such, received their affectionate indulgence. Not to mention, she is now 6 months pregnant. Upon the arrival of Zhou Luo, a multitude of wives and concubines immediately rose to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries with them, Zhou Luo turned his attention to Lin Feiying. Like Bai Jian. She too was 6 months along, currently resting in bed with her eyes closed. Once he confirmed that those around him had experienced no unusual circumstances over the past 6 months, he prepared to venture out in search of materials for the gathering spirit pill. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden leap from Xiao Bai caught his attention. Pouncing towards him, Zhou Luo reached out to catch it, cradling it in his arms. After consuming elixirs daily, Xiao Bai had grown remarkably fast. In the half-year since their last meeting, it had gained considerable size. Although still in its juvenile phase, its strength had notably increased. The little creature lifted its head. Its large eyes fixated on him, nuzzling affectionately. "Do you wish to accompany me?" Zhou Luo inquired, perplexed. Receiving affirmation, he carried it as they made their way outside. Chapter 122. The spirit plant master at the entrance of the family estate. Zhou Luo produced a token and smoothly exited. The streets of Maple Leaf City still saw the Lin family's guards on patrol, but the oppressive atmosphere of 6 months prior had dissipated. Passers-by no longer hurried along. Even children could be seen darting playfully through the streets. Zhou Luo made his way to the largest market in Maple Leaf City, embarking on a quest to gather materials for the spirit-gathering pill. Much like his time at the Stin sect, he sought to conceal his intentions from the family regarding the crafting of this superior pill. To that end, he procured materials for other pills as well, ensuring that the family would assume he was merely concocting a mid-tier elixir. In comparison to the family's general store, this market boasted a more comprehensive array of materials. And, due to the influx of cultivators from various regions, one might even stumble upon some rare ingredients. However, even in this bustling marketplace, 3 essential components for the spirit-gathering pill remained elusive. These particular ingredients were far more precious than ordinary herbs, making their procurement a challenging endeavor. After perusing the market without success, he set off towards the family's auction house. Upon learning of Zhou Luo's arrival, the auctioneer hurried out to greet him. This middle-aged man, round-faced and sporting a prominent mustache, wore a beaming smile. "Master Zhou, are you here to auction pills?" Zhou Luo shook his head. "Do you have these 3 herbs?" He presented a scroll detailing the required materials for the spirit-gathering pill. The round-faced man glanced at the list, contemplating. "I have 2 of them. The third I can procure, but it will take some time." Relieved to hear this, Zhou Luo inquired, "How long will it take?" 3 days. "I can secure it," the man replied confidently. "Very well, thank you," Zhou Luo said, preparing to depart. At that moment, a soft meow echoed from his arms as the little white creature, fixated its clear eyes on a passerby. The individual held a closed box adorned with a spirit talisman. "What is inside that?" Zhou Luo asked. "Items for auction," the round-faced man responded, signaling for the individual to halt. "Of course, if Master Zhou is interested, I can sell it to you privately." "Let me take a look," Zhou Luo replied, directing his gaze towards the box. The round-faced man peeled back the talisman and opened the box to reveal a pristine spirit fruit, glistening with a chilling aura and emanating a faint fragrance. This snowheart fruit had been plucked from a century-old spirit tree. When consumed by a spirit beast, it could significantly enhance its mental prowess. The round-faced man squinted, his attention drawn to Bai, recognizing the creature's extraordinary potential. Zhou Luo pondered thoughtfully. The ability of Bai to create illusions relied heavily on its mental strength, and this fruit would serve as a substantial boon. Should Bai's power increase once more, it could accompany him on future excursions. After all, this was his inaugural venture into the world, unlike his time at the Xian sect or the Spirit Pill Conference. He needed to be meticulously prepared. "How many spirit stones?" Zhou Luo inquired. 40 spirit stones, the round-faced man quoted. The price was acceptable, and Zhou Luo nodded, producing spirit stones while simultaneously purchasing the other 2 varieties of medicinal herbs. 3 days later, I will return for the remaining materials. Embracing the little white creature, Zhou Luo departed from the auction house. After concluding his procurement, Zhou Luo returned to Zhou Garden. Unable to concoct the gathering spirit pill, he took out the precious materials he had meticulously prepared, continuing to refine his physical body. 6 months had passed, and he once again embarked on the second phase of the Great Bear Body refinement technique. The sensation of pain had notably diminished. This round of refinement was superior to the first, and concurrently, his physical strength was steadily augmenting. When the refinement concluded, Zhou Luo estimated that with 1 more session, he would complete the second phase of body cultivation. At that point, he would no longer have to fear the assaults of practitioners at the 6th layer of Qi training. He intended to reach the 5th layer of Qi training before achieving the 3rd phase of the Great Bear Body refinement technique, enabling him to withstand the strikes of practitioners at the 7th layer of Qi training. However, the precious materials required for this 3rd phase were indeed elusive. It seemed that he would need to devise a strategy when the time came. In the following 3 days, he did not engage in cultivation. Instead, he devoted his efforts to the pursuit of offspring. Before venturing out to explore, it would be ideal to secure additional life-saving rewards beforehand. The outside world was far less predictable than the family. No one could guarantee the absence of unforeseen events. He had no desire to meet a tragic end. Especially considering his long lifespan, that would be a tremendous loss. Hard work yields rewards. On the third night, after an intense battle with Lin Jinxian, Zhou Luo heard a long-awaited notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for tirelessly striving, successfully enabling the partner's pregnancy, and receiving a lottery opportunity. Zhou Luo eagerly opened the lottery interface, anticipation brimming within him. He silently wished for something remarkable. The golden orb spun rapidly under his hopeful gaze. Ultimately, it came to a halt in the skill category. Could it be that I am to acquire all 4 major skills? Zhou Luo's heart sank. Yet, it seemed that the crafting skill bore little effect on enhancing combat prowess. However, it was quite lucrative. After all, a low-tier magical artifact could fetch dozens of spirit stones in the market. Among the 4 major skills, crafting was undeniably the most profitable. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the first-tier spirit planting skill. The reward has been automatically placed in the host's backpack. Please check. What? Zhou Luo's countenance darkened. How could it be the spirit planting skill? This was far less desirable than acquiring a crafting skill. In less flattering terms, a spirit planter was akin to a farmer. Its function was straightforward, to cultivate various things, including crops, medicinal herbs, and trees. It was a profession steeped in the essence of daily life. Precisely because it was imbued with the spirit of livelihood, it possessed no combat capability, rendering it a rather superfluous skill. Within the Lin family alone, there were not just hundreds, but at least 70 or 80 individuals possessing this skill. Zhou Luo had not anticipated such misfortune today. Was he destined to become a cheerful little farmer? But he had no time to engage in such endeavors. With that spare time, it would be far more productive to refine pills, create talismans, or set up formations. Zhou Luo gazed helplessly at the herbal icon in his backpack. First-level spirit plant technique. Upon utilization, one can directly comprehend the fully mastered first-level spirit plant technique, along with the corresponding compendium of spirit plants. After perusing the introduction, he ultimately chose to employ this technique. After all, having numerous skills is preferable to lacking them. Soon, a wealth of knowledge regarding cultivation techniques flooded his mind, encompassing various herbs, spirit trees, and more. All this information seamlessly integrated into his skill set. To Zhou Luo's astonishment, he discovered comprehensive information about dragon bloodgrass. It turned out that there were numerous precautions to consider when harvesting this herb. As he absorbed the details, Zhou Luo felt a profound sense of wonder. In that moment, he was exceedingly grateful for acquiring the spirit plant technique. Otherwise, should he have recklessly attempted to harvest dragon bloodgrass, he might have compromised the herb's potency, leading to a squandered effort. Chapter 123. Suspicion. The emergence of spiritual plant techniques initially rendered Zhou Luo feeling utterly ineffective. However, as the vast reservoir of knowledge became etched in his memory, he began to recognize the limitations of his prior understanding. For instance, the meticulous instructions regarding the harvesting of dragon bloodgrass were distinctly noted. One must first encircle the area with spirit stones to prevent the dissipation of spiritual energy. Subsequently, one should manipulate the spiritual energy to delicately separate the roots from the soil, ensuring that no roots are severed. Should any roots break, the medicinal properties of the entire plant would significantly diminish. Moreover, after harvesting, it is imperative to place the grass immediately into a sealed space abundant in spiritual energy. Only in such conditions can its longevity be preserved. Prior to acquiring this information, neither he nor Wang Yue had ever considered the numerous intricacies involved in handling such a seemingly trivial plant. No wonder it is so precious as one of the primary ingredients in foundation-building pills. Fortuitously, Zhou Luo had gained this knowledge beforehand. Otherwise, even if he had encountered dragon bloodgrass, he might have been unable to bring it back. In that moment, Zhou Luo profoundly realized that while these seemingly trivial techniques might not serve him directly, the knowledge they imparted could be immensely beneficial. Indeed, there are no inferior techniques in the world, only inferior practitioners of those techniques. Contemplating this, Zhou Luo's previously disheartened spirit began to ease, and he found himself looking forward to the insights that other techniques might reveal. On the third day, after enjoying breakfast, Zhou Luo decided to venture to the city's auction house. Where are she and Xiaobai? He inquired softly as he observed his daughter and sister playing. Daddy. Xiaobai is still asleep, little she replied, looking up with innocent eyes. Still sleeping? Zhou Luo murmured. Ever since he had given that snow heart fruit to Xiaobai, it had been in a deep slumber. Now, on the third day, he gently patted little Shi's head and said, You two play. Daddy is going out. Be careful, Daddy. She dutifully nodded, waving her small hand in farewell. Zhou Luo stood and cast a glance at Xiaobai. Not being a beast tamer, he was uncertain of Xiaobai's current condition. But seeing no visible signs of distress, he departed with a sense of relief. Exiting the Lin residence, he gazed up at the azure sky. Since his status had risen, his family no longer curtailed his freedom. However, he still needed to report if he were to leave Maple Leaf City. Upon arriving at the auction house, the portly middle-aged man awaited him with anticipation. Master Zhou, you have arrived. He greeted with a smile, standing before him with utmost respect. Though he was the head of the auction house, his standing paled in comparison to that of Zhou Luo, a distinguished alchemist. Bossin, is everything I requested ready? Zhou Luo inquired. Boss Lin nodded cheerfully. Master Zhou, everything has been arranged. Please follow me. He led Zhou Luo to the warehouse where items were stored, and had one of his subordinates retrieve a wooden box. Upon opening the box, Zhou Luo discovered the final key ingredient for the spirit-gathering pill. Satisfied, he nodded and produced some spirit stones. Bossin, this is for you. Lin An's face brightened with joy as he eagerly addressed Master Zhou, expressing his willingness to assist in any way possible. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Luo mentioned several rare materials required for the third stage of the giant bear body refinement technique, which were practically unavailable on the market. Upon hearing this, Lin An's smile faltered, and he awkwardly replied, Master Zhou, I can indeed help you find the first few items. But I must confess that I am utterly powerless when it comes to the earth-shattering bear gall. Oh, why is that? Zhou Luo inquired, puzzled. The earth-shattering bear gall is one of the most crucial materials for the third stage, and if it cannot be found in Maple Leaf City, he genuinely has no idea where else to search. Even the weakest of the earth-shattering bears possesses strength comparable to that of a fifth-stage chi practitioner. Not to mention they appear in formidable packs, making hunting them an unthinkable endeavor. Linen felt quite troubled, as encountering a pack of earth-shattering bears is exceedingly perilous for ordinary practitioners. One might not even escape with their life if they were to happen upon them. Only a sect like the Qingyuan sect would have the capability to hunt such beasts. Zhou Luo understood the implication. It seemed that achieving the third stage of the body refinement technique before departing was simply not feasible, which left him feeling a tinge of regret. Once you acquire the other materials, please have someone deliver them to Zhou Garden, Zhou Luo instructed. The materials for body refinement differ from those for alchemy. There is no need for secrecy. Even if the family learns of it, they will not raise any objections. Understood, Lin An responded. Shortly after Zhou Luo departed, Lin An's smile vanished as he approached another room with utmost reverence. He pushed open the door to reveal a man clad in black robes. His expression dark and eyes sharp, Lin Xianfeng. Seated with composure, he was savoring spiritual tea. Master, here are the materials he wishes to procure, Lin An said, bowing slightly as he presented the names of the materials. Lin Xianfeng glanced over them casually and asked with indifference, can you discern which body refinement technique these materials pertain to? While Lin Xianfeng was well aware of the body refinement matters concerning Zhou Luo, he was oblivious to the origins of this particular technique. Since the incident at the spiritual mine, Lin Xianfeng had developed a keen interest in his family's son-in-law, especially noting how he consistently managed to evade a series of predicaments with remarkable composure. This meticulous ninth elder perceived a certain quality in him, one of caution, decisiveness, and wisdom akin to his own. Like attracts like. For the first time, the usually somber and menacing Lin Xianfeng encountered someone of this nature, and he could not help but feel a sense of curiosity and concern. He yearned to uncover the true thoughts of this individual. Returning to the master, I must admit my limited insight prevents me from identifying the specific body refinement technique, but these primary materials are exceedingly precious, suggesting at the very least a superior body refinement technique, Lin An replied cautiously. As the head of the auction house, Lin An's knowledge surpassed that of the average person. Yet if he could not discern it, the technique must indeed be extraordinary. Lin Xianfeng nodded slightly. You may go. After Lin An departed, he lifted the spiritual tea from the table and consumed it in one swift motion, his dark, piercing eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity. What was he afraid of? He could only hear himself muttering. The body refinement technique, a method primarily centered on defense, is typically employed by those aware of their limitations in cultivating qi and who find themselves in precarious situations. Such practitioners often resort to this technique to enhance their abilities and guard against impending threats. Yet, why would Zhou Luo, a top-tier alchemist who spends his days within the safety of his family, choose to cultivate such a laborious and thankless skill? Surely, he could invest his time in honing his alchemical craft or training in the core areas instead. This only deepened Lin Xuanfeng's intrigue. To him, the other's fervent desire to temper his physical form likely indicated a looming crisis he was wary of. But what crisis could it be? Suddenly, Lin Xianfeng recalled his earlier meeting with the second elder, and his gaze darkened, revealing a hint of murderous intent. I had thought you were a clever man. A smirk crept across his lips, accompanied by a trace of disdain. Chapter 124, The Choice Zhou Yuan, upon retrieving the materials. Ascended alone to the third floor. Upon reaching the alchemy chamber, he first employed a spiritual talisman to isolate the space from the outside world. Then proceeded to extract the necessary ingredients for the spirit-gathering pill and commenced his alchemical work. It must be said that the ingredients for the spirit-gathering pill were indeed elusive, with the materials he had managed to procure. He estimated he could at most concoct 5 or 6 pills, this, of course, assuming a perfect success rate. Although Zhou Luo possessed comprehensive knowledge of first-tier alchemy, the creation of top-tier medicinal pills could never guarantee absolute success. Standing solemnly before the alchemical furnace, he carefully placed a portion of the herbs within, initiating the infusion of spiritual energy to begin the melting process. Meanwhile, Changsheng was in a meditative state when he suddenly felt a searing heat in his chest. Startled, he awoke and retrieved a spiritual talisman from within. On the talisman, 8 prominent characters materialized, meeting at Weiyang Mansion in a quarter of an hour. Changsheng was taken aback, his expression reflecting a complex array of emotions. He returned the talisman to his chest and rose to leave. Stepping outside, he cast a lingering gaze at the main building. The sunlight cascaded down, enveloping the 3-story structure in a golden sheen, making it shimmer brilliantly. Beneath the shade of the trees, Changsheng's eyes flickered with inner turmoil. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and stepped forth. Under the blazing sun, he felt no warmth. I must procure some items, he stated, making his way directly to the Weiyang Mansion, located on the western side near the core area. Weiyang Mansion lay in stark contrast to Zhou Yuan's bustling surroundings. The western side was relatively desolate, even under the same scorching sun. Changsheng sensed a drop in temperature as he traversed the cobblestone path. Before long, he arrived at Weiyang Mansion. It was an unremarkable residence, starkly different from the lavish estates he had encountered along the way, so ordinary that one might question its legitimacy. Yet, despite its simplicity, Changsheng was acutely aware that no one dared to underestimate this place. For this was the abode of the 9th elder, Lin Xianfeng. This cold-hearted and ruthless head of the enforcement hall had always been a figure of dread among the clan's youths. Before his piercing, hawk-like gaze, all secrets would be laid bare. Any clan member who fell into his grasp would face severe retribution. His presence instilled a fear in many that was even greater than that of the malevolent cultivators. For while the latter merely took lives, he inflicted torment upon souls. Those personally interrogated and punished by him invariably emerged with deep psychological scars. No one knew the extent of his methods. They only understood one thing: never fall into the clutches of this 9th elder. Otherwise, one's suffering would surpass even death itself. Changsheng and Apos' knowledge of the 9th elder was limited, yet he had heard whispers of his notoriety. For instance, it was said that during the interrogation of a clan member who had flouted family rules, he had driven the individual to madness with merely a few words. Furthermore, when investigating a grave incident connected to a clan member, he had arrested the suspect on the spot, leading to a night filled with nothing but the echoes of anguished cries from the family dungeon. In the hearts of many, the somber 9th elder is perceived as a figure of ruthless cruelty and malevolence. Changsheng recalled his first encounter with this individual, his mind involuntarily conjuring the image of those dark, brooding eyes, sending a tremor through his spirit. Just then, the door creaked open, and a servant, head bowed, announced, "The master has been waiting for you for quite some time." Changsheng regained his composure and followed the servant into the manor. In stark contrast to Lin Xianfeng's sinister and ferocious demeanor, the residence did not exude the anticipated gloom and terror. Instead, it possessed an unexpected tranquility and comfort. The begonia trees in the front yard swayed gently under the sunlight, releasing a fragrant aroma, while various flowers and trees flourished vibrantly, creating a lively atmosphere. He was led to the innermost courtyard, which was adorned with a grove of peach blossoms, their rich fragrance permeating the air and uplifting one's spirits. "The master is waiting for you inside," the servant said before taking his leave. Changsheng felt a surge of anxiety as he walked along the narrow path into the peach grove. As a formation master, he instinctively sensed a grand array concealed within this grove, yet its intricacies eluded his perception. Before long, he encountered Lin Xianfeng amidst the flourishing peach trees. Clad in a black robe, Lin sat upon a stone bench, his sharp gaze fixed upon Changsheng, his expression calm, his thin lips barely moving as he remarked, "You are rather slow." Changsheng and Apos' body trembled, averting his gaze, and humbly replied, "9th elder, I was delayed by certain matters." Lin Xianfeng paid no heed to this, merely inquiring, "What of the task I entrusted to you?" Changsheng bit his lip, his complexion paling. his gaze firmly affixed to the ground as he forced a semblance of composure. Ninth Elder, I have gained his trust. And what is the purpose of his physical cultivation? Lin Shifeng asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. I apologize, Ninth Elder, I have yet to ascertain that, Su Changsheng responded, his voice tinged with trepidation. Lin Xuanfeng's expression remained unchanged as he lifted a cup of spiritual tea, savoring a sip, then enlighten me with what you do know. Su Changsheng, head bowed, clenched his teeth tightly, a tumult of conflict surging within him. Indeed, prior to entering the Zhou estate, Lin Shifeng had approached him with the intention of having him monitor the individual, instructing him to document any irregularities. Subsequently, the heartfelt trust and camaraderie he shared with Zhou Luo caused him considerable inner turmoil, not to mention the gifts of formation tools and teachings received later. Caught between the trust of a dear friend and the pressure of authority, he felt utterly lost in his choice. Ninth Elder, it's merely trivial matters. Zhou Luo has shown no signs of abnormality. Ultimately, Su Changsheng made his decision. Oh? A glimmer of interest flickered in Lin Xuanfeng's eyes as he scrutinized Su Changsheng, continuing. You must understand, everything you possess is bestowed upon you by your family. The immense grace and kindness of my family, I shall never forget in my lifetime. Su Changsheng replied, nearly bowing at a 90-degree angle. Then why do you seek to deceive me? As Lin Shifeng raised his voice, a sudden gust of wind swept through the once tranquil surroundings, the sound of the wind howling and the leaves of the peach trees rustling. Su Changsheng's body trembled as he fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head, exclaiming, Ninth Elder, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. The resounding thuds of his head against the ground echoed incessantly, with Su Changsheng showing no signs of ceasing. He understood that only through such earnestness could he alleviate the other's suspicions. The brief struggle had allowed Su Changsheng to attain clarity within himself. In one's lifetime, there must be something to uphold in the heart. For him, that was to honor the trust bestowed upon him. Lin Shifeng watched him quietly. And only after Su Changsheng's forehead had drawn blood did he nonchalantly utter, leave. Su Changsheng hastily rose and fled in a state of panic, observing the disheveled figure depart. Lin Shifeng furrowed his brow, a hint of vexation evident upon his countenance. After exiting the Weiyang residence, Su Changsheng let out a long sigh of relief. He gazed upwards at the azure sky, a smile gracing his lips, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. Upon returning to the Zhou garden, he found that Zhou Luo, having completed the crafting of the spirit-gathering pill, had already departed. Chapter 125, A Year of Cultivation 4 months later. In the core area of the Lin family's spiritual vein-blessed land, Zhou Luo awakened from his meditation. Originally, he had crafted 5 spirit-gathering pills, but now only 2 remained. He had already set one foot into the realm of the 4th layer of qi refinement, and with a bit more practice, he would achieve a complete breakthrough. However, at this moment, Bai Jian was about to give birth, and he felt compelled to see her. This was his first union with a cultivator possessing a 6th-grade spiritual root, and he was filled with immense anticipation for the child that was about to be born. Emerging from the core area, he returned to the Zhou garden. During this period, everything in the Zhou garden had remained tranquil. 3 days later, accompanied by the sound of a newborn's cries, Zhou Luo welcomed the arrival of his 8th child. Congratulations, host. Your 8th offspring has been born, granting you an additional 50 years of lifespan. Due to this child possessing a 6th-grade spiritual root, you have gained 15 points in aptitude. Current aptitude, 9th-grade spiritual root, 2100. At the instant these notifications appeared, a chime echoed in Zhou Luo's ears. His body stiffened, and an exuberant smile spread across his face. It truly was a 6th-grade spiritual root. He had given birth to a child with a mid-grade spiritual root. Zhou Luo's heart surged with joy, and what delighted him even more was the addition of 50 years to his lifespan. A 6th-grade spiritual root equated to 50 years of life. This augmentation was indeed formidable. He had already added 90 years to his lifespan, and with this additional 50 years, it amounted to 140 years. Zhou Luo suddenly felt as though he had an inexhaustible supply of life. At this pace, even if he did not wish for immortality, it seemed he was destined for it. Aside from the joy brought by the 50-year lifespan augmentation, Zhou Luo's attention was also captured by the aptitude points. Initially, he had presumed that a 9th-grade root would yield just 1 point, and 8th-grade 2 points, and that the increments would follow a predictable pattern. However, it became evident that he had been gravely mistaken. The aptitude points gained from a mid-grade spiritual root reached an astonishing 15 points. What if it were a high-grade spiritual root? Would it allow him to undergo a transformation in his spiritual root? The thought filled Zhou Luo with excitement. It seemed imperative to have more offspring with high-grade roots to hasten his own advancement. The birth of a descendant with a 6th-grade spiritual root invigorated Zhou Luo. He couldn't help but think of Lin Jinxian, who was also expecting. Would she also give birth to a child with a 6th-grade spiritual root? At that moment, Lin Shi interrupted his reverie. Husband, why not go see Sister Jian? With a smile on her face, Lin Shi brought Zhou Luo back to reality, prompting him to hurry into the room. Congratulations, master. It's a boy, the midwife said with a beaming smile. Zhou Luo held no biases regarding the gender of his child. He swiftly approached Bai Jian's bedside. Having just given birth, her complexion was somewhat pale, yet it could not conceal her radiant smile. Husband, we have a child, she said, offering a weak smile. Among the women, Bai Jian had the greatest affection for children, always hoping for one of her own. Now, her wish had finally come true, and her heart brimmed with unparalleled joy. Zhou Luo gently caressed her face, softly saying, From now on, this little one shall be named Chang Huan. I hope he remains joyful and content. Bai Jian tilted her head, gazing affectionately at the small infant by the bedside, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness. Just 3 days after giving birth, Lin Feiying also welcomed a baby girl. Congratulations, host, on the birth of your 9th offspring. You have received a 10-year lifespan bonus. Due to the absence of spiritual roots in this child, the host cannot acquire any qualification points. Regrettably, this child lacked spiritual roots. Zhou Luo named her Shiqin. Zhou Yuan rejoiced in the arrival of 2 new lives, and everyone shared in the happiness. Zhou Luo, rather than hastily returning to his cultivation, found himself invigorated by the prospect of a descendant with a 6th-grade spiritual root, eagerly immersing himself back into the fray. Unfortunately, perhaps due to Lin Shi's elevated realm, his efforts yielded little response. It was instead an encounter with the sister duo, Lin Yi and Lin Zi'er, that granted them 2 additional chances for a draw. Congratulations, host, on your relentless efforts leading to your partner's conception. You have earned a draw opportunity. Congratulations, host, on your relentless efforts leading to your partner's conception. You have earned a draw opportunity. Reclining on the bed, Zhou Luo reveled in the echo of the consecutive prompts, lost in the memory of his own gallantry, utterly captivated. To his astonishment, he had hit the jackpot twice. The prospect of 2 draws filled him with anticipation. Since his last acquisition of the spiritual plant technique, his perception of the lottery function had shifted significantly. What appeared to be a troublesome gamble had proven quite beneficial. It was merely a matter of degree. Anything was preferable to a curt thank you for your patronage. With a tranquil mindset, Zhou Luo no longer fretted over the possibility of receiving something inconsequential. System, commence the draw. He silently invoked, opting to activate the wheel directly. The golden orb began to spin rapidly, gradually decelerating until, under Zhou Luo's watchful gaze, it came to a halt in an unfamiliar sector. Seeing this area, Zhou Luo's heart sank. Despite his calm demeanor, a flicker of apprehension crept in, for this sector was not confined to the 6 predetermined categories. Who could say what this area might yield? With a trepidatious heart, Zhou Luo awaited the system's announcement. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 year of cultivation. The reward has been automatically added to your inventory. Please check. Wow. The mechanical prompt elicited an exclamation from Zhou Luo. He stared, utterly astounded. At the white lottery wheel, his emotions surging like tumultuous waves. He could actually receive cultivation? Zhou Luo nearly leaped from the bed in excitement. This outcome was entirely unforeseen. He hadn't imagined that such diverse rewards could exist in the other sectors. Gaining an entire year of cultivation out of thin air felt exhilarating. He even entertained the greedy notion of perhaps drawing 100 years of cultivation. With his heart racing, Zhou Luo eagerly glanced at his inventory and unhesitatingly consumed the half-year of cultivation. In an instant, he felt an inexplicable force surge into his body, causing a tremor at his energy reservoir and dantian, where a rich essence of spiritual energy materialized from thin air. The previously loosened realm was utterly liberated at that moment. As boundless spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, and Zhou Luo sensed an overwhelming power manifesting within him. He instantaneously transcended from the late stage of the 4th layer of qi refinement to the realm of great perfection, with his cultivation continuing to amplify. Although he had not yet stepped into the 5th layer of qi refinement, he felt significantly more advanced than those who had just attained the state of great perfection. Such was the fruit of a year's worth of cultivation. Zhou Luo, lying on the bed, suddenly experienced the exhilarating sensation of upgrading while at rest. Alas, this enhancement was random. Otherwise, he could have simply reclined in bed every day without a care in the world. Furthermore, his cultivation over the past year was derived from his innate 9th-grade spiritual root, presumably without the aid of external forces. Otherwise, given his current pace of advancement, breaking through to the 5th layer of qi refinement within a year would have posed no challenge. Nevertheless, this unexpected gain in power filled him with elation. He then turned his gaze once more to the white spinning wheel, pondering what treasures awaited him with his remaining chance to draw. Chapter 126. The alchemical gathering approaches, and the lottery begins. On the pristine white wheel, 7 radiant sections shone with brilliance. Without hesitation, Zhou Luo proceeded to make his selection. The golden orb spun anew, ultimately halting in the section designated for spiritual items. Upon seeing this segment, Zhou Luo could not suppress his surprise. It appeared that among the 7 sections, this was the only one he had yet to draw from. The term spiritual items refers to rare treasures of heaven and earth, encompassing all manner of materials, be they for alchemy, forging, crafting formations, or naturally occurring substances possessing unique properties. This particular section promised a diverse array of items, as the potential for unexpected materials was vast. However, one certainty remained. Regardless of the specific materials drawn, they would undoubtedly prove useful. Thus, Zhou Luo felt a swell of anticipation for this section. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the earth-shattering bear gallbladder. The reward has been automatically placed into your inventory. Please check it. In an instant, the system's notification chimed. The moment earth-shattering bear gallbladder appeared, Zhou Luo's composure shattered. Was this not precisely the alchemical material he had sought? His heart surged with unrestrained joy. It seemed fate had conspired in his favor today. First came a fortuitous double win, followed by an unexpected year of cultivation, and now he had drawn the very material he needed for his body refinement. With this ingredient in hand, he could commence the 3rd stage of the Great Bear Body Refinement Technique. Zhou Luo was elated. Initially, he had assumed that with such a plethora of materials in the spiritual item section, the chances of acquiring what he desired would be akin to climbing a mountain. Thus, he often resorted to purchasing materials himself. Yet, he had not anticipated that with sufficient luck, he could indeed procure some precious items. The 2 lottery draws had ignited a fervor within him. He eagerly roused the 2 women beside him, wishing to share in his exuberance. 3 days later, Lennon delivered the body refinement materials he had procured to Zhou Garden. As soon as he received the materials, Zhou Luo could hardly contain his excitement and rushed to the room where he usually performed his body refinement. The system had been exceptionally generous, providing him with 3 earth-shattering bear gallbladders, which, according to the requirements of the Great Bear Body Refinement Technique, allowed him to refine his body at least 6 times. He extracted 1 gallbladder, using spiritual energy to divide it into 2 portions. One returned to his storage ring, while the other was placed on a nearby table. One by one, he added the materials into the bronze cauldron and affixed the spiritual talismans. Moments later, the concoction began to bubble, taking on a murky crimson hue, reminiscent of blood and emanating an unsettling aura. Zhou Luo inhaled deeply, submerging his entire body in the liquid. Instantly, the potion activated, causing his skin to feel as though it were in contact with searing flames, accompanied by a hissing sound and rising wisps of white smoke. He hastily invoked the incantation for the 3rd stage of the body refinement technique, simultaneously circulating his spiritual energy to safeguard his internal organs. Under the fierce potency of the potion, Zhou Luo's sun-kissed skin began to darken, taking on the appearance of charred coal, while a pungent smell of burning flesh filled the air. The sensation was akin to being immersed in molten lava. The relentless flames not only scorched his flesh, but were also consuming his very essence. Thanks to the rigorous tempering during the previous 2 stages, his physique had become sufficiently robust. Otherwise, he would have been utterly incapable of withstanding the assault of the elixir from the 3rd stage. The searing pain surged within him, akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Zhou Luo gritted his teeth, grasped the half-cracked bear gallbladder on the table, and swallowed it whole. In the next moment, he faintly heard the roar of a colossal bear emanating from within him. The gallbladder erupted with golden light, and a phantom of a giant bear charged towards his dantian. Upon contact, it erupted violently, scattering into countless motes of light that dispersed and adhered to various parts of his body. The fierce flames that had ignited within him began to wane under the influence of the luminous particles. However, for Zhou Luo, this transformation brought immense suffering. He endured the excruciating pain, circulating his mind technique to suppress the surging power. Half an hour later, Zhou Luo abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of joy akin to the stars. With a swift motion, he rose to his feet as the charred exterior of his body dissipated, revealing smooth, sun-kissed skin. His muscles surged with newfound strength. Though the 3rd stage of tempering was yet to conclude, Zhou Luo now felt confident in his ability to withstand the attacks of a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi training. He donned his attire and exited the room, coincidentally spotting Lin Qinghan instructing little Chang'an in his training. Now nearing 4 years of age, Chang'an was progressing rapidly in his cultivation due to the influence of innate Qi, surpassing his siblings. As a mother, Lin Qinghan hoped he would cultivate diligently to achieve greater heights. After all, with only a 9th-grade spiritual root, he might struggle to exceed the 5th level of Qi training without early intervention. Zhou Luo agreed with this perspective, yet an alternative thought suddenly crossed his mind. Little Chang'an, come here to your father, Zhou Luo beckoned, squatting down. Lin Qinghan glanced at him without comment, allowing Chang'an to approach on his own. Father Chang'an called out, jogging over. Upon reaching him, Zhou Luo scooped him up and proceeded towards the training room, expecting a playful outing. Little Chang'an's expression fell as he realized he was being taken for training instead. The smile that had graced his face vanished, replaced by a look of resistance. For the past few days, his mother had been instructing him in cultivation, but his lively nature made the monotonous sitting unbearable. Initially relieved to see his father, he was now disheartened to find that training awaited him still. Father, can we not train? Chang'an looked up at Zhou Luo, pouting and wearing a look of distress. No. Your father will teach you a new cultivation technique, Zhou Luo replied, gently tapping his nose. He intended to pass on the gathering spirit technique to little Chang'an. This method was superior to that of their family and would undoubtedly become an essential practice for their lineage. Now was the perfect opportunity for Chang'an to begin applying it. Oh, fine, Chang'an mumbled, his head drooping in disappointment. If you obediently train, I shall get you a new toy, Zhou Luo encouraged, noticing his forlorn demeanor. Really? Zhou Chang'an abruptly lifted his head, his large eyes glimmering with excitement. Of course, you must promise me, father, that you will not divulge the cultivation techniques to anyone. Zhou Luo stated. What about mother? Is it permissible? Zhou Chang'an inquired, filled with curiosity. No, not even her, Zhou Luo replied, his tone grave. The gathering spirit technique is exceedingly precious. Should it fall into the hands of others and reach the ears of the family, it would undoubtedly invite a multitude of troubles. While the women in the household would not intend to harm him, they could inadvertently convey information to the family, as they are, after all, members of the Lin family and would naturally consider the clan's interests. Just like the last time, when the news of the seafood feast reached the head of the family. It was undoubtedly a woman close to him who relayed such information. Such human tendencies are inevitable and unchangeable. Thus Zhou Luo could only strive to prevent these secrets from reaching their ears. Although young, the astute Shou Chang and Apos and comprehended his father and Apos' intentions, promptly assuring him that he would not disclose anything to anyone. In the days that followed, Zhou Luo took it upon himself to guide Zhou Chang'an in his cultivation. Unbeknownst to them, 2 months slipped by. The annual Elixir Conference was finally set to take place at the Lin family estate. Numerous cultivators had already converged upon Maple Leaf City from all directions, with even the scions of other immortal families having arrived. Chapter 127. A Reunion in the Shochuan Garden. Are you truly not planning to attend? Lin Jishou inquired, gazing at the figure of Zhou Luo before him. This year's Spirit Pill Conference was to be held at the Lin family estate, and the family had hoped to showcase their prowess by having Zhou Luo participate. Alas, fate had other plans, as he had no intention of entering the immortal sect for study. It was not just him. Even Lin Xin had declined to attend the conference, citing her recent return from the immortal sect and the need to stabilize her realm. If both of them abstained, it seemed the Lin family would have no representatives in the immortal sect this year. Master, I wish to focus solely on refining pills and enhancing my cultivation, Zhou Luo declared with earnestness while seated in the round chair. Very well, you may go, Lin Jishou replied, offering no further comment. Regardless of the absence of Lin family members in the immortal sect, Zhou Luo's innate talent would prevent other families from mocking them. Exiting the hall, Zhou Luo turned towards the alchemy chamber. Inside, Lin Xin was diligently engaged in her pill refining. After a year of dedicated study, her skills had improved significantly. Yet she remained far from achieving the status of a high-level alchemist. The path of alchemy placed great emphasis on the strength of one's spiritual consciousness. To ascend to a higher tier, one must first meet the requisite standards of spiritual acuity. Generally, individuals could only hone this ability through repeated practice in pill refining. Of course, one could also enhance their spiritual consciousness as Zhou Luo had done within the 4th level of the immortal sect's illusion. Yet such illusions could only be created by formidable beings, a feat unattainable under the circumstances of the Lin family. Thus, Lin Xin was compelled to strengthen her spiritual awareness through relentless daily practice. In addition to spiritual consciousness, the mastery of alchemical techniques and control over spiritual energy were also critical measures of an alchemist's competence. The journey of alchemy was arduous and long. It demanded not only extraordinary talent but also unwavering perseverance. A novice with some talent would require extensive guidance and thousands of practice sessions to attain the status of a low-level alchemist. Progressing from mid-level to high-level status would consume even more time, let alone advancing from high-level to peak level. For instance, Lin Jishou dedicated much of his life to finally crossing that threshold in his twilight years. Some individuals might expend their entire lives, along with immeasurable time, energy, and resources, yet still find themselves unable to advance further. In contrast, Zhou Luo, equipped with a systematic approach, was evidently far more fortunate. He entered the room quietly, awaiting the conclusion of Lin Xian's alchemical endeavor. "What is it?" Lin Xian asked, her expression lacking exuberance after successfully completing the pill, turning instead to regard him with curiosity. "Has Miss Wang arrived?" Zhou Luo inquired, knowing he had a transaction pending with her. He wondered what Wang Yue would offer in exchange for the bottle of Bai Shui Dan. Upon hearing the name Wang Yue, Lin Xian's beautiful eyes sparkled momentarily as she replied nonchalantly, "She is at the Tianxia Tavern." Clearly, the two had already met. As for why she was not permitted entry into the Lin family estate, it was likely due to interference from the Wang family. "Would it be possible for you to invite her into our home?" Zhou Luo asked tentatively. "Are you planning to discuss the matter of the dragon blood herb with her?" Lin Xian queried, her brow furrowing in confusion. Due to other reasons, she remained unaware of the private dealings between the two. Zhou Luo nodded. Concealing his thoughts, this is indeed a significant matter. Lin Xian fell silent for a moment and then said, "I understand. Please come to my place this afternoon." "Very well." Zhou Luo nodded and prepared to take his leave. Just as he was about to exit, he suddenly seemed to recall something, pausing in his steps to turn back and address her. "Third miss, it appears that your heat is still too intense, which is why the quality is lacking." Lin Xian stiffened, her expression darkening. She gazed at the flawed medicinal pills on the table, pursing her lips as she resumed her alchemical work. Leaving Shouchuan Garden, Zhou Luo returned home. Father, I can sense the spiritual energy." Upon his arrival, little Chang and Apos joyfully rushed up to him, brimming with pride. "So soon?" Zhou Luo exclaimed in surprise. Little Chang'an had only been cultivating for 2 months, yet he was already aware of the existence of spiritual energy. A feat accomplished much faster than the average person. This, he surmised, was due to his innate aura. However, despite the quick perception, it was still insufficient. With only a 9th-grade spiritual root, little Chang'an would absorb spiritual energy at a slow pace. Yet, he was still young. With the aid of the gathering spirit technique, there was hope that he might reach the mid-stage of qi cultivation before adulthood. The qi cultivation realm is divided into 3 stages, upper, middle, and lower, corresponding to 3 small realms. To attain the 4th level of qi cultivation by adulthood would already place him above many. However, the resources, time, and effort required for this endeavor were not trivial. Most people could hardly afford it, nor would they cultivate a child with a 9th-grade spiritual root in such a manner. Only someone like Zhou Luo, who possessed multiple skills and was not lacking in wealth, could afford to do so. His reasoning was quite simple. Since he had the capability, he ought to nurture it. When he established his own family, he would rely on these offspring to maintain it. Seizing the moment when little Chang'an had just sensed spiritual energy, Zhou Luo began to instruct him. In the afternoon, estimating the time was nearly right, Zhou Luo rose and made his way toward the main residence in the core area. Upon reaching the guards at the core area, he stated his purpose. The other party seemed to have already received orders and did not impede his passage. As he navigated through the intricately arranged buildings, a figure stealthily emerged, silently following in his wake. Zhou Luo remained completely oblivious to this development. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of a lavish estate. This was the estate of the 10th elder, Lin Zhe. He had visited here when he married Lin Xian. The guard at the entrance recognized this son-in-law and thus made no obstruction, allowing him to enter the estate. The estate was expansive, with buildings arranged in a grid pattern. As he stepped inside, a maid respectfully approached him. "5th young master, please follow me." Zhou Luo glanced around at his surroundings before following her deeper into the estate. Meanwhile, outside the estate, the figure trailing him appeared in the shadows not far away, seemingly merging with the surrounding environment. His sharp, shadowy eyes gazed toward the entrance, standing there with arms folded behind him, as still as a statue. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Lin Xian opened the door. "Third miss." Zhou Luo greeted with a smile and a bow. "Come in." Lin Xian cleared a path, and once he entered, he instructed the maid. "Stay here and ensure we are not disturbed." "Understood, miss," the maid replied obediently, retreating to the side. Inside the room, Zhou Luo encountered Wang Yue once more. Today, she was adorned in splendid attire, reminiscent of her appearance at the Xian sect. She wore a delicate golden lace dress that accentuated her alabaster legs, which were sheathed in gossamer black silk stockings. Her embroidered white shoes, adorned with cloud motifs, commanded attention. Her exquisitely perfect visage was graced with a hint of sweet laughter, and her sparkling eyes radiated joy and anticipation. "Miss Wang, it has been a while," Zhou Luo greeted her. Wang Yue smiled gently and turned to Lin Xian, asking, "May I have a moment alone with him?" Lin Xian furrowed her brow, casting a dubious glance at the pair. "What are you concealing from me?" she inquired. "Exiner, I promise to explain later. Could you please step outside for a moment?" Wang Yue implored with a pleading gaze. Despite her confusion, Lin Xian ultimately chose to grant them a moment of privacy. Chapter 128. The wind's silent passage in the room. After Lin Xian departed, Zhou Luo prudently took out a spiritual talisman and affixed it to the window, ensuring that no one could eavesdrop. "Your caution is commendable," Wang Yue remarked, resting her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she observed him. From their very first encounter, she had discerned his meticulous nature. This perception was further solidified through their subsequent interactions, revealing that this man would not act unless he possessed a firm assurance and sufficient benefit. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, one could easily perish without realizing how. Zhou Luo sat opposite her, his expression earnest. To a mere chi refinement practitioner like him, the world was a monstrous entity that devoured the weak without remorse. To survive, one must adopt a cautious approach. After all, he had ample lifespan to sustain him. If he could not overpower others, he could at least outlast them. Wang Yue smiled faintly and produced a jade slip, sliding it across the table toward him. "I offer this movement technique in exchange," she said softly. "What grade is it?" Zhou Luo inquired, his gaze fixed on the jade slip. "Upper-tier chi refinement," she replied truthfully. Zhou Luo's eyes brightened. If it was indeed an upper-tier technique, then it was quite acceptable. He took the jade slip and opened it, revealing 4 prominent characters. Wind's silent passage. The slip emanated a brilliant light, and a small figure appeared, demonstrating the entire technique. Zhou Luo glanced at the slip before closing it, then retrieved a vial of azure water pills from his robe. "There are 30 pills inside. Sufficient to sustain us until our next meeting," he stated. Wang Yue's face lit up with delight as she hurriedly placed the vial into her storage pouch. She then raised her beautiful eyes and asked, "When will the next meeting be?" "Approximately the same time," Zhou Luo nodded. Having gained a year's worth of cultivation, he estimated that he would be able to break through to the 5th layer of chi refinement within the next year. Wang Yue expressed surprise at this revelation. Since he intended to venture out, it was only natural for him to aim for the 5th layer of chi refinement. However, she recalled that he had only reached the 4th layer before departing from the immortal sect. "Your cultivation speed is remarkably swift. Did Lin Xian not mention that you possess a 9th-grade spirit root?" "Indeed, an early breakthrough is advantageous, but what if the dragon bloodgrass is discovered by someone else?" Wang Yue questioned. "If it is found, so be it. There are always other leads," Zhou Luo replied nonchalantly. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue as she gazed at him, a smile playing on her lips. "You must have uncovered many leads in the 4th layer. Would you be willing to share some?" Zhou Luo raised an eyebrow and countered. "What will you offer in exchange?" Wang Yue's smile faltered, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Isn't having more people involved a greater assurance?" she said, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "If you require assistance, I will gladly share, but let the 3rd young lady enter first." Zhou Luo redirected the conversation. He indeed had discovered numerous leads in the 4th layer, some of which he could not verify in the immediate future and would have to address later. Before long, Lin Xian entered the room, her gaze sweeping between the two. "Third young lady, we have decided to depart in a year's time, and we will not participate in the next pill exchange," Zhou Luo stated earnestly. "Do as you wish," she replied indifferently. Compared to this, Lin Xian was far more concerned about the secrets shared between the two. However, since Wang Yue remained silent, Zhou Luo would undoubtedly divulge nothing. At present, he intended to return and delve into the cultivation technique of the chi refinement of higher grade. With that in mind, he took his leave. Zhou Luo did not linger. Having obtained what he desired, he departed. After all, this was the boudoir of the 3rd miss, and overstaying could easily arouse suspicion. As soon as he left, Lin Xian could not help but inquire, "What exactly did you two discuss?" Wang Yue smiled lightly and replied, "Do not rush. I shall explain everything in due time." Outside the estate, a figure stood quietly in wait. At last, when Zhou Luo re-emerged, retracing his steps, the figure chose not to follow him further, remaining in a state of anticipation. Eventually, upon seeing members of the Wang family exit the estate, a glint of intrigue flickered in their eyes. "Zhou Luo, what exactly are you plotting?" Lin Xianfeng murmured to himself. Ever since Zhou Luo procured materials for body refinement, he had dispatched individuals to monitor him. Thus, when Zhou Luo arrived in the core area, he received immediate notification of his presence. Regrettably, this was the residence of the 10th elder, fortified with protective formations, preventing him from infiltrating. Nevertheless, he had managed to discern a hint of something amiss. At this critical juncture, Zhou Luo's encounter with the Wang family certainly concealed some secrets. Lin Xianfeng remained uncertain of their intentions, yet his interest was piqued. Observing Wang Yue's departure, he silently trailed behind her. Meanwhile, upon returning to Zhou Garden, Zhou Luo promptly retrieved the movement technique. This was a wind attribute cultivation method. Opening the jade slip, a small figure manifested and began to demonstrate the technique. Zhou Luo watched intently, seeking to familiarize himself with the cultivation incantations. As a higher-grade qi refinement technique, mastering it would require considerable time and effort. Unlike rewards from a lottery, which could be easily grasped, this knowledge could only be attained through diligent practice. Such was the nature of things. One could not expect every lottery draw to yield desired results. Some rewards, once obtained directly, should not waste further opportunities. It is essential to recognize that each opportunity to draw from the lottery is hard-won. Days later, the Spirit Pill Conference convened as scheduled. Members of the 5 great longevity families and numerous independent cultivators began vying for positions within the immortal sect. Surprisingly, the Lu family also made an appearance. Seemingly unperturbed by the looming threat from their adversary, the Lin family. This was chiefly due to the immortal sect's involvement. The Spirit Pill Conference was orchestrated by them. Should the Lin family act against the Lu family at this juncture, they would face severe repercussions from the immortal sect. Consequently, not only were the Lin family unable to strike against the Lu family, but they were also obliged to ensure their safety. For this Spirit Pill Conference, the Lin family sent Lin Yan, who had previously been nurtured as a disciple by Lin Jishou. Prior to Zhou Luo's emergence, Lin Yan had been groomed closely by Lin Jishou. Unfortunately, Lin Jishou later favored the more talented Zhou Luo. Nevertheless, Lin Yan possessed his own potential, having diligently worked over the years to become a mid-grade alchemist. This year's elixir competition, being the second edition, was characterized by a relatively less intense rivalry. However, Lin Yan still failed to secure a position among the top 5. What astonished everyone the most was that the top 5 were not entirely dominated by members of the Changsheng clan. Instead, an 18-year-old young alchemist emerged on the list. For decades, the opportunity to study at the immortal sect had not been granted to anyone outside the Changsheng clan. The appearance of this young alchemist immediately captured widespread attention. The 5 prominent Changsheng families eagerly extended their olive branches, seeking to welcome him into their fold. Ultimately, the young alchemist chose to join the Lin family, provoking an outcry of disbelief from the other 4 Changsheng families. The Lin family had already produced a remarkable talent, like Zhou Luo. Now, with the addition of this burgeoning prodigy, they might soon overshadow the other 4 families in the realm of alchemy. This development instilled a profound sense of crisis among the 4 major Changsheng families. Chapter 129. Harmonious Bliss. Zhou Luo was unaware of the events surrounding the Elixir Conference. For the past few days, he had been engrossed in the study of the windless technique and the refinement of his physical form. Although he had not yet reached the 5th level of qi cultivation, he could still begin to learn the initial stages of the technique. The 5th level serves as a dividing line primarily due to the transformation of the energy C and Dantian. Prior to reaching this level, the size of the energy C and Dantian was at most that of a volleyball, thus limiting the personal reservoir of spiritual energy. Generally, this was sufficient for alchemy and array formations, but the consumption of spiritual energy in battle was exceedingly daunting. Most cultivators below the 5th level could not sustain prolonged combat, often exhausting themselves after a few moves. This fact contributes to why many practitioners below the 5th level are reluctant to pursue combat techniques. The windless technique, in a strict sense, is not a combat technique, but rather a method of agility. Unlike the 5 elements sword technique, which he could still practice even at the 4th level of qi cultivation, Zhou Luo felt invigorated after completing another round of body refinement. He was brimming with energy, convinced that with just 3 or 4 more sessions, he would achieve the 3rd stage of physical refinement. As he stepped out, Lin Lan approached him with an expression of concern, offering him a cup of spiritual tea. Once a maidservant to Lin Qihan, she had become Zhou Luo's consort through Linda's arrangements and had given birth to their daughter. She had always maintained a low profile, and despite her status as a concubine, her demeanor remained unchanged from her days as a handmaiden. "My husband, I hear that body refinement is quite arduous, is it not?" Lin Lan inquired with curiosity. "There are gains and losses," Zhou Luo replied, lifting the cup to savor the tea, a warm surge of comfort flooding his being. "But my husband, you are already an alchemist. Do you still need to refine your body?" Lin Lan asked, her face reflecting confusion. Zhou Luo smiled gently. "A multitude of skills is never burdensome. I do this as a precaution." "Oh, I see," Lin Lan pondered thoughtfully. "Let us go eat," Zhou Luo said, taking her hand as they descended the stairs. In the dining hall, most had already gathered. A few little ones were fixated on the sumptuous feast laid out before them, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Had it not been for their mother's intervention, they would have likely pounced on the food. Xiao Chang'an stood obediently on his chair, and upon seeing Zhou Luo, his face lit up with joy. "Daddy is here. Daddy, Daddy." The other children turned in unison, their voices rising in a delightful chorus, reminiscent of chirping sparrows outside, creating a lively atmosphere. Zhou Luo settled between Lin Shi and Lin Jinxian, chuckling softly. You need not wait for me. I am so hungry that I could drool over a book. Upon hearing her name, Zhou Chashu blushed and hurriedly wiped the drool away with her little hands. You little rascal, Lin Zier chided, producing a handkerchief. The others erupted in laughter at the scene. My husband, eat this. It is nourishing. Lin Shi said with a gentle smile, offering him a piece of spiritual beast meat. Sister Shi, you still want to nourish him? You never consider our feelings as sisters. Lin Yi teased, cradling Xiao Shi, her eyes twinkling with mirth. This comment sparked another round of laughter. Yi, if you continue to jest, be wary of how your husband may deal with you. Lin Shi teased with a playful smile, feigning a sense of threat. Lin Yi tilted her head, casting a sultry glance, and replied, Husband, how do you intend to handle me? Zhou Luo regarded her with a gentle smile. Take a guess. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Lin Yi instinctively recoiled. The children are here. Let us eat. Lin Jinxian, seated upright, interjected. Though she was 6 months pregnant, she maintained her previous authority. At her utterance, Lin Yi dared not speak further and hastily picked up her bowl. The lively dinner concluded amidst laughter and joy. Under the night sky, Zhou Luo strolled with Lin Shi through the estate. This place is even more comfortable than I had envisioned, Lin Shi said, nestling against his arm. Having spent a year here, her natural inclination for conversation allowed her to feel the warmth and harmony among everyone. Everyone has such delightful personalities, Zhou Luo remarked, before inquiring. Has the master placed any pressure on you? Leaning against him, Lin Shi smiled sweetly. Are you referring to grandfather urging me to send messages? You always seem to know what I am thinking. Zhou Luo chuckled softly, choosing not to conceal the truth. Rest assured, it is merely trivial news. I understand you have your own thoughts. I shall neither interfere nor obstruct. The moment I wed you, I was destined to be entwined with you. So whatever you choose to do, I shall support you. Bathed in moonlight, Lin Shi gazed at him with bright, loving eyes, her smile sweet. Zhou Luo halted, turning to face her earnestly. Everything I do is for this family. With that, he leaned down and kissed her. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight, and the breeze is gentle. Under the soft moonlight, the couple became a picturesque scene of tenderness. Later that evening, Zhou Luo escorted Lin Shi back to the main hall. Inside, little Chang'an and a few other little ones were gathered around little Bai, each perched on a chair, their heads raised, eyes glazed with wonder, and smiles plastered on their faces. Some were even dancing with delight. Little Bai had now grown to 40 centimeters long, lazily sprawled across the table, radiating a soft white glow. Beneath that luminous sheen, waves of power flowed through the air into the children's minds, immersing them in vivid illusions. Since consuming the snow heart fruit, Little Bai's ability to manipulate illusions had significantly increased. Currently, its illusions had become an essential post-meal activity for the children, presenting them with an array of whimsical and delightful scenes that brought them immense joy. Zhou Luo chose not to awaken the little ones, knowing the illusions posed no harm and could even hone their spiritual awareness. He took Lin Shi upstairs. 3 months later, Lin Shi successfully conceived. Congratulations to the host for diligently enabling their partner's pregnancy, earning a chance for a lottery draw. Once again, a lottery opportunity presented itself. Zhou Luo commenced a new round of drawing. As the golden orb whirled rapidly, it soon landed in another area. Another one. Last time in this region. He drew a reward of 1 year of cultivation. What about this time? Could it possibly be a decade of cultivation? Zhou Luo pondered with a sense of anticipation. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired primal qi. The reward has been automatically deposited into the host's inventory. Please check. To his astonishment, it was indeed primal qi. Zhou Luo's spirit was invigorated. This substance would be perfect for little Chang Huan. Originally, Chang Huan possessed a 6th grade spiritual root. With the enhancement of primal qi, her future achievements would undoubtedly soar, perhaps even leading her to the foundation establishment stage. Although this reward held little value for himself, Zhou Luo felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Tomorrow, he would bestow this primal qi upon little Chang Huan. Chapter 130. A new junior disciple. The following day, Zhou Luo carried Zhou Changhuan into his chamber. The little one, now just over 2 months old, gazed at him with curious, wide eyes, neither crying nor fussing. Zhou Luo took out the innate energy he had drawn the previous night. A stream of pure, enigmatic power flowed into the infant's body, radiating a soft white light. As the light flickered, Zhou Luo distinctly sensed an inexplicable aura manifesting within the child's being. Lying quietly dormant in his energy sea and dantian, nearly undetectable without careful scrutiny. At this moment, this strand of innate energy held little significance for Changhuan. It would only be of use once he formally commenced his cultivation, allowing him to comprehend and harness this power. Much like Zhou Chang'an, He could leverage this innate energy to enhance his perception of spiritual essence and more. After tending to these matters, he placed the child beside Bai Jian's bed. "Darling, what have you taken our child to do?" Bai Jian inquired with curiosity. "Nothing much, just gifted him something special," Zhou Luo replied with a smile. Upon exiting the room, he planned to return to the spiritual pulse's blessed ground for further cultivation. With 4 wives currently pregnant and 10 months remaining until their agreed departure, he needed to hasten his advancement to the 5th level of qi training for his own protection. Yet, just as he stepped outside, he received a summons from his master. In Changsheng, Lin Jishou sat in the prominent position of the hall, a smile gracing his countenance. Clad in a white alchemical robe, his spirits had been extraordinarily high in recent days, having taken on a disciple of remarkable talent. The thought of this disciple's performance at the alchemy conference, along with the extraordinary abilities of his eldest disciple, painted a vision in Lin Jishou's mind of the Lin family standing at the pinnacle of the 5 great immortal families a century hence. Before long, Zhou Luo entered the hall. As soon as he stepped through the door, he noticed a young man seated modestly at Lin Jishou's lower right. The youth, around 17 or 18, possessed rosy lips and pearly teeth, his clear gaze downcast, clad in a light blue alchemical garment, exuding an air of humility. "Master," Zhou Luo acknowledged with a bow. Seeing his beloved disciple, Lin Jishou beamed. "Qingshu, you ought to greet your senior brother." Upon hearing this, the youth promptly rose. Bowing deeply and clasping his hands in respect, "Senior brother." Zhou Luo felt a wave of confusion wash over him. When had his master taken on another disciple? "Disciple, this is my newly accepted protege, Song Qishu. You two should become acquainted," Lin Jishou spoke slowly. Song Qishu? Zhou Luo suddenly found the name somewhat familiar. Wasn't he a renowned character from a novel in his past life? At the mention of this name, he experienced a surreal sensation, as if the narrative had stepped into reality. It was soon revealed through Lin Jishou that this young man, Song Qingshu, was a loose cultivator who, by a stroke of fortune, had stumbled upon an ancient text on alchemy, embarking on the path of an alchemist. Remarkably gifted, he had managed to grasp the fundamentals through self-study and was eventually fortunate enough to be discovered by an elder of an immortal sect, who imparted further alchemical knowledge to him. Regarding the decision not to accept him as a disciple, it was solely due to the low quality of his spiritual root, which was the least favorable 9th rank. Subsequently, with the ancient texts left by that elder, Song Qishu attended this year's Elixir Conference and successfully secured an opportunity to study within the immortal sect. His formidable talent naturally attracted the attention of the 5 great immortal families. Ultimately, Song Qishu chose to join the Lin family. Such a promising alchemical prodigy was naturally taken in as a disciple by Lin Jishou. During this time, Zhou Luo remained at the estate, completely unaware of these developments. Once he became familiar with the circumstances, he nodded towards Song Qishu. "Since you have already met your fellow disciples, Qishu, please continue your alchemical studies," Lin Jishou gestured. "Understood, Master," Song Qishu replied, bowing as he took his leave. Once he departed, Lin Jishou shifted his focus back to Zhou Luo. "Disciple, I summoned you today to inform you that in a short while, I will be taking Qishu and other young members of the family to study at the Qingyuan sect. With the conclusion of this Elixir Conference, the time to pursue studies at the immortal sect has arrived." Lin Jishou was, without surprise, the favored candidate for this journey. "Master, exercise caution on your journey," Zhou Luo expressed concern as he sat in a round chair. Lin Jishou smiled calmly. "What is there to be cautious about? Does anyone dare to act against the Lin family?" However, he continued with a serious demeanor. "As for you, it would be wise to remain vigilant." Zhou Luo looked perplexed. "What do you mean?" Lin Jishou explained earnestly. "Recently, the shadow of the Hehuan sect has re-emerged in Maple Leaf City, likely seeking revenge against our Lin family. Over a year ago, remnants of the Hehuan sect caused turmoil in Maple Leaf City, resulting in the death of Elder Lin Guangping. It was only under Lin Xuanfeng's leadership that they were driven out. Yet now, several cases of missing women have surfaced in the city, and through meticulous investigation, Lin Xiefeng discovered the involvement of the Hehuan sect. After lying dormant for over a year, the Hehuan sect seems intent on avenging past grievances. Therefore, all key members of the family have been prohibited from venturing outside to avoid falling victim to the Hehuan sect schemes." Lin Jishou had summoned Zhou Luo to warn him against going out. "Master, I plan to enter seclusion for a breakthrough during this period, so you need not worry," Zhou Luo stated honestly. As long as the Lin family remained strong, he would not be adversely affected in the core area of the spiritual vein. "You are aiming for a breakthrough again?" Lin Jishou expressed surprise. He recalled that his disciple had only a 9th rank spiritual root when he departed from the immortal sect. Zhou Luo was merely at the 4th level of qi refinement. How had he progressed so quickly? Such speed rivaled that of practitioners with medium-grade spiritual roots. "Master, not yet. I am merely striving for it. Zhou Luo responded with a light smile. Lin Jishou did not dwell on this, but reminded him, cultivation is commendable. Yet do not neglect your alchemical studies. One must not indulge oneself for the sake of fleeting beauty. He had heard that Zhou Luo's concubine was pregnant again. Matters of men and women disrupt the balance of yin and yang, and over time, this could be detrimental to cultivation. As Zhou Luo represented the hope of the Lin family in the realm of alchemy, Lin Jishou could only strive to remind him to avoid becoming enmeshed in such distractions. Zhou Luo comprehended his intention and nodded in agreement. When the time comes for me to depart, I will be unable to attend to your needs. Take this talisman. Lin Jishou stated, extending his right hand. A flash of spiritual light flickered, and in the next moment, a yellow talisman materialized, hovering in the air. With a slight gesture, the talisman descended onto Zhou Luo's desk. This talisman, known as the Xuanta talisman, upon activation, could manifest a field of profound earth spiritual light. Impervious even to cultivators at the 8th level of Qi training, Lin Jishou elucidated. As a first-tier talisman master, Zhou Luo was already aware of the talisman's capabilities without further explanation. In fact, he had intended to create a few of these top-tier first-level talismans for his own protection. But the materials required for such high-grade talismans were exceedingly rare and expensive, which had deterred him from pursuing them. He never anticipated that his master would bestow upon him a premier talisman. Master, this item is far too precious. Zhou Luo began to decline. No need for further words, just accept it, Lin Jishou interjected decisively. Zhou Luo had no choice but to accept it. Rising with solemnity to express his gratitude, thank you for your kindness, master. This sentiment was heartfelt. If one were to ascertain who among the Lin family had treated him with the utmost benevolence, it would undoubtedly be his master, Lin Jishou. Since their initial encounter through alchemy, his master had consistently shown him a unique fondness, whether it was overcoming numerous obstacles to take him as a disciple. His strong stance upon learning of Zhou Luo's journey to the spiritual mind, or now gifting him a top-tier talisman, all of these gestures deeply moved Zhou Luo. Go now. But do not forget your cultivation, Lin Jishou stated, having conveyed all necessary instructions, raising his hand. Zhou Luo bowed once more before departing the hall. Chapter 131. The schemes of the Hehuan sect in a secluded dwelling on the southern street of Maple Leaf City. An emaciated, gaunt old man sat serenely upon a stone platform, his entire being emanating a faint glow as he practiced in silence. Beside him, on a bed, lay a woman of striking beauty. A gentle knocking sound echoed from outside the door. Enter, the old man spoke with indifference, opening his somewhat clouded eyes. A middle-aged man clad in black respectfully entered the room, bowing slightly as he addressed, Master, everything is proceeding according to plan. Indeed, the old man replied, his expression unchanging as he inquired, have you ascertained the details? Master, we have thoroughly investigated their route to the immortal sect, the middle-aged man said, his head bowed. Humility evident in his demeanor. Very well. A flicker of murderous intent crossed the elder and Appo's aged face as he smirked darkly. It is time for the Lin family to witness the consequences of provoking the Hehuan sect. The old man, known as Lu Fuchan, was a member of the Hehuan sect, possessing a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and was one of the elders of the sect. He was also the master of Zhao Yuan. Under his leadership, a faction of disciples from the Hehuan sect once sought to seize control of Maple Leaf City and eradicate the Lin family. However, centuries had passed, and the foundational strength of these immortal families had grown far beyond what it once was. Although the Hehuan sect had once held the name of an immortal sect, its decline had resulted in significant losses, ultimately being expelled from the city by the Lin family. In addition to the Lin family, Lu Fuchan had previously attempted an incursion into the Lu family's domain in Qitian City, only to return in defeat once more. This was also why, during the recent Spirit Pill Conference, the Lu family not only withdrew but also abandoned their pursuit of the newly discovered spirit mine. Lu Fuchan had initially hoped to target the Lin family, believing them to be an easy target. Alas, things had not gone as planned, and they suffered yet another setback. Among the 5 great immortal families, the Lin family was the weakest, if they could not overcome even them. The Hehuan sect's aspirations of restoring its former glory would be rendered impossible. After a year of silence, the undeterred Lu Fuchan resolved to strike once more. The middle-aged man, sensing his master's murderous intent, cast his gaze downwards, a bitter expression on his face. He could empathize with his master's desire to revitalize the sect. Yet he wondered how they would cope if such arrogance attracted the ire of the immortal sect. Master, what shall we do if this draws the attention of the Qingyuan sect? The middle-aged man could not help but ask. What can a mere Qingyuan sect do? Lu Fuchan scoffed. Despite his bravado, he was aware of the disparity between their sect and the Qingyuan sect, adding, our objective is to capture the women of the Lin family. Only with a sufficient number of women possessing spiritual roots can our sect continue to grow. By the time the Qingyuan sect realizes what has transpired, we will have vanished without a trace. Furthermore, once the Lin family has lost a significant number of their heirs, they will undoubtedly struggle to maintain control over this city, and it will eventually fall into the hands of the Hehuan sect. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated Lu Fuchan became, as if he could already envision the Hehuan sect flourishing anew under his guidance. Hearing these words, the middle-aged man finally felt reassured. Prepare yourself promptly. When you are in the city, be sure to exercise caution. Do not allow Lin Xiafeng to detect your presence. Lu Fuchan instructed with a wave of his hand. The middle-aged man bowed and took his leave. Lu Fuchan then turned his gaze toward the woman slumbering on the bed. His expression one of disdain. This woman was an ordinary person, and in terms of his cultivation methods of drawing energy from the ain, she offered little potential for enhancing his power. If he could capture all the women from the Lin family endowed with spiritual roots, he would stand a chance of forming his foundation. Upon returning from Shoshuan Hall, Zhou Luo informed his wives and concubines about the affairs of the Hehuan sect, advising them to refrain from venturing outside during this period. He remained apprehensive about the possibility of Bai Jian's abduction occurring once more. Consequently, he enlisted Su Changsheng to set up several mid-grade defensive formations. When Su Changsheng observed the formations that had only appeared in ancient texts, his gaze toward Zhou Luo shifted. He was taken aback. He had never anticipated that his counterpart not only possessed exceptional talent, but also had such a broad range of knowledge, even being familiar with the arrangement of these obscure formations. In that instant, Su Changsheng was once again struck by awe, igniting within him a desire to seek apprenticeship. He felt an overwhelming urge to inquire about the source of Zhou Luo's knowledge. However, knowing the gravity of the matter, he refrained from asking directly, understanding that discovery could lead to calamity rather than fortune. Thus, Su Changsheng remained silent, seizing the opportunity to humbly seek guidance on various matters. When the time felt right, Zhou Luo ventured confidently into the core area of the spiritual veins blessed land. On the 10th day of his entrance into this core zone, Lin Jishou, accompanied by the selected disciples of his family, piloted a massive flying vessel towards the immortal sect, to guard against potential ambushes from the Hehuan sect. The family had reinforced the vessel with a considerable number of personnel, even including an elder. After all, the young disciples aboard represented the family's hopes and could not be allowed to falter. On board the vessel, Lin Jishou and elder Lin Guangming engaged in conversation. The Hehuan sect truly is a formidable entity, resilient even in death, Lin Guangming remarked disdainfully, gazing out at the scenery ahead. Unfortunately, their cultivation methods, though against the natural order, yield rapid advancements, attracting many to their fold. Lin Jishou responded with a slight shake of his head. Master, please enjoy some tea. At that moment, Song Qingshu brought forth 2 cups of spiritual tea. Upon seeing this newly accepted disciple, Lin Jishou smiled, accepting the tea. Ultimately, they are but a congregation of vermin. A century hence, my Lin family will flourish, rendering them powerless. Lin Guangming chuckled in agreement. Indeed, whether it be the third miss Zhou Luo or Qishu, they are all the hopes for our family's resurgence. After taking a sip of the spiritual tea, he remarked, quite delightful. Elder, I believe you may be mistaken, Song Qishu interjected respectfully. Oh? What do you mean? Lin Guangming inquired with a gentle smile. The future is uncertain, and thus I believe we must proceed with caution, Song Qishu replied earnestly, his eyes glimmering with determination. Upon hearing this, Lin Guangming was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Indeed, one must not take things for granted. Otherwise, one is likely to stumble. Qishu, do not be disrespectful to elder eight. Lin Jishou admonished solemnly from the side. Song Qishu quickly lowered his head. I apologize, elder eight. It is of no consequence, it is only natural to harbor such thoughts. It is precisely this mindset that will ensure the enduring prosperity of our Lin family, Lin Guangming replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, a piercing sound of air being sliced through echoed ominously. In an instant, dozens of glimmering, sharp blades of light materialized in midair, their fierce momentum directed toward the individuals aboard the flying vessel. Enemy attack! Someone shouted urgently. Chapter 132, The Crisis of the Lin Family. No one anticipated that the journey to the immortal sect for study would be marred by an ambush. When the dozens of light blades descended upon them, many were caught off guard. However, Lin Jishou and Lin Guangming reacted swiftly. They simultaneously unleashed their powers, channeling their spiritual energy into the defense mechanism of the flying vessel. Instantly, the enormous craft radiated a brilliant glow, enveloping itself in a protective barrier. The sound of the light blades colliding with the shield echoed, crackling and popping, yet the vessel remained steadfast and scathed. Suddenly, a piercing cry pierced the air as a gigantic bird swooped down, upon which stood Lu Fuchen and several disciples of the Hehuan sect. Moreover, other flying vessels ascended from the ground, encircling them completely. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Lin Guangming's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, "Lu Fuchen, you truly are relentless." Lu Fuchen, hunched and arms crossed behind his back, sneered, "You Lin family have slain so many of my disciples. Surely, it is not unreasonable for me to retrieve a few in return." At this declaration, the young men and women aboard the vessel, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, displayed visible panic. "Humph, you think you can?" Lin Jisho replied, unfazed. With the robust defensive array of the massive vessel, he felt no concern regarding the siege. "Of course, it is not merely reliant on me," Lu Fuchen remarked, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Boom. In the next moment, a thunderous sound reverberated from within the vessel. All eyes turned toward the source, only to witness the defense mechanism being utterly destroyed. As the brilliance faded, the pale visage of Song Qingshu emerged, a smirk adorning his face as he regarded the two elders. "Elder 8, I mentioned the need for caution." The two elders were struck with terror. And Lin Jisho's fury erupted. "You are one of the Hehuan sect?" Song Qishu remained silent, suddenly unleashing an overwhelming aura. His cultivation surging from the 3rd to the 6th level of qi refinement. A surge of white spiritual energy emanated from him, propelling him forward. "Stop him!" Lin Guangming shouted. The guards aboard the vessel hastily attempted to impede his advance. At that moment, with the protective barrier compromised, the other Hehuan sect disciples surged forward, intent on attacking. Lin Jisho and Lin Guangming initially aimed to apprehend Song Qishu, but Lu Fuchen had already made his move. He extended his arm, a crimson beam slicing through the sky, imbued with formidable power, hurtling towards the group of young disciples. The two elders had no choice but to turn and defend against the onslaught. Yet, as they mobilized their spiritual energy, an unexpected pause ensued, their expressions shifting in alarm. The spiritual tea is tainted. Indeed, Song Qingshu had poisoned their spiritual tea. To avoid detection, the toxin was subtle and in minuscule quantities, merely sufficient to obstruct the flow of their spiritual energy. But that was more than adequate. Without hesitation, Lin Jisho shattered a yellow talisman, the family's communication talisman. The moment it broke, their family would be instantly alerted to their peril. Meanwhile, Lin Guangming lunged towards the crimson beam, forcibly channeling his spiritual energy to summon a towering azure water column. Boom! The water column crashed down upon the red light, shattering it into oblivion. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Fuchen felt no concern. He erupted into laughter. "Are you seeking aid? I fear the Lin family is currently too preoccupied to assist you." "What do you mean?" Lin Jisho retorted sharply. "Nothing of consequence. Merely that your esteemed disciple has administered some poison," Lu Fuchen replied. Lin Jisho's expression turned frosty, realizing he had invited a wolf into the fold. At that moment, Lu Fuchen charged forward. He was at the 9th level of qi training, his strength formidable enough to create tremendous upheaval with a mere strike. "Seeking death," Lin Jisho bellowed, his aura surging violently. Lu Fuchen's countenance shifted. 9th level of qi training? He had not anticipated Lin Jisho's cultivation to be at this level. A detail absent from his intelligence reports. Lin Guangming's face brightened upon sensing Lin Jisho's 9th level qi. It appeared there was still a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, disciples of the Hehuan sect launched their attacks, and the guards aboard the flying vessel began to channel their qi to fend off the adversaries. Boom, boom, boom. The two sides clashed. Fortunately, the number of guards heading to the immortal sect outweighed those from the Hehuan sect. Without the defensive formation, they would have been utterly outmatched. On the other side, although Lin Jisho possessed the 9th level of qi training, it was evident he had only recently broken through and was now afflicted by poison, rendering him no match for Lu Fuchen. Consequently, Lin Guangming had no choice but to join him in facing their foes. Meanwhile, within the Lin family, a significant incident unfolded just as Lin Jisho and the others departed. Several cultivators began to experience severe symptoms, including vomiting and exhaustion, indicative of poisoning. Initially, this seemed a minor issue, not widely disseminated. However, as time elapsed, an increasing number of family members exhibited similar symptoms, prompting the family to realize something was amiss. Lin Xianfeng personally led a team to investigate, ultimately discovering that all items in the family's general store had been poisoned, particularly the food supplies, which contained multiple toxins. This revelation sent shockwaves through the family, inciting widespread panic. The contents of the general store were meant for distribution among every family member, implying that all could potentially be poisoned. Most alarmingly, the family's alchemists found themselves powerless against these toxins. They could only temporarily suppress the poison's effects with detoxification pills, yet were incapable of fully neutralizing it. In the Patriarch and Apos' courtyard, Lin Tianxiong sat upon the throne in the Grand Hall, exuding authority as he gazed down at Lin Xianfeng. What have you discovered? We have yet to ascertain the details, but it is undoubtedly the Hehuan sect's doing, Lin Xianfeng asserted resolutely. And so? Lin Tianxiong's voice turned sharp. I require a solution. Even knowing the Hehuan sect was responsible did little to alleviate the urgency of the matter. The immediate priority was to swiftly concoct detoxification pills, otherwise the situation would only escalate further. I have already dispatched a message to Elder Liu, Lin Xianfeng replied. As soon as the words left his lips, a brilliant streak cut through the air, landing outside the grand hall. A figure hastily entered. It was the 10th elder, Lin Zhe. He was responsible for the family's logistics and could not escape blame for such a grave incident. Father, I have received a distress signal from Elder Liu. Lin Zhe exclaimed anxiously. Lin Tianxiong sprang to his feet, his voice fierce. What? Such a vicious plot. Lin Xianfeng silently uttered a remark as he lifted his gaze towards Lin Tianxiong. Patriarch, I shall lead the guards to provide assistance. Given that this poisoning incident transpired within the family, the guards residing outside had fortunately evaded the calamity. What if this is a ruse to draw us away? Lin Tianxiong retorted coldly. Although the poison was not lethal, it had indeed compromised the family's defensive strength. In the event that the Hehuan sect were to launch a sudden assault, the absence of the guards would render it exceedingly challenging to repel them. Moreover, as the poisoning incident first emerged, numerous disturbances instigated by the Hehuan sect had already manifested within the city. Were it not for the guards maintaining order, the city would have undoubtedly descended into chaos. This was precisely Lu Fuqing and Appo's scheme. He aimed to entrap the Lin family in a dilemma. Under such circumstances, should the Lin family dare to dispatch individuals, the city would surely suffer plundering at the hands of other disciples of the Hehuan sect. There was even the concern of whether they intended to strike against the Lin family directly. In the face of the family's safety, Lin Tianxiong was certainly reluctant to gamble. Yet at that moment, Lin Xianfeng, with a grave expression, insisted, Patriarch, the lives of the 6th elder and the 8th elder are of little consequence. But do not forget that there are other members of the family aboard the flying vessel. They represent the hope of the Lin family. Even if the Hehuan sect were to invade at this very moment, preserving their safety is paramount. Should the Lin family fall, as long as these hopes remain, we can rise anew. Furthermore, we have the Guardian Array. The Hehuan sect cannot breach it in a short span of time. As for Maple Leaf City, we can no longer afford to concern ourselves with it. His words resonated with authority, imbued with an air of undeniable conviction. Lin Tianxiong furrowed his brow deeply. After a prolonged silence, he ultimately arrived at a decision, addressing Lin Zhe, activate the Guardian Array. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianfeng comprehended the directive and transformed into a streak of light, departing the Grand Hall. Typically, the family strictly forbade high-altitude flight, as it was deemed a sign of disrespect. Yet at that moment, there was no time for such considerations. All were prohibited from venturing out, confined within their homes, awaiting the family's next command. As Lin Xianfeng vanished from sight, countless beams of light surged skyward from all directions of the Lin family estate, ultimately coalescing into a luminous barrier that enveloped the entire family edifice. Chapter 133, Antidote. Maple Leaf City, once a bustling thoroughfare, now lay in disarray. Lu Fuqing's disciple, a middle-aged man, stood atop a building, gazing down at the Lin family cultivators striving to maintain order, and sneered. Let us see how you choose this time. In the Lin family's security hall, Lin Xianfeng promptly summoned all the captains of the various squads. A stir arose among the squad leaders upon learning they were to leave Maple Leaf City. Hall Master, should we depart, the city will undoubtedly face invasion. One voiced his concern. Presently, disciples from the Hehuan sect had infiltrated numerous areas of the city, and even some family shops had been affected. If they were to abandon the city at this critical juncture, the Lin family would suffer significant losses. I am the Hall Master, Lin Xianfeng replied, his expression dark as he fixed his icy gaze upon the speaker. The others exchanged glances, apprehensive. Lin Fei, you will remain with 2 squads, the rest of you, gather your people. Without waiting for further protests, Lin Xianfeng produced 3 flying boats and cast them onto the ground. Faced with the sight of the boats and Lin Xuanfeng's steely demeanor, none dared to hesitate and hurriedly descended. Meanwhile, within the family, Lin Tianxiong convened a council of elders. Due to the sudden nature of the situation, only 5 elders were present. Do you have any solutions? Lin Tianxiong surveyed the 5, his tone grave. This poison is exceedingly peculiar. Since our family's alchemists cannot concoct an antidote, we find ourselves at a loss, the 3rd elder lamented. Without a poison master within the family to discern the nature of the toxin, they could only rely on the antidote pills. If those proved ineffective, they would be helpless. Lin Tianxiong furrowed his brow, remaining silent with a stern countenance. Head of the family, I suddenly recall someone, Lin Guangshuan interjected. Who? Lin Tianxiong inquired immediately. Zhou Luo. Lin Guangxuan leaned back in his chair, speaking nonchalantly. Upon hearing this name, the others present displayed expressions of confusion. Lin Guangxuan continued unhurriedly. The poisoning this time bears resemblance to the symptoms from the previous incident at the spirit mine. Perhaps he possesses a solution. The others exchanged glances, their confidence wavering. After all, if even the family's alchemist were at a loss, could he truly provide a remedy? Once Lin Guangxuan finished speaking, he fell silent, leaving the decision in Lin Tianxiong's hands. Zhe and Amp, Oppos, make the arrangements. If he truly has a solution, you shall assist him throughout, Lin Tianxiong finally declared. Understood. Lin Zhe promptly rose and departed. In the core area of the spiritual pulse-blessed land, Zhou Luo had just finished consuming a spirit-gathering pill and was meditating. Zhou Luo, the 10th elder is looking for you, a voice called from outside the training room. Looking for me? Zhou Luo felt puzzled. The individual had come during his seclusion. Could it be something of great importance? He stood and exited the training room. Lin Zhe had been waiting outside the building. Upon seeing Zhou Luo, he beamed with joy and approached swiftly. Son-in-law, you are finally out. Come with me. Where to, esteemed father-in-law? Zhou Luo asked, bewildered. To concoct an antidote. We shall discuss it on the way, Lin Zhe replied, pulling him along as they headed outside. Upon hearing the term detoxification, Zhou Luo felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing an unsettling chill at the back of his neck. Had his identity as a poison master been discovered? Fortunately, after Lin Zhe's explanation, he grasped the gravity of the situation that had unfolded within his family. Esteemed father-in-law, I must first make a trip to Zhou Garden, Zhou Luo declared, immediately after learning the details. Given the extensive spread of the toxin, he was particularly concerned for the numerous wives and concubines residing there. Lin Zhe initially intended for him to attend to the severely afflicted cultivators. However, upon witnessing Zhou Luo's resolute demeanor, he hesitated for a moment before conceding, very well. I shall accompany you. Before long, the two arrived at Zhou Garden, where the anticipated signs of poisoning were confirmed, especially among Lin Lan and several children. As they were mere mortals, their symptoms were particularly pronounced. The atmosphere within Zhou Garden was one of chaos, with everyone at a loss for solutions. Old Master Zhou, you finally arrived, Su Changsheng exclaimed, initially addressing him in a casual manner, but promptly changing his tone upon seeing Elder Lin Zhe. I am aware of the situation. I will go take a look, Zhou Luo stated, refraining from elaboration as he made his way to the main building. Inside the main structure, several women were bustling about in distress. They clutched their pallid children, their expressions fraught with anxiety and worry. Meanwhile, Lin Shi and Lin Jinxian, who possessed slightly higher cultivation levels, were continuously channeling their spiritual energy, attempting to alleviate the children's symptoms. Had the poison afflicted them, it might have been more manageable. However, the frailty of the children rendered them particularly vulnerable. Even if the toxin was not lethal, the relentless vomiting and diarrhea were enough to torment their delicate constitutions. The mothers, consumed by sorrow, had reddened eyes as they comforted their children, their anxiety reaching a fever pitch, fearful of any unforeseen mishaps. It was then that Zhou Luo arrived. Husband. The women exclaimed in unison, their faces lighting up with surprise. In that moment, it was as if they had glimpsed a ray of hope amidst the darkness, their previously despairing expressions transforming into ones of relief. Let me take a look, Zhou Luo said, hastening to the side of little Chang and Amp, Oppos, and channeling his spiritual energy. The others watched with bated breath, their eyes fixated on him, silently praying for a favorable outcome. Before long, Zhou Luo discerned the source of the poison. It was a high-grade toxin, comparable in potency to that which he had encountered previously beneath the spirit mine, yet yielding different effects. Upon identifying the toxin, Zhou Luo exhaled a sigh of relief, gently caressing little Chang and Oppos, and Oppos' pale face. Fear not, my dear Chang and Oppos, and your father will cure you. Fortunately, the toxin was not particularly potent, and the duration of exposure had been brief. Otherwise, these children might have faced grave danger. Little Chang'an weakly replied, handing Chang'an over to Lin Qinghan. Zhou Luo turned to Lin Zhe and remarked, esteemed father-in-law, this poison seems quite similar to the last one. That is splendid news. Can we concoct an antidote? Lin Zhe inquired, his spirits lifted. I must conduct further research, Zhou Luo feigned reluctance. Should he produce an antidote too swiftly, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Since the toxin posed no immediate threat to life, delaying a bit would not be problematic. Very well, I shall take you to see the others, Lin Zhe decisively stated. In light of this significant event, his anxiety surpassed that of anyone else, as he was solely focused on finding a swift resolution. My esteemed father-in-law, please conduct your research here. I must ensure the safety of my wife and children, Zhou Luo expressed earnestly. No problem, As long as you have a lead, I will immediately make the necessary arrangements. Just let me know what you require. Lindsay readily agreed. As long as they could concoct the antidote. Even if Zhou Luo insisted on preparing it in the head of the family's chamber, it was unlikely that his father would object. Yes, father-in-law, please help me procure these medicinal herbs. Zhou Luo listed several herbs, all of which were needed for the previous concoction. Even if mentioned, the family would not raise any suspicions. Lindsay diligently noted down the herbs and promptly made arrangements. Once he departed, Zhou Luo turned to his wife and children, reassuring them, "Do not worry. Everything will be fine." This statement brought a sense of relief to the women, easing their previously tense spirits. Chapter 134. Breaking the impasse. Half an hour later, Lindsay summoned all the alchemists of the family to the courtyard, bringing with them an abundance of medicinal herbs. "Son-in-law, how is the progress?" he inquired as he entered the main building, observing Zhou Luo feigning a study of the poison. "Esteemed father-in-law, it will take approximately another half hour," Zhou Luo replied deliberately. "That is reassuring. Please expedite the process. The city has descended into chaos." Lindsay exhaled with relief. Ever since Lin Xianfeng had reassigned the majority of the cultivators from the security hall, leaving only 2 small teams of guards, they were utterly incapable of containing the rampage of the disciples from the pleasure sect. In a mere half hour, many of the family's enterprises had been adversely affected. The smaller establishments were pillaged completely, while the larger ones, such as the auction house, though still under the protection of family guards, could not hold out for long. Outside the main building, the other alchemists were engaged in spirited discussions. "Do you believe Zhou Luo can truly devise a solution? I have my doubts. The toxicity is far too peculiar. I maintain that he is capable. I discerned his extraordinary talent in this regard back at the spirit mine. Are you suggesting he possesses a knack for poison crafting? The art of alchemy and poison making are intrinsically linked. Our family currently lacks a poison master, which has severely hampered us during this crisis. I believe he deserves cultivation." The opinions among the alchemists varied widely. Upon Lindsay's emergence, they immediately ceased their chatter. "Elder Ten, what news?" An elderly man stepped forward to inquire. "We require another half hour. Prepare yourselves. Once he has completed his research, we shall commence the alchemical process immediately," Lindsay instructed. Meanwhile, Lin Jishou and his companions, having been ambushed, found themselves in dire straits. The suddenness of the attack, compounded by the assistance of an insider, had resulted in substantial losses. Several family cultivators perished on the spot, while the survivors fought desperately. At this moment, the battlefield had shifted from the skies to the ground. The colossal flying vessel, besieged by the disciples of the pleasure sect, was on the verge of collapse. Devoid of power, the younger members of the family aboard the vessel huddled in the center, trembling with fear. Most of them were below the 5th level of chi refinement. And even those few with combat capabilities had never witnessed such a scene, lacking the courage to fight back. Conversely, the disciples of the pleasure sect were filled with fervor, asserting dominance from above. In the air, Lu Fuchen clashed fiercely with Lin Jishou and Lin Guangming. He laughed maniacally, his sword dancing like a dragon, exuding exquisite finesse, forcing the two to retreat continuously. "Do not struggle futilely," he proclaimed, his aged face radiating confidence. The two remained silent, unleashing their spiritual energy with reckless abandon. They understood that if the young members aboard the vessel were captured, the Lin family would suffer a devastating blow, one from which it might take a century to recover. The only solace for Lin Jishou was that disciples Zhou Luo and Lin Xin had not followed. On the ground, Lin family cultivators continued to fall. Originally numbering in the dozens, only a third remained. Yet, retreat was not an option. They could only resist with their lives. Their sole hope lay in the swift arrival of reinforcements from the family. Thus, the saga of the Lin family unfolded. In less than half an hour, Zhou Luo declared that he had identified the crux of the issue and instructed everyone to commence the alchemical process. This proclamation astonished the assembled alchemists, who eagerly inquired about the principles behind the detoxification elixir and the reasoning he had discerned. Zhou Luo had already prepared his explanation in advance. Once he had elucidated the essential points, Lindsay urged them to expedite the preparation of the elixirs. Currently, it was estimated that at least 600 individuals within the Lin family were afflicted with poisoning, and among the dozen or so alchemists present, each was required to concoct no fewer than 60 elixirs. Fortunately, the detoxification elixir was of medium grade. Had it been of superior quality, the workload would have been significantly greater. A quarter of an hour later, the first batch of detoxification elixirs was completed. Zhou Luo immediately administered them to his wife and children, and the results were immediate and gratifying. This brought great joy to the onlookers. Lindsay hurriedly took the remaining detoxification elixirs and distributed them among the family's cultivators. It was imperative to swiftly restore the family's combat capability. In Maple Leaf City, the once bustling streets were now in disarray. The common people and cultivators alike cowered in their homes, too fearful to venture outside. Only the disciples of the Huan sect rampaged through the streets. At this moment, before the Lin family auction house, a middle-aged man with a stern expression gazed intently at the faintly glowing magical formation. This man was Wang Tong, the eldest disciple of Lu Fuchen and the senior brother of Zhao Yuan. He had once been a distant relative of the Wang family, fortuitously chosen by Lu Fuchen to be taken as a disciple. Through the Huan sect and Appos' unique practices, he had ascended to become a seventh-layer Qi cultivator. Hurry, Wang Tong commanded in a low voice. Rest assured, this formation can sustain itself for at most the duration of a tea break, a disciple beside him responded. A tea break is not insignificant. Any delay could lead to unforeseen changes, Wang Tong remarked. Has and Appos, the Lin family activated their protective formation? They cannot assist us now. Another individual chuckled. Once the family's protective formation is engaged, it will isolate the interior from the exterior, rendering those inside unable to exit. The last time the Huan sect invaded, this very reason led to Elder Lin Guangping being besieged and severely injured. Currently, the Lin family is in a state of alarm, believing that the Huan sect is launching a full-scale invasion, which prompted the immediate activation of their protective formation. Little did they know that it was merely a faction of disciples wreaking havoc. They will soon realize the truth, Wang Tong continued. They are creating disturbances to instill fear in the Lin family, crafting an illusion of a widespread attack. However, such matters cannot remain concealed. Once the Lin family becomes aware, they will find it challenging to escape unscathed. Not good, Elder Wang. Just then, an urgent voice rang out. A flying shuttle streaked through the sky, and a panicked man leapt down from it. The Lin family has deactivated their protective formation, he exclaimed, his voice filled with terror. Wang Tong's countenance changed drastically. How can it be so swift? According to my calculations, the Lin family should not have detected it so quickly. I do not know. But a large contingent of guards is rushing here, the man replied. A large contingent of guards? Have they already concocted the detoxification elixirs? Wang Tong furrowed his brow, gazing at the dimming formation with a troubled expression. This auction house was one of the Lin family and Appos' most significant enterprises. Seizing it could yield a substantial influx of cultivation resources. Life is paramount. We must depart, Wang Tong resolved, clenching his teeth. This act of plunder was merely secondary. The primary focus lay with his master. Meanwhile, as an increasing number of detoxification pills were produced, the Lin family and Appos' nearly paralyzed internal affairs began to regain momentum. The family cultivators who first consumed the antidotes gradually restored their combat prowess. Concurrently, the family elders began to discern that this assault by the Huan sect was likely a feigned attack. After the formation was dismantled, there was an absence of Huan sect disciples, even those formidable cultivators at the 8th or 9th level of Qi refinement. The remaining elders, no longer willing to wait, ventured out of the family estate. Upon noticing the Lin family's movements, the Huan sect disciples scattered in disarray, fleeing towards the outskirts of the city. Chapter 135. Longevity Pill. In the afternoon of the following day, after Zhou Luo and the other alchemists had completed the refining of all the detoxification pills, fatigue began to weigh upon him from the relentless toil. During this time, sporadic news trickled in. The previously chaotic Maple Leaf City gradually regained its order as the family cultivators restored stability. The errant disciples of the Huan sect fled in disarray. Yet a third of them still met their demise. The extent of the damages incurred was still being assessed, but it was expected to be substantial. Fortunately, the family and Appos' vital industries had only sustained minor damages, remaining within acceptable limits. The sole source of Zhou Luo and Appos' concern was his master, Lin Jishou. According to Lin Zhe, the primary target of the Huan sect had been the family's younger members endowed with spiritual roots. Consequently, his master and the others would undoubtedly receive special attention. The family had dispatched reinforcements, yet no word had returned thus far. Lin Zhe urged him not to fret, for the flying vessel was equipped with a superior formation, capable of withstanding an assault for quite some time. Zhou Luo nodded. In such a predicament, there was little he could do but wait. That evening, news concerning his master finally arrived, revealing a situation even graver than he had anticipated. He hurried to Shouchuan Garden, where the family and Appos' significant figures had gathered. The family head, Lin Tianxiong, along with several elders, were in a room attending to his master and Appos' injuries. Zhou Luo was unable to enter and could only wait outside. Master is gravely injured. Lin Xian, standing beside him, remarked with a serious expression. Was and Appos' there a superior formation? Zhou Luo furrowed his brow. Lin Xian, wearing a solemn countenance, replied coldly. Song Qishu is affiliated with the Hehuan sect. The revelation sent a jolt through Zhou Luo. So that individual was from the Hehuan sect? No wonder the family had experienced such widespread poisoning. They had been infiltrated. In a bid for revenge against the Lin family, the Hehuan sect had expended great resources to place Song Qishu into the Spirit Pill Conference, where he had successfully gained the favor of various prestigious families, subsequently infiltrating the Lin family to seek an opportunity to poison them. Such a scheme was indeed terrifying. Particularly, the Lin family had believed they had stumbled upon a great advantage, failing to consider the implications. In retrospect, how could a rogue cultivator, lacking any substantial background, excel in the civil examination and rise to his current station? Unless, of course, one possessed exceptional talents like Zhou Luo. Moreover, Song Qishu had skillfully maneuvered the Lin family into a predicament. Had it not been for Lin Xianfeng's astute judgment, it was likely that Lin Zhishou and the others would not have returned at all. With a creak, the door swung open, and Lin Tianxiong and the others emerged with grave expressions. Head of the family, how is my master? Zhou Luo inquired anxiously. Not well, Lin Tianxiong replied. Had it not been for Elder Zhou sacrificing himself to block a sword for him, he might not have returned at all, although he has survived. You are aware of his advanced age. His life force was already waning, and this incident has exacerbated his condition. He may not have much time left. Currently, he is in a state of unconsciousness, and we cannot ascertain how long it will take for him to awaken. Lin Tianxiong's words were tactful, yet they conveyed the harsh reality of the situation. At the very least, he is in better condition than the seventh elder, not yet gravely wounded beyond recovery. May I go and see him? Zhou Luo inquired, his voice tinged with heaviness. Lin Tianxiong nodded in response. Go ahead. This time, you have saved the entire clan, and I shall ensure that a reward is dispatched to your estate. Zhou Luo had indeed accomplished a tremendous feat, and a reward was inevitable. After this exchange, he and the others departed quietly. Zhou Luo, however, was momentarily preoccupied, and he entered the room alone. On the bed lay Lin Zhishou, his complexion ghastly pale, his withered face now etched with numerous wrinkles, his eyes tightly shut. Zhou Luo silently took a seat beside him, extending his hand to rest upon Lin Zhishou's wrist. A stream of pure spiritual energy, under his control, flowed into the elder and Apos' body. Just as Lin Tianxiong had indicated, Lin Zhishou was indeed advanced in age, his bodily functions deteriorating. The recent battle had drained him completely, damaging his foundation, and those injuries would not mend swiftly. Nonetheless, with the infusion of spiritual energy from several elders, along with the assistance of certain healing elixirs, his injuries were manageable. The pressing concern, however, was that after this conflict, Lin Zhishou's lifespan might dwindle to less than half a year. Observing his master, who regarded him as if he were his own child, Zhou Luo felt a weight upon his heart. He could not bear to witness the elder's demise before his eyes. Moreover, he had yet to firmly establish himself within the clan, and should Lin Zhishou pass away, it would bring forth a myriad of complications. Foremost among these was the issue of the allegiance of the newly appointed sixth elder. It was certain that both the main family and the elder faction would fiercely vie for his allegiance. It seemed he must concoct a longevity elixir, Zhou Luo contemplated. The longevity elixir was a premier-grade medicinal pill, not particularly troublesome to create, though the required materials were exceedingly rare. Most importantly, the method of its refinement was exclusive to the immortal sect. After all, such a pill that could directly extend one and Apos' lifespan was regulated by the sect and would not be easily disseminated. All the long-lived families could at most produce some tonics to maintain health and enhance bodily functions. Access to the longevity elixir was utterly unattainable, given Lin Zhishou's condition. Only the longevity elixir could prolong his life. Yet, Zhou Luo currently lacked the necessary materials and would need to procure them. However, considering that Maple Leaf City had just endured a plundering, it was unlikely that he could find what he needed in the immediate future. He would have to wait a while longer. Stepping out of the room, he found Lin Xian awaiting him. Her expression a complex mix of emotions as she gazed at Zhou Luo. Without reservation, she asked, if Master truly passes away, what will you do? Zhou Luo refrained from answering, merely stating, let us wait until Master awakens. 3 days later, due to Lin Xuanfeng's timely intervention during the last attack, Lu Fuchen and his cohorts had been caught off guard and suffered significant losses. It would likely be a considerable time before they reappeared in Maple Leaf City. Consequently, the situation in the city had begun to stabilize, allowing Zhou Luo to venture out once more. Although the city had recently experienced turmoil, its grandeur as the largest metropolis within 1,000 miles remained unabated. Zhou Luo first visited the market to procure some basic materials. As for the remaining primary ingredients, he opted to head to the auction house. To avoid arousing suspicion, much like his previous encounter at the Qingyuan sect, He deliberately added several ingredients for concocting various other elixirs. Master Zhou, you should be able to procure these materials in the market, right? Linen inquired somewhat awkwardly. He thought to himself that his auction house was not merely a marketplace, it was dedicated to the sale of rare and precious items. While a few of the herbs might be acceptable, how could common materials find their way here? Is it not permissible? Zhou Luo retorted. His intention in naming these materials was not merely casual. He aimed to convey a message to his family regarding his intent to refine high-grade elixirs. Certainly, it is feasible. Linen replied, eager to appease this influential figure within the family. Master Zhou, I will ensure to gather these materials within 3 days, Linen assured him. Very well. Please deliver them to Zhou Garden in 3 days. Zhou Luo nodded as he departed. As anticipated, once he left, Linen promptly relayed the news to Lin Xiefeng. Presently, Lin Xiefeng was not inclined to concern himself with such matters. Upon hearing that Linen was merely refining elixirs, he paid it little heed. Chapter 136. Lin Jishou's awakening during the 3 days of waiting for the medicinal ingredients. Zhou Luo visited Lin Jishou daily. With the aid of the family elders and restorative elixirs, his injuries were gradually mending, yet he remained unconscious. According to the patriarch, even if he were to awaken, he would likely only have half a year to live. Consequently, the family, having just regained its composure, was once again rife with undercurrents. Both the main lineage and the great elders faction were contemplating how to ensure that the next sixth elder would be one of their own after Lin Jishou's passing. Currently, Zhou Luo was the most promising candidate for the position. Given his low cultivation realm, youth, and inexperience, he would be the easiest for both sides to manipulate. Regardless of any opposition within the family, his talent and potential would undoubtedly lead to his ascension to the position of sixth elder, propelled by both factions. Thus, in recent days, both sides had dispatched emissaries to sound him out. In response, Zhou Luo simply secluded himself, feigning profound grief and loss of appetite due to his master's grave injuries. This tactic left others with no recourse. 3 days later, Linen delivered all the materials to Zhou Yuan as agreed. This batch of ingredients cost Zhou Luo nearly 100 spiritual stones, with the most expensive being the primary components for the longevity pill. Fortunately, the family and Appos' cultivation rewards had significantly replenished his resources. With the materials in hand, Zhou Luo went directly to the alchemy room on the 3rd floor. Standing before the alchemic furnace and gazing at the ingredients on the table, his eagerness to concoct the longevity pill intensified. In merely a few days, his 2 prospective fathers-in-law, Linzai and Linda, had sought him out almost daily for discussions, subtly probing his thoughts on the upcoming elder position. In addition to them, numerous high-ranking figures, including some alchemists, had visited under the guise of paying respects. This occurred even while his master was still unconscious. Should he truly pass away suddenly, the situation would likely escalate, with both sides pressuring him to align himself. If he were currently at the 9th level of Qi training, becoming the 6th elder and wielding power within the family would be advantageous. However, he was only at the 4th level of Qi training, rendering him a mere pawn in the hands of these influential figures. He refused to live such a constrained and involuntary existence, and thus, he had to find a way to prolong his master's life. This was not only to repay his kindness and tutelage, but also to ensure his own continued and stable growth. Zhou Luo extracted some of the materials and placed them into the furnace, channeling his spiritual energy to ignite the flames. The raging fire flickered within the cauldron, initiating the extraction of the medicinal properties from the ingredients. Given that he was crafting a supreme-grade pill, Zhou Luo dared not be careless. He focused his mind, manipulating the flames and continuously refining the ingredients. Once nearing completion, he retrieved the remaining materials and, following the alchemic methods he had memorized, added them in the prescribed order. Alchemy comprises 5 crucial steps: adding the ingredients in sequence, extracting their medicinal properties, fusing the medicinal liquids, guiding with alchemic incantations, and finally, the formation of the pill. Each step is paramount, and even the slightest oversight can affect the final quality of the pill. As the last few primary ingredients were placed into the furnace, Zhou Luo unleashed his divine sense, meticulously extracting all the medicinal essences. After a considerable period, the medicinal herbs within the alchemical furnace had transformed into a shimmering golden elixir, bubbling with vitality. Though it appeared to be merely a liquid, the distinct properties of the various herbs resulted in intense interactions within. At such a moment, the alchemist and Appos' spiritual awareness was crucial for the amalgamation of the elixir. Thus, the strength of one and Appos' spiritual insight serves as a vital criterion for assessing an alchemist and Appos' prowess. Zhou Luo's spiritual awareness was inherently robust, and with the enhancement from the 4th level of refinement, he deftly maneuvered through each step of the process. Once the elixir was integrated, The next phase involved guiding it with the alchemical incantations. The principles of alchemy remain constant. They form the foundation of all medicinal concoctions. It is precisely because the method for crafting the longevity pill is held by the celestial sect that, despite knowing its ingredients, others are unable to replicate it. Zhou Luo's lips moved slightly as he directed the spiritual energy and released a significant amount of spiritual awareness, facilitating the final fusion of the golden elixir. Approximately half an hour later, a rich fragrance of the elixir wafted through the air, signaling the successful creation of the longevity pill. His pale complexion relaxed. But he had no time to assess the quality of the pill before collapsing into a round chair. The endeavor had drained his spirit, and an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him. The Lingxi jade at his chest emitted a faint glow, infusing his body with a refreshing sensation. Yet his spirit still felt somewhat languid. Creating just a single batch of pills should not have resulted in such exhaustion as it had in the past. Could it be due to the recent crafting of the detox pill? Yet, that seemed implausible. For the detox pill was merely a mid-grade elixir that required little of his mental energy. This could not be the primary reason. Was it perhaps due to the heightened frequency of intimate encounters? Zhou Luo murmured to himself. In recent days, he had been rather idle, striving to draw more rewards before venturing out, and thus, had been toiling every night. In the end, he failed to acquire any rewards but found himself utterly depleted instead. Fortunately, he had been refining his body. Otherwise, he might have been completely drained. It seemed evident that matters of intimacy could disrupt the balance of yin and yang. Without the dual cultivation techniques, such frequency would indeed be unsustainable. No wonder his success rate had diminished. During this period, he intended to take a pause, planning to enter seclusion for cultivation once his master awakened. After a brief respite, he rose to inspect the furnace. Inside, 3 golden longevity pills lay quietly. Due to the materials used, these pills could only extend life by 3 to 5 years. Zhou Luo intended to offer one to his master, while the remaining 2 were unnecessary for his own use, as his lifespan had already been extended to 140 years. The additional years would be a mere waste. He resolved to sell them during his upcoming journey, hoping to recoup his losses. Another 4 days passed before Lin Jishou finally regained consciousness. Zhou Luo, with the longevity pills in hand, hastened to the Shouchuan garden. Apart from him, other elders from the family had also gathered there. A multitude of thoughts swirled within the room as they convened. 6th Elder, I have brought you a primordial snow lotus obtained from the ancestral grounds. It will greatly benefit your injuries. Lin Tianxiong spoke first. He produced a pure, resplendent snow lotus and placed it beside Lin Jishou. The head of the family was thoughtful. Lin Jishou, though frail, expressed his gratitude. It is I who should be thanking you for your immense contributions to the family, Lin Tianxiong said gently. The once formidable patriarch exhibited an unusual warmth today. Simultaneously, the 2nd elder presented a spirit item beneficial for healing, echoing similar sentiments. The other elders also stepped forward, offering their pre-prepared gifts. Zhou Luo silently observed from the crowd. Thank you, esteemed elders, for your concern, but I am acutely aware of my own condition. Accepting these would be a waste. Please take them back, Lin Jishou said, leaning against the bed, repeatedly declining. The assembly's heart stirred. Indeed, the 6th elder could hardly endure much longer. Master, I too have something to present to you. Zhou Luo suddenly spoke. The high-ranking members turned their attention toward him. Zhou Luo stood there with a respectful demeanor. Disciple, how can I accept your offering? Lin Jishou rejected outright. Following the betrayal he had recently endured, he grew increasingly appreciative of Zhou Luo, a disciple devoted to the family. He had initially contemplated whether to pass his position to an outsider upon his return to the heavenly Tao, but now such worries had vanished. Master, this item is of great benefit to you. You will surely need it, Zhou Luo insisted. The other high-ranking members displayed expressions of skepticism, wondering what remarkable gift a mere child could possibly offer. Chapter 137, Rising Prestige in the Chambers of the Shouchuan Hall. The room was filled with esteemed elders of the clan. The presence of Zhou Luo here was the result of the tacit approval of these influential figures, for they hoped to seize this opportunity to persuade Lin Jishou to ultimately bequeath the position of elder to him, thereby enabling them to exert control over him. At this moment, Zhou Luo stood at the back, displaying utmost humility, insisting that his master must accept this gift. Lin Jishou, filled with curiosity, pondered whether what Zhou Luo presented could possibly surpass the innate snow lotus bestowed by the ancestral land. It is well known that the innate snow lotus is a unique spiritual herb, possessing remarkable efficacy in healing and enhancing one's physique. Nevertheless, moved by the sincerity of his disciple, Lin Jishou gestured. Then let me see what you have brought. Zhou Luo bowed and stepped forward, presenting a wooden box with both hands. The elders nearby turned their gazes towards him, intrigued by the source of his confidence. Lin Jisho extended his aged right hand to receive the box and opened it. Instantly, a flash of golden light illuminated the room, accompanied by an intense fragrance of elixir that wafted through the air. The faces of the gathered elders turned pale with shock as they fixated on the golden elixir within the box. The Zhou Yuan Dan. In an instant, all the elders present gasped in astonishment, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Lin Jisho too stared in a daze at the golden elixir, rendered momentarily speechless. Master, I am aware of your dwindling lifespan. This Zhou Yuan Dan was a fortuitous find, and I implore you to accept it, Zhou Luo spoke slowly. Though the method of crafting the Zhou Yuan Dan was controlled by the immortal sect, it was still available in the market, as disciples of the sect sold it annually. After all, every medicine carries its own risks, and even an elixir that extends life is no exception. No one would rely solely on such elixirs to prolong their lifespan. Thus, the surplus Zhou Yuan Dan naturally trickled into the secular world. However, its rarity rendered it exorbitantly priced in the market. Zhou Luo's claim of a fortuitous acquisition, while potentially raising eyebrows, would likely only lead others to believe he was merely fortunate, rather than suspecting he had crafted it himself. After a long pause, Lin Jisho finally regained his composure, his murky gaze igniting with brilliance as he beheld the golden elixir with fervent eyes. He could ascertain that this was indeed a genuine Zhou Yuan Dan. A decade prior, he had consumed one, but acquiring another in the current market would be an arduous task. Lin Jisho looked towards Zhou Luo, yet before he could articulate his thoughts, Zhou Luo interjected, Master, I am still young and do not require the Zhou Yuan Dan at this moment. It is far more suitable for you to take it. Zhou Luo's expression was earnest, his gaze sincere. These words sent a tremor through the other elders present, who exchanged glances in disbelief. While they too possessed Zhou Yuan Dan, they would never consider parting with them. Such invaluable elixirs, capable of extending one's life, could not be traded for any amount of gold. They were a precious lifeline, a hope for a few more years of life in pursuit of foundation establishment. Human nature is inherently selfish, especially when confronted with the specter of death. Thus, when they witnessed Zhou Luo selflessly presenting the longevity pill, an overwhelming sense of astonishment enveloped them. Particularly, Lin Jisho comprehended the extraordinary value of the longevity pill. Upon encountering Zhou Luo's profoundly sincere gaze, the elderly man's heart swelled with emotion. Trembling, he gently closed the wooden box, grasped Zhou Luo's hand, and with tears glistening in his eyes, exclaimed, I have taken in a remarkable disciple. The other elders, regaining their composure, expressed their admiration for Zhou Luo's altruistic spirit. In that moment, their perception of this son-in-law transformed entirely. Humans, despite their inherent selfishness, are also beings of sentiment. When they observed matters from an outsider's perspective, they invariably found themselves touched by such displays of humanity's brilliance, naturally leading them to extol the individual involved. Ultimately, Lin Jisho accepted the longevity pill. The assembly did not pursue inquiries regarding how Zhou Luo acquired the precious elixir, for such details held little significance. Subsequently, Lin Tianxiong presented Zhou Luo with some cultivation rewards, albeit modest, yet reflective of goodwill. Soon, this incident reverberated throughout the entire clan. When the members learned that Zhou Luo had donated a longevity pill for the sake of the sixth elder, their astonishment knew no bounds, and they expressed deep respect for his selfless spirit. Those among the Lin family who had previously been indifferent towards him transformed into fervent admirers, extolling his virtues. Yet, Zhou Luo remained unfazed by these developments. He had commenced his cultivation within the heart of the spiritual vein and Appos, blessed land. With only 11 months remaining until the appointed time, he aimed to achieve a complete breakthrough to the 5th level of Qi cultivation during this period. Meanwhile, news of the Lin family and Appos' predicament reached the Qingyuan sect, inciting their furious wrath. Ordinarily, they would disregard attacks by the disciples of the Hehuan sect against the Changsheng family. However, the timing of this particular incident, coinciding with their journey to the immortal sect for studies, was perceived as a blatant provocation. Consequently, the sect dispatched a multitude of outer disciples to track down these assailants, intent on obliterating them entirely. In a short span, the entire Qingyuan domain was rife with trepidation, as numerous nefarious practitioners bearing the Hehuan sect and Appos' banner faced reckoning, forced to flee to other territories. For months later, as Zhou Luo was in seclusion, a series of notifications echoed in his ears. Congratulations! The host and Appos' 10th offspring has been born, granting a 50-year lifespan enhancement. Due to this offspring possessing a 6th grade spiritual root, the host receives 15 aptitude points. Current aptitude, 9th grade spiritual root, 35-100, an exhilarating wave of prompts invigorated Zhou Luo. He had not anticipated the birth of yet another child with a 6th grade spiritual root. This time, he chose not to emerge from his retreat. as he was on the verge of a critical breakthrough, estimating that within 4 months, he would ascend to the 5th level of qi cultivation. As for the child and Apos' name, he had already decided. If a boy, he would be called Zhou Changel. If a girl, Zhou Shiyao. This marked his 10th child. Excluding the year dedicated to studies at the immortal sect, he had, over a span of 4 years, averaged at least 2 children annually. A pace that could hardly be deemed rapid. However, as the number of children increased, the initial joy of becoming a father had faded, leaving him somewhat indifferent towards the newborns. Only the rewards from the system could elicit a flicker of excitement within him. It is no wonder that ancient emperors could treat the slaying of their own sons with such casualness, devoid of any familial affection. Zhou Luo increasingly comprehended this sentiment. Moreover, with the growing number of children, distinctions in treatment naturally emerged. The paths of those endowed with spiritual roots and those without would diverge significantly in the future. This was an inevitable trend. Zhou Luo found himself powerless to alter it. The only thing he could do was strive to maintain the harmony of his household. As for the management of the family, he trusted that his numerous wives and concubines would handle it adeptly. Discarding these thoughts, Zhou Luo swallowed the final spirit-gathering pill and resumed his cultivation. Chapter 138. The 5th layer of qi cultivation. Time flew by, and it had been over 3 months since Zhou Luo welcomed his 10th child. Both Lin Yi and Lin Zier, his sisters-in-law, had each given birth to a child. Yet neither possessed spiritual roots, resulting in a mere 20 years of lifespan. Zhou Luo had gradually come to terms with this reality, understanding that such matters could not be forced. Moreover, his lifespan enhancement had now reached 200 years, nearly rivaling that of foundational cultivators, alleviating any concerns about the depletion of his life force. The current priority remained the enhancement of spiritual root quality, thus shifting the focus to Lin Shi, Lin Jinxian, and Bai Jian. Although this may seem inequitable, he felt compelled to make such choices, as matters of romance often hindered cultivation. Without the means for dual cultivation, he had to make sacrifices. After 8 months of seclusion, Zhou Luo had touched upon the threshold of the 5th layer. Continuing his arduous training would yield diminishing returns, prompting his return to Zhou Garden to pursue his ambitions of fatherhood. After all, conception offered opportunities for rewards, and childbirth not only extended lifespan but also improved spiritual root quality. Indeed, the pursuit of offspring was his principal endeavor. Had it not been for physical limitations, he would have spent the entirety of these 8 months within the spiritual vein and Apos' auspicious grounds. Upon his return to Zhou Garden, he was greeted by the sight of his eldest child, Zhou Chang'an, now 5 years old. With the aid of the spirit-gathering technique and innate vital energy, he had successfully embarked upon the path of cultivation, becoming the most nascent of qi cultivators. However, with only a 9th-grade spiritual root, his progress remained exceedingly sluggish. The quality of one's spiritual root fundamentally dictated their lifetime accomplishments. Even Zhou Luo, bolstered by system rewards and various aids, such as spirit-gathering pills and the fire spirit ring, had only recently approached the threshold of the 5th layer after more than 5 years. Had he been a cultivator with a mid-grade spiritual root, he would likely have already attained the 5th layer and be striving for the 6th. Zhou Luo was not overly disheartened by this. With a long lifespan ahead, he resolved to endure and outlast those so-called prodigies. Upon his return to Zhou Garden, he first offered guidance to the young ones in their cultivation. Aside from Zhou Chang'an, the children possessing spiritual roots, Shiwen, Shi, and Changshu, had commenced their training. He imparted the spirit-gathering technique to these 3 youngsters, instructing them to keep it confidential. They nodded in agreement. During his seclusion, Master Lin Jixio, after consuming lifespan-enhancing pills, appeared rejuvenated, temporarily alleviating concerns regarding his longevity. Regrettably, the effects of the pills were limited, and coupled with his prior injuries, he could only expect to live an additional 3 to 5 years. Upon learning of Zhou Luo's emergence from seclusion, the ailing elder visited Zhou Garden. Upon witnessing the multitude of children and wives surrounding Zhou Luo, he earnestly advised him against becoming overly indulgent in romantic pursuits, urging him to focus on cultivation and alchemy to avoid squandering his exceptional talents. Zhou Luo readily acquiesced and promptly immersed himself back into his endeavors of procreation. Simultaneously, he learned from Lin Jixio that children born without spiritual roots would be sent to the secular world upon reaching the age of 10. For the immortal sect, the longevity clan represents the mundane world. Conversely, for the longevity clan, the world outside the family is deemed secular. Take Maple Leaf City, or perhaps the other small towns in the vicinity. Since these children lack spiritual roots and are destined to remain ordinary in this lifetime, their only role within the family would be menial labor. Rather than confining them to the status of servants, it would be more prudent to release them, allowing them the opportunity to explore the secular realm. With the Lin family's esteemed reputation in other small towns, It can at least ensure that these children will lead lives free from want, and perhaps even carve out a name for themselves in the martial world. This notion weighed heavily on Zhou Luo, caught off guard by the realization. After all, these are his own kin. And the thought of them departing at such a tender age is undeniably disconcerting. He recalled a saying, to accept the ordinariness of one's parents, to embrace one's own mediocrity, and to come to terms with the simplicity of one's children. The first two aspects he might still salvage. But the last is beyond remedy. Perhaps it is for the best. Without the ability to cultivate, they would face immense pressure within the family. It would be wiser for them to venture into the secular world and live as joyful, affluent individuals, ultimately enjoying their twilight years. Moreover, by allowing these children to gain experience in the secular realm early on, when the time comes for him to establish his own lineage, they may indeed lend a hand in his endeavors. After all, a longevity clan cannot solely focus on cultivation. It must also manage enterprises to ensure a continuous flow of wealth for the family. On the 10th day back in Zhou Garden, while meditating in the training chamber, Zhou Luo suddenly felt a surge of energy within him, a powerful spiritual essence erupting forth. His originally volleyball-sized dantian expanded dramatically, releasing a torrent of spiritual energy that enveloped him in a radiant glow. He had finally reached the 5th level of qi refinement. After 5 years of diligent practice, this milestone marked a pivotal turning point for a qi refinement practitioner. From this moment onward, he could effortlessly cultivate combat techniques and engage in battles using spiritual energy, thus truly becoming a part of the realm of cultivation. Though he occupies the lowest tier within this realm, it is nonetheless an auspicious beginning. Zhou Luo opened his eyes, their star-like brilliance gleaming with joy and exhilaration. Among practitioners with 9-grade spiritual roots, his speed of advancement was already remarkable, even rivaling that of those with mid-grade roots. This was primarily due to the various enhancements he had received. In his pursuit of cultivation, he had also expended a significant amount of spiritual stones. Fortunately, the rewards he had obtained were ample. Otherwise, sustaining this progress would have been challenging. He rose slowly, the moon-white robe gifted by Wang Xian shimmering splendidly, as if celebrating his breakthrough. Standing before the copper mirror, he beheld his tall figure and distinctly handsome features, gracing himself with a serene smile. At this moment, he radiated an air of unshakable composure and tranquility, enhanced by the resplendent moon-white robe, exuding an aura of nobility. Truly, the attainment of the 5th level of qi refinement had transformed his presence. With this milestone achieved, it was time to complete the 3rd phase of the giant bear body refinement technique. As he stepped out of the room, his numerous wives and concubines noticed an indescribable change in him, a transformation that compelled them to draw closer. Even the servants in the Zhou residence inexplicably developed a sense of familiarity. Zhou Luo was unaware that at the moment of his breakthrough, the reward he had once drawn for enhancing affinity was quietly undergoing a transformation. This change was subtle, yet it undeniably existed. He mistakenly attributed it solely to the effects of his breakthrough. Upon arriving outside the main building, he serendipitously encountered Changsheng. "Brother Zhou, what realm have you attained now?" Changsheng inquired, scrutinizing Zhou Luo. He sensed a shift in the latter's demeanor, but could not discern his true level of cultivation. 5th layer of qi training. Zhou Luo replied nonchalantly. At this revelation, Changsheng was utterly astounded, staring at Zhou Luo in disbelief. "You've truly reached the 5th layer of qi training? Good heavens!" As a practitioner with a 7th grade spiritual root, he had toiled for over 5 years to barely reach the mid-stage of the 4th layer. Yet, here was Zhou Luo, already at the 5th layer. Was he not a 9th grade spiritual root? In that moment, Changsheng's mind was reeling, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. "Indeed," Zhou Luo affirmed, calmly departing. Changsheng, however, remained rooted to the spot, as if struck by lightning, his mind in a state of turmoil, unable to regain its composure. Chapter 139. Profiting from alchemy. Having just achieved a breakthrough, Zhou Luo did not pause. Making his way directly to the room where he usually refined his body, retrieving the materials he had meticulously prepared. He estimated that he was nearing the completion of the 3rd stage of body refinement, believing that just 2 more sessions would suffice. At that point, fortified by the robustness of his physical form and complemented by the 5-element sword technique and the wind shadow technique, he would be well equipped to ensure his safety during excursions. An hour later, as he emerged from the room, Changsheng appeared once more, announcing, "Brother Zhou, the materials you requested have arrived." Since learning of Zhou Luo's ascension to the 5th layer of qi training, Su's gaze had taken on a complex nuance. In his eyes, Zhou Luo's journey, having traversed such heights with a 9th grade spiritual root, was deserving of both respect and admiration. Yet, simultaneously, it was this very 9th grade spiritual root that had severed Su and Oppo's own path to immortality. Changsheng pondered, If only his friend possessed a mid-grade spiritual root. Coupled with his talents in alchemy and array formation, along with an extraordinary cultivation speed, he would undoubtedly achieve immeasurable success in the future. Alas, fate had already sealed their destinies. Zhou Luo was destined to remain a vassal within another Endowed's family. Unaware of Su and Appo's contemplative expression, Zhou Luo strode purposefully towards the alchemy room on the third floor of the main building, his storage bag in hand. Upon entering the alchemy chamber, he beheld an abundant array of materials, a smile gracing his features. During his time at home, he had specifically asked Lennon to gather the ingredients for longevity pills. Of course, Lennon was only aware that Zhou intended to practice alchemy. Seeing the eclectic assortment of materials, he presumed they were simply for high-grade elixirs and paid little heed. After successfully concocting the longevity pill for Lin Zhou Luo had observed the reactions of his family members and realized that this rare longevity pill might yield him significant wealth. However, he had been preoccupied with his breakthrough to the 5th layer of Qi training at that time, so he temporarily set the matter aside. Once he emerged from seclusion, he had kept this endeavor at the forefront of his mind, contacting Lin on the first day back to request the materials. It must be said, the ingredients for the longevity pill, particularly the 2 primary herbs, were indeed challenging to procure. After an extended period, Lin finally managed to gather them. This outing presented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Zhou Luo. He did not intend to simply seek clues. After all, if someone else had already seized the opportunity, his efforts would be in vain. Thus, he planned to refine as many pills and spirit talismans as possible in the remaining months. When the time came, he could sell them, reaping substantial profits. Among the various elixirs, the longevity pill was undoubtedly the most precious, and it would be his primary focus for refinement. Regrettably, with the materials he had gathered, he could only concoct a vial containing approximately 20 pills. It appeared he would need to source additional materials before embarking on his journey. 5 days later, Zhou Luo successfully utilized all the materials, ultimately producing 25 longevity pills, which, when combined with the 2 he had left over, totaled 27. Currently, the market price for a longevity pill had skyrocketed to 500 spirit stones each. What does 500 spirit stones signify? In Fenghe City, a slightly remote property was valued at just over 400 spirit stones. One could purchase a house with a single first-tier elixir. Only the longevity pill seems capable of such a feat at this price. After deducting material costs, he could earn at least over 13,000 spirit stones, a truly staggering profit. It is understandable, for this is a pill that directly enhances one and Appo's lifespan. In the realm of cultivation, longevity is the ultimate pursuit for countless cultivators who strive relentlessly. With sufficient lifespan, one can continuously break through and progress, ultimately achieving immortality. This is especially crucial for those cultivators on the brink of a breakthrough. An additional 3 to 5 years of lifespan could potentially translate into hundreds of years. Thus, the significance of longevity is self-evident. The longevity pill once became the most sought-after medicinal concoction on the market, often priced beyond reach. The Qingyuan sect imposes strict limits on the distribution of the longevity pill to the mundane world each year. Aside from the 5 great families of longevity which receive a portion, most of what circulates in the market is intercepted privately, with only a minuscule fraction making it into public hands. Were it not for the Qingyuan sect's regulations and the prohibition on divulging the methods of pill crafting, this elixir would not have been inflated to such exorbitant prices. They likely did not anticipate that Zhou Luo would uncover the crafting techniques. Currently, this batch of longevity pills cannot be released, particularly not for sale in Maple Leaf City, lest it draw unwanted scrutiny. Zhou Luo plans to devise a method to sell them when he ventures out. After crafting the longevity pills, Zhou Luo felt no fatigue whatsoever. Indeed, moderation brings its own rewards. With renewed vigor, he proceeded to inscribe a new batch of high-quality spirit talismans. As for the premium talismans, he intended to keep those for personal use. In the following days, he created 10 more high-quality spirit talismans along with some additional pills. Initially, he intended to continue, but the materials required for both pill crafting and talisman making proved excessively costly. Currently, he found himself in a tight financial situation. If he were to persist, not only would he be unable to craft the necessary talismans and pills, but he would also jeopardize the daily upkeep of the Zhou garden. One evening, inspired by a sudden impulse, Zhou Luo ventured alone to an open area in the backyard. In his hand was the medium-grade magical artifact, the Xiantian sword, which he had previously won from Luan at the immortal sect. The silver-white blade shimmered under the moonlight, its smooth and bright surface reflecting Zhou Luo's star-like eyes. A stir of energy coursed through him. A powerful surge of spiritual energy flowed through his meridians into his palm, infusing the sword. With a clang, the Xiantian sword erupted in radiant white light, emitting a crisp, ringing sound. Now that he had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, it was time to test the might of the first skill of the 5-element sword art, the golden rainbow piercing the sun. As a gift from the system, Zhou Luo could wield this sword technique without the need for comprehension or practice. Previously, due to insufficient spiritual energy, his swordplay lacked intent despite its form. Now, having stepped into the 5th level, he could distinctly perceive the connection he shared with the magical artifact. Bathed in moonlight, Zhou Luo stood poised in his moon-white robe. His gaze piercing. A shimmering aura enveloped him, and an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy surged forth like a mighty river. The Xiantian sword in his hand grew increasingly radiant and fierce. He slightly parted his lips, fixed his gaze upon a stout tree not far away, and swung the sword into motion. As the Xiantian sword was raised, a radiant golden light emerged upon its surface, suffusing it with a rich essence of gold. The golden rainbow pierced the heavens. Accompanied by Zhou Luo's movements, the sword emanated a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the night sky with its resplendent glow. Infused with an immensely terrifying power, a colossal golden arc traversed the void, propelled by his precise control, hurtling towards the great tree. With a thunderous roar, the terrifying might of the sword erupted, sending the golden arc crashing down upon the tree, unleashing a cataclysmic sound that reverberated throughout the surroundings. As a powerful force radiated outward in all directions, simultaneously, the ethereal lights flickered around, activating the formation to isolate the residual shockwaves. As the golden light dissipated, the towering tree, once over 2 meters high, was reduced to mere wood shavings. Zhou Luo's expression flickered with astonishment. He had not anticipated the overwhelming power of the golden rainbow. Yet, after executing this technique, he sensed that a third of his spiritual energy had been depleted from his dantian. This was after the enhancement of his dantian. Had he been at the 4th level of Qi training, he would have likely been unable to unleash even a single strike. Chapter 140, The Symbolic Treasure. The following day, as Zhou Luo descended the stairs, Su Chang and Appos, and hurriedly approached him. "Brother Zhou, something terrible has happened. It seems a thief has invaded Zhou Garden," he stated with a grave expression. "How is that possible?" Zhou Luo exclaimed, his face draining of color. How could he be unaware of such a breach? What was the intruder's intent? Was it a plot from the family, or perhaps agents of the Hehuan sect? Countless questions surged through his mind. It was known that the entire Zhou Garden was fortified with mystical formations if someone had managed to infiltrate silently. That would indeed be alarming. A sense of crisis washed over him as he surveyed his surroundings. Su Chang and Appos, and lowered his voice and spoke earnestly. "I have no idea how the intruder gained entry. However, the large tree in the backyard has vanished without a trace. I instructed the servants to search, and nothing else is missing, only that tree." He pondered aloud. Could it be that tree was some kind of treasure? Has it been uprooted and taken away by someone coveting it? Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo paused momentarily, recalling the piles of wood shavings from the previous night. His expression turning somewhat awkward. "Ahem, that was nothing to worry about. It was my doing." Su Chang'an looked puzzled, wondering why his friend had uprooted a tree for no apparent reason. Perhaps it was merely a matter of personal taste? Nevertheless, since it was not a theft, he chose not to press the issue further. Zhou Luo had not anticipated the situation would turn out to be so embarrassing. He had genuinely believed they had been robbed. Thankfully, it was merely a false alarm. After breakfast, Zhou Luo visited the general goods store. Following the recent poisoning incident within the family, the guards at the store had doubled, and a supervision team had been established specifically to oversee food safety. This visit was not for shopping, rather. He intended to sell off some unwanted magical artifacts, for he could not rely solely on Lin Xian and Wang Yue for financial support. After successfully acquiring a sum of spirit stones, he returned to Zhou Garden and began practicing the art of windwalk. Before stepping into the 5th level of Qi training, he had diligently studied this technique, and now he was finally able to unleash its full potential. A month later, through Zhou Luo's tireless efforts, Bai Jian became pregnant once more. Congratulations to the host for diligently ensuring that their partner has conceived, granting an opportunity for a lottery draw. At last, the prospect of a lottery was upon him. Filled with joy, he entered the lottery interface. The white wheel floated steadily in the void, its 7 sections unchanged. He hoped for something splendid. As he gazed upon the familiar wheel, a flicker of tension and anticipation crossed his face. The appointed departure time was fast approaching. If he could acquire something to enhance his combat prowess before then, it would be most fortuitous. Heaven forbid it be another instance of innate energy, a boon for offspring. That would truly be a disaster. Silently, Zhou Luo offered his prayers, and with a subtle shift of focus, he initiated the lottery. The next moment, a golden orb materialized, spinning atop the white wheel. As Zhou Luo watched intently, the golden light gradually slowed, ultimately coming to rest in another section. Another one? A wave of anxiety washed over him. Fear not what may come. Indeed, it seems to be the essence of innate energy. No. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Frozen Spear Talisman. The reward has been automatically allocated to the host's backpack. Please check. A talisman? Upon hearing the notification, Zhou Luo was momentarily stunned, then his spirit surged with exhilaration. It was not merely innate energy but a talisman. Goodness, this is indeed a talisman. He had specifically sought knowledge about talismans before. Moreover, during his time at the spiritual mine, he had witnessed a powerful member of the Lu family demonstrating the prowess of a talisman. As an item that exists between talismans and magical artifacts, its might is indisputable. Even the most ordinary talisman can dominate during the Qi refinement stage. Most astonishingly, even with his cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement, he could still wield this treasure. Zhou Luo never anticipated he would draw such a remarkable item. With this talisman in hand, as long as he does not provoke a foundation establishment expert during his outing, he could traverse the world with confidence. Upon acquiring this talisman, Zhou Luo was instantly enveloped by a sense of invincibility. He eagerly gazed at the talisman icon in his backpack. Talisman, Frozen Spear. Description: the Ice Fairy has sealed the power of the mid-grade magical artifact, the Frozen Spear, within the talisman, enhanced by refining skills, transforming it into a treasure. Upon use, it can summon a domain of ice, where enemies are besieged by icy energies, possessing 30% of the spear's might. Note: after 3 uses, the talisman requires re-energizing. Only those in the Foundation Establishment realm can unleash its full power. Those in the Qi Refinement realm can only utilize a fraction of its might. Essentially, a talisman is a form of talisman, wherein formidable means encapsulate a portion of the power from magical artifacts or spells within the talisman, which can then be invoked. The Frozen Spear is crafted based on a mid-grade magical artifact. Magical artifacts are entities reserved for cultivators above the Golden Core stage. Zhou Luo had only encountered relevant descriptions in his family's ancient texts. Given his current level of cultivation, it is uncertain when he would ever have the opportunity to handle a magical artifact. Although talismans forged using magical artifacts as mediums and spirit symbols as the Foundation may not match the original's power, even a mere 30% of its might is sufficient to overwhelm Qi refinement cultivators. As for Foundation establishment experts, Zhou Luo had not tested it, and thus could not ascertain their resilience against it. The only lamentable aspect is that this talisman can only be used thrice. After 3 uses, it will deplete its energy, rendering it a mere trinket, unless he can locate the Ice Fairy mentioned in the description to assist in reforging a new talisman. At present, he is wholly unqualified to engage with her. Therefore, these 3 uses appear particularly precious. Furthermore, the fact that a Qi refinement practitioner can only unleash a portion of its might adds to Zhou Luo's discomfort. With his cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement, even if he consumes a temporary potency-enhancing elixir, he can barely activate this talisman once. After that, he would be left vulnerable, at the mercy of his adversaries. Zhou Luo had initially envisioned sweeping across the world with this talisman. However, it now seems that this talisman must be reserved as a last line of defense, only to be utilized in life or death situations. Otherwise, if the enemy resolves the issue, one would be rendered ineffective, allowing others to seize the advantage. After perusing all the information regarding the Ice Spear, Zhou Luo's enthusiasm waned significantly. It appears he must continue to enhance his strength. Ideally, he should wait until reaching the Foundation Establishment stage before utilizing this talisman, for only then can its full power be unleashed. Reining in his thoughts, Zhou Luo succumbed to slumber. In the following days, he remained industrious. Capitalizing on the spirit stones acquired from selling treasures, he procured another batch of materials, intending to concoct a selection of high-grade elixirs for profit. The cycle of purchasing materials, refining pills, selling the elixirs, and then acquiring more materials ensued perpetually. Such is the plight. Without financial resources, one is hindered in every step. However, his frequent transactions caught the attention of Lin Xianfeng. Ever since the earlier confrontation with Lu Fuchan, Lin Xianfeng had been recuperating and attending to family affairs. Now that he found himself with some leisure time, he unconsciously redirected his gaze towards Zhou Luo. He had already heard of how Zhou Luo had once again rescued the family by concocting detoxification pills, and later, selflessly presented a longevity pill for his master. While an ordinary person might laud Zhou Luo for such deeds, in Lin Xuanfeng's eyes, these matters warranted deeper contemplation. Chapter 141. Departure from the family. Lin Xianfeng believed he understood Zhou Luo well. Hence he did not think that the latter would genuinely be so selfless as to present a longevity pill. Such a pill was an object of desire for countless Qi-refining cultivators. Even prominent figures like Lin Zhishou could not procure one from their family. He was certain that Zhou Luo was aware of the rarity and value of this item. If that were the case, then he must have ulterior motives. What could those motives entail? Lin Xianfeng found himself at a loss at that moment. However, recent intelligence had reached him indicating that Zhou Luo was concocting a substantial quantity of pills for sale, suggesting a dire need for funds. Otherwise, given his usual lifestyle, he would not expend such effort on alchemy. Yet, what could be the source of this financial shortfall? Lin Xianfeng did not believe that a few refining materials could exhaust him. Between family rewards, the accolades from the immortal sect, and the generous gifts received during weddings, it should have been sufficient to amass considerable wealth. Suddenly, a possibility dawned upon Lin Xianfeng. He intended to leave the family. Indeed, only by departing could one rationalize his apparent financial desperation. This thought inadvertently reminded him of the Wang family scion he had encountered at Linzhe Manor. No wonder the third young lady expressed a desire to travel through the mundane world. Lin Xianfeng mused, contemplating that the trio must have devised some plan. The family would certainly not allow Zhou Luo to leave easily, but with the third young lady Lin Xin as a guarantor, the situation would be markedly different. This piqued Lin Xianfeng and Apos' interest. He refrained from alerting the snake in the grass, choosing instead to patiently await the validation of his speculations. A month later, Lin Shi, who had been pregnant for 10 months, finally reached the day of delivery. Zhou Luo stood at the doorway, anticipating the birth of their 13th child, hoping for another with a 6th-grade spiritual root. His heart brimmed with hope. Suddenly, a clear, vibrant cry of a newborn resonated from within. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his ears. Congratulations to the host on the birth of the 13th offspring, gaining a 70-year lifespan bonus. Due to this offspring possessing a 4th-grade spiritual root, the host receives 25 aptitude points. Current aptitude, 9th-grade spiritual root, 6100. What an astonishing revelation. A 4th-grade spiritual root. Zhou Luo nearly exclaimed in disbelief. He had never anticipated that he, with a 9th-grade spiritual root, and Lin Shi, who bore a 5th-grade root, would produce a descendant with a 4th-grade root. It seemed that genetic mutations were indeed possible. Zhou Luo was overwhelmed with shock and elation. Gazing at the progress bar that had surpassed the halfway mark for aptitude points, he could almost envision the 8th-grade spiritual root beckoning to him. Creak, the door swung open. And the midwife, a middle-aged woman, exclaimed joyfully, "Congratulations, Master Zhou. You have a son with a 4th-grade spiritual root." Upon hearing this, the women gathered at the entrance erupted in joyous celebration. Zhou Luo, beaming with delight, swiftly entered the room. Lin Shi, who had just given birth, appeared pale yet turned her head to gaze at the infant by the bedside, her eyes sparkling with the joy of first-time motherhood. "Shi, you have worked hard." Zhou Luo approached the bedside, gently clasping the delicate and fair right hand of Lin Shi. With a soft smile, Lin Shi shook her head, remarking, "Look how adorable this little one is." Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo turned his gaze towards the infant. The newborn, still with wrinkled skin, was bawling loudly, as if announcing his arrival to the world. He lifted the child tenderly, gazing at the little one who possessed a 6th-grade spiritual root with warmth. "From now on, you shall be called Chang Luo." The tiny creature paid him no mind, continuing to cry as if to proclaim his existence. Zhou Luo chuckled softly, setting him down and exchanging words of well-being with Lin Shi. In the afternoon, Lin Xin, his elder sister-in-law, made a rare visit to Zhou Yuan, bearing gifts to visit her sister's child on behalf of the family. While it was termed a visit, she harbored other intentions. In the side hall of the main building, Lin Xin sat to Zhou Luo's left and inquired, "Are you prepared for what lies ahead in 2 months?" Zhou Luo chuckled lightly, "I am indeed ready. Yet I wonder how you, Miss San, plan to ensure my departure? Given his current status, would the family truly allow him to leave? I have already requested my father to permit me to venture into the secular realm for training. You will accompany me, and we shall find a way to slip away." Lin Xin replied. She had broached this matter with her father a month prior, and at that time, he had not objected. However, Lin Xin presented her intentions as merely a visit to a small town for leisure and a chance to inspect the family's enterprises. The underlying reason for Zhou Luo and Apos' inclusion was her hope to break through to the rank of a superior alchemist with his assistance. Indeed, in order to embark on this journey, Lin Xin had deliberately claimed to have touched the threshold of becoming a superior alchemist, seeking an opportunity to find a breakthrough during their travels. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianxiong, her father, dared not refuse, reasoning that they would be within the family's jurisdiction and thus unlikely to encounter any issues. Moreover, external training was beneficial for personal development and broadening one's horizons. Many families and even celestial sects encouraged their disciples to venture forth for training. Eventually, Lin Tianxiong acquiesced, albeit with the condition that an elder would accompany them. Lin Xion's plan was to devise a method for them to sneak away once they reached their destination, reasoning that the distance would render the family powerless to intervene. What about Miss Wang? Zhou Luo inquired after absorbing the conversation. Given the Wang family's stringent control over Wang Yue, would they truly allow her to leave so easily? Lin Xian replied confidently, I have already sent a message to the head of the Wang family. We will retrieve her when the time comes. Although the head of the Wang family was reluctant to let Wang Yue venture out alone, the presence of Lin Xian, the third miss of the Lin family, would make it more acceptable. Lin Xian was aware of Wang Yue's mother's situation and understood the Wang family's desire to prevent her from acquiring the Bai Shui Dan. This was why Wang Yue had refrained from disclosing her dealings with Zhou Luo, knowing her dear friend would never allow her to return home with the precious Dan for her safety. With everything meticulously arranged, Zhou Luo chose to say nothing further. Just a simple inquiry. When shall we depart? Lin Xian inquired. Before the spiritual pill conference, he replied. This particular conference is to be held at the Lu family estate. And at that time, Wang Yue's master, Wang Xian, will also be in attendance. This elder from the Wang family poses the greatest obstacle to our journey. Even if the family head consents, he is likely to devise means to obstruct our plans. Thus, we must choose our timing wisely. After concluding their discussion, Lin Xian took his leave. In the days that followed, Zhou Luo diligently practiced the windlass footwork, as well as the art of drawing spiritual talismans and alchemy. He even discreetly procured a substantial quantity of array-building materials through Changsheng. One side apart, you must ensure that Zhou Garden is well managed. Zhou Luo stated earnestly while gazing at Changsheng in the main hall. Rest assured, Brother Zhou, your kindness is etched in my memory. I will not allow Zhou Garden to suffer any losses, Changsheng replied solemnly. Zhou Luo nodded slightly and produced 2 vials of elixirs. I cannot predict when I shall return from this journey. This vial contains a remedy to suppress the poison within you, sufficient to last for 2 years. The other vial is an antidote. Should a situation akin to the last arise, it can be administered to my wife and children. Remember, this antidote is solely for their use, and its existence must remain a secret. If anyone inquires, you must divulge no information. This antidote is of the highest quality, capable of addressing most toxins. Should it be discovered, it would pose a significant problem for me. Therefore, I am entrusting this antidote to you rather than to Lin Shi, in order to ensure that our family remains unaware. Changsheng sat upright, his gaze resolute. Brother Zhou, you need not worry. I understand what must be done. Although he was uncertain why the antidote was treated with such gravity, he silently vowed to reveal nothing. 2 months later, just before the scheduled departure, Zhou Luo had successfully refined his physical body to the 3rd stage of the giant bear body refinement technique. Chapter 142. Changsheng. Core area of the Lin family. After informing his wives and concubines of his intention to embark on a distant journey, he proceeded as agreed to the estate of Lin Zhe. Lin Xian had been waiting for quite some time. Today, she donned a simple light blue skirt that accentuated her long, fair legs, her exquisite features adorned with a hint of anticipation. Despite being the esteemed 3rd young lady of the Lin family, this was her first time traveling alone, and her emotions were inevitably a tumultuous mix. Beside her stood the family head, Lin Tianxiang, exuding an air of authority. Zhou Luo bowed respectfully, addressing the family head. Indeed, during this excursion, exercise utmost caution and do not let your guard down, Lin Tianxiang instructed. Truth be told, he was reluctant for Zhou Luo to depart. The unpredictability of the world and the myriad dangers beyond their doors weighed heavily on him. Should anything untoward befall Zhou Luo, it would signify a substantial loss for the Lin family. Yet, he understood well that a fledgling eagle must learn to soar. Remaining in a cocoon of comfort would serve no benefit to one and amp, oppos, as cultivation. Moreover, it would foster a deeper sense of belonging to the family. Thus, he ultimately acquiesced to the two's journey of training. Rest assured, we shall proceed with caution, Zhou Luo replied with deference. Lin Tianxiang chose not to elaborate further, simply gesturing for someone to approach. A middle-aged man in a white robe emerged, his square face framed by thick brows and bright eyes, standing tall and dignified. Let Lin Dong accompany you on this journey, Lin Tianxiang stated with composure. Lin Dong, the captain of the family's law enforcement hall, was a practitioner of the 7th layer of qi cultivation, a proud representative of the family's middle generation. Thank you, Captain Lin, Zhou Luo said with a respectful clasp of his hands. There is no need for such formalities. This is my duty, Lin Dong replied in a deep, resonant voice, his keen eyes studying Zhou Luo intently. On this expedition, he was not only tasked with safeguarding the two but also with surveilling Zhou Luo, seeking to uncover the secrets he harbored. Indeed, this was a scheme orchestrated by Lin Xianfeng. Following a brief exchange, the trio set forth on their spirited steeds towards the family's borders. The Wang family of Changsheng lay some distance from Maple Leaf City, and the family could hardly spare such precious resources as a flying vessel for their journey. Thus, they were left to ride their spirited steeds. which had been meticulously nurtured by the family, capable of enduring long distances with remarkable speed. As they ventured forth, Lin Xianfeng appeared silently behind them. His hawk-like gaze fixed upon their departing figures, his shadowy visage betraying no emotion. Master, a diminutive figure appeared respectfully by his side. Proceed, Lin Xianfeng replied coolly. To unearth Zhou Luo's secrets, he had plotted meticulously, not only appointing Lin Dong as the overt overseer, but also summoning a subordinate from the public security hall, tasked with covertly tracking their movements. Although the subordinate was only at the 5th layer of qi cultivation, he excelled in stealth and was confident that he would remain undetected. The small man accepted his orders and departed. Lin Xianfeng remained, a slight smile gracing his lips. Zhou Luo, I am quite eager to see how you will respond. In the vast and boundless realm of cultivation, the continent is divided into 7 great kingdoms and countless hidden sections. Among these, the Huiyun Kingdom lies in the southern region, comprising 5 states. Each state governs 9 counties, with each county overseeing 5 grand cities. Beneath these colossal cities are various smaller towns and villages. The Lin family resides in the Qingyuan County, which is under the jurisdiction of the Qingyuan sect. Within Qingyuan County, there are 5 grand cities: Maple Leaf, Pancher, Qitian, Qiqing, and Longming. The expanse is immense, seemingly limitless. A qi refining cultivator might spend a lifetime without traversing beyond a single county. Upon exiting the city, Zhou Luo and his companions mounted their spiritual steeds and headed southward. The Wang family of Changsheng is situated to the south of Maple Leaf City, the distance spanning several thousand miles. As for their destination, Jiang City lies to the west, not far from the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range mentioned in their clues. The road before them is broad and smooth, with the occasional cultivator passing by, casting wary glances their way. As evening approached, the 3 decided to rest in the wilderness. Lin Dong produced a spiritual talisman, gently squeezing it, which instantly emitted a brilliant white light. This illuminating talisman could brighten an area of several meters and last for several hours, making it an essential item for outdoor excursions. Leaning against the sole large tree in the vicinity, Zhou Luo gazed up at the starry night sky, his mind tranquil. In the darkness, there were fleeting glimpses of rogue cultivators lurking, secretly observing them. However, upon noticing the maple leaf emblem representing the Lin family on their attire, they retreated in terror. Meanwhile, Lin Dong was roasting beast meat over a fire, and Lin Xian quietly sat beside Zhou Luo. She too looked up at the bright moon, her eyelashes fluttering as she suddenly asked, "What do you think of Yue?" Zhou Luo was taken aback for a moment before smiling. "Miss Wang is quite a wonderful person." "Is that all?" Lin Xian retorted. "Ahem, she is also quite beautiful," Zhou Luo replied truthfully, uncertain of Lin Xian's true intentions. At that moment, Lin Xian, hugging her knees, suddenly turned her head and said, "Do you know that Yue likes you?" "Ah?" Zhou Luo exclaimed in surprise. Lin Dong, who was grilling meat, also glanced over with a flicker of interest. "Third miss, are you jesting? How could that be possible?" Zhou Luo chuckled bitterly. He represented the future of the Lin family. While Wang Yue was also a key figure being nurtured by the Wang family, it was unlikely that either side would permit their members to associate with the other family. Such an alliance would be a significant loss. Yet, Lin Xian seemed unfazed by her own words, stating earnestly, precisely because it seems impossible. "I hope that in the days to come, you can create beautiful memories together." Beautiful memories? Zhou Luo's expression became awkward. He wondered what Wang Yue might have said to entice her counterpart out. "Ahem, third miss, I understand." To assist Wang Yue in maintaining her pretense, Zhou Luo had no choice but to play along. Before long, the beast meat was ready. As Lin Dong handed the meat to Zhou Luo, he gave him a deep look and lowered his voice, saying, "If you can bring back that girl from the Wang family, the family head will be very pleased." Zhou Luo felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead, unsure of how to respond. After dinner, Lin Dong volunteered to keep watch, assuring the others that they could rest easy. Lin Xian, however, was rather carefree and promptly fell asleep against a tree trunk. In contrast, Zhou Luo was reluctant to place his life in another's hands. Thus, although his eyes were closed, he did not fully succumb to slumber. The night passed uneventfully. The trio continued their journey towards Changsheng. According to Lin Dong's estimation, they would require at least 20 days to reach their destination. During this time, Zhou Luo diligently worked on solidifying his cultivation, while Lin Xian exhibited great enthusiasm for the novel world around them, frequently pausing to admire the picturesque scenery. Along the way, they inevitably encountered some ferocious beasts and even audacious bandits who dared to attack them. However, Lin Dong effortlessly resolved these threats. Ultimately, on the 23rd night after departing from Maple Leaf City, they successfully arrived in Qiqing. Chapter 143, The Wang Family and Appo's recruitment under the cloak of night. The majestic city of Changsheng sprawls like a colossal beast resting upon the earth. Within its confines, the streets are ablaze with light, resembling daylight itself, while the densely arranged buildings, residences, and shops exude an air of prosperity. The bustling thoroughfares teem with life, as people weave in and out, accompanied by the lively calls of street vendors, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Upon recognizing the identities of the three newcomers, the city guards immediately bowed in respect. "Please, esteemed guests, follow me." Guided by the captain of the guards, they made their way toward the Wang family and Appo's residence. Similar to the Lin family, the Wang household is situated at the very heart of this grand city. Countless structures are interconnected, forming an expansive enclave that resembles a city within a city. The entrance to the family estate is marked by a prominently displayed plaque inscribed with the characters Wang family, its bold calligraphy radiating a faint luminescence. It is said that this plaque was personally inscribed by the family's ancestor, a foundational figure, and contains profound insights into the Tao. Ordinary individuals who gaze upon it for too long may experience a sharp pain in their eyes. At the entrance, a middle-aged man clad in splendid garments greeted them with a warm smile. "Miss San, I did not expect you to arrive so soon." Upon seeing the trio, he promptly stepped forward with an amiable demeanor. "Uncle Li," Lin Xian responded with a courteous bow. The man was Wang Li, the third son of the Wang family and the father of Wang Lang, who was to become Lin Xian's future father-in-law. The unconventional relationship arose because Wang Lang was to be adopted into the Lin family rather than Lin Xian marrying into the Wang family. Thus, in a sense, it was not inappropriate to refer to Wang Li as father-in-law. Wang Li, responsible for managing the family's affairs, had come personally to extend a gesture of respect. "There is no need for such formality. We shall soon be one family," he said with a cheerful laugh, helping Lin Xian to her feet before turning his attention to Zhou Luo. "You must be Zhou Luo." "Master Wang," Zhou Luo replied with a respectful gesture. "Do not be so formal. You may call me Uncle Li, just as Miss San does," Wang Li said, his smile broadening, devoid of any airs of superiority. He then beckoned the three to enter the estate. As the trio made their entrance into the Wang residence, they immediately attracted the attention of the family's younger members. This group had long heard of Zhou Luo's impending visit, and their curiosity regarding the young elite alchemist was palpable. At this moment, the young men and women gathered in the corridor stared intently at Zhou Luo, engaging in hushed discussions. "Is that Zhou Luo? He looks so young. I heard he is only in his 20s. At this rate, he will surely become a second-tier alchemist in the future. How enviable. What is there to envy? I've heard he possesses only a 9th-grade spiritual root. Without the support of a higher realm, who knows if he can even reach the status of a second-tier alchemist? Indeed, it is a pity, but even so, his talent is extraordinary. I wonder if he has a wife or concubines. I would like to marry him." A multitude of whispers reached the ears of the three, leaving Zhou Luo astonished at his own notoriety within the Wang family. It seemed that many held reservations about his potential. Perhaps this was for the best. After all, a tall tree attracts the wind. Remaining low-key is not necessarily a disadvantage. "What are you waiting for? Hurry down," Wang Li exclaimed with a stern expression. The young scions of various families promptly retreated. Once they had left, Wang Li donned a smile and addressed Zhou Luo, saying, "Your reputation precedes you within the Wang family, inevitably attracting attention. I hope you can forgive this." Zhou Luo gently shook his head, responding, "It's quite all right, Lord Wang." "That's good to hear," Wang Li continued, leading the three to a manor situated in the core area. "The journey from the Lin family is long, and you must be weary. Let us rest here for the night. We can discuss matters tomorrow." Wang Li remarked to the trio. "We are grateful for your hospitality, Uncle Li." Lin Xian expressed her thanks. "Come, allow me to show you to your rooms." Wang Li maintained his cheerful demeanor as he escorted them to the second floor of the main building. The second floor featured 3 spacious and well-lit rooms. Lin Xian and Lin Dong exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to let Zhou Luo choose the middle room, while Lin Dong took the one near the staircase, and Lin Xian settled into the innermost room. Observing this, Wang Li's gaze became slightly more serious, though his smile remained intact. Each room is equipped with a communication talisman. Should you require anything, feel free to summon the servants here. I shall return to see you tomorrow, he instructed before departing. Once Wang Li had left, Lin Dong called Lin Xian aside and whispered, "Please be vigilant tonight, Miss San. Although I reside next door, it is prudent to exercise caution." His concern stemmed from the possibility that the Wang family might attempt to privately engage with Zhou Luo. Given Zhou Luo's remarkable talents, he was undoubtedly a coveted figure among the other long-standing families, despite his current affiliation with the Lin family. After all, who could guarantee his permanence with them? He bore no blood ties to the Lin lineage, and the Wang family would surely seize this rare opportunity to court him. The alliance between the Wang and Lin families was undeniable, yet such bonds could prove fragile when faced with familial interests. Lin Dong was uncertain of the Wang family and Appo's precise intentions, but instinctively felt that they would take action. He even contemplated staying awake throughout the night, planning to leave the Wang residence at dawn. Lin Xian understood his unspoken concern and nodded subtly. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo had entered his room, immediately greeted by a spacious and luminous environment. The tall wooden beams supported an expansive ceiling, while intricately carved patterns cast dappled shadows under the moonlight. The walls, smooth and white, reflected the soft light filtering in through the windows. Elegant carpets were tastefully scattered across the polished floor, and the neatly arranged furniture exuded an air of antiquity. In the center of the room stood a grand bed adorned with an embroidered quilt. A faint, refreshing fragrance lingered in the air, creating a soothing ambience. Zhou Luo settled into a round chair and poured himself a cup of spirit tea. The arduous journey of over 20 days had indeed left him somewhat weary. He intended to savor this cup of tea before indulging in a well-deserved rest. Next door, Lin Xian sat upright in her chair, attentively listening for any sounds from outside. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. She rose and opened the door. She was a demure maid, her head bowed as she softly spoke. "Miss San, Miss Wang Yue wishes to see you." Upon hearing that it was Wang Yue who sought her presence, Lin Xian furrowed her brow slightly. What matter could it be? The maid replied respectfully. Miss Yue did not elaborate, but she insisted it was of great importance. Lin Xian cast a glance at Lin Dong and Appo's room, where the lights were ablaze, indicating that he was still awake. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded and said, "I understand." With that, she stepped out of her room but chose not to follow the maid. Instead, she knocked on Zhou Luo's door. Zhou Luo opened the door, a look of confusion adorning his face. Lin Xian fixed her gaze upon him, her expression serious as she stated, "No one is to enter, except for me." Zhou Luo, taken aback by her words, soon realized that she was concerned about her association with the Wang family. He then replied with a smile, "I understand." Lin Xian said nothing further and turned to leave. Zhou Luo closed the door behind him, chuckling softly to himself. Am I, Zhou Luo, so easily swayed? Chapter 144. The art of seduction. Zhou Luo was acutely aware of Lin Xian's concerns, or rather, the apprehensions of the Lin family. Regardless of the methods employed by the Wang family, he resolutely refused to align himself with them. Setting aside the fact that his wife and children remained with the Lin family, he had painstakingly established his foothold there. To uproot himself and start anew elsewhere was an unacceptable proposition. As he returned to the circular chair, Zhou Luo intended to extinguish the candlelight and seek rest. Suddenly, the door swung open. Could it be that the third miss still harbored doubts? With a furrowed brow, he lifted his gaze towards the entrance. A captivating woman, clad only in a delicate pink veil, entered, her voluptuous form revealing ample fair skin. She directed her gaze at Zhou Luo, her eyes shimmering with allure. And with a charming smile, she curtsied, saying, "Young Master Zhou, I pay my respects." Zhou Luo and Appo's expression darkened. "By the heavens, third miss, I assure you. I did not open the door of my own accord. It was the door that opened itself." He had never anticipated that the Wang family would resort to the art of seduction to ensnare him, and he found himself unable to refuse. At that moment, the enchanting woman sauntered over, her slender waist swaying gracefully. With every step, a faint, alluring fragrance wafted through the air, intoxicating in its allure. Zhou Luo had initially maintained his composure. However, as the enticing aroma filled his nostrils, it rendered him momentarily dazed, a surge of heat enveloping him, and an inexplicable, fervent desire igniting within. Just then, the Lingxi jade nestled against his chest suddenly emitted a radiant glow, and a refreshing energy surged into his being, quelling the fiery tumult within him and gradually calming his agitated mind. The fragrance. Zhou Luo furrowed his brow, promptly holding his breath and focusing intently. As a skilled poison maker, he quickly discerned the peculiar nature of the fragrance emanating from the woman. Specifically, it was the combination of her alluring scent with the room and Appo's fresh aroma that had transformed into something unusual. This bewitching fragrance was exceedingly subtle prior to its blending. It bore no distinction from ordinary scents, rendering him oblivious until now. Fortunately, the Lingxi jade had restored his clarity. Otherwise, he might have truly fallen prey to her enchantment. "Young Master Zhou, is something amiss?" The woman's beautiful, seductive visage was now laced with concern, her captivating gaze evoking a sense of tenderness that compelled one to cherish her. Zhou Luo's countenance remained cold. "Please, leave." Had it been a mere scheme of seduction, Zhou Luo might have approached the matter with a degree of civility. Yet, the fact that she had the audacity to employ a seductive fragrance against him was a blatant affront to his dignity. The woman's smile faltered, and she opened her mouth to speak once more. But Zhou Luo, with unwavering resolve, declared, "I do not wish to resort to violence." Upon hearing this, the woman's expression darkened, and she could only turn away in frustration. Once she had departed, Zhou Luo lifted the Ling tea from the table and consumed it in one gulp. It appeared that the Wang family was far more perilous than he had initially surmised. Meanwhile, the woman descended to the lower hall. Wang Li was seated there, savoring tea, having orchestrated this scheme of seduction himself. To prevent any interruptions, he had deliberately incapacitated Lin Dong. As for Lin Xin, his future daughter-in-law, he certainly could not resort to such tactics against her. Hence, he had enlisted Wang Yue to temporarily escort her away from the room. Regaining his train of thought, Wang Li looked up with a beaming smile, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling. At this hour, it is likely that the other party has succumbed to the allure of a gentle embrace. Just then, he caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance. Wang Li withdrew his gaze, only to discover that the woman he had arranged had returned, causing his expression to darken instantly. "Why have you come out?" he inquired. "Elder Ba, he shows no interest in me," the woman replied, her face a picture of grievance. Wang Li furrowed his brow, confusion gnawing at him. This was inconceivable. He had investigated thoroughly. Zhou Luo was renowned in the Lin family for his insatiable lust for beauty, even without being a son-in-law. He had taken 7 wives and concubines, fathering numerous children. How could such a man possibly resist the temptation of allure? Moreover, he had specifically instructed the family's alchemist to concoct a unique aphrodisiac. Logically, he should have been utterly defenseless against such enchantments. "Please elaborate on the situation," Wang Li commanded solemnly. The woman had no choice but to recount the events in detail. After listening, Wang Li fell into contemplation. Could it be that he simply did not fancy this type of woman? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. As for the claim that he shunned women, Wang Li could not accept that. What family that avoids women ends up with so many offspring? With this thought in mind, he decisively dismissed the woman and summoned his servants, intending to arrange for more of the Wang family and Appo's women to tempt Zhou Luo. After all, the Wang family had an abundance of ordinary women, diverse in type and appearance. He was determined to succeed in this endeavor. In the Mingyue Tower, Lin Xin sat in the hall, her demeanor as frosty as ice, silent and brooding. At the main seat, the strikingly beautiful Wang Yue wore a hint of guilt in her expression. "You lured me here merely to win over Zhou Luo?" Lin Xin questioned coldly. The maid, representing Wang Yue, had been stalling since bringing her to the Mingyue Tower. By the time Lin Xin realized the ruse, Wang Yue had finally made her appearance. However, by then, quite some time had elapsed since Lin Xin had left Zhou Luo's side. She was acutely aware that Wang Yue's intention behind this was to benefit Zhou Luo. Hearing Lin Xin and Appo's accusatory tone, Wang Yue and Appo's face flushed with embarrassment as she softly replied, "I am powerless in this matter." Although she was a prodigy in alchemy within her family, her status was far too lowly. Coupled with her mother's situation, her family had perpetually harbored distrust towards her. This time, her family had instructed her to delay Lin Xin, and she had no grounds for refusal. "Do you not fancy him? Why does the Wang family not permit you to seduce him?" Lin Xin retorted in anger. While she could empathize with Wang Yue, that did not mean she could accept the deception, especially coming from a close friend. "I am truly sorry. My family has promised me that if I keep you here for a night, they will allow me to see my mother one last time before I leave." Wang Yue expressed with deep regret. The family had stipulated that she could only see her mother once every 3 months. Now that she was to embark on a journey, she naturally wished to catch a final glimpse of her mother. As for Zhou Luo, she felt little pressure. After all, her family merely sought to win him over without any intention of harm. Hearing this, Lin Xion's beautiful eyes flickered, and she fell silent. Initially, she believed that with Lin Dong and Appo's presence, everything would be fine. Now it appeared that he too had been ensnared in a scheme. "Rest assured, you must have faith in Zhou Luo." Observing this, Wang Yue smiled and offered her comfort. Lin Xian shot her a glare, expressing her disbelief. "I truly wonder where your confidence stems from. Are you not aware that he is surrounded by a multitude of wives and concubines?" The tale of Zhou Luo marrying numerous wives and fathering over a dozen children in 5 years was a well-discussed topic within the Lin family. It was common knowledge that this son-in-law of the family not only possessed extraordinary talent in alchemy, but also had a penchant for women and procreation. Thus, Lin Xian did not believe he could resist the allure of beauty. Wang Yue smiled silently, redirecting the conversation. "How do you plan to avoid the watchful eyes arranged by the Lin family?" "I have my own arrangements," Lin Xian replied calmly. In the room designated by the Wang family, Zhou Luo gazed with a strange expression at the adorable young girl standing at the door, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. "Could you kindly inform Elder Wang that I truly do not wish for this?" he lamented, nearly in tears. In the brief span of half an hour, At least 10 different women had already been sent to his room, each with distinct physiques, appearances, and personalities. Were it not for the fact that he was under the same roof, he would have been tempted to flip the table in frustration. Young Master Zhou, could you tell me what type of woman you prefer? The girl asked with a beaming smile. Faced with her insistence, Zhou Luo grimaced. Can I say I prefer men? Really? Her eyes sparkled with interest. Zhou Luo realized she might have taken him seriously and hurriedly clarified. No, you misunderstood. You truly do not need to do this. However, she paid no heed and swiftly exited the room. Gritting his teeth at the closed door, Zhou Luo resolutely stood up and retrieved a spirit talisman, affixing it to the door. Since reasoning had proven futile, he would have to resort to more forceful measures. He certainly could not allow a man to burst in uninvited. Soon, a young man with rosy lips and white teeth, possessing a handsome visage and fair skin, appeared outside the door. Taking a deep breath, he was about to push the door open, only to find it locked, compelling him to knock instead. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Luo's gaze fell upon the figure outside, rendered speechless. It seemed they had indeed sent in a man. He could only pretend he had heard nothing. After a while, upon realizing he truly could not enter, the young man quietly departed. Zhou Luo let out a long sigh of relief, settling into a round chair, reflecting, at last, I can enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Chapter 145. The unresigned Lin Xian. As the moon hung high in the sparse night sky, Wang Li gazed at his underlings who returned empty-handed, shaking his head slightly. Enough. You may leave, he gestured dismissively. Once they departed, a contemplative expression settled on Wang Li's face. In the realm of cultivation, wealth, companionship, laws, and territory were of utmost importance. The latter two, represented by the Wang and Lin families, both esteemed clans of longevity, posed no competition. Thus, his focus shifted towards the former two. If companionship was unattainable, then wealth would have to suffice. For now, he decided to conclude matters for the evening. Rising from his seat, Wang Li departed the side hall, making his way through the night towards the Patriarch and Appo's courtyard. The following morning, Zhou Luo, having enjoyed a restful slumber, was abruptly awakened by a series of knocks at the door. Surely they haven't given up yet? He pondered, gazing at the enchanting figure standing outside. It appeared that a thorough discussion was imperative. Resolute, he rose, retrieved a spiritual talisman, and opened the door. Before him stood Lin Xian, her fair visage framed by an expression of skepticism. Her bright eyes scrutinized him intensely. What transpired last night? She inquired. Zhou Luo offered no explanation, instead stepping aside to wash up. Lin Xian lingered at the threshold, her brow slightly furrowed as she deliberated whether to enter. Should she discover something untoward within? It would indeed be quite awkward. After a prolonged hesitation, she inhaled deeply and stepped into the room. To her relief, the large bed revealed nothing alarming. Lin Xian exhaled slowly, a sense of unexpected ease washing over her. She turned her gaze towards Zhou Luo's broad back, her beautiful eyes reflecting a depth of thought. Was it possible that he had truly remained impervious to the allure of beauty? Or had he forged some clandestine accord with the Wang family? Just as she prepared to voice her thoughts, Zhou Luo emerged from the washroom, curiosity etched upon his face. Miss San, do you suspect I have some dealings with the Wang family? Lin Xian's expression shifted slightly, her pride compelling her to retort, why would I care about such matters? Zhou Luo regarded her silently. It is time for breakfast, Lin Xian declared, turning to exit. Zhou Luo sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Indeed. It seemed trust among individuals was a rare commodity. Was he truly the kind of person to betray his family? In the dining hall on the first floor, Zhou Luo arrived to find the table laden with an array of rare spiritual delicacies. Lin Xian occupied the seat of honor, her demeanor still. Lin Dong, bearing a sullen countenance, appeared less than pleased. Last night, he had intended to forego sleep, only to be ensnared by the Wang family's sinister tactics involving an intoxicating fragrance. The unfortunate truth was, he had no recourse to voice his grievances. As he was on their territory unscathed, should they deny the act, he would be rendered powerless. Fortunately, Lin Xian had mentioned that Zhou Luo had not been swayed by the Wang family, which eased his concerns. Had Zhou Luo truly been taken from him, he would have faced severe repercussions. Zhou Luo made no gestures of greeting towards the pair, opting instead to sit and partake in the nourishing food before him, which was beneficial for both body and spirit. Lin Xian regarded him intently, refraining from admonishing him for his lack of decorum. Due to the 20 or so days spent together, the relationship among the three had evolved into a more egalitarian one, devoid of the familial hierarchy and formalities that often accompany such bonds. After breakfast, Wang Li cheerfully arrived at the estate once more. Uncle Li, Yue should be ready by now, Lin Xian inquired directly, wishing to avoid any prolonged delay. Wang Li chuckled lightly. There is no rush regarding the external training, coincidentally. My son has returned, and the third miss can have a conversation with him. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Wang Lang has returned. Initially, the family had arranged her engagement to Wang Lang to bolster the influence of the main house. After all, Wang Lang was also a direct descendant of the Wang family. And as per their agreement, he would eventually join the Lin family. In exchange, the Lin family would provide substantial resources for cultivation to the Wang family. Lin Xian had always felt indifferent towards this betrothal. Even during her previous interactions with him at the Wang household, she sensed that they were fundamentally different. Her agreement to the engagement stemmed primarily from her grandfather, Lin Tianxiong and Amp Apos, s hope that she could leverage Wang Lang and Amp Apos' influence to supplant Zhou Luo as the next elder. However, no one anticipated that Zhou Luo would eventually break through to become a high-ranking alchemist, rendering the succession of the elder position nearly a foregone conclusion. Consequently, the engagement began to seem somewhat pointless. Previously, Lin Xian had discussed this matter with Lin Tianxiong, expressing her desire to annul the engagement. However, as it was the result of negotiations between two families, a cancellation without just cause would jeopardize their relations. According to Lin Tianxiong, the engagement must proceed. Lin Xian had planned to resign herself to fate. Yet upon learning of Wang Lang and Amp Apos' return, her discontent prompted her to seek a conversation with him. If he agreed to annul the engagement, perhaps there was still room for negotiation. Uncle Li, I shall go meet him, Lin Xian stated. Very well. I shall have someone escort you immediately, Wang Li replied, beaming with delight. After Lin Xian departed, Wang Li turned to Zhou Luo, smilingly saying, Cousin Zhou, Yue holds you in high regard. You must have much to discuss. Zhou Luo's gaze flickered slightly. Surely, they would not be considering marrying Wang Yue to him? That seemed implausible. Given Wang Yue and Amp Apos' exceptional alchemical talents, the Wang family would never simply relinquish her. Although he was uncertain of the Wang family and Amp Apos' ulterior motives, he felt compelled to meet her. After all, he still possessed a vial of Baishui Dan he had concocted at home, which he might trade. Elder Wang, I indeed have some matters to discuss with her, Zhou Luo declared with a smile. This statement caused Lin Dong, who stood nearby, to change his expression, casting a displeased glance at Zhou Luo. Very well, I shall have someone take you there, Wang Li responded, his smile widening. In his eyes, this was Zhou Luo signaling potential collaboration. Lin Dong had intended to intervene, but found his objections dismissed by Wang Li. Ultimately, he could only seethe in silence, watching helplessly as Zhou Luo departed. Minghui Tower. Dressed in a flowing white gown, Wang Yue sat gracefully at the head of the table, her smile radiant as she gazed at him. I thought you wouldn't come, she remarked. Zhou Luo surveyed the surroundings with a casual glance and replied, Wasn't this our agreed plan? His words alluded not only to their outing, but also to the transaction regarding the Baishui Dan. Wang Yue comprehended his implication and maintained her smile. I believe we shall be able to depart by tomorrow. Aware that someone was lurking in the shadows, she had no intention of conducting the transaction at that moment. Zhou Luo, understanding her unspoken cues, shifted the conversation to other topics, primarily concerning alchemy. Once their exchange had reached a comfortable point, Wang Yue inquired, Have you ever considered severing ties with the Lin family? Miss Wang, what do you mean by that? Zhou Luo feigned shock, his demeanor fraught with anxiety. Wang Yue responded with a composed smile, producing a storage bag and, with a wave of spiritual energy, placed it upon his table. If you are willing, all of this can be yours. Zhou Luo gazed at the contents of the bag, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Wang Li stood silently in an inconspicuous position, quietly observing the unfolding scene. Chapter 146. The broken engagement. The storage pouch was filled with various cultivation resources, and Zhou Luo estimated its worth to be nearly 1,000 spiritual stones. Such a significant offer astonished him, prompting him to gaze up at the other party. Miss Wang Yue maintained her smile, patiently awaiting his response. Miss Wang, I, Zhou Luo, am not that kind of person, he declared solemnly, holding the storage pouch firmly. Upon joining, the monthly tribute is 100 spiritual stones, Wang Yue replied calmly. To be honest, she was taken aback for quite some time when she first heard the conditions set forth by her family, as the benefits were akin to those of the clan elders. Zhou Luo was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that the Wang family would present such generous terms. For an ordinary individual, it would likely be easy to abandon everything and accept. However, Zhou Luo was different. He could not forsake all he had in the Lin family for a foreign clan, only to readjust to a new life, an endeavor too time-consuming. Thus, he remained resolute. Miss Wang, let us not discuss this matter further. Are you certain you will not reconsider? Just then, Wang Li could no longer contain himself and stepped out from the shadows. Both Wang Yue and Zhou Luo rose to their feet. Zhou Luo cupped his hands in greeting. Elder Wang, I am aware of the Wang family's kindness towards me, but such matters are difficult to comply with. Wang Li looked regretful but did not press the issue, instead smiling as he said, no problem, no problem. He then approached the main seat and took his place. Inquiring further, did you have a particular lady in mind last night? Elder Wang. Zhou Luo and Appos. S expression turned troubled. Yet, Wang Li waved his hand dismissively, assuring him. Do not worry, I merely wish to establish a good rapport with you. Since he could not win him over, he resolved to rely on familial ties to befriend this prospective second-tier alchemist, hoping it would bring future benefits to the Wang family. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo finally exhaled in relief. However, at this stage, he still had certain expectations regarding a concubine. He could not simply marry someone who would create chaos in the Zhou family. Moreover, it was essential that her spiritual roots be of a decent caliber. The women he encountered last night, having been assigned such roles by the family, were certainly not valued. Elder Wang, I do not have such intentions at the moment, Zhou Luo stated. Setting aside the aforementioned reasons, he found himself overwhelmed with the prospect of managing 8 wives. If he were to take on more, he would be left lamenting his situation. Thus, he ultimately chose to decline, deciding to wait until he discovered a method for dual cultivation. Young Master Zhou, have you perhaps misunderstood my intentions? Wang Li persisted, unwilling to concede. Logically, given Zhou Luo's apparent fondness for beauty, he should not refuse such an opportunity. Zhou Luo hastily clarified, Elder Wang, I understand your thoughts, but I truly find myself unable to commit. Wang Yue, standing nearby, felt her cheeks flush as she stifled a laugh. Very well, since young Master Zhou is so insistent, I shall not press the matter further, Wang Li conceded, producing a token from his robe and gently placing it beside Zhou Luo. I hope you can forgive me for last night's events. Our esteemed Wang family holds you in high regard. Henceforth, should you encounter any difficulties, you may freely seek the assistance of our kin with this token. Even if the others rebuff familial overtures, Wang Li still extends a modicum of goodwill, gazing at the emblematic token bearing the Wang family crest. Zhou Luo did not refuse and expressed his gratitude profusely. Father, you are indeed here. At that moment, a vibrant voice suddenly resonated from outside. A young man clad in a black robe, intricately embroidered with golden threads around the collar and cuffs, strode in confidently. His features were sharply defined, with a prominent nose and long hair casually tied back, strands dancing in the air with each step, exuding an air of nonchalance. Zhou Luo observed the tall figure and noted a certain resemblance in demeanor to Elder Lu from the Qing Yuan sect. Upon seeing the visitor, Wang Li and Appos' countenance darkened. What brings you here? He inquired tersely. I have come to annul our engagement, the young man declared, an amused smile gracing his lips as he entered the hall. How dare you speak thus? Wang Li erupted, slamming his palm on the table, his glare as thunderous as a storm. Zhou Luo's heart raced, realizing the audacity of the young man in addressing his father in such a manner. In the esteemed lineage of the Changsheng family, such insolence was indeed rare. Moreover, hearing the words annul engagement, Zhou Luo pondered if this individual was Wang Lang, the betrothed of the 3rd Mississippi. The first time Zhou Luo heard that name was upon entering the Qing Yuan sect. When Wang Xian expressed his frustration over Wang Lang and Appos' decision to forego the opportunity to study in the immortal sect. That moment etched the name into Zhou Luo and Appos' memory. Father, this engagement was never sanctioned by me, and now the Lin family is also unwilling. Why can we not dissolve it? Wang Lang met Wang Li and Appos' furious gaze with an unflinching demeanor, showing no sign of submission due to the familial bond. You wretched child, I shall strike you down. Wang Li fumed, his aura flaring with a brilliance that threatened to unleash his wrath. Uncle Li, wait. Outside, Lin Xin hurriedly approached, her expression unusually flustered. Earlier, she had shared her thoughts with Wang Lang, her heart heavy with trepidation. She had assumed that if he rejected her, she would have to accept her fate. To her surprise, upon expressing her sentiments, he had responded with uncontainable joy and agreed without hesitation, even disregarding her cautions to inform his father, which had led to the current predicament. Upon seeing Lin Xin, Wang Li's expression softened somewhat, and he suppressed his anger. Miss San, you mustn't heed this wretch's nonsensical claims. At this juncture, Lin Xin, against her better judgment, steeled herself and replied, Uncle Li, I share his sentiments. What? Wang Li exclaimed, astonishment etched across his face. What does Miss San mean? Lin Xin clutched her skirt, biting her lip in silence. Father, I consent, after all. Boom, before Wang Lang could finish his sentence, Wang Li's palm came crashing down. Golden spiritual energy surged forth, enveloped with an overwhelming force that struck Wang Lang with tremendous impact. He was hurled backward like a cannonball, propelled out of the hall, and lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Zhou Luo and Appos' body trembled. Indeed, such rebellious behavior in the Changsheng family was akin to courting death. Someone, take this wretch and confine him to the forbidden grounds. Do not let him out, Wang Li declared, his fury palpable. Had the individual not been his own son, a single strike from him could have obliterated the young miscreant. Immediately, servants rushed to carry him away for treatment. Inside the hall, the other three individuals hastily lowered their heads, not daring to utter a sound. Wang Li, his anger somewhat abated, realized he had lost his composure. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. I apologize for the spectacle, he stated, returning to his seat with an air of tranquility. He then turned his gaze to Lin Xin. Third miss, could you enlighten me on the reason for the annulment of the engagement? Lin Xin found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her heart in turmoil. She thought to herself that with his demeanor, it would be difficult to conclude the matter without an explanation. Gathering her resolve, she raised her head and said, Uncle Li, I have someone I truly care for. Chapter 147. Assist me in three matters. Lin Xin and Amp. Appos. S words were nothing short of astonishing, leaving the three individuals in the hall utterly dumbfounded, particularly Wang Li. His expression turned grave, his eyes dark and foreboding. Third miss, do you comprehend the implications of what you just said? He intoned solemnly. If Lin Xin were to withdraw from the engagement due to her affection for another, it would inflict a significant blow to the Lin family and Amp. Appos. S prestige. Moreover, the Wang family could exploit this situation to demand compensation from the Lin family. Lin Xin was well aware of the ramifications. Initially, she had intended to resign herself to fate. Yet, upon discovering that Wang Lang harbored no feelings for her, her heart began to waver. Could a union between two individuals devoid of affection truly be a source of happiness? Lin Xin felt a surge of unwillingness. With her status, strength, and talent, she should not be reduced to such a predicament. Thus, she raised her gaze to meet Wang Li and Amp. Appos. S oppressive stare. Uncle Li, you heard it as well. Wang Lang is opposed to this marriage. He will acquiesce, Wang Li asserted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Can a wayward son truly defy the family? But why should the Lin family accept someone who is indifferent to me and to our ranks? Lin Xin declared resolutely. Given the current circumstances, she had no choice but to adopt a firmer stance, lest she appear diminished before the Wang family, perhaps even averting the so-called compensation. Wang Li's eyes flickered. As a senior elder of the Wang family and a pivotal figure in the clan, he typically wielded considerable influence over such matters. Yet, the audacity displayed by Lin Xin left him somewhat taken aback. Are you certain this reflects the will of the Lin family's head? He countered. If this were merely Lin Xin and Appos' personal inclination, the matter could be easily resolved. However, if it were the stance of the Lin family, caution was warranted, especially since the Wang family bore some culpability. I cannot be certain, but I am confident that my grandfather would permit me to choose one I truly adore. Lin Xin replied candidly. In truth, Lin Tianxiong wished for her to acquiesce to her fate. If Wang Lang genuinely liked her, acceptance would have been feasible. However, in the absence of mutual affection, what was the purpose of their union? Are you suggesting that your grandfather would forsake family interests for your sake? Wang Li looked down upon her, exuding a subtle yet palpable authority. Previously, he bore a congenial demeanor, but at this moment, he had reverted to the imposing elder of the family. The union between the Wang and Lin families was driven by familial gain. It was implausible for mere juniors to sway the will of their clans. Lin Xin understood this profoundly. In this scenario, unless she could present her grandfather with a compelling case for greater familial benefit, he might not acquiesce to her desires. But how could she procure greater advantages for her family? At that moment, a figure sprang to her mind. She suddenly turned her gaze toward the quietly observant Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo, initially intent on remaining inconspicuous, felt the weight of Lin Xin and Appos' gaze and trembled slightly. Surely you jest, third miss, do not look to me. What if the one I admire is him? Lin Xin blurted out. The three individuals present were taken aback in astonishment. Particularly, Wang Li and Appos' face was filled with disbelief. His previously gathered dignity utterly dissipated. If the person the other party fancied was indeed Zhou Luo, then he believed the Lin family head would undoubtedly choose him over Wang Lang. After all, this was a future tier 2 alchemist. No effort would be spared in winning him over. Third miss, are you certain of this? Wang Li asked, unwilling to concede. To my knowledge, Zhou's esteemed nephew has already taken your sister as his wife. I am aware, but that is of no consequence, Lin Xin stated calmly. At that moment, she had finally grasped the key to breaking the deadlock, and thus her previously tense and flustered mind had settled down. Only Zhou Luo, standing to the side, felt like weeping but had no tears. Who did I offend? How did I get dragged into being a shield? The only consolation was that this matter seemed to have no adverse effects on him. Surely, the Wang family Wuden and Oppos hold a grudge over such a trivial matter, would they? Wang Li remained silent for a long while, ceasing to pursue the topic, and merely said, I will communicate this matter to my father and the Lin family head. Having spoken, he departed. In the hall, Zhou Luo was the first to break the silence. Third miss, is this truly necessary? Lin Xian was filled with apology. Uncharacteristically lowering her stance, Zhou Luo, please consider this as helping me. But paper cannot contain fire, Zhou Luo responded. Such matters could not be concealed. Even if the family had agreed to her choice, what about upon her return home? Did Lin Xian truly intend to be with him? I will write a letter to my grandfather. When the time comes, as long as the marriage is annulled, and you vehemently reject me, that will suffice. Lin Xian said somewhat presumptuously. Her thinking was quite simple. In any case, she still had a considerable amount of time before returning home. First, she would have the family annul the marriage. When she returned home, she would have Zhou Luo express his disinterest in her. That way, the family would surely be helpless. And to preserve the family's reputation, they would certainly not seek betrothal from the Wang family again. Wouldn't that be a perfect resolution? Third miss. You're not considering me at all, Zhou Luo said, both amused and exasperated. Did she not consider that such a matter could not be so easily dismissed? He was not some elder-level figure who could simply refuse. Lin Xian realized she had been somewhat imprudent. She said awkwardly, I will compensate you. This is not a matter of compensation, Zhou Luo immediately retorted, but quickly amended. All right, compensation is certainly necessary. But you must guarantee that I can definitely refuse and that I will not be targeted after the refusal. Lin Xian was momentarily speechless. Wang Yue, who had been watching the spectacle, finally spoke with a smile. If you ask me, Xianer, you might as well marry Zhou Luo. Wouldn't that perfectly resolve the issue? Wang Yue, what are you saying? Lin Xian glared at her. Then, she turned to Zhou Luo. I apologize. I cannot guarantee that. Zhou Luo's expression darkened slightly. And he shrugged. Then I can only explain the situation to Elder Wang. He Wuden and Oppos idly engage in such a thankless task. Having spoken, he turned to leave. Wait. Abruptly, Lin Xian grasped his arm. Zhou Luo turned back to find her biting her lip, a picture of inner turmoil. What is it? He inquired. After a long pause, Lin Xian made a momentous decision, declaring with earnestness, at worst, I could genuinely marry you. Huh? Zhou Luo was taken aback. Genuinely marry him? Was such a thing even possible? Still, she, like Lin Shi, possessed a fifth-grade spiritual root. Marrying her Wuden and Oppos be entirely undesirable. It was merely her temperament that needed refinement. We can feign being together, without interference in each other's lives, Lin Xian clarified. This was, in her estimation, the most viable solution. Zhou Luo arched a brow. A marriage of convenience? Did the cultivation world also engage in such arrangements? If so, it might not be so bad. He could leverage it to gain more influence within the family and avoid Lin Xian affecting Zhou Yuan. His only concern was the great elder and Oppos' stance, but fortunately, before he succeeded the sixth elder, there was room for maneuvering. This favor was not beyond his capacity to grant. He ceased walking away, which visibly relieved her. Then, Zhou Luo extended his right hand. Lin Xian looked at him, puzzled. Compensation? Zhou Luo requested. Lin Xian and Oppos' expression darkened. She thought, I and Oppos am sacrificing so much. And you still demand recompense? Where is your conscience? Despite her inner thoughts, she reluctantly handed over a portion of the cultivation resources she had accumulated over the years. Zhou Luo, eyeing the substantial pile of resources, collected them into his storage ring with satisfaction. He then added, furthermore, you must do 3 things for me. What? Lin Xian frowned slightly, her tone tinged with displeasure. Zhou Luo responded inquisitively. What things? Lin Xian asked, looking annoyed. I Haven and Amp. Oppos, decided yet, but they won and Amp. Oppos, be unpleasant. Promise, and I'll help you, Zhou Luo said earnestly. Knowing she had no right to refuse, Lin Xian conceded, fine, I promise. Only then did Zhou Luo nod, producing a spirit talisman. What an Oppos, this? Lin Xian questioned. A voice recording talisman. I need to preserve evidence, lest you go back on your word, Zhou Luo explained. Lin Xian and Amp. Oppos' face was ashen, realizing the extent of his preparations. Nevertheless, she ultimately narrated the entire affair onto the talisman, emphasizing that everything was of her own volition. Chapter 148. Jiang City. As the matter was resolved, Zhou Luo consoled, of course, if I could refuse this marriage proposal, then you need not concern yourself with those 3 tasks. Lin Xian remained silent, her mood dampened as she exited, preparing to write a letter to the family head. Throughout the unfolding events, Wang Yue finally spoke again. You are more cautious than I had anticipated. Were you not so cautious? You would not even have the opportunity to see me. Zhou Luo waved his hand dismissively, following her departure. This time, he had acquired a substantial amount of cultivation resources without any expenditure, which brought him great joy. As for how Lin Xin would explain the situation to her family, he was indifferent. Ultimately, he would not suffer any loss. Moreover, those 3 tasks might yet prove beneficial, especially given Lin Xin and Appo's status, which could potentially assist him at a critical juncture. In the afternoon, Wang Li reappeared, accompanied by a steward, perhaps due to the events of the morning. His previous jovial demeanor had vanished, replaced by a somewhat aloof expression. Coincidentally, the family is dispatching someone to Jiang City. You may accompany them, Wang Li stated. Indeed. The Wang family remained wary of Wang Yue, even with Lin Xin present, ensuring that someone would monitor them along the way. No further comments were made regarding this matter. The following morning, a group of 5 rode spirited steeds towards Jiang City. The distance from Qing City was considerable. Along the way, due to the unexpected presence of the Wang family members, Lin Xin was compelled to maintain a close relationship with Zhou Luo to prevent her deception from being uncovered. She abandoned her previous haughty demeanor, becoming somewhat more approachable. Zhou Luo, on the other hand, relished this life of having someone to provide for him when thirsty or hungry. After half a month, the group finally beheld Jiang City. This mundane city was evidently much smaller than Maple Leaf City, yet the official roads bustled with activity, vibrant with life. Upon arriving at the city gate, 2 cultivators from the Lin family were stationed, scrutinizing the throngs passing by. Due to Jiang City and Appo's proximity to the Qing Yuan sect, despite its modest size, it was frequented by many cultivators, including the haughty disciples of the Qing Yuan sect, whose mere presence commanded respect, even if they were only outer disciples. Upon recognizing the 3rd young lady of the family, the Lin family cultivators instantly grew apprehensive, treating her with utmost reverence as they escorted the group into the city. Jiang City served as a juncture between the mundane world and the realm of cultivation, resulting in a significant number of ordinary people residing there. As they walked, Zhou Luo frequently cast his gaze towards the shops lining the streets, noting that while the city was not as expansive as Maple Leaf City, it offered a comprehensive array of establishments related to cultivation, as well as various entertainment venues. Passers-by, seeing the Lin family cultivators leading the way, cast curious glances at them. Particularly, Zhou Luo and the 2 women, striking figures of elegance and beauty, attracted the attention of the common folk. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance stood by the roadside, silently observing the 5 as they passed, a flicker of unusual light glimmering in the depths of his eyes. What brings the Wang family here? He quietly murmured to himself. Among the 5, the elderly man resembling a steward was someone he had previously encountered within his family, thus he recognized him. The middle-aged man was none other than Wang Tong, who had previously wreaked havoc in Maple Leaf City, ever since he led the remaining disciples of the Huan sect to narrowly escape the pursuit of the Lin family elder. He had been relentlessly hunted by the Qing Yuan sect. Ultimately, the remaining disciples suffered significant losses and were forced to flee to the Dragon and Phoenix Mountain Range. Meanwhile, he accompanied his injured master, Lu Fuchen, to Jiang City. Adhering to the principle of discretion, they concealed themselves in this small town, which was relatively close to the Qing Yuan sect, temporarily evading detection. At present, Wang Tong and Appo's gaze was fixed upon the 5 individuals. Apart from the steward from the Wang family, he had not encountered the others, but he could ascertain that they were likely scions of the Changsheng clan. Particularly, the 2 stunning beauties stirred a fervent desire within Wang Tong, causing his lips to parch. If he could abduct them, perhaps it would alleviate his master's injuries. With this thought, he quietly departed, vanishing at the alley's entrance. On the other side, under the guidance of the Lin family cultivator, the 5 arrived before a vast estate. At the entrance, someone had been waiting for quite some time. An elderly man, adorned in splendid garments, stood there, accompanied by a group of cultivators clad in Lin family attire. Upon recognizing the arrivals, the elder hastily bowed. 3rd Mississippi. The others also bowed respectfully. Lin Xin responded affirmatively, leading the way into the estate, closely followed by Zhou Luo and the others. The elder from the Wang family then excused himself and headed toward the Wang family and Appo's establishment. Inside the estate, the pavilions were artfully arranged, each structure adorned with intricate carvings and opulent decorations. The elder guided Lin Xin to the largest main building. As the highest-ranking individual present, Lin Xin naturally took the seat of honor. Zhou Luo and Wang Yue occupied the left side, while Lin Dong sat on the right. The elder stood in the center of the hall, bowing his head, careful not to overstep his bounds. Lin Bo, please take a seat, Lin Xin said gently. Perhaps due to the events of their journey, her earlier arrogance had dissipated, and her previously indifferent expression now bore a hint of warmth, no longer exuding an air of aloofness. The Lin Bo she referred to was the elder before her. His name was Lin San, the principal authority in Jiang City, possessing a cultivation level of qi refinement, 7th layer. Upon hearing her words, Lin San approached and seated himself on the right side before commencing to explain the affairs of Jiang City to the 4 individuals present. The Lin family governed the entire city, thus overseeing all significant industries. Those outsiders and ordinary citizens could only establish mundane shops, as dictated by the family's directives. Consequently, Lin Xin and Zhou Luo and Amp, Oppos, S immediate task was to familiarize themselves with the family and Amp, Oppos, S enterprises and comprehend their operations. As the promising youth of the Lin family, they were destined to become the backbone of their clan and needed to grasp these essential matters. Moreover, they could also engage in outdoor explorations with the cultivators in the city during their leisure time. The closest location to Jiang City was the vast Dragon and Phoenix Mountain Range, which spanned an immense area, comparable to the entirety of the Qingyuan sect. Because it was originally one of the founding sites of the Hehuan sect, this vast mountain range conceals an array of celestial treasures and earthly delights. For centuries, countless cultivators have ventured into the mountains in search of these riches. However, the dangers of the Longfeng mountain range far exceed expectations. Whether it be the ferocious beasts or the malevolent practitioners lurking within, every individual who dares to enter the mountains must tread carefully, aware of the peril surrounding them. Despite this, each year sees a significant number of cultivators meet their demise here, including disciples from the Qingyuan sect. The Qingyuan sect does not hold anyone accountable for these losses. After all, without the threat of death, how can cultivators transcend their limits? Thus, the Qingyuan sect has publicly declared that they will not intervene in the fates of those who perish within the Longfeng mountain range. In the absence of rules, malevolence will flourish. This has rendered the Dragon Blood mountain range increasingly perilous. To this day, the Longfeng mountain range remains one of the most chaotic regions in the Qingyuan domain. Lin San cautioned them to confine their activities to the outskirts and to refrain from recklessly delving deeper. In the heart of the Longfeng mountain range, no one will show mercy simply because you hail from a prestigious lineage. Chapter 149. The Dragon and Phoenix Mountain Range. The circumstances surrounding the Dragon and Phoenix Mountain Range were beyond the expectations of Zhou Luo and his companions. Having never ventured outside before, their only prior knowledge of the location came from a map at home. Who could have anticipated that this mountain range, in proximity to the Qingyuan sect, would be fraught with such peril? Ultimately, the laxity of the Qingyuan sect was to blame. Fortunately, the clues they sought were located on the periphery. Otherwise, even with the dual cultivation techniques at his disposal, Zhou Luo would have turned back without hesitation. The prospect of risking one's life for a few leads was simply not in his nature. After acquiring a general understanding of Jiang City, the group, under Lin San's guidance, proceeded to the 3rd floor of the main building to rest. The exhaustion from their long journey weighed heavily on them, leaving them fatigued. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard within a certain alley of Jiang City, Wang Tong quietly entered after confirming that he was not being followed. He made his way to a room deep within. Inside, Lu Fuchen sat cross-legged, engaged in the arduous task of mending his injuries. His wounds were grievous, and without the audacity to openly seize women for cultivation, his recovery was exceedingly slow. Wang Tong bowed before him, relaying every detail of the information he had gathered. The 3rd young lady of the Lin family. Lu Fuchen exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the Lin family would send someone to Jiang City. His severe injuries were a direct consequence of the Lin family's actions. If he could eliminate both individuals from the Lin family, it would deliver a significant blow to them, providing an opportunity for revenge. With this thought, Lu Fuchen was eager to act immediately. For the strongest member of the Lin family in Jiang City had only reached the 7th level of qi refinement, far from a match for him. However, he quickly regained his composure. The Lin family must have dispatched someone to protect such an important descendant as Lin Xin, allowing her to venture out without concern. Furthermore, the Lin family's key enterprises were safeguarded by formations. Should he act rashly, he would not only alert his adversaries, but also risk exposing himself. Thus, he chose to bide his time. Keep a watch on them. When the opportunity arises, shatter the communication talisman, Lu Fuchen commanded sternly. As you wish, Wang Tong replied, retreating. Half a month later, at the Lin family's alchemy workshop, Zhou Luo was instructing 2 apprentices in the art of potion making. At that moment, Lin Xin and Wang Yue entered the workshop. Since becoming acquainted with the family business, Lin Xin, the ethereal and refined 3rd young lady, had adopted a decisively vigorous demeanor. Today, she wore a white dress adorned with a vibrant peony, paired with a light blue pleated skirt that revealed her fair, slender legs. We can finally head to the Dragon and Phoenix Mountain Range, Lin Xian whispered to Zhou Luo, pulling him aside. After half a month, the family had finally come to trust that their intentions were merely for self-cultivation. Therefore, when Lin Xian proposed a journey to the Dragon and Phoenix Mountain Range, neither Lin San nor Lin Dong opposed the idea. Zhou Luo, elated at the prospect of leaving Jiang City, wore a bright smile, his spirits lifted. During this time, he had thoroughly familiarized himself with the medicinal herb market in Jiang City. Despite the numerous cultivators entering and exiting Jiacheng, their consumption levels are rather unimpressive. Most come merely to purchase healing elixirs, which left Zhou Luo greatly disappointed. He had initially planned to sell a batch of longevity pills in Jiangcheng, but it seems that, even if there were buyers, the quantity would be meager at best. Fortunately, he learned from Lin San that there exists a market at the periphery of the Longfeng mountain range, where treasures discovered within the mountains are sold, thus attracting a more affluent clientele. In the afternoon, within the estate, Lin San awaited outside the courtyard, accompanied by a group of distinguished cultivators. The Longfeng mountain range is far removed from Jiangcheng, and with the esteemed identities of Lin Xian and Zhou Luo, caution is paramount. Consequently, the Lin family has mobilized all the protective forces of Jiangcheng for this expedition. In total, there are 4 formidable cultivators at the 7th level of Qi refinement, alongside 10 at the 6th level, with the remainder being at the 5th level. Third miss, all is prepared, Lin San said respectfully as Lin Xian emerged. Lin Bo. Such formality is unnecessary, Lin Xian replied with a hint of exasperation. The sheer number of guards was unexpected. Had it been just Lin Dong, they might have managed to slip away unnoticed, but with so many watchful eyes, escaping would prove quite challenging. Third miss, your noble status must be safeguarded without fail, Lin San asserted earnestly. Besides Lin Xian, Zhou Luo and Appos, as presence further accentuated their significance, they epitomized the future of the Lin family. Lin San believed it prudent to mobilize every Lin cultivator in Jiangcheng for their protection. Recognizing Lin San and Appos' insistence, Lin Xian refrained from further protest, deciding instead to adapt to the circumstances as they unfolded. Thus, the group set forth, boarding the flying vessel, departing the city in grand procession. This scene did not escape Wang Tong and Appos' keen observation, his expression illuminated with excitement, his fist clenched tightly. The awaited moment had finally arrived. The following day, a flying vessel emblazoned with the emblem of the Maple Leaf clan appeared above the Longfeng mountain range. Viewed from above, the expanse of the mountain range was vast, stretching endlessly for miles. Towering peaks pierced the clouds, shrouded in mist. Gazing into the distance, one could only discern the outermost features, while the depths remained shrouded in mystery. Once a foundational site for the Hehuan sect, its scale rivals that of the Qingyuan sect. Legends speak of a fragmented medium spirit vein, though severed. It still brims with abundant spiritual energy, drawing countless wandering cultivators to its allure. For this expedition, Lin San opted not to guide them into the chaotic market but instead intended to explore the outermost regions cautiously. The unique statuses of Lin Xian and Zhou Luo necessitated a prudent approach. The flying vessel descended into a dense thicket, as few cultivators ventured into this outer area of the Longfeng mountain range. Third miss, this area is known to harbor many magical beasts. Please exercise utmost caution, Lin San advised Lin Xian. Beside them, Zhou Luo shook his head slightly, pondering that with so many powerful allies present, even a surge of magical beasts would pose little threat, questioning the merit of such an experience. These thoughts also mirrored Lin Xian and Appos' sentiments. Although she held the title of the third young lady of the family, she found herself devoid of any authority to refuse in the presence of her elders, especially since their intentions were purportedly for her benefit. Thus, for the next 2 days, the group embarked on a quest to hunt demonic beasts in the periphery of this territory. However, due to geographical constraints, the more valuable demonic creatures had already been claimed by other cultivators, leaving behind only a few ordinary beasts, which could scarcely be distinguished from mere wildlife. On one particular night, the party settled beside a small stream. Under Lin San's instruction, one of the cultivators produced a formation plate and began to set up a defensive array. Simultaneously, the other cultivators retrieved illuminating talismans. Third young lady, there is little left to experience in this area. We may return tomorrow, Lin San remarked respectfully. Clearly, the person in charge of Jiang City was apprehensive about unforeseen circumstances. Lin Xian felt a sense of helplessness. Returning under such circumstances would mean an indeterminate wait for her next outing. It was high time to put her plan into action and break away from their protection. Just as she was about to voice her intention to initiate the first step of her scheme, whoosh, at that very moment, a beam of sword light surged forth from the darkness, hurtling towards the one setting up the formation with an unstoppable momentum. Chapter 150. The ambush. The assault from the darkness came as a startling surprise, swift and formidable. The array master had yet to react when a blade pierced his throat, claiming his life with a single strike. The onlookers were left in shock. "Defend yourselves," Lin San bellowed. He had not anticipated such audacity from the cultivators of the Dragon and Phoenix Mountain range, daring to attack despite their numbers. As his command echoed, the remaining 3 7th-layer Qi practitioners sprang into action, conjuring a series of water screens and golden light shields to protect Lin Xian and Wang Yue. Other cultivators readied their magical artifacts, aimed at the opposing side, bracing for the next wave of assault. However, just as the group's focus was drawn to the adversaries ahead, ominous howls erupted from the darkness behind them. Fiery projectiles hurtled forth, akin to cannonballs, imbued with terrifying force. In the blink of an eye, fireballs the size of lanterns rained down upon them, illuminating the entire sky. The family cultivators hastened to deploy their defensive techniques. Yet, the suddenness of the attack and the sheer volume of flames overwhelmed them. Even as they reacted, some were struck by the fireballs. Although the flames were not fatal, they destabilized their previously fortified line. Wang Yue gripped her Zuanshan sword tightly, her vigilance directed towards all directions. Just as a fireball hurtled toward her pale face, Zhou Luo stepped forward, the sound of rushing wind enveloping him. In an instant, he seized Wang Yue's arm and sidestepped, narrowly evading the fiery projectile. The fireball crashed into the ground, exploding with a thunderous roar and leaving behind a charred crater. Wang Yue's heart raced, her breath unsteady. Though she possessed 5th-layer Qi cultivation, she was merely an alchemist, unaccustomed to battle. Thus, when the torrent of fireballs descended, she momentarily lost her composure. Had Zhou Luo not intervened, she surely would have been injured. "Thank you," Wang Yue managed, regaining her composure and expressing her gratitude. Zhou Luo, however, offered no response. His brow furrowed as he retreated behind the others. "All of you, forward," a voice commanded from the darkness. Instantly, dozens of disciples from the Hehuan sect surged forth, wielding magical artifacts with overwhelming presence. Lin San and his companions exchanged alarmed glances. "The Hehuan sect," one cultivator exclaimed. The assailants emerging from the shadows were unmistakably clad in the attire of the Hehuan sect. This band of cowardly rats, who typically sought refuge in the shadows, donned their sect's garb only during grand offensives to assert their authority. Upon witnessing the Hehuan sect and Appos' insignia, Lin San and Appos' expression turned icy, his fury palpable. Throughout their journey, he had remained exceedingly vigilant, dreading the attention of other cultivators from the Dragon and Phoenix Mountain range. With the prospect of returning the third miss and her companions home within reach, the sudden emergence of the Hehuan sect was utterly unforeseen. "This night, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise." In the darkness, Wang Tong, wielding a jade-green sword, appeared before the crowd, radiating an ethereal glow. The lethal strike that had just transpired was indeed delivered by him. Lin San let out a cold laugh. A mere 7th-level Qi practitioner truly believes he can turn the tide? With that, he summoned a golden broadsword, his aura surging as he walked on water, charging towards Wang Tong. As he lunged, he did not forget to incant a spell. A frigid aura emanated from the golden broadsword, and dreadful frost enveloped its blade. With a swing, the icy breath cleaved through the air, aimed directly at Wang Tong. Wang Tong smiled faintly and countered with a swing of his sword. The fierce sword light surged forward, clashing with the icy breath. The two forces collided, unleashing an astonishing momentum. Simultaneously, other cultivators from the Lin family also took action, assaulting the disciples of the Hehuan sect lurking in the darkness. Only Lin Dong and 2 remaining 7th-level Qi practitioners refrained from engaging. Their duty was to protect Lin Xian and Zhou Luo, and they would not depart unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, a chilling scream pierced the darkness. Before the crowd, a crimson gleam slashed forth, and an overwhelming force cleaved a 5th-level Qi practitioner in two. From the shadows emerged a rugged man with a sinister grin, wielding a blood-red broadsword, gazing at the crowd with disdain. Lin Dong and Appos' expression darkened. Another 7th-level Qi practitioner. He exchanged a knowing glance with his companion, who, without hesitation, charged towards the burly man. Just then, sensing something amiss, Lin Dong abruptly turned to face the opposite bank of the stream. Several 6th-level Qi practitioners had joined Lin San, who was charging recklessly at Wang Tong. "Fall back," Lin Dong commanded, brandishing his silver-white spear. "Retreat?" Wang Tong chuckled lightly, shifting his stance to block Lin San and Appos' escape route. His formidable strength, combined with his mastery of the nefarious art of yin-yang cultivation and his exquisite swordsmanship, kept Lin San under pressure. With the arrival of reinforcements, Lin San's life was increasingly at risk. Lin Dong's expression grew grave as he tightened his grip on the silver-white spear. He could not stand idly by while Lin San faced encirclement. The situation would only worsen. Thus, he leapt into the fray, joining the battle to alleviate Lin San's burden. As the confrontation escalated, casualties began to mount on both sides. Lin Xian and Wang Yue were pale, shaken by the bloodshed before them, though they were formidable. Witnessing such brutality left them momentarily unsteady. In contrast, Zhou Luo remained composed, surveying his surroundings. Despite the night obscuring visibility, as practitioners, they could still perceive their environment. Presently, the Lin family, bolstered by 4 7th-level Qi practitioners, held the upper hand. However, given that the Hahuan sect had chosen to ambush them here, one could not assume they were unprepared. There might be hidden contingencies yet to unfold. Caution was imperative. Suddenly, as these thoughts lingered, a jet of water erupted from the stream, and a diminutive figure surged forth from the depths. He gripped a short blade, his aim fixed intently on Lin Xian. The suddenness of the event, coupled with the adversary's adeptness at disguise, rendered the practitioner of the 7th layer of Qi unable to react in time. However, Zhou Luo was well prepared. The moment he sensed something amiss in the flowing stream, he had already activated his wind shadow technique. As he observed the assailant lunging toward Lin Xian, he decisively produced a fireball talisman and hurled it at the adversary without hesitation. As the mid-grade spiritual talisman was cast, it erupted with astonishing speed under Zhou Luo's command, landing precisely before the assailant. A resounding explosion followed, unleashing boundless flames that spread forth, startling the attacker, who hastily raised his magical artifact in defense. Yet, the fireball talisman inflicted considerable damage. As the flames erupted, scorch marks appeared on the assailant's body. And more critically, his movements were severely hampered, granting the practitioner of the 7th layer of Qi precious moments to react. With a swift motion, he extended his hand, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that decisively extinguished the life force of the assailant. Simultaneously, across the stream, a blinding silver light surged forth. Lin Dong, wielding a long spear, wore an expression of terror as he was violently propelled back by an overwhelming force. He quickly steadied himself, his face ashen, and shouted in desperation, "Fall back." Chapter 151. The hidden card. Lin Dong's voice trembled with a hint of terror, leaving the Lin family's cultivators, who had been in the lead, bewildered. However, in the next moment, a dazzling beam of spiritual light erupted from across the creek, soaring into the heavens before crashing down violently. Resembling a titanic pillar aimed at the crowd. Gritting his teeth, Lin Dong grasped his silver spear, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy, positioning his weapon defensively while shattering a defensive talisman. In an instant, the radiant pillar shattered his defenses, obliterating the talisman alongside it. Lin Dong was forcefully slammed into the waters of the creek, sending a torrent of splashes into the air. The Qi refining 7th layer cultivator, who had been shielding Lin Xian and Zhou Luo, was struck with alarm. He opted not to withstand the pillar and Apos' might, intending to retreat with Lin Xian and the others, only to discover that Zhou Luo had inexplicably vanished, appearing a mile away. Consequently, he hurriedly guided Lin Xian and Wang Yue to safety. With a thunderous roar, the terrifying light beam crashed down, creating a colossal crater upon impact, while simultaneously generating violent shockwaves that sent the Lin family's battling cultivators sprawling. They regained their footing, shock etched across their faces. Emerging from across the creek was an elderly figure draped in a black robe, his entire being seemingly absorbed by the shadows, emanating an overwhelmingly fearsome aura that unsettled the onlookers. 9th layer Qi refining. Every Lin family cultivator felt the oppressive weight of this advanced power. Lin San, who had been entangled in combat with Wang Tong, hastily retreated as well. The sudden appearance of Lu Fuchen, a formidable 9th layer cultivator, plunged the Lin family, who should have had the upper hand, into a precarious situation. They all fell back, encircling Lin Xian and her companions, struggling to withstand the oppressive aura while fixating their gaze on the elder across the creek. A mocking expression crept onto Lu Fuchen and Apos' visage. A man is trying to stop a chariot. With a casual flick of his wrist, a black and white blade of light cleaved through the air, splitting into countless shards as it crossed the creek, resembling a torrential downpour of petals descending upon them. Each blade carried a terrifying force, and in the blink of an eye, several 5th layer Qi refining cultivators met their demise. Others hastily summoned their formidable abilities to counter the impending threat. Yet, faced with the techniques of a 9th layer cultivator, even the simplest of moves demanded all their strength. In this dire moment, Zhou Luo quietly activated the windwalking technique, poised to make his escape. Die. At that instant, Lin Dong, who had been sent flying by the light beam, surged forth once more. His spear ignited in fierce flames, his eyes glowing crimson. His visage contorted with rage as he charged at his opponent. A torrent of spiritual energy enveloped him, coalescing into a formidable force. His aura began to swell dramatically. Interesting, Lu Fuchen remarked with a calm smile. The opponent had likely consumed a potion to temporarily enhance his strength. However, a 7th layer cultivator, even after consuming such a potion, could only reach the 8th layer. Before him, that was still insufficient. Lu Fuchen slightly raised his right hand, black and white spiritual energy swirling within his palm. Without waiting for Lin Dong to approach, he gently raised his hand, unleashing a surge of black and white spiritual energy, akin to a ferocious beast, unleashing tremendous power. The dark and light energy erupted in midair with a resounding boom, the immense shockwave sending Lin Dong, who had just consumed a healing pill, hurtling backwards once more. Lin San swiftly intervened, catching him. However, Lin Dong, battered from the relentless assaults, found his skin torn and blood flowing profusely, gravely injured. He produced a healing pill for Lin San to consume and channeled his spiritual energy to temporarily suppress the injuries. What are you waiting for? Engage! Wang Tong shouted from across the creek. The other disciples of the Huan sect charged forward once again, this time shedding their previous despondency and brimming with battle fervor. Wang Tong led his group, breaking through the air from the creek and oppos, edge. In an instant, a chaotic melee ensued once more. Opposite the creek, Lu Fuchen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene. Yet, upon closer inspection, one might notice the slight twitching of his facial muscles. He had yet to fully recover from his previous injuries. Although he was at the threshold of Foundation establishment, prolonged combat was unwise. After all, they were already in a precarious situation. There was no need to risk exacerbating his wounds. With this thought, Lu Fuchen's gaze fell upon Lin Xin, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. Rumor had it that the 3rd young lady of the Lin family had a cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi refinement. If he could extract her full strength, his own injuries would heal swiftly. Lu Fuchen refrained from further action, providing Lin San and the others with a moment of respite. However, with Lin Dong rendered incapable of fighting, the situation grew increasingly tense, particularly with a 9th layer qi refinement expert lurking nearby, casting a formidable shadow over them. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Luo chose not to retreat behind the others. Instead, he began to maneuver outward amidst the chaos. The appearance of the 9th layer qi refinement expert had not been part of his plan. Although the adversary had yet to strike for reasons unknown, should he choose to engage, the Lin family could very well face annihilation. Thus, Zhou Luo deliberately selected a position close to the dense forest to facilitate a swift escape. As Zhou Luo had anticipated, witnessing his subordinates fail to secure a decisive blow, Lu Fuchen was compelled to act once more. He summoned the black and white spiritual energy again. The dense energy morphing into countless blades of light, descending into the fray with terrifying might, claiming the lives of several cultivators instantaneously. Simultaneously, Wang Tong, utilizing his formidable swordsmanship, severely injured a 7th layer qi refinement expert. The situation grew increasingly dire. Lin San and Oppos' countenance darkened, his hands clenched tightly as he fixated on Lu Fuchen across the creek. Originally accompanied by over 30 cultivators, only a third remained, with nearly all of the 5th layer qi refinement practitioners vanquished. If this continued, they would all perish here. With this thought in mind, he decisively withdrew a talisman adorned with a golden hoop insignia. This was no ordinary talisman but a talisman treasure. As the head of Changsheng, he could defend a city with his 7th layer qi refinement prowess, all thanks to this talisman treasure. This talisman, inscribed with the power of a low-grade magical artifact, could only unleash a third of its potential given his capabilities. Observing the throng of disciples from the Huan sect advancing towards him, he resolutely cast the talisman into the air. Instantly, the talisman radiated with brilliant spiritual light, and a golden hoop surged forth, emanating a blinding brilliance. The Huan sect disciples, engaged in fierce combat, immediately sensed an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. Across the stream, Lu Fuchen's expression turned to one of horror. He had not anticipated that the opponent would produce a magical talisman. With a thunderous roar, the golden hoop, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, shone resplendently, causing the cultivators in the vicinity to feel as though they were bearing the weight of a colossal mountain, immobilizing them entirely. A sense of impending doom enveloped the Huan sect disciples, igniting a primal fear of death within them. Lin San's face turned pale as he channeled all his spiritual energy into the talisman. The golden hoop descended with cataclysmic force. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air, shaking the very mountain itself. Powerful cultivators like Wang Tong hastily fled, while the weaker Huan disciples succumbed to the overwhelming force emanating from the golden hoop, meeting their demise. Seizing this opportunity, the exhausted Lin San urgently signaled to the others to hasten their retreat with Lin Xin. As for Wang Yue, being from the Wang family, they were too preoccupied with their own survival to attend to her plight. In a moment, the remaining Lin family cultivators dashed toward safety. Lu Fuchen initially intended to pursue them, but the suddenness of the events and the terrifying power of the talisman left him momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his composure, the adversaries had already vanished into the shadows of the night. "Pursue them," he bellowed. The Hahuan sect disciples, having narrowly escaped disaster, swiftly set off in the direction their opponents had fled. Simultaneously, several gazes fell upon the abandoned Wang Yue. Chapter 152. The escape. Wang Yue could never have anticipated her abandonment. She stood in a daze, frozen in place. What was she still doing there? At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly pierced her thoughts. In the next instant, she felt a strong, reassuring hand grasp her. "Channel your energy." The voice resonated again. Instinctively, Wang Yue began to circulate her spiritual energy, and soon her lithe form was lifted by the other, racing toward the shadowy depths of the forest. "Chase them," Wang Tong shouted, witnessing this scene. The remaining disciples of the Hahuan sect immediately adjusted their stances and pursued the two. In the darkness, Zhou Luo, harnessing the power of Windwalk, continually altered his direction, moving like a fleeting breeze, swift and elusive. He had initially intended to flee early, deliberately distancing himself from the Lin family during the battle. However, he had not anticipated that they possessed a talisman as a trump card, which delayed his immediate retreat with Lin San and the others. When he prepared to leave, he was startled to find Wang Yue still standing there, entranced. Truth be told, given Zhou Luo's disposition, there was no necessity for him to take such a risk to save her. Yet, just as he had rescued Bai Jian at the Tianxia Tavern, he could not stand by and watch someone perish. If he had the means to extend a hand, why should he turn a blind eye to her demise? It was in his nature. He could not be callous or devoid of compassion. Thus, without hesitation, he reached out and brought her to safety. Of course, if it came to a point where only one could survive, he would not hesitate to prioritize his own life. Such matters only required a clear conscience. As night deepened, Wang Yue gradually regained her senses. A faint blue aura enveloped her, rendering her as light as a swallow, enabling Zhou Luo to lead her forward with greater ease. Gazing at his chiseled profile, her beautiful eyes shimmered with gratitude. Had it not been for his timely intervention, she would undoubtedly have fallen into the hands of those Hahuan sect disciples, where a fate worse than death awaited her. She pressed her lips together, striving to maintain her lightness and not burden him in any way. As an alchemist, although she had attained the 5th level of qi cultivation, she had mostly focused on alchemy and meditation, leaving many techniques unexplored. For instance, the Windwalk technique she had recently traded for now filled her with regret for not having practiced diligently before this outing. Behind them, several presences surged forward. Leading the charge was Wang Tong, agile as a nimble monkey, his entire form enveloped in golden spiritual energy as he closed in on them. Although Zhou Luo moved swiftly, Wang Tong was a formidable opponent at the 7th level of qi cultivation, possessing mastery over a specific movement technique. Thus, it was not long before he appeared directly behind them. "Let and Oppos. See where you think you and Oppos, rerunning to." Wang Tong raised his right hand, a flicker of spiritual light emanating from his palm, as a silver sword materialized in his grasp. He thrust it forward, and a beam of sword light shot out like a bolt of thunder, howling with terrifying force. With unwavering determination, Zhou Luo heard the swift sound of slicing air from behind. He did not turn but retrieved a spirit talisman from his storage ring and flung it backward. Under the impetus of spiritual energy, the talisman suddenly radiated a brilliant blue light, conjuring a shimmering azure curtain of water. This was a high-grade talisman he had crafted. While it lacked offensive power, it sufficed to impede his pursuers. The water curtain rippled like a wall suspended in midair. The sword light surged toward the curtain. Its originally sharp momentum diminished upon contact, enveloped by countless water vapor, and ultimately extinguished by the curtain. Moments later, Wang Tong arrived, gazing at the cerulean barrier. With an explosive surge of spiritual energy, he deftly swung his sword, cleaving through the water curtain in an instant. Just as he intended to pursue further, Zhou Luo hurled several more talismans, each radiating spiritual brilliance and unleashing various attacks to hinder him. As a talisman master, Zhou Luo had come well prepared. Now was the time to utilize them. Wang Tong could not evade these talismans and was forced to continuously slash them apart, yet his speed consequently waned, increasing the distance between them. "Damn it," he cursed. At this moment, other disciples of the Hahuan sect had also caught up. Projectiles tore through the sky, whistling past. "Senior brother, we are here to assist you." They struck simultaneously, clearing obstacles for Wang Tong to continue his pursuit. With the support of his fellow disciples, Wang Tong and Oppos, speed surged once more. Meanwhile, Lin San, pale-faced, summoned a flying vessel, ushering everyone aboard and activating the defensive formation as they hastily retreated toward Changsheng. Behind them, dozens of figures relentlessly pursued, launching continuous attacks. The strikes collided with the golden shield, producing crackling sounds. The formation of the flying vessel held firm, granting them a brief respite. Simultaneously, the remaining cultivators counterattacked the pursuing foes. "Linbo, I must go save you, Wei," Lin Xian exclaimed, realizing her dear sister had been left behind. "Third miss, do not be reckless. That is a 9th-layer Qi cultivator. We must return to Jiangsheng immediately," Lin San replied solemnly. In such dire circumstances, the protection of the family's vital heirs took precedence. As for that Wang family disciple, truth be told, what concern was it of the Lin family? Even if the Wang family pursued the matter later, upon learning the full story, they would have little ground to stand on. After all, it was a 9th-layer Qi cultivator. In truth, Lin San had once had the opportunity to rescue Wang Yue, but at that moment, he chose to abandon her. The urgency of the situation played a part, but there was also a desire to weaken the Wang family's power, despite the apparent kinship between the Lin and Wang families. In the face of familial interests, all friendships became meaningless. It was no wonder he could be so cold-hearted in his abandonment, even contemplating using Wang Yue to buy them some time. Hearing the words of the other party, Lin Xian remained silent, pursing her lips. She was acutely aware that the statement was indeed true. Even if they were to return, they would find themselves powerless against the formidable practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement. This was because Lin San's strength had waned to the point where he could no longer summon the power of that talisman. Furthermore, Zhou Luo was absent. At that moment, a wounded practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement spoke solemnly. "In that urgent situation, I was unable to locate him. He has likely departed long ago." Lin San, his aura diminished, replied, "Previously, when I left, I made a point to search for Zhou Luo, but to no avail. Thus, I reluctantly took Lin Xian with me." "Shall we wait for him?" inquired the other. "No, we must hasten our return to Jiang City," Lin San firmly rejected. "If he truly has fled, he will find a way back to Jiang City." Presently, although they were uncertain why Lu Fuchen had not pursued them, dealing with their current assailants was already immensely challenging. The top priority was to return to Jiang City, for if they were delayed until Lu Fuchen intervened, their entire force could face annihilation, plunging Jiang City into chaos and turmoil. Chapter 153. My long-standing admiration for the Hahuan sect in a secluded peak of the Longfeng mountain range. Zhou Luo was sprinting with great urgency, dragging Wang Yue along. Despite the assistance of spiritual talismans, the relentless pursuers clung to them like stubborn leeches, proving exceedingly difficult to shake off. Ultimately, it was his low cultivation level that hindered him from fully harnessing the power of Windwalk. "Why Don and Appos, do you just leave me behind?" Wang Yue declared resolutely beside him. She understood that if they continued in this manner, they would inevitably be caught once their spiritual energy was depleted. Given the circumstances, it might be better for her to stay behind and buy him some time. Though she was averse to the thought of dying, she realized that if she survived, Zhou Luo would be dragged down by her and face death himself. He had rescued her with good intentions. She could not be ungrateful. After all, there was nothing in this world that she held dear. Rather than watching her mother suffer at the hands of their family, it would be more merciful to leave this world together. "We and Appos, we're not at that point yet," Zhou Luo replied, furrowing his brow. If they truly faced a life and death crisis, he would undoubtedly abandon her without hesitation to save himself. However, if both could survive, why orchestrate such a tragic separation? He had always detested such scenarios in his past life. In the darkness, Zhou Luo utilized his formidable spiritual sense to constantly probe the surroundings. He was not merely fleeing. Throughout this process, he was keenly observing their environment. At last, he spotted a narrow gorge. The gorge was flanked by steep cliffs, with towering peaks piercing the clouds, leaving only a narrow gap suitable for passage. "That's it," he exclaimed, resolutely pulling Wang Yue towards the opening. "You go first," he instructed as they approached the narrow passage. Wang Yue initially intended to stay behind, but upon seeing his earnest expression, she decisively plunged into the gap. As she entered, Zhou Luo turned to face the swiftly approaching spiritual light, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "You enjoy the chase, do you?" He then produced 2 spiritual talismans, affixing them to the stone walls on either side. Having completed this, he swiftly slipped into the narrow passage. Moments later, Wang Tong followed closely behind. He observed the 2 figures navigating the narrow gap and could not help but sneer. They seek their own demise. With that, he drew his sword and charged forth, intent on slaying them within the confines. However, as he reached the entrance, the 2 talismans suddenly erupted with blinding white light. The radiance was so intense it illuminated the entire night sky, enveloping Wang Tong within its glow. In a flurry of motion, countless sharp blades whistled through the air, piercing it with lethal intent. His expression darkened as he swiftly wielded his sword to sever the incoming blades. Yet, in the next instant, more blades emerged, relentlessly advancing towards him. Unless he evaded to the side, entering the narrow passage would require him to endure these assaults. Damn it! Wang Tong and Apos, S countenance darkened as he brandished his sword once more. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo had already matched Wang Yue and Apos' pace. After expending another 2 high-grade spirit talismans, he finally managed to restrain his opponent. Upon leaving the narrow passage, Zhou Luo grasped Wang Yue's hand and continued their flight deeper into the Longfeng mountain range. Only when they sensed no more pursuing energies behind them did he exhale a sigh of relief. "Thank you for saving me," Wang Yue said, leaning against a grand tree. Her gaze sincere and filled with gratitude. Zhou Luo took a moment to regulate his breathing and extended his right hand. It was Apos, tea for naught. Wang Yue paused, quickly retrieving a storage bag from her possession and presenting a treasured sword, her voice trembling. "This is the most valuable item I possess, a mid-grade magical weapon. Would you like to take it for now?" Upon seeing the sword, Zhou Luo's expression turned disdainful. "If I take it, what will you do when we encounter danger again? Let us leave it for now." Wang Yue silently stowed the sword away, her beautiful eyes fixated on him. It seemed that he truly was a man driven by profit. Yet, his pursuit of gain was remarkably aboveboard. He did not take advantage of others' misfortunes, making him trustworthy. It appeared that her decision to partner with him was indeed the wisest choice. After a brief exchange, Zhou Luo produced a formation plate and began to set up a concealment array around them, ensuring that they would remain undetected. However, just as he unveiled the plate, a terrifying presence suddenly descended upon them. Zhou Luo's face paled in shock, and he instinctively sought to flee. Yet, the intensity of the aura swiftly locked onto his figure. Even in the darkness, he could feel the overwhelming dread emanating from the being. He halted in place, his expression grave as he gazed ahead. There emerged Lu Fuchen, nonchalantly stepping forward, his murky eyes gleaming with intensity, exuding an air of indifference. Upon witnessing the powerful practitioner of the 9th level of Qi refinement, Wang Yue bit her lip, clutching her sword, and dashed forward, intending to buy Zhou Luo time to escape. However, Lu Fuchen merely cast a glance her way and carelessly waved his sleeve. In an instant, a stream of black and white light crashed towards her. Wang Yue was no match for this force. She was sent flying and collapsed to the ground. Lu Fuchen had deliberately held back, intending to collect her yin energy, for otherwise, she would have been instantly obliterated. Zhou Luo felt a jolt of anxiety. Indeed, a practitioner of the 9th level of Qi refinement was fearsome. "You are Zhou Luo?" Lu Fuchen finally turned his attention to him. "I am not. You have mistaken me for someone else," Zhou Luo replied earnestly. "Humph. Do you truly think I would not recognize you?" Lu Fuchen scoffed. He was well acquainted with the intelligence regarding Zhou Luo, particularly the extraordinary alchemical talent that had sparked envy among many cultivators at such a young age. Unfortunately, he possessed only a 9th-grade spirit root. "Well, I have no ties to the Lin family. I am merely a son-in-law," Zhou Luo stated innocently, aware of the connection between the Hahuan sect and the Lin family, and hastily distancing himself from it. Standing under the moonlight, Lu Fuchen fixed his gaze upon him and spoke slowly. "If that is the case, would you be willing to join my Hahuan sect? In this present moment, the sect stands at the precipice of revival. Should we manage to recruit a disciple of such extraordinary talent, once he matures into a 2nd-tier alchemist, he would be capable of concocting foundational elixirs, thereby propelling the sect's growth and attracting a multitude of practitioners. Even if he does not reach that pinnacle, it matters not. The sect possesses the means of harnessing yin and yang energies, rendering him an excellent vessel should it come to that. Indeed, I have long harbored admiration for the Joyous Union sect. My esteemed lord, you may be unaware, but I have always yearned to join the Joyous Union sect. Otherwise, I would not have taken so many wives and fathered numerous children." Zhou Luo responded without hesitation, his expression earnest and his gaze imbued with sincerity. Such heartfelt words greatly pleased Lu Fuchen, who nodded slightly in approval. "Excellent. Then I shall accept you as my disciple." "Thank you, my lord. Shall I then pay my respects as your apprentice?" Zhou Luo inquired, perplexed. "Certainly, you shall become my pupil," Lu Fuchen declared, raising his chin with an air of authority. "Very well," Zhou Luo replied with a beaming smile as he approached. "Master, is there anything I can assist you with? Bring that woman here and take her away." Lu Fuchen commanded, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone nonchalant. At that moment, Zhou Luo had reached his side. Upon hearing the command, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. With a flash of light from the storage ring on his left hand, dozens of high-quality spirit talismans were activated under his control, radiating brilliance. The talismans unleashed surging energy, erupting into massive fireballs, torrents of water, and flying stones, all hurtling towards the adversary. Simultaneously, his internal spiritual energy surged forth, a refreshing breeze enveloping him as he rapidly retreated. Upon reaching Wang Yue, He swiftly swept her into his arms and fled deeper into the recesses. Chapter 154. The Xian Earth Spirit Talisman. As Zhou Luo retreated, the spirit talismans erupted with a thunderous roar, unleashing a torrent of power directed towards Lu Fuchen. Lu Fuchen and Oppos. S expression shifted slightly, taken aback by the audacity of his opponent to employ such underhanded tactics before him. Beneath the celestial glow of myriad spirit lights, colossal fireballs and spheres of water rained down, each bursting forth with terrifying might. Lu Fuchen quickly waved his sleeve, and a swirling amalgamation of black and white spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into a mirror of light. The surface of the mirror was impeccably smooth, with only the black and white energy swirling within it. Bang, bang, bang. The barrage of spirit talismans struck the black and white mirror, producing a cacophony that reverberated through the air. The residual force of the attacks was so potent that it cleaved the surrounding trees in half, while the mirror at the center began to fissure ominously. Behind the mirror, Lu Fuchen's aged visage was illuminated by the brilliance, betraying a chilling intent to kill. Crack! The mirror shattered, unleashing a tempest of flames intermingled with a deluge of vapor and various blades of wind. At that moment, Lu Fuchen had vanished from his original position. The dreadful assault ultimately crashed to the ground, creating a vast crater. As the radiance dissipated, Zhou Luo and Wang Yue had completely vanished from sight. Lu Fuchen's countenance darkened as he summoned a gust beneath his feet, propelling himself forward like a streak of light. "You little beast, I shall eradicate you," he bellowed, extending his right hand as another blade of black and white spiritual energy materialized, slicing through the air ahead. The razor-sharp blade surged forth, leaving a path of splintered trees and scattered flora in its wake, as countless wood shavings danced through the atmosphere. Under Lu Fuchen's command, the blade accelerated with astonishing speed, swiftly closing in on the fleeing Zhou Luo. Sensing the menacing aura behind him, Zhou Luo hastily released several spirit talismans. The talismans floated in the air, erupting in brilliant light, emanating overwhelming power. Boom! A series of explosions erupted behind him, obliterating the light blade entirely. Yet, in the next instant, another black and white blade surged forth, even more formidable than before. Zhou Luo glanced into his storage ring, realizing that his supply of talismans had been nearly exhausted, leaving him with only 3 superior ones. With the ominous blade advancing towards him, he acted without hesitation, producing a talisman and casting it behind him. The talisman emitted a muffled sound in the air before manifesting a radiant, earthy yellow light. Where the light shone, a massive earthen wall materialized, intricately adorned with exquisite patterns. It stood firm in the air, its robust surface exuding an indomitable strength. This was the Xian Earth talisman gifted to him by Lin Jishou, who had feared for his safety against the assaults of the Hehuan sect. Beneath the illumination of the Xian Earth spirit light, the earthen wall shimmered with vibrant brilliance. Boom! The black and white blade collided with it, producing a thunderous sound. However, the wall remained unscathed, merely marked by a white streak. At that moment, Lu Fuchen had charged forward, his eyes fixed on the earthen wall, brimming with malice. With a flick of his wrist, a blue flag materialized in his hand. Ignoring his wounds, he forcefully channeled a substantial amount of spiritual energy into the blue flag. In an instant, a column of azure light soared into the heavens, illuminating the sky. Vapor arose within the light column, pulsating like the rhythm of crashing waves. He swung the blue flag. A cerulean column of water crashed violently against the earthen wall, enveloped in the ethereal glow of dark soil, akin to a cannonball's descent. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air, sending waves of residual force sweeping outward, causing the surrounding trees to splinter. The wall itself became a tapestry of cracks, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming might of the opponent due to the elemental clash, shattering completely. Lu Fuchen and Oppos' complexion paled as he navigated through the debris, propelling himself forward at lightning speed. Ahead, Zhou Luo was taken aback. He had not anticipated the terrifying prowess of this practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement. A single top-tier spirit talisman had only withstood the onslaught for mere moments. "Let us see what other tricks you possess." Lu Fuchen surged forth, his garments fluttering, moving with astonishing velocity. In this dire situation, Zhou Luo understood that mere evasion was futile. He turned to face Lu Fuchen, gently placing Wang Yue on the ground, while his right hand grasped the Xiantian sword, which shimmered with a brilliant luster. In the next instant, his spiritual energy began to coalesce, coursing through his meridians and converging in the palm of his right hand, infusing the sword into Oppos' body. The once silver blade erupted in a cascade of golden light, emanating a formidable and terrifying aura, golden rainbow piercing the sun. He swung the sword, unleashing a torrent of golden radiance that burst into the sky, enveloping the surroundings in a dazzling hue of gold. Lu Fuchen narrowed his eyes, pondering the nature of this technique. Within the realm of golden light, the Xiantian sword thrust forward, its tip gathering golden brilliance to form a colossal golden sun. Zhou Luo's gaze hardened as he unleashed his spiritual energy, sending the golden sun hurtling towards his foe. Under the night sky, the boundless golden light was breathtakingly resplendent. Yet, Lu Fuchen remained unfazed, for he sensed no overwhelming power emanating from the golden sun. The opponent's lower cultivation realm rendered their explosive force negligible. With a tranquil demeanor, he waved a blue short flag, unleashing a torrent of cerulean spiritual energy, akin to a mighty river, surging forth to extinguish the golden sun. Zhou Luo was acutely aware that this sword move would not harm his adversary. It was merely a ruse to divert attention. As the golden sun surged forth, he discreetly retrieved another top-tier spirit talisman from his storage ring. This talisman depicted a peculiar beast resembling a rabbit, with elongated ears and measuring over a foot in length. This premium talisman had cost him a significant price to create, and now was the opportune moment for its deployment. As the torrential river of energy rushed towards the golden sun, Zhou Luo flicked his finger, sending forth the talisman. In an instant, a primal roar echoed through the air. The talisman ignited, turning to ashes, and from it emerged a beast adorned with golden fur. The creature bore antlers atop its head, yet its visage bore a resemblance to that of a dog, with large, bulging eyes radiating a ghostly green light. Lu Fuchen was taken aback, not anticipating that his opponent possessed another top-tier spirit talisman. By the time he regained his composure, the beast was already charging towards him. It brandished its razor-sharp claws, a crimson light slicing through the air as it tore through the torrent of water, advancing directly toward him. Lu Fuchen retreated swiftly while simultaneously gathering his spiritual energy to unleash a more formidable attack. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Luo darted to the left, cradling Wang Yue in his arms. The ethereal manifestations of the demonic beasts unleashed by the spiritual talismans could not endure for long. They were compelled to flee. After expending 2 exquisite talismans, Zhou Luo momentarily secured a respite. He consumed a stamina-restoring elixir and surged deeper into the mountains. Behind him, the sound of continuous explosions resonated. In such dire circumstances, mere flight would never suffice to evade their pursuer's grasp. The formidable consciousness of a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement was simply too overwhelming. This was precisely why, even after eluding his enemies, they could still discern his whereabouts. It was imperative to locate a suitable place to establish a concealment array. Soon, he discovered a secluded valley, where he descended with Wang Yue and swiftly produced an array plate to commence his operations. Chapter 155. Proactive strikes in the valley. Zhou Luo, holding the formation plate, released his consciousness to swiftly explore the terrain and gather the formation. Behind him, Wang Yue remained in a deep slumber. To ensure safety, he had purposely administered a soporific poison to her, preventing her from uncovering his secrets. He intended to allow her to awaken only after Lu Fuchen departed. The hexagram on the white jade formation plate shimmered with brilliance, then suddenly burst forth, enveloping the surrounding landscape and ultimately forming a luminous screen before Zhou Luo. He gazed at the screen, guiding his spiritual pen to begin inscribing the formation diagram. The diagram was completed swiftly, and Zhou Luo proceeded to place various formation materials into the white jade plate, using spirit stones as the foundation. In a brief moment, a concealed formation had been established. Exhausted, Zhou Luo sat down heavily on the ground. The linksy jade at his neck emitted a faint glow, alleviating his fatigue. Rather than meditating to recover, he fixed his gaze intently on the now quiet dense forest outside the valley. The battle had concluded, and Lu Fuchen would soon arrive. He was uncertain whether this superior formation could truly evade the probing of the opponent and oppos as consciousness. Before long, Lu Fuchen stepped onto the blue flag and surged forth from the darkness. His expression was grim as he released his consciousness to scan the surroundings. The powerful sweep of his awareness passed through without detecting Zhou Luo's presence. How strange, where could he have gone? Lu Fuchen muttered to himself. He had dispatched the beast in merely 30 breaths. There was no way the opponent could have escaped his range of perception, unless they possessed some treasure that concealed their form. With this thought, his gaze fell upon the valley below. Within the formation, Zhou Luo held his breath and focused, not daring to make the slightest movement. Ultimately, Lu Fuchen merely glanced around before turning to depart in another direction, vanishing into the darkness. Seeing this, Zhou Luo did not relax. He continued to suppress his presence, remaining utterly still. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Fuchen emerged from the shadows with a furrowed brow. Indeed, he had not left but was waiting in the dark. Although the formation had obscured Zhou Luo's aura, Lu Fuchen felt an unsettling certainty that he was nearby, prompting him to remain and wait. I wonder how long you can endure, Lu Fuchen mused, perched atop a tree, surveying the area. Whatever methods his adversaries employed, They could not remain hidden indefinitely. He possessed the patience to wait it out. Zhou Luo had not anticipated that the old man would linger nearby. The spirit stones sustaining the formation would last only about a day. If the opponent continued to stay, he would need to devise alternative strategies. An hour later, Wang Tong and others arrived. "Master, they have escaped," Wang Tong reported respectfully, his voice trembling. He referred to Lin San and his companions. Lu Fuqing sat cross-legged upon a massive stone, calmly instructing, "Do not concern yourselves with them. Have the other disciples seal off a 10-mile radius and conduct a search. Once the whereabouts of those two are discovered, report immediately." The escape of Lin San had been anticipated. Were it not for his physical injuries, he would undoubtedly have pursued immediately. However, given the lurking danger, should he be discovered by the Qingyuan sect at such a moment, it would be a regrettable loss. Thus, he had no choice but to temporarily relinquish the chase. Yet, he could never abandon Zhou Luo and the woman from the Wang family. This provided him with the perfect opportunity to recuperate during this period. Wang Tong received his orders and departed. Subsequently, the other disciples of the Huan sect commenced their search of the area, including the valley. However, even Lu Fuchan could not locate them, and naturally, those disciples would be equally unsuccessful. Yet, should this continue, the spiritual energy within the spirit stones would inevitably dwindle. Zhou Luo sat cross-legged beside Wang Yue, similarly beginning to recuperate and contemplate strategies. In Changsheng, as dawn broke, Lin San and his companions piloted their flying vessel into the skies. Upon sighting the familiar city, the occupants of the vessel expressed their relief and joy at having survived the ordeal. Only Lin Xian appeared troubled, lost in thought. Lin San had brought over 40 cultivators to the Longfeng mountain range. Among them, nearly all of the 5th-tier qi refining cultivators had perished, leaving only a scant few. The 6th-tier cultivators had dwindled from 10 to 4. As for the 7th tier, Lin Dong was gravely injured but had managed to cling to life. Lin San's spiritual energy was depleted, rendering him incapable of further combat. Of the two remaining, one still possessed fighting capability, while the other had been severely wounded by Wang Tong and was left behind. It was presumed that he had fallen into the hands of the Huan sect. Upon returning to the estate in Changsheng, Lin San promptly activated the protective grant formation. "Lin Fang, you must seek assistance from the family immediately." In the main hall, Lin San spoke gravely to the only remaining 7th-tier cultivator with combat strength. After this battle, the Lin family's defensive capabilities in Changsheng had suffered significant losses. If aid were not sought promptly, they risked attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives, particularly the Lu family, who had long coveted this city. The Qingyuan sect encouraged conflicts among the long-lived families, provided it did not hinder their annual collection of resources from these factions. Should the Lu family become aware of the situation in Changsheng, they would undoubtedly seize the city without hesitation. Preparations must be made swiftly. Lin Fang nodded and exited. At that moment, Lin Xian entered. Lin San promptly stood to greet her. "3rd Mississippi Lin Bo, please take a seat." Lin Xian gestured for him to sit. "I am truly sorry about Miss Yue," Lin San expressed with sincere regret. Lin Xian pursed her lips and merely replied, "Let us wait for the family to send someone before we continue our search." "Rest assured, the family will certainly dispatch an elder in due course," Lin San assured her. "Yes, I must trouble you with matters in the city, Lin Bo. Ensure that no mishaps occur." Lin Xian's voice was cold. "You need not worry. As long as I am alive, Jiangxing will remain in order," Lin San declared confidently. In the Longfeng mountain range, news of the battle that had erupted at the outermost perimeter had spread among the cultivators. This conflict was grander than any previous ones, naturally drawing considerable attention. Yet, upon seeing the disciples of the Huan sect present, they all tacitly chose to withdraw. In the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range, the faction masquerading under the banner of the Huan sect constitutes an exceedingly formidable force. Although the Qingyuan sect previously endeavored to eradicate them, like a centipede that, though mortally wounded, refuses to perish, these individuals have sought refuge in the treacherous terrain of the Dragon and Phoenix mountains, leaving the Qingyuan sect at a disadvantage. The vastness and peril of this region render the search for them a daunting task, demanding considerable time and effort. However, it is only a matter of time before news of their presence reaches the Qingyuan sect, a fact that Lu Fuchan is acutely aware of. Consequently, after a fruitless night of reconnaissance, he has resolved to take matters into his own hands. Should he fail to locate them before the Qingyuan sect's arrival, he would have no choice but to abandon the pursuit. Within the concealment array, Zhou Luo is cognizant of these realities. Yet, as he gazes at the waning spiritual stones, he realizes that they will not sustain him until the Qingyuan sect arrives. At this juncture, he must initiate an offensive to seek a glimmer of hope. Fixing his gaze upon the disciples of the Huan sect, A flicker of ruthlessness crosses Zhou Luo and Appos' eyes. Chapter 156. Murder at Midday. The spiritual stones of the formation had dimmed considerably. Zhou Luo gazed at the still unconscious Wang Yue, crouching down to administer a dose of antidote to her. In half an hour, she would awaken. By then, the power of the formation would nearly be exhausted. He had devised a plan. Once he departed from the formation, he would lead that group away. After all, he possessed other means of self-preservation. He could not possibly fall into their hands. Whether she could ultimately escape would depend on fate. May fortune smile upon us both, Zhou Luo murmured gently before rising slowly. He turned his gaze towards the disciples of the Huan sect who were searching nearby, his expression resolute. Some matters must inevitably be confronted. After a brief wait, seeing that there were no other individuals in the vicinity of the valley, a gust of fresh air surged through Zhou Luo, and his spiritual energy began to circulate. Seizing the opportunity, he silently exited the formation. At this moment, he remained undetected. However, with Lu Fuchen's keen awareness, he would soon be noticed. Thus, Zhou Luo hesitated not a moment longer, stepping forth as a whirlwind erupted beneath him, propelling him into the dense forest. Moments later, Lu Fuchen immediately sensed an unfamiliar presence. He directed his gaze towards a certain direction, exclaiming, "He is over there." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Tong swiftly produced a transmission talisman, relaying the intruder's location to all disciples. Surround him. In the next instant, startled birds took flight from the forest, and several nearby disciples of the Huan sect charged towards Zhou Luo. "Come forth, just in time for me to test my sword," Zhou Luo bellowed, advancing with his sword drawn. The Xiantian sword, empowered by spiritual energy, radiated a blinding golden light. The golden rainbow pierced the sky. An endless stream of golden brilliance surged forth, the overwhelming sword intent under Zhou Luo's command, striking with the ferocity of a tempest towards a disciple of the Huan sect. The opponent and Appos' body faltered. Before him unfolded a grand spectacle, as if he were immersed in a golden realm. Suddenly, a colossal golden sun materialized, hurtling towards him. The disciple, at the 5th level of Qi refinement, snapped back to his senses, hastily brandishing his magical artifact, crimson spiritual energy surging around him. With his energy enhanced, he swung his large blade fiercely, unleashing a torrent of flames. The golden sun approached, imbued with formidable power, its unstoppable momentum easily shattering the fiery assault. The disciple and Appos' countenance turned pale with terror. Just as he contemplated fleeing, Zhou Luo swung his sword once more. A beam of sword light slicing through the air with unerring precision across the opponent's neck. With a splatter of blood, the head fell to the ground. The other arriving disciples of the Huan sect were struck with shock at this sight and rushed forward to intercept. Zhou Luo remained calm, his gaze unwavering as he focused on the approaching Lu Fuchen and his companions. His spiritual energy surged, the sound of wind howling around him, as he darted eastward like a specter. Along the way, some disciples of the Huan sect attempted to obstruct him, mastering the 5-element sword technique. Zhou Luo's sword-intense sword, and with the aid of his agile movements, he continuously swung his sword. Although he was unable to wield the latter 4 techniques of the 5-element sword art, he had already mastered the essence of the sword intent inherent in the technique itself. Even a mere ordinary strike was imbued with pure sword intent, capable of unleashing myriad beams of sword light. The disciples of the Huan sect, who were of comparable strength, found themselves utterly unable to withstand his onslaught. In the blink of an eye, several Huan sect disciples lay lifeless upon the desolate ground. Yet, this served to buy precious time for those behind him. Clang! The clear sound of a sword echoed through the forest as Wang Tong's figure sliced through the air, his treasured sword releasing a long rainbow-like arc aimed directly at Zhou Luo and Appos' head. This was an assault from a 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, executed with astonishing speed. Zhou Luo and Appos' gaze darkened slightly, yet he did not evade. Instead, he produced a medicinal pill and swallowed it, causing his aura to surge dramatically. Almost immediately, he too swung his sword. The golden rainbow pierced the heavens. The 5-element sword art was activated, radiating golden brilliance across the world. A torrent of sword energy erupted fiercely from the Xiantian sword, appearing particularly fierce and menacing under the enhancement of spiritual energy. Boom! The 2 streams of sword energy collided instantaneously, producing a deafening roar. Trees in the vicinity splintered violently, and countless wood chips flew in all directions. Wang Tong's expression shifted slightly. "Let us see how long your medicinal pills can sustain you." With that, he leaped onto a branch, soaring towards Zhou Luo like a hawk in pursuit of its prey. "I may lack in many things, but I have an abundance of pills," Zhou Luo declared, recklessly stuffing a handful of medicinal pills into his mouth. In an instant, the spiritual energy within him surged forth like a raging river, flooding his entire being, and his skin glimmered with a rich spiritual radiance. Witnessing this scene, Wang Tong and Appo's lips twitched. Is this fellow not afraid of exploding from such reckless consumption of pills? Zhou Luo, however, felt no fear. As an alchemist, he was well versed in the effects of each type of pill, and he knew precisely how to maximize their potency. Though it appeared as if he were carelessly devouring them, in truth, his body absorbed the medicinal effects flawlessly, without any adverse consequences. Zhou Luo swung his sword once more. This time, the sword energy he unleashed was noticeably more terrifying than before, robust and barrel-like in its ferocity. Wang Tong crossed his sword before him, channeling his spiritual energy. As a swirl of deep yellow energy enveloped his sword, he fearlessly countered, sweeping his blade through the air, imbued with immense power. Boom! The two streams of sword energy clashed again, creating a tremendous shockwave. Wang Tong intended to continue his assault, but at that moment, Zhou Luo suddenly produced a spiritual talisman. Before Wang Tong could react, the talisman shot forth, bursting into resplendent spiritual light in midair. Within that brilliance, countless vines emerged from the void, ensnaring Wang Tong in their lethal embrace. The thick, glistening vines slithered towards him with the swiftness of venomous serpents. Wang Tong swung his sword to sever them. Clang! The treasured sword struck the vines, leaving only a shallow cut. His expression changed dramatically. Is the power of this talisman truly so formidable? Even his high-quality sword could not sever them? This was to be expected, as it was Zhou Luo's final top-tier spiritual talisman. Countless vines had already ensnared Wang Tong. And despite his attempts to alter his form, the space around him continued to constrict. He exerted every ounce of his strength to sever the encroaching vines. Feeling the vital energy within him rapidly deplete, Zhou Luo observed coldly, his target was not the assailant. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose, and the terrifying pressure from the previous night descended once more. A wave of consciousness enveloped him. Zhou Luo gritted his teeth, focusing his mind intently. He too released his own consciousness, and the two forces collided in the void. Lu Fuchen hesitated. He had intended to lock onto his opponent's consciousness directly. Yet the opponent and Appo's aura was astonishingly formidable, showing no signs of faltering. It was worth noting that he was at the 9th level of Qi training, while his adversary was merely at the 5th. Indeed, Zhou Luo was only at the 5th level of Qi training, but he was also an alchemist, a formation master, and a talisman master. Mastery of these three arts necessitated a robust consciousness. Furthermore, he had undergone refinement at the 4th level of Qingyuan's sect. It could be said that he had never feared anyone in terms of consciousness. Having extricated himself from Lu Fuchen's mental grasp, Zhou Luo did not flee. Rather than retreating, he had another matter to attend to. Fixated on the gradually materializing figure of Lu Fuchen, a murderous intent flickered across his face. How could he justify the expenditure of these talismans and elixirs without eliminating a formidable opponent at the 9th level of Qi training? Chapter 157. The might of the talismans. Lu Fuchen stood poised in midair, his feet resting upon a blue banner, his murky gaze fixated on Zhou Luo, emitting glimmers of brilliance, while he paid no heed to Wang Tong, who was ensnared nearby. I had thought you to be a person of intellect. Lu Fuchen's voice emerged, slightly hoarse. Zhou Luo and Appo's eyes blazed with fervor as he gripped the Xiantian sword, responding sharply. It is precisely because I possess wisdom that I shan't sully myself by joining your ranks. Humph, our Hahuan sect is a prestigious and orthodox establishment. How dare you insult us? Lu Fuchen replied indifferently. The ancient Hahuan sect, which pursued the dual cultivation path, emphasized the harmony of yin and yang, indeed, was a renowned sect. Yet, countless individuals had misappropriated the sect and Appo's name to practice nefarious methods such as the siphoning of yin and yang, which had led to a precipitous decline in the sect's reputation. Those who still linger in the cultivation realm, claiming to be disciples of Hahuan sect, are predominantly members of dubious sects, such as the Hahuan sect that wreaked havoc in Huiyun Kingdom centuries ago. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo could not suppress a cold laugh. If you truly are an orthodox sect, then why not let me leave? Such foolish delusions. Surrender quietly, and if you assist our Hahuan sect in alchemy, I may yet spare your life, Lu Fuchen retorted icily. Zhou Luo did not trust the words of these malevolent sectarians. Those branded as evil sects often engaged in heinous acts and possessed no credibility whatsoever. Trust was a foreign concept to them. With Xiantian sword firmly in hand, Zhou Luo scanned his surroundings. More disciples of the Hahuan sect were converging, effectively sealing off his escape route. He yearned for them to gather closely, for that would allow him to eradicate them all in one fell swoop. Seeing his intent to resist, Lu Fuchen ceased to hold back, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. A tremendous oppressive force sweeping through the area. The power of the 9th level of Qi refinement manifested vividly in that moment. To conclude the confrontation swiftly, Lu Fuchen, despite the risk of exacerbating his injuries, resolved to subdue his opponent as quickly as possible. Zhou Luo's gaze darkened, feeling as though an immense mountain bore down upon him. Gritting his teeth, he felt radiant energy surge through his skin, intricate patterns of dark yellow lines appearing on his taut muscles, bracing against the oppressive force. Although he could not entirely negate the impact of the attack, having cultivated the body refinement technique to its third stage, he would not be rendered immobile like a mere wooden post. In the next instant, he drew his sword, unleashing a torrent of dazzling golden light, imbued with colossal energy. Time was scarce. He needed to delay a little longer. Facing the golden beam, Lu Fuchen smirked dismissively. This technique is indeed formidable. However, the user's insufficient spiritual energy fails to unleash its full potential. With his mind focused, he propelled the blue banner beneath him, a brilliant azure radiance illuminating the heavens, transforming into a colossal wave that swiftly suppressed the golden light. Simultaneously, Lu Fuchen moved, extending his right hand, morphing into a streak of light as he lunged forward. With the wind and Appo's trace concealed, Zhou Luo found himself enveloped by a tempest, his body veering to the side as a small vial materialized in his right hand. As Lu Fuchen closed in, he did not hesitate to hurl the vial forth. A palm-sized vial shattered abruptly in midair, releasing a billow of gray mist that spread across the area, carried by the howling winds. Lu Fuchen was astonished to discover that upon contact with the gray smoke, his spiritual energy encountered an unexpected obstruction. Poisonous mist. A chill ran through his heart as he hastily activated his protective golden light. At that moment, Zhou Luo had retreated 3 miles away. He did not flee further but unleashed his sword once more, sending a torrent of piercing sword light towards his opponent. Lu Fuchen furrowed his brow, anger etched upon his aged visage. He had not anticipated that a mere 5th-layer Qi refinement cultivator could possess such an array of techniques. The fact that he had exerted so much effort without capturing his foe was a profound humiliation. Ignoring his injuries, he formed several hand seals, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him. The intertwining black and white energies coalesced into a terrifying beam of light, an astonishing aura emanating from it as it hurtled towards Zhou Luo. Trees splintered and soil was sent flying in its wake. Zhou Luo felt the wind at his feet as he darted aside. Yet the beam's speed was overwhelming, its power utterly terrifying. Although he barely evaded it, the residual force sent him tumbling. Boom! Zhou Luo quickly steadied himself, his face pale, his moon-white robe marred by countless cuts inflicted by the energy blades, revealing his delicate skin. Had it not been for his robust physique, the mere aftershock of that beam could have grievously wounded him. Truly, a 9th-layer Qi refinement master was beyond his capacity to contend with. Leaning against a large tree, he noticed other disciples of the Huan sect rushing in. Lu Fuchen, with his consciousness locked onto him, advanced, transforming into a streak of white light as he charged forward. Zhou Luo and Appo's gaze darkened. His left-hand storage ring emitted a flash of spiritual light, while his right hand's Xiantian sword vanished, replaced by a talisman. The moment the talisman appeared, his robe rose without wind, an astonishing aura emanating from him. The golden talisman shimmered with brilliance, depicting a pristine white weapon. Upon seeing the talisman, Lu Fuchen and Appo's pupils contracted, his face displaying sheer astonishment. A talisman treasure. His mind reeled, and the calm faade he wore shattered into disbelief. Almost instantaneously, he pivoted and retreated. Yet it was too late. Zhou Luo infused all his spiritual energy into the talisman, and an intense chill unfurled. The surrounding green trees were instantly coated in frost, an endless coldness radiating outward. The approaching disciples of the Huan sect widened their eyes in terror, panic etched across their faces. They hurriedly activated their protective golden light, but it proved ineffective. The chilling aura seemed capable of penetrating all things. Wherever it passed, everything froze. Just as they contemplated escape, they felt their bodies stiffen. In the next moment, frost enveloped them, encasing them in place. Even Lu Fuchen felt his body grow heavy, the spiritual energy within his meridian stalling, unable to circulate fully. As a sense of impending death enveloped him, he was struck with horror, desperately urging his spiritual energy to break free from the frigid, frosty air. Yet, it was too late. The moment this talisman was activated, an expanse of 30 miles was encased in a realm of frost. All living beings, save for Zhou Luo, who wielded the talisman, were immobilized in place. Lu Fuchen was engulfed by overwhelming dread, consumed by despair. At that moment, he could hardly fathom the injustice of it all. How could a mere cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement possess such a powerful talisman? Even he lacked such an artifact. Moreover, this talisman was evidently more fearsome than the one previously employed by the Lin family. Why did you not reveal this talisman from the outset? Had you done so earlier, would I have had to guard you for so long? Absurd. Utterly absurd. Waves of regret surged within Lu Fuchen. He wished to plead for mercy. But within the icy domain, he could only widen his eyes in helplessness, unable to act. Such is the terrifying might of a magical artifact. Zhou Luo smiled, exerting every ounce of strength to unleash the talisman's power to its utmost limit. Boom! An endless torrent of frosty air erupted forth, surging in all directions. Chapter 158. Annihilation. Wherever the frost reached, all things were rendered immobile in ice. The disciples of the Huan sect were transformed into statues of ice, their blood and spiritual energy entirely frozen. Lu Fuchen, who had once soared in the air, plummeted with a thunderous crash, shattering into countless pieces upon impact with the ground. A formidable practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement was ultimately reduced to a mere scattering of icy remnants. The power of the talisman dissipated. Zhou Luo felt an overwhelming weakness, as all his spiritual energy was siphoned away, leaving his countenance pallid as he sank to the ground. He retrieved a medicinal pill and consumed it. Yet with his depleted sea of Qi and Dantian, replenishing his spiritual energy seemed an uncertain prospect. Leaning against the trunk of a tree, he surveyed the frost-laden flora and the ground, settling into a meditative posture to recuperate. Fortunately, the Huan sect had previously barred other practitioners from entering this area to prevent disturbances. Given the magnitude of the upheaval, although it might raise their suspicions, it was unlikely anyone would arrive in the immediate future. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Zhou Luo's spiritual energy began to recover slightly. With great effort, he rose to his feet, the Lingxi jade at his chest emanating a gentle luminescence, soothing his spirit. The frost enveloping the Huan sect disciple Zhou Luoxin's heart quivered slightly. To render a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement utterly defenseless is a feat that, if encountered by a foundation establishment expert, could showcase immense prowess. The crucial point is that he had only been at the 5th level of Qi refinement when he activated it. Should his cultivation advance further, he might even contend with a high-ranking foundation establishment cultivator. The sole regret is that this talisman could only be used 2 more times. Had it not been for the sudden onslaught of the Huan sect, catching him unprepared, he would have certainly refrained from employing this talisman, as he possessed other means at his disposal. For instance, that second-tier inferior-grade poison. Regaining his composure, he noticed not only the carnage strewn across the ground, but also a blue short flag, which was the opponent's magical artifact. He hastily gathered them and placed them into his storage ring. Furthermore, Zhou Luoxin discovered a shimmering ring, which was indeed a storage ring. Since a storage ring cannot contain another storage ring, he simply placed it in the system and Oppo's backpack, which has 9 compartments. He quickly approached the corpses of other Huan sect disciples. From the bloody mire, he retrieved several storage bags, which he subsequently cleansed with a cleaning spell before depositing them into his storage ring. After completing this task, he made his way towards the valley where Wang Yue was located. No sooner had he departed than his spiritual sense detected a dozen unfamiliar presences hastening towards that direction. Clearly, the bloodthirsty individuals of the Longfeng mountain range could no longer restrain themselves, eager to seize an opportunity. Zhou Luoxin felt a sense of relief wash over him. Fortunately, I did not continue to procrastinate and directly activated the talisman. Otherwise, I would have lost all my spiritual energy, and surely this group would have taken advantage of me. It must be said that the world of cultivation is indeed fraught with peril. Were it not for the numerous methods at my disposal, I might have already become a lifeless corpse. It appears that I must exercise greater caution in the future. Reflecting on my previous encounters fills me with trepidation. In the realm of cultivation, lacking strength equates to an uncertain demise. My initial misfortune of being deceived into the Lin family may not have been entirely detrimental. At least in terms of safety, I need not worry. I have resolved that once this outing concludes, and I acquire the materials for a foundation establishment pill, I shall no longer venture outside until I have achieved my foundation. From thenceforth, I shall contentedly marry, raise a family, and engage in cultivation, which sounds quite delightful. Does it not? Subsequently, I deliberately concealed my aura and spent a quarter of an hour reaching the valley. However, Wang Yue had already vanished. I was left uncertain whether she had departed or had been abducted by someone else. After considerable contemplation, I decided to relinquish my worries. In any case, I have already done my utmost. As for what comes next, I am in no rush to depart. I would seize the opportunity while everyone's attention remained focused on Lu Fuchen. I took out some spirit stones and re-energized the concealed formation. Previously, as Lu Fuchen and his companions scoured the area, I knew that changing the spirit stones would surely reveal my presence, so I had to take the initiative. Now, having replaced the spirit stones, the formation was once again activated. I produced several spirit stones, consumed multiple pills, and began to meditate for recovery. After a considerable time, the originally pristine spirit stones had turned dull and lifeless, their spiritual energy wholly absorbed by me. Spirit stones are inherently meant for cultivation, which is precisely why they hold monetary value in the realm of cultivation. However, for the majority of cultivators, utilizing spirit stones directly for cultivation is an extravagant waste. It is far more economical to purchase cultivation resources. Yet after absorbing several spirit stones, I found that my internal spiritual energy had merely recovered to 1/10 of its capacity. There was no alternative. The utilization of a talisman had completely depleted my energy. Unless I practiced directly on a spiritual vein, the only way to regain my full vigor would be to continually use spirit stones. I felt no remorse, continuing to hold the spirit stones as I sought to restore my vitality. Meanwhile, the group of arriving cultivators were taken aback by the sight of blood and flesh scattered across the ground. Goodness, which formidable foundation establishment cultivator has passed through here? The Huan sect must be terribly unfortunate, one cultivator exclaimed in astonishment. The other opportunistic cultivators were equally shaken, pondering the sheer misfortune that had befallen the Huan sect. What further irked them was that everything the sect members possessed had been thoroughly plundered, leaving no trace behind. They left the scene in frustration. Soon, news of the Huan sect's annihilation spread like wildfire throughout the Longfeng mountain range, prompting widespread speculation about the identity of the assailant. The majority believed it to be a strong foundation establishment cultivator from the Qingyuan sect, although the opposing party claimed they would not interfere with the Longfeng mountain range. Should they discover individuals harboring enmity towards the Qingyuan sect, it would not be beyond reason for them to eliminate such threats. There once existed a disciple of the Qingyuan sect who wreaked havoc in the market, flying recklessly on a sword, only to be struck down by a foundation establishment cultivator. Although the Qingyuan sect chose not to pursue the matter further, merely 5 days later, the perpetrator was found lifeless in the wilderness. Everyone knew it was the work of the Qingyuan sect, yet none dared to speak out, for their might was undeniable. As night descended, the once bustling mountains fell into an eerie silence. This area belonged to the periphery, devoid of anything worthy of exploration. With the treasures of the Huan sect disciples thoroughly plundered, there was little interest in lingering. In the moonlit valley, Zhou Luo opened his eyes, a surge of spiritual energy coursing through him. After expending dozens of spirit stones, he finally returned to his peak condition. There was no alternative. To restore oneself in such a short span required the expenditure of spirit stones. Now, it was time to begin tallying the gains. Chapter 159. Harvest. Zhou Luo sat cross-legged upon a massive stone, eagerly retrieving Lu Fuchen's storage ring from his backpack, hoping to discover something valuable. He mused to himself, reflecting on the extensive resources expended in the endeavor to defeat his adversary. Every talisman had been exhausted, and countless medicinal pills and spirit stones had been consumed. If he could not recover his losses, it would truly infuriate him. Extending his consciousness, he began to probe the contents of the storage ring. The array of items within dazzled his eyes. Zhou Luo first discovered over 80 ordinary spirit stones and 10 mid-grade spirit stones. It was no surprise, considering Lu Fuchen was at the 9th level of qi refinement, that he possessed a substantial amount of spirit stones. Merely these 10 mid-grade spirit stones were sufficient to compensate for the talisman's depletion. However, this was far from adequate, as he still needed to account for the losses of medicinal pills and magical artifacts. Continuing his exploration, Zhou Luo found, apart from the blue short flag artifact wielded by Lu Fuchen, several flying swords, 3 large blades, and a number of other magical tools. The fluctuations of energy emanating from these artifacts were rather modest, suggesting they were at most mid-grade. Zhou Luo's brow furrowed in confusion at the sheer number of artifacts. Was Lu Fuchen perhaps a weapons dealer? After all, who in their right mind would carry such an abundance of magical tools? While it was understandable to carry talismans and medicinal pills, having several artifacts was generally unnecessary. In addition to the artifacts, there was a plethora of medicinal pills, most of which were mid-grade, designed to replenish spirit energy or enhance combat prowess. Regrettably, he had perished before he could utilize them due to the talisman's onslaught. Beyond the mid-grade pills, Zhou Luo also uncovered 5 bottles of high-grade pills and 1 bottle of an exceptional grade pill, gathering spirit pills. His eyes sparkled at the sight of the exceptional pill. It was a splendid item for breaking through cultivation barriers. It seemed Lu Fuchen had intended to consume it during his foundation establishment, but now it was rightfully Zhou Luo's. With this bottle of gathering spirit pills, he might very well break through to the 6th level of qi refinement before returning home. The discovery of these medicinal pills had completely restored Zhou Luo's spirits, and he turned his gaze to the remaining items with great anticipation. Besides the gathering spirit pills, Lu Fuchen possessed 15 mid-grade talismans, 5 high-grade talismans, and 1 exceptional talisman named the Diamond Pestle. Although this talisman bore the name of a magical artifact, it was not a true talisman treasure. Typically, Talisman treasures require the aid of magical artifacts for their crafting, while the diamond pestle could at best be classified as a high-grade artifact. Its destructive power utterly incomparable to that of talisman treasures. It was likely that Lu Fuchen deemed them insignificant, which fortuitously allowed Zhou Luo to profit immensely. The only lamentable aspect was the absence of any rare-related items. However, Zhou Luo did uncover several ancient tomes on artifact forging. Upon seeing these, he realized that Lu Fuchen was also an artifact craftsman, which explained the multitude of magical tools within the storage bag. Zhou Luo collected all these ancient texts, recognizing that he had yet to master the 4 fundamental arts of cultivation. While he could rely on the system's lottery for assistance, he could also take the opportunity to self-study during his free time. Who knows, perhaps one day he might achieve proficiency. In addition to these treasures, Zhou Luo also discovered a plethora of rare and precious materials. Most of these items were intended for refining weapons, yet among them, Zhou Luo found an exceptionally significant treasure, the celestial spirit fruit. Zhou Luo was taken aback. Was this not one of the 3 primary ingredients for concocting the Foundation Establishment pill? The creation of this pill necessitates 3 principal herbs and 31 auxiliary ones. The primary ingredients are dragon bloodgrass, celestial spirit fruit, and jade spirit mushroom. These 3 essential herbs have always been exceedingly rare in the market. Many practitioners at the 9th level of Qi refinement have been unable to break through due to the scarcity of these primary ingredients. After all, the 31 auxiliary herbs are readily available for purchase, but the 3 principal herbs are so precious and irreplaceable that acquiring them is a formidable challenge. It is likely that Lu Fuchen sought this primary ingredient with the intention of crafting the Foundation Establishment pill, with the celestial spirit fruit in hand. If Zhou Luo could also locate dragon bloodgrass, he would only need the final ingredient, the jade spirit mushroom. Zhou Luo's spirits soared with excitement. Although he was currently at the 5th level of Qi refinement, he was confident that a breakthrough would eventually come. If he could gather all the necessary ingredients before that breakthrough, he would ascend to the rank of a second-tier alchemist and step into the Foundation Establishment realm. What a tremendous value. Just finding this celestial spirit fruit made Zhou Luo feel that all previous efforts and losses were worth it. Regaining his focus, Zhou Luo continued his exploration and discovered several manuals, all pertaining to the arts of yin and yang cultivation. These dubious techniques were not what Zhou Luo sought. While such methods may not pose significant harm to oneself, they could deplete the vital energy of their practitioners. Zhou Luo's path was one of fostering progeny rather than extracting energy from dual cultivation partners to gain strength. He desired the genuine dual cultivation methods of the harmonious union school. Only in this manner could he engage in intimate relations without compromising his own vital essence, and indeed, he could even enhance the cultivation of his partner, achieving a mutually beneficial outcome. Nevertheless, Zhou Luo did not destroy these manuals. For aside from the malevolent yin and yang techniques, they contained valuable teachings on enhancing combat prowess and restoring vitality. This issue had troubled him for quite some time. And now he finally had a solution. Storing away the manuals, Zhou Luo turned his attention to the final item within the storage ring. It was a letter, faintly glowing, its contents obscured and indecipherable. Even as Zhou Luo extended his spiritual sense, it proved futile, as if an inexplicable force shielded the entire letter. Though uncertain of its significance, he instinctively felt it must be extraordinary. Without hesitation, he secured it. Zhou Luo had nearly completed his thorough examination of Lu Fuchen and Oppos' storage ring, yielding a bountiful harvest. In high spirits, he shifted his gaze to the storage bags of other disciples from the Harmonious Union sect. Compared to Lu Fuchen, these individuals possessed items of noticeably lesser value. Whether in terms of pills or talismans, they were all of a lower grade. Zhou Luo estimated that, among the 20 or so storage bags, they collectively amounted to merely 15 medium-grade spirit stones. The only consolation for Zhou Luo was Wang Tong and Oppos' storage bag. This fellow, ensnared by those creeping vines, had not escaped the icy domain of the frost spear. Within his storage bag, Zhou Luo rummaged through a collection of fine treasures, including a superior sword and a high-quality robe. The moon-white robe previously gifted to him by Wang Xian had been rendered obsolete, prompting Zhou Luo to don the new azure robe of exquisite quality. As for the superior sword, he intended to sell it all at the market when the time was right. Indeed, this fortunate escape presented a golden opportunity for Zhou Luo. He did not plan to return directly to Jiang City. Instead, he resolved to venture to the market in the Longfeng mountain range to dispose of his goods while concurrently seeking clues regarding the dragon bloodgrass and the dual cultivation technique. His earlier companionship with Wang Yue and Lin Xian was primarily due to his lack of a legitimate reason to depart from the Lin family. After all, he was well aware of his own capabilities. Even though the two women possessed slightly higher cultivation levels, they were insufficient to warrant his reliance. Now, Without the burden of companions, he found it quite agreeable. Just as Zhou Luo was placing the last of his belongings into his storage ring and preparing to depart, he suddenly felt a stirring in his spirit and sharply turned his gaze toward the eastern thicket. There, he spotted a slender figure emerging, scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Zhou Luo immediately recognized the attire of the Lin family's security hall adorning the individual. In an instant, his eyes narrowed, and a chill coursed through him. What was the security hall doing here? Chapter 160. The Dragon and Phoenix Square. The appearance of the members of the peacekeeping hall was entirely unexpected for Zhou Luo. With a grave expression, he scrutinized the individual before him. Could it be that Lin Xianfeng had orchestrated this? Had his prior actions been witnessed? If so, should this intelligence reach his family, his position within the Lin clan would be utterly compromised. In that instant, an overwhelming aura of lethal intent radiated from Zhou Luo. Gripping the Xiantian sword, his gaze bore into the man with unwavering intensity. Seizing the moment when the adversary remained oblivious, he stepped forward, the wind howling as he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards him. The man, caught unawares by the impending ambush, instinctively attempted to flee as the sword light flickered. Golden rays surged forth. In the next heartbeat, a blinding brilliance erupted, a terrifying sword intent enveloping the area and obstructing his escape. Zhou Luo advanced with astonishing speed, his blade poised to strike. Upon recognizing Zhou Luo, the man's countenance paled in sheer terror. Zhou Luo, what do you intend to do? He bellowed. Yet, Zhou Luo paid no heed, his sword slicing through the air towards the man's chest. The latter hastily evaded, but it was too late. The blade carved a deep gash across his left shoulder. Blood sprang forth. The diminutive figure's face turned ashen, his internal energies thrown into disarray. Clang! Zhou Luo's strike shattered the protective aura surrounding him, the sword's tip pressing against his throat, a mere breath away from piercing through. Who are you? The slender man, trapped beneath the Xiantian sword, dared not resist. His voice trembled as he replied, I am Lin Ping, a member of the peacekeeping hall. Why are you here? Zhou Luo demanded sharply. Although Lin Ping was reluctant to divulge the information, the murderous glint in Zhou Luo's eyes compelled him to confess. I was sent by Elder Jiao. Previously, after Zhou Luo and his companions departed from Maple Leaf City, Lin Xianfeng had not only dispatched Lin Dong to overtly monitor him, but had also secretly sent Lin Ping, a skilled practitioner of concealment, from their clan. However, despite Lin Ping's aptitude for stealth, he was only at the 5th level of qi refinement, rendering him ineffective during the ambush by disciples of the Hehuan sect. He could only bear witness in silence. It was only after Lin San utilized a talisman to escape that he followed suit. Later, he discovered that Zhou Luo was not aboard the flying vessel. Lin Ping's task was to surveil him, and now that Zhou Luo was absent, he had no choice but to search for him, needing at least to ascertain whether he was alive or dead. To his dismay, Lu Fuchen had cordoned off the entire area, leaving him with no means to enter and forcing him to wait in the shadows. It was only after Lu Fuchen and his companions fell that he dared to step into the vicinity. He had intended to take a chance, but unexpectedly encountered the very individual he sought. Relieved to learn that Zhou Luo was unaware of his involvement in the demise of Lu Fuchen and his group, Zhou Luo felt a weight lift from his heart. Zhou Luo, it was all orchestrated by Elder Jiao. I had no choice, Lin Ping lamented. Is that so? Zhou Luo nodded, his expression softening slightly. Lin Ping, too, felt a sense of relief as the tension in his visage eased. However, in the next instant, the sword light flashed, and his head tumbled to the ground. Zhou Luo and Appo's countenance remained stoic, his face as cold as ice. Regardless of the circumstances, he would not let his opponent go. Subsequently, he bent down to seize the storage bag from Lin Ping and departed. It was unexpected for him to discover that Lin Xianfeng secretly dispatched individuals to follow him. Now, it seemed that this 9th elder was indeed deeply invested in his affairs. Upon returning home, he realized he must exercise even greater caution. Otherwise, being discovered would lead to considerable trouble. Truly, a formidable adversary, Zhou Luo contemplated, then retrieved the map regarding the Longfeng mountain range from Lu Fuchen and proceeded toward the marketplace. 2 days later, Zhou Luo stood atop a peak, where he beheld the only marketplace within the Longfeng mountain range, known as Longfeng Market. This market was nestled among towering mountains, surrounded by several peaks that pierced the clouds. Even with a distant gaze, one could only glimpse the outermost parts of the market, while its depths remained concealed. Zhou Luo donned a mask, a high-grade magical artifact capable of altering one's appearance without arousing suspicion. Even foundation-building cultivators would struggle to discern any anomalies without meticulous scrutiny. It was this very mask that allowed Wang Tong to traverse Jiang City with ease. With the mask in place, Zhou Luo's features transformed instantly. shifting from that of a strikingly handsome youth to an unremarkable ordinary cultivator. He made his way toward the marketplace. As the former founding location of the Hehuan sect, the expanse of the Longfeng mountain range was comparable to that of the Qingyuan sect. Furthermore, it was said to harbor a fragmented medium-sized spiritual vein. Although severed, it still brimmed with spiritual energy, making it a coveted destination for countless wandering cultivators. As he approached the marketplace, the flow of cultivators increased significantly. In the skies, some rode spiritual beasts, others flew upon their artifacts, while some navigated flying vessels. On the ground, numerous spiritual steeds were transporting goods. The atmosphere thick with the essence of cultivation. Observing these scenes, Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Had he not failed to pass the disciple selection of the Qingyuan sect and subsequently been compelled to join the Lin family, he too might have arrived in such a place as a wandering cultivator. After a brief while, Zhou Luo arrived at the entrance of Longfeng Market, where those previously soaring through the air obediently descended to the ground. The entire marketplace was encircled by mountains, prohibiting flight within its confines, allowing entry solely through the main gate. Of course, for those bold enough, it was not impossible to directly pilot a vessel into the market. However, Longfeng Market was notoriously chaotic, with rumors of foundation-building experts residing therein. Should one recklessly provoke these influential figures, they would not regard your background with any leniency. It was said that a certain outer disciple of the Qingyuan sect, relying on his sect and Appos as prestige, had once traversed Longfeng Market on a flying sword, acting with impunity. Ultimately, he enraged a foundation-building expert, who swiftly eliminated him with a stroke of sword light. Though that foundation master faced consequences afterward, the incident served as a grave warning to many. At the entrance, the throngs of people bustled about. As Zhou Luo appeared alone, his consciousness immediately sensed several gazes fixated upon him. Some cultivators regarded him with covetous eyes, contemplating whether to engage in an act of robbery against him. In the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, one can act with impunity even under the bright light of day. Naturally, the marketplace offers a relatively safer environment. After all, it serves as a venue for transactions, and no one wishes to instigate trouble in such a place. Should a disturbance arise, the perpetrator would likely face collective retribution. Zhou Luo accompanied the crowd into the heart of the marketplace. The buildings within the marketplace varied in height and were arranged in a haphazard manner, creating a chaotic ambience. There were instances of various types of shops standing side by side. The streets bustled with people, their footsteps hurried. Instead of immediately selling his plunder, Zhou Luo sought out an establishment that dealt in intelligence to inquire about the local situation. In the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range, information is of paramount importance, particularly regarding rare treasures and resources. However, one must discern the truth from falsehood, relying on one's own judgment. The shopkeeper was a portly middle-aged man with a round face. Upon seeing Zhou Luo enter, he greeted him with a warm smile. "What information do you seek, esteemed guest?" Chapter 161. The Yaoqi Pavilion. I require intelligence on the Longfeng city, Zhou Luo stated calmly. 2 spirit stones. The round-faced shopkeeper replied with a beaming smile. Zhou Luo and Appos' gaze darkened. The value of such information was astonishingly high, equating to several days of his expenses back at home. Moreover, this type of intelligence was not particularly scarce. He was taken aback by the steep price. That and Appos' exorbitant, he remarked sternly. At this price, you may certainly conduct your own inquiries. However, let me caution you. Should you inadvertently enter the territory of a certain powerful individual and provoke their wrath, it could lead to dire consequences, the shopkeeper replied with a knowing look. Zhou Luo was well aware of the potential dangers involved. Having already profited significantly from the group of Huanhe sect members, he decided to hand over the 2 spirit stones without hesitation. Upon seeing the stones, the round-faced shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with delight as he quickly stowed them away and produced a jade slip, offering it to Zhou Luo. Receiving the jade slip, Zhou Luo placed another spirit stone on the counter. Where is a suitable place to sell items? The shopkeeper, still smiling, swiftly retrieved the spirit stone and replied nonchalantly. Bowling Studio. Once he received the information, Zhou Luo did not linger and promptly exited the shop. He then arrived at the Tianxia Tavern. Indeed, even the Longfeng mountain range boasted the presence of the Tianxia Tavern. It was unclear what force governed the establishment behind the scenes, allowing for such extensive operations. Nonetheless, it was a positive aspect. The tavern had a decent reputation and did not resemble a shady establishment. The tavern comprised 5 levels. The first 2 floors served as dining areas, while the 3rd floor housed the tavern's staff quarters. The upper 2 floors were reserved for guests, with the 4th floor designated for typical patrons and the 5th floor exclusively for esteemed guests. The criteria for becoming an esteemed guest hinged solely on one's financial capacity. With sufficient wealth, one could even secure security services from the tavern, a unique feature in the chaotic realm of Longfeng mountain range. Cautiously, the affluent Zhou Luo expended one mid-grade spirit stone and successfully attained the status of an esteemed guest. Esteemed guest, here is your token. Wherever you may be. As long as there is a Tianxia tavern, you will enjoy the privileges of our esteemed service, a beautiful attendant clad in tavern attire said with a smile. Zhou Luo accepted the token inscribed with the characters for Tianxia. What esteemed services do you offer? The rooms for esteemed guests shall be at your disposal. All expenditures within the tavern will receive a 20% discount. Should you require it, the tavern can also provide special services, though these will incur additional charges. Furthermore, while you are within the tavern, we can offer protection. Listening to the attendant's introduction, Zhou Luo suddenly felt that the expenditure of one mid-grade spirit stone was indeed worthwhile, especially considering the protection the tavern could provide. Given the tavern and Oppos's reputation, he surmised that in times of crisis, he could seek refuge there, rendering any pursuers powerless. This arrangement suited him perfectly, as he intended to sell longevity pills here, thereby deterring any covetous eyes. Zhou Luo felt a deep sense of satisfaction as he followed his companion to a chamber on the 5th floor. Should you have any requests, you may contact us through the token, the lady remarked with a polite smile. Understood, Zhou Luo responded with a nod. He then stepped into the spacious and brightly lit room, which undoubtedly deserved its status as a place reserved for esteemed guests. This sanctuary was not only adorned with spirit sealing talismans but also featured jade platforms specifically designed for cultivation, along with a small spirit gathering array. Zhou Luo settled himself down and brewed a cup of spiritual tea. Subsequently, he unfurled the jade slip he had procured earlier. A soft glow emanated from the slip, gradually revealing information about the dragon and phoenix market. The entire market was divided into 5 distinct regions: southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and the central hub. The central area served as the trading heart of the market, where the renowned bowling pavilion, mentioned by the round-faced shopkeeper, was located. According to the information, it appeared that the bowling pavilion had connections with the Qingyuan sect. It was hardly surprising. Proprietors capable of establishing businesses in such a locale were certainly not ordinary individuals. On either side of the market lay residential quarters for cultivators, with the eastern side possessing a more favorable environment than the western, and even featuring patrolling cultivators for security. Consequently, housing prices in the eastern region soared to 5 times that of the west. In such a place, safety was paramount. The northern and southern sections were designated for commerce and entertainment, hosting inns, shops, and restaurants. At that moment, Zhou Luo found himself in the heavenly and located in the southern district of the market. As he perused the dazzling array of information, Zhou Luo realized that the dragon and phoenix market was far more prosperous than he had initially imagined. This was advantageous, as long as the consumption level remained high. He could easily liquidate all the longevity pills he possessed. After familiarizing himself with the local details, Zhou Luo departed from the Heavenly Inn. Upon reaching the central area of the market, he opted against visiting the bowling pavilion, instead directing his steps towards a nearby trading market. After all, the items he carried were acquired from the disciples of the Hahuan sect, and should the Qingyuan sect discover this, any attempt at explanation would be futile. For prudence and Oppos's sake, it was wiser to dispose of such goods in a smaller venue. Though this might attract some attention in such a bustling environment, it was likely that others would be indifferent. Even if he were to be followed, he could always retreat to the Heavenly Inn, leaving any pursuers at a loss. The central area of the market bustled with cultivators, a hive of activity. As Zhou Luo strolled along the street, his gaze was suddenly captured by a white jade pavilion. The sign above it bore the elegant inscription Yaoqi Pavilion. He recalled that the jade slip had indicated this place was known for matchmaking, selling maidservants, and providing wives and concubines. While other establishments might not have piqued his interest, this one was different. He wondered if they offered women with medium or even high-quality spiritual roots. After all, his primary goal was to take a wife and concubines, with everything else being mere trifles. Perhaps noticing his pause, a voluptuous woman with a captivating smile approached him, her movements graceful and serpentine. Esteemed guest, are you here to acquire a concubine or purchase a maidservant? She inquired, her eyes sparkling with allure and charm. Returning to his senses, Zhou Luo shook his head in refusal, saying, I will merely observe. Naturally, if he wished to observe, he would have to enter. The woman blinked her captivating eyes and replied, Our Yaoqi Pavilion is not only home to human women but also to those of the demon race. Upon hearing the term demon women, Zhou Luo's eyes brightened, and various images of beast-eared maidens began to unconsciously surface in his mind. Cat girls, fox girls, snake maidens, and so forth. If such beings truly existed, he certainly had to take a look. This was not driven by mere lust. Rather, he was genuinely curious to see if his interactions with demon women would influence the rewards from the system. Yes, that was it. Zhou Luo resolved that before leaving the marketplace, he must make an effort to learn more about this. Chapter 162. The transaction. Upon departing from the entrance of the Yaoqi Pavilion, Zhou Luo finally arrived at the bustling trading market. Though referred to as a market, it was essentially a congregation of individuals fervently hawking their wares, with the cacophony of voices rising and falling in a lively din. The atmosphere was imbued with a certain earthly vibrancy. Much like his experience in Panchur City, Zhou Luo first meandered through the entire market, selecting several shops before stepping into the first one. "Good sir, may I inquire what you wish to purchase?" A young man greeted him with palpable enthusiasm as soon as he entered. Zhou Luo cast a cursory glance at him and noticed an absence of spiritual energy fluctuations. This was unsurprising. While this place was indeed a gathering of cultivators, it also harbored descendants of immortal practitioners, some of whom possessed spiritual roots, while others were indistinguishable from ordinary mortals. "I have items to sell," Zhou Luo replied, his tone measured. The young man was momentarily taken aback but quickly gestured for him to proceed further. "Please, step inside." Following the young man, Zhou Luo was welcomed by an elderly gentleman clad in exquisite garments. "What may I assist you with today, esteemed guest?" the elder inquired with a warm smile. Without further ado, Zhou Luo presented the storage ring belonging to Lu Fuchen. Upon seeing the ring, the elder and Apos' eyes narrowed slightly. If a storage ring could be sold, it was likely that its contents belonged to someone else. However, the elder was unperturbed. In the Longfeng mountain range, incidents of killing and looting were commonplace, and his shop frequently handled such items. Taking the storage ring, the elder inspected its contents. A plethora of items lay within: spiritual pills, talismans, and magical artifacts, among others. Zhou Luo had retained only a few essential items, intending to sell the rest. After a prolonged moment, the elder returned his gaze and quoted his price: 10 medium-grade spirit stones. This offer fell within Zhou Luo's acceptable range, and he nodded in agreement. Very well. The transaction concluded swiftly. The elder, being a man of his word, promptly produced 10 medium-grade spirit stones and handed them over, adding amiably, "Should you possess any further items, feel free to bring them here for exchange. I assure you, the prices are fair." "Certainly," Zhou Luo replied before turning to head towards the next shop. Half an hour later, Zhou Luo had successfully sold all his superfluous items, netting a total of 28 medium-grade spirit stones. It was no wonder that the trading market in the Longfeng mountain range boasted a consumption level far superior to that of Jiang City. After counting, Zhou Luo realized that he now possessed 37 medium-grade spirit stones, along with over 800 ordinary spirit stones. In terms of wealth alone, he had surpassed countless qi-refining cultivators. In the realm of cultivation, wealth, companionship, methods, and land are paramount, with wealth holding the utmost significance. With the acquisition of such riches, Zhou Luo felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. It was no mystery why the cultivation world was rife with instances of murder and plunder. Having spent 5 years with the Lin family, he had barely managed to earn 700 or 800 spirit stones through alchemy. The ease and swiftness of acquiring wealth through killing and seizing treasures were incomparable. Nonetheless, Zhou Luo did not intend to tread this path in the future. His moral compass, coupled with the inherent dangers of such endeavors, rendered it inconsistent with his principles. Equipped with a system, he need not risk his life like those who rob cultivators. All he requires is to marry, take concubines, and beget offspring. After completing his transactions, Zhou Luo did not depart immediately. Instead, he expended 5 medium-grade spirit stones to procure a plethora of high-tier materials, all intended for talisman crafting and alchemy. The recent battle with Lu Fuchen had depleted his stock of top-grade talismans and elixirs entirely. He now needed to seek methods for dual cultivation and dragon bloodgrass, necessitating further preparation. This confrontation had illuminated for Zhou Luo the harsh reality, with his cultivation at the 5th level of qi refinement. Lacking an ample supply of advanced talismans and elixirs would render him vulnerable to becoming prey for others. Ordinary talismans and elixirs were acceptable, provided they were sufficient for his needs. After acquiring a substantial collection of materials, Zhou Luo finally exited the trading market. The moment he stepped outside, he keenly sensed someone trailing him from behind. Anticipating this, he felt no concern. He made his way to the Tianxia Tavern, presenting his VIP token, and ascended directly to the 5th floor. The envious cultivators behind him, witnessing this turn of events, found themselves powerless and had no choice but to disperse. Some remained reluctantly outside, hoping to wait for his next appearance. Zhou Luo would undoubtedly emerge again, though whether he would retain his current visage was uncertain. Upon returning to his room, he summoned a beautiful staff member from the tavern with his token. "Could you prepare an alchemical furnace for me?" he inquired. Of course, sir, she replied with a smile and a nod. The benefits of being a VIP were indeed plentiful. Shortly thereafter, the tavern delivered a furnace of average quality. Zhou Luo adjusted his attire and commenced his alchemical and talisman-making endeavors. In Jiacheng, under Lin San's directives, the entire city was placed under a state of martial law. Many noticed the unusual activities of the Lin family. Yet, due to the lockdown of the Lin estate, they could gather no intelligence. However, some individuals began to stir with anticipation, having observed that the city's defensive forces had noticeably diminished, with many areas being guarded solely by cultivators at the 3rd and 4th levels of qi refinement. For their adversaries, this served as a signal. It was not uncommon for the illustrious families to vie for control over cities, and even some ambitious factions would unite to seize territories. For the benefits a city could yield were substantial. A city served as a foundation upon which a power could grow and flourish, enabling families to thrive and prosper. The Lin family had invested enormous resources to capture Jiacheng, drawing the attention of countless covetous eyes. Now, with an opportunity finally presenting itself, they would not let it slip away. At Longfengfang Market, within the Tianxia Tavern, Zhou Luo had remained indoors for 5 days, solely engaged in alchemical and talisman-making activities. The crafting of these top-grade talismans and elixirs proved to be immensely taxing on his spirit. Upon finally completing his work, he felt a profound sense of security. With these exceptional elixirs and talismans in hand, his safety in the Longfeng mountain range was assured, at least for the foreseeable future. After accomplishing all this, he took out a concealment talisman and affixed it to his person. The advantage of this superior talisman was its ability to obscure his cultivation level from detection. Certainly, this is solely aimed at the qi refinement practitioners. Afterward, he utilized a disguised talisman to alter his appearance before exiting the heavenly wine house. The cultivators stationed outside the establishment remained steadfast, oblivious to the fact that Zhou Luo had already departed towards the center of the market. In the central area of the market, the only places capable of handling such an abundance of longevity pills, aside from the Baling Pavilion, were the Jinyuan Tower. It is rumored that the Jinyuan Tower is under the control of a certain foundation building expert, though the specific identity remains unknown. Nevertheless, it is the sole trading venue that can rival the Baling Pavilion. Zhou Luo arrived at the heart of the area, where he beheld a 3-story building constructed of white jade, intricately carved and exuding a gentle radiance. The sign above bore the 3 prominent characters, Jinyuan Tower. Adjacent to it stood another 3-story structure, entirely crafted from obsidian spirit wood, adorned with depictions of various rare and exotic beasts, emanating an imposing presence. This was the Baling Pavilion. The 2 towers were strikingly conspicuous in this locale, with cultivators continuously entering and exiting. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Luo ultimately opted for the Jinyuan Tower. The reasoning was simple. Since the longevity pills were regulated by the Qingyuan sect, he certainly could not venture into their territory to conduct sales. It would be unfortunate if he were apprehended before even making a transaction. Chapter 163, The Head of Jinyuan Tower. Before Jinyuan Tower, Zhou Luo deliberately adorned himself with multiple talismans to avoid revealing any flaws. He mingled with the crowd and entered the grand hall on the 1st floor. Inside the hall, shelves lined with various objects displayed shimmering runes, each protected by enchantments. In front of every individual counter stood a beautiful hostess. Their exquisite features bore no trace of spiritual energy. They were all mere mortals. Nevertheless, no one dared to pilfer anything from Jinyuan Tower, for it was well known that in the Longfeng market, apart from the formidable Qiyuan sect-affiliated Baling studio, Jinyuan Tower also possessed a formidable background. Once, a desperate rogue cultivator, upon seeing the multitude of ordinary people in the hall, harbored malicious intentions and attempted to snatch an item from a counter. However, he barely managed to flee a mile before a radiant bolt pierced through his chest, leaving him irrevocably dead. Those who witnessed this scene were left in awe of the power behind that bolt, which originated from a foundational-level cultivator. Consequently, the rumor spread that Jinyuan Tower was indeed protected by a formidable foundational-level guardian. Such an incident might have merely instilled a sense of caution among the populace. Yet, Jinyuan Tower once audaciously competed with Baling Studio for a spiritual artifact, leaving onlookers utterly astonished. It must be noted that while Baling Studio was backed by a foundational cultivator, it also enjoyed the support of the celestial sect, Qiyuan. Even so, Jinyuan Tower showed no signs of retreat and ultimately secured the artifact. Remarkably, Baling Studio refrained from any response afterward, allowing a celestial sect to choose silence after losing an item to another party. The background of Jinyuan Tower proved to be far more profound than anyone had anticipated. After this event, the residents of Longfeng Market began to truly regard the 2 trading hubs in the same light. It could be said that if one could not find something in these 2 places, it was unlikely to be found elsewhere. Inside the hall, As Zhou Luo stepped through the entrance, a strikingly alluring woman with an enticing figure approached him. "Esteemed sir, may I inquire what you seek?" she said, winking at him with a hint of seduction. Zhou Luo furrowed his brow, pondering whether his ordinary appearance could evoke such allure or if he had been seen through in his disguise. "I am here to sell something," he declared without further thought. Upon hearing his intent to sell, the hostess maintained her smile and gently responded, "Are you aware of Zhenyuan Tower's regulations? To sell items here, their value must not be trivial. After all, a grand establishment like this has no interest in mundane goods." Indeed, Zhou Luo acknowledged the rules. "Please follow me to the second floor," the hostess said, swaying her alluring hips as she led the way. Zhou Luo silently followed her. The second floor of Zhenyuan Tower featured a spacious and brightly lit room with an open door, furnished with rows of circular chairs. On either side were small private booths, and at the front of the room was a platform, evidently reserved for auctioning items. The hostess guided him to a room adjacent to this one. Pushing the door open, he found an interior resembling a pawn shop, featuring a high counter behind which sat an elderly man in a gray robe, dozing off. "Manager's son," the beautiful attendant gently called out. The old man yawned and leaned forward, inquiring, "What do you sell?" "Longevity pills," Zhou Luo responded calmly, meeting the depth of the old man's gaze. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed manager's son's aged face, his eyes suddenly gleaming with vigor. The lethargy that had enveloped him vanished, replaced by an air of seriousness. He gestured for the attendant to wait outside, and once the door was closed, his attention returned to Zhou Luo. "How many do you have?" 25, Zhou Luo replied. After arriving at Longfengfeng Market, he had intended to search for more materials to refine additional longevity pills. However, he discovered that one essential ingredient was unique to the Qingyuan sect. Fortunately, he had managed to procure some from them. Otherwise, he would have been unable to create these pills. Thus, he retained 2 of the original 27 as a precaution. Upon hearing this quantity, manager's son and Appo's pupils constricted, and he asked in a serious tone, "Are you an alchemist of the Qingyuan sect?" The method of crafting longevity pills and one of its key ingredients were exclusive to the Qingyuan sect, and given that Zhou Luo possessed so many, it was likely he had ties to them. "No," Zhou Luo and Appo's response surprised the old man. However, possessing vast knowledge and keen perception, manager's son sensed no deceit in his words and smiled slightly. "Very well, it seems that talent indeed emerges from youth." Without further inquiry, manager's son offered, "If the quality is satisfactory, I can offer 500 spirit stones." 500 spirit stones, a substantial price indeed. Zhou Luo had initially estimated around 400. However, recalling the grand room he had seen earlier, it was evident that manager's son intended to auction the longevity pills, suggesting that the price would only rise. This was of little concern to Zhou Luo. Selling for 500 spirit stones was already sufficient. One must not be overly greedy. In such places, a straightforward transaction was often best. "All right, it and Appo's deal," Zhou Luo concluded, producing a jade vial. The sight of the vial ignited a spark in manager's son and Appo's eyes as he immediately took it, using his spiritual sense to examine its contents. Confirming it contained longevity pills, he withdrew his gaze and said, "You may take a seat while I fetch someone to verify the quality. If it is indeed good, the price might even rise further." Zhou Luo accepted this without hesitation. The Zhenyuan Tower was a reputable establishment, and he had no concerns about manager's son absconding with the longevity pills. Thus, he settled into a nearby armchair and waited quietly. Behind the counter, manager's son swiftly disappeared into the depths of the establishment, entering a series of rooms adorned with jade plaques inscribed with various craft names. He knocked on the door, labeled alchemy. "Enter," a rich voice beckoned from within. Manager's son respectfully opened the door, revealing a middle-aged man seated inside. The man possessed an imposing demeanor, his facial features sharply defined, and his eyes were profound like the ocean, revealing no hint of emotion. This was Elder Qi. Steward's son bowed respectfully. The middle-aged man before him was named Qi Chuan, the head of Zhenyuan Tower, and also a second-tier, high-grade alchemist. "Steward's son, what kind of elixir are we acquiring this time?" Qi Chuan inquired in a gentle tone. Reporting to Elder Qi, "It is the longevity pill. You may examine its quality," Steward's son replied with utmost deference, presenting a jade vial before him. Upon hearing the term longevity pill, Qi Chuan's gaze flickered slightly. He pondered whether disciples from the Qingyuan sect had come to trade. But why would they not choose the neighboring bowling studio? After casting a cursory glance at the vial and confirming it contained the longevity pill, he slowly asked, "What is known about the other party?" "Elder Qi, it remains unclear. However, they claimed not to be from the Qingyuan sect," Steward's son reported truthfully. "Not from the Qingyuan sect?" Qi Chuan's brows furrowed. The primary ingredient of the longevity pill was unique to the Qingyuan sect. If the individual was not affiliated, how could they possess the necessary materials? Had they perhaps located that particular ingredient? Suddenly, Qichuan rose. I shall go and investigate. Chapter 164, Red Radiant Sect Outside. Zhou Luo was savoring the spirit tea brought by the beautiful hostess. Suddenly, he noticed the steward's son leading a middle-aged man into the room, prompting him to rise immediately. As he stood, he felt a profound consciousness settle upon him, causing his heart to sink. He turned to face the imposing middle-aged man, whose deep eyes resembled the vast ocean, overwhelming him with an oppressive weight akin to a mountain. Even without any overt display of power, the presence rendered Zhou Luo and Appos' body rigid and his spiritual energy sluggish. A foundation-building expert. In that instant, a terrifying suspicion surfaced in Zhou Luo and Appos' mind. He never imagined that merely selling longevity pills would attract such attention. When those indifferent eyes swept over him, Zhou Luo felt as if he had been thoroughly scrutinized. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. Qichuan approached, hands clasped behind his back, passing through a small door beside the counter to stand before him. Though they were of similar height, Zhou Luo felt insignificantly small in the presence of his counterpart. Did you refine those longevity pills? Qichuan inquired. My lord, that seems unrelated to our transaction, Zhou Luo responded, reluctant to reveal his true circumstances. Qichuan's gaze darkened slightly, taken aback by Zhou Luo's vigilance. However, he brushed it off, his rich voice resonating calmly. May I have a word with you? Yes, but payment first, Zhou Luo asserted directly. Regardless of the circumstances, securing payment was paramount. Should the other party choose to turn hostile, he would devise a means of escape. Haha, son, calculate 600 spirit stones each for him. Qichuan laughed heartily, seemingly unconcerned by the additional 100 spirit stones. This declaration brought a glimmer of joy to Zhou Luo and Appos' face, but he quickly tempered his excitement. The willingness to spend so liberally indicated ulterior motives. He realized he must navigate the situation carefully moving forward. The steward's son produced a storage pouch and handed it over, saying, inside are 150 medium-grade spirit stones. Take a look. Upon receiving the pouch, Zhou Luo's heart raced. 150 medium-grade spirit stones. Selling longevity pills was proving far more lucrative than plundering treasures. In that moment, he yearned to concoct dozens more. With such wealth, his future troubles would vanish. Alas, he knew that opportunities would soon dwindle after this encounter. The Qingyuan sect would certainly notice the anomaly, making it impossible for him to procure materials from the immortal sect again. Come with me, Qichuan remarked, observing Zhou Luo's astonished expression with indifference. He then turned and walked further inside. Zhou Luo thought that since the other party was so generous, he likely had no ill intentions, and thus followed suit. Upon entering a room emblazoned with the characters for elixir, Qichuan took his seat at the head, while Zhou Luo settled in the lower left position. Do you still possess any longevity pills? Qichuan asked tentatively. In his view, given that Zhou Luo had previously produced such a significant quantity, there was a high likelihood he had more on hand. If so, it would indicate that he possessed the unique primary ingredient renowned in the Qingyuan sect. My lord, I have exhausted my supply of longevity pills. Zhou Luo chose not to divulge the truth. If he mentioned that he still had it, the other party would undoubtedly take notice. You may simply call me Elder Qi. Qichuan wore a genial expression, lightly tapping his finger on the armrest, and with a smile, he said, I hail from the Qimeng sect. At these words, Zhou Luo was momentarily taken aback. After he rescued Bai Jiyan, he had deliberately looked into the Bai family and Appos' background and subsequently discovered that the Bai family was a long-established lineage under the Qimeng sect. The Qimeng prefecture, where the sect is located, borders the Qingyuan prefecture, and the two have historically been rivals. He never anticipated that the other party would establish a shop in the territory of the Qingyuan sect. No wonder they could contend with the neighboring Baoling studio. Qichuan gazed at him with a knowing smile, as if he had long anticipated Zhou Luo's reaction. Such secrets are rarely known to many. Although the Longfeng mountain range is under the jurisdiction of the Qingyuan sect, it shares a boundary with the Qimeng prefecture, and certain areas even fall under its administration. Thus, the Qimeng sect and Appos' presence in the Longfeng mountain range is something the Qingyuan sect can only tolerate with one eye open and one eye shut. The reason he chose to divulge this information was to make it clear to Zhou Luo the strength of Zhenyuan Tower, facilitating their ensuing conversation. Upon realizing that the other was an elder of the immortal sect, Zhou Luo respectfully rose and cupped his hands in greeting. Qichuan gestured for him to take a seat. Since you are not a disciple of the Qingyuan sect, might I inquire if you would consider collaborating with my Qimeng sect? Elder Qi, what sort of collaboration do you have in mind? Zhou Luo inquired. A look of confusion adorning his face, suspecting the other party wanted him to concoct a longevity pill. Simply inform me of the location of the main ingredient, and I shall offer you a satisfactory price, Chi Chuan replied nonchalantly. He was convinced that Zhou Luo had discovered the growing location of that main ingredient in the Longfeng mountain range, which would explain the abundance of longevity pills produced. As a first-tier elixir that extends life, the longevity pill has long been under the control of the Qingyuan sect. Although the Qimeng sect is aware of the method of concoction, they lack the main ingredient and can only produce second-tier longevity elixirs at a greater cost. If indeed the growing location of that main ingredient has been found in the Longfeng mountain range, it would save the sect a substantial amount of cultivation resources. A commendable feat indeed. Once reported to the sect, he would surely be handsomely rewarded, with a bit of maneuvering. He might even gain entry into the inner sect as an elder. The difference between inner sect elders and outer sect elders is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Chi Chuan's motivation for venturing into the chaotic Longfeng mountain range was to accumulate sufficient merit to qualify for entry into the inner sect. Now, this opportunity had presented itself, and he was determined to seize it. Zhou Luo, upon hearing this, displayed an awkward expression. He had no knowledge of the main ingredient's location. He had acquired it unexpectedly from the Qingyuan sect. Therefore, with a sense of helplessness, he replied, Elder Qi, I too obtained that main ingredient by chance. In this situation, he would have gladly wished to know the location of that main ingredient. Not only would it allow him to earn another profit, but it would also alleviate the other party's suspicions. Chi Chuan's smile faltered for a moment before he swiftly regained his composure, speaking gently. Rest assured, no one will be privy to our transaction. He was convinced that Zhou Luo knew the location of the main ingredient, and his current words were merely a pretense. However, Zhou Luo truly did not know. Yet, he could not disclose that he had acquired it from the Qingyuan sect. Once the other party delves deeper into the matter, it would be effortless for them to uncover his true identity. Thus, he could only respond, Elder Qi, you have truly misunderstood. I stumbled upon that primary medicinal ingredient by chance. Had I known its whereabouts, I would have informed you long ago. Chi Chuan narrowed his eyes. He discerned that the individual before him was merely a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Such a person, upon realizing his identity, chose to refuse. Could it be that he had someone backing him? The more Chi Chuan contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. If that were the case, he must first locate this individual. Recollecting his thoughts, he smiled and said, What a pity, but I hope you will consider my proposal. When you have made up your mind, you are welcome to seek me at Jinyuan Tower. Zhou Luo stood, bowing respectfully. Elder Qi, I sincerely apologize. The other party seemed determined to acquire that primary medicinal ingredient, which stirred an unsettling feeling within him. Chi Chuan shook his head with a smile. Business is business. If we can negotiate, that is splendid, but if not, we can still be friends. Manager Sun, please escort this young friend back. Outside the room, Manager Sun bowed as he entered, guiding Zhou Luo out. Once they departed, Chi Chuan's smile vanished, his expression turning as cold as ice, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his profound eyes. Chapter 165. Departure. Regarding Zhou Luo's statements, Chi Chuan harbored not a shred of belief. In his eyes, the other party undoubtedly knew the location of the primary medicinal herb, yet for reasons unknown, chose to remain silent. Whether due to personal motives or the influence of others behind him, Chi Chuan was resolute in his pursuit of that herb. It represented his finest opportunity to enter the inner sect, and he was determined to seize it. Had it not been for the reputation of Jinyuan Tower and his wariness of the person backing his opponent, as well as the Qingyuan sect, he might have acted swiftly to capture the other party. As he observed the departure of Zhou Luo, a chill settled over Chi Chuan's expression. He gently crushed a communication talisman. Shortly thereafter, a shadowy figure materialized within the room, cloaked in darkness, standing in the recesses of the shadows, barely discernible to the untrained eye. Follow that person and uncover the identity of their backer, Chi Chuan commanded. The figure offered no reply, vanishing soundlessly from the scene. Chi Chuan's gaze deepened, revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. To ascertain the other party's true nature, he did not hesitate to employ the resources of Jinyuan Tower. Should he remain in the dark, he would have no choice but to personally apprehend the individual for interrogation. Naturally, such actions could not transpire within the marketplace, particularly with the watchful eyes of the Qingyuan sect upon him. With this thought, Chi Chuan retrieved a golden letterhead, intending to report the matter to his sect. Ideally, he hoped to summon a foundational cultivator skilled in soul-searching to effortlessly extract all pertinent information from the other party. Upon leaving Jinyuan Tower, Zhou Luo did not linger for a moment and hastened towards Tianxia Tavern. Though their earlier conversation appeared tranquil, an undercurrent of tension surged beneath the surface. Zhou Luo sensed that the other party would not relent easily, since they had expressed a willingness to divulge vital information. It was clear they were intent on either courting or absorbing him. Now that he had rejected their overtures, he knew that, were he in their position, he would not allow such an uncertain factor to persist. Moreover, it was evident that the other party was ardently eager for the primary herb, and having thwarted their ambitions, he was bound to face repercussions. Their hesitation to act immediately might stem from some form of trepidation, regardless of what they feared. He needed to return to Tianxia Tavern without delay. Given the tavern and Oppo's esteemed reputation, he reasoned that the other party would likely refrain from taking drastic measures. Ultimately, Zhou Luo realized he had underestimated the significance of the longevity elixir. What he had anticipated to be a simple transaction had inadvertently unveiled a formidable adversary. He deemed himself rather unfortunate. As the saying goes, when the soldiers come, the generals block. When the water comes, the earth covers. The pressing matter was to return swiftly. As he made his way to Tianxia Tavern, he remained blissfully unaware of the shadow that had been silently trailing him, akin to a second shadow. A quarter of an hour later, Zhou Luo successfully returned to his chamber, exhaling a sigh of relief. However, he knew preparations were still necessary. Although the transaction had concluded successfully, an unsettling feeling lingered in his mind. At present, while he possessed numerous trump cards, they would likely prove futile against a foundational cultivator. Indeed, upon encountering Elder Qi of the Foundation Establishment realm today, he had already included the individual among those to be wary of. He could not gamble on the assumption that the opponent would refrain from personally engaging. Therefore, prior to his next outing, he must ensure he is thoroughly prepared. Fortunately, the Tianxia Tavern offers shelter, otherwise, he would be compelled to flee at this moment. In confronting a Foundation Establishment expert, aside from that particular talisman in the bone-corroding powder, other means would prove largely ineffective. Among the four principal techniques of cultivation, only formations possess the capacity to genuinely impact Foundation Establishment practitioners. This is due to the fact that medicinal pills primarily enhance the self, and while spirit talismans are convenient, they can be easily neutralized in the presence of a Foundation Establishment expert. Only formations, despite requiring time to set up, can unleash formidable power once established. This is why formations rank foremost among the four great techniques. Zhou Luo did not entertain the notion of relying on formations to eliminate his adversary. Such an outcome was implausible. He merely contemplated arranging a confinement formation to enable him to employ other strategies. Formations can be categorized into 6 primary types based on their functions: offensive, protective, cultivation, restriction, spatial, and confinement formations. The most commonly utilized are the offensive and protective types. For this excursion, Zhou Luo prepared materials exclusively for these 2 types of formations. Against foes of the same tier, these formations can exert power several times greater than their users. However, when faced with overwhelming opponents, they are rendered ineffective. For instance, a first-tier premium formation. When activated by Zhou Luo, a 5th-layer Qi refinement cultivator could withstand attacks from 7th or even 8th-layer cultivators. Yet, against someone like Lu Fuchen, a 9th-layer cultivator, such efforts would be dismissed and his defenses obliterated. This explains why, when he previously faced Lu, he opted not to deploy other formations and instead sought refuge. Against foes of this caliber, only confinement formations can yield satisfactory results. Although these formations lack strong offensive or defensive capabilities, their strength lies in temporarily restraining the opponent, thereby granting the arranger sufficient time. Had he possessed the materials for a confinement formation back then, he could have resolved the situation solely with the bone-corroding powder, without resorting to activating talismans. Presently, should he encounter a Foundation Establishment expert, it is imperative to have the materials for a confinement formation prepared. Even if he cannot defeat the opponent, buying a little time to escape would be viable. Zhou Luo pondered thoughtfully, gazing at the VIP token of the Tianxia Tavern. Subsequently, he inscribed a list of materials on a jade slip and summoned a beautiful attendant from the tavern. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" The courteous attendant inquired. "Could you help me procure some materials?" Zhou Luo requested. He had resolved to remain in the tavern for the next few days to evade the storm while preparing additional strategies. When the opportune moment arose, he would seek a discreet opportunity to slip away, potentially avoiding a significant upheaval. Certainly, the attendant replied without hesitation. "Thank you," Zhou Luo said, handing the jade slip to her and prepaying with 5 mid-grade spirit stones. In the evening, the enchanting attendant knocked on the door, holding a storage pouch. Zhou Luo received the pouch, expressed his gratitude once more, and handed her 20 ordinary spirit stones. These stones served not only as a token of appreciation but primarily aimed to enhance her goodwill, thus facilitating his acquisition of information about the outside world. Upon returning to his chamber, he meticulously examined the contents, ensuring there were no foreign elements before feeling at ease. For the next 3 days, Zhou Luo remained in his room, devising his escape plan. The Jinyuan Tower exhibited an unusual tranquility during this time. However, the profound silence only heightened his sense of foreboding. It was implausible that no actions were being taken against him. He surmised that someone was likely lurking outside the tavern, biding their time. He needed to depart stealthily and chart a precise route, one that would not only facilitate his formation of arrays but also keep him within proximity of the dragon bloodgrass and the dual cultivation method, enabling swift action before returning to Jiang City. Little did Zhou Luo anticipate the formidable adversaries he would encounter during this outing. After confirming his escape route once more, he took a deep breath and adorned himself with various concealment talismans, including a disguise talisman and an aura concealment talisman. With a mask in place and fully equipped, he stealthily exited the tavern. Chapter 166. Shadows in the dark. Zhou Luo, having donned a new visage, emerged from the Tianxia Tavern. His expression was serene, footsteps light, resembling an ordinary individual who had just concluded a stay. Coupled with his unremarkable appearance, he was unlikely to attract attention amidst the throng. As he traversed the street, Zhou Luo made his way toward the entrance of the marketplace. The thoroughfare bustled with people, each engrossed in their own affairs, oblivious to his presence. The journey of a mere 15 minutes seemed to stretch indefinitely in Zhou Luo and Apos' perception. His awareness remained keenly attuned, vigilant against any anomalies. Upon reaching the gate, Zhou Luo's hands instinctively clenched, and a shadow of concern crossed his face as he stepped onto the ground outside. He contemplated the potential assaults that might ensue and the strategies he could employ in response. Yet, as he stood at the marketplace and Apos' threshold, tranquility enveloped him. No unexpected occurrences transpired. Astonished, he glanced back at the incessantly bustling entrance, filled with perplexity. Had his adversaries truly failed to notice him? Or did the individuals from Jinyuan Tower regard the primary ingredient of the longevity pill with indifference? Doubts crept into his mind, but without hesitation. He turned to follow the escape route he had meticulously plotted, maintaining a pace neither hurried nor sluggish, akin to most cultivators. The dragon bloodgrass lay in the northwest of the marketplace. According to Wang Yue's description, the Qingyuan sect had merely indicated a rough vicinity. It was said to be nestled within a lush valley, shrouded by an array of enchantments cast by the once mighty Hehuan sect, rendering it imperceptible to ordinary individuals. Zhou Luo surmised that this location had likely been discovered by a certain foundational elder of the Qingyuan sect, who, in a bid to train disciples, refrained from dismantling the protective formations. After all, to the great figures of the immortal sects, the dragon bloodgrass, revered as a treasure by chi-refining cultivators, was merely a commonplace item. Zhou Luo continued his journey toward the northwest, gradually quickening his pace as he distanced himself from the marketplace. Along the way, he encountered other cultivators who, unable to discern his cultivation level, merely regarded him with caution before continuing on their path. After traversing 10 miles and passing through a mountain, Zhou Luo still detected no signs of pursuit. Yet, the unease that gnawed at him showed no signs of abating. It was inconceivable, he mused, given Elder Qi and Apos' earlier demeanor. It was evident that they held a keen interest in the longevity pill. Had his disguise truly been so effective? As this thought flickered in his mind, he forcefully dismissed it. In the perilous world of cultivation, unwarranted confidence could lead one into dire straits. He had navigated his life with utmost caution. To falter now would be an egregious misfortune. Regardless, if someone were indeed trailing him, they would inevitably reveal themselves. Zhou Luo pondered quietly. Subsequently, an invigorating breeze surged around him, and the spiritual energy within him surged forth as he abruptly accelerated toward the northwest. His sudden burst of speed rendered him a mere wisp of shadow darting through the trees. Simultaneously, beneath a canopy of foliage, a figure gradually materialized. Observing Zhou Luo's receding silhouette, a glint of intrigue illuminating his eyes. This was the shadow dispatched by Qi Chuan. As he watched his target recede into the distance, uncertainty gnawed at him. Had the other party noticed his presence? Regardless, he could not afford to lose sight of them. Thus, he resolutely channeled his spiritual energy, transforming into a streak of luminescence to pursue. This act, however, signified his exposure. Ahead, upon sensing the overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from behind, Zhou Luo and Apos' pupils constricted. Indeed, the individuals from Jinyuan Tower had been covertly tailing him all along. Had he not unexpectedly accelerated, forcing them to hasten as well, he might have remained oblivious to their presence. The realization that they had shown no discernible flaws throughout this encounter filled him with trepidation. Thankfully, he had not succumbed to the arrogance of believing he was unmonitored. Had he maintained his usual pace, he would have undoubtedly been ensnared. Fortunately, the aura of his pursuer was not as terrifying as Lu Fuchen's, though it remained formidable. Identifying the stalker would simplify matters considerably. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes, producing several acceleration talismans which he affixed to his body. enhancing his speed exponentially. The pursuer, a shadow from Jinyuan Tower, felt a surge of astonishment. Mastering the art of stealth and pursuit, he typically outpaced ordinary individuals. Yet, his quarry managed to maintain a certain distance, indicating that their agility was indeed exceptional. With this thought, the shadow and amp, Oppos, right palm glimmered with a deep green light. He thrust forward, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that coalesced into a radiant arc, hurtling through the void towards Zhou Luo's rear. The arc advanced with ferocious momentum, carrying with it an overwhelming force that sent tremors through the air. Sensing the impending threat, Zhou Luo swiftly discarded a high-grade talisman behind him. As the talisman soared into the air, it erupted in a resplendent golden radiance, manifesting a magnificent Vajra pestle imbued with immense power, directly targeting the arc. This talisman had been procured from Lu Fuchen. The Vajra pestle, exuding an awe-inspiring might, stirred up clouds of dust and shattered nearby trees into fragments. With a resounding crash, the pestle pierced through the arc, hurtling towards the shadow. The shadow scoffed disdainfully, extending his left hand as the approaching attack drew near. His bloodless left hand radiated a brilliant white light, adorned with a mystical yellow spiritual energy. As the Vajra pestle approached, he clenched his fist and unleashed a powerful blow, sending forth a wave of spiritual energy that obliterated the oncoming attack. A single punch shattered the high-grade talisman. Although the talisman's force diminished upon dismantling the arc, it remained formidable. It was evident that his opponent was at least an 8th-layer Qi practitioner, potentially even on the cusp of the 9th layer. Zhou Luo mused inwardly. At this moment, he needed to widen the gap between himself and the shadow, subsequently devising a strategy to ensnare his adversary. Only then could he hope to elude capture. Moreover, he could not afford to delay for too long. The foundation-building powerhouse might already be en route to his location. Resolute, he gritted his teeth and consumed several medicinal pills, feeling his internal spiritual energy surge violently, shooting forth like arrows. Speed was of the essence. The pursuer was not sluggish, despite Zhou Luo and Oppos' utmost acceleration. He could barely maintain their distance, which was inexorably decreasing. He could not afford to hold back. Zhou Luo decisively produced 2 exquisite spirit talismans and tossed them behind him. The talismans erupted in the sky, radiating brilliant red and white spiritual light. Enormous fireballs and frigid snowballs surged forth simultaneously, exuding an overwhelmingly fierce aura. The contrasting attributes of these talismans did not diminish their power. Instead, they each carried formidable might as they hurtled toward one another. The shadow's face twitched in surprise. He had not anticipated that his opponent possessed 3 supreme talismans. Quickly regaining his composure, he summoned a black longsword and wielded it, conjuring several beams of sword light that sliced toward the colossal entity. With a thunderous roar, the sword light wreaked havoc, unleashing a tempestuous wave of sword energy that collided with the fireball and snowball, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Flames erupted in all directions, mingled with a flurry of snowflakes. The shadow and Oppos' form became visible, his garment revealing a gaping tear, leaving him slightly disheveled. His gaze darkened as he focused on the increasingly indistinct figure ahead, resolutely pursuing it once more. Chapter 167, The 6 Harmonies Formation Within the Dense Forest. Zhou Luo moved with the swiftness of the wind. Seizing the precious moments he had gained to swiftly retrieve the formation plate and commence the arrangement of the formation. He intended to establish a formation known as the 6 Harmonies Formation, designed to ensnare foes. This formation was a superior-grade first-tier formation, notoriously intricate to set up. However, once successfully arranged, it could entrap even a foundational cultivator for a brief period. Zhou Luo was uncertain of his adversary and Oppos' precise strength. To ensure his safety, he resolutely opted for this formation. Standing amidst the trees, Zhou Luo focused his mind, allowing his consciousness to descend upon the formation plate. The Taiji diagram etched upon the white jade plate began to rotate slowly, emitting glimmers of light that scattered into the surroundings. The primary step in arranging a formation is to isolate the designated area and then inscribe the formation diagram upon it. The radiant light danced in the wind, adhering to the towering trees and bursting forth in dazzling brilliance. The luminous display, under Zhou Luo's conscious manipulation, quickly coalesced. Typically, a formation master would require at least 20 breaths of time to complete this initial phase, as a larger area necessitates the control of more light points. And recoalescing them demands even more time, unless one's consciousness is sufficiently potent to instantly retract the dispersed formation light points. This becomes a formidable task. Thus, for a formation master, the strength of one's consciousness serves as a critical measure of their skill in formation arrangement. Zhou Luo and Oppos' consciousness was far beyond that of an ordinary individual, attributable to his mastery of 3 significant cultivation techniques and the rigorous training at the immortal sect. Consequently, he managed to consolidate all the light points in a mere 5 breaths. The points converged in midair, transforming into a grand light curtain, which revealed a vividly illuminated area diagram that encompassed a vast expanse around Zhou Luo. Observing this, Zhou Luo inhaled deeply, channeling his expansive consciousness from his sea of awareness into the spiritual brush. The next phase was to inscribe the formation diagram. The term 6 harmonies refers to the heavens and the earth, as well as the 4 cardinal directions. By harnessing a comprehensive array of forces, a colossal force field is created to confine enemies within the formation. It is said that this ancient enemy ensnaring formation is now only found in sects like the Changsheng sect. Zhou Luo, proficient in all first-tier formation diagrams, had an intimate understanding of this particular formation. The translucent crystal spiritual brush, guided by his consciousness, moved swiftly, drawing lines of the formation with precision. Meanwhile, the shadow of Zhenyuan Tower had already breached the power of the spiritual talisman and was hastening towards him. His consciousness expanded, detecting a potent wave of spiritual energy amidst the sprawling woods, transforming into a streak of light as it navigated through the trees, heading directly to this location. Zhou Luo was entirely engrossed in the formation plate. Under the influence of his formidable consciousness, the formation diagram gradually took shape. Subtle beams of light intertwined, generating waves of immense spiritual energy that stirred the surrounding winds incessantly. Simultaneously, he retrieved the materials required for the formation. To establish the 6 harmonies formation, a variety of rare and precious resources were essential as support. Relying solely on spirit stones would likely only suffice to deter an attack from a 5th-layer chi refinement cultivator. Zhou Luo had long been prepared for this. The moment the formation diagram was inscribed, he decisively placed the formation materials into position. Simultaneously, he extracted a staff forged from jade, commencing the grinding of materials. With the assistance of the staff, the inherent power of the materials could be thoroughly extracted. As the essence of these materials was ground and infused into the formation plate, waves of pure, arcane energy surged forth, enveloping the luminous barrier above. A soft glow suddenly erupted into a blinding radiance. The formation diagram seemed to come alive, dazzling in its brilliance. The infused diagram radiated an intense aura. Zhou Luo then tossed a spirit stone, serving as the foundation of the formation, into the formation plate. With the enhancement of spiritual energy, the originally resplendent diagram erupted with even greater power, akin to a mountainous roar or a tsunami, unleashing immense might. At that moment, shadows approached swiftly. He observed the adversary setting up a formation, causing his heart to sink. Spiritual energy surged within him, propelling him forward like an arrow. The formation was now at its final stage. All that remained was to detach the diagram from the luminous barrier and shroud the area, and plant the energy-providing formation flags for success. Zhou Luo inhaled deeply, stabilizing his mind, disregarding the oncoming attack as he wholly immersed himself in the formation process. Although the formation had yet to take shape, the shadows could evidently sense the terrifying aura emanating from the luminous barrier. Should the opponent succeed in establishing the formation, a counterattack might indeed be feasible. He could not allow such a scenario to unfold. Thus, the shadow raised his right hand, a dagger materializing in his palm. The dagger was entirely obsidian, adorned with golden patterns, exuding a potent scent of blood. He thrust it forward, the black dagger slicing through the air toward his foe. A chilling intent of murder surged forth. Zhou Luo gritted his teeth, channeling a fraction of his focus to retrieve a talisman from his storage ring. Casting it forth once more. Upon seeing the talisman, the shadow and Appo's pupils constricted, for he discerned the same dreadful aura as before. A supreme-grade talisman. How could this individual possess so many of such high caliber? Supreme-grade talismans had always been scarce in the market. Crafting one required an enormous amount of materials. Not to mention that even a first-tier top-tier talisman master was exceedingly rare. Even he possessed only 3 supreme-grade talismans, all related to stealth and concealment. Where could he have acquired so many battle talismans? Battle talismans were far more challenging to forge than auxiliary ones. The talisman erupted in midair, radiating dazzling light and resonating with a thunderous roar. Lightning surged forth, striking heavily upon the black dagger. With a deafening crash, the dagger trembled slightly, its might significantly diminished. Subsequently, several bolts of lightning manifested, relentlessly bombarding the dagger. With successive impacts, the black dagger ultimately lost its potency and was forcibly retracted by the shadow. Observing Zhou Luo, who lay motionless on the ground, the shadow's gaze darkened, and his speed surged once more. In the blink of an eye, he lunged forward, extending his right hand to seize his opponent. At that instant, Zhou Luo's body suddenly shifted, darting to the side. Simultaneously, the formation diagram crashed down, enveloping the entire area. The shadow was taken aback, intending to retreat. However, Zhou Luo, holding the formation flag, smirked as he began to manipulate the formation. With a resounding roar, an overwhelming gravitational force surged from all directions, akin to mountains crashing down. The shadow felt an immediate heaviness engulf his body, as if burdened by countless peaks. He strained to channel his energy, resisting the oppressive weight of the formation, his cold, piercing gaze fixed upon Zhou Luo. Seeking death, he bellowed, finally unleashing his full might, the aura of his 9th level of chi cultivation surging forth like a mighty river, powerful and unstoppable. Zhou Luo gripped the formation flag tightly, continuously infusing it with his own energy. The surrounding trees shimmered with a vibrant spiritual light, and the strength of the 6 harmonies formation rapidly intensified. In the face of the relentless gravitational pressure, the shadow struggled to maneuver, summoning forth the black dagger. The dagger emanated a chilling gleam, illuminating the pallor of his face. Zhou Luo stepped forward, his movements as graceful as a swallow, creating a stark contrast with his adversary. Golden rainbow piercing the sun. He swung the Xiantian sword with great force, golden light illuminating the heavens and enveloping the surroundings. A golden sun erupted from the tip of the sword, advancing with tremendous momentum. The shadow bore a sardonic smile as he directed the black dagger, launching it with unparalleled sharpness. With a resounding crack, the golden sun shattered upon impact. Chapter 168, Technique of Water Escape in the Depths of the Forest. The shadow effortlessly neutralized Zhou Luo and Appos, as offensive. The formidable power of a 9th-layer chi cultivator was indeed terrifying. Even with the assistance of the 6 harmonies formation, Zhou Luo, being only a 5th-layer chi cultivator, could not summon enough strength to vanquish his opponent. Nevertheless, his expression remained composed as he watched the black dagger lunge towards him. He summoned a magical artifact, a golden bell. The moment it appeared, a resounding chime reverberated through the air. In the next instant, the small bell expanded dramatically, radiating golden light and emanating an imposing aura that shielded Zhou Luo. This was the exquisite golden bell, a high-grade magical artifact he had acquired from Luan at the Qingyuan sect. The black dagger struck heavily against the golden bell, producing a dull thud. As long as there was sufficient spiritual energy, this golden bell was impervious to any assault from cultivators below the 7th layer. Even attacks from 8th or 9th layer cultivators could be deflected for a couple of hours. Thus, the black dagger was utterly incapable of shaking it. Witnessing this scene, the shadow and Appos' face twitched in disbelief. The opponent possessed an astonishing array of hidden cards, superior spiritual talismans, high-grade magical artifacts, and an unknown enemy trapping formation, among others. It was no wonder that a mere 5th-layer chi cultivator dared to brazenly sell longevity pills. In that moment, the shadow regretted his impulsive attack. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo's right hand produced a jade vial. The golden rainbow was merely a faint assault, intended to close the distance. The true lethal strike lay within the jade vial. Seizing the moment, he swiftly advanced and scattered the dark brown powder from the vial towards his adversary. Under the oppressive gravity of the 6 harmonies formation, the shadow could only watch helplessly as the powder drifted towards him. Feeling an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloping his heart, biting his lip in desperation, he struggled to move his body, attempting to evade the powder. Yet, Zhou Luo and Appos' speed was too swift. The dark brown powder fell gracefully, and despite his efforts to dodge, a trace landed on his garment. Though it was merely a speck, it immediately corroded his high-grade robe, leaving a gaping wound in his flesh. The shadow's expression turned to one of horror, utterly bewildered by the nature of this substance. He hastily summoned his protective golden light, but it was already too late. The moment the dark brown powder touched his body, it heralded his demise. He could distinctly feel that no matter how he summoned his spiritual energy, he could not halt the poison's infiltration. The toxin clung to him like a relentless parasite, utterly inescapable. As the threat of death permeated his being, the shadow and Appos' previously composed demeanor shattered. He fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Save me, please. I can let you go. No, I can give you everything I possess." But the poison had already begun to corrode his bones and internal organs, and he found himself unable to speak further, the opportunity slipping away. In an instant, he collapsed onto the ground, reduced to a pool of blood. Zhou Luo observed coldly, unmoved. What he had just employed was the bone corrosion powder. This is an exceedingly vicious poison. Once it makes contact, it begins to erode the body. For cultivators of the chi refining stage, it swiftly infiltrates their system, leading to the corrosion of bones and internal organs, ultimately reducing the body to a mere pool of blood. Even a foundation establishment practitioner, if unable to expel the poison in a timely manner, will suffer significant damage. Indeed, this second-tier low-grade poison is truly terrifying. Alas, the materials required to concoct it are exceptionally difficult to procure. Initially, He had intended to refine 1 or 2 additional second-tier poisons in the Longfengfang market, thus ensuring a greater chance of success against Foundation establishment practitioners. However, he discovered that the necessary materials were utterly absent from the market. It is only to be expected. Poisons are inherently the tools of nefarious practitioners. And the higher the tier of the poison, the less likely one is to find someone willing to sell the required materials. He had been fortunate to find some of the components in Maple Leaf City, which enabled him to create this vial of bone corrosion powder. Now, having dealt with the Qi refining 9th layer practitioner, he had consumed the majority of it, leaving only enough for one more use. Zhou Luo, wielding a formation flag, approached the gruesome scene. From the remains, he discovered a storage bag, which he cleansed of blood using a purification technique before swiftly stowing it away and departing. An hour later, Zhou Luo reappeared upon another mountain peak. To ensure caution, he meticulously set up a concealment formation to prevent detection. Sitting beneath a tree, he retrieved the storage bag and extended his consciousness to investigate its contents. At first glance, he spotted a token representing the Jinyuan Tower. He hurriedly extracted it and placed it into his backpack. One could not predict whether Elder Qi would trace him using this token, after all. He hailed from the Qi sect, which might possess means unknown to him. To be prudent, it was wise to keep such an item within the confines of the system backpack. After all, the backpack has 9 compartments, and he could always find a moment to dispose of it later. Aside from the token, the storage bag contained 5 medium-grade spirit stones and over 200 ordinary spirit stones. As for talismans, there were only a few high-grade concealing and hiding talismans of some utility. The rest held little value. The bag also revealed a scarcity of medicinal pills and magical artifacts, which paled in comparison to those belonging to Lu Fuchen. He placed all these items into his storage ring. Zhou Luo then discovered a jade slip. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find it contained a high-grade Qi refining technique. This technique, known as the water-walking secret method, allows successful practitioners to merge with water, rendering them undetectable to enemies while using the water to counteract incoming attacks. It could be regarded as an excellent method for water evasion. However, Zhou Luo glanced around the towering mountains, pondering whether such a technique would truly be applicable in this locale. Regardless, he acknowledged the value of possessing a high-grade Qi refining technique and resolved to dedicate time to practice it. After all, skills are never burdensome. Moreover, he intended to wait a while longer to confirm that no one was tailing him before proceeding to the location of the blood dragon grass. Not long after the shadow and Appos' demise, Qi Chuan appeared with a Taoist clad in blue. Observing the pool of blood on the ground, he furrowed his brow, realizing that it was likely the work of the person behind him. Qi Chuan scanned the surroundings, detecting a faint aura of formations. The opponent not only possesses the ability to refine elixirs, but can also set up formations, suggesting the possibility of more than one individual involved. Could it be that everything is a scheme devised by the Qingyuan sect? However, Qi Chuan swiftly dismissed this notion. If it were the Qingyuan sect, there would be no need for such underhanded tactics. So what exactly is the origin of this adversary? Brother, what should we do next? Inquired the Qi Taoist. It was my oversight. We can only wait for him to reveal himself again. Qi Chuan replied with a solemn expression. He had initially believed that a shadow at the 9th level of Qi refinement would be more than sufficient to follow the opponent. Moreover, the adversary was skilled in stealth and tracking. To his surprise, he had still failed. Are we simply going to let him go? The Qi Taoist expressed his dissatisfaction. The deceased was a disciple of the Qima sect, and to him, this bore no difference from a provocation. Qi Chuan's gaze turned cold. Of course, it is far from over. I will arrange for my disciples to conduct a thorough search. He had already memorized the opponent and Appos' aura. No matter how well he disguised himself, it would be of no avail. This was also the reason why the shadow was able to locate Zhou Luo precisely when he departed from the Tianxia Tavern. As long as the adversary reemerged, escape would be impossible. Chapter 169. The formation in the valley regarding Qi Chuan and Appos' capabilities, Zhou Luo remained unaware. He instinctively sought to proceed with caution. Thus, after a span of 3 days, he resumed his journey towards the location of the dragon blood herb. Along the way, he exercised utmost diligence, striving to remain undetected. However, he could not resist the inevitability of others approaching him. Fortunately, they were merely cultivators at the 5th and 6th levels of Qi refinement. Relying on the 5-element sword technique and the wind shadow technique, he encountered no significant issues. This, however, underscored the chaotic nature of the Longfeng mountain range. A day later, Zhou Luo beheld the mountain peak marked by the clues. It was a towering edifice, shrouded in swirling clouds, resembling an immense sword piercing into the sea of clouds. He ascended on his flying shuttle, directing it towards the interior of the peak. This shuttle had been acquired from Wang Tong. Although he was only at the 5th level of Qi refinement, he could manage short-distance propulsion without difficulty. The shuttle landed steadily on the ground, and Zhou Luo stowed it away, surveying his surroundings. Lush green trees flourished in the area, enveloped in a thick mist that obscured visibility. He released his spiritual sense, beginning the search for the valley referenced in the clues. The mountain was vast, and he occasionally spotted cultivators hunting ferocious beasts or seeking treasures. Zhou Luo cautiously avoided them, continuing his search. After several hours, he finally discovered the valley. Nestled between two low hills, the valley and Appos' terrain was modest, yet it was cloaked in a dense fog, rendering the interior invisible. To Zhou Luo and Appos' surprise, he noticed a congregation of cultivators on the flat ground before the valley. Had the clues been uncovered? His brow furrowed. If that were the case, this venture could prove fruitless. Nonetheless, having arrived at this juncture, Zhou Luo resolved to investigate. The moment he stepped onto the flat terrain, numerous vigilant gazes fell upon him. Unperturbed, he proceeded towards the valley and Appos' entrance. "You would do well to refrain from entering," a somewhat gruff voice warned beside him. He turned to see a burly man clad in a white long robe, possessing a square jaw, thick brows, and prominent eyes. In his grip was a gleaming silver blade. His fierce gaze fixed upon Zhou Luo. "Why?" Zhou Luo inquired. "There are individuals inside dismantling the formation. Do you truly believe I would allow you to disturb them?" The man replied solemnly. Upon hearing the term dismantling the formation, Zhou Luo redirected his gaze towards the mist before the valley. Beneath that veil of fog lay indeed a formation, one of the finest defensive types. The individuals outside had chosen not to enter, opting instead to wait, undoubtedly intending to proceed once the formation had been breached. It appeared the dragon blood herb had yet to be discovered, a realization that brought Zhou Luo a sense of relief. Given this, he could not afford to wait for others to succeed in breaching the formation before making his move. Thus, he stepped forward, intent on entering the mist to dismantle the formation. Clang! In that instant, a sharp sound of a blade echoed, and a flash of light surged toward him. Zhou Luo's figure flickered as he effortlessly evaded the attack. "Do you seek death?" The man growled, brandishing his large blade, his face etched with murderous intent. As he stood there, the others behind him cast malevolent glances in his direction. Zhou Luo and Appos' gaze darkened as the Xiantian sword silently materialized in his hand. This group of individuals generally possessed only the strength of qi refinement at the 5th or 6th level. In a real confrontation, his chances of victory would be substantial. However, it was not worth his time to engage in conflict with them. There was no harm in allowing them to breach the formation before he entered, as they were hardly his equals. Thus, he refrained from responding and merely stepped aside, waiting in silence alongside them. Observing this, the others withdrew their gazes. Moments later, at the entrance of the valley, mist billowed as two figures emerged, appearing quite disheveled. Clad in luxurious garments, their noble lineage was immediately apparent. What captured Zhou Luo's attention most was the family emblem emblazoned on their chests, the Lu family. He had not anticipated encountering members of the Lu family here. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The clue to the dragon blood herb was located on the 4th floor of the pavilion, and prior to Zhou Luo's arrival, it was certain that other disciples from prominent immortal families had already engaged with it. Yet, it appeared that these individuals had not managed to dismantle the formation. Noticing the unfamiliar faces outside, a flash of coldness flickered in the eyes of the two young men. Subsequently, the slightly elder of the two spoke with a smile, suggesting, "This formation is indeed rather profound. Why not join forces to enter?" The cultivators present exchanged glances but made no move. "You cannot breach the formation yourselves. So do you intend to send us to our doom like that previous group?" A burly man who had earlier confronted Zhou Luo called out. Previously, there had been cultivators who attempted to venture into the valley to investigate, only to vanish without a trace. In truth, this site had been discovered by many practitioners within the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range. Each day, countless cultivators roamed the periphery, and while the valley was concealed, it was inevitable that some would stumble upon it. However, the formation concealed beneath the mist impeded their progress. In the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range, formation masters were a rare commodity. Most had been absorbed by immortal sects or major immortal families, leaving only a few lesser skilled masters scattered about. They would not risk venturing into such perilous territory. Thus, faced with such a formidable formation, the cultivators had no recourse but to attempt a forceful breach. Unfortunately, the formation was no trivial matter. Countless cultivators had returned defeated. Over time, interest in this valley had waned. Now, with the appearance of two formation masters from esteemed immortal families, the crowd was unwilling to let the opportunity slip away. The questioned Lu family member maintained his smile, continuing, "I, Lu Ming, assure you in the name of my immortal family that under our guidance, the dangers of this formation have been significantly mitigated. Our sole task now is to endure the formation's attacks, locate its foundation, and then dismantle it. However, our capabilities are limited, which is why we invite your assistance. Lu Ming's words caused the expressions of the crowd to shift, stirring their interest. If what he claimed were true, perhaps they could indeed breach the formation today and access the inner valley. Yet, amidst the crowd, Zhou Luo remained composed. As a fellow formation master, he recognized that the power of the formation showed no signs of waning. This indicates that the other party is deceiving us. Are you certain? The burly man questioned with a skeptical expression. Certainly, we are all here for the treasures within the valley, naturally hoping to enter together. If we had no confidence in breaking the formation, we would have undoubtedly left by now, Lu Ming said earnestly. He and the man beside him were both high-ranking formation masters. Ever since they acquired clues about the dragon bloodgrass 5 years ago, they had come to the Longfeng mountain range annually, using the pretext of training to attempt to breach the formation. However, this formation proved to be exceedingly profound, and only after several days of exploration had they finally discerned some insights. Now, they merely needed someone to test their findings, and perhaps they could indeed pass through this formation. Everyone was filled with anticipation regarding the treasures within the valley. Although doubts lingered upon hearing this, they ultimately chose to follow and enter together. After all, whether they entered alone or in company, having 2 formation masters with them might improve their chances. In no time, all the cultivators present gathered around them, expressing their desire to enter together. Observing the situation, Zhou Luo silently joined the crowd. Regardless of what tricks the Lu family might employ, he was determined to enter the valley. If the other party managed to enter before him, it would be a regrettable loss. Thus, it was preferable to enter together. Should anything occur, his understanding of formations would enable him to retreat unscathed. Once everyone had congregated, Lu Ming wore a beaming smile and turned to head into the valley once more. Remember to follow my lead. Chapter 170, Schemes Within the Valley. A thick mist enveloped the surroundings, limiting visibility to merely 7 feet ahead, while one and Appo's spiritual sense was equally hindered by the white fog. Zhou Luo moved among the crowd, his demeanor calm, as he surveyed the situation around him. The other cultivators clutched their magical artifacts tightly, each of them on high alert, their expressions grave. Esteemed colleagues, this area can be considered a safe zone, yet we must remain vigilant against potential attacks concealed within the mist. Additionally, do not fall behind. We have charted a relatively secure route. If we succeed in navigating it, we shall reach the heart of the valley unharmed. Lu Ming's voice echoed from ahead, prompting the group to draw closer to him. Zhou Luo too unsheathed his Xiantian sword, keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings. Typically, a magical formation possesses a singular function. However, a formidable formation master, in a bid to render the formation more comprehensive, may imbue it with multiple capabilities. The versatility of a formation serves as a crucial benchmark for assessing a formation master's prowess. Generally, a second-tier formation master can integrate 2 functions, while a third-tier master can manage 3. To encompass all functionalities, one must be at least of the 6th tier. It appeared that the current formation had been laid by a second-tier master, yet its power exceeded that of others of the same rank. Even Zhou Luo would require some time to dismantle it. This was not merely an exceptional formation. It was, in fact, 2 formations combined. No wonder no one had managed to break through thus far. It seemed highly probable that the dragon blood herb still resided within the valley. The uncertainty remained whether other rare treasures lay hidden beyond this grand formation. Suddenly, dozens of piercing sounds sliced through the air as objects darted through the mist at remarkable speed. The crowd braced themselves, swiftly summoning their magical artifacts towards the source of the commotion. In the next instant, numerous ice blades, imbued with a chilling frost, surged toward them, significantly lowering the surrounding temperature. Zhou Luo quietly retreated behind the others. The rest immediately retaliated, unleashing an array of techniques. Vibrant spiritual light erupting and illuminating the fog with a spectacular display. Lu Ming and his companions merely observed coldly, their eyes flickering toward Zhou Luo, who lingered behind the group. Before long, the attack was easily neutralized, and a collective sigh of relief washed over the crowd. Why do you not take action, fellow cultivator? Lu Ming suddenly inquired, a smile directed toward Zhou Luo. At that moment, all eyes turned toward him, their expressions tinged with discontent. What makes you think you can merely stand idly by, seeking passage into the valley without consequence? The burly man from earlier approached, brandishing his large blade. Then why do you not take action? Zhou Luo replied calmly, his gaze unwavering. We are formation masters, and thus have more significant matters to attend to. Another disciple of the Lu family interjected. Yet I too am a formation master, and therefore have no obligation to engage. Zhou Luo shrugged nonchalantly. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment, particularly the burly man, whose eyes bore a scrutinizing gaze. The others displayed signs of hesitation as well. Only a glimmer of unusual light flashed in Lu Ming and Apos' eyes, and he immediately approached with a smile. I did not expect that my esteemed friend is a formation master. My apologies for my oversight. If the other party truly was a formation master, he might play a significant role in the impending array-breaking endeavor. Thus, forming an alliance was imperative. Zhou Luo waved his hand dismissively. I am merely of middling skill, not comparable to your prowess. Lu Ming's smile broadened as he introduced himself. I am Lu Ming, and this is my younger brother, Lu Chou. May I inquire your name, esteemed friend? A mere middling formation master, how easy it would be to manipulate him. Should any unforeseen complications arise, he could be made to shoulder the blame. I am Su Changsheng. Zhou Luo replied with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing the surname Su, Lu Ming and Apos' expression darkened slightly. If he was not from the Changsheng clan, the situation would be much easier to navigate. However, it was still necessary to ascertain his identity. Perhaps he was a disciple of the Qingyuan sect after all. Lu Ming clasped his hands in greeting. Might I ask where Su brother received his teachings? I am but a rogue cultivator, Zhou Luo stated plainly. Upon learning that the other was a rogue cultivator, Lu Ming felt entirely reassured. It seemed the individual truly was not a disciple of the Qingyuan sect. Otherwise, given the temperament of that group, he would undoubtedly be putting on a show. Since you are a formation master, it appears there has been a misunderstanding. Lu Ming said with a genial smile. The other cultivators, observing this exchange, felt a sense of dissatisfaction but refrained from voicing their thoughts. In this setting, the value of a formation master far surpassed their own. Su brother, do you have any insights regarding this formation? Lu Ming inquired once more. I am merely a middling formation master and dare not claim to possess any profound insights. I shall be relying on you all. Zhou Luo feigned humility. You are too modest. The path of formations is inherently enigmatic. We shall study it together, Lu Ming reassured him. Though inwardly, he began to plot how to ensure this fellow would take the blame should anything go awry. Enough of this delay. Let us proceed, the burly man interjected. His impatience evident. Lu Ming, undeterred, addressed Zhou Luo. I kindly ask that you accompany us. Zhou Luo did not refuse, and the three of them ventured deeper into the mist. Soon, they encountered another attack. Zhou Luo remained still, leaving everything to the group of cultivators behind them. As the burly man had stated, one must pay a price to gain something. This was the price they were obliged to pay. At last, upon reaching an area where the mist began to thin, Lu Ming, with a smile, transmitted a thought to Zhou Luo. Su brother, we have previously explored this area. Directly ahead lies a dead end. While there are two other paths, which do you think we should take? This route was one that Lu Ming and his companions had painstakingly navigated. They had already explored the area directly ahead, successfully locating a foundational array. Even after disrupting this foundation, the formation remained unaffected. They had concluded that other foundations must exist elsewhere. Thus, they had intended to attempt the left or right paths, but were met with ferocious attacks. With the strength of just the two of them, they were insufficient to proceed. This is how one gathers the masses, paving the way for them while confirming the existence of the formation and Apos' foundation. Zhou Luo and Apos' eyes gleamed with understanding. It seemed the other party intended to make him the scapegoat. Unlike the two others, as a master formation master, he required no exploration. His formidable divine sense already acquainted him with the circumstances here. He was acutely aware that both paths were fraught with peril, and given the capabilities of their group, should he refrain from intervening, they would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Regardless of whether they could ultimately uncover the formation's foundation, he, as the guide, would certainly bear the brunt of the other's pressures. Thus, Zhou Luo, maintaining an air of indifference, remarked, my humble status renders me unfit to make such decisions. Lu Ming continued to reassure him through the transmission, fear not. We have been studying this formation for quite some time. Sometimes, an outsider's perspective is precisely what we need to spark inspiration. You need only to speak your mind. A cold chuckle echoed within Zhou Luo. I trust you not at all, you cunning old man. He spoke of inspiration. Yet his true intent was to obscure the truth through this whispered communication, leading others to mistakenly believe it was his decision, thereby placing the blame squarely upon him. In light of this predicament, Zhou Luo deliberately ceased the transmission and proclaimed aloud, Brother Lu is correct. I believe we should venture to the left. What do you think? The audacity of his preemptive assertion caught Lu Ming off guard. Although he wore a smile on his face, inwardly he began to curse. Had it remained a rumor, the situation could have been manipulated discreetly, but now all eyes were upon them. Regardless of the choice he made, should calamity ensue, it was certain that the blame would fall upon him. After all, he was a superior formation master, while the others were merely of intermediate rank. In such circumstances, Lu Ming found himself with no other recourse but to grit his teeth and concede, let us try the left. Chapter 171. The trial as Lu Ming had spoken. Everyone exchanged glances and proceeded towards the left. This time, Lu Ming and Lu Chou did not lead the way. Instead, they lingered in the middle, claiming it was to observe the changes in the formation. Zhou Luo naturally followed suit, retreating to the rear of the group. Soon, various attacks emerged from the mist, descending like a torrential rain of pear blossoms, carrying terrifying power. The group, feeling the gravity of the situation, summoned their magical artifacts and spiritual talismans to fend off the onslaught of the formation. Zhou Luo silently observed, occasionally swinging his Xiantian sword at the falling attacks, effortlessly neutralizing them. Indeed, being a formation master had its advantages. At least he was not concerned about the formation's assaults while breaking through. The further they advanced, the fiercer the attacks became, the relentless barrage of various tactics overwhelming the cultivators, leaving them gasping for breath. During this time, Lu Ming and the others finally ceased holding back. Otherwise, they would truly be devoured by the group of cultivators ahead. Zhou Luo also began to engage in battle, but he deliberately concealed his strength, only displaying the power of a fifth-level qi refinement, refraining from utilizing any extraordinary techniques. Upon witnessing this scene, the others had intended to voice their thoughts, yet Zhou Luo declared that he was merely a loose cultivator. His practice of formations had drained his resources, leaving him destitute. With nothing left to his name, he had no means to purchase spiritual talismans or techniques. With such a declaration, the others found it difficult to respond. For who could argue with a formation master? Time flowed slowly, and under the relentless assaults, casualties soon arose among the group. A cultivator was caught off guard by an attack from the mist. His throat slit, blood sprang forth as he collapsed. As soon as he fell, several nearby cultivators reached for his storage bag. After a fierce struggle, one individual emerged victorious, claiming the storage bag with satisfaction. Seeing this unfold, Zhou Luo, Kuden, and Appos, helped but smirked coldly. Indeed, they were a band of scattered warriors. Even at such a moment, they thought only of scavenging rather than pressing forward to evade the attacks. However, it seemed that these individuals were unwittingly hastening their own demise. Moments later, as another cultivator fell, learning from this grim example, the others acted decisively. "I saw it first," shouted a burly man wielding a large blade, swinging it towards a nearby cultivator. "What you see is yours." The opponent countered by summoning a magical artifact to block the oncoming attack. In pursuit of a mere storage bag, chaos erupted among the crowd. Zhou Luo quietly distanced himself from them. Lu Ming and Lu Chou, however, displayed looks of urgency. They never anticipated that this group would be so disunited. It had not been long, yet they were on the verge of collapse. If this continued, how could they proceed? "Cease this madness. We will all perish here if you do not stop," Lu Ming bellowed. His commanding voice momentarily halted their actions. Yet each person's eyes burned with desire, fixated on the storage bag. "Look at the ground. Because of the previous chaos, another has fallen. If you continue this way, do not expect to escape," Lu Ming admonished sternly. In the recent skirmish, 2 more cultivators fell victim to the array and Appos' assault due to their inability to evade in time. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do next. "How about I take all the storage bags and we divide them equally once we exit?" proposed Lu Ming, presenting a potential solution. However, the suggestion was met with skepticism. Trust was lacking among them. Lu Ming continued, "The Lu family is well established, and I am a high-ranking array master, esteemed within my clan. Do you truly believe I would covet such trifles?" At that moment, maintaining the group and Appos' composure became paramount. His words alleviated some of their doubts, but it was still insufficient. Employing both benevolence and intimidation, Lu Ming added, "As long as you follow my directives, you will assuredly make it out. Otherwise, I shall no longer be responsible for your fates." With his words hanging heavily in the air, the others, not wishing to be foolish, recognized their reliance on him and consented in unison. Observing this, Zhou Luo regarded Lu Ming with a hint of admiration. He was indeed a person of considerable ambition, albeit with a somewhat nefarious disposition. Subsequently, Lu Ming collected all the storage bags of the deceased, and with the allure of temptation removed, they pressed onward. After an hour had passed, the onslaught of attacks began to wane. Among those present, only Zhou Luo appeared unfazed, while the others showed signs of fatigue and a significant depletion of spiritual energy. Initially, over 20 individuals had entered, but only 11 remained, a substantial loss. Nevertheless, after such a grave sacrifice, Lu Ming finally detected the location of the array and Appos' foundation, his face lighting up with joy as he prepared to approach it. At that moment, Lu Chou suddenly seized him, whispering, "Elder brother, Su Changsheng harbors secrets." Lu Ming paused, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Luo, who was resting, and hesitated. "What do you mean?" Lu Chou continued to convey his thoughts silently. He had been observing Zhou Luo throughout their journey. Although Zhou Luo appeared to exert himself vigorously and had faced numerous perilous situations, Lu Chou doubted that a mere 5th-level Qi cultivator could remain unscathed without special care. Just moments ago, even a 6th-level cultivator had perished due to the erase assault. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. I shall test him. With a smile, he approached Zhou Luo and said warmly, Brother Su, your fortune is indeed profound, to have escaped unscathed. Luck, merely luck, Zhou Luo replied with a smile. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. Brother Su must possess remarkable abilities, unlike us, who have already lost half our lives just by entering this place. Transitioning his tone, he added, now that we have located the erase foundation, we find ourselves powerless to act. I fear unexpected changes may occur. I humbly request Brother Su to assist in dismantling the foundation. He deliberately raised his voice to draw the attention of the others. As expected, the remaining individuals turned their gazes toward him. This is my duty, Zhou Luo replied solemnly, then inquired. Might I ask Brother Lu to indicate the location of the erase foundation? My skills are insufficient. I truly cannot discern it. With a serene smile, Lu Ming gestured towards a direction. It lies beneath that large tree. Upon observing the indicated area, Zhou Luo furrowed his brow. He distinctly sensed that the formation and oppos core was situated elsewhere. The fact that his counterpart pointed to an erroneous location was clearly a test of his abilities. He tightened his grip on the Xiantian sword. Had he not been wary of the potential hidden capabilities possessed by the 2 members of the Lu family, he would have swiftly dispatched them all. Very well. Since you wish to test me, I shall play along. A look of enlightenment graced Zhou Luo's face as he replied. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Lu. I shall proceed at once. With that, he made his way towards the large tree. No sooner had he departed from the tranquil area than the formation's attacks descended once more, targeting Zhou Luo directly. Drawing forth the Xiantian sword, he summoned his spiritual energy, occasionally unleashing beams of sword light to fend off the onslaught as he approached the indicated location. All eyes were upon him. In stark contrast to the anticipatory gazes of others, Lu Ming and Lu Chou wore expressions of cold disdain. Within the mist, various blades of light cleaved through the air, exuding a fierce aura that engulfed Zhou Luo's figure. The crowd's perception was hindered by the fog, rendering them unable to discern the specifics of the unfolding situation. Seated upon the ground, Lu Ming began to replenish his spiritual energy. Should Zhou Luo return unscathed, it would imply that he had concealed his true abilities. At that juncture, Lu Ming could feign a mistake in his earlier judgment, for after all, Zhou Luo was merely a mid-tier formation master and lacked the standing to question him. Conversely, if though Luo were to perish in that mist, Lu Ming would suffer no loss. Boom, boom, boom. As everyone sat in meditation and recovery, a series of thunderous sounds erupted from the impenetrable fog. A shiver ran through the crowd. Suddenly, Zhou Luo burst forth from the mist, exclaiming, Brother Lu, I have succeeded. The formation and oppos core has been destroyed. Chapter 172. The true and false foundation of the formation. Zhou Luo and oppos words took Lu Ming completely by surprise. His expression became momentarily blank, and a flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes. A foundation of the formation? Could such a place exist? Yet, judging by Zhou Luo and oppos demeanor and the explosion that had just occurred, it seemed unlikely that he was fabricating the truth. Could it be that there was another foundation I had overlooked, which this individual stumbled upon by chance? Are you certain you and oppos located the foundation? Lu Chou stepped forward. Skepticism etched across his face. Through the formation disk, he had clearly sensed that there was no foundation at that location, although the mist had obscured his spiritual perception. How could a foundation simply materialize out of thin air? At that moment, Zhou Luo appeared somewhat disheveled, with faint white marks on his azure robe, indicative of a fierce attack. He feigned innocence, saying, Did you not mention that there was a foundation there? Lu Chou found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Ming then interjected with a smile. Brother Su, we merely observed that the formation and oppos operation remained unaffected, which led us to question whether something was amiss. However, I can assure you that I did indeed destroy the foundation. Surely, as a formation master, I would not be oblivious to such a detail. Zhou Luo declared with righteous conviction. Brother Su speaks wisely. However, this formation is intricate, and it is likely that it encompasses more than one foundation. Lu Ming did not dispute his claim. After all, he too was unable to discern whether Zhou Luo had genuinely discovered a foundation. It was possible that he was deliberately misleading them, and if that were the case, this individual would be rather formidable. Hey, are you all capable or not? Not far away, a burly man raised his voice once more. Many lives had already been lost in pursuit of this endeavor, and if no progress was made, they would surely turn against them. Lu Ming's expression shifted, yet a confident smile graced his lips as he responded, "Fear not. This formation likely has multiple foundations. You may leave the next steps to us." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Chou. Lu Chou understood the cue, stepping forward towards the true foundation of the formation. Witnessing this, a glimmer of intrigue crossed Zhou Luo's eyes, though he maintained an outward facade of enlightenment. "I did not realize that this formation could have multiple foundations. My understanding was indeed limited." Lu Ming smiled softly. "It is perfectly normal for Brother Su, being merely a mid-tier formation master, to be unaware. The higher the tier of the formation, the more foundations it generally requires. Moreover, proficient formation masters not only establish multiple foundations but also create false ones to mislead those attempting to break the formation." Zhou Luo appeared contemplative, his thirst for knowledge evident. "So, was I destroying a false foundation?" "Not necessarily. While foundations serve as the source of a formation's power, once destroyed, the entire formation's operation is affected. However, if there are enough foundations, merely destroying one may prove insufficient." In light of what Brother Lewis said, it is no wonder I sensed something was amiss when I destroyed the foundation. Perhaps there is indeed another foundation present, Zhou Luo reflected. Upon hearing this, a flicker of interest sparked in Lu Ming's eyes as he promptly inquired, "Brother Su, is that truly the case?" "Indeed, but at the time, I was unaware of the concepts of true and false foundations, as well as multiple foundations, so I did not pay it much heed," Zhou Luo lamented. Lu Ming fell into deep contemplation. Bang! At that moment, a tremendous sound reverberated. The ground trembled, and a thick mist surged before them, from which a figure burst forth. Lu Chou, gripping a longsword, emerged with numerous wounds adorning his body, his complexion ashen, presenting a striking sight to the onlookers. His garments were drenched in blood, rendering the scene quite ghastly, and it was evident that he had sustained considerable injuries. Lu Ming hurried forward, inquiring, "What happened?" Gasping for breath, Lu Chou replied, "I destroyed the array's foundation, but it seems to have been in vain, as the power of the formation has only intensified." Upon entering the mist, he had sensed an anomaly in the formation. However, he had initially disregarded it, focusing solely on the urgent task of dismantling the foundation. Logically, the destruction of the foundation should have significantly weakened the formation and Oppo's power. Yet, the outcome was quite the opposite. Not only did the formation remain unchanged, but its assaults appeared even more ferocious than before. Had he lingered, he would undoubtedly have faced even greater attacks, compelling him to fight his way out. "It seems Brother Lu Chou must have discovered a false foundation," Zhou Luo remarked from the side. "What do you mean?" Lu Chou furrowed his brows in confusion. Zhou Luo replied calmly, "Brother Lu Ming has already informed me that there exists both true and false foundations. Since the formation and Oppo's power has not diminished, it is highly probable that you have destroyed the false foundation." "How could that be possible?" Lu Chou's voice rose in disbelief. He had meticulously deduced using the array disk, and there was no way it could be false. Lu Ming, supporting him, was deep in thought. Generally, each foundation governs a specific area. If it were destroyed, the power in that region should have weakened. However, according to Lu Chou, the formation's strength had instead increased. Could it truly be a false foundation? But where was the true one? Suddenly, Lu Ming recalled Zhou Luo's previous statement and asked, "Brother Zhou, are you certain you discovered another foundation?" "Indeed, its power originates from the same source as the foundation I destroyed. I simply overlooked this possibility," Zhou Luo asserted emphatically. "Impossible. Why have we not located it?" Lu Chou remained skeptical. Zhou Luo shrugged, opting not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Lu Ming gazed at the thick mist, a hint of vexation clouding his brow. He produced the array disk, allowing his consciousness to penetrate it as he began to calculate. On the jade-white array disk, glimmers of light erupted, soaring towards the mist. The essence of breaking a formation is quite similar to that of establishing one. Both rely on the array disk to comprehend the structural layout of the area, crafting a diagram to deduce the location of the foundation and subsequently destroy it, thereby diminishing or even dismantling the formation. The radiance, intermingled with Lu Ming and Oppo's consciousness, gradually began to simulate a rough outline of the area on the hexagram within the array disk. However, the mist and Oppo's obstruction in the formation and Oppo's influence rendered this outline somewhat indistinct, leaving only a vague silhouette visible. Lu Ming knitted his brows tightly. Just moments ago, his calculations had yielded clearer results. Was it possible that the destruction of the foundation had caused the entire formation to undergo further changes? Lu Ming was perplexed. Yet the pressing matter remained the urgent need to dismantle the formation. According to the array disk's readings, the safe zone they had just deduced would soon be engulfed by the formation and Oppo's power. At that moment, they would once again find themselves striving tirelessly. What should be done now? Indeed, One cannot remain in a state of paralysis indefinitely. If all else fails, might we be able to escape? The cultivators, who had gradually begun to recover, voiced their concerns. Clearly for them, preserving their lives took precedence over entering the valley. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, "Give me a little more time. I will dismantle that formation base." After speaking, he turned to Zhou Luo and requested, "Brother Su, please inform me of the exact location of that formation base." Zhou Luo provided a specific coordinate. Without hesitation, Lu Ming stepped into the mist. Once he departed, a smirk crept upon Zhou Luo and Apos' lips. "If you wish to test me, then do not blame me for being unyielding." Chapter 173. Breaking the formation and departing in response to Lu Ming's probing, Zhou Luo seized the opportunity, utilizing the obscurity of the fog to discreetly lay 2 additional array foundations. Indeed, as a top-tier first-level array master, he was fully aware of the intricacies surrounding authentic and false array foundations, as well as the significance of multiple foundations. His inquiries served merely to draw attention to the 2 foundations he had strategically placed. Throughout their journey, he had been keenly observing the fluctuations of the formation, even employing an array disk for calculations and simulations. Naturally, to Lu Ming and his brother Lu Chou, these actions appeared to be standard procedure, thus raising no suspicions. Upon reaching this particular area, Zhou Luo had nearly deciphered the operational rules of the formation. Consequently, upon entering the fog, he leveraged his profound mastery of array techniques to introduce 2 additional array stones within the existing operational framework. The augmentation of these stones exponentially amplified the formation and Apos' power, resulting in a scenario where, despite Lu Chou and Apos' destruction of the true array foundation, the formation and Apos' strength only intensified. At present, the array foundation's location Zhou Luo provided to Lu Ming was accurate. However, he had no intention of allowing his opponent to easily dismantle the foundation. He was contemplating the possibility of weakening Lu Ming and Apos' strength in the process, hoping to draw out his hidden cards. Boom, boom, boom. Shortly after Lu Ming and Apos' entrance, the fog reverberated with a series of relentless explosions. An air of tension enveloped the group. They observed flickering spiritual lights within the white mist, accompanied by ominous phenomena. Lu Chou's expression tightened with anxiety, eager to delve into the fog and uncover the truth. "It can't be futile, can it?" murmured the fierce-looking man. If any misfortune befell Lu Ming, they might find themselves trapped here indefinitely. The other onlookers shared his apprehension. Only Zhou Luo remained seated on the ground, meditating in calmness. Though he had set formidable contingencies, a high-ranking array master from a long-established family was not so easily vanquished. After a quarter of an hour, the surrounding fog suddenly trembled and gradually dissipated. "The formation's power has waned," someone exclaimed joyfully. The others echoed his delight. Soon, emerging from the mist was Lu Ming, albeit in a rather disheveled state. His jade attire was tattered, revealing numerous grievous wounds, and the array disc he once held had vanished, replaced by a broken sword. Even his once gathered long hair now cascaded over his shoulders, presenting a pitiful sight. Lu Chou hastily rose to greet him, steadying him as he exclaimed, "Brother." Lu Ming, his breath labored and weakened, remarked, "This formation is indeed profound and unfathomable. Fortunately, the outcome is favorable." Lu Chou remained silent, merely producing a medicinal pill. "Brother, stabilize your breath. Wait, why does the formation still persist?" Despite the diminished power of the array, it remained intact, inciting discontent among the cultivators. They were indifferent to the sacrifices Lu Ming had made to breach the formation. Their sole focus was on dismantling it. Upon hearing this, Lu Chou's face contorted with anger, ready to argue. Yet, Lu Ming halted him, weakly explaining, "The foundations of this formation are interconnected. Although parts of the array and Apos' foundations have been destroyed, as long as the core remains intact, it will endure." "Are you mocking us?" someone exclaimed sternly. Lu Ming continued to elucidate. "The core of the formation is the most crucial and the most challenging aspect to dismantle. We must first destroy the foundational bases in the other areas to resolve the core." Upon hearing this, the expression of the assembled cultivators shifted dramatically. One individual vocally protested, "This is far too complicated. We've already lost a significant portion of our numbers over a single foundational base, and now another core has emerged. We refuse to continue. Let us depart. Indeed, let us divide the items in our storage bags and leave." In an instant, many began to reconsider their commitment. Although this attempt to dismantle the formation had failed, they had not returned empty-handed. Moreover, they could easily await the spoils from outside without risking further peril. Witnessing the crowd's demeanor, Lu Chou seethed with rage. Had Lu Ming not intervened, he would have likely lashed out in anger. After all, without their involvement, These individuals would not have dared to enter at all. Silence. Lu Ming and Amp. Oppo's voice darkened, his gaze piercing as he spoke each word deliberately. You may choose to withdraw, and I shall not interfere. However, I must emphasize that the current formation is significantly weakened. If we strike decisively, we can enter the valley. I understand that some of you wish to reap the rewards without effort, but I assure you that is impossible. As long as the core remains intact, the formation persists. Eventually, we will breach the formation without destroying the core, and at that point, you will gain nothing. Furthermore, we previously agreed that the contents of these storage bags would only be distributed after the formation is dismantled. If you retreat now, do not expect to claim anything. Lu Ming's words resonated with gravity, causing those who had clamored to retreat to exchange uncertain glances. Some displayed a fierce determination, contemplating a direct assault for the loot, while others wavered, weighing the potential gains and losses. Ultimately, it was the robust figure who spoke up. Damn it, since I am here, I might as well forge ahead until the end. Indeed, if we fight for nothing, we shall gain nothing. I am willing to take the risk, another echoed. With that, the others ceased their demands to leave. Departing now would yield them nothing at all. Having soothed the crowd, Lu Ming, disregarding his own injuries, led them toward another direction. He was concerned that a formation master might sense the weakened power of the formation and attempt to seize a share for themselves. Thus, it was imperative to resolve the matter swiftly. Zhou Luo silently followed the throng. With two foundational bases lost, the formation and Oppo's power had evidently diminished, and the group no longer faced the previous difficulties. They soon arrived at the third foundational base, where Lu Chou took action and effortlessly dismantled it. After the destruction of the three foundational bases, the strength of the formation waned further. Instead of opting to search for a fourth base, Lu Ming headed directly toward the core. If all foundational bases were destroyed, the formation would become effectively meaningless, allowing cultivators outside to advance unimpeded, thus rendering their efforts a mere gift to others. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's worth of time, Lu Ming successfully located the core. He too refrained from destruction, instead retrieving a formation plate to calculate an exit route. After a considerable time, he pointed towards a direction and declared, "That should be the exit." Upon hearing these words, the remaining 8 cultivators were filled with exhilaration, their faces glowing with joy. Only Zhou Luo's gaze remained profound, for he understood that this direction led to a dead end. It appeared that the 2 brothers of the Lu family were intent on taking action against these individuals. He remained silent, quietly trailing behind the main group as they advanced towards that destination, staying closely aligned with the 2 brothers. Lu Ming had no intention of distancing himself from Zhou Luo. After all, he considered him merely a mid-tier array master at the 5th level of qi refinement. Hardly a concern even if he were injured. As before, the 3 of them lingered at the rear while the others forged ahead. The thought of acquiring treasures from the valley ignited joy and vigor in the group of cultivators in front, completely oblivious to the fact that the footsteps of the 3 behind them were gradually slowing, just as they focused entirely on the assault of the array. Lu Ming and Lu Chou exchanged a glance, gripping their array plates, and suddenly changed direction, vanishing into the mist. Chapter 174. Exceptional magical artifacts. In the fleeting moment when the 2 brothers of the Lu family vanished, Zhou Luo followed closely behind. Where have they gone? Some cultivators sensed something amiss. The cultivators, who had just finished battling, turned back, only to find no trace of the 3, their faces filled with astonishment. Damn it. We've been deceived, roared a burly man wielding a large blade. Although he had remained vigilant towards the 2, Lu Ming had indeed presented himself in a convincingly trustworthy manner throughout their journey. Moreover, in order to break the formation, he had sustained considerable injuries. It was precisely for these reasons that everyone had relaxed their guard slightly. Furthermore, having reached the final stage, they were intoxicated by the euphoria of potential victory, neglecting the crucial details. Little did they expect to stumble into a trap. Panic spread among the crowd, and some immediately charged towards the direction where the 2 had disappeared, plunging into the fog. Yet, without the guidance of an array master, how could they possibly extricate themselves? On another front, Zhou Luo maintained a careful distance from the Lu brothers. The 2 ahead sensed his presence but paid him no heed. Holding an array disc, they continuously released their spiritual consciousness, striving to leave this place as swiftly as possible. Should they be pursued by that group of cultivators, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. Approximately half an hour later, a faint smile emerged on Lu Ming and Amp Oppo's pale face as he gazed towards the thick fog ahead, his eyes sparkling with confidence as he stepped forward. The next instant, he emerged from the mist to behold a vast and verdant valley. Inside the valley, dense trees intertwined to form a sea of green. The gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft, soothing sound. The fresh air was laced with the earthy aroma of soil and foliage, invigorating the spirit. Lu Ming and Lu Chou appeared elated, their expressions brightening. At that moment, Zhou Luo also slowly stepped out from behind them. So, the Lu family is composed of such hypocrites, he remarked. Both Lu Ming and Lu Chou turned simultaneously, their gazes fixed intently upon him. You foolish boy, did you truly believe we brought you along with the intention of sparing you? Lu Chou, clutching the white jade array disc, spoke coldly. Zhou Luo stood his ground, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. And then what? Then, you may meet your demise. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the array disc in Lu Chou's hand flickered and vanished, replaced by a long azure sword. The sword whistled through the air, accompanied by a blinding light and an overwhelming force. Lu Chou's cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refinement erupted forth. With a fierce flash, the sword and Appo's radiance surged, imbued with immense intent, hurtling towards Zhou Luo. Yet, Zhou Luo remained calm and composed. Gripping the Xiantian sword in his right hand, golden spiritual energy surging into the blade. Golden rainbow piercing the sun, he cried, swinging his sword to unleash a dazzling beam of golden light, a radiant sun rolling forth. The collision of their attacks unleashed a tremendous force, generating a tempestuous gale. Lu Chou and Appo's initially ferocious sword momentum was instantly diffused, causing him to stagger back several steps, his face etched with astonishment as he regarded his opponent, a profound wariness flickering in his eyes. The opponent and Appo's technique surpassed his expectations. At that moment, Lu Ming quickly interjected with a smile. This is all a misunderstanding. Merely a misunderstanding. Such a hypocrite. There's no need to delay any further with your formations. You both may come at me together, Zhou Luo retorted, narrowing his eyes. Lu Ming's smile froze, unexpectedly realizing that his intentions had been seen through. He immediately stowed away the array plate, producing a white feather fan in his hand. His gaze icy. A mere 5th layer of Qi cultivation? Could he really turn the tide? With that, he stepped forward, slightly raising the white feather fan, while simultaneously casting 3 mid-grade spirit talismans. In an instant, a tempest arose, surging forth with azure spirit energy. The 3 mid-grade spirit talismans erupted with resplendent spiritual light, launching 3 fireballs that raced forward, enveloped in searing heat. Zhou Luo felt the refreshing winds swirling around him. He shifted his stance, evading like a gust of wind while drawing his sword once more. Having just been forced back, Lu Chou retaliated, throwing out several spirit talismans to obstruct Zhou Luo and Appo's path, transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward him. Witnessing the talismans being cast, Zhou Luo and Appo's heart bled. These were all his possessions. He could not allow these ruffians to squander them. Consequently, he shoved a high-grade explosive pill into his mouth, feeling his spirit energy surge violently. As Lu Chou bore down on him, he swung his sword again, unleashing a golden rainbow that pierced the sun. The resplendent golden sun exuded an overwhelmingly fierce aura. Lu Chou and Appo's eyes darkened as he unleashed his torrential divine sense. Until now, Lu Ming had been calculating their escape route, refraining from attacking to conserve his strength for this confrontation. As a high-grade array master, his divine sense surpassed that of ordinary practitioners, now resembling a mighty river, flowing forth incessantly. His formidable divine sense enveloped Zhou Luo in an instant, rendering him immobile. With a disdainful expression, Lu Chou radiated spiritual light, narrowly avoiding the golden sun as his azure sword lunged directly at Zhou Luo and Appo's chest. Die, he proclaimed confidently, having closed the distance. Yet at that moment, Zhou Luo's lips curled into a smile. His previously restrained body suddenly moved, unleashing his spirit energy without any pause. Empowered by the spirit energy, the Xiantian sword surged with vigor, releasing several sword energies. Lu Chou's countenance turned pale with alarm as he hastily raised his sword to defend. At this juncture, Zhou Luo was already upon him, his target fixed on Lu Chou's head. Just as victory seemed imminent, Lu Ming arrived. He waved the white feather fan, conjuring fierce winds to slow Zhou Luo's advance while rushing forward with great speed. Clang! Just as the Xiantian sword was about to cleave Lu Chou, Lu Ming finally arrived, positioning the white feather fan before him to barely block the attack. Lu Chou's mind trembled as he frantically countered. However, at that moment, Zhou Luo produced a top-grade spirit talisman, retreating swiftly. The talisman detonated mid-air, unleashing sharp golden rays that scattered in all directions. Both men were taken aback, hastily summoning their defensive measures. Boom, 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 an immense explosion echoed continuously across the ground, stirring up clouds of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, Lu Ming and Lu Chou's figures emerged. Before them floated a small tower-like object, radiating a profound yellow spiritual light. Zhou Luo's eyes brightened. The aura emanating from this small tower seemed even more potent than that of the golden bell. Could it be a top-grade magical artifact? Indeed. The Lu family must have had confidence in sending these two high-grade array masters out together, undoubtedly possessing a hidden trump card. The two individuals, already injured, now appeared somewhat disheveled. Their gazes were fixed intently on Zhou Luo, revealing an expression of wariness. How can this fellow possess such formidable spiritual perception? Lu Cho communicated silently. Moments ago, the adversary had managed to break free from his spiritual restraint. Was he not a mid-tier array master? Or did he possess a treasure capable of thwarting spiritual assaults? Let us not be careless. We should retreat, Lu Ming whispered. With the presence of the Xianling Tower, their opponent could not harm them. The immediate priority was to create distance and seek an opportunity to properly arrange their formation for a counterattack. After all, they were high-tier array masters. Once their formation was established, the enemy would be doomed. As soon as this decision was made, Lu Ming maneuvered the Xianwang Tower to retreat. Are they really fleeing? Zhou Luo was taken aback by the cautiousness of these two. Yet he had already set his sights on that small tower and would not permit their escape. With a sudden surge of energy, he swiftly pursued them. Chapter 175, The Resurgence of the Bone-Eroding Powder in the Lush, Verdant Woods. The Lu brothers navigated through the foliage, occasionally tossing away spirit talismans. Zhou Luo trailed closely behind, lamenting the waste of the consumed talismans. Neither of the brothers had mastered any movement techniques, thus their pace was not particularly swift before Zhou Luo, who had mastered the art of wind movement. Moments later, Zhou Luo had caught up. Hey, you two are at the 6th level of Qi cultivation. Can you not run so fast? He shouted. Although he had experienced a surge in spiritual energy thanks to medicinal pills, he was fundamentally still at the 5th level of Qi cultivation. It seemed the brothers were overly apprehensive. Lu Ming paid him no heed. If it weren't for his injuries, he would not find himself in such a disheveled state. Brother, we can't let him catch up. I will confront him while you set up the formation. Lu Cho quickly communicated, realizing they could not create sufficient distance. I have the Xianling Tower. Let me handle this. Lu Ming halted his retreat, opting not to flee any longer. But your injuries? Lu Cho began, but upon seeing the determination in his brother's eyes, he refrained from further protest, merely shooting a fierce glare in Zhou Luo's direction. You brat, wait for me. With Lu Ming positioning himself in front, Zhou Luo smiled slightly. Now that's more like it. Why would you fear a 5th-level Qi cultivator? Lu Ming and Appo's gaze darkened, and he declared sternly, I underestimated you. He then summoned the Xianling Tower. The small tower radiated a profound yellow spiritual light in midair, emanating an imposing aura. You cannot harm me. Behind the tower, the spiritual light reflected Lu Ming and Appo's confident visage. This artifact was a treasure they had discovered based on clues from the 4th layer of the immortal sect. Although it was somewhat incomplete, it was more than sufficient to deal with a 5th-level Qi practitioner. Golden rainbow piercing the sun. Zhou Luo attempted to unleash the 5 elements sword technique. A torrent of golden light surged forth, crashing against the Xianling Tower. The profound yellow light flared magnificently. The tower merely trembled slightly, showing no signs of damage. Lu Ming and Appo's smile widened. Zhou Luo and Appo's eyes gleamed with a subtle light. Truly, it was a superior artifact. Unless he summoned his talismans, engaging in direct combat would be futile. What if he destroyed this artifact? Zhou Luo became pensive. The individual named Lu Cho had undoubtedly departed to set up a formation. This did not concern him greatly. His primary worry was that if he did not resolve the situation with these two, they might recover while he sought the dragon blood herb, leading to even greater complications. Moreover, with the diminished power of the external formations, it was highly likely that more cultivators would enter this valley. He needed to locate the dragon blood herb before they did. If he could not use talismans, then he would resort to poison. Fortunately, he still had half a vial of bone-eroding powder. With this thought in mind, Zhou Luo stepped forward, closing the distance towards his opponents. Lu Ming was unsure of Zhou Luo and Appo's intentions, but with the Xianling Tower at his side, he felt entirely unafraid. Are you truly going to be a coward? Zhou Luo taunted, standing before him. Do not think to provoke me. Lu Ming remained unmoved. Then prepare to be a passive target. With that, 4 talismans suddenly materialized before Zhou Luo, each adorned with distinct designs, yet exuding a similarly terrifying aura. Lu Ming stared wide-eyed, his face a mask of disbelief. 4 exceptional talismans, combined with the one previously used, that made 5. How could this be? How could this individual possess so many extraordinary talismans? It is important to note that items of such caliber are rarely available in the market. They are exceedingly rare commodities. Their simplicity of use, coupled with the immense power they unleash, has led them to be monopolized by the Longxing clan and various celestial sections. Whenever a single exceptional talisman appears on the market, it incites a frenzied scramble among buyers. How could a solitary wandering cultivator possess such an abundance of extraordinary talismans? Lu Ming found it utterly inconceivable. Even he had but a single exceptional talisman in his possession. One cannot be assured that your artifact can withstand their assault, Zhou Luo remarked with a faint smile. A chill coursed through Lu Ming's heart. He understood all too well that should so many talismans descend upon him, his flawed exceptional artifact would surely be unable to withstand the onslaught, unless he acted before the other could activate the talisman's and Oppo's powers. With this thought, a resolute glint flickered in Lu Ming and Oppo's eyes. Suddenly, the spiritual energy within him erupted, causing the mysterious yellow tower to tremble and shoot forth towards Zhou Luo with astonishing speed, akin to a thunderclap. His intention was to shatter the opponent's impending attack with this exceptional artifact and then retreat. The sound of air being torn apart reverberated as the Xianling Tower descended with a formidable presence, releasing a gravitational force reminiscent of a mountain under Lu Ming's command. Zhou Luo felt his spiritual energy wane, his body weighed down. As he beheld the approaching tower, he seemed to have anticipated this move and summoned forth the golden bell. With a resounding crash, the golden bell erupted forth, colliding with the tower and producing a sound both crisp and resonant. Upon seeing the golden bell, Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. He recognized it as the artifact of his kin. Luan, you are Zhou Luo, he exclaimed, instantly identifying his adversary. The tale of Lu In's defeat at Zhou Luo's hands, losing an upper-grade artifact, had spread like wildfire within the Lu family. The disdain for this Lin family's son-in-law was palpable. He had never expected to encounter him here. In that very moment, bolstered by the power of the golden bell, Zhou Luo temporarily freed himself from the gravitational force of the Xianling Tower, unleashing a formidable wave of spiritual consciousness that bore down upon Lu Ming with terrifying pressure. The earlier display of 4 exceptional talismans had not been a genuine attempt to employ them. Zhou Luo was concerned about damaging such a precious artifact. All of it had merely been a strategy to compel his opponent to retaliate. Now, devoid of the Xianling Tower and Oppo's as protection, Lu Ming felt the weight of Zhou Luo's overwhelming spiritual force bearing down upon him, rendering him breathless. His eyes bulged with fury as he attempted to counter with his own spiritual consciousness, only to be astonished to discover that he was utterly incapable of resisting this formidable force. Is he not a mid-grade formation master? He pondered. No. If he is Zhou Luo, then is he not an alchemist? How had he transformed into a formation master? Confusion and shock flooded Lu Ming and Oppo's expression as he hastily produced his exceptional talisman, hoping to buy time to summon back the Xianling Tower and escape this perilous situation. Yet Zhou Luo would not grant him such an opportunity. With a swift motion, he conjured a jade vial in his right hand and cast it forth. Simultaneously, he flicked his index finger, unleashing a streak of ethereal light that cleaved through the sky. The jade vial shattered with a resounding crack, releasing a cascade of dark brown powder that drifted ominously toward Lu Ming. In a panic, Lu Ming summoned the protective golden radiance around him, hastily retrieving a talisman, poised to unleash its power. Yet, he grossly underestimated the malevolence of the powder. The instant it made contact with his robe, it pierced through the fabric, corroding his very flesh. A searing agony surged through him, akin to being subjected to 1,000 cuts. His intention to activate the talisman was engulfed by an abyss of torment. Frantically, he channeled his vital energy in an attempt to expel the nefarious powder. But to no avail. In the blink of an eye, his flesh was consumed, reduced to a mere pool of blood. Meanwhile, the Xianling Tower, suspended in the air, lost its potency and began its descent toward the ground. Zhou Luo released his own vital energy and deftly placed the tower into his storage ring. Were it not for this exceptional artifact, he would have hesitated to utilize such a trump card as the corrosive powder. Nevertheless, poisons could be refined anew. Yet opportunities for such a superior instrument were elusive. Zhou Luo felt no regret. Instead, he gazed at the collection of storage bags amidst the blood, employing a cleansing spell to rid them of impurities before hastily depositing them into his storage ring. Next, his attention turned to the individual known as Lu Chou. Chapter 176. Obtaining the dragon blood herb in a secluded area of the forest, Lu Chou had meticulously arranged an offensive formation, gazing at the exquisite array with a sense of pride. Once his elder brother brought that fellow named Changsheng here, escape would be utterly impossible. As he pondered, his gaze drifted towards the direction from which he had just come. What had once been bustling with activity had now grown eerily tranquil. Could it be that his brother had already arrived with company? Contemplating this, Lu Chou stepped into the formation, awaiting the impending confrontation. Moments later, a figure burst forth from the woods, Zhou Luo. Upon seeing him, Lu Chou furrowed his brow and exclaimed with urgency, "Where is my brother?" "Ah, him." Zhou Luo shook his head. "It's quite tragic. Lu Chou was momentarily stunned, then erupted in fury. What do you mean by that? Nothing much. You're next. Zhou Luo replied coldly, brandishing the Xiantian's sword. Lu Chou's heart raced with uncertainty. Had his brother truly fallen to this man? But he possessed the Xianling pagoda. Didn't he? What was truly happening? Countless questions swirled in his mind, but he had no time to contemplate as he activated the formation. With a rush, fierce winds began to swirl, and vibrant spiritual lights flickered within, enveloping the area like an inverted glass bowl. Zhou Luo stood calmly within the formation. I care not for your deeds. Within this formation, your demise is assured, Lu Chou declared loudly. This superior formation was his pride, having claimed the lives of countless cultivators. In response, Zhou Luo merely smiled indifferently. With a swift motion, he began to advance towards Lu Chou. Desperately, Lu Chou summoned the formation flags, attempting to command the array to strike. However, Zhou Luo suddenly swung his sword towards another direction. The blade sliced through the air, crashing heavily against a large tree, sending soil flying and revealing a dimly glowing array stone beneath. Lu Chou felt as though he had been struck by lightning, frozen in disbelief as he shouted incredulously. How did you find the array base so quickly? This was a superior formation, and he had deliberately chosen a very concealed location when setting it up. How could his opponent have located it so easily, without even using an array plate? How was this possible? Even a master arrayist would struggle with such a feat. A chill crept into Lu Chou's heart. Because I am even more familiar with this formation than you, Zhou Luo replied calmly. The superior formation had long since become a part of his memory, and Lu Chou and Oppos' setup had adhered precisely to the array diagram, without any deviation. Thus, it was effortless for him to locate it. Without hesitation, Zhou Luo unleashed another strike, targeting yet another location, destroying another array base. Consequently, the entire formation lost its power, rendering the offensive array obsolete. Lu Chou's face turned ashen, filled with despair. He could not fathom how his adversary had accomplished such a feat at that moment. Zhou Luo charged forward. A torrent of sword light surged forth, hurtling towards Lu Chou. Coming to his senses, Lu Chou sought to resist. Yet having expended much of his strength in setting up the formation and nursing prior injuries, he was utterly outmatched against the ferocious onslaught of Zhou Luo. After a brief moment, he was beheaded, his life extinguished irrevocably. Gazing upon the headless corpse, Zhou Luo swiftly collected the storage bag from the deceased and commenced a thorough search of the valley. This valley was not particularly vast, yet its terrain was rather intricate. Approximately half an hour later, Zhou Luo finally discovered the coveted dragon blood herb nestled within a crevice of a cliff. Its leaves exhibited a deep green hue, smooth and delicate in texture, shimmering with a radiant glow. The leaves were elongated with razor-sharp edges, displaying pronounced veins that resembled the veins of a dragon. Between the two leaves bloomed vibrant red flowers, their petals slender and as thin as cicada wings, gently curving, akin to a flickering flame. The flowers clustered closely together, exuding an extraordinary beauty. Under the sun and Oppos' embrace, the petals glimmered with a dazzling red sheen, imparting a sense of fervor and mystery. The entire dragon blood herb stood approximately 1 foot tall, its stem robust and resilient, colored a purplish red with unique textures reminiscent of dragon scales. Its roots were deeply embedded in a patch of softly glowing spiritual soil. As a spiritual botanist, Zhou Luo immediately discerned that this herb had been deliberately cultivated in this location, for the patch of spiritual soil was merely the size of a palm, sufficient only for the growth of this singular dragon blood herb. This also elucidated why the herb had not propagated. It appeared that the Qingyuan sect had intentionally arranged for its planting here, and the formation outside was likely their doing as well. Zhou Luo did not hasten to pluck the dragon blood herb at once, as an alternate thought suddenly crossed his mind. If he could transplant it to the Zhou garden, would he not then be free from concerns regarding the scarcity of this foundational material for cultivation? After all, he still had a considerable time before he could establish his foundation. If he could indeed encourage the dragon blood herb to propagate, it would not only be a lucrative asset in the marketplace, but it would also greatly ease the process for his descendants when they sought to establish their foundations. Were Zhou Luo not a spiritual botanist, he might not have entertained such thoughts. Yet, faced with such a splendid opportunity, how could he let it slip away? With this in mind, Zhou Luo promptly retrieved the tools he had prepared in advance and extended his consciousness, carefully extracting the entire plant. This process was not overly arduous, but it required meticulousness to avoid damaging the herb's roots. Fortunately, his skills in spiritual botany rendered him adept at the task. After 30 breaths, he successfully removed the entire dragon blood herb along with the spiritual soil, placing it directly into his system backpack. Indeed, he was concerned that storing it in a storage ring might compromise the herb's vitality. However, the system backpack was different. It preserved all items in the exact state they were in at the moment of insertion. Previously, Zhou Luo had conducted an experiment with Staobai, and speaking of Staobai, he nearly forgot about the little creature. The arduous journey and the formidable foes encountered along the way had left him little time to attend to it. Regaining his focus, Zhou Luo deftly placed the dragon blood herb into the compartment of his backpack. At the instant of insertion, the item transformed into a herbal icon, appearing in the second slot, while the first slot remained occupied by the talisman treasure. Originally, the second item should have been the bone-eroding powder, but regrettably, it was entirely consumed by oneself. However, in exchange for a superb magical artifact and various other items, it was not a total loss. Reflecting on this, Zhou Luo retrieved a collection of storage bags. He first scanned the deceased cultivator's storage bags with his divine sense and discovered that, although abundant, the contents were predominantly mundane items. For instance, talismans, elixirs, spirit stones, and magical tools. While these items were passable, Zhou Luo was known for his reckless utilization of exquisite talismans and elixirs, deeming these lesser items inferior to being entirely exchanged for spirit stones to purchase various materials. Only the belongings of the Lu brothers proved somewhat valuable, containing at least 2 exquisite talismans, a vial of premium elixirs, and a plethora of materials for array formation. Zhou Luo placed the items he deemed unworthy into one storage bag, intending to sell them when an opportunity arose. The remaining necessary items were stored in his spatial ring. Upon retrieving the Xianling Tower, he was dismayed to find a conspicuous crack along its body, which would severely affect the artifact's efficacy. No wonder the golden bell only bore slight marks after the collision. Unfortunately, as he was not a weaponsmith, he could not mend it himself. Once outside, he would seek someone capable of repairing this exceptional artifact. Having completed these tasks, he leisurely made his way toward the valley's entrance. Chapter 177. Crisis in Jiang City. At the entrance of the valley, the formation remained intact, and the white mist had not yet dispersed. Zhou Luo recalled the group of individuals who had previously been trapped within the formation and resolved to ascertain their fate. Stepping into the mist, he retrieved the formation disc to calculate the route. This formation was not comparable to the one set by Lu Chou. Even he had to proceed with utmost caution. In a certain area of the formation, a burly man, who had previously wielded a great sword, was panting heavily as he leaned against a large tree. Surrounded by 4 or 5 lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. Originally part of an 8-member cultivation team, he was now the sole survivor. At that moment, the mist began to churn, and the man, sensing danger, grasped his sword with vigilance, his gaze fixed ahead. The next second, Zhou Luo emerged from the mist, holding the formation disc. Upon seeing him, the man's expression brightened. He hastily rose, disregarding his injuries, and exclaimed, "Take me out of here, and I will give you all these treasures." Zhou Luo cast a glance at the bodies on the ground. It appeared that after finding a safe area, this group had turned on each other in a desperate struggle for the storage bags. Unexpectedly, the victor was the man before him. With a calm demeanor, Zhou Luo replied, "If I kill you, all these treasures will be mine." Hearing this, the man's expression changed dramatically, his eyes flashing with malice as he retorted fiercely, "You think you can? I suggest you take me out. I can promise you everything in the storage bags." The last one who made a promise was that pair from the Lu family. Zhou Luo replied coolly. The man's expression shifted once more, and suddenly, he exerted force beneath his feet, charging forward, his great sword enveloped in a crimson glow. "Then you are seeking death," he bellowed. Zhou Luo remained unfazed. The man before him was merely a spent force. He stepped back, retreating into the mist, vanishing from sight. The man immediately halted. He dared not leave this area. Golden rainbow piercing the sun. At that moment, Zhou Luo emerged from the side, a golden sun crashing down. The man hurriedly raised his sword to block, the crimson glow erupting forth, barely managing to shield him from the attack. Yet, Zhou Luo disappeared once more. Engaging with a formation master within a formation, even someone at the 7th layer of Qi refining was inconsequential. Zhou Luo moved like a phantom, striking from various angles within the mist, each assault catching the man off guard. The beleaguered warrior exhausted all his means, but to no avail. Coupled with his injuries, he ultimately succumbed, defeated by Zhou Luo and Appo's blade. Zhou Luo surveyed the corpses on the ground and retrieved the man and Appo's storage bag. As for the other storage bags, they had already been thoroughly looted by this individual. Having completed his task, he exited the formation. Outside the formation, a few cultivators had gathered in small groups. They lingered at the edge of the mist, hesitant to enter. Upon Zhou Luo's appearance, all eyes turned towards him, filled with suspicion. "Do not look at me. If I could break the formation, would the mist still be here?" Zhou Luo raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. The crowd was filled with doubt. At that moment, Zhou Luo transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from their sight. Others wishing to pursue have already missed their chance. In a secluded forest, Zhou Luo concealed his presence, drawing closer to the site of the dual cultivation method. According to the clues, this location lay near the depths of the Longfeng mountain range, where practitioners were notably fierce and formidable. This was primarily due to the presence of the Hehuan sect's ruins, which attracted a multitude of cultivators daily. Zhou Luo had previously gathered this information at the market. The illusory forest was renowned within the Longfeng mountain range, due to the existence of restrictive formations. Only Qi refinement practitioners were permitted entry. It was said that those who passed through the illusory forest would have the opportunity to inherit the teachings of the Hehuan sect. Naturally, this inheritance did not pertain to the nefarious techniques employed by figures like Lu Fuchen, but rather to the ancient doctrines of the Hehuan path. Zhou Luo understood that this referred specifically to the dual cultivation method. He surmised that the illusory forest was likely created by the Qingyuan sect for the purpose of training its disciples. If there were truly exceptional treasures to be found, the Qingyuan sect would have likely seized them long ago, leaving little chance for others. Nonetheless, Zhou Luo was exceedingly intrigued by this dual cultivation method. The prospect of engaging in intimate relations, while simultaneously enhancing one's cultivation, was likely the lifelong dream of many male practitioners, particularly for Zhou Luo, who possessed a system. It was a match made in heaven. However, it was precisely during such times that one must exercise utmost caution. Meanwhile, in Jiang City, the once thriving streets now lay in utter chaos. Countless practitioners were engaged in frenzied looting. Some hailed from the Longfeng mountain range, while others were affiliated with the Lu family. Upon confirming the significant depletion of Jiang City's defensive forces, the Lu family had commenced their operations. Were it not for Lin San's timely reaction, the entirety of Jiang City would likely have fallen into enemy hands. Yet, the current situation remained dire. Apart from several key establishments of the Lin family, other areas had already succumbed. The Lin family practitioners had sustained considerable casualties and could only rely on the defensive formations to hold their ground. Before the Lin family estate, a middle-aged man clad in Lu family attire gazed at the luminous barrier enveloping the estate, his brow furrowed in concern. "They have yet to arrive?" he inquired in a low voice. A subordinate beside him replied, trembling, "Elder, we contacted them days ago, but Steward Lu Ming assured us they would arrive shortly." "You said that 2 days ago. They possess flying shuttle devices. Why are they delayed?" The Lu family's 8th elder retorted sharply. Lu Ming and Lu Chou had been specifically dispatched to Jiang City as array masters. In the event of chaos or unforeseen circumstances, their presence would allow them to entirely disregard the formations in place. However, 3 days prior, they had sent word to the two, coinciding with Zhou Luo's emergence. They had intended to dismantle the formations in one fell swoop and then return. Little did they know that Zhou Luo would counterattack, leaving them forever trapped in the valley. Fortunately, this had occurred. Otherwise, the Lin family's assets in Jiang City would likely have fallen into the hands of the Lu family. Upon hearing this, the subordinate bowed and remained silent. The 8th elder of the Lu family, with a hint of anger in his demeanor, spoke again, continued to make contact. "If they have not arrived by tomorrow, they will face the family's disciplinary actions." "Understood," the subordinate responded before departing. Elder Lu raised his gaze towards the azure sky, a fleeting shadow of concern crossing his eyes. It had been nearly 10 days since their arrival in Jiang City, and the reinforcements from the Lin family should be arriving shortly. They needed to seize control of the city's magical array without delay. Only then could they truly claim the stronghold. With this thought, he averted his gaze, a fierce determination flickering in his eyes, continue the aggressive assault. The dozen or so young members of the Lu family exchanged glances and resumed their onslaught. Within the estate, Lin San was anxiously discussing strategies with Lin Dong, while Lin Xian sat in silence, her expression unreadable. The third young lady of the Lin family felt entirely out of her depth in such matters. All she could do was hope for the swift arrival of their family's reinforcements. Chapter 178. The Enchanted Forest. As one ventures deeper into the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range, the surroundings become increasingly chaotic. The lush woods are rife with scenes of battles fought by cultivators. Most practitioners move in packs, reminiscent of wild beasts in the jungle. Upon spotting a solitary prey, they descend upon it en masse. Zhou Luo, however, endeavors to conceal himself, yet he still finds himself relentlessly pursued by several cultivators. Nevertheless, his resourcefulness and formidable strength allow him to evade these assaults, managing to escape unscathed. 3 days later, he finally arrives at the area marked on the clues, the Enchanted Forest. Nestled within a treacherous mountain range, it is encircled by towering peaks, creating a natural barrier that safeguards this ancient site. The entirety of the Enchanted Forest is cloaked in dense foliage, with verdant trees flourishing, their branches and leaves creating a canopy that obscures the sun. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground that sway gently in the breeze, evoking a dreamlike ambience. Before the woods lies a plain, where groups of cultivators congregate, engage in fervent discussions. Zhou Luo silently slips onto the plain, observing the movements of this assembly. Judging by their expressions and actions, it seems they too are here to explore the enchanted forest, though their reasons for gathering at its threshold instead of entering remain unclear. Information regarding the enchanted forest was absent from the jade slips previously acquired, and even the clues from the Qingyuan sect made no mention of it. All must be discovered through personal exploration. Zhou Luo retrieves the mask given to him by Wang Tong and dons it upon his face. A flash of light ensues, transforming his visage. He then strolls leisurely onto the plain. His sudden appearance draws the attention of the other cultivators. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a warm smile approaches briskly, greeting him with enthusiasm. "Esteemed friend, are you also here to explore the enchanted forest?" Zhou Luo casts a glance at the man, nodding in acknowledgement. The man's face brightens with joy as he extends an invitation. Perfect timing. "We are about to form a party to enter the enchanted forest. Why not join us?" Although Zhou Luo prefers to act alone, his understanding of the enchanted forest is still limited. Thus, he replies, "It is my first time here." "No worries. I am Wu Gang." "And you?" The middle-aged man inquires with a friendly demeanor. "Su Changsheng," Zhou Luo responds. "Brother Su, please follow me." Wu Gang leads him to one side, where several other cultivators await. Upon their arrival, Wu Gang enthusiastically introduces, "This is Brother Su Changsheng. These are the members of our small team." Wu Gang and Amp Oppo's party consists of 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman. Among them are 2 young men roughly of his age, alongside 2 middle-aged individuals. The woman stands out with her bright eyes and exquisite features. Her elegant and slender form is complemented by skin as pristine as polished jade, captivating all who behold her. In her grasp is a 3-foot-long sword, and her flowing white garments reveal a glimpse of her delicate, fair calves. She exudes an ethereal and refined aura, reminiscent of an untouchable snow lotus, making her exceptionally striking. Though she stood amidst the crowd, she seemed to transcend it, appearing utterly incongruous with her surroundings. Even Zhou Luo, who had encountered numerous beauties, could not help but feel a shiver of intrigue. This woman was indeed striking. Through Wu Gang and Oppo's introduction, he learned her name, Shangwan Qianxue. As Zhou Luo gazed at her, she met his gaze briefly before withdrawing her attention. Following a brief introduction, everyone became acquainted. Wu Gang then commenced explaining the circumstances regarding the illusory forest. Due to existing restrictions, only Qi refinement realm cultivators were permitted entry. However, the interior of the illusory forest was fraught with peril. It contained various special zones, along with ferocious beasts and treacherous traps. Ordinary cultivators wishing to venture in had to tread cautiously. Hence, the majority opted to join exploration teams for safety in numbers. Each day, throngs gathered to enter. Some would emerge successfully, while others would remain lost forever within. None of these individuals, without exception, had acquired the so-called Hahuan Dao inheritance. Nevertheless, countless souls continued to venture into the illusory forest, drawn not only by the inheritance but also by the myriad of wondrous spirit beasts and rare treasures. These spirit beasts thrived within the ruins, evolving elusive abilities through the forest and Amp Oppo's power. Capturing even a single spirit beast could yield a handsome profit, whether for personal companionship or sale. Similarly, the rare treasures possessed unique properties. Some served as primary ingredients for particular elixirs, while others were materials for spirit talismans and formations. Undeniably, the illusory forest was a treasure trove, where opportunity mingled with peril. Countless cultivators had perished or become lost within its illusions in pursuit of these riches. Thanks to the contributions of their predecessors, knowledge of the routes into the illusory forest and markings of specific areas had gradually emerged, though such information remained scarce. Wu Gang possessed a map of the illusory forest, which was why he could gather this group. After absorbing the preliminary details, Zhou Luo gained some understanding of the illusory forest. He gazed towards the forest, suffused with dreamlike light, where remnants of ancient architectural ruins, dilapidated pavilions, and towers could still be discerned. They stood quietly amidst the river of time, bearing witness to the former glory and vicissitudes of the Hahuan sect. Although these ruins appeared tranquil, according to Wu Gang, they concealed numerous dangers. "Shall we proceed?" Shangwan Qianxue spoke with an expression of indifference. Wu Gang smiled gently. "Qianxue, do not rush. There is strength in numbers, and the more, the merrier in our expedition." He elaborated that he had painstakingly obtained intelligence regarding a special area from a cultivator who had successfully exited the illusory forest. This area, though fraught with peril, could be traversed with relative ease if sufficient numbers were present. What lay within remained uncertain, but without exception, Special zones harbored valuable treasures, a truth validated by the sacrifices of those who came before. Shangguan Qianque's beautiful eyes appeared slightly solemn, and she ceased to speak further. Beside her, Zhou Luo seemed to ponder deeply. At present, it appeared that Shangguan Qianque had also joined this exploration team midway, much like herself. Observing her temperament and beauty, one could surmise that if she were not from a prominent family, she was likely a disciple of a celestial sect. However, her true strength remained uncertain. After the passage of another half-hour, Wu Gang summoned 2 additional cultivators. They were a brother and sister duo. The male stood tall and upright, while the female possessed a graceful demeanor. Both bore expressions of vigilance, and there was a flicker of menace in their eyes, indicative of their frequent encounters within the Longfeng mountain range. With their addition, the team now comprised 9 members in total. Wu Gang, clearly pleased, waved his hand decisively. The numbers are sufficient. Let us depart. Chapter 179. Unknown beasts before the Mirage Forest. A group was poised to embark upon their journey. Zhou Luo, mingling among the crowd, refrained from engaging in conversation, subtly positioning himself closer to Shangguan Qianque. His interest was not in her beauty, but rather in the assumption that she possessed considerable strength and numerous hidden abilities. In times of peril, she might prove to be of assistance. Conversely, he remained wary of Wu Gang and his companions, practitioners from the Longfeng mountain range, whose intentions were uncertain. They might abandon him in a moment of danger. To enter the Mirage Forest, they had to pass through a translucent membrane. As a formation master, Zhou Luo astutely recognized it as a form of restriction. This forest was enveloped in a certain prohibitive array, though it remained unclear whether its limitations extended beyond mere cultivation levels. Given that this was a training ground for the disciples of the Qingyuan sect, it harbored numerous hazards, necessitating utmost caution. The scenery within the Mirage Forest bore no distinction from the external world. According to Wu Gang, despite their ordinary appearance, the flora could conceal significant dangers. The forest contained a force known as illusionary power, which could adhere to any object. Upon contact, individuals would be influenced by this power, awakening their deepest fears and desires, leading to a myriad of illusions and phantasms. Unless one endowed, spiritual perception was extraordinarily potent, one risked becoming utterly ensnared. Wu Gang, equipped with a map, ensured their journey remained relatively safe. Following them were several practitioners without maps, opting to silently trail behind rather than join the group. Wu Gang made no effort to deter them, allowing them to persist in their pursuit. As they traveled, Zhou Luo gleaned information about these individuals. The 4 men he had previously encountered were companions of Wu Gang, frequently exploring the Longfeng mountain range, and they reportedly owned a residence in the eastern district of the marketplace. Shangguan Qianque, much like him, was alone. The brother-sister duo who later joined were also practitioners from the marketplace, exhibiting aloof dispositions and exchanging only brief pleasantries with Wu Gang. In the distance, a middle-aged man named Lu Tai spoke to his companions, expressing his desire to purchase a longevity pill once they discovered the treasure. His companion dismissed the notion, lamenting that the price had surged to 1,000 spirit stones each. Lu Tai remained undeterred, asserting that their anticipated treasure would yield substantial profits, supplemented by his prior savings. For practitioners, longevity was paramount. The essence of cultivation was merely the pursuit of eternal life and unrestrained freedom. Curiosity sparked as one companion wondered about the source of the abundance of longevity pills at the Zhenyuan Tower. Lu Tai dismissed the concern, emphasizing that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, especially since the Qingyuan sect had begun to impose restrictions, potentially rendering these pills unavailable in the future. Following the sudden influx of longevity pills in the marketplace, the Qingyuan sect swiftly initiated investigations and curtailed the sale of the primary ingredients, a predictable course of action. The longevity elixir, a highly lucrative potion, has long been monopolized by the Qingyuan sect. Even the Changsheng sect has been unable to sell it on a large scale due to their lack of a crucial primary ingredient. Now, with the sudden emergence of numerous longevity elixirs, the Qingyuan sect and Oppos' dominant position is threatened, prompting them to react. If it weren't and Oppos' for the formidable backing of Zhenyuan Tower, they might have already faced scrutiny from the Qingyuan sect. However, this development has only served to drive the price of the longevity elixir even higher. Hearing that each pill now cost 1,000 spirit stones, Zhou Luo felt a pang of regret, as though he had lost a fortune of 100 million. Unfortunately, it seemed that future opportunities for trading would be scarce. Once such matters attract the attention of higher authorities, the path to profit is effectively sealed. Zhou Luo listened intently while observing the expression of Shangguan Qianque beside him. He noted that her demeanor remained unchanged throughout, exuding an air of indifference, as if she were unconcerned with the world around her. Everyone remained vigilant, Wu Gang's voice resonated ahead. As they traversed a dense thicket, the group was about to enter a valley. According to Wu Gang, this valley was home to various fierce beasts that had developed unique abilities after years of residing there, necessitating extra caution. As he spoke, the others instinctively drew their magical artifacts. Zhou Luo gripped a blue longsword named Qing Wei, his expression alert. This superior sword, crafted by Lu Chou, was far more powerful than his previous mid-tier sword. With no members of the Lu family around, he figured he could wield this sword without risking recognition. In contrast, he had sold the superior sword previously acquired from Wang Tong, as its Huan sect insignia might reveal his identity. The nine entered the valley, where lush vegetation flourished due to the scarcity of visitors. Towering trees obscured the sky, and even the wildflowers were dwarfed by the surrounding foliage, with countless vines intertwining throughout. A protective golden aura enveloped them as they remained vigilant. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air. A small, entirely black beast darted towards them with incredible speed, its claws glinting menacingly. Wu Gang, quick to react, swung his mighty blade, unleashing a brilliant blue light that surged forward with formidable energy, aimed directly at the creature. With a resounding crash, the black beast did not evade, instead being cleaved in two by the blue light, erupting into a multitude of radiant sparks that shimmered in the sunlight, casting a dreamlike, colorful glow. Focus your minds, Wu Gang bellowed. The group hastily fortified their mental defenses. Under the cascade of colors, Zhou Luo felt an inexplicable force descend upon him, lightly stirring his previously tranquil consciousness. Yet, thanks to the protection of his mental fortitude, he remained largely unaffected. Wu Gang's warning ensured that they were shielded from the dazzling onslaught of light. The several cultivators trailing behind were instantly transfixed as they were bathed in the resplendent hues of the multicolored light, their expressions frozen in foolish grins, appearing utterly entranced. Meanwhile, the others who had narrowly escaped wore expressions of alarm. We must hurry, Wu Gang urged, offering little explanation as he strode forward with urgency. The others promptly followed suit. Only Zhou Luo lingered, casting a lingering glance at the entranced individuals, his gaze growing somber. It was evident that they had succumbed to the influence of the multicolored light, ensnared in a hallucinatory trance. Clearly, this enchanted forest was far more perilous than anticipated. No wonder Wu Gang allowed these individuals to follow behind, without prior warning. Those with weaker spiritual awareness could easily fall prey to such traps. He then turned his attention to the now dissipated multicolored light in the air, pondering the nature of the beast that possessed such capabilities even after its demise. Chapter 180. Ambush after traversing a patch of half-meter-high weeds. Wu Gang turned to the group and elucidated. Those are the young of the illusory monkey. The illusory monkey is a unique beast found solely within the illusory forest. They possess an exceptional reproductive capacity and are adept at casting their offspring into danger. While the discarded young are not inherently powerful, they harbor formidable illusionary energy within. Upon contact, one would be ensnared in a realm of illusions. In such a scenario, the illusory monkeys would converge and mercilessly tear apart and devour the intruders. Upon hearing Wu Gang's explanation, Zhou Luo and Appo's expression conveyed a sense of wonder. He had not anticipated the existence of such a creature, a beast that would employ its own progeny as a means of attack, allowing them to face peril. Indeed, beasts were not as one might imagine. Even a tiger would not harm its cubs. The illusory monkey's assaults were unrelenting. Had the group not retreated swiftly, they would have faced an incessant barrage of young illusory monkeys. In that event, their only recourse would have been to slay them all. Once the illusionary energy reached a critical mass, even if one fortified their minds in advance, they would still be affected. It was likely that the illusory monkeys had already launched their attack on the cultivators ensnared in the illusions. As Zhou Luo observed Wu Gang and Appo's silhouette, his perception of the man elevated to a new level. It appeared that he was not to be underestimated. Before long, the group encountered another wave of beastly attacks. There were robust bull-like creatures, their bodies armored with hard scales, unleashing fierce wind blades that sliced through anything in their path. Additionally, there were vividly feathered avian beasts, exuding a faint toxic miasma. Their tails housed venomous glands capable of secreting lethal toxins. Furthermore, there were blood-red vines, endowed with life, incredibly resilient, capable of effortlessly crushing a mighty tree. These beasts had long inhabited the valley and typically refrained from attacking humans unless their territory was encroached upon. At this juncture, everyone began to showcase their abilities. Zhou Luo wielded his sword, the clear radiance, with fervor while maintaining a judicious distance from Shangguan Qianxue. To mask his true prowess, he feigned great exertion, thereby prompting her to share in the burden of combat. Shangguan Qianxue appeared indifferent to the surrounding threats, silently engaging in battle, her every strike emanating formidable power. Zhou Luo surmised that her strength was at least at the late stage of the 6th level of qi refinement. After expending a full hour, the group successfully exited the valley, fortunate to have incurred no injuries. As Zhou Luo was recuperating, Shangguan Qianxue approached him suddenly, her voice icy. If this is the extent of your abilities, you would be wise to withdraw. She had been acutely aware of his inner calculations throughout their journey. The only reason she had refrained from speaking earlier was due to the lack of time to entertain him. In her view, a cultivator at the initial stage of the 5th level of qi refinement, relying solely on cunning, would be better off retreating sooner than later. Zhou Luo smiled faintly, unfazed. Aren't and Oppos, T companions, supposed to assist one another? I do not wish to align myself with the weak. After delivering her retort, Shangguan Qianxue continued onward, leaving Zhou Luo behind. Having been dismissed, he deemed it unwise to pursue her further, for one should not chase after a cold shoulder. He deliberately slowed his pace, creating a suitable distance from the others. This way, should danger truly arise, he would have the opportunity to slip away. Before long, the 9 individuals arrived at the site of an ancient ruin. Fractured stone columns lay scattered across the ground, now overgrown with weeds, yet faintly revealing the blurred runes and patterns etched upon them. Although they had long lost their luster, one could still sense the remnants of their once formidable power. In addition to the stone columns, several collapsed pavilions and remnants of walls stood amidst the ruins, evoking a sense of desolation and antiquity. Wu Gang led the group cautiously through the area. Though he possessed a map of the illusionary forest, not every location could be clearly marked, necessitating utmost vigilance. Suddenly, the middle-aged man who had conversed with Lu Tai unknowingly triggered something. The ground trembled, and the runes on the fractured stone column, which should have been dim, suddenly radiated a brilliant light, enveloping the area. Damn it, it's a trap, Wu Gang exclaimed. The group hurriedly retreated to the side. More runes began to flicker, and a dense light surged upward, transforming into pillars that cascaded downwards, shrouding the surroundings. Seeing the ominous turn of events, Zhou Luo stepped aside, and as the radiant light completely enveloped the area, he swiftly exited the range of the formation. With a slight furrow of his brow, he leaped onto a nearby tree. Silently observing the situation, the light from the formation enveloped the area, and faint sounds of battle could be heard from within. He held his breath, focusing his gaze in another direction. Suddenly, a group of individuals burst forth from the jungle, their expressions fierce, wielding magical artifacts, clearly not to be trifled with. Among them, an elderly man held a formation plate, gazing triumphantly at the formation. The plate emitted a faint glow, projecting several beams of light into the formation, enhancing its power. Clearly, this formation was not unique to the illusionary forest, but rather his handiwork. He had not anticipated encountering cultivators within the depths of this forest. No wonder Wu Gang insisted on entering as a group. The cultivation world was indeed perilous. Home felt much safer. Within the formation, shadows moved restlessly as everyone fervently resisted the formation's attacks. Great wisdom. My formation cannot hold out much longer, the elderly man intoned, adjusting the beams of light on the formation plate. Old Jean, do not worry. As long as we expend a bit of their strength, my brothers will be more than capable of handling it, the leading burly man replied, wielding a massive hammer. They were a group of bandit cultivators who had deliberately set up formation traps at this ruin over the past few days, aiming for a substantial haul. Now, their opportunity had finally arrived. Zhou Luo silently observed, choosing not to depart immediately. He was still unfamiliar with this illusionary forest, and venturing alone would likely prove exceedingly perilous. Accompanying Wu Gang and his companions before delving deeper into the forest was a prudent choice. Of course, should they encounter misfortune and be annihilated, that would be regrettable. Half an hour later, the power of the formation waned, and the dazzling light finally dissipated. The 8 individuals on the ground were now panting heavily, their forms disheveled. Merely defending against the formation and Oppos' onslaught had exacted a tremendous toll. Maji, it truly is you. Wu Gang fixed his gaze upon the group ahead, his eyes wide with fury. Maji, with a smile playing on his lips, looked at him and remarked, I never anticipated that today we would catch such a big fish. Humph, is it merely because of you? Wu Gang scoffed. Under normal circumstances, I might have held you in some regard, but today is unlike any other. Brothers, charge. Maji and Oppos' expression turned menacing as he issued the command. A dozen cultivators surged forth from behind him, brandishing their magical artifacts as they advanced towards the 8. Wu Gang swung his broadsword, leading the charge. The others promptly followed suit, engaging in a fierce battle. In an instant, the air crackled with spiritual energy, and a myriad of offensive techniques erupted, generating formidable waves of power. Chapter 181. Mirage upon the remnants of crumbling ruins, the leaders from both sides engaged in a fierce battle. Maji wielded a colossal hammer, unleashing a blinding golden light that evoked immense power, while Wu Gang brandished a great blade, enveloped in crimson spiritual energy. swinging it forth to summon a scorching flame that howled towards the enemy. Simultaneously, a series of magical assaults erupted across the battlefield. Some conjured lightning to strike their foes, accompanied by crackling sounds, while others, encased in golden light, surged forth with indomitable fighting spirit. Various water and fire spell techniques emerged in a relentless barrage. Zhou Luo observed intently, silently committing to memory the combat styles of Wu Gang and his companions. For instance, Wu Gang and his 4 allies excelled in close-quarters combat, employing overwhelmingly forceful techniques. The pair of siblings who joined later were more adept at ranged attacks, positioning themselves towards the rear as they unleashed formidable spiritual energy intermittently. Notably, the female of the duo appeared to be a talisman master, relying heavily on talismans to unleash her powers. Zhou Luo's attention was particularly drawn to Changsheng. In addition to her exquisite swordsmanship, she seemed to master a form of agile movement, allowing her to navigate the chaos of battle with remarkable ease. As time passed, the combat escalated in intensity. Ma Ji evidently underestimated the fighting prowess of this group, initially brimming with confidence. He soon recognized the formidable strength of his opponents once the battle commenced. However, the earlier assaults from the formation had severely drained the spiritual energy of the 8 fighters. And amidst the chaos, some sustained injuries, with one even meeting a swift demise by a fatal strike to the throat. The fallen included the companion who had spoken with Lu Tai, alongside another young man. Witnessing this grim scenario, Wu Gang resolved to cease holding back. With great pain, he summoned a top-tier talisman. The talisman erupted in the air, radiating resplendent spiritual light, as countless blades of light shot forth, enveloping the area with tremendous force. The power unleashed by a single top-tier talisman was beyond imagination, compelling even Ma Ji to retreat from its brilliance. Realizing that continuing the battle could lead to their defeat, Ma Ji and his companions ultimately departed with resentment. After expending the talisman, the immediate crisis was finally averted. Zhou Luo seized the moment to descend from the great tree and approach the others. Upon his arrival, the group paid him little mind, save for Changsheng, who furrowed her brow with a hint of puzzlement. When had he left? With the enemy gone, Wu Gang turned his gaze to the 2 fallen companions on the ground, letting out a deep sigh before retrieving their storage bags. None objected, as these 2 were indeed his brothers, and he was their captain. I will take care of your families, Wu Gang vowed solemnly before casting a fireball talisman to incinerate their remains. There was no excessive grief in such a place. Death was a commonplace occurrence. Having endured this ambush, the group became increasingly cautious. Fortunately, aside from a few beast attacks, they encountered no further assaults. As night fell, Wu Gang proposed that they halt for a much-needed rest. As night descends, the enchanting forest becomes even more terrifying. The beasts lurking in the shadows are far more ferocious than those encountered during the day. A moment of carelessness could lead to one's demise here. Wu Gang delineated an area, affixed illumination talismans around, and ignited a fireball. In such a place, flames can sometimes pose a greater threat than light itself. Zhou Luo and Changsheng sat silently before the fireball, lost in contemplation. During the first half of the night, Wu Gang and the 2 of them took turns keeping watch while the others sat cross-legged, eyes closed, in a meditative state. Wu Gang plopped down beside Zhou Luo and inquired with a smile, "Brother Su, how did you sense the danger during the day?" Everyone was already aware of how he had left the formation ahead of the others. However, Wu Gang seemed unfazed by Zhou Luo and Appos' self-serving actions. He was merely curious about how a 5th-level Qi cultivator could react so swiftly. It was primarily because I was near the edge of the formation, coupled with my understanding of formations, that I reacted quickly, Zhou Luo explained earnestly. In truth, I didn't anticipate a formation being set here. Otherwise, I would have notified you all much earlier. You are a formation master? Wu Gang exclaimed, his tone shifting to one of profound respect. The status of a formation master in the Longfeng mountain range was exceedingly high. For instance, the old man they encountered during the day had significantly reduced their losses due to his presence. I'm merely a novice, just beginning my journey, Zhou Luo replied, waving his hand dismissively. Wu Gang, however, appeared exceedingly pleased. If Brother Su is indeed a formation master, this will simplify matters greatly. What do you mean? Zhou Luo questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion. There exists an illusion within the place we are headed. Initially, I considered forcing our way through, but with your expertise, we might traverse it unscathed, Wu Gang whispered, lowering his voice. I and Appos am not entirely certain I can manage that, Zhou Luo replied. Nevertheless, it will certainly make things easier, Wu Gang said cheerfully. Across from them, Changsheng listened intently to their exchange, deep in thought. The following morning, Zhou Luo awoke. After tidying up, they resumed their journey. Half a day later, the group finally arrived at the location of the illusion Wu Gang had mentioned. The entire area was shrouded in thick mist, resembling a sea of clouds that isolated it from the outside world. The air was infused with a faint spiritual aura, allowing glimpses of exceptionally tall trees. Upon closer inspection, the trunks were adorned with moss and ancient runes, as if narrating a forgotten history. These trees were lush and vibrant, their leaves displaying a kaleidoscope of colors that shifted and danced in the interplay of mist and light, resembling a magnificent tapestry. Yet, rather than feeling relaxed by this beauty, the group wore grave expressions. They sensed an overwhelming presence of illusionary power in the air. Once they stepped into this realm, they would undoubtedly be ensnared by the illusions. Dear friends, once we traverse this illusion, we shall obtain the treasures that await us, Wu Gang declared with enthusiasm. Yet, the others did not share in his excitement. They sensed a significant danger lurking within this extraordinary forest. Upon witnessing the situation, Wu Gang appeared to be well prepared. He produced several talismans and remarked, "These are ethereal talismans. By applying them, you shall be shielded from the onslaught of illusionary forces." The ethereal talismans are a superior class of spiritual artifacts, capable of granting the user protection against mental assaults and safeguarding them from the influence of phantasms. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes, realizing that the adversary had presented such a precious item, indicating that their intentions were far from trivial. Shangguan Qianxue and another pair of siblings also harbored a sense of vigilance. Wu Gang refrained from elaborating further, simply stating, "If you do not trust me, then remain here. However, without the ethereal talismans, your passage through this place will become significantly more arduous. What I can divulge is that there may be a legacy of the Harmony sect hidden behind the illusions." Chapter 182. Illusions. Wu Gang and Appos' words carried an air of utmost seriousness, causing the expressions of the four listeners to shift unpredictably. As for Zhou Luo, his intent was clear. He had come in pursuit of the Hahuan Dao legacy. Regardless of the veracity of Wu Gang's claims, he felt compelled to take a glimpse. On the other hand, Shangguan Qianxue appeared to be on a journey of self-discovery. The allure of treasures did not captivate her as much as the prospect of the illusion itself. The pair of siblings embodied the quintessential mindset of cultivators from the Longfeng mountain range. If there was potential gain, they were more than willing to venture forth. Thus, after a brief hesitation, the four ultimately chose not to refuse. Naturally, they were not naive enough to place unwavering trust in Wu Gang. Should the circumstances turn unfavorable once they entered the illusion, they would promptly withdraw. Upon witnessing their consensus, Wu Gang beamed with delight and promptly extended the ethereal talisman he held. Zhou Luo weighed the talisman in his hand, sensing a profound energy enshrined within it. This energy was what they referred to as the power of illusion. When he affixed it to his chest, he distinctly felt a refreshing wave surging through him, banishing his earlier fatigue and replacing it with a sense of invigorating comfort. Be cautious of the impact of illusionary power, Wu Gang cautioned, leading the way into the realm of illusions. Before them lay a translucent barrier. The moment he stepped across, the very fabric of space seemed to contort. As he landed upon the illusion and Appos' surface, his body swayed as if struck by an unseen force. However, apart from that, no other anomalies transpired. Wu Gang turned back and waved to the others, signaling that all was safe. Soon after, his two companions followed suit, entering the illusion without incident. Observing this, the sibling duo stepped forward to join them, followed by Shangguan Qianxue and finally Zhou Luo. The instant he crossed the threshold into the illusion, Zhou Luo felt an overwhelming force surging toward him, akin to waves crashing against his form, momentarily halting him. In the next heartbeat, the ethereal talisman on his chest erupted in brilliance, momentarily shielding him from the encroaching power. "This talisman can only withstand for half an hour. We must proceed swiftly." Wu Gang's voice echoed ahead. The group refrained from lingering, following him deeper into the illusionary realm. The further they ventured, the more potent the illusionary power became, intensifying its effects upon them. Zhou Luo focused intently, enveloping himself in a powerful awareness while the luminous jade at his chest emitted a faint glow, warding off the onslaught of illusionary forces. Thanks to his formidable awareness and the support of the treasure, he found himself in a relatively favorable position among the group. Meanwhile, others struggled, some biting their lips, others maintaining resolute expressions, while a few appeared pale. All were engaged in a battle against the assault of the illusionary power, pressing onward. As they navigated through a kaleidoscopic forest, ordinary objects morphed into peculiar sights under the influence of the illusions. At that moment, Lutai suddenly surged with spiritual energy, abruptly brandishing his magical artifact, scanning the surroundings with a wary gaze. The others looked on in confusion. "Lutai, what are you doing?" Wu Gang furrowed his brow, raising his voice in alarm. Lutai was jolted awake by a stern reprimand, a hint of confusion etched upon his face. "Brother Gang, wasn't there a beast attack just now?" "Do not be deceived by illusions," Wu Gang spoke in a grave tone. It was only then that Lu Tai surveyed his surroundings, realizing that everyone was regarding him with peculiar glances. He soon understood that he had been ensnared in an illusion. A wave of dread washing over him. The group continued their journey, time gradually slipping away. Wei Qitao, wielding a magical sword, remained ever vigilant of his surroundings. He and his sister, Wei Qihong, had resided in the Longfeng mountain range for decades and were well acquainted with the tales of this enchanted forest. However, due to certain circumstances, they had never ventured here before. This marked their inaugural exploration of such an extraordinary locale. They had prepared extensively for this day, equipping themselves with artifacts to fend off mental assaults and talismans to bolster their spiritual strength. Fortunately, although the illusion and Appos' power was formidable, they had yet to encounter any peril. Wei Qingtao's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the three individuals ahead. He was somewhat familiar with Wu Gang's illustrious reputation as a capable leader of an exploration team, who had once guided his group to a site rich in rare treasures. They had profited handsomely from that expedition, purchasing a residence in the eastern district of the market. Accompanying such a figure might indeed lead to the discovery of valuable resources. Nonetheless, caution was paramount in the Longfeng mountain range for the sake of gain. Even blood relations could turn adversarial, and the others undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives, although they had lost two companions. This misfortune afforded him and his sister a chance to contend with the remaining group. As for the woman trailing behind, she was likely a disciple of the Qingyuan sect. Such individuals typically held themselves above deceit. However, her prowess was somewhat enigmatic, and perhaps forging an alliance could prove beneficial. The man adept in formations, a mere fledgling at the initial stage of Qi training, posed little threat. In summation, even within this illusion, he and his sister retained a distinct advantage. Brother. Just as Wei Qingtao pondered these matters, a feeble voice called out beside him. He turned in bewilderment, only to behold his sister and Appos' pale, contorted visage. Behind her, Shangguan Qianxue wore an expression of indifference, gripping a sharp blade that was plunged deep into Wei Qinghong's lower back, blood soaking her garments in a gruesome tableau. Wei Qitao and Appos' countenance paled, and he instinctively raised his magical sword, poised to strike. But suddenly he recalled that, given the nature of his adversary, such an act was improbable. It was an illusion. He had been ensnared in an illusion. Instantaneously, he grasped the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, he remained composed. Had he acted rashly, the consequences could have been dire. The wounded Wei Qinghong began to wail, her gaze fixed upon her brother, a plea for salvation etched upon her features. Yet, Wei Qingtao remained unmoved, simply retrieving a blue elixir and swallowing it. In the next moment, a wave of refreshing clarity surged through him, invigorating his spirit, as though a veil had been lifted from his mind. Suddenly, the scene before him transformed. His sister, Wei Qinghong, who had been struck, appeared to stroll nonchalantly by his side, while Shangguan Qianxue maintained a safe distance, refraining from any overstepping behavior. Wei Qingtao breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, it was an illusion. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly. Otherwise, had he truly engaged the opponent, it might have unwittingly provoked their hostility. Just as he began to relax, a young man ahead abruptly turned, swinging his large blade with ferocity. His face contorted in a menacing grimace, and a faint blue aura emanated from the sword, exuding an intimidating presence. Wei Qitao and Appos' heart sank in alarm. Was it an illusion or reality? He was uncertain, yet instinctively felt the urge to evade. However, the assailant and Appos' strike came with such swiftness and surprise. Even as he attempted to sidestep, the faint blue aura grazed his left shoulder, sending a sharp pain coursing through him, leaving a gash that splattered blood. Damn it, it's real. Chapter 183. The island in the lake. The sudden assault caught Wei Qingtao entirely off guard, and the reality of the situation sent a jolt of shock through him, far beyond mere illusions. The others were equally unprepared for such a swift turn of events. Observing her brother under attack, Wei Qinghong promptly produced a talisman and hurled it towards their adversary. The talisman erupted with spiritual radiance, unleashing a fireball that streaked forth, radiating an intense heat. In response, Wu Gang swiftly intervened, seizing his companion and forcefully pulling him back, narrowly avoiding the fiery projectile. Meanwhile, the opponent retained his ferocious demeanor, his eyes burning red as he shouted, "Brother Gang, do not stop me. They truly harbor malicious intentions, having killed Brother Tai." Lu Tai stood there, utterly bewildered. "I was killed. Liu Zai, wake up!" Wu Gang exclaimed, binding the assailant with spiritual energy and forcibly administering a pill into his mouth. Upon consuming the medicinal elixir, the adversary and Appos' body convulsed momentarily, and the rage that once dominated his expression transformed into confusion. He scanned his surroundings, his gaze landing on Lu Tai, and tears of joy welled in his eyes. "Brother Tai, You're not dead? You're the one who's dead, Lu Tai retorted, exasperated. Liu Zai, what just happened was an illusion. In a place like this, we are all astute individuals. How could we possibly turn against one another? Wu Gang admonished sternly. The young man known as Liu Zai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. On the opposite side, Wei Qinghong hurried to assist Wei Qingtao, casting a fierce glare at the trio. What exactly do you mean by this? Apologies. It was all a misunderstanding. Liu Zai fell into an illusion. Wu Gang expressed his sincere regret. Liu Zai bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry. I was deceived by the illusion. Wei Qitao's expression darkened as he examined the wound on his left shoulder. Fortunately, he had extricated himself from the illusion in time. Otherwise, he might have met his demise that day. Is an apology truly sufficient? Wei Qihong and Appo's voice rose, laden with dissatisfaction. She understood that the other party was likely affected by the illusion, but that did not absolve them of responsibility. Given her brother's injury, the other side was bound to face consequences. Wu Gang, being a reasonable man, promptly retrieved a vial of healing elixirs from his robes and presented it to them. This is indeed our fault. Please accept this vial of revitalizing pills. The revitalizing pill is a mid-grade medicinal concoction, renowned for its remarkable efficacy in healing, making it one of the most sought-after remedies among the cultivators of the Dragon and Phoenix Mountain range. Upon receiving the vial of revitalizing pills, Wei Qinghong and Appo's expression softened slightly. Ultimately, Wei Qingtao chose not to pursue the matter further. Then, Wu Gang raised his voice once more. From here on, I implore everyone to trust your companions. With such trust, even when faced with illusions, we can easily resist. No one responded verbally, yet the understanding was palpable. Without trust, navigating through the illusions would be an arduous task. Silence did not equate to dissent. Wu Gang refrained from elaborating further, offering a few more words before leading the group deeper into the abyss. Zhou Luo silently trailed behind, his gaze fixed coldly on the unfolding scene. It appeared that this group lacked robust mental fortitude. If circumstances turned dire, it would be prudent for him to make an early exit. As they ventured forward, more individuals succumbed to the illusions. However, having learned from past betrayals, they would quickly respond should such treachery from a companion occur again. It must be noted that these illusions are indeed terrifying. In addition to the betrayal of comrades, they also affect the surrounding environment. Some witnessed beautiful flowers withering in an instant, replaced by thorns and withered wood. The flower language individuals saw the once brilliant sunlight shrouded by dark clouds, plunging the sky into shadow. There were also sudden assaults from monstrous beasts, the earth splitting open, transforming bustling markets into ruins. Or the resurgence of childhood fears buried deep within. Countless illusions surged towards the crowd, although they ultimately managed to escape danger and break free from the illusions. Their spirits were severely depleted. Aside from Zhou Luo, the expressions of everyone else were rather grim. If this state of affairs continued, their mental condition would only deteriorate, leading to a deeper susceptibility to the illusions. Except for Zhou Luo, whose formidable consciousness, tempered by the Qingyuan sect, combined with the assistance of the Lingxi Jade and the ethereal talismans, would enable him to withstand the onslaught of the illusionary powers. After nearly half an hour, they finally navigated through the forest, only to encounter a serene lake. Indeed, a lake had appeared within the woods, its waters crystal clear, revealing 3 small islands floating upon its surface. The islands were modest in size, circular, approximately 20 feet in diameter, adorned with a vibrant array of flora that enveloped them in a dreamlike glow, obscuring the scenes within. Brother Gang, this lake must be an illusion, Lu Tai remarked, rubbing his eyes uncertainly. It is no illusion. It is real, Wu Gang replied, a look of surprise illuminating his previously weary countenance. His spirits lifted. He addressed the group. Those islands are our destination. It is said that each one harbors treasures. At this revelation, joy spread across everyone's faces, their gazes towards the islands now ablaze with fervor. Yet, no one dared to rush towards the small islands. Reason dictated that the danger was not yet over, and those seemingly illusory islands surely concealed some peril. Wu Gang did not conceal the truth, continuing, of course, it is said that there exists a formation surrounding this lake. He cast a glance at Zhou Luo and added, Brother Su should be able to discern that this formation is quite extensive. Regardless of which island you approach, you will be influenced by the formation. The specifics within it are beyond my knowledge. However, my suggestion is for everyone to enter together. Wu Gang looked earnestly at the group, suggesting the formation could be quite hazardous, which explained his desire to gather so many for this endeavor. Upon finishing, all eyes turned to Zhou Luo, for he was the formation master, albeit a novice. This was the first time they had all focused their attention on him during their journey. Zhou Luo smiled sheepishly. My skills in formations are quite lacking. Do not place your hopes upon me. Brother Su, just do your best, Wu Gang encouraged first. Then I shall give it a try, Zhou Luo replied. Just as he prepared to step forward to feign breaking the formation, he heard the voice of Shangguan Qianxue. Can you arrange a calmness array? The calmness array is an introductory level formation, primarily designed to assist practitioners in maintaining a clear mind, free from the disturbances of illusions. Although its efficacy is not particularly potent due to its beginner status, it is better than having no protection at all, especially as everyone is nearing their breaking point under the onslaught of illusionary forces. Zhou Luo glanced at the listless individuals around him, contemplating their need for guidance. Thus, he nodded and replied, I can. Upon hearing this, the group felt a slight easing of their tense nerves. Afterward, he retrieved the array disc and began the arrangement. For him, setting up a beginner-level formation was a trivial task. However, to conceal his true capabilities, he deliberately portrayed himself as struggling. Nevertheless, the expressions of those around him reflected a sense of hope, as if they had encountered a savior. A quarter of an hour later, the calmness array was successfully established. Everyone hurriedly settled into meditation within the formation, striving to restore their composure. Chapter 184. Spatial Arrays by the Lakeside. A gentle luminescence swirled around the magical array, with 7 individuals seated in meditation. Aside from Zhou Luo, the countenance of the other 6 was far from favorable. Though shielded by a calming array, the illusory energies incessantly exerted their influence upon them. Those with weaker wills were beaded with perspiration upon their foreheads, clearly enduring great discomfort. Particularly, the ethereal talisman had already lost its efficacy. After half an hour, aided by medicinal pills and talismans, a modicum of vitality was restored among the group. Wu Gang addressed Zhou Luo, saying, Brother Su, we will require your assistance moving forward. Zhou Luo nodded and approached the nearest isle. His vital energy surged as he lightly leapt, stepping upon the water and Appos' surface. Suddenly, a force of gravity descended upon him, causing him to stumble precariously, nearly losing his balance and plunging into the depths. Zhou Luo furrowed his brow, the water held an enigma. The others, witnessing this, were grave expressions. Under the weight of that pressure, Zhou Luo advanced slowly toward the small island, with the others closely following. Upon first contact with the water and Appos' surface, they too felt the oppressive force. Fortunately, they were prepared, thus avoiding a fall. The group harnessed their vital energy to tread upon the water, swiftly nearing the isle. Upon the island, light intertwined, creating a breathtaking spectacle that blurred the line between reality and illusion, entrancing all who beheld it. Zhou Luo halted 5 zhang from the island and Appos' edge. Before us lies the array and Appos' boundary, he stated gravely. Wu Gang, upon hearing this and noting Zhou Luo and Appos' stillness, understood intuitively and stepped into the designated area. In the next moment, ripples danced across the water's surface, radiating a brilliant light that enveloped the entire region, obscuring the group and Appos' vision. The array was activated. Zhou Luo followed suit, with the others trailing closely behind. As they traversed the luminous barrier, Zhou Luo remained atop the water and Appos' surface, yet the scene before him transformed dramatically. The once bright space now lay shrouded in impenetrable darkness, rendering his hand invisible before him. He attempted to extend his consciousness, only to find it thwarted by an unseen force, unable to probe further. Behind him, sounds gradually emerged, likely indicating the other's entry. Brother Wu, Zhou Luo called out, but received no reply. Aside from the sounds of their arrival, silence reigned. The dark water lay still, leaving him oblivious to what lurked within the obscurity. This was an exceptionally sophisticated spatial array, crafted by at least a second-tier array master. For only the adept could manipulate such constructs. Those who had entered the array must be close by, either before or behind him, yet the array and Appos' nature concealed their presence. It must be said that the Qingyuan sect was quite diligent in refining its disciples through such trials. Zhou Luo did not believe this array stemmed from the Hahuan sect of centuries past. It was undoubtedly a creation of the Qingyuan sect. In a certain regard, the Longfeng mountain range served as a training ground for the sect, with many rare treasures and restrictive arrays likely crafted by their hands. Even the practitioners residing here were part of the disciples' training regimen. Zhou Luo remained unaware of the mysteries lurking in the darkness. Yet he was resolute in his decision to depart. As for the others, they would have to rely on their own fortunes. He then produced a formation plate, immersing his consciousness within it. The white jade plate began to revolve, the intricate diagram of the 8 trigrams emitting a plethora of luminous points that dispersed in all directions, initiating the construction of the formation area. The limitations of a first-tier formation master as consciousness necessitated the use of the formation plate to manipulate the array. Upon reaching the second tier, a qualitative transformation of consciousness occurs, enabling one to effortlessly encompass the formation without the need for a plate, facilitating calculations and deductions. As the luminous points representing his consciousness spread, the operational trajectory of the formation materialized in Zhou Luo and Appos' mind. Countless intertwined rays of light appeared chaotic and formless, resembling a tangled mess devoid of order. Yet, therein lay the essence of the formation. Only by meticulously unraveling this chaos could one decipher the formation. However, this was a spatial formation of the second tier and beyond, a challenge Zhou Luo was ill-equipped to dismantle. In truth, he had no need to dismantle it entirely. His objective was to discern and neutralize the attack-oriented components within this entangled mass, for spatial formations inherently lacked offensive capabilities. The true peril resided in the various hidden offensive mechanisms concealed within the space. Typically, a first-tier formation master would configure a formation with a singular function, while a second-tier master could imbue it with dual capabilities, and a third-tier master could do even more. At present, this formation possessed both spatial attributes and offensive capabilities. Only by neutralizing its attacks could he afford ample time to explore the enveloping darkness and discover a route to escape. This task was significantly less arduous than dismantling the formation itself and likely represented a glimmer of hope left by the Qingyuan sect for its disciples. Standing firm, Zhou Luo unleashed his consciousness to engage in calculations, meticulously organizing and clarifying the complex rays of light. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shangguan Qianxue found herself ensnared within the same formation, confronting a situation akin to Zhou Luo and Appos'. With a tranquil demeanor, she gripped a 3-foot-long sword, remaining vigilant of her surroundings. Although not a formation master, she possessed sufficient knowledge to ascertain that this formation was related to spatial elements, having studied relevant lore from the sect's jade slips. Indeed, Shangguan Qianxue was a disciple of the Qingyuan sect and Appos' outer circle. Her current venture was primarily to seek opportunities to break through to the 8th layer of qi refinement. In contrast to Zhou Luo, she chose not to remain stationary but instead advanced decisively. She opted for the path of brute force, intending to shatter all obstacles without the need to dismantle the formation. With no one to witness her actions, she aimed to unleash her full potential, hoping to achieve a transformation. Yet, the influence of the illusory power persisted, even as she steeled her mind and channeled the sect and Appos' mental techniques. She found herself unable to resist the pervasive encroachment of the illusion. The darkness before her warped, transforming into a colossal beast with a gaping maw, poised to devour her whole. A surge of alarm coursed through her, and without hesitation, she raised her sword, delivering a powerful strike. A blinding golden light sliced through the air, cleaving a path forward. In the darkness, a chilling sound echoed, flesh being cleaved apart, accompanied by a pungent scent of blood that invaded the nostrils. As Shangguan Qianxue approached, she noticed the inky water surface suddenly illuminated by flickering green lights, revealing the half-submerged corpse of a demonic beast, silently drifting. Indeed, there were other entities lurking in the shadowy abyss. Her brows furrowed slightly as she summoned her protective spiritual light, gripping her sword tightly against her chest. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds filled the air, reverberating through the darkness. Countless blades shot forth, utilizing the obscurity to render their trajectories nearly imperceptible. At that moment, the assault of the formation commenced. Shangguan Qianxue extended her divine sense, only to find her exploration hindered, allowing her to perceive merely a foot ahead. As the onslaught approached, she discerned that it consisted of innumerable dark water blades. Chanting an incantation, she swiftly swung her sword. The pure white blade radiated golden light, unleashing a torrent of formidable sword energy that dispersed in all directions. The water blades were shattered by the force of her strike, however. Some of the attacks still managed to collide with her. Fortunately, her protective spiritual light absorbed the impact, causing her to stagger but leaving her unscathed. She was not alone in this. Others who had entered the formation also faced the brunt of the assault. Chapter 185. A grim struggle within the pitch-black expanse. Lu Zi was fervently calling out the names of Wu Gang and Lu Tai. Yet, the only response he received was the oppressive silence that enveloped him. Clutching his great blade tightly, he dared not make a single movement. He had heard it said that when ensnared within a magical formation, one must refrain from rash actions, for such folly could easily trigger a counterattack from the array. In this dire moment, remaining still and awaiting the timely rescue from his comrades was the wisest course of action. Lu Zi had unwavering faith that Wu Gang and the others would not forsake him. They were brothers who had sworn oaths and shared life and death bonds. Suddenly, a sound akin to flowing water reached Lu Zi and Appos' ears, causing his brow to furrow in concern as he extended his spiritual awareness. His perception could only penetrate half a foot in front of him, and the oppressive darkness instilled a profound sense of unease. He endeavored to maintain his composure, preparing himself to confront any imminent danger. However, he soon detected a disturbance beneath the seemingly placid surface of the water, as if something was lurking beneath. "Do not play tricks," Luzi bellowed, swinging his blade down into the depths. A pale blue arc of light flashed through the darkness as he executed a fierce strike. A resounding crash echoed as the water erupted into tumultuous waves, yet nothing else materialized. Luzi remained vigilant. At that moment, rustling sounds emerged from the shadows, reminiscent of hushed whispers. "Gengu? Taigu?" Luzi called out, but there was no reply. The water beneath him, which had just settled, began to churn again, and a dark silhouette darted within the confines of his awareness. The whispers grew increasingly distinct, and as Luzi strained to listen, his expression morphed into one of horror. The voices were unmistakably those of his deceased companions. It was an illusion. A jolt of realization struck him, causing a chill to creep up his spine. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Once more, the sound of flowing water surged towards him, and something ominous approached from the darkness. Luzi's gaze hardened. "An illusion dares to disturb me?" Meanwhile, Zhou Luo, armed with a formation plate, was meticulously analyzing the intricate patterns of light. He discerned that the formation's offensive capabilities were rather straightforward and could be easily dispelled. However, the primary threat emanated from the depths of the water. Within the range of his spiritual awareness, he detected a type of emerald green beast. This creature bore a resemblance to a catfish from his previous life, yet it possessed razor-sharp teeth and was covered in dark scales, swimming with remarkable speed. These beasts appeared intent on launching an assault against him. Fortunately, his spiritual awareness extended 10 feet around him, enabling him to dispatch them effortlessly upon their emergence. After eliminating these catfish, Zhou Luo felt the illusory energy within them dissipate, attempting to assault his mind. It seemed these creatures, influenced by the illusion forest, had become living bombs, capable of causing significant psychological disruption regardless of whether they were killed. While Zhou Luo could currently withstand the onslaught of illusory power, he feared that the more beasts he slaughtered, the closer he would come to the brink of mental collapse. The pressing priority was to vacate the area expeditiously. With a sudden surge, a catfish-like demon beast leapt from the water and Appo's surface, attempting to launch an assault on Zhou Luo from the shadows. Initially, he intended to unsheath his sword and slay it directly. However, upon observing the creature and the ethereal energy within, a thought struck him. "Ah, the little companion." With that notion, he summoned Xiaobai from his backpack. Meow, the snow-white Xiaobai sprang forth from the air, radiating brilliance amidst the darkness. Upon sighting the oncoming demon beast, it unsheathed its claws without hesitation and pounced. Its sharp talons sliced through the air, accurately grasping the beast. Xiaobai summoned its innate energy, opening its mouth wide to begin tearing into its foe. Zhou Luo's eyes widened in delight. He perceived that Xiaobai had grown significantly stronger since its last time in his bag. Could it be due to the ethereal energy? He recalled that Xiaobai was particularly adept at illusionary attacks. Might this ethereal energy serve as sustenance for it? A bold hypothesis emerged in his mind. In an instant, Zhou Luo envisioned a solution to the demon beasts lurking at the lake and Appo's bottom. In the darkness, Xiaobai had already dispatched the demon beast, just as Zhou Luo anticipated, and was now consuming the escaping ethereal energy. "Xiaobai, the rest is in your capable paws," Zhou Luo commanded, then resumed his search for the exit of the formation. In the enveloping darkness, Zhou Luo's intervention rendered the formation's attacks ineffective. Yet, the shadows persisted, with the fish-like demon beasts becoming new instruments of assault, compounded by the ever-strengthening ethereal energy. Shangguan Qianxue discerned the cessation of the formation and Appo's strikes and deduced that the individual named Su Changsheng must have accomplished the first step in dismantling the array. Thus, she merely needed to endure a little longer. However, the ethereal energy grew increasingly formidable. She had initially intended to hone her skills through battle and achieve a breakthrough. Yet it was the ethereal energy that constrained her. She was compelled to halt her combat, opting instead to evade the demon beasts, which also demanded considerable mental fortitude. Before her, the profound darkness transformed into a vivid reflection of the outside world, the very place where she had spent her childhood. Once an ordinary child from a small mountain village, she had been recognized by an elder of the sect and brought into their fold. A journey that had spanned 2 decades. 5 years prior, she had returned to her hometown to visit her parents, only to discover that the village had been ravaged by demon beasts, resulting in the demise of her entire family. In a fury, she had brandished her 3-foot-long sword and charged towards the demon beasts and Appo's lair. The boundless rage ignited her valor, and her fierce sword energy mirrored the storm within her heart. Exhausted yet resolute, she vanquished the demon beasts, avenging her parents and successfully attaining the 7th layer of chi cultivation. From that moment onward, she was unburdened by attachments, dedicating herself wholly to the pursuit of annihilating all demons that plague the world. Now, the familiar visage of her childhood village emerged before her, flooding her with memories. Even knowing it was merely an illusion, she could not help but gaze longingly, yearning to linger a moment longer. It was precisely this fleeting glance that suddenly inflicted upon her an excruciating pain. Abruptly regaining her senses, she found a monstrous beast fiercely clamped onto her arm. Swiftly, she brandished her sword, dispatching the creature with a decisive strike. Her white dress, now drenched in blood, bore the mark of a bite. No longer daring to be careless, she consumed a medicinal pill, resolutely maintaining her focus while evading the relentless assaults of the beasts. In the enveloping darkness, the other 5 were equally beleaguered. Wu Gang, utterly exhausted, was frantically fleeing for his life. Lu Tai had descended into madness, wildly wielding his talisman, unleashing torrents of spiritual energy that stirred a formidable tempest. Wei Qingtao's face was ashen, his body drenched in blood. Wei Qinghong, ensnared by illusions, had brutally severed her own left arm, the blood cascading down and staining the surface of the water. As for Liuzi, he had succumbed, now just a lifeless corpse being devoured by the ravenous beasts. Time slipped away slowly. If this continued, it seemed certain that they would all meet their demise here. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the darkness, and a radiant point of light materialized before them all.